I, after enduring billions of years of continuous cultivation day and night, finally succeeded in ascending to the position of Immortal Emperor. Just as I sighed at the seemingly invincible yet incredibly lonely path of cultivation, a voice suddenly rang out in my mind, "Great Emperor, save me!" And the source of this voice came from the depths of my soul. My eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of coldness flashing in them. You see, after achieving the position of Emperor, it was difficult to find opponents in the world who could have such ability to quietly lay a trap in the depths of my soul. In the next moment, I released a powerful divine sense to carefully explore the depths of my soul. After a moment, a strange expression appeared on my face. It's actually from the blue star? No wonder it can sound in the depths of my soul. I suddenly realized. It was because I was originally a traveler. My past life was from Earth. In other words, my soul always retained the imprint of Earthlings, so I could receive the distress signal from the Earth's great path. However, Earth was a place where even the cultivation system had not been established. What kind of crisis would it encounter that it needed to seek help from me? Thinking back to when I first arrived at the Tianyuan continent, I deeply understood how barren Earth was. Its small size and lack of cultivation resources. Even the small worlds opened up by the saints in the Tianyuan Great World were far more vast than Earth, rich in spiritual power and resources. Such a world was truly unattractive in the eyes of the strong, not worth their efforts to invade. If it wasn't a strong invasion, then what could threaten Earth? It couldn't be that the crisis on Earth was caused by human-made nuclear weapons, could it? Although full of doubts, since I received the distress call from Earth, I could not sit idly by. After some deduction and confirming the coordinates of the blue star, I resolutely took a step forward, traversing the primordial chaos, and arrived at the other end of the passage Earth. At this moment, people on Earth were looking up at the sky in fear. Above the sky, there were countless twinkling stars, each a warship. The metallic hulls of these warships shimmered with a cold light in the sunlight. At this moment, these warships were neatly arranged, like a steel great wall spanning the space, slowly approaching the Earth in the Milky Way. At the same time, on the summit of Mount Tai on Earth, several middle-aged men in camouflage military uniforms stood solemnly in the command room. As the news from the Beacon country said, the invading aliens this time are driving warships and seem to be taking the technological route. A military observer reported the situation. Upon hearing this news, the faces of the others instantly became very serious. Have we made contact? Do they have hostile intentions towards us? One of the older military men asked with a deep gaze and a heavy tone. The messages we sent out have all gone unanswered, and we only received one sentence from the other side. What did they say? The older military man hurriedly asked. See, conquer, submit or die. The older military man's eyes flickered slightly. Then he said somewhat awkwardly, it means they also intend to conquer Earth. Hearing this, everyone's expressions became even more serious. There's no need to worry too much. Since our Earth began to mutate, foreign races have been trying to conquer us, but with our domain, they can't get in. Someone tried to reassure everyone. This time is different. The older military man shook his head with a serious expression. They are taking the technological route this time. What's wrong with the technological route? They still can't get in. Someone looked puzzled. Nonsense. The older military man sighed deeply. A race that can develop technological power is destined to have weak life evolution. Maybe just like us, with individual strength not being very strong. Don't forget the mysterious field of our Earth, which is only aimed at strong individual organisms, and the weak will not encounter much resistance. The soldier's eyes sharpened. Continuing, are you saying that if the opponent's physical evolution is weak, and they can enter through the mysterious field, the technology they bring will be difficult for us to stop? Upon hearing this, a strong sense of unease surged in the hearts of the crowd. Since the Earth underwent a transformation a year ago, supernatural events have been rampant worldwide, and extraterrestrial races have been appearing frequently beyond Earth. Just like today, all of them are threatening to conquer Earth. These extraterrestrial races are extremely powerful individually, and some countries have observed through telescopes that they have punched planets to pieces. Their terrifying power beyond imagination. The reason why the Earth can safely pass through a year after contact with so many alien races is all because of the mysterious field of the Earth. Through the observation and study of alien races, Earth scientists have summarized the magical characteristics of the field. This force becomes stronger when it encounters strong beings. The stronger the being, the more difficult it is to easily cross the field. Otherwise it will only end up dead on the spot. On the contrary, relatively weaker beings can pass through this force more smoothly. This conclusion has been confirmed multiple times in the past year. Because indeed there have been successful entries of outsiders into the Earth, but after they enter, most of them lose all their powers, and some even lose their intelligence as well. The cost is extremely heavy. However, technological power is an exception. Because it is not biological and is not hindered by the mysterious field forces of the Earth at all. What is their technological strength? The senior military officer quickly stood up and asked. After he spoke, someone immediately arranged for relevant personnel to come in and report. Before long, a scientist hurried into the meeting room. He held a report in his hands and spoke with a heavy expression. Report. According to our observations, the other side's technological power should be completely above us. The very fact that they came across the stars is an ability that our Earth does not possess. And, based on our calculations of the energy density of its thrusters, it should be 1,000 times the size of our current rocket. Although we can't see his weapon systems, we can detect that there's a huge energy fluctuation inside the battleship, and if that's a weapon, I'm afraid it's greater than the energy fluctuation generated by our Earth's nuclear weapons, 10,000 times more powerful. In addition to this, we have observed. The scientist hadn't finished. The older soldier then interrupted. Just tell me if they're flying a battleship and, is there any hope of us defeating them when we get into Earth? Overcome? The scientist froze for a second, then said with a bitter smile on his face, it's impossible to overcome. With our technological power, we can't even stop them for a day. The older soldier's lips quivered. You can't even do it for a day of blocking? This time, probably less. The scientist clenched his fists, his eyes filled with impotent resignation. An aura of despair immediately filled everyone's hearts. In the meantime, outside the stars of Earth, in the fleet group, on a main ship as huge as a planet, Captain, Earth is firing weapons at us. The Outlander, dressed in a strange costume that resembled an octopus, reported back towards a figure. What class of weapon? The figure called the captain spoke blandly. Analyzed as belonging to a radioactive nuclear weapon that we abandoned 10,000 years ago. The damage from this weapon poses no threat to our ship. After the octopus-suited alien soldier finished speaking, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. This feeling of little children threatening to fight themselves to the death. But surprisingly, it only nourished its own absurdity with a water pistol. Ha! This Earth has also completely fallen from grace. Thinking back to when it was a top 10 existence of the 10,000 races, not only are there no powerful evolvers today, they can't even develop decent technology. The captain couldn't help but sneer sarcastically. This just gives us our chance. The octopus soldier was a bit excited. Earth's mysterious field will only block evolvers. However, if our race does not follow the path of physical evolution, the obstruction to us will only be minimized. At that time, as long as we bring our technology to Earth, that group of natives, there's no way they can stop us. The captain, who heard these words, revealing a hint of faint superiority, all the races only think that we, the technological race, only rely on external forces. Unbeknownst to us, flesh and blood are bitterly weak, and only mechanical ascension is the strongest. The octopus soldier hastened to pat himself on the back. The captain is right. How's the research on the Earth field domain going? The captain turned back to the subject at hand. There has been a general conclusion that the soldiers of my people stepped into the field and it will be suppressed to varying degrees, and the body will be seriously injured, but it won't be life-threatening, and as long as you take the healing protoplasm, it'll be an instant recovery. Speaking of this, the octopus soldier immediately revealed a look of excitement. It was as if taking the planet was just around the corner. Good. Pass on my orders. Attack Earth in full force as planned. With a big wave of his hand, the captain opened up the Fleet Talk channel straight away. And the order was instantly transmitted to all ears. In an instant, a cheer went up from the Great Wall of Fleet in the universe. A wave of energy spread out from the ship's body, obliterating everything around it. Beyond Earth, on Pluto, in a wave of energy, it exploded right into smithereens in the universe. In the meantime, Earth, *******, the other side is starting to attack, and our nuclear weapons, it seems, are not even the other side's defenses. It's not even broken. At this time, all the leaders in the command rooms of the countries of the Earth felt that the sky was falling. The weapons that they relied on for their pride and joy couldn't even cause a single bit of damage to the other side. Of course, it's only been half an hour. More than that, they felt that the sky was not only falling, only to see the vanguard of the opposing fleet, which had actually crossed the Milky Way, arrived at the mysterious field power of the Earth. Even above the fleet, there were already outcasts who had tried to cross the field force in order to test it. The next thing that happened was something that completely made mankind completely despair. The alien that crossed the field not only didn't die, but even after taking some kind of healing potion, it was actually alive and well. With the device it was even possible to see that the outcasts on the fleet were already going wild. As if to the multitudes of the Earth, death is pronounced. At this time, there are even foreigners who have begun to put up a declaration of conquest toward the Earth. I come I conquer. You have only to submit. remember our pack. We are taboo. However, just before their words had completely fallen, all of a sudden, it was as if space and time had been stood still. Subsequently, both on the side of Earth, and on the side of the fleet, all saw a horrific scene that they would never forget, only to see a golden avenue that seemed to be on fire, spanning out from the depths of the starry sky. Dao rules surged on it and runes flashed, bright and dazzling. In just the blink of an eye, it came to the Milky Way, above the cluster of battleships, and even more surprising, I only saw a radiant figure standing on top, surrounded by the sun and moon, with stars surrounding it. There are 4 elephants, such as the true dragon and the vermilion bird, which are mysterious to the extreme. Chapter 3, The Power of a Kick. Who is it? Dared to override our battleship. Looking at that figure, the exotic foreigner also finally came back to his senses and opened his mouth in a somewhat annoyed yet terrified manner. It's not clear. We counted no information on this figure among the strongest of the races in the universe. The octopus soldier took out his instrument and opened his mouth while frantically querying, how much of a fighter is he? The captain couldn't help but speak up. In their technological clan, for the strongest of evolved individuals, there is a reference set of its own statistics to be used to assess the enemy. 100 million. No. 10 billion. No. 100 billion. A trillion. A trillion? There seems to be something wrong with the machine. It doesn't show the opponent's combat power anymore. The octopus soldier watched as the machine numbers kept pulsing, apparently somewhat incoherent, but he didn't blame it on his opponent's great strength. Instead, they blamed the machine for the error. After all, they hadn't detected such a powerful evolver since their machines were made. Humph, the captain grunted. So what if it's powerful? They, the Techno One, were no soft touch. Utilizing his voice transmission technology, he teleported his words to the figure's side. Get out of their end. Otherwise don't blame my clan for being rude. With their pack's technology, it wouldn't be hard to do that. The figure, however, seemed to be ignoring it. He was seen gently lifting his foot and dropping it down towards the group of battleships. In an instant, the foot was like a mountain of heavenly gods buckling down, countless runes flickering. The great Tao was trembling, the universe's emptiness was shattering, and the might was simply terrifying and shocking to the ages. The cluster of warships that had been surging with energy and rampaging through the starry sky, at the foot of at this moment it is like a drop in the ocean, trampling with your feet. This is trying to humiliate us. Do you really think that our technological civilization is just for show? Fire on all cylinders. Use the sublime weapons, the great Tao weapons, and kill him. The captain, at that moment, understood at once that the other party had come for them. His whole body was roaring, as if he had felt a great crisis. It was as if the heart was being pressed by 10,000 sacred mountains. The original hunter, in the face of this kick descending from the Golden Avenue, directly turned into prey. They fought back as if the earth had fought back against them in the first place. It seemed very pale and weak. The moment the two made contact, the originally dark starry sky bloomed with bright fireworks. It was the glow of the battleship's destruction that created the fireworks. The fleet, which was linked together like a steel wall, bloomed one after another, under a glow. The infinite stars have gone out, except for the Milky Way, and of course that little swarm of battleships, and at this point, no one was more shocked than the Earth, watching the scene of the leaders of the countries eating. In their astronomical telescopes and satellite telescopes, the images were captured. Only a golden avenue so brilliant that it was about to blind them appeared, and then, immediately afterward, it was such a plain, unassuming kick, just stopped away all that alien fleet that was all set to destroy the planet. The foreign warships just gave up all of them? Kyushu, Tarzan War Room. The older soldier stares at the image in front of him, somewhat frozen. The whole thing was frozen in place. Everyone present at this time thought the same as him. The heart remains nothing but shock. 1 second, Earth viewed the alien battleships as an extinction crisis. In the next second, the protagonist of the extinction crisis was instead exterminated. How could they not be surprised by the magnitude of this fall? Wait, you guys, look at this frame. There seems to be a silhouette in this golden light. The technician in charge of broadcasting the footage exclaimed in shock as he cut the frame to a pair of images. Could it be that he's the one who destroyed the foreign battleship? Everyone's gazes, in unison, looked at the figure in the picture. What kind of existence is this? The power of one man can destroy a battleship. Those present couldn't help but marvel. Someone who can have such divine might. Can it be that it's a legendary god? The older soldier, looking dead at the figure in the picture, muttered. In the meantime, I didn't think that Earth could really be looked at by an alien race. A white figure appeared beyond the Earth with an odd smile on its face, and this person was none other than Xu Pingan, who had come from the Tianyuan continent. The extraterrestrial race that took the path of science and technology was naturally exterminated by Pingan Su. Of course, the race is to blame for being so ostentatious. Before Xu Pingan even arrived, he had already heard on the way that they were threatening to exterminate the Earth. So, it's just as well that the foot is extinguished. But is this the crisis for which Earth called me back? In his opinion, although this foreign alien race controlled a powerful technological force, but ultimately, it's still too weak. But the next moment, Xu Pingan's gaze, then, looked toward Earth. Earth actually has a field at the level of a great emperor? At this moment, a trace of movement finally appeared on his face. As an Earthling, he was well aware of what Earth could do. This domain is a bit interesting, that it can block strong people outside of Earth's life. That is to say, the person who set up this domain is an Earthling? The runes flickered in Pingan Su's eyes as he saw through the construction of the field with a single glance. I wonder, do I still count as life on Earth? He smiled bashfully and immediately took a step out towards the field. A field at the level of a great emperor. Not to mention ordinary beings, even the existence at the level of a sub-saint. Anyone who breaks in hard will pay dearly. However, this was simply fearless to Pingan Su, who had entered and exited the path to immortality 7 times. Only, the suppression that was supposed to happen didn't happen. Xu Pingan directly crossed the field, somewhat surprised. Recognize me? It wasn't just the field that surprised him, though. When Xu Pingan's gaze looked toward Earth, the eyes don't have a look in them, because at this moment, the Earth, in his eyes, had actually undergone a radical change. These changes, however, may not be apparent to Earthlings, but it could not be hidden from the great emperor. Next moment, his large hand snapped. Only the Earth's heavenly heart seal was directly clutched in the palm of his hand, and then he gained insight into the Earth's information. He couldn't help but frown, because, to his surprise, he found that there was a chaos above the heavenly heart seal, and that the information about the Earth that there are very few at all. It was as if everything was erased. However, Xu Pingan also roughly understood from the above that the Earth he had previously survived on, not what he really looks like. Earth, in the past, seemed to be the center of a very powerful world, comparable to the Tian Yuan Great World. It's only because of some special reason that it's the way it is today. No wonder Earth attracted the foreign lands to snatch it up. The Earth seems to be going through a cycle, as if it were a phoenix rising from the ashes. This is the time when it is in the stage of being reborn in fire and will return to be strong once again. This was something that even Xu Pingan was a bit surprised by. Of course, he was but a mortal when he left Earth. There were secrets on Earth that he had no way of knowing. Just, the heavenly heart seal is all chaos. So who is calling me back? Not waiting for Xu Pingan to return to his senses. In his mind, the voice actually sounded again once more. This time, Xu Pingan, who heard this voice, was completely frozen, because, surprisingly, he had awakened. System. Chapter 4, Reverse System? Rookie Mission? Host detected. In System Area, the system is beginning to bind. Binding successful. This system is the strongest reversal system. It can help the host to become the strongest against all odds. Is the system turned on? With a series of sounds, Xu Pingan's face could not help but appear odd. System, that old and time-honored name. If it wasn't for the fact that Xu Pingan still had some influence, I'm afraid that he would have long ago sent a divine thought and strangled him. I've become a great emperor and the system is just coming? As an Earthling, Xu Pingan had naturally read the novel. Travelers must have a golden finger. Even if they traveled as a maggot, they'd still have a poop system of stalks that. He was aware of it. But terriers are terriers, and the reality is otherwise. Because, he had traveled for over 1,000 years, but he had never had a golden finger. One became a great emperor all by oneself, one step at a time. What golden fingers, in his opinion, were all made up by those dog authors. But now, you're telling me you have a system? Even after becoming a great emperor, Xu Pingan, who had long been ancient and unperturbed, did not know at this moment, was trying to laugh. It's still time to scold. But, laughing and cursing is just your own obsession. But when he was suddenly given a system, Xu Pingan had to take care of it. He took a big swing. In front of himself, there then appeared a line of multicolored points of light. A mysterious Tao energy shimmered on it, and this was the system that Pingan Su had awakened. At this moment, his eyes opened and closed, and countless divine lights flashed, wanting to penetrate the secrets of the system in front of him. As I expected, the system is indeed a product of the derivation of rules and the great Tao. It's just, I can't believe I can't see through the source of the system? Xu Pingan's brows slowly furrowed. Even he couldn't see through it, which meant that the other party's understanding of the great Tao, probably far above himself. Interesting. At this moment, Xu Pingan's eyes surged brightly. Now that he had become an emperor, he was invincible across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Even a single gaze could span 10,000 miles and exterminate a party of foreign domains. It could be said that there was nothing in this world that he could not see through. If there was, then this person, chances were, was a great emperor that he didn't know about. Or, immortal. Xu Pingan preferred the latter. Because, it wasn't as if he hadn't come into contact with an emperor-level powerhouse. But, he had never met anyone who could match himself. When he himself was not yet a great emperor, he could already compete with great emperors. After certifying as an emperor, he had long been invincible for many years. It was also only the world-destroying thunderbolt that startled him when he blasted the road to immortality that made his blood boil. If the other party is an immortal, wouldn't it be, then, possible to know how to become immortal? Xu Pingan's desire to lose his exploration of all things due to becoming an emperor was finally hooked. Turn it on. He didn't hesitate to speak. So what if the system is a trap? As long as there was a glimmer of hope of becoming an immortal, it would be worth his while to explore. And that even if the other person is stronger than he or she is, it doesn't matter. Instead of being stuck in the great emperor realm for the rest of his life, it would be better to fight with the other party, even if he died. And that's willingly. Of course, Xu Pingan also had absolute confidence in himself. In 1,000 years, he has never lost a single battle. If there was an immortal in the world, he would seek a battle without the need for the other party to make a move. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the system. Detected the aura of the host's location starting to revive. Please ask the host to choose whether or not to accept the newbie package. The next moment, that was as if the plot was seen in a novel. The system is starting to give out newbie packs. Xu Pingan spoke faintly. Accept. In an instant, a series of items that appeared before his eyes. 10,000 feet in the air. Above the clouds, Xu Pingan sat on a plate stream and lightly tapped these things. The first thing that caught my eye was a glass vessel. Upon opening the cap, a fresh scent came through. The system's prompt panel, 2, floated above the bottle's contents. Advanced Qi and Blood Elixir. It can increase the power of Qi and Blood after taking it. It is the best aid for those who have just stepped into the path of cultivation. Next, a fruit. S-class mutant fruit. After taking it, you can obtain the body of thunder, which can manipulate thunder and lightning. Turned into thunder. Fear of seawater. Caution required. Then there were 10 stones that emitted a faint aura. Golden winged rock breathing technique, one of the top breathing techniques in the world. After practicing this technique, it can be like the golden winged rock, with unlimited magical power, and can travel thousands of miles. After Xu Pingan finished tapping with anticipation, there was instant silence. This newbie package is really a new package. As the name suggests, Xu Pingan, system, what is my realm? System, beginning detection. Conclusion, Great Emperor realm. Pingan Xu, then who used the newbie pack you gave you? System, a newcomer who steps into cultivation all the way. Pingan Xu, so, was it given to the wrong person? System, detection in progress. No errors. Xu Pingan, then my realm? System, Great Emperor realm. Xu Pingan, you know I'm in the Great Imperial realm, and you're giving me this garbage? System, host, please take back what you just said. These aren't garbage. The pills are all high-quality pills hard to find in the world, and the evolutionary fruit is the highest quality evolutionary opportunity on Earth at present. The golden winged rock breathing method. It's also one of the most powerful breathing techniques in the world. Good. Think I'm a one-step 100-meter great with no insight? Xu Pingan immediately waved his hand, and from his storage realm, he took out a bottle of pills. The moment it opens, only inside, a figure that looked like a child with runes all over it. The medicinal fragrance was like a liquid, floating around it, and the moment this elixir appeared, it tried to escape. However, but Xu Pingan had a thought that fixed him in place. System, take a look at what kind of elixir is this. System, tested as a transformable imperial elixir. The biobirth creation elixir. Pingan Xu, then tell me, is what I was given trash? System, look at this again, only to see Pingan Xu strike again. The next moment, a fiery red to the extreme feather appeared in his hand. Only the moment he appeared, the space around him trembled and countless shadows kept emerging from the feathers. System, tested as the feather of the true phoenix. It contains the breathing method of the true phoenix clan. Xu Pingan, the golden winged rock is tainted with a trace of the phoenix bloodline. It's already asking for the top race in the world. So who's trash compared to the true phoenix clan breathing method, and the golden winged rock breathing method? System, Xu Pingan, then look at this emperor's physique. How about the thunder power that comes with that fruit of evolution of yours? System, the godless body of the 10,000 calendars. Xu Pingan, then tell me. The words were not yet finished. The system then had snatched the answer. It's not junk. The gift packages given by this system, all in line with what you are currently using. Xu Pingan frowned, his palms moving slightly, unable to resist wanting to pinch the system. Just then, the system spoke again, issuing a newbie mission, asking the host to punch the face of the rich and handsome Tang Shan on top of the class reunion. This mission cannot be refused or avoided. Failure penalty. System disappears. Successful rewards. Receive special prizes that match your realm. Chapter 5, The Great Dream of the Ages. Class reunion? Punching Dawnhill in the face? At this moment, the Emperor Realm's Xu Pingan's brain felt as if it had gone down for a moment. Not for running out of steam, but by those too long ago words. Gave a pull into the memory of the year he turned 20. He himself is more than 1,000 years old. This system's mission. Even let himself go to the class reunion, and to go and punch his classmates in the face. As for that Tang Shan, Xu Pingan pondered for half a day before finding out that there was such a person from Tang Shan among his classmates. It was a classmate from my own senior year. There was a bit of a conflict in the beginning because they both liked a female classmate. The other party often oppresses him or her because of his or her privileged family. So, at that time, Xu Pingan's biggest dream was to make a lot of money and hit Tang Shan hard in the face. However, with the crossing, the matter was long forgotten. It's just that it's over 1,000 years ago now. According to the Earthlings, they only have a short lifespan of 100 years, and the grass on their graves is. That's not true. You're building tall buildings on top of the graves, aren't you? System, what time is it? Xu Pingan sensed something wrong with the system. System, Earth Calendar, 2025. 2025? Xu Pingan finally understood why the system was out of place. It was the year 2024 when he crossed over himself. In other words, the system was treating him as if he was in 2025 and hadn't yet crossed over to himself. No. As soon as Xu Pingan spoke, he seemed to have sensed something. He raised his hand and grabbed one of the countless threads in the void. The power of the rules on it was surging, and countless runes were fluttering. This was the means of a great emperor, a direct insight into the power of rules. A moment later, looking somewhat surprised, he opened his mouth. A year in this place. Eye of the Tian Yuan continent, yet 1,000 years have passed? Turns out it wasn't the system that got it wrong. Instead, I came to Earth a year later. At the level of a great emperor, one would already be able to step into the realm of time. Still, just stepping in doesn't change it. The only one who can do this is the legendary Immortal. At this moment, the surprise that the Earth brought to Xu Pingan had far exceeded expectations. But, right now, Xu Pingan was more concerned. If only for a year. Then one's loved ones. Is it not still in the world? Next moment, Xu Pingan slowly closed his eyes. The powerful divine thoughts were like a ripple in a lake at the moment, slowly spreading to the entire world. He recognized himself as 1,000 years past, and for the thoughts of his loved ones, it has long since faded with the passage of time. But at the moment of learning that a loved one may still be alive, Xu Pingan realized that the thoughts were not fading away, but were hidden in his heart. The world only knew the power of the ancient great emperors, but not the loneliness of the great emperors. A long lifespan brings with it a lifelessness. A few moments later, found it. His face showed a long-lost and heartfelt joy. In the meantime, Earth, Jiuzhou, Jiangfu, inside a dark and cramped alley, a teenager dressed in black, his hand grasping the head of a corpse covered in blood. The eyes showed a hint of satisfaction. However, a few moments later, too little, soul power is still too little. Even if you use your soul instead of soul power, it's still no match for the Soulmaster World. I don't even know when my realm will recover. System, this is how you told me that after returning to Earth, I can break through the sealed Dolua the fastest? The teenager's face was filled with impatience. And that's when a voice suddenly came out of the teenager's mind. Host, please don't worry. The Earth still needs a little time to recover slowly. After a certain time, then a large number of evolutionary opportunities will appear, which will surely allow you to break through the sealed Dolua. The teenager narrowed his eyes. The system made promises, and had never gone back on its word yet, and he had no choice but to believe it. His name was Tang Shan, an Earthling, after crossing over to the Soulmaster World a year ago. Then the system was awakened. Relying on the system, he was in the Soulmaster World, and not only did he possess a top-tier dual-born martial soul that blue silver grass and Haotian hammer, even more so, he has a wife with a 10,000-year soul ring. Under the guidance of the system, he had even reached the realm of the Soulmaster continent's peak realm of the sealed Dolua. However, the last enemy he faced in the Soulmaster World was beyond this realm. In search of the fastest breakthrough, the system gave him another option, which was to return to Earth. Tang Shan, who had the assistance of the system and quickly broke through the realm along the way, naturally had no doubts. The direct option was to return to Earth. What's more, he was originally from Earth. It was only when he returned that he realized that his own cultivation level, surprisingly, had not followed him back from the crossing. Not only that, Earth was not suitable for his cultivation system. It instantly knocked him back. Well, the system, at this point, gave a solution. Then, they would plunder human souls, refine them into soul power, and combine them with Earth's aura to cultivate. But apparently, the results weren't that dramatic. System, isn't there any other way for me to recover my strength quickly? With me in such a state, even if an evolutionary opportunity appeared on Earth, I wouldn't necessarily be able to snatch it. Tang Shan tossed the soul power drained corpse aside and asked while wiping his hands. Hunting strong people brings soul power gains that are 1,000 times stronger than ordinary people. The voice in his head sounded again. What do you mean? You mean killing those evolved people? As the Earth changed, humans naturally mutated along with it. And those who benefit from it, humans call them evolvers. It had also been quite a while since Tang Shan had crossed back over. Nature has an understanding of the current landscape of the planet. Bells. At that moment, a cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Donaldson fished his cell phone out of his pocket. It's a text message. Tang Shan frowned, but, nonetheless, opened it and read it. Only, while he was looking at it, he couldn't help but sneer. Class reunion? Interesting. The Earth is turning upside down, and you're still in the mood for a class reunion? What a bunch of young people who don't know the sky and the Earth. However, just as he was about to close the boring text message, suddenly, the end of the message caught his attention. Interesting, inside the classmates. Surprisingly, someone has become an evolutionary? Earth, Jojo, Jiangfu. Not far from the Xu family on the street, Xu Pingan walked above the street with a calm expression and his arms crossed. No cultivation was utilized, and all the clothes were changed into modern clothing. He was as mortal as a mortal can be, walking step by step through the bustling crowd. The heaven and the earth, the adversary of all things, and the light of day, the passerby of 100 generations. Xu Pingan looked at the still familiar streets and skyscrapers and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in his heart. It's amazing how the previous years before the lamentation were just a blink of an eye. When I look back again, I can still return home at the end of the lights. For a moment, Xu Pingan's realm that was originally moving couldn't help but loosen slightly for a moment. Although Earth is not an immortal world, there is also no immortal substance of the immortal world. But Xu Pingan's realm just loosened up. It was as if he had embarked on a path where he could step into the immortal realm of everlasting life without using the immortal realm. It seems that after 1,000 years of conquest, traveling through the red dust is in turn a more distinctive experience for me. Might as well take this opportunity. Xu Pingan was enlightened. The moment the words fell, he lifted a finger and tapped his forehead. Dream big for all time. At this moment, all the living beings of the entire Earth seemed to freeze for a moment. It was as if the soul was missing, but it was quickly restored. The crowd didn't notice anything unusual either. While at this moment, Xu Pingan, however, had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. In just now, he had taken the divinity of his soul and used a secret method to already completely seal it. After becoming an emperor, Xu Pingan's character had naturally changed long ago. In his eyes there is only the Lord's mastery over all living things and the peace of heaven. There are big feelings, but no small ones. That divine emotion is closer to the indifference of the heavenly Tao. Since they are traveling the world, they naturally cannot bring their divinity with them. So, what Xu Pingan did was to seal the divinity with a secret method that allow yourself to be infinitely more human. In a nutshell, this makes him, well, more of a normal person. Of course, it was a normal person with the cultivation of a great emperor. When that's done, without realizing it, Xu Pingan also arrived in front of his home. Chapter 6, A Promise from the Great Emperor. No one in the world can harm her. Chapter 6, Homecoming. River City. Sujia Town. Inside a stale old house. Sister, I don't want to go to daycare. A powdered 6 or 7-year-old girl, gripping the frame of a large door. A reluctant face looked at the woman in front of him. Su Lu, sister has work to do today, so she can't stay home with you. You'll just go to the trusteeship for the day and I'll pick you up then. The sister, called the woman, was about 10 or 17 or 8 years old, tall, dressed in a sweatshirt that, with a duck-tongued hat and gentle eyes, he touched the little girl's fleshy cheeks. But mommy and daddy are home? I can get mom and dad to stay with me. The little girl pointed to the inside of the room, revealing a don't worry look. Nonsense. My sister glared at the other. How are mom and dad going to stay with you now that they're in a coma? After all was said and done, sister glanced at the time and said, somewhat anxiously, it's getting too late for the. I'm going to report to the team. Zuel, be good and follow your sister. After saying that, he was going to take Su Li's hand. Sister, is it true that you don't have to take me to daycare as long as I have someone with me? Su Li hastily dodged away from his sister's hand and asked with wide eyes. Su Lu, stop fooling around. We're the only 4 in our family. Who else can accompany you? My sister grasped the air for a moment, and frowned in disbelief. Yes, Su Lu said while magically pulling out an Ultraman toy from inside his pocket. Look, there's a toy my brother gave me. He represents my brother. He can keep me company. Just, when Su Lu mentioned the word brother, as if some fuse had been touched, my sister. One grabbed the Ultraman toy. Su Lu, don't you remember? I told you that person can't be mentioned anymore. But, Su Lu was just about to open his mouth. My sister threw the Ultraman toy directly onto the concrete outside in the yard. There was a clunking sound. Ultraman was quartered. No buts. That man. Don't mention it again. This one voice of my sister's was tremendous. Su Lu looked at the toy being smashed, as well as his sisters yelling, and suddenly his person froze for a moment. A few moments later, tears just welled up inside his eyes. However, Su Lu unexpectedly did not cry out. He held back his tears and said, I see. Sister. My sister took one look at the little girl's pitiful form. Apparently it's also softened. She walked over and took Su Li's hand. If it's a toy, I'll accompany you to buy another one. Su Lu nodded, but his eyes were dead set on the Ultraman in the yard. My sister crouched down, wiped her tears, and, somewhat distressed, he said, just now it was my sister who spoke a bit more heavily. Don't take it to heart. I didn't mean to scold you. And, today, my sister really has something important to do, so she can't stay with you. There's no one at home to take care of you either. So you just before she could finish her sentence, Su Lu, however, suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had seen something incredible. Somewhat surprised, he spoke, brother, only. Those 2 words, however, almost made my sister blow up again. Nice guy, just lost his temper and told you to stop saying those 2 words. How dare you mention it now? Su Lu, you really think that your sister won't teach you a lesson after mom and dad pass out, don't you? My sister stood up at once and raised her palm. If the Su family hadn't suffered a change of heart, she was not a gentle master. Instead of being afraid, Su Lu pointed his finger at Su Li's back. It's brother. It's true brother. You still say that? My sister was in a rage at the moment. So where was she to look at the little girl's exaggerated expression? Immediately, he was about to raise his palm and hit her hard on the ass. But just then, it's been a long time. Su Xin. Su Lu. A man's voice rang out. Su Xin immediately froze. This freeze was not a result of being startled by the sudden appearance of a voice. Rather, it was because the voice, surprisingly, felt familiar to her. And it couldn't be more familiar. Her body stiffened a bit as she slowly turned to look at the man who had opened his mouth. Seeing only the other young man, dressed in ordinary clothes, but with an exuberant essence, was standing in the yard, the smashed otter in his hand, looking over at the sisters with a smile on his face. Brother! Su Lu was the first to react and jumped straight to the man's side. At this time, even the man who has faced all the enemies of the world, who would not even frown at the sea of blood and swords, neither could help but be moved. The sea of that ancient, wave-free heart had long since turned over into a monstrous wave. With undisguised doting in his eyes, he took the girl in his arms. But just then, Pingan Su, what are you doing back here? The sister who was called Su Xin by the man, however, stared at him with a single, vicious word. The man was obviously a little confused. I didn't think that my sister, whom I hadn't seen for 1,000 years, would harbor such hatred for me. What's going on? Had he done something wrong to her? That's right, the man was naturally Xu Pingan, who had rushed over. Not waiting for him to continue speaking, the cell phone rang suddenly. It's Su Hsin's. She rushed to the phone. Captain, another person killed on South Street? Or was it an evolutionary? Good. Understood. I'll be right there. After Su Xin finished speaking, he immediately glanced at Su Lu. Only, at this moment, Su Lu, like a pendant, was firmly hanging on Xu Pingan, a look of total refusal to leave. Su Xin gritted her teeth. Xu Pingan, however, seemed to understand her thoughts as he spoke. Leave Su Lu to me. No one in this world can hurt her. Obviously, Su Hsin was torn, and it was evident that there was no desire to give his sister to the brother in front of him, as if it was even more dangerous to give her to him. If those old antiquities of the Tianyuan continent saw this scene, I guess one is going to be jaw-dropping. This was a hallowed great emperor opening his mouth to protect a person. You're a mere mortal and you don't believe me? If anything happens to him, I won't let you go even if I die. In the end, Su Xin compromised. he glanced at the time, and then at Xu Pingan. He could only put down his harsh words, and then, he simply left. It is I who have withdrawn my breath as if I were immortal, and so he does not believe me. Can you protect Sulu? Xu Pingan explained himself. It wasn't that he didn't want to exert his breath. Rather, as a great emperor, he casually reveals a wisp of breath that, for mortals, it's all deadly. Therefore, he deliberately suppressed his cultivation and breath, using the 99 seals, by force, guaranteed not to give away a hint. Although, as a great emperor, he had extremely strict control over his own aura, but just in case he sees a loved one, and his emotions fluctuate, and a wisp of breath escapes, it's causing unnecessary trouble. Of course, although there were many of these seals, to unravel them was a matter of a single thought of Xu Pingan's. It won't affect him at all to take a shot. With that, Xu Pingan plucked a strand of hair and threw it with the wind. The hair then turned into a golden light and vanished into the void. In the next moment, it caught up with Xu Xin, who was already far away, and landed on top of her. Xu Pingan, who had done all this, instantly satisfied himself with his gaze. Looking to his youngest sister, Su Lu. Chapter 7 System Tasks. Mom and Dad just kept going to look for you after you ran away that time, and then they heard from someone that he has been in a coma since he suffered a mudslide at Lung Fushan. Sula took Xu Pingan's hand and walked into the house, while also began to catch up on what was happening at home. Running away from home? Xu Pingan's dusty memories seemed to have been lifted once again. Right, it's because you ran away from home and Mom and Dad went looking for you that something happened. Otherwise, sister, why do you hate you? Sula said while hurriedly whispering, at home, my sister never even lets me mention you. At this moment, Xu Pingan came to a sudden realization. No wonder that Xu Xin looked like she wanted to eat herself. Back then, Xu Pingan remembered around the same time that he had an argument with his mom and dad over a matter. In the end, it was also a matter of youthful exuberance until it got to the point of running away from home. Of course, that's just a lip service. It's just gaslighting. But who knows? Xu Pingan hadn't gotten very far from home before the accident happened. The entire person traveled to the Tianyuan continent. Xu Pingan suddenly felt somewhat indebted. I didn't realize that this was how it happened. And that's when Sulu also brought Xu Pingan to his mom and dad's room. After opening the door to the room, the first thing you see are two neatly arranged hospital beds. On it were lying two middle-aged men and women. Looking at their eyebrows and the three sisters of the Xu family, there were a few similarities. There were also a variety of medical equipment for monitoring at the bedside. Looking at the foreign language on it, it should be imported and not expensive. Mom and Dad were able to be picked up from the hospital and cared for at home on their own. All of this is thanks to my sister getting a good job. Speaking of this, Su Li's face revealed a look of understanding. So brother, can you not blame your sister? It's been a hard year for her. Without asking too many questions, Xu Pingan could think of what Xu Xin had gone through this year. He nodded. By the way, what kind of job did your sister get? Since you are experiencing the Red Earth. Xu Pingan naturally did not have divine thoughts to directly observe Xu Xion's every move. He preferred to speak to his sister more often as a regular person. I'm not really sure, but it seems to catch bad guys. When he finished, he also spoke quietly. I've often heard, inside the phone, that she says that, caught whoever it was and don't know if it's dangerous or not. Xu Pingan couldn't help but laugh. I'm back, so she's safe. Now that he's back, naturally he won't put his family in danger. So, at the time Xu Xian went out he then left his backhand on Xu Xian. Unless a great emperor comes in person. Otherwise, it was impossible for anyone to touch her sister in the slightest. Of course, even the presence of a great emperor himself would be enough to preserve his sister. Brother, do you think Mom and Dad won't wake up? Sula walked over to the hospital bed, looked at his parents, and spoke with some difficulty. Xu Pingan touched Su Li's head, and the latter continued. In fact, there's no need to comfort me with the words of my sister and the doctor that. I heard it all. They said it's a miracle Mom and Dad are alive, and it won't cost them any amount of money to wake up. Who said I was going to comfort you? Xu Pingan walked over to his parents' bed and said, actually, Mom and Dad aren't in a coma this time. Rather, it's because the physique awakened. What is physical awakening? Su Li's large eyes were filled with confusion. Simply put, the body is changing, so it briefly falls into a coma. In fact, long before he came to the house, Xu Pingan had already gained insight into his parents' two abnormalities. That's why, upon hearing that his parents were in a coma, he didn't rush. So Mom and Dad will wake up? On Su Li's face, excitement suddenly appeared vaguely. Yes, and they'll be healthier and stronger when they wake up. Xu Pingan found a chair and sat next to his parents. looking at these two faces that hadn't been seen for 1,000 years. Although his face was calm, his heart had already been in the wind. I didn't expect to see my parents again after 1,000 years. There are no words to describe this excitement. At the moment, he couldn't wait to go nowhere and stay here to watch over his parents. Su Li's trust in his brother, that was naturally unconditional. After receiving an affirmative answer, he was instantly beaming with joy. With that, he moved a chair, bounced around a bit, sat on it, and then filled with curiosity. Brother, how did you know? Because my brother's eyes, which are very special, can see through what most regular people in the world don't know. Xu Pingan pointed to his eyes. In fact, he left the second half unsaid, after getting to the point where every part of the body, in fact, is special. So, Su Li nodded and immediately said, so, brother, you've been away from home all these years, is it just the eyes? Listening to his sister's brain circuit, Xu Pingan was not surprised. After all, it was just a 5 or 6-year-old girl. Besides, Xu Pingan enjoyed this mode of conversation with his sister. He laughed, not running away from home because of his eyes. Instead, I accidentally left home and went to another world, which is why I'm special. Went to another world? Su Li pondered for half a day and said, is it a world of aliens like they say in the news? Xu Pingan nodded. That I know. Su Li was immediately a bit excited, showing off his insights. I heard my sister say, those aliens are so powerful, they could shatter the earth with a single punch, and if we didn't have something to hold us back, we'd all be captured by the aliens. Your sister was right. Xu Pingan recalled which scene he had just come to Earth. If he hadn't struck out on his own, maybe the Earth, really, is in crisis. So are you that powerful, brother? Xu Pingan nodded. Yes. So are they good? Or are you good? Xu Pingan pondered for a moment before saying, I should be the one who is powerful. Wow. Brother is great. Su Li's eyes were instantly filled with surprise. Xu Pingan narrowed his eyes, very much flattered by the compliments from his sister. Although Xu Pingan had traveled all the way, quite a few people had said so about themselves, but it just doesn't feel the same with my sister. Right. It was as if my sister suddenly remembered something. Bouncing out of his chair, he opened the drawer in his room with a hop and a skip. Then he pulled out a cell phone and handed it to Xu Pingan. Hey, my sister wouldn't let me use your cell phone, so I hid him in mom and dad's room. He won't even look for it, and I'm always charging him. Xu Pingan couldn't help but stare at this familiar and unfamiliar thing. Immediately, my sister continued, a few days ago, one of your classmates called you and said to ask if you're back yet, and asked me to inform you to go to the class reunion. Class reunion? Xu Pingan murmured and opened his mouth. In his mind, it was the system's quest prompt that surfaced. Chapter 8: The Way to Become Immortal. After talking to my sister, the latter went off to do his homework. Xu Pingan was also finally returning his thoughts, once again, to the system. Who created you? Xu Pingan conveyed his intention. System, the host's question is beyond the scope of my answer. For this answer, Xu Pingan was not surprised. He continued to convey his thoughts. Can you take me to the maker? System, the host's question is beyond the scope of my answer. Xu Pingan paused, so he changed his mind and asked, can you let me go to the immortal world? This time, the system answered. Finally, differently. This system is designed to help the host become the strongest in the world and naturally be able to travel to the immortal world. Xu Pingan was a bit taken aback. I didn't realize that the system was finally somewhat useful. So, continuing, he asked, the path to immortality has been broken. How will you allow me to go to the immortal realm? Please ask the host to complete the novice quest first. After Xu Pingan paused for a moment, he was clearly somewhat speechless. After a moment, he adjusted his mind and continued to try to communicate with the system. This seat is already at the extreme realm of humanity. The rookie quest no longer means anything to me. Just tell me directly the way to the immortal world, or what tasks need to be accomplished. Only then can we become immortal and do the same. If the host wants to become immortal, please complete the novice quest first. Xu Pingan. He sort of understood that this system had the ability to communicate and talk though, but only to the extent that it is not even as good as the Earth's little love classmates. However, communicating with the system didn't get the job done though. However, there was one more way to get to the immortal world. Not sure the system is bull ***** though, but as long as he could become immortal, it was worth his while. However, right now, since we can't find out who is behind the system, it was also just a matter of completing the system quest so as to find the clues behind it. Xu Pingan immediately pondered over this novice quest. It's just a matter of attending a class reunion and punching old classmates in the face. Actually, it's not that hard. It's just a matter of throwing in the towel. It was a good thing that he had already used the great dream of the ages to seal his divine side. Otherwise, with one's previous character, one could never go for such a thing. And now, night time. This week's bizarre moment. Previously online, a Mount Thai tourists photographed a video shaped like the legend of the dragon. The rumor spread, but after expert analysis concluded that the shooting angle may be a problem. It's just a boa constrictor. Into the scientific abstract. A teenager spits flames after accidentally eating a fruit on the side of the road. In the end, after the show's door-to-door investigation, it was found that the other party was just using special effects to gain traffic and make money, and has been arrested by the police. Latest notification. A number of murders have occurred in Zhangcheng recently. The murderer's motive is unknown. Please, people, avoid going out late at night and try to pass on crowded roads. Sula held the remote control and kept switching channels, then couldn't help but look at Xu Pingan again. Brother, are you really going to the reunion? Xu Pingan nodded. Yes, what's the problem? Su Li's big, budding eyes kept turning and then muttered. Nothing wrong, it's just on the news that it's not safe. There's murderers, so bring a chaperone with you. Would it be safer? Xu Pingan couldn't help but be amused. So you want to follow me? Right. Sula nodded his head like a rattle. No. Xu Pingan hastily refused. Are you kidding? You're going to punch yourself in the face. Then falling face to face. It was naturally impossible for Xu Pingan to bring a liability. Humph. Brother bad. Su Lu, who was exposed, was immediately unhappy. Didn't you promise your sister that, to take me, and you don't keep your word? I can wait for Su Xian to come back. Xu Pingan said as he fiddled with the Ultraman toy that had fallen apart. But sister is sometimes so busy that she can't come back for a few days. Su Lu hurriedly added. But you're going to the class reunion tomorrow. But your sister is already on her way back. Xu Pingan shrugged. Nonsense. When my sister comes back, she will inform me in advance. Sula hastily raised his arm, which was sporting a little genius child watch. But, the words just fell. Click. The door lock turns. Su Xian opened the door and walked into the living room to the duo. Compared to daytime, Su Xian clearly had a little more weariness on his face, after changing out of one's clothes. Then, as if something came to mind, with a face full of anger, he looked at Xu Pingan. What are you doing back here? Obviously, the girl took the morning's conversation and picked it up instantly. Do you need a reason to go home? Xu Pingan didn't feel that his sister had gone too far. If he were himself, I'm afraid he wouldn't be much better than her. It can't be helped. The Xu family has this grumpy gene. You still know the family? Besides, if this were your home, would you not come back for a year? Do you know that after your family ran away, Mom and Dad were completely laid up in bed, unable to move in order to find you? Sula questioned one after another. Xu Pingan didn't say anything either, letting her vent as much as she could. However, at this time, Sula stood up and explained in a small voice. Brother, it's not that they don't come back, but they go to the world of aliens and can't come back. Also, my brother said that Mom and Dad aren't in a coma. They're awakening their bodies and will wake up soon. Su Xian heard these words from her sister, but she glanced at Xu Pingan. Coldly grunting, he said, You have a knack for fooling children. Xu Pingan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. What I said to Sulu was true. I was trapped in the Tianyuan world, where I became an emperor before I stumbled upon the opportunity to back to Earth. Xu Pingan did not intend to hide the matter of his identity from his family. Just, Su Xian directly couldn't help but roll her eyes. I'm not the little girl I was back then. You don't have to use the same thing you used against Sula to come back at me. Xu Pingan had wanted to speak again. Sula directly said, I don't care if you want to come back, but you'd better hurry up and leave. And if you do anything else to apologize to the family, I will definitely not spare you. Sulu, sleep with me tonight. Having said that, Sula then couldn't help but stagger a bit. Xu Pingan wasn't worried, because he could just tell that Sula seemed to have overexerted himself today. The body is fatigued to the point of exhaustion. There are no problems with health. Immediately, after Su Xian stood up and stabilized her body, she turned around and went upstairs to start packing up to get ready for bed. Sula had no choice but to reluctantly follow. However, as he passed in front of Xu Pingan, he couldn't help but say, Brother, sister doesn't even believe you. Why don't you take a punch too, and blow up a planet, so that sister will believe you've gone to an alien world? Xu Pingan froze, as if it wasn't impossible. However, then he smiled and said, Brother me, in the alien world, have lived for 1,000 years. It's long past time to prove yourself anything like someone else. We have a long time. Your sister will understand. Hurry up and go to bed. Sula was obviously a bit confused and couldn't help but ask again. How long is 1,000 years? However, the words were not yet finished. Sister's voice, then, rang out again. Sulu, get up here and take a bath and go to bed. Holler's sister. Sulu scrunched his neck and hurriedly hopped up the stairs. As Xu Pingan watched this scene, he couldn't help but be amused. With that, the spelled-out Ultraman was placed on the living room table. Day 2. Brother, take me to the reunion, I beg you. Sulu looked at Xu Pingan, who was preparing to go out, with a pleading look on his face. Chapter 9 The Gathering. The suspected Tang Shan. Sulu, come back here. Xu Xian's voice, at once, pierced through the room. Next moment, Sulu then couldn't help but let his neck shrink, obviously afraid, and this sister. A thirsty face looked toward Xu Pingan, counting on his brother to say a few more words. Who knows? Without looking back, Xu Pingan took the opportunity to leave. Humph, don't even take me out. I'll just go play by myself. Sulu grunted, but the grandiose words had yet to be realized. The next moment, it was yanked in by one of Xu Xian's large hands. River City, a city built on a river, and the Zhonghai Hotel, situated on the riverside, with a view all to itself. It is even the most famous 5-star hotel in Zhongcheng, and at that moment in front of the hotel, a dozen young men were gathering. I didn't realize that the class president had started a successful business after graduation. I'm afraid it's worth tens of millions of dollars now? It could be more than that. The latest news is that his company will be going public soon. By then the value will have to be doubled a few times, and a billionaire owner won't be too much to ask. So exaggerated? Just, the class president is already in this class. Why did you suddenly think of inviting us to dinner? Who said it was an invitation? As far as I know, Lu Xiaoyin from our class. It's said to be looked at by the world's top 100 Bodhi gene group. The class president is using the class reunion as an excuse to hook up with Lu Xiaoyin. Bodhi genes? That's the one. A $1 trillion group that is said to have developed a way to attack leukemia? We're all just along for the ride at this reunion. Anyway, the real protagonists are someone else's class president and Lu Xiaoyin. The students were chatting away in the doorway as you and I talked. Not much longer. A Maybach, then, had appeared in front of them, and the man who came down. It's the squad leader, dressed in a handsome suit, with a straight figure, and a young face. Even without the billionaire aura in place, it's a young man who catches the eye. The moment he appeared, a group of students, all of a sudden, surrounded him and greeted him, and the latter responded with a smile one by one. Only, being the proprietor of the treat, he did not wait long at the door for the dozen or so students that they were then invited to take their seats. Instead, he remained standing in the doorway, his gaze looking away now and then. The crowd, even if they were stupid, completely understood. The class president was clearly drunk on this dinner invitation. The good thing is that it wasn't a long wait. A white Alpha, parked in front of the hotel. The students were all caught up in the moment, one by one. The car is also worth over $1 million though. But, as a nanny car, he's all about being a second car, or a car used for leisure trips. That means that anyone who owns this car has at least one driver. The identity of the people inside the car can be imagined, either rich or noble. The car door opens. Only a young girl stepped out of the car. The woman was very delicate in appearance, but very dopamine in her dress, and wore brightly colored garments that, the bottom half of the shorts with leather boots gives a very dry look. Tiny, finally, I've waited for you to come. The class president had come striding up to her and greeted her warmly. If saying hello to your classmates before is polite, and now it's obvious with a hint of chasing, the class president's attitude towards Lu Xiaoyin seems to be completely different. Yeah, although Lu Xiaoyin joined the Bodhi gene, but not so much that the squad leader is so ingratiating, right? It can't be that the class president has a crush on Ryu Xiaoyin, can it? The class president is rumored to be married. How could he possibly like Lu Xiaoyin? So what's this for? Don't worry yourselves. People are now big people. With this eating heart, put a little more thought into your meals and walk around. The students who saw the scene also whispered behind you. At this point, Lu Xiaoyin also finally spoke up. Squad leader, where's Su Li? The name Su Li was mentioned. The squad leader couldn't help but be in a trance. In fact, this meal today, indeed, as the classmates had said, they had put it up themselves in order to flatter Lu Xiaoyin. The class reunion, however, was not something that Lu Xiaoyin had asked for. Instead, it's Suri, the class president, who came back to his senses, hurriedly said, Su Li promised me that she's still coming to one of the reunions, but not sure when. Fine, then you'd better make sure that Suri will come, or else I don't like to have these class reunions. Lu Xiaoyin shrugged, then said, then let's go up first. The squad leader quickly smiled and said, yes, we'll go up first. Just then, look guys, is that Tang Shan and Xu Pingan? Among the students, There was a sudden sound of surprise. The gazes of all the people, too, could not help but look toward the distance. Just see the entrance to the hotel. One after the other, two figures appeared. One was none other than the pacing Xu Pingan. The other, on the other hand, was Tang Shan, who had just gotten out of his BMW. That's too much of a coincidence, isn't it? A student exclaimed. However, some students don't like to get together when they're reading, so they don't know that the meaning of these words, and immediately couldn't help but ask, what's with the coincidence that you don't know? First of all, this Xu Pingan, before he even graduated, he suddenly disappeared. Secondly, there's this Tang Shan, who was suddenly struck by a strange disease shortly after the former's disappearance. Straight away he became a vegetable and lay in bed. There were graduation parties, big and small, that these two people never attended because of their particular problems, but today they appeared directly together. Do you think it's a coincidence? The words of the classmates naturally reached the class president and Lu Xiaoyin's ears. The squad leader, on the other hand, smiled and, looking to the students around him, he said, "You guys take care of these two students first. I'll take Lu Xiaoyin up first." In his opinion, these classmates, long ago, were not from the same world as himself. What happened to them had nothing to do with themselves. He just wants to fulfill his purpose. Only, Lu Xiaoyin, however, suddenly waved her hand, signaling to wait for a moment. Her eyes were dead set on the two men. "What's the matter, Tiny? You still remember these two students?" The class president was a bit surprised by Lu Xiaoyin's action. After this Lu Xiaoyin joined the Bodhi Gene group, he was well aware that, how much weight the other side carries today. Even he, himself, could only ask for help with her in certain matters, and she had long since joined herself, and had long since lost interest in these old classmates, as well. Otherwise, as a listed boss, he wouldn't have to make a big move to invite her for a meal. "It's not the impression. It's that I think they're special." Ria Xiaoyin narrowed her eyes. The squad leader's eyes showed a hint of oddity as he curiously surveyed the two men and said, "Special? Could it be that they are also evolved?" Chapter 10, Changes in the World. The squad leader lowered his voice, seeking out Lu Xiaoyin, as a listed group boss. "In fact, it has been possible to access some of the secrets of the world, and evolvers. For one, today's Earth appears to be a peaceful place on the surface. In reality, there has been a sea change a long time ago. With the frequency of supernatural events on Earth, the High Command is trying to keep the masses stable. It doesn't reveal the truth of the matter, but paper can't hold fire. Some people in the upper echelons, naturally, have known all this for a long time, and, also, understand that this time the change, although it may be dangerous, but it is also an opportunity to put people on the path of evolution. I can't sense a single aura on either of them." Lu Xiaoyin shook her head. "No aura? Not an evolved person then, right?" The squad leader was a little puzzled. "Why are you paying so much attention to those two anymore? Nowadays unusual people, though, cannot become evolved, but the body, more or less, has a little aura, and on these two people, there is no fluctuation of aura, as if they are hidden." Lu Xiaoyin's eyes were a bit odd. You know, the only reason she was able to join the Bodhi Gene, besides being in a supernatural event herself, is that became evolved outside. The special ability he had acquired was to sense other evolved people. That's what Bodhi genetics sees in her, and sees her as a high level, pulling in talent for the group. But both of these people are of ordinary status. The squad leader paused, but spoke anyway. He had done a lot of preparation for today's reunion. Naturally, this included a casual survey of the classmates' identities. It could be said that among the people present, apart from the target, Lu Xiaoyin, it was Suli who was the most special. Everyone else is too common. Even if the Tang Shan family had a little money, it was only a little money. Then maybe I'm sensing it wrong. Lu Xiaoyin shook her head and gave up watching the two. This situation, while rare, but not for nothing, her time was precious, so there was no point in wasting it on these two ordinary students. Immediately, led by the squad leader, the duo took the lead and walked towards the box, and in the meantime, Tang Shan, who had just gotten out of the BMW, but his eyes looked toward Lu Xiaoyin, who was already far away. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Lu Xiaoyin, it's true that she's an evolved person, and her soul fluctuation is very special, far stronger than the evolvers I've killed before." At this moment, Tang Shan finally had no regrets, coming to this reunion. As a traveler, he was even more of an old man who had lived in the other world for thousands of years. Can't even look at it. It's only a few years of friendship with a classmate. If he hadn't known that Lu Xiaoyin might be an evolutionary, he wouldn't be here. The good thing is, this reunion has given him a windfall. Immediately, without saying a word, the expression on his face instantly changed. The originally gloomy face suddenly squeezed out a smile and walked towards his classmates. Just then, Tang Shan, an unfamiliar voice sounded behind him. Tang Shan instantly shrank like a cat with fried fur. Who is it? He turned his head in horror and hastily looked behind himself, only to see a teenager, like him, about the same age and size, standing behind him. Waved and greeted him. Are you okay? The teenager was a little surprised by the other's actions and opened his mouth to inquire. To the uninitiated, this may seem like Don Hill is overly nervous. However, unbeknownst to him, in Tang Shan's heart, it had already set off shock waves. Who is he? Tang Shan? Dual martial soul seal Dolua. His soul was powerful and unparalleled in the Soulmaster World. There was simply no one, under his own perception, approaching behind him unknowingly, and the teenager just did it. If this was in the Soulmaster World, one would be approached behind one's back and one would still be unaware of it. I'm afraid I don't even know how many times I've had to die. You're Xu Pingan? Tang Shan recalled the teenager, but his eyes were dead set on the other, as if to discern some secret from him. Just moments later, and he gave up. The other party was very ordinary to his perception, not even an evolved person. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With that, it was consoled by the fact that it was probably because of the Earth's. Something is wrong with your own perception. If not, could it be that the young man in front of him was still an even more powerful existence than himself? No way? Absolutely not. Don Hill blamed it all on his own problems. A vicious glare followed. With that, he turned away. There was no intention whatsoever of continuing the communication. At this moment, Xu Pingan, who saw the scene, was somewhat dumbfounded. In his memory, Tang Shan is a dead ringer for himself. The other party despises himself so much that whenever he meets, he can't avoid a round of snide remarks. And Xu Pingan's intention was to hurry up and complete his mission amidst the other party's sneering and cynicism. But now, the other party didn't even seem to have the desire to communicate with himself. This obviously caught him a little off guard. And that's when the students came up to meet them as well. Tang Shan and Xu Pingan, the two existences that were in trouble back then. It instantly became the subject of inquiries on the lips of his classmates. Now that Xu Pingan, who had sealed his divine side, had gotten acquainted with his classmates. After all, meeting with classmates you haven't seen in a long time is a way of experiencing the Red Earth. Tang Shan, on the other hand, was much more restrained, but it couldn't hold the enthusiasm of the students. Not much longer. The duo had then appeared on top of the dining table. Only, the scene changes. The protagonists also became the duo of the class president and Lu Xiaoyin. Everyone toasted to the duo for the chance to show off and mingle. Even if the class president and the two of them, Lu Xiaoyin, made it clear that they didn't drink. The students also enjoyed themselves, even if they drank water instead of alcohol. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone started talking again. Have you heard? Someone has found a real dragon. On Mount Tai. I saw it too. But where in this world is there a real dragon? It's all just a bunch of tricks pulled by a bunch of unscrupulous newspeople. What about the alien thing in the sky before that? Weren't there a lot of astronomy enthusiasts at the time that captured footage of an alien warship? This one's a real shot. But if you ask me, maybe it's just a shot of some new weapon being researched by a pretty country. Or else there really are alien warships, and we'd still be here as cowboys and horses? What about the golden light? The golden light that appeared in the footage that was taken with the alien battleships when but it is brighter than the sun. And there are those who say that there is a figure in the golden light, and that it is God. I don't know about that, but it seems to me that it's just a bunch of people with nothing better to do. How are they going to get traffic if they don't create a gimmick? At this point, listen to the banter. There were only 4 other people in the field who didn't speak up. Of these, Lu Xiaoyin and the class president count as 2. They to know a little bit about the inside. However, they weren't going to tell these students. In the duo's minds, these classmates were no longer of a world apart. Why spend time wasting words? The third person, naturally, was Tang Shan. He just smiled disdainfully at his classmates' comments. This is the ignorance of the weak. He's seen a lot. Didn't even bother to wake them up. Instead, he needed this ignorant human, so that he could better carry out his plan. As for Pingan Su, simply lazy. And at this moment, his mind was thinking about how to complete the system's mission. Knock knock. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Immediately afterward, the door to the compartment was opened. A slender figure appeared at the gate. The crowd's eyes instantly followed. However, the moment he saw the figure, everyone did not have to freeze in disbelief. Chapter 11 Tang Shan strikes. White moonlight. Everyone froze neatly, not without reason. Rather, it was because the appearance and temperament of the visitor was too special. Light makeup, fine skin, delicate features, Then she outlined her beautiful face like a lotus flower. Slender, standing straight, yet still showing a shapely figure. With a light smile on his face, but could not help but reveal a trace of nobility. Cold, so that people cannot help but produce a sense of distance. It's like a fairy who has fallen to earth. The men present, all as if they had lost their souls, and the women could not help but produce an inferiority complex. It's been a long time, everyone. The woman opened her mouth, as clear as a pearl falling from a jade plate. Sorry, big beautiful Sue is actually here too? Wow, rare and rare. The students finally came back to their senses and hid their embarrassment after the other spoke up and saying hello, and that's when Lu Xiaoyin, who had been sitting in the upper seat, also finally stood up, with a hint of excitement in her eyes as well, saying hello, because that's what she's here for. Sorry, the beloved flower of their class, of course, is the whole school recognized as the most beautiful school flower of all time. However, that wasn't really what attracted Lu Xiaoyin. Rather, it was Su Li's family history. She is the daughter of the president of the Shin group. In today's Kyushu, as for how 1,000 golds have been reduced to their company, this one circulated a bit more doggedly among the classmates, because Su Li is an illegitimate daughter. Until she became an adult, she was basically a loose cannon. It was not until after graduation that her status was officially recognized by the group's president. However, there was more to this that Lu Xiaoyin knew, because Su Li could not just be officially recognized for the sake of being an illegitimate daughter. Rather, it's because she's special, and has gained unimaginable chances in this change of the planet. It is only then that the group is held in high regard. Although she, Lu Xiaoyin, was also favored by the Bodhi group, she was merely a part-time worker. Compared to a Qianjin like Su Li who was in contact with the core of the group, the gap was like a chasm. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyin agreed to the class president's invitation in order to want to hug Su Li's thigh. As for the head of the class, naturally, the same purpose applies. Only, Su Li people like his temperament, simply rejected people, if not under the pretext of a class reunion. It's simply not possible to make a date to have dinner together. Moreover, he had the self-knowledge that, with his little worldly assets, it's no different than paper in the eyes of the other side. So backing off and trying to flatter Lu Xiaoyin, the main character of this class reunion, in the final analysis, was all Su Li. We're all classmates. No need to be so polite. And I came too late. So here's to everyone first. Su Li spread a smile, her affable face, as if even the lights of the banquet hall were eclipsed, as she took the initiative to put her foot down. The atmosphere this really warmed up. However, the protagonists present then once again shifted from the class president and Lu Xiaoyin to Su Li. The conversation also centered around her. And after the wine, even Don Hill, who hasn't been speaking much, all raised their cups and came to Su Li's front, wanting to make a separate toast. Mr. Su, would you like to have a drink? Su Li smiled faintly and did not raise her cup, but she said casually, I'm not capable of drinking. Having already toasted everyone before, that's as far as I go. Tang Shan's face was suddenly not green. Obviously he didn't expect that the other party would refuse so dryly. Moreover, there was nothing wrong with Su Li's words. After all, the other party had toasted everyone as soon as they came to the table. It was important to realize that neither the class president nor Lu Xiaoyin had taken the initiative to honor any of their classmates yet. Not to mention Su Li, whose status was even more honorable. Under the gaze of the crowd, Tang Shan had to return unhappy. Only the eyes showed a hint of grimness. In his heart, he was laughing coldly. Fine. I didn't realize that you are the old man after becoming a sealed Doluo. The first woman who dares to refuse me. Don't blame me for using you as a furnace. Tang Shan immediately made up his mind that when he recovered his cultivation, he would get this back. You know, after he became a sealed Doluo, how many women have come forward and wanted to be in their arms? If he hadn't been thinking of old times, and hadn't had a few more drinks, and chanced to remember the past, and how could they possibly initiate a toast with this woman on their own accord? That's right. Su Li was precisely the goddess he had previously pursued with Xu Pingan. With Dawn Hill going back, the students couldn't help but talk about it. This Tang Shan has pursued Su Li before, right? That's right. I didn't realize that after so many years, Tang Shan still hasn't died of his heart. However, now he is even more hopeless. People now not only looks and temperament to a higher level. Family history is even more we look up to the existence of. But, do you guys still remember? At that time, it seems like Xu Pingan had also pursued Su Li, right? And someone once saw Su Li walking side by side with her on the playground with a bouquet of flowers in her hand. I remember. It was a sensational mess. And Suri, at the time, was never accepted flowers from another man yet. For a moment, the room fell silent. Xu Pingan to the extent that he ate his food silently as if nothing had happened, ignoring it. These old stories of youthful madness had long since failed to make any waves in his heart. This scene, however, made the others unable to resist suspicion in their hearts. Who in the whole school knew about Tang Shan and Xu Pingan's joint pursuit of Suli at that time? But now that they met, Tang Shan once again toasted, wanting to pull up the relationship with Suli, but he didn't have any reaction. Is this the same Xu Pingan from before? At this point, even Suli looked at Xu Pingan. She is, indeed, a cool and refractory woman. But also more than that, he is a man of the heart. From the time he entered until now, among his classmates, only Xu Pingan had not taken the initiative to strike up a conversation. Even the sight did not fall on himself, as if in his eyes, there was no himself. This is clearly not the character of the other side. Moreover, back then, if Xu Pingan hadn't disappeared, she would have almost agreed to his advances. She almost regretted it in hindsight. But the other man's attitude nowadays evidently made himself feel a sense of that. It was as if he had overestimated his own delusions. Sensing that the atmosphere was off, the squad leader stood up instantly. I forgot to mention that I've also booked the rec room next door. After everyone's eaten, there are activities such as billiards, KTV, massage, etc. So everyone can go and experience the experience. Of course, all the expenses. I'll cover it all. With those words, the door was opened. The students were all happy at once. Everybody's the usual cowhorse beatniks. Entertainment boxes at the big hotels. They naturally hadn't bothered to experience it, but now that someone had treated them to a drink, they naturally wanted to experience it. Immediately, some people went to the box happily. As for the class president and Lu Xiaoying, but after looking at each other, prepare to leave. But before you go, the class president came next to Suli and inquired in a low voice, "Big beautiful Suli, it's a little noisy over here, so Tiny and I booked a private room at the tea house next door to the hotel. The boss there recently got a batch of dahongpo from 300-year-old tea trees in Wui Mountain. Why don't we go have tea together and talk?" Lu Xiaoying also cast an expectant look. "I'll be there later." Suli didn't refuse this time. She naturally knew the purpose of the class president and Lu Xiaoying organizing this reunion. And she also knew that what she was going to talk about next was no longer accessible to the rest of the class. Good. Then Koton and I will go over first. The squad leader immediately had a look of excitement on his face. With that, he and Lu Xiaoying, who was also in a satisfied state, headed towards the tea house. And in the meantime, the long-awaited Tang Shan has also finally moved. Chapter 12, The Unconquerable Suli. At the front door of the hotel, Xu Pingan appeared to be alone as he slowly paced out. Instead, the divine thoughts had locked onto Tang Shan, who was a few hundred meters away. Xu Pingan was a little curious that this Tang Shan wasn't really leaving. Instead, they lurked in the distance, a sneaky look that was following Lu Xiaoying and the squad leader to the tea house. From the initial overreaction to the silence at the dinner table, until now this sneaky, obviously, Tang Shan must be holding some unknown purpose for coming to the reunion this time. It seems that this system mission isn't as good as imagined. It was a good thing that the system quest, until now, hadn't prompted a failure. It seems to be following this Tang Shan that is the key to accomplishing the mission. With this in mind, Xu Pingan wasn't in a hurry, but continued to slowly follow. Xu Pingan. Just then, a cold voice came from behind. Something? Xu Pingan didn't bother to turn his head. Under his divine mind, who the person behind him was, he naturally already knew. It's not a big deal. The person who came was naturally Suli, only to see her frowning, obviously somewhat dissatisfied. It wasn't so much the other side's words as it was the attitude. He even took the initiative to come to the door himself, and he didn't even bother to return his head. When he opened his mouth, except for Xu Pingan, people passing by in the surrounding area couldn't help but steal glances. If it wasn't for the fact that at this time, Suli was already followed by bodyguards. Otherwise, there are few confident people who come up and hit on them. As for Xu Pingan, naturally, he was somewhat speechless at Suli's reply. Again, he wants to find himself and says he has nothing to do. This was also the reason why Xu Pingan, over the years, had not touched another woman. This creature, always talking halfway and leaving people to guess. Where is the path of cultivation interesting? Effort pays off. Never cover up. Before we'll chase the Suli, also young and unintelligent. If it were to happen again, women are just affecting the speed of their draw. Since the other guy said it was fine, Xu Pingan didn't bother to continue pestering, and immediately took a step and left. Suli, on the other hand, was completely and somewhat confused when she saw this. Obviously, This disrupted her calculations. In her opinion, Xu Pingan's behavior towards herself today might have been a few moments of intentionality, lust for love. That was why there was a hint of defiance in her heart, wanting to make the other party reveal their nature, even going so far as to offer to say hello. But it didn't occur to me that the other side wasn't impressed at all, even, as if they were completely out of their depth. But, it also fueled her defiant nature even more. You seem different than before? Although inwardly Suli was already a bit agitated, her words still seemed very calm. It's as if you're exchanging daily pleasantries with a friend. Each other. You never used to reach out to me either. Did you? Xu Pingan paced slowly, not stopping for that reason. Suli hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she also took a step and followed, with a seemingly unfastened pace. But in less than a moment, he was walking parallel to Xu Pingan. Instead of dwelling on the previous topic, she slowly said, "Actually, I've always known that you're brilliant, academically or athletically or in every way. It's just that I didn't say yes to you at college in the first place. It just doesn't feel like we're in the same world." Obviously, she was mentioning the past, so that Xu Pingan would understand how she had pursued herself back then, to the heart's defiance and to pulling back. However, he had underestimated Xu Pingan. The latter was not at all impressed, just spoke faintly, "We are indeed not of the same world." With these words, Xu Pingan didn't bring with him a sense of placing anger, or hitting back at the other party, because now he is, indeed, not of the same world as them. Had it not been for this cry for help from Earth, they would never have met again. However, the tone and attitude of these words, in Suli's opinion, was Xu Pingan clearly choking himself on purpose. Xu Pingan, she finally lost control of her emotions and spoke directly. "The world I told you about. It's no joke at all. There will be a great change in the future, and all creatures will encounter the choice between life and death. At a time like this, you'd better defect to some power. Benji and Ria Xiaoyin are both a good choice." Suri didn't say to defect herself, but who didn't know that Lu Xiaoyin and the class president were treating themselves? In fact, it's indirectly saying that one can defect to oneself, letting Xu Pingan once again return to the year, the way he was when he was pursuing himself. Xu Pingan laughed it off, while still striding along without looking back. At his true age, he had already lived for thousands of years, so he naturally understood the little calculation this woman was making. Only, it seemed to him that Suli's behavior was too childish. One couldn't possibly play this kind of fighting game with such a female child, could one? Seeing that Xu Pingan was unmoved, Suli wanted to continue speaking. The bodyguard beside him slowly took a step forward and silently shook his head. That's what made the woman stop. "Stay away from each other. Miss, you just revealed a little too much." It took the bouncer a moment to speak slowly. Obviously the other party's status was not low, otherwise the words would not have carried a hint of meaning. Suri paused. The bodyguard continued to speak. "Miss, I think, after this reunion, it's time for you to sever your ties with these ordinary people. Not just in terms of wealth and status, but after the great change in heaven and earth, you will be given that supreme opportunity to consider. At that time, you will be able to become the true king of this world. The order of everything in the world will be rewritten. Strength is the root that determines everything." Before the words were finished, the bodyguard looked in the direction that Xu Pingan had left in. The tone of his voice turned with a hint of condescension as he said, "This group of your classmates, it's a question of whether or not they can survive in the future. Even if we manage to survive, the gap between us and you will grow wider and wider. For example, that brat named Xu Pingan just now will only be able to kneel at your feet then, seeking refuge. How could one be as proud as he is today?" Sniffed Suri. "So much for fantasizing about that facelift." However, she immediately shook her head. The original cool temperament also emerged from the body once again. And, for once, it's more than that. Behind her, a halo of light unexpectedly surged out, taking her original aura and, once again lined with an extra layer of divinity. "Uncle Black, I naturally understand everything you said." Suli slowly spoke. With that, the vision of the body, fleeting. "So, miss, are you going back next?" The bodyguard called Uncle Black continued to ask. "Go back for what? This last reunion was meant to be my way of coming out for a break. Now that the party is not over, go prepare the car for the tea house." After saying that, Suli walked back to the hotel. If anything, it was his own fault that his mind was disrupted earlier. Wouldn't it be really out of character to not go to any of the next appointments then? And in the meantime, the tea house and the hotel were separated by just a few hundred meters above the road. Tang Shan had already appeared in front of the squad leader and Lu Xiaoyin. Chapter 13 Security Bureau, Tongshan's threat level, Jiang Province, an unusual-looking three-story architectural building down the street. In fact, It's none other than Kyushu, the Paranormal Security Administration, located in the River Province. The presence of evolvers is undoubtedly upsetting the balance of the planet today. The state is trying to maintain stability. Naturally, a security bureau constructed by evolved people has evolved to provide checks and balances. At that moment, a man dressed in black, with a very strong body, taking the file papers, he came into the room in a flurry of activity. Several people were sitting on top of their posts. After seeing men appear, they all opened their mouths and called out Captain Lee to greet them. The man nodded, then raised the paper in his hand and spoke. The results are in. The murderer is a 23-year-old male from Jiang province who just graduated a year ago, named Tang Shan. With these words, some of the employees couldn't help but talk about it right away. Only 23 years old, and you're able to single-handedly kill other evolvers? Evolutionaries look beyond age. Now that the Earth has changed so much, anyone can become a superpower. Don't forget Xu Pingan on our team. That woman's only 20 years old. It would have been a tie with the captain by now. Captain Lee distributed the information to each person individually. The next task is to follow the other side. In the absence of orders from above, never make a move. Someone immediately said in disbelief, Captain Lee, since we know who the other party is, so why don't we just arrest the other guy? Catch? Captain Lee's eyes showed a hint of a self-deprecating smile. Do you guys know what the higher-ups defined his danger level as? Ghost level. Evolvers are naturally divided into strengths and weaknesses. After determining the strength of the opponent, a danger level is assigned. Rat, wolf, tiger, ghost, dragon, god, ghost level danger. Now that's top-notch for the country. Further up the dragon and god levels, it was all about the invasion of the extraterrestrial races. Ghost level? How can that be? He only defeated a few evolvers. All of us. The one that hasn't defeated other revolutions? As a member of the security service, with the behemoth that is the nation of Kyushu as a backdrop, inside the members, naturally, there could be no weaklings. Someone immediately opened his mouth in defiance. Ha! That's what you don't know. This guy, yesterday, just crossed paths with Director Neo of the Jiang Province Security Bureau. Not only is he uninjured, but he's already back in one piece. That defiant person directly stood up in shock. No. One Director Neo of Jiang Province didn't even take him down? Since Director Neo came to our Jiang Province Security Bureau, he is the undisputed number one evolver. Everyone else's eyes couldn't help but show their gravity. So the orders from the top are just to follow up. The other side shouldn't know who we are yet. As long as we don't make a move, it shouldn't do anything to us. After all, we, the Security Bureau, the state is not public now. Captain Lee naturally understood the difficulty of this mission, so he naturally prioritized safety. So let such a downhill go? One female employee couldn't help but say, and the clues point out that this guy already has more than a dozen lives in his hands, including many evolved people, and there are even our people in there. If we don't do anything, there will only be more deaths. Captain Lee gave the other a reassuring look and said, don't worry, this matter has already gone to the contact person above, and not surprisingly, there will be an expert who will come over and help us take him down. Can you tell who it is? One boy said with eyes full of anticipation. Team leader Lee said, unsurprisingly, it's probably the Stone God. Within the Security Bureau, there are nicknames for the strongest. Those who end in God are naturally the top evolvers in the country. The man who had gossiped before, his eyes lit up. The Stone God, the one who, with his own strength, fought those evolved demonic beasts in the Taibai Mountain. The being who finally snatched the 1,000-year ginseng essence? And it seems like he became an evolutionary when the Earth first mutated. Captain Lee nodded. If it wasn't for this kind of character making a move, I'm afraid that Tang Shan will be difficult to take down easily. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but feel inexplicably at ease. But the next moment, Captain Lee then said in a bad mood, now is not the time to be lax. According to the latest intelligence, Tang Shan has reappeared. The location is at the Jiangfu Hotel. The Jiangfu Hotel? Is he going to kill again? The crowd's hearts stuttered at that moment. Not sure at the moment, Captain Lee said seriously. Next is our mission. Follow him closely. If an accident occurs, save the people first. Never engage them. Someone suggested. If it's a rescue, should we notify Xu Pingan? After all, her powers have something to do with space. Captain Lee paused, then shook his head. Today was supposed to be her day off. Besides, there's a sister at home to take care of. So forget it. In the meantime, in the middle of the tea house's elegant room, tiny, there are no outsiders next. So I'll get right to the point. Rumor has it that the Bodhi gene has found a way to make people evolved. Just make me an evolutionary. Name your price. The class president looked at Lu Xiaoyin with very serious eyes. That rumor, it's not entirely reliable. not intending to beat around the bush. Lu Xiaoyin explained, there are two ways to become an evolutionary. The one is to obtain the chances of heaven and earth, which you should also know, such as eating fruits by mistake, or smelling the scent of strange flowers, or even a sip of mountain spring water, for that matter. And the other is the individual physique. There are some people who, before the mutation of heaven and earth, the body is already showing signs. We, Bodhi Genetics, just utilized a combination of two methods to create a genetic potion that, injecting it into a person's body has had its successes, but most people die because of the failures, and the probability of success, less than 10%. Benji, are you sure it's worth a try? The squad leader, obviously a little unconvinced, continued, and has there been a method that can be successful 100% of the time? Money really isn't a problem. That's even if I sell my company and maybe transfer it to you. But who among the rich who have been exposed to the level of evolved people do not understand the significance that evolution brings? Not only can you gain longevity, but you can gain great power. What's money? As long as you have that, the money scatters and sooner or later you can have it again behind you. Lu Xiaoyin shook her head. No. The squad leader paused, and with a smile on his face he then said, is it possible that my money hasn't impressed you yet? Don't worry, I have ways to make money. You wait for me for a while, I can still give you 10 times, or 100 times richer, or, if you have any requests, you can mention them, and I will fulfill them. Lu Xiaoyin sighed and said helplessly, it's not that I won't help you, but I really don't have any. You must be lying to me, right? The class president who heard this result was clearly filled with resignation. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyin shook her head. Squad leader, if you're still only aiming for that, there's no need to talk about this matter. The squad leader was a little anxious and was going to keep talking, but just then, what if there was a way I could make you a real evolved person? Squad leader, a familiar voice sounded beside the ears of the duo. Chapter 14, why don't you kowtow to him? Why are you here? The visitor was naturally none other than Tang Shan. The squad leader frowned. This tea room, but he had bagged it himself. No one else could have come in without his authorization. Squad leader, how about you kneel down and beg me now, and I'll help you become an evolutionary? Tang Shan was oblivious to his words, but instead continued to speak with a faint smile on his face. Tang Shan, how do you know about evolvers? The squad leader naturally would not agree to kowtow. Instead, full of suspicious questioning, does it matter? Considering you're my class president, I'd be willing to give you a chance. Now get on your knees. Tang Shan continued to speak with a playful smile on his face, and aside, Lu Xiaoyin, but he coldly grunted, I, Bodhi Jean, can't even help ordinary people become evolved 100%. Could it be that you're still stronger than us? Besides, let's not talk about this. We're all classmates, and you're asking the other guy to get down on his knees and beg you. Is that too much? Speaking, only to see a powerful aura unexpectedly erupt from Lu Xiaoyin's body. The squad leaders on the side, all of them could not help but subconsciously take a few steps back one after another. Ha, trying to press me with your aura? Tang Shan, at this moment, was condescendingly watching this scene, his eyes narrowing slightly. Next moment, around him, no wind rose. An even more powerful aura than that of Lu Xiaoyin gushed out. Behind it, there were even two silhouettes faintly emerging. How can there be such strong soul pressure? Tang Shan, inside your soul, how could there be two different strands? The moment Lu Xiaoyin felt this pressure, her entire face was instantly filled with shock. However, the words were not finished. A stream of blood spurted out of his mouth. Not bad. I didn't misread you. Your soul is indeed special. I can actually feel my martial soul. It's just a pity that you were born in this world. If you were in the Soulmaster World, the old man might even designate you a bit. A look of pity appeared on Tang Shan's face. But now, only to make you my sustenance. Nutrients? Lu Xiaoyin immediately revealed a hint of bad premonition. At the same time, in the back of his mind, he was recalling the recent notice issued by the Security Bureau. A murderer who specializes in hunting evolved people and has committed multiple crimes in the city. The purpose is to draw some kind of energy from the body. Could it be Tang Shan? One thought and this. Hurry up. Lu Xiaoyin was also very smart and didn't stand and wait for the other party to finish, pulling the squad leader and hurrying to escape. The duo grabbed the door. A few breaths. Then he came to the gate. Follow the crowded areas. The state has set up security services in every region. He wouldn't dare to be reckless. Lu Xiaoyin let go of the squad leader, apparently pulling a large man, and came outside almost instantly. It took a lot of his stamina. So, is Tang Shan strong? The squad leader had the shock to ask. If it's not strong, can I just run? Ryu Xiaoyin glared at the squad leader. The opponent's strength was simply beyond his conception. It might even be said that it was stronger than their Bodhi genes high-level evolvers who specialized in fighting. You know I'm strong and you want to do something useless? Tang Shan's voice, uncontrollably, came out ghostly once again. Lu Xiaoyin almost subconsciously shouted, "Run!" The entire person instantly, like a speeding arrow, leapt out. The squad leader saw this and followed. Just a few minutes later, panting, the class president finally arrived in front of Lu Xiaoyin. Only the other side, however, stood still. He couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you run?" "It's not right." Lu Xiaoyin looked around with a pale face at this moment. "What's wrong?" The squad leader saw this and followed to look around. The time now would be about 7 o'clock in the evening, and we're on the main road, but all around, there's no one. Lu Xiaoyin walked to the center of the street, where the traffic was supposed to be. At this moment, there was strangely no sound at all, and a needle could be heard. What's going on here? The squad leader, who had been awakened by the point, couldn't help but feel the hairs of sweat stand on end. We fell for his illusion. After all, Lu Xiaoyin came out of a big group, and had more contact with evolved people. Naturally, I understand where I am now. What then? The class president hid behind Lu Xiaoyin in fear. Only by defeating the master of the illusion, or if he lifts the illusion, we can get out. Lu Xiaoyin frowned, thinking of a countermeasure. This you can beat? The squad leader turned his hopeful gaze to Lu Xiaoyin. It was impossible for him, an ordinary person, to beat an evolved person, right? If I could beat him, could I be in such a mess? Lu Xiaoyin hated to directly kick this guy to death. If it wasn't for you organizing some kind of class reunion, how did I end up in this situation? The squad leader was scolded, but his face was not angry at all, just a compensatory smile. It's my fault. Being able to start his own business empty-handed. His skin has long been thicker than a city wall. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyin was infuriated by his outburst. But suddenly his eyes couldn't help but twinkle. In fact, the way is not without. What way? The squad leader rushed to follow up. Didn't Su Li promise us an appointment? Lu Xiaoyin's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope as she said, as the 1000th daughter of the Divine Concealment Group. Naturally, there are means to deal with illusions. But Su Li didn't say when she was coming over. The squad leader was naturally not stupid, and immediately realized the key point of the problem. So, you're needed to stall for time. Lu Xiaoyin looked meaningfully at the other party. Me? The class president's head shook like a rattle. I can't. I'm not an evolved person. I can't beat that Tang Shan. Didn't say for you to fight him. So what do you mean? Lu Xiaoyin stared at the other party and slowly said, "Why don't you go kowtow to him? Knock one off?" The squad leader froze a bit at first, but in an instant it dawned on him, and his eyes glared huge as he said, "You want me to kowtow to him?" Lu Xiaoyin nodded. "As long as we can stall for time, we still have hope." No. A Tang Shan, and you want me to kowtow to him? What kind of joke is that? The class president had absurdity almost written all over his face. If it were the old Tang Shan, indeed what you are now, it's almost like making his whole family kowtow to you. But now, he's an evolutionary, or an evolutionary far above you and me. Lu Xiaoyin's face was full of seriousness at this time. Don't you want to become an evolutionary? What if he could actually help you? The squad leader, who had heard the words, had his face clouded over. A moment later, he clenched his teeth. It's just kowtowing. He hadn't been a grandson to many people since his time in this business. It was hard to get out of the misery and onto the shore though. But to live. Big deal. We'll do it again. Immediately. 2 words. Directly kneeling on both knees. Classmate Tang Shan. Bah, brother Shan. I was blind to the fact that I didn't recognize you before. I'll kowtow to you right here. Strike that. It really did just knock it right down. Lu Xiaoyin, who was on the side, didn't feel surprised. The contact made it clear how thick-skinned this guy was. And in the meantime, space shook with the figure of Tang Shan. And finally again. Chapter 15 Teasing. Xu Pingan makes a move. Tang Shan. Seeing the other party come out, the squad leader immediately said without saying anything, "I'm sorry about before. I hadn't noticed that you, too, are an evolutionary. Now that we've kowtowed to you as well, is it possible to be magnanimous and spare us?" Naturally, Lu Xiaoyin didn't have as many scenes as the squad leader, but frowned and said, "Tang Shan, what do you want to do? We went to school together. Do you still want to take a shot at us, classmate?" Tang Shan laughed and asked rhetorically, "If you guys don't know that I'm an evolutionary, you still think I'm a classmate?" Lu Xiaoyin and the class president instantly blushed. In their hearts, since they knew that the world was going to change drastically. I've been treating ordinary people as if they were at my disposal for a long time now. The reunion is just a means to an end for them. Classmate Tang Shan, you're hurting people's feelings. The class president was the fastest to change. and quickly explained. Of course I treat you as a classmate. When I was in school, I even passed notes for you when you were chasing after Suli. Tang Shan laughed, but I remember when you turned around and dropped my note. At first, Suli was recognized as the goddess of the whole school. What man wouldn't want her? It's just that most people are self-aware and choose to keep this adoration hidden in their psyche. But, if they can't get it, they naturally don't want anyone else to get it. The class president was a little embarrassed. I didn't think the other side would know about this. Sorry. I'm sorry. How about I buy you a meal? Yuck. Or shall I kowtow to you again? In feeling the pounding pressure of the other man, a mortal like the squad leader, all of them really felt the real threat of death, and hastened to kowtow to one without saying a word. And that's when Lu Xiaoyin also spoke again. Tang Shan, remove the illusion. Let's just pretend this never happened. Otherwise, the Bodhi gene would have taken a shot at me, huh? Tang Shan interrupted with a rhetorical question. Now that you know, you'd better weigh yourself. Cold sweat kept rising behind Lu Xiaoyin's back. As an evolutionary, especially a sensory evolutionary, it was best to know the other party's killing intent that was bubbling up strongly at this time. But the more she did, the more she could only delay it by pressurizing and to give yourself a fighting chance. Ha! The Bodhi gene. Tang Shan couldn't help but sneer. Not bad. For you guys, this group of superpowers in the human world is indeed a top-notch existence. But I'm not afraid to tell you that if this seat comes in its true form, what Bodhi gene? I can destroy it with a single finger. Oh, but also the real body to come? You are not afraid of words so big flash waste? Lu Xiaoyin couldn't help but continue sarcastically. Don't think that you're amazing just because you know illusion magic. There are people in our Bodhi gene who know illusion. Tang Shan couldn't help but shake his head and sneer. Remembering that you were classmates for a while, that's why I talked to you some more. Don't think I don't know what you're playing at. Waiting for Suri to come to your rescue, are you? Lu Xiaoyin immediately shuddered. Bingo? Tang Shan smiled and asked rhetorically. Then have you ever wondered why? Since I know that still here to bull asterisk you guys? As if Lu Xiaoyin had thought of something incredible, she exclaimed. You want to make a move against Suli? This is a woman I honestly admire. After all, it's a white moon. Even I intend to take him as a concubine. Tang Shan's originally calm countenance suddenly turned into a look of anger. Unfortunately, today at the dinner table, how dare you refuse me? Therefore, she can only become my cauldron as well, and later turn into nutrients to be absorbed by me. Lu Xiaoyin was frightened by the perversity of the other party's words and took a step back, saying angrily, Tang Shan, I think you're crazy. Suli is the daughter of the Shinin group, their group's research on evolvers. It's not weaker than our Bodhi gene. If you dare to take a shot at her, I'm afraid that countless evolvers will hunt you down and kill you. Ha ha. Hearing this, Tang Shan immediately let out a loud laugh. A bunch of mole crickets chasing after an elephant. Do you think elephants are afraid? Tang Shan, you're just a frog in the bottom of a well. You don't even know the terror of our groups. Lu Xiaoyin naturally didn't believe what the other party said. Tang Shan was amused. This seat has endured thousands of years. What forces have I not seen before? How dare you? A girl child of but 20 short years. Speak of a frog at the bottom of a well? 1,000 years? Lu Xiaoyin's eyes couldn't help but reveal doubt. Tang Shan, what are you talking about? In his opinion, Tang Shan was nothing more than a classmate who had gotten an unexpected chance. There is absolutely no association with the meaning of what the other side said in their words. Playtime is over. However, Tang Shan clearly didn't want to continue talking nonsense with the other party, and lightly raised his palm. An invisible pressure appeared around Lu Xiaoyin. Lu Xiaoyin immediately felt that she was clutched in the palm of her hand by a pair of big hands. To death. He couldn't move half of his body, and could only let out a low cry of pain. Tang Shan, who had done all this, looked at the squad leader. Didn't you want to become an evolutionary? Give you a chance. The squad leader, at this point, had long since been dumbfounded. In his eyes, that powerful Lu Xiaoyin was subdued by merely the other party raising his hand. How dare you resist? Tang Shan is wrong. Shan, Master Shan, do whatever you want as long as you don't kill me. You can take any of my group directly. The squad leader is very clear about his situation in the face of life and death. Oh, then help me kill Lu Xiaoyin. Tang Shan, out of nowhere, threw out a dagger to the squad leader's face. Ha! Looking at the knife in front of him, the squad leader froze and turned to the other side. Master Shan, I don't want to be an evolutionary, so why don't you take this as a fart from me? Tang Shan's face was calm and he didn't open his mouth. The latter, however, was instantly creeped out, because at this moment, the squad leader felt his heart, as if pinched by the other side. If he said one more word, he would be clutched and exploded by his opponent. The squad leader looked at Lu Xiaoyin, his hand reaching out for the knife several times but shrinking back. Dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. I'm sorry, Ryo-chan Nim. Finally, it was time to bite the bullet, make a decision, and walk slowly. Tang Shan, we're all classmates. Can't you just let me live? Lu Xiaoyin, who saw this scene, spoke with difficulty. She also knew in her heart that it would be better to beg Tang Shan than to keep the squad leader from doing anything to herself. Then again, the threat of coming hard on Tang Shan before obviously didn't work, so he had to soften and beg for mercy. Noisy, Tang Shan has killed more people than the other side has ever seen. How can one or two classmates love? Just give up on your goals. Immediately, the palm of his hand was clenched. A mountainous pressure directly swept over the other party. And this time, Lu Xiaoyin didn't even make a sound before she directly fainted to death. Squad leader, still not making a move? Tang Shan looked at the other party playfully. The squad leader was jolted, but he still had the knife, so he stabbed at Lu Xiaoyin. But, next moment, a huge force struck. The class president's entire body, like a kite with broken strings, flew directly backwards. Blood gushed out of his mouth. His entire body stared at Tang Shan in death, obviously not understanding why the other party suddenly made a move towards himself. Ha, I'm sorry squad leader, I was just teasing you. Lu Xiaoyin is such a good soul nutrient. It needs to be absorbed slowly. How can you just kill it? Tang Shan's face revealed a mischievous smile like he was catching an ant. You big shot. The squad leader who heard the words, blood gushed out of his mouth once again, and then he directly flung himself to the ground. Donaldson beckoned. It was as if Lu Xiaoyin had been propelled by an invisible force to come before her. What exuberant soul power! Tang Shan looked at his opponent's body with a hint of madness on his face. He raised his palm, and a strange shadow appeared between his palms, transforming into two chains that, toward the other brain's body. But, just then, what are you doing here, Mr. Tang Shan? A familiar and curious voice came from behind him. Chapter 16 The Crosser and the Crosser. Who? At this moment, Tang Shan instantly exploded. The familiar feeling of dread struck again. Once more. Why the again? Because today, for the second time in a row, after being silently appeared behind him, his figure was like a ghost, constantly flashing and moving, with the original position of the pulled back a good chunk of distance. Of course, if the other party is just an ordinary evolved person who sees the sight of the, it would only be Tang Shan's body flashing in and out of space. After all, everything here now is an illusion he created. Unusual people couldn't even see his movements, but in the eyes of the visitor, that was different. I didn't expect to meet you here. Again, Tang Shan. The visitor waved, like a friend meeting again. You again. After the shock had passed, the originally inscrutable Tang Shan looked at the other party with a fierce expression on his face. What? Old friends meeting and not being welcome? The person who came was none other than Xu Pingan. At this moment, if Tang Shan did not have 1,000 years of recuperation at this moment, it is estimated that he would have cursed the sky. Obviously, he couldn't see through Xu Pingan at all. Whether it was Lu Xiaoyin from before, or the other Earth evolvers he had encountered, he could see through each other, but only when looking at Xu Pingan. And yet, he could only see that the other person was an ordinary, unusual person who couldn't be any more ordinary. Could be a problem. The more common it is, the more wrong it is. An ordinary person who can appear behind his back twice? Not to mention, this time, the other party had appeared in their own illusion. Who the hell are you? Tang Shan was on the other party's body, feeling the pressure, his eyes staring at the other party in death. That's something I should probably be asking you, isn't it? The Tang Shan I am familiar with is not a good person, though, but not so much as to kill a friend. Xu Pingan glanced at Lu Xiaoyin and asked rhetorically. Ha! The Xu Pingan I know wouldn't see this scene and be so calm. A cold smile appeared on Tang Shan's face. If it was a normal person, at the sight of his own murder scene, I'm afraid I'd have been scared enough to call the police. That would talk to himself so calmly. Xu Pingan smiled and said, since that's the case, let's have an open and honest chat. I sense something in you that doesn't belong in this world. Let me guess. You're a traveler too? Just one sentence. Tang Shan's face suddenly looked as if he had seen a ghost. The sweaty hairs on his body, they couldn't help but stand upside down. He was the identity of a traveler, both in the fighting souls world and on Earth. Until now, he had never told any of them. How did the other side see through it? Not talking, so that means I guessed right? Xu Pingan's voice sounded once again. Tang Shan's eyes flashed a hint of gloom, wanting to even the score. You just said the word, also. Does that mean you're a traveler too? Xu Pingan spoke up greatly. That's right. If it had been before, he definitely wouldn't have exposed his biggest secret. But nowadays invincibility is hard to find an opponent for him. not caring at all about the risks associated with the exposure of secrets. Instead, he would have liked someone to create a little pressure on him. Hiss! Tang Shan couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air. It was beyond his knowledge that a second traveler would appear. Were you also summoned back from Earth? Xu Pingan once again opened his mouth to inquire. Donaldson foxed for a moment. Obviously, he wasn't summoned by Earth. Rather, it was the systems telling that brought him back. Only, even if he doesn't open his mouth, Xu Pingan, however, was able to know the approximate result from his soul fluctuations. It seems you're still a little different from me. For his part, Don Hill asked rhetorically. What's the difference? Xu Pingan said. You, the traveler, are too weak. Tang Shan was instantly infuriated. You seek death. At this moment, he intended to strike first. Martial spirit true body. Soul ring technique entanglement. In a flash, the concrete curb of the road directly cracked open, like an arm-thick vine. Drilling out of the mud, it rushed directly out from under Xu Pingan's feet. In the blink of an eye, he was bound into a dumpling. As Xu Pingan looked at the vines in front of him, he couldn't help but show a trace of oddness on his face. This kind of means of attack, he hadn't seen it in I don't know how many years, not to mention emperor-level powerhouses. Even if the Tianyuan continent is full of sub-saint-level characters like dogs, whose means of attack is not to pinch the stars with their hands. Finger breaks the river and turns the world upside down? Not to mention his hallowed emperor realm powerhouse. He asked with some disbelief, is this your strongest means? Only, that's a face-palming taunt in Don Hill's eyes, all tied up like this by his own blue-silver emperor, and still has the energy to joke with himself. What's that? A taunt? Let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Tang Shan was shaken, only to see the shadow of a vine appear behind him, and above the vapors, a circle suddenly lit up. Second soul technique, parasitism. Third soul technique, spider web fu beam. The vines that were originally bound to Xu Pingan's body suddenly grew as if they had gone crazy. If what was bundled before was just a dumpling, now it was bundled directly into the shape of an egg. Not to mention the silhouettes, not even the slightest bit of light coming through, and the vines were still twisting with increased force. It seemed to churn the creature inside. Alive. Humph. Hubris and arrogance. How dare you let the blue-silver emperor attack? You'll wait for death next. Tang Shan looked at his masterpiece in front of him and revealed a look of satisfaction. Only, next moment, click, click, shattering sounds, constantly coming out. Immediately after that, only 1 foot was seen stepping out of the blue and silver emperor. Countless vines, as if subjected to a great force, broke apart in an instant. What? Tang Shan's eyes were huge, as if he had seen something unbelievable. The strength and toughness of the blue-silver emperor is rare in the world, but the other party, just like strolling to break free, simply led him to the blue-silver emperor's powerful. A deep skepticism arose, and in the meantime, Xu Pingan, however, could not help but be amused, because, just now, his system mission was finally completed, succeeded in punching Downhill in the face. However, not waiting for him to study the system, Tang Shan's attack, on the other hand, strikes here again. Second martial soul, Hao Tian hammer, only to see a huge hammer-shaped weapon, descending from the sky, with a force like 1,000 pounds slamming down. Just, in Tang Shan's eyes, it was enough of an attack to smash everything in this world, but the other party had one finger against the top of the hammerhead. Let him make whatever power he wants, neither could make the attack advance another half step. This is a martial soul? It's kind of interesting. Such a weak body, but a powerful soul. It can also transform into a solid attack, and at this moment, Xu Pingan, as if he was not the one being attacked, but a spectator, was critiquing the opponent's attack. Tang Shan, after hearing this, completely blown up. Rage plus 10,086. Seek death. Messy cloak and hammer. Chapter 17, He who plagues others will be plagued in return. Tang Shan danced the Haotian hammer in his hand. At this moment, his figure was a swimming dragon, constantly weaving around Xu Pingan. The Haotian hammer in his hand danced continuously, hammer after hammer, wrapped in powerful strength and aura. In an instant, the hammer's shadows were heavy, smashing towards Xu Pingan like a raging storm. Chaotic cloak hammer technique. 81 hammers in total. The power of each hammer will be superimposed with the power of the previous hammer. I'll see how long you can block it. The shadows of the hammers that filled the sky completely enveloped Xu Pingan at this moment. Just, let your opponent attack however he wants. At this moment, that one finger of Xu Pingan was the one that took all the attacks. Didn't even move his feet halfway. In the blink of an eye, Tang Shan had come to the final hammer. At this moment, Xu Pingan, on the contrary, put away his fingers and allowed the other party to smash them. The moment Tang Shan was literally insulted by 10,000 points in his heart. He roared angrily, put the Haotian hammer in his hand, and smashed it directly into the other party's forehead. It was going to smash the other party into mush. Only, clang! It was accompanied by a sound of metal clashing. A rebounding huge force came from the Haotian hammer. It was as if he had smashed into an unshakable mountain of basalt iron gods. Tang Shan was shocked by this huge force to the point that he directly flew backwards. The mouth was even spitting out blood furiously. Of course, the most difficult thing for him to accept is that the Haotian hammer in his hand appeared to have cracked lines that kept spreading, and in less than a moment, it even directly turned into smithereens. Tang Shan, who had only just stopped spitting out blood, once again spat out a mouthful of blood. The Haotian hammer was his companion martial soul, and although it was destroyed, it could be regenerated but it is inevitable that it will suffer backlash. It's no fun. You're still too weak. And at that moment, Xu Pingan's voice sounded once again. Apparently, he hadn't been able to make a move before. It's just testing the other side. In fact, as early as the beginning, Xu Pingan had discovered something wrong with Tang Shan. Just didn't jump to conclusions for a while. After when he took a shot at Lu Xiaoyin. In his heart, he had already roughly guessed that the other party, probably like himself, had traveled through other worlds. This naturally gave him a twinge of interest. Therefore, he also intended to try the strength of the other party. It's just a shame. The other guy let himself down. Your ass. If I had come in my original body, how would I have lost to you? At this moment, even though Tang Shan was well recuperated, he finally couldn't hold back and spewed out expletives. He is not his true strength now. Many soul techniques could not be performed at all because of their soul power. That's why he didn't feel good about losing at all. So, you don't think that I used all my power, do you? Xu Pingan smiled and asked rhetorically. As a great emperor, he had long seen the abnormality in the other party's body. A powerful soul, but nearly dry. That's why, by killing people, they obtain soul power to nourish their own bodies. For this reason, Xu Pingan had naturally suppressed his own strength to the same level as his opponent. Only, the difference between the two is still too great. Who is he? The young generation that killed at the same realm was nearly dead. Battling against each other across one or two realms still cuts down the mustard. When he was still in the Sage realm, he was able to fight against an Emperor realm powerhouse who had cut himself in half. 7 in, 7 out with death and no life on the road to immortality. Let's just say, even as a traveler, there are gaps. Tang Shan naturally didn't believe it. But, right now, he's no match for. Therefore, he had to moderate his words. Since we are all travelers, there is no need to fight. We all came back to protect the mother planet. Xu Pingan pointed at Lu Xiaoyin and the squad leader and said, "Is this how you protect the mother planet?" When Tang Shan looked at the two, his words couldn't help but be condescending once again. You should also know that this is not my true strength. Now that the invasion of the 10,000 races is imminent, only the strong can fight it. Their sacrifice, letting me regain my strength, is the best protection for the planet. Xu Pingan nodded. You do have a point. Tang Shan saw that the other party agreed readily. Immediately, he wiped the blood from his mouth. Since you also agree with me, then we can be considered as not fighting. And since we are both travelers, there are many places worth exchanging. You wait until I've absorbed Lu Xiaoyin and make a date to get together one day. Strike that. Donaldson turned around and tried to leave. Wait. Xu Pingan suddenly spoke. People under the roof have to bow their heads in Tang Shan, trying his best to squeeze out a smile. He said, "What else? I'm just saying you have a point. Not that you're right to do this." Xu Pingan walked up to the squad leader, his palm brushing against the other's torso. Only an inexplicable point of light was seen falling on the squad leader's body. The originally lifeless squad leader suddenly gasped for air at that moment. Tang Shan gritted his teeth and immediately nodded. Understood. I won't move this Lu Xiaoyin. Xu Pingan quietly looked at the other party. It's not just Lu Xiaoyin, and the innocents you killed, and the innocents you will kill in the future. What? Are you blaming me for killing those people? Tang Shan frowned. Those people are just some mole crickets. Do you want to take a shot at me for them? You are also like an ant to me. So wouldn't I, too, be able to kill them at will? He who plagues others will be plagued in return. Xu Pingan raised his palm and slightly clenched his fist, directly responding to the other party with his actions. At this moment, Tang Shan, like what happened to Lu Xiaoyin before, seemed to be under an invisible pressure that, deadly clenched in general, the body cannot send the slightest strength. He, who had been so high and mighty, was at this moment as mortal as his mouth was. A hiss of pain was emitted. Xu Pingan, have you lost your mind? Striking out at me for a bunch of mortals? You and I are both travelers, the same kind of people. We have a lot in common, don't we? In this moment, Tang Shan truly felt the threat of death. Xu Pingan said, "There is a secret method called soul searching, and I want to know everything that, all from you." Tang Shan's pupils shook dramatically, and in the face of death, he finally couldn't help but beg for mercy. "Xu Pingan, don't forget, we were classmates, love rivals, and chased after Su Li together. Don't you have any old feelings left?" Hearing this, Xu Pingan couldn't help but smile. "Did the class president and Lu Xiaoyin say something like that to you back then?" Tang Shan's face suddenly flushed, and then he became annoyed. "I'm not like them. The mother planet chose me to be a traveler. It must have seen something special in me. I came back to protect the mother planet from the invasion of the 10,000 clans. To kill me would be to defy the will of the Mother Star Avenue. You take yourself too seriously. Protecting the home planet is enough for me alone. One more, one less of you. It doesn't matter at all." Xu Pingan spoke calmly, his palms constantly gripping lightly. It made the other party continuously let out a hiss of pain. "Deception." Tang Shan let out a mournful roaring sound. "You wait for me. I will definitely not let you go." Next moment, around him, a Dao rule actually appeared. Mysterious inscriptions that swam around him. Space was like water at this moment, rippling out. "System, it's now or never." Don Shan suddenly growled and shouted, only to see the space start to collapse all of a sudden. Under the interweaving of runes and the wandering of Dao rules, a passageway that looks like an abyss, never bottoming out, appeared in front of it. Immediately after that, his body, then directly went limp. However, a silhouette shaped like him appeared, transforming into a thread that, straight into that passage. It may seem like a long process, but it's just a matter of moments. Let's not react at all. A few moments later, the silhouette appeared in the middle of a sea of. There was also a hint of post-robbery celebration in his eyes. Yes, this person is none other than Tang Shan. At the last minute, the system finally stepped in, opened up the gateway between the home planet and the Soulmaster World, let his soul escape back. Roar! Tang Shan, who had returned, immediately let out a growl. The thought of the humiliation Xu Pingan had inflicted on him earlier made him seethe with rage, and after returning to the Soulmaster World, the power that belonged to him, once again returned. Can't wait to run over each other now. Xu Pingan, it's not a gentleman who doesn't take this revenge. Next time, I'll make you pay in blood. At this moment, behind his back the dual martial souls were perfectly displayed, and the powerful soul power that, spreading the whole ocean, the surrounding sea beasts, under this force, all let out a wailing sound. But just then, I don't see the need for a next time. A majestic voice resounded over the entire Soulmaster World. Chapter 18 Soulmaster World. God Realm. Soulmaster World. A cloudless, blue sky with a clear blue sky. But in the next moment, with a grandiose voice, after it came out in the middle of the sky, all the living beings in the entire world could not stop trembling. It was as if he was being stared at by a terrifying extraterrestrial beast. Immediately afterward, all the living beings then their unforgettable scene. Only the azure air suddenly cracked open a slit. An immortal waterfall appeared, on which emerged a pair of large, white, jade-like hands, stretching out their fingertips and, crossing the sky and pointing straight to the ocean. The world goes back a minute, above the sea. How dare you follow me here? The moment he heard the other party's voice, Tang Shan knew that it was Xu Pingan who had come. He laughed instead of being angry and looked at the sky with a maniacal expression. "I was worried about how to go back to seek death and revenge. I didn't think you'd make a fool of yourself and send it to me." The two major martial souls, the Blue-Silver Emperor and the Haotian Hammer, were no longer shadows at this moment, but had turned into substance. Terrifying might erupted from within the two great martial souls. Blinding soul ring rays lit up one after another. Even his body had been covered with a battle armor constructed from soul power. Die. This time, he took the initiative to launch an attack towards the gap in the sky. But, the other side reacted faster. One could only see a seven-colored immortal waterfall dropping down from the void, a rain of light flying and a divine haze filling the sky. It was like the descent of the immortals, and if many people had ascended, it was too magnificent. And on top of the immortal waterfall, the other party didn't even appear in real life. Just a crystal clear palm emerged, and then it was even more so with just one finger. "How dare you insult me like that? Do you really think I'm still from the time of Earth?" When Tang Shan saw that his opponent was still refusing to put forth his full strength, the anger in his heart seemed like it was about to spurt out. At this moment, the soul power of his entire body gushed out. Isn't that sealed Doluwa Tang Shan? Not only does the younger generation have dual-born martial souls, they also have such terrifying soul power fluctuations. It's only him, worthy of being the strongest sealed Doluwa of all time. What terrifying power! The soul power fluctuations that spread out, causing all the soul masters in this world to all felt the power of Tang Shan. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look towards the world-shattering battle in the sky. Boom! Only, the next scene was a shock to all the people of the Soulmaster continent. The two are just one shot. Tang Shan's dual martial souls then directly shattered, and the soul rings bloomed with the light of, even more so, it was directly dimming like a fading meteor. His was even more like an ignited cannonball, smashed into the ocean, not knowing if he would live or die. Downhill defeat. The realm above the Soulmaster World, the God Realm. Several silhouettes were standing above the heavenly abyss. Condescendingly, he watched the scene that was happening in the Soulmaster World at this moment, and they are also the Soulmasters, the Zither World, the Photon World, and many other worlds of the Supreme Power Gods. Who is that person? The major worlds under the jurisdiction of our God Realm. Never seen such a powerful being before. A man with a terrifying aura of flame emanating from his body looked at the palm under the immortal waterfall and the eyes were filled with shock. His power is so different from our world. Beside him, the man who exuded an oceanic aura spoke with grave eyes. Should we make a move? The other party has clearly crossed the line and violated the order we set. A deity who was in charge of killing spoke cynically. Only, at that moment, a man with a terrifyingly destructive aura slowly arrived in front of the heavenly abyss. If you guys want to make a move, don't bring me along. As this person opened his mouth, the other deities revealed a hint of doubt. Destruction God King. Is there even a time when you don't want to make a move? God King of Destruction. One of the strongest combatants in the divine realm, ranked among the 5 great God Kings, loves destruction, devastation, and anything about the matter gets him interested and involved. His very existence had once brought about a crisis in all of the divine realm, but now the other guy stumbles into this and doesn't want to make a move? It's completely out of character for him. Immediately after that, another God King filled with the breath of life appeared. I sensed in him the powerful breath of life, the surge of the... I just can't put it into words. At this moment, the other gods directly froze. This is the God King of life. No one knows more about the path of life than anyone else. Even she was moved by it. The other gods present seemed to understand how powerful the other party was. See God, didn't you intend to give the inheritance to that Tang Shan? If you don't make a move again, then Tang Shan will be captured by the other side. A Lord God spoke up, looking towards the sea god with a face full of anticipation. Obviously, he wanted the sea god to make a move to test the strength of his opponent. Neptune was instantly in a state of hesitation. But just then, don't make a move to provoke him. A man who exudes both darkness and light, like Ashura, came before the heavenly abyss that observes the major worlds. Shura, you're not sure you can defeat him either? Poseidon looked to the visitor. In the divine realm, those who could be called Shura were naturally the Shura divine king, one of the 5 divine kings of the divine realm. There were rumors that he was even the strongest of the 5 god kings. If even he wasn't sure, then who else in this world can deal with this being? Just as the gods of the divine realm were discussing it, those giant outstretched hands had grabbed Tang Shan's divine soul and retreated towards the gap. No one from the gods came forward to stop them, only to see the other person leave. But, just then, the giant hands suddenly stalled. Next moment, the gods of the divine realm, then, were dumbfounded. I only saw the immortal waterfall that was originally in the Soulmaster World, suddenly disappeared. When it reappears, it had already arrived over their god realm. Only when the gods, personally saw the immortal waterfall, and understand how terrifying and shocking this vision was. It was a white pail hanging down from the endless void, shining with a mysterious light. It was as if it was made of the purest energy in heaven and earth, separating 2 different worlds. On the flying fairy falls, this time it was no longer a palm that appeared. Rather, it was an eye made of pure energy, with no exaggerated visions, just like a regular person. Staring at these gods, but that's just it. Instead, they are like a man in the back of their head. I can't even move my body. The good thing was that the other side, there wasn't any hostility. After watching them for a few moments, then he disappeared with the immortal waterfall. Wait until the other side is completely gone. How did he appear in our god realm? The sea god was obviously still a bit unsettled, and looked at the 5 great god kings with a dumbfounded expression. The divine realm was an existence independent of the Soulmaster World. Only existences that had reached the divine level or above would be guided here. No one else can even set foot in it. But the other party, just like that, for no reason at all, without even disturbing any of the great formations, it just appeared in front of them. Poseidon, good thing you listened to Shura. If we don't take a shot at him, we might end up like that Tang Shan. The Destruction God King spoke quietly. The gods were united in their opinions at the moment and nodded their heads. Under the stationary gaze of that sight, they were surprised to experience a long-lost sense of death. What kind of existence did that Tang Shan provoke? To the extent that with just a look, Just enough to keep us from moving half the time? Shura looked at the place where the other party had left and couldn't help but feel a pang of fear in his heart. Chapter 19, Shocked Suli. Flying Fairy Falls. It is one of the views on the road to immortality. Rumor has it that if you can see it, you are not far from becoming immortal. Sure, rumors are just rumors. Pingan Su was very vocal about this. He who had entered and exited the path to immortality 7 times had already seen the flying immortal falls many times, and yet, they still can't become immortal. Until finally, Xu Pingan directly refined the flying immortal waterfall into his own magic treasure. This is something that can cross time and space even without being physically present, or even a parallel world and out of the treasure. Tang Shan's escape. For Xu Pingan, it wasn't a surprise. As a traveler, who doesn't have a little something to save their life? Therefore, he will do the same. Allow the other to escape, thus using the flying fairy falls, following the other's trail, and seeing a glimpse of the Soulmaster World he had traveled through. Incidentally, he went out and got downhill back again. Of course, that divine handiwork, too, is his. He didn't intentionally try to scare the gods of the Soulmaster World. It's just simply a time to leave, curious to discover the highest combatant in that parallel world. Of course, the results were disappointing. Those gods are too weak. It's just a frog in the well of a lowly parallel world that presumes to call itself a god. However, Xu Pingan had experienced this kind of thing too much, so he didn't take him seriously. Fortunately, the system mission was finally completed, and I was surprised to learn that there were other travelers. It made his curiosity about the planet increase more and more. It's just a shame that the Earth's heavenly heart seal has been destroyed. Can't view what the Earth is going through. But Xu Pingan was not lost. Although great emperors also had longevity, it had only taken him 1,000 years to become an emperor. More than enough time to understand it all. And the slow process of uncovering might as well be fun. It's almost time to go back. Xu Pingan glanced at the sky. Approaching evening, he and Su La had agreed to have dinner together, so it was naturally impossible for him to go back on his word. He glanced at the Tang Shan soul, still in his hand, and casually flicked then he threw it into his storage world. Tang Shan's soul was captured, and the surroundings, too, returned to their original state in a flash. Lu Xiaoyin and the squad leader were lying in a cramped alleyway. Their previous escape was really nothing more than spinning in place, and beside the two of them, Tang Shan was lying peacefully where he was. However, at this time, Tang Shan, just like when he crossed over, lost his divine soul and, like a vegetable, Xu Pingan glanced at the trio and did not intend to clean up the scene. None of them are dead anyway, so naturally, someone will come and take care of the aftermath. With that, he made his way through the alley and out into the crowd. But just then, move over. Several figures, against the flow of people, kept drilling out. It happened to brush shoulders with Xu Pingan. One of the men's figures stopped in its tracks, looking toward Xu Pingan who brushed past him. Team Li, why did you stop? Among his peers, curiosity looked at the man. This person, why does he seem familiar? The one who was referred to as Team Li was naturally the National Security Agency, Captain Li of Jiangcheng, who had hurriedly arrived. When you say it like that, I think so. Wait, I know. Isn't he a bit like Su Xin? That member of the Security Bureau, somewhat surprised, said, when you put it that way, it's true. Team Li stroked his beard, finally figuring out why it felt familiar. But, he immediately slapped his head. Go. Do the right thing. That Tang Shan disappeared from the reunion. Maybe they've already done it. And if you go late, someone might get killed. When the crowd heard this, they immediately and fiercely rushed to get into the crowd again. And in the meantime, it was not long after Xu Pingan left the alleyway. There are phantom energy fluctuations. Should have been ambushed. A man dressed in black, looking at everything around him, his eyes opened with some gravity. Uncle Black, are my two classmates okay? Immediately after, a tall silhouette also slowly walked into the alleyway. The person who came was naturally Su Li, who had come to the appointment. The two of them are fine. However, you have another classmate that may not be fine. Uncle Black stood in front of Tang Shan. Tang Shan? Why is he here? Su Li was a bit curious. He could understand if Lu Xiaoyin and the squad leader were ambushed. After all, the duo had evolved and rich people among them. Naturally, this will lead to some fights. But Tang Shan, isn't he just an ordinary guy? Miss, this classmate of yours seems to be a bit uncomplicated. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the murderer who attacked your two classmates. At some point, Uncle Black took out his cell phone and squatted in front of Tang Shan's body, as if comparing them to something. A trace of doubt appeared on Su Li's face. Uncle Black, why do you say that? The group has just gotten word from the Security Bureau that recent evolved serial killer. It should be your classmate Tang Shan. Uncle Black handed his cell phone to Su Li. The latter took the cell phone, and on it was none other than the security bureau's wanted notice about Tang Shan. Su Li's originally ancient exquisite as if she were a fairy-like face. Finally, movement appeared. Tang Shan's wanted level is ghost level? As the daughter of the Shin Yin group, it is natural to understand how powerful the hazards defined by the security bureau as ghosts are. As long as the other party is overly murderous, it is entirely possible to massacre a city in a single day. This kind of person, even in their group, could belong to the top one. This Tang Shan has fought with the Ox Bureau and got away in one piece. Uncle Black spoke up again, completely sitting down with the other party, and according to Bureau Bull's description, this guy is very experienced in fighting. If not for the fear of causing too much trouble, he probably wouldn't be his opponent. The Divine Hidden Group, as the dominant consortium in Kyushu, had eyes everywhere, even the Security Bureau, so know quite a few of the secrets. Then how did he, lying here? The more she knew about Tang Shan's power, the more difficult it was for Su Li to understand. Naturally, that the ghost-level existence of his. How did it come to this? If I'm not mistaken, he should have been suppressed by a powerful person. Uncle Black walked back and forth next to Tang Shan's body while looking at the squad leader and Lu Xiaoyin. He continued to speak. Miss, your classmates, Benjamin and Lu Xiaoyin, have obvious traumatic injuries yet none of them are dead, which is clearly not in line with Tang Shan's style of killing. And on Tang Shan, there was a certain amount of trauma, but it was trauma it's as if the body was created to bleed by the pressure of some powerful energy. It's a completely different kind of damage than those two. Unsurprisingly, there should be a fourth person present. Based on the destruction of the surroundings, the other party defeated Tang Shan with absolute power, making it too late to commit murder on two of his classmates. Su Li, who had heard the words, frowned even more tightly. Ghost level hazard. All of them can be suppressed so forcefully. Uncle Black, can you make it this far? The Dark God shook his head very decisively. As the bodyguard of the Body Hidden Group's daughter, naturally, they were the best of the evolvers, and were all top 10 experts within the group. If he can't even do it, and who the hell did that? Su Li's eyes revealed a trace of gravity. Next moment, she seemed to have remembered something. I remember that Pingan Su was heading in this direction before. Uncle Black frowned and said, Miss, you suspect that it was Xu Pingan who made the move? Chapter 20, The Security Bureau's Cluelessness. Divine Disaster? How could it be him? Su Li revealed a look of incredulity. Then, explaining, I was just thinking that, could he have met Tang Shan's fate as well? The two of them, they've always had their differences. In her heart, Xu Pingan was a man who pursued her. Sure, there's a little bit of excellence, a little bit of sparkle, in the other person. And what little bit of adolescent fluttering sentimentality is in there. But it definitely couldn't be him. Especially, since he had suffered a loss on him today and had yet to recover. Subconsciously, it wouldn't allow the other party, a powerful person who might even look up to him. Uncle Black couldn't help but freeze, clearly not understanding the brain circuits of the young lady. He laughed bitterly. Miss, this Xu Pingan, are you having trouble with him today? However, we don't have time to think about others now. This powerful man may not have left yet. It's too dangerous to stay here. Let's just pull out. Forget it, just go back and send him a message. Su Li made her plans, so she did not continue to waste time on Xu Pingan. Turning around, he and Uncle Black left the scene in a hurry. But, the two left shortly after. Team Li found them. They're here. The security service came to the door. Tang Shan is even here? With the arrival of Team Li, the crowd examines the scene and immediately spots their target. One staff member, upon seeing Tang Shan, instantly exclaimed in shock. Everyone couldn't help but subconsciously tense their nerves. Look with the voice. However, it's good to know that all anyone saw was a laying downhill on the ground. He's dead? Team Li looked at the other side with a somewhat dulled gaze. A couple of staff members, all of a sudden. You look at me, I look at you. None of them dared to go up and investigate the other's body. After all, that was a ghost-level existence. Useless guys. You guys go investigate the remaining two. Captain Li finally summoned up the courage to come over to Tang Shan's body and scrutinized it. A few moments later, he's not dead. He came to the conclusion. The Security Bureau people who heard the words were like enemies. An undead ghost realm powerhouse. If he exploded, they really weren't sure they could defeat the other party. Team Li gave the crowd a breathless blank look and continued without a good mood. Although not dead, but it seems to have been badly injured and lost consciousness. Chief, what did you say? Tang Shan was seriously injured? A member of the team stared in disbelief, obviously a little disbelieving. Team Li was obviously having trouble believing it as well. But Don Hill is just lying here for real, especially on the body. which was obviously traumatized. Just then, someone's waking up. A member of the team suddenly spoke up. The crowd followed the voice. It was a woman that was slowly sitting up. It's Lu Xiaoyin, someone from Bodhi, who has a case on file with our security bureau. A member of the team revealed his identity. The security bureau has a rule that evolutions are filed on the books. Of course, some evolvers with evil intentions naturally wouldn't file, but it's natural for a big group to come out and not go against it. You were attacked by Tang Shan? Team Li rushed over to her and began to ask questions. Lu Xiaoyin was obviously a bit confused, but, after all, they're evolved, physically tough where they are, soon began to understand the current situation. After a few exchanges between the two parties, Tang Shan, you say, was attacked? Lu Xiaoyin said with 10,000 astonishment. Team Li found the key point in the other's answer. What? Didn't you see the man who took a shot at Tang Shan? No. Lu Xiaoyin shook her head. That Tang Shan is too strong. I'm not its opponent at all. I didn't even get a chance to strike before I lost consciousness. Team Li couldn't help but frown. Lu Xiaoyin couldn't help but ask, who in the world could have attacked Tang Shan like this? This guy is, I'm afraid, supposed to be the most powerful of all the evolvers I've seen. Team Li, who heard this, couldn't help but laugh bitterly. If anything, when he saw Tang Shan lying on the ground before, he was still doubting the other party's strength and exaggerating. But now, even the members of the Bodhi gene could lament the other party's power. Then this basically concludes that Tang Shan is a real danger that meets the definition of ghost. We don't know yet. Naturally, Team Li wanted to know the answer to that question. He stood up and surveyed his surroundings. You know, the danger level of Tang Shan is such that it can destroy a city. What can be amazing is that the surroundings, basically, are not overly damaged. And that only proves one thing. The man who beat Don Hill, the strength was far above him. Tang Shan was defeated without even having the chance to fight back. To do this, how strong was the person who struck out? To be able to easily defeat a ghost-level danger, could it be that his strength is dragon-level? But can a dragon-level powerhouse ghost-level so easily? Team Li's eyes showed a hint of doubt. A battle between a ghost-class powerhouse and a dragon-class powerhouse. It's not like it hasn't happened before, but that battlefield, all of them were as devastated as if they had been smashed by a meteorite. Where is it as well preserved as this? Does it mean it's God-level? God-level existences, said to be superior, for the sake of those foreign races that have not yet descended from the realm of. How could there be a God-level existence on our planet? Team Li shuddered at the thought. What a godly presence, according to the disaster setting, that's capable of destroying stars. However, Team Li felt that the more they thought about it, the more ridiculous it became. Simply shook his head directly, not bothering to continue guessing. This kind of thing, it's out of my reach. Everyone pack up the scene. Get back in line. Old Lu, you lead the team back next. I'll personally go and report this matter to the top. After arranging all things, Team Li left the scene in a hurry at once. The sun is setting in the west. There was a sound of a door opening. Brother, you're finally back. A childish voice came all the way through the door. Su Lu, sit down and eat for me. Immediately afterward, a voice filled with the aura of a youthful teenager rang out with a disgruntled tone. Su Xin. Su Lu. The visitor gave the names of the two men. Naturally, it was Xu Pingan. Brother, sit here right for dinner. Su Lu was sitting in his own children's chair, looking like he wanted to stand but didn't dare to, but with his hand he pointed excitedly to his side. Su Xin, on the other hand, was sitting at the dining table, but her eyes were looking at Xu Pingan in a very unfriendly manner. With the latter's 1,000-year-old face, he naturally wouldn't care about the other party's eyes. Settling down beside Su Lu. Brother, eat quickly. This is the meal my sister made. It's delicious. Su Lu, true to his name, was happy as a living treasure, driving the atmosphere. Xu Pingan had wanted to open his mouth and compliment the meal a few times as well. But, next moment, Su Xin, the older sister, then said in a bad mood, Su Lu, no talking while you're eating. Forgot? Su Lu shrugged and immediately took the initiative to admit his mistake. Sorry sister. The words Xu Pingan had wanted to say to his mouth were also blocked. It seems that this sister of his still doesn't want to care about himself. But just then, Su Li's cell phone rang. The latter glanced at the incoming call and hurriedly picked up the phone. After the person on the other end of the phone initiated the conversation and finished, Su Li's eyes instantly bulged. Unable to suppress his excitement, he said, the target of the ghost-level disaster was captured? Who captured it? Chapter 21 Su Xin, my brother is the mysterious man who suppressed Tang Shan? As soon as Su Xin finished his words, she then realized she had a liability on her side. Immediately, taking his cell phone, he walked to his room without eating. After Su Xin left, Su Lu then couldn't wait to speak. Brother, did you have fun going out today? Pingan Su, not funny. You're lying. It's not funny. Why are you home so late? Su Li's eyes darted around as if to say again that you're the one who can't fool me. As Xu Pingan ate, he replied, something happened, so I'm a little late. Although the great emperor had long since been able to dispel the grain, but for his sister's cooking, he couldn't help but want to try it. What is it? Su Lu, the chatterbox, was clearly curious about anything and everything. Perhaps for his sister's 1,000 years of indebtedness, Xu Pingan did not feel impatient. Instead, he explained very patiently. There was a conflict between classmates and a fight broke out. And then I couldn't see past it and stepped in to stop it. So you fought with someone else too, brother? When Su Lu heard this kind of story, he became more and more interested. So is your classmate good? Did you beat him, brother? Xu Pingan thought for a moment and said, it's a bit powerful. However, he is not my opponent. I knew my brother was the best. Su Lu, who heard this result, was filled with giggles. At this point, Su Xin finished her call and returned to the dinner table. Su Lu saw his sister coming, and immediately looked excited and, sharing the hot news she just heard. Sister, do you know? Brother, at the party today, got into a fight with a classmate, and it won. Xu Pingan, who had heard the words, couldn't help but sweat for a while. I clearly said stop. How come in your case, it's a fight? You're afraid that I'm not bad enough for your sister, aren't you? Fruity. Su Xin instantly glared fiercely at Xu Pingan. But, a few moments later, as if Su Xin had made some sort of decision, she finally couldn't help but speak. Do you have time tomorrow? Xu Pingan was a bit surprised that the other party took the initiative to look for himself. Yes. Su Xin was a bit embarrassed. Tomorrow happens to be the start of Su Li's school year, and I have an important matter tomorrow. Xu Pingan immediately understood the other party's thoughts. Taking the initiative, he said, I'll send Su Lu to school tomorrow. It's rare to have a good opportunity to get closer to your sister. Naturally, he wouldn't miss it. Su Xin nodded. Since you want to stay here, then rely on it. Xu Pingan was somewhat speechless, and wanted to explain that he hadn't fought at all. Su Xin, however, didn't give him a chance at all. Turning around and returning to her room, the big pink bear, the walls, and even the sheets are pink in the room. Above one wall, various photographs were hung. The photos, on the other hand, are mostly of various murder scenes, and associated lines. It's just a completely different picture from the pink and powder room. Under this wall, there was a table. Su Xin is sitting peacefully at the table. It was clearly laid out with all the information about Tang Shan. That's right. Su Xin is none other than a member of the Security Bureau. And those messages, naturally, were the first to be sent by the Bureau. The reason she was able to take care of her parents while they were in a coma and her brother was missing. The main reason for bringing another sister. It's because the state, for the struggling frontline employees of the security service, a generous salary and package is given. Accordingly, she naturally needs to perform some dangerous tasks. However, it is good that the seniors of the Security Bureau, knowing her situation, took great care of that. Therefore, he is mostly asked to carry out some low-risk tasks or deal with the investigation of some cases. Take for example the case at hand in Tang Shan. Granted, Don Hill is the murderer. However, the mysterious person who had defeated Tang Shan was nowhere to be seen until now. In order to give an account to the top, it is natural to need to write an investigation report up. And the task, naturally, fell to her. Our Jiang Chang, there's even an existence that can suppress a powerhouse like Tang Shan? Looking at the information, the depiction of Tang Shan's strength, Su Xin felt more and more that the other party was powerful. But it was such a powerful presence. It's amazing that you can be crushed with absolute strength. That's what's so unbelievable. It's just that it's undoubtedly a pipe dream to try to find such a person out. But the good thing is, it's a symbolic task. Just write a survey process. Tang Shan's methods of execution never leave anyone alive. But in this case, there were 2 survivors at the same time, and all bear injuries of varying degrees. So it can be concluded that Tang Shan did want to kill the 2 survivors. But the execution was interrupted for special reasons. As for special reasons, Su Xin, on the other hand, thoughtfully labeled the document. The mysterious man who suppressed Tang Shan. The investigation report, naturally, could not be so little explained. She continued to write. Anyone who does any action carries with him a purpose. Mystic purpose. 2 conclusions can be drawn at this time, based on the above. 1. With a grudge against Tang Shan. 2. Trying to save the survivors. Su Xin flipped through the recent movements of Tang Shan. It was determined that the other side, basically, had never left River City, and was in a coma for a year. the most recent active time was just a couple months. The probability of inviting the mystic is very, very low. And, assuming that the mysterious man had a grudge against Tang Shan, how could he not kill him then? She took this pulled data, pasted it into a report, and ended with a conclusion. 30% probability that the mysterious man has a grudge against Tang Shan. The target then came to the second possibility. Mystic wants to save the survivors. In that case, there are also two possibilities, a passerby and an acquaintance of the survivor. Passing through is, for sure, unlikely. Tang Shan deliberately dragged people into the illusion and chose an alleyway. What kind of a coincidence is that? Even if they were passing by, such a strong person wouldn't necessarily care about such idle matters. The probability is too low. And then there was one possibility left. That would be an acquaintance of the two survivors. The first thing you can rule out is a loved one, because after they've rendered aid, they're sure to stay at the scene. There's no way you can just leave a survivor on the side of the road. Continuing to reason, it would only be a friend. The range of friends just got bigger. Xu Pingan pulled up all of Tang Shan's relationships from inside his computer. She didn't go rummaging around first, though. Instead, the situation was analyzed in context. The mystery man, who struck just before the other side struck. Is it possible, then, that the mystery man and all three men knew each other, and had thought it was only playful? Didn't think it was going to take a life before you chose to strike? If that's the case, then Mystique, Tang Shan, and the survivors, at least stayed together? And most likely, it was some sort of social event that came up. Xu Pingan couldn't help but have a hint of excitement on his face after coming to this conclusion. Because the only social event Dawnhill has ever attended is a class reunion. That means the mystery man could be one of the people in the middle of the reunion? With that range one narrowed, Xu Pingan instantly tapped the keyboard quickly. In a few moments, a list of all the people at this class reunion in Tang Shan was made. Then, one by one, they were observed. There weren't a lot of personnel. It's only about 20 people. Xu Pingan had read most of it in almost half a minute. However, just as she was about to look at all the data, she was suddenly dumbfounded. Because, one of the names in there was familiar. And so familiar that, simply too familiar to be familiar. Xu Pingan, he actually went to school with Tang Shan, and attended a class reunion together? Chapter 22, System Mutiny. How could Xu Pingan be a classmate of Tang Shan's, and together at the reunion? How is this such a coincidence? Xu Pingan, who had viewed this news, had eyes full of disbelief. He watched it over and over again to make sure the information wasn't wrong. But, let it be investigated however it may be. This is the truth. Not necessarily him. A class reunion in Tang Shan, with over 30 people? Doesn't have to be such a coincidence that he's the mystery man. Xu Pingan didn't know whether she was making excuses for herself or for Xu Pingan. However, soon, her mind couldn't help but recall her sister Xu Pingan's words. My brother got into a fight with a classmate at a party today, and he won. Fighting, and won the fight. This fight, could this be a reference to fighting Dawnhill? As for winning, naturally, he defeated Dawnhill. If that's the case, it seems like everything will come full circle. Is it really him? Xu Pingan had to target, once again, to be Xu Pingan, soon. However, she shook her head. No way. How could she be the mystery man? The other party is a ghost-level hazard, an existence that can be easily suppressed. Her mind could not help but conjure up Xu Pingan's appearance. Though born clean and with a very dusty temperament, it looks like a hermit. Although it does look like a hermit. What was I thinking? Xu Pingan patted her rosy cheeks. Her mind, then, couldn't help but recall that Xu Pingan's embarrassment, from childhood to adulthood, until that capricious look when you ran away from home and had a big fight with your parents back then. After thinking about this, not like that. Xu Pingan nodded in satisfaction. Immediately afterward, she extinguished the thought that the mysterious man was Xu Pingan. However, this is not enough. She took the second half of the investigation, tore it all up, couldn't let the mystery man's speculation go, and leads to Xu Pingan's body. If not, someone from above might come to investigate him. This was not good for Xu Pingan. Although this guy, back in the day, did them wrong, but she certainly wouldn't put Xu Pingan in danger just like that. With that, he makes a summary where the first conclusion that he has a grudge against Tang Shan. The probability of being a Dawnhill hater is 80%. 100% is a bit much. 80% is enough to shift the point of view of the man above, in the direction of being a Dawnhill hater. After this is done, only then was she satisfied and stowed the report away. However, it was already late at night. Xu Pingan finally laid down on the bed, ready to rest. However, she couldn't help but think of Xu Pingan. This guy, though, did some pretty irresponsible things back in the day. But, Actually, except for that one-time thing, Xu Pingan was still a responsible big brother. They will also help themselves out if something happens. In particular, as a child myself, I was pranked once, tricked into getting lost in a deserted house rumored to be haunted. No one dares to go and find themselves out. In the end, only Pingan Su, alone, rushed into the haunted house, holding hands and, pull yourself out of the darkness of the deserted house, one step at a time. At that time, she knew that Xu Pingan was also scared. The hand that held his own was shaking, and yet he was still comforting himself all the time. At the thought of this, Xu Xian hugged the pink bear on the bed tightly and a long-lost look of little girl happiness appeared on her face. Soon, though, she then tossed the pink bear right aside. This guy, leaving for a year without a word. It's impossible to just forgive her. Unless, evolvers, though powerful, were still human, and under the whims, Xu Xian was also, without realizing it, already asleep. The next day, early morning, Xu Xian then left early and headed towards the security bureau. Xu Pingan, on the other hand, had safely delivered Xu Xian to the school not long after the former had left, sort of completing my sister's mission. And next, naturally, it's time to lighten up on the harvest. First thing to deal with, naturally, it's the Tang Shan soul that was captured from the Soulmaster World. Although the other party, in the Soulmaster World, was the strongest sealed Dolua other than God, the soul was also much more powerful than an ordinary person of the same realm. Much more powerful. However, in front of Xu Pingan, it was not enough. At this moment, his soul was like a lamb to the slaughter. Under Xu Pingan's great emperor's secret technique, all secrets were revealed. Just, after Xu Pingan searched his soul, he did not find anything worth his interest. However, it did yield a bit of useful information. Tang Shan's crossing, and his own, seemed to be two different types of crossing. He was soul crossing, the soul of Earth, coming to the world of the Soulmaster, boarding a body that should have died. Instead, he had taken his body and traveled to the Tianyuan continent. This is why, on Earth, Tang Shan is so weak. He was only the return of his soul, his powerful body strength, all of which remained in his body in the Soulmaster World. This weakness, of course, I'm afraid would have to be broken if the Earth Security Agency were to learn of it. That even this state of Tang Shan has them on the ropes. If Xu Pingan hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid this Tang Shan would have spent the next period of time. It also restores strength at an exponential rate. I'm afraid that by that time, not to mention the Security Bureau, all the evolved people in the world, neither is necessarily a match for him. Instead, Xu Pingan, together with his own body, broke the barriers of parallel worlds and descended directly into the world. Self-strength, not affected in any way. Sure, even if Tang Shan regained his full strength and descended to Earth, he wouldn't be a match for Pingan Su. Next, it's you. After the soul search ended, Xu Pingan's eyes suddenly flashed with a divine light. Raising his hand and pointing at the soul, countless orders of the great Tao, transformed into chains that, it rushed directly into the other's soul. Buzz. Space suddenly stopped trembling, and an inexplicable and limitless divine light that, directly rushing up to the sky, countless galaxies of the Milky Way, constantly bursting out amidst the divine light. But the next moment, Xu Pingan's other hand lifted slightly, and the trembling of the entire space came to an abrupt end. The divine light was also extinguished in an instant, and once again the wind and waves were calm. Everything that happens goes unnoticed. Next, Xu Pingan's joint index and middle fingers gave a slight tug. The Tang Shan soul then began to tremble violently in pain. One could only see a radiant to the extreme haze being drawn out under the chains of the Great Tao Order. The moment the latter appeared, he wanted to scramble away and escape. Only, Xu Pingan's goal was it. How could you let it escape? In an instant, the other was pinched at his fingertips. And this haze is also the very system that is necessary for travelers. Only, it belongs to Tang Shan. Different traveler, different system. This thing, sure is more interesting than I thought. Xu Pingan's eyes were like torches as he probed into the most innate secrets of this system. But, just then, the mutation was sudden. It was only the system within Xu Pingan's body that actually took the initiative to manifest itself. And then they rushed towards the haze transformed by the Tang Shan system. In an instant, the light melted. The two, in a flash, unexpectedly, fused together. Chapter 23, Second Aura Recovery. Sister kidnapped? The Great Emperor's rage. Seeing this, Xu Pingan's eyes were slightly dumbfounded. Then he studied it with interest. In the meantime, River City, Subdirectorate of the National Security Agency, Team Lee's office. Here's the mystic investigation report I wrote yesterday. Xu Xian handed over the report he had written last night. Carefully. At the same time, mentally, The other person was not to find out about the problems she was reporting. Team Lee just opened the report and read it. Then he opened his mouth and asked, "Can you guess who the mystery man is based on Tang Shan's social profile?" "No." Xu Xian opened her mouth with a calm demeanor on the surface, but her heart had long been thumping because of the lie. In fact, if she guessed that reasoning of Xu Pingan's, definitely gets the bureau's attention. So now she could only pray that the leaders would not find out about the problems she had reported. Apparently she was overthinking it though. Team Lee, who heard her answer, tossed the report aside without even reading it. And, straight away, he spat out, "Also, a strong person like that, who can just casually find out through information casually, would have been discovered long ago." When Xu Xian heard this, he naturally nodded his head in response. Thereupon, it was even more hastily wanting to withdraw than Team Lee. "Nothing, I'll go to work first? What's the rush? Didn't I tell you yesterday that something was up?" Team Lee raised an eyebrow and called off the other team. "Isn't the thing you're talking about what happened in Tang Shan?" Xu Xian was a bit curious. Team Lee shrugged and said, "The Tang Shan thing, it's over. The next sweep, it will be buttressed by someone from above. This case in Tang Shan, the people behind it. It's beyond their authority as a precinct to deal with." With that, he lifted his watch and glanced at the time. "As for what I said, it wasn't me who was looking for you, but someone else." Xu Xian followed the conversation and asked, "Who was that?" "Me." Just then, the door to Team Lee's office was slowly pushed open. Only a man, about 30 years old, walked inside the door of the room. The man was very tall, especially the muscles on his body, which were like bulging mountains of. The muscles and veins were pulsating. Speak of the devil. Upon seeing the visitor, Captain Lee immediately rose to greet him with a smile. The two men exchanged pleasantries for a few moments. Team Lee also became a handful. "Since the people have arrived, there's no need for me to introduce them. Tell her yourself, and I'll withdraw." After saying this, Team Lee voluntarily gave up his office and left the area, thoughtfully locking the door. The man then introduced himself as he looked at Xu Xian. "My name is Zhang Lei. It's the National Security Bureau, a member of Team 1. Xu Xian had wanted to have an opening to introduce himself as well. Soon, however, she reacted to the, and with some surprise, "You're a member of the National Security Directorate, Team 1? The other nodded. After receiving an affirmative answer, Xu Xian froze a bit. The National Security Directorate, as the name implies, is the headquarters of all security bureaus, in the country of Kyushu, where there are some of the most powerful evolvers in the country, and among them, the best. It's the National Security Directorate, the most famous team. It's a team of the strongest of the country's evolvers. Only the strongest of the country's evolvers are allowed to join the team. Rumor has it that a single member of the team is capable of dealing with a ghost-level disaster on their own." Zhang Lei, Zhang Lei. Xu Xian recited the other party's name, and then his face lit up with joy as he immediately said, "You are the stone god?" God is a bit of an overstatement. Zhang Lei, a big guy, obviously didn't expect that he would be recognized so soon. Instead, he smiled and humbled himself. "Hello, I'm Xu Xian from the Jiangchun branch. My ability is..." Xu Xian then remembered to introduce herself. "Ms. Xu Xian, you don't need to be introduced. I've come here this time, except for the Tang Shan matter. It's just to find you specifically. I've read all the information." Zhang Lei waved his hand, signaling the other party that there was no need to be formal. "Ha, what can I do for you?" Xu Xian clearly didn't understand that he, a branch evolutionary, would be talked to alone by the other party. Zhang Lei directly opened the door and said, "I have the intention to have you join our team." "Ha, let me join the first team?" Xu Xian opened her mouth in surprise. "Not a team, exactly, but a new team we're about to form." Xu Xian had the word confused written all over his face. Zhang Lei did know that it was impossible to make it so clear in a few words. Instead, he found a chair and sat on it as the other man made an unbearable noise, and then inquired, "If I remember correctly, you were supposed to be on the day of the aura revival. Just become an evolved person, right?" Xu Xian nodded. "That's right. I've already explained this one to the organization. According to our findings, humans who became evolved on the day of the first psychic resurgence, the potential would be huge. And not surprisingly, with the arrival of the second aura revival there will also be a second evolution coming soon. Its evolved strength can even exceed the strength of existing powerhouses." Zhang Lei continued to explain. At this time, Xu Xian was unable to resist asking a question. "A second aura recovery? What does that mean?" Zhang Lei said, "Literally, the Earth will soon see a second aura recovery that, the changes that will take place on Earth then will be far more exaggerated than the first time. Not only may the size of the Earth change, but all parts of the world, all of them will appear to be unusual no-go zones. These forbidden zones, that is, they are dangers as well as opportunities. Those 10,000 races that invaded from outside the domain also came for this very purpose. Apparently, Xu Xin, who had suddenly learned of this news, was a bit stunned. Soon, however, she couldn't help but ask, so why did you pick me? There were quite a few awakened evolvers on the day of the first aura recovery, weren't there? It's true that there are quite a few, but not many. Even I only awakened on the second day. And, of all the evolvers on that day, you were also the most special. Zhang Lei held up the stool that seemed like it was about to break at any moment, explaining, our headquarters has the blood of all the branch evolvers, and your blood, in our investigation, is ranked number 1 in terms of potential. That is to say, when you evolve for the second time, your strength may even surpass mine. Of course, on top of that, you gain special abilities when you first evolved, right? And that is the effect brought about by the special active factors of the human body. When the aura is revived for the second time, your activating factor will also ignite again. Or even open the treasures of the flesh and gain even more special abilities. Xu Xian obviously still had a lot of questions. She continued, what did you mean when you said you were joining the ranks of your new organization? NSA Team 1. A team designed to deal with conflicts between the country's evolvers. So he has his own mission. And the new team we're organizing is the team that's looking for evolutionary opportunities. According to the mission, it's about possibly exploring the major forbidden zones and trying to become stronger. Only then will you have the courage to protect your countrymen in the chaotic times to come. After Zhang Lei finished saying this, the chair was also finally unable to support himself and shattered with a loud bang. He got up somewhat awkwardly, then looked at Xu Xin. Well, want to join us? However, Xu Xian hesitated for just a moment before shaking her head. I don't want to join. Zhang Lei was obviously a bit surprised. You know, organizing this new team, inviting members who, upon hearing the news of this, not one refused to join the team. After all, after becoming an evolved person and enjoying all sorts of specials, who wouldn't want to improve themselves even further? This is the primal quest of life, Zhang Lei said with some reluctance. Xu Xin, you have to remember Chu, this team of ours, but it's the top team in the country, if not the world, and if you miss it, but there will never be that chance again. And, a little news can be revealed to you. Our team has now gathered not only the top powerhouses of today, there are also the 10,000 races from outside the domain. There's even a traveler. Xu Xin froze. Extraterrestrial 10,000 races. Travelers? Zhang Lei nodded. The current form of the Earth is far more complicated than we imagined. Most of the 10,000 races outside the domain, who wanted to get their hands on the Earth's chances, did so with malicious intent, but there was also a small group of races that, with goodwill, and though they came not with strength, across the field, they were able, by other means, to work with us and share the opportunity. Travelers, on the other hand, are even more mysterious. They were on Earth before the spiritual power was revived, then went to other parallel worlds, only returning with the revival of the aura. As for the specifics, before you joined the team, I can't reveal too much to you, but what I can tell you is that Tang Shan, most likely, is the traveler. At this moment, Xu Xin, after hearing all of this, the entire worldview, it seems, shattered. Seeing this, Zhang Lei was satisfied and said, how about it? Do you want to join now? Only, Xu Xin still hesitated for a moment before, gritting his teeth, he said, no joining. It was Zhang Lei's turn to be dumbfounded. Why are you still not joining? Xu Xin paused and explained, I became an evolutionary just because I wanted to make things better for my family, and more time, too, to take care of my family. For now, I'm content. Zhang Lei froze. Xu Xian's family situation, naturally investigated and understood her thoughts. He was about to open his mouth, but closed it. After hesitating for a moment, he said, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I'll give you a day to think about it. When the time comes, you're giving me an answer. After all was said and done, without delay, he turned and left the office. Although Xu Xian was a bit reluctant, she also understood that she had a family to take care of. If one were to join that team, not only would one not be able to return home often, but I'm afraid that one would be at risk of falling at any time. So what about one's family? She had joined the security bureau with the intention of doing it for her family. So naturally, she could not have sacrificed her roots for the sake of her family. Just as Xu Xian organized his thoughts, when you are ready to leave, it's bad. Xu Xian, something happened to your sister. A female team member, anxiously, entered the office. Chapter 24, The 10,000 Races Outside the Domain. Xu Xian's decision. National Security Agency. Inside Team Li's office. You're saying that the people who took my sister were the two men codenamed Nine that Lu Liang was tracking? Su Xian looked at the female team member in front of her with an anxious face and confirmed again and again. Yes, the message came from him. The female team member said with great certainty, Lu Liang has seen your sister. That's why he notified me in the first place. Why did they take my sister? Su Xian said with a frown. Don't know. Lu Liang just said that they broke into the school and grabbed a female student. And then he realized it was your sister. The female members of the team apparently know a limited amount as well. Although Su Xian was filled with doubts, it was impossible for her not to save her sister when she was in trouble. Go find Lu Liang. Picking up his things, he was ready to go right away. Lu Liang is dead. Just then, Team Li, who had left earlier, returned to the office once again. How did it die? Su Xian's movement stopped in midair. News just came in. He followed those two too close and was discovered. Team Li's voice trembled a little, and it was clear that he was having trouble accepting the news. Asterisk. Su Xian slammed his fist hard on the table. He did it because he realized it was my sister that's why something happened. No, I'm going to find them. Wait, Team Li, however, stopped Su Xian once again. Su Xian's eyes reddened as she asked rhetorically. What do you mean, Captain? Lu Liang is at least one of the top 3 evolvers in our bureau, and even he's in trouble. If you go forward rashly, you're just sending yourself to death. Su Xian said angrily. Even if I go to my death, I'm still going to save my sister. Your sister was captured. I can understand the emotions you're feeling right now, but is it always possible to solve problems when you are so impulsive? Team Li said seriously, and those two are inside our files. Code name 9. It's not like you don't know what it represents. Su Xian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Code 9 is the number of those two men's files, and this information, too, was prepared by her. Files in the security service under code names, representing that the danger level of the other party could not be determined, and that only a superior could be consulted, or continue to investigate to make a determination. And the numbers 1 to 9 represent the predicted danger level. 9 for the big one. It means the other party's danger level, which could be high. The Directorate General is required to send powerful evolvers to investigate. And this file, codenamed 9, is not because the other side is so strong. Rather, it is because, most strangely, according to the information, it started out as someone who had lost a loved one in a deserted, rotten building in River City, and then the sheriff sent in a man to look for it. But the sheriff also disappeared into the deserted, rotten building. It was a matter that soon came to their security bureau. So, security sent an evolutionary to investigate. The result was still the same as before. Even the evolved person, after going in, never came out again. For this reason, the bureau was greatly alarmed at the time. To avoid unnecessary sacrifices, armed forces were dispatched in an attempt to destroy the building outright. It turned out to be the building, as if protected by some force. Just try to destroy. It will stir up the defense. It can't be destroyed at all. For this reason the bureau, naturally, dared to no longer try rashly, waiting for the general administration to send someone to investigate. However, because of the limited personnel of the security bureau after the revival of the aura, this matter was also delayed again and again. And recently, it was noticed that 2 figures came out of this rotten building. They were out late and didn't commit murder, as if they were looking for something. The security service is trying to avoid spooking people. Lu Liang was also dispatched to be in charge of following these two. The duo's code name, 9, was derived from this. It was able to kill Lu Liang. The opponent's danger level is at least around Wolf Tiger, but if you add to that the building that goes in and never comes out, the danger level is at least above that of a tiger, or even ghost level. Based on his experience, Team Li came to his own conclusion saying, an existence of this level, it's simply not something we can handle. After saying this, realizing that he had said something wrong, he hurriedly explained, Su Xin, don't misunderstand. Just because we can't handle it doesn't mean we won't. I'm going to contact the General Directorate. With that, he picked up the phone. Too late. Su Xin, however, suddenly spoke. As a member of the Security Bureau, he naturally understands how much time it takes for the Directorate General to draw manpower over. It's not that the Directorate General is lazy. Rather, after the revival of the aura, there are more cases. Everywhere, the general team is powerless, even if it has the will to do so. But, Team Li's words, however, also made a point of waking up Su Xin. Team Li, do you know Zhang Lei's contact information? Team Li froze, then said in surprise, right, I almost forgot. Zhang Lei, the stone god, but the General Directorate's first team of experts. Soon. However, he frowned. These guys are busy. Though, not necessarily out to help. Team Lee, give me your contact information. I have an idea. Xu Pingan immediately asked for the other party's contact information. Then a call was made over the phone. Wait for the other person to connect. Hello, it's me. I'd like to join your squad, but I have one condition. River City, high-tech, inside a 3-story building, covering an area of no more than 10 acres. A rotten building full of weeds. What a treasure to pick up. I didn't expect these natives of Earth. Surprisingly, there would be creatures comparable to the bloodline of our Gatun Beast clan. It couldn't be more suitable to be used as a vessel. A figure dressed in black was trembling as he looked at the unconscious little girl in front of him. The black clothes on his body also fell to the ground under his trembling, only to see that inside, it was actually a monster with dark skin that looked like a giant worm. Big brother, a bloodline of this level is a great tonic for us. And his companion on one side of him also removed his black clothes, revealing his original monster figure. What? You want to devour? The Gatun Beast, who was called Big Brother, looked to his companion. I wouldn't dare to swallow it all by myself. If you devour it, Big Brother, I only need to get a small share of the blood meal, the other Gatun Beast cautiously said. But the next moment, the Big Brother of the Gatun Beast directly stretched out the tentacles on his body and smacked on the opponent's body. Seek death. If this word reaches the king's mouth, we'll all die. Big Brother Gatun Beast said in no uncertain terms. Don't forget our purpose. The king sent us here. It is to find the right vessel for the king to descend into this world. And this little girl is the perfect vessel. If we devour him, how long will we have to wait before the king descends? If the king does not come down, how will we return to our world? The Gatun Beast's little brother, who had been smacked, hurriedly nodded his head tremblingly and admitted his mistake. Big Brother, I was wrong. Please don't ever tell the king about this. Which native we killed before wasn't simple. Maybe we've been watched here. If you know you're wrong, hurry up and prepare the field and offer this little girl to the great king. Chapter 25, The King of the Gatun Clan descends. While the two extraterrestrial creatures, the Gatun Beasts, were busy as hell. Abandoned building, 1 kilometer away. Hundreds of vigilantes, pulling a cordon along the road to keep passing cars and pedestrians. Isolated and forbidden to all pedestrians. And inside the cordon, dozens of people in civilian clothes, gathered around the derelict building. Less than 100 meters away from the area. This is where those two from Code 9 last disappeared. Team Lee pointed at the building and dropped the cigarette in his hand, his eyes full of complexity and said, could make such a large enclosed area, except for the officials of the Kyushu. Naturally, it is the people from the security bureau who are present. Zhang Lei's tall and erect body, like a small mountain of, slowly standing outside the deserted building. Xu Pingan, your request is to join our squad if you help save your sister? And standing beside him was naturally Xu Pingan, whose eyes were filled with anxiety. She gritted her teeth and said in very resolute words, that's right, as long as I can save my sister, I'm in. Zhang Lei craned his neck. Good, leave it to me, then. I will get your sister out. Team Lee hurriedly warned from the sidelines. This building is very bizarre, and the people we went in there, it never comes out, so be careful. Zhang Lei smiled and said, as long as I want to go somewhere, there is no one right now that be able to stop me. The other party's words, although Team Lee and Xu Pingan felt that they were a bit exaggerated, but the duo didn't suspect a thing. This is the General Directorate, a member of the first team. That was a group of strong people who were probably the most top-notch in this world. We know that from the fact that the General Administration sent him to suppress Tang Shan. Even a ghost-level disaster can be handled. Existences of this level were already existences that they looked up to, and after the other guy finished, Zhang Lei didn't hesitate, directly towards the deserted building, inside the derelict building, only to see an open field above. At that moment it was densely packed and filled with bizarre symbols that seemed to be carved with blood. At the same time, an inexplicable and strange energy was filling the space. Big Brother, is this the descending field of our Gatun clan? The Gatun Beast looked at the runes in front of him and opened its mouth full of excitement. Nice! The elder brother of the Gatun Beast was holding a red gemstone that was bizarre to the extreme, carving runes into the ground. On one side, he said complacently, we, the Gatun Beasts, are able to gain a foothold in the 10,000 races because of this special descending field. As long as we can find the right bloodline vessel, then it will be possible to pass through this domain and summon the strongest of my clan. Here. Moreover, such a summoning ignores distance and any special prohibitions. Earth's field, as the king also said, is not a problem at all. Thinking back to the time when the Golden Giant clan, taking advantage of our clan's conquest, invaded our territory. The time to kill our people. One of the clan elders of my clan immediately activated the strongest descending field within the clan. Summoned my clan's thousands of troops and horses. Directly crushed the golden giant's infestation in one fell swoop. The Gatton beast, on the side, wondered, our field. Then, can you summon the 1,000 armies of my people here? Big brother Gatton beast said in no uncertain terms, summoning 1,000 armies. Not to mention the tedious field that needs to be inscribed. Do you think Earth could find so many containers? Just see him finish at the same time. Couldn't help but look at the little girl. At this moment, the little girl was breathing evenly, as if she was just as deeply asleep. You know, they've been searching for this little girl for a month. The Garden Beast's little brother quickly nodded his head and said, Big brother is right. A barren place like Earth. There simply can't be that many containers. And, just before he could finish his sentence, Brother Gatton Beast suddenly interrupted. Someone broke in. The Garden Beast minion, however, was unimpressed and said, Don't people break in all the time? And the maze field we've set up outside will only make it impossible for them to come back. Not this time. I can feel that the other side is powerful. The big brother of the Gatton Beast immediately stopped his hand movements. So what do you mean, big brother? The Garden Beast minion opened his mouth to inquire. The descent spell formation on my side has already been carved for the most part, so there is no room for error. You go block him. The big brother of the Gatton Beast made a decision. Only, the latter was somewhat fearful, saying, Big brother, as you know, in order to cross the field and descend to Earth, my strength has long been 10,000 times less, and if even you find a powerful being, I can't deal with it at all. The alien foreigners want to come to Earth. For now it's just a matter of paying your way across the field. And naturally, the Gatton clan was no exception. They used a secret method to cut down their own cultivation, to the tune of 10,000. Only just barely made it through the field. Of course, the process. They've at least had thousands of dead companions. It was only then that the two of them were left behind. But even after descending to Earth, they were just a little bit stronger than ordinary evolvers. That's why, after they descended to Earth, they only dared to occupy a rotten building, and go deep to find the right container. Because of their strength, they were really limited, and if they wanted to be arrogant on Earth, they couldn't be arrogant. But, since they were able to come, they were naturally prepared. It's not for you to deal with them. Just block them. You take the star-sinking stone and go replace the array eyes of the maze field. At their current level of evolution, it's enough to stop them outside. The elder brother of the Gatton Beast took out a gemstone that was as bright as a star in a moment. The latter's eyes were instantly delighted. This star-sinking stone is no ordinary stone. Rather, it was a rare found only in the Stone Mother clan among the 10,000 clans. The stone itself did not possess any mana, yet it can strangely change the gravity around it. Moreover, paired with a special field, it could increase gravity by tens of thousands of times. This kind of treasure, even in the 10,000 races, was a rare existence. But the king had purposely left it to the two for the sake of Earth's chance. Not so much, not wanting to give other treasures. Rather, the Earth's field exists, and all treasures with mana are also being excluded. The star-sinking stone, however, was an accident because it did not possess mana. However, the stone had a lifespan, and normally wouldn't be taken out at all unless it was in a crisis. Got it. Garden Beast minion immediately volunteered to take the star sinker, and then they headed out of the building. Only, just stepped out of the building. He then met up with Zhang Lei, who was about to walk into the building. You're a foreigner? Zhang Lei looked at the other party with some expression of surprise. Not that he had seen much. Rather, it was the shape of the Gatton beasts, which was too exaggerated to resemble Earth's creatures. Chapter 26, Divine Disasters. Zhang Lei's appearance clearly froze the opposite side. But the next moment, he then rushed towards a clearing. Seeing this, Zhang Lei naturally hurriedly followed. This is an extraterrestrial race. If not handled properly, it would be an absolutely devastating crisis for the planet. Only, the latter was extremely fast. Zhang Lei shall not be allowed to catch up. That Gatton beast put a stone that shrank with starlight into a particular area. Throughout the deserted building, space seemed to tremble. Next moment, Zhang Lei then seemed to be enveloped by a powerful external force all over his body. The whole man was suddenly mortared in place. The gravity around us has been altered? Zhang Lei's eyes revealed a hint of gravity. Then he looked at the other side of that extraterrestrial race and spoke. What are you going to do? The 10,000 races have long been warring against each other for an unknown number of years, and have a special means of communicating in words and, so, naturally, they can understand human speech. What are we going to do? After seeing that the other party was trapped, he immediately became a bit smug. Of course it's to conquer the Earth. With your strength? Zhang Lei's eyes were very sharp, and he could roughly tell the opponent's battle strength. The Gatten beast sensed the contempt in his opponent's words and, without good humor, he said, "If it wasn't for the sake of entering Earth, do you think I'm weak? Every exotic race that has entered Earth has said this to you. Extraterrestrial races might be unheard of for Earthlings, but Zhang Lei, as a member of the General Bureau of, naturally, I've seen a lot of them," he calmly said. "Earth also has many forces, but we, Kyushu, it's a very hospitable community, and if you and I were to meet with the higher-ups and talk it over, maybe we wouldn't have to start a conflict. Moreover, there are quite a few other 10,000 races that have entered into cooperation with us. It was a fact that the extraterrestrial races were very powerful. That's why Kyushu, internally, had already been planned. If you can work together, then try to work together. After all, although Earth was full of opportunities, that also required a life to take them." "Ha!" The Gatten beast laughed coldly and opened its mouth. "This is where you're wrong. We, the Gatten clan, will not cooperate with you. I'm not afraid to tell you that the king of my clan will soon descend here, and you'll be waiting to die then. We have a field presence on Earth, and if your king could descend and stand here, it wouldn't be you." Zhang Lei was a bit unimpressed. Most of the exotic foreign races he came into contact with were just like this. Speak out of turn. At this time, the Gatten beast, seeing that the other party could not move, the alarm in his heart was also lowered by a small amount. With a haughty look on his face, he said, "Don't take that trash and compare it to my clan's king. Now with that container, my clan's descent will not be affected by the field at all." Zhang Lei's eyes couldn't help but narrow, obviously somewhat disbelieving. However, just as the two were talking, inside the deserted building, a pillar of blood-colored light that towered into the sky suddenly rushed out. Around the pillar of light, the terrifying energy seemed to have pierced a hole through the sky. Within the pillar of light, there was even an obscure sound that seemed to come from the distant past, like some kind of incantation, with a terrifying power. See, when the Gatten beast saw that pillar of light, it immediately looked frantic and said, "That is my clan's secret method. He can directly make my clan's king descend here. What a bull ***** field. It can't stop my king from descending at all." At this moment, Zhang Lei finally moved. That terrifying energy fluctuation was enough to confirm that what the other party said was true. The moment. As a member of the General Directorate of Security, naturally, there was no way this could be allowed to happen. Only to see a powerful energy fluctuation erupt violently from his body. The original small mountainous body had unexpectedly multiplied once again. At this moment, it was like a humanoid tank, directly overcoming the gravity suppression and rushing towards the other party. Only, that Gatten beast had naturally been on the defensive for a long time. He only sought his hand under the star-sinking stone and pressed it violently. An even more terrifying force came out once again. Zhang Lei's huge body suddenly sank. The ground was all broken, inch by inch, from the gravity coming off of his body. The legs were even plunged right inside the dirt. "Native, you don't think that by telling you these secrets, I'm going to let you off the hook, do you? Go to hell." The Gatten beast immediately extended two sharp claws that flashed with a cold light from which grotesque body. Turning into a stump, he rushed towards Zhang Lei. Just see where the sharp claws pass. It was as if even the sound of trembling came from space. Seeing this, Zhang Lei's eyes glazed over. Petrify. Next moment, the skin on his torso had turned into dark stone. Dang! Between the two collision, actually issued a sound like metal like impact. Being a shrinking violet? The Garthen beast looked at his opponent's abnormality and couldn't help but show a stern look. This time, however, "I'll lift your turtle shell." As the words fell, a bizarre blood-colored energy began to wrap around his sharp claws. A powerful sharp aura filled the air. He took the initiative once again, and his speed was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to see. However, just when he thought he was going to completely kill the natives across the street, drink! Zhang Lei let out a fierce shout, only to see him curl up. The stone blocks also changed with his movements, forming a stone ball. In a flash of lightning, it actually tumbled straight up and, after plowing a huge furrow into the ground, it unexpectedly disappeared directly out of sight. Escaped? The Gatten beast froze a bit, then broke into a rage. Damn! This cunning native! He had expected the other side to fight him to the death. Who knew that it would simply escape? Count on you to run this time. Anyway, the king will descend soon. By then you'll all be dead anyway. The Garthen beast naturally didn't dare to pursue. With the help of treasures and fields, he was able to deal with Zhang Lei. If you leave the area, I'm afraid it's you who'll be taken to task. After he glanced at the pillar of light in the sky, excitement once again appeared on his face. Immediately, they converged toward their companions. And in the meantime, outside the deserted building, inside a deep pit smashed by a large stone ball. Zhang Lei, somewhat wretched, climbed out of it. How did it go? Did you save my sister? Su Xian was the first to run up and inquire. The other members of the security bureau, too, rushed to gather around. Zhang Lei gasped for breath. His face was a bit unsettled. Sorry, I tried my best. But not even your sister. Even you can't deal with the people inside? And what's with that pillar of light? Team Li looked a little surprised. Zhang Lei looked a bit heavy and said, there are extraterrestrial races inside. Extraterrestrial race? How could an extraterrestrial race descend upon us? The people present were not the core personnel of the security bureau at Zhang Lei's level. In the moment of hearing those 4 words, it was as if they felt a great crisis of pressure. So what you're saying is that my sister can't be saved? Su Xian clearly only had his sister in his eyes. It's not about your sister anymore. Zhang Lei's eyes were heavy as he said, this extraterrestrial race? I'm afraid that they have found a way to crack the field, to summon the mighty of his race. I needed to deliver a message to escape in time. Immediately, he looked at Team Li and spoke with a heavy to the core expression. You are now rushing to evacuate the crowd. The other party's disaster level. It can already be defined as the dragon level above the ghost level. Nope. If the field really fails and the strongest of the 10,000 races descend on our planet, then the disaster wouldn't just be a dragon, but a world-destroying, god, class. In the meantime, Jiang Chang, Su family, Xu Pingan, who was closing his eyes, immersed in the great Tao and studying the system, but suddenly his eyes opened. Chapter 27 Angry Xu Pingan, Great Emperor strikes, in time back to a minute ago. So it is. There's even this kind of tactic. At this time, in a world of nothingness transformed by the rules of the great Tao, Xu Pingan sat on a cloud, looking at the 2 systems in front of him, which were melting together. He couldn't help but let out a succession of marvels. This is the evolution of the most original forces and rules. The system was born in this way. Although Xu Pingan could see through the essence of the system, but it would be categorically difficult to evolve a system such as this one out. This is the reason why the lords marveled at the fusion of the 2 systems, not to mention how strong the other side is, but at least, the evolution and fusion of this system, for the means of applying the great Tao and the rules of it was clearly much higher than Xu Pingan's. The process, for him, has been beneficial. And, during the meltdown, Xu Pingan had also finally found a hint of the person behind the system, though to find out the other side completely, it still needs to be imprinted. However, this was enough to make Xu Pingan even more excited for the meeting with the person behind that curtain. But just as he continued to immerse himself in this epiphany of the great Tao, Xu Pingan's complexion suddenly changed. A wave of anger burst out from within his body. The boundless world, under this emotion, was reduced to nothing in an instant. Not only that, the rules and avenues of heaven and earth all wailed at this moment. The earth's heavenly heart seal all seemed to feel his emotional fluctuations. A dark cloud, so thick it looked like ink, rose from nowhere. The gloom of the gloom enveloped the entire continent. Thick thunder, transformed into a thunder snake, rolled over and over in the thundercloud, as if waiting for a moment to, ranting and venting, dare to touch my sister, seek death. Xu Pingan's voice was as piercing and cold as the cold winds of the 9 ghosts. The moment the words fell, just see miles and miles of dark clouds in the sky. The golden avenue that was so familiar to the people of Earth emerged once again, cutting through the sky, outside the deserted building. Su Xian, don't be impulsive. I've contacted the General Directorate. They've already notified all the experts. They'll be here soon. Zhang Lei stopped in front of Su Xian and tried his best to open his mouth to persuade him. Get out of the way. Su Xian's body at the moment exuded a powerful blood aura. Her power, at this moment, seemed to be climbing upwards. There was even a frightening power in his body that seemed to be reviving. Her gaze pointed straight at the deserted building. If you ever stop me from saving my sister again, then don't blame me for killing you too. Zhang Lei naturally felt the change in the other party. While the eyes were surprised, they were even more determined to stop in front of her. This matter is beyond your power. If you go in now, you're just sending yourself to death. There's no point. Only, at this moment, Su Xian couldn't listen at all. Last chance. You're getting out of the way. Or not allowed to open? Zhang Lei couldn't help but look at Team Li on the side. The latter, too, spoke in a hurry. Su Xian, why is this so hard? You've seen this matter. It has risen to the highest level of national danger. You going in there now won't change a thing, and it's going to take one of your lives. And, I can also give you my word. The country is already sending all its experts over at full force now. And it's not just people from the general authority. The venerable Shaolin spiritual wisdom, as we know him, the old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Even an extra-dimensional being will come over and negotiate with them. With them around, There's a good chance your sister will survive. If you go in there now, you might just add to the chaos. After all, Team Lee was Xu Pingan's superior, and they got along on a regular basis and had a trust. At his persuasion, Xu Pingan's tightly furrowed brows were finally slowly stretching, but just then, a little girl's scream suddenly rang out. Only the next moment, the pillar of blood-colored light in the sky was instantly overflowing with energy and the surrounding space was stirred to smithereens, and the terrifying energy, moreover, turned into ripples that directly spread out in all directions. The staff that blocked off everything here, except for the evolvers, fainted instantly, and, vaguely, I only saw the shadow of a gigantic beast with a hideous face and a hand that formed the sun and the moon. It was fleeting in the column of light. The crowd that saw this scene, it was dumbfounded. In everyone's mind, they felt no seconds. Has the king that the other side is talking about already penetrated the field? Has he really come down? The moment, Xu Pingan couldn't calm down anymore. Straight towards the deserted building, Zhang Lei and Team Li hurriedly followed to block it. But the next moment, a terrifying energy fluctuation then emanated from the deserted building. The three had only just stepped in for a moment. It was then directly suppressed in place by a powerful force. This moment is different from before. Not gravity. Instead, a terrifying pressure from the soul locked in. Under this pressure, the surrounding space, time seemed to be misplaced and chaotic. Their bodies, unable to stop trembling, couldn't even rise to the notion of escaping. And, inside the building, a terrifying force was brewing. Those present, after feeling this power, instantly had only one thought: that's dead. Just as they subconsciously closed their eyes and plunged into darkness, ready to wait for death, suddenly, a light cut through their darkness. Even if their eyes are tightly closed, could also get to that light penetration. It was a light filled with golden flames, the light of the sun. Under this radiance, was eclipsed. Not only that, that terrifying pressure also dissipated after the moment it appeared. Of course, what seemed like a long process was but a mere matter of moments. That golden light then cut right through space and all obstacles and entered the. At the moment it was already chaotic in the middle of space. This is that golden avenue in the universe at that time. How did he get here? The moment Zhang Lei saw that radiance, he nearly lost his voice and directly said where it came from. Time returns again to a few moments ago, inside the deserted building. At this moment, the center of the formation I filled with weird runes of terrifying energy. Sulu was lying peacefully in it. Only, above it, at the moment, there were two shadows that were entwining with each other. The two Gatten beasts were kneeling in front of that shadow, not daring to move. Big brother, has the king really descended? The Garden beast minions whispered and opened their mouths. Shut up, the big brother of the Gatten beast said in a bad mood. Can't you see that the king is eating the little girl's soul? Disturb the king, you don't have enough little lives. The Garden beast's little brother couldn't help but ask. With the king's cultivation, isn't it possible to suppress it casually? What's taking so long? What do you know? This container is not simple. The king is afraid that his soul is too powerful and damage the vessel directly. That's why it's slowly eating away at it, waiting for the most perfect gesture to descend. Just see the speech. The two silhouettes met at once. It actually rushed directly into Su Li's body. Originally sleeping she was. Instantly he sat up and opened his eyes. Only, at this moment, her pupils were strangely red and black. Immediately afterward, a childish, yet full of vicissitudes of life voice slowly rang out. Is this the Earth? Chapter 28 Sulu, I'm taking you home. The two brothers, the Gatten beasts, after seeing each other open their mouths, the look was full of surprise. Because, they know, it is his own king who has come down. Congratulations king, successfully descended to Earth. The two prostrated themselves on the ground, their expressions full of adoration. The two of you have merit, finding such a good container for this king. On Su Li's childish face, his expression was filled with majesty at the moment. King, these are the things we should do. The two Gatten beasts that heard the words, excitedly thanked them in a hurry. The man outside the door, is that the trouble you've invited? Su Li's eyes seemed to see through everything. The two-headed Gatten beasts, hurriedly explained, King, this Earth situation, there are some complications. Among them, evolved people have appeared, and some of them are very powerful. We came to Earth, with a near-total loss of cultivation. It's inevitable that some forces won't be alarmed in order to find you as a vessel. Sula spoke indifferently. No harm done, since this king has descended. It's just a matter of slapping these ants to death. She raised her small hand, and a terrifying energy brewed between its palms. But just then, a childish scream suddenly rang out. Next moment, Sula then looked outside with blank eyes and said with some curiosity, Sister? Why is my sister here? The two Gatten beasts present were dumbfounded. 1 second. It was the mighty and domineering king. How about the next moment? Just a little girl? Who are you? Su Li's gaze looked toward the duo, while his palms slowly pointed over toward the two beasts. No, don't come over here. The Gatten beast was instantly scared out of its wits. One had to know that what was now brewing between Su Li's palms was an attack issued by the great king. That's if it's all on them by accident. They can be the ones who die. It was good that Su Li finally stopped moving. Her face changed slightly again. A majestic aura once again erupted from within the body. This little girl's body is more special than I thought. Su Li's vocal line changed again. The two Gatten beasts couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily their king is back. You two, go outside and kill those people. Su Li spoke again. The two brothers, the Gatten beasts, froze, and then with a face full of bitterness, he said, King, didn't you say that you could exterminate them with a lift of your hand? Why do we still have to go? At this time outside, an unknown number of evolved people had already gathered. The strength of their two brothers, where is it enough? I haven't completely refined this vessel. There happens to be another person among the outside. Who is the blood relative of this body? If I were to strike, I would trigger a vessel mood swing, and if I were to forcefully suppress it will damage this vessel. Su Li's vicissitudes of voice spoke the cause. The two Gatten beasts couldn't help but look at each other. Su Li's voice sounded again. Don't worry, although I cannot kill her, and yet they can keep them under control. Between the fall of the words, the red aura in Su Li's eyes here flourished. A terrifying pressure from the depths of his soul directly erupted out. The two Gatten beasts trembled under this pressure. However, it was good that this power from the soul was not directed at them. The Garthen beast brothers looked outward at once. Fruity. At this moment, all the people outside were instantly fixed in place. Go! Once this king has thoroughly refined this vessel, he will completely restore your strength. Su Li's voice sounded once again. The two Gatten beasts were overjoyed when they heard this and wanted to strike. But just then, you don't stand a chance. A voice that was cold to the extreme suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, there was a golden light that crashed into the building. The two Gatten beasts, the moment they felt this golden light, directly seemed to have seen too much milk. Even the beastborn walkers, they're out. The energy contained in that golden light was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it seemed as if everything was going to be destroyed by it. But that golden light, however, seemed to have scruples. It didn't dare to wreak havoc at all. And the moment it appeared, it dissipated into thin air. And in the meantime, a silhouette that appeared in front of them, the two Garthen beast brothers, at this moment, were also finally coming back to their senses. Perhaps it was because not a single aura fluctuation could be felt on the person who appeared. The two brothers subconsciously came to the man's face, wanting to make a threatening remark. Next moment, the two beasts then realized something was wrong. The body seems to not belong to itself at this moment. I can't help but fall to my knees. This is from the depths of the soul, the instinctive worship for the strong, not at all under the control of their consciousness. See the Emperor, undefeated death. At this moment, Xu Pingan's aura of a great emperor was not reserved at all. However, but control is within your own square inch of your life. Who are you? At this moment, the only one who could speak on the field was Su Li. But this was something Pingan Su had done on purpose. He didn't want to let his breath of power hurt his sister. Su Li, sleep in peace. I'll take you home. The other party's words, Su Ping didn't want to ignore at all. Instead, he raised his hand directly toward his sister and grabbed her. You seek death. The Garthen king within Su Li's body naturally felt the disregard from the other party. She controlled Su Li's body and directly blasted out a palm at Xu Pingan. The seemingly tender palm was filled with monstrous potential energy at this moment. Countless stars, suns and moons, all flowed between its palms. A terrifying power that seemed to shatter everything. Everything around us seems to be disintegrating from the smallest particle level. Just, this force, the moment it touched Xu Pingan, directly dissipated into thin air. What stars and sun and moon and destructive forces? It's just as if it's evaporated. How is that possible? The Gatten king controlled Su Li's body, staring with a pair of huge budding eyes filled with surprise. There was no time for him to be surprised. Xu Pingan's hand, then, had grabbed onto his sister's hand. Next moment, King Gatten immediately let out a roaring sound of pain. Behind Su Li's back, two silhouettes emerged once again. That was the souls of Su Li and King Gatten. The two are intertwined. In particular, the soul of King Gatten seemed to want Su Li's soul to completely take over. You want to separate us? The Gatten king couldn't move at all at the moment, roaring in rage as he watched Xu Pingan strike. Only, the latter simply didn't bother, grasping his sister's hand and never letting go. I admit it. You're strong. But it's too late now, my Gatun clan. For soul devouring, no one in the world's 10,000 clans is comparable. This little girl has become my vessel. Her soul is tainted with my mark. No one can separate it. Although the Gatun king knew that he was undefeatable, it was obvious that he didn't want to let his opponent have his way either. His words had just fallen. The soul void represented by Sula seemed to be cloaked in a layer of golden-colored flames. The weak body that had been squeezed, also at this moment, violently recoiled. Next moment, King Gatun's agonized roar sounded once again. Impossible! Impossible! My soul mark Chapter 29, God's law cannot be disobeyed. King Gatun's scream, making the two brothers, the Gatun beasts, completely dumbfounded. You know, that's the king of their clan. It was the strongest person recognized within their clan. Among the 10,000 races, that was one of the most ruthless people, having killed an unknown number of strong people from the 10,000 races. But now, it was actually taken by a native on Earth. That feeling, it's like coming to Ant World and you're ravaged by an ant until you scream. Do you think that's ridiculous? At this moment, King Gatun screamed miserably, literally shaking the 8 directions with his voice. Even the security bureau crowd outside the building could hear it clearly. This pain is far superior to the pain brought on physically. This is the soul level, the most fundamental pain. Even a king as strong as one of the 10,000 races could not withstand it. You wait for me. When the earth disappears, I will make sure that this pain pay you back 1,000 times over. King Gatun finally couldn't stand the pain. It actually voluntarily withdrew from the great battle of souls vying for bodies, turning into a shadow. He fled towards the pillar of light that had teleported. Did I let you go? This time, Xu Pingan finally looked at the other party, and the latter, at once, was horrified. He realized that the void was imprisoned, and even the pillar of teleportation light that could break through even the field of it all lost the effect he was supposed to have. How is it possible? How could you even be able to imprison my clan's secret techniques? As King Gatun watched this scene, his eyes seemed to crack open in disbelief. Xu Pingan was simply too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Straight away, he raised his hand and grabbed it. The soul shadow of the Gatun king was then taken into its hands. No matter how much he rampaged, it was simply hard to escape the palm of his hand. Let me go. I am the king of the Gatun clan. If you strike at me, you are provoking the entire Gatun clan. At that time, Earth will eventually border the 10,000 races. Aren't you afraid of one more mortal enemy? The captured Gatun king, still bottoming out, wanted to use this as a threat. Xu Pingan couldn't help but ponder for a moment. King Gatun, who saw this, thought the threat had worked. Immediately, he rampantly said, "You know you're afraid, right? It's still too late to let me go back. My sister, the best vessel for your clan?" Xu Pingan, however, suddenly asked back, "You, what do you mean?" King Gatun clearly hadn't kept up with Xu Pingan's brain circuits, and the latter, straight away, hooked again. The elder of the two Garthan Beast brothers was detained directly in front of him. "You said that, didn't you?" The elder brother of the Garthan Beast was like a lost dog that had seen a tiger at the moment, his soul trembling, unable to raise any thoughts of resistance in his heart. He spoke tremblingly, I did say that." Xu Pingan, who had gotten the answer, had his eyes slightly glazed over. Afterwards, he said, "In that case, you, the Gatun clan, and there's no need for it to exist." What? The Gatun king was first stunned, and then it was as if he had heard some kind of joke. The Gatun clan, reigning over the 10,000 clans for countless years. There is more than one king within the clan than just me. Do you think you can exterminate us? Xu Pingan's answer, however, was very simple. He only sought his gaze looking towards the pillar of teleportation light before placing his palm in it, and then, the corner of his mouth curled slightly. Found it. Next moment, only that pillar of teleportation light was seen to have brought a picture. In the middle of the image, there was a planet filled with blood-colored energy. The planet is so big that it spans billions of miles, and in its surroundings, it's surrounded by 6 sun-level stars. The star of Teasing, moreover, is not counted. Through the screen, it was even possible to see that the planet was constantly populated by living powerhouses that, across the stars in and out of the universe, prosperous and flourishing to the core. And that was the home planet of their Gatun race. Soon, a shadow that enveloped the entire planet. The screen pulls away again. The source of the shadow was a huge palm that crossed space and time, as if it could even cover the universe, appeared above their home planet. The Garthan Beast brothers, who were beside Xu Pingan, and the Gatun king were all completely shocked. What kind of greatness is this, to make it this far? No room for them to be shocked. The next scene that made them nearly explode with anger appeared. I only saw that palm, just like swatting a mosquito. toward their home planet. Boom! The mother planet of the Gatten King, at this moment, directly exploded into a pitch-black universe of, offering a fireworks show that was sparkling to the core. In the picture, one could even see countless lives of the Gatten clan dying out. You deserve to die. The Gatten King roared and cried out in pain, his eyes glaring at Xu Pingan as 2 lines of blood tears directly flowed out. The wounds of the destruction of the home planet hurt. They simply hurt too much. Xu Pingan, who started it all, was unmoved, and slowly, from the pillar of teleportation light, drawing back the palm of his hand. If it wasn't for this teleportation light pillar, it could pinpoint the coordinates. Otherwise, it would be a waste of some effort to find it on your own. The next thing he did was wave. Without thinking, it seemed to resent the fact that it was stained with something unclean. The soul of the Gatten King, who saw this scene, all dimmed instantly for a long time before it brightened up again. It was as if he was almost going to be pissed off. You will not die. Do you think you've exterminated our Gatten clan just like that? The Gatten King was furious and roared. Impossible. We, the Gatten clan. In the long years of survival of the 10,000 races, there are our bloodlines in all the 8 wastelands of the universe. They'll all remember this day, and all will remember you. As long as we still have a trace of bloodline left, sooner or later, we'll make you pay for your blood. Xu Pingan, who heard these words, was once again moved. Thanks for yet another reminder. Actually, it doesn't matter if you remember me, but you should never, ever, have used my sister as a vessel for you. Between the fall of the words, only to see Xu Pingan's surroundings suddenly glow with light, obscuring the sky. Countless laws of the great Tao swam around him. The long river of space and time was even rushing under his feet. A golden lotus made of runic culture was even blooming continuously in the void. The 9 seals on his body unsealed, most of them in this instant. The moment. His eyes were like torches, and he stood in the middle of thousands of avenues. A thought. Only to see a wisp of residual soul floating out from the soul of the Gatten King, which was pinched at his fingertips. Anyone who possesses its bloodline and soul shall obey my law and die. Xu Pingan's voice was like thunder, and he mouthed the heavenly constitution to the remnant soul. The moment the words fell, countless avenues trembled. This sentence, directly along with the remnants of King Gatten's soul, transformed into an entity that, like an ancient emperor's holy decree, it was above the great Tao and stood in the river of time. In a flash, the universe is eightfold. All of the Gatten beast clan seem to have heard murmuring whispers from the origin of all things. The emperor's decree cannot be disobeyed. Anyone with Gatten blood and soul shall obey the law and die. Chapter 30. Do you think you can die if you want to? The Dharma decree was transformed into a great Tao, spreading throughout the 8 wastelands of the universe. But anyone who is tainted with the bloodline of the Gatten clan, all have heard of this, and their lives came to an end at that point. Under the great Tao, those who do not transcend are all ants. There is only death as an end. The moment. There was a bizarre scene in the 10,000 tribes, countless outgoing Gattens, alive and well at the last second, and the next moment it suddenly died outright without a sound. No one escapes this fate. The Gatten clan was not a weakling among the 10,000 clans, but just like that all of them suddenly fell. Even the home planet was destroyed. This caused all the 10,000 races to be, for a moment, in a state of panic. The depths of the universe, above a starfield that was like a blazing sun, burning with flames. How dare you try to disturb the great Tao and forcibly exterminate a human race? Aren't you afraid of being entangled in karma? There was a withered old man who murmured and spoke in the flames, his eyes showing a hint of doubt. Immediately, his gaze shone like a star as he looked through the origin, trying to view who had struck whom. Surprisingly blinded by the sky? The curiosity in the old man's eyes increased. However, although I cannot know who you are, where you are, the old man already knows. His gaze at this moment, as if seeming to pass through infinite time, until staring at a planet with an azure glow, rise from the ashes in glory again in the midst of despondency. So there you are, at the risk of being entangled in the karma of the Gatten clan. Could it be? What's the big secret here? The old man slowly stood up and made a decision. The old man has no hope of becoming an immortal, and he doesn't have much life left. Why don't we go bump into the chance too? The moment the words fell, he transformed into a golden crow, terrifying flames, flowing around its body, setting it off like a rising sun. It cut a fiery avenue through the universe and disappeared. In the meantime, Earth, in front of King Gatten, a picture was reflected under the rules of the world's longest river and the great Tao. In the middle of the picture, there were countless people of the Gatten bloodline. One by one, they died under Xu Pingan's decree, until the end. King, help, save us. I don't want to die yet. The last 2 brothers of the Gatten beasts, too, in their unwilling pleas for help under the law of the God's soul passed away directly. King Gatten couldn't stop his soul from trembling at the moment. His voice was hoarse from anger to the extreme. You're simply too vicious, to go so far as to kill everyone, leaving no one alive. Vicious? Wasn't it you who said that as long as one of your clan survives, you want me to pay in blood? The gloom in Xu Pingan's heart seemed to have eased after he resolved all of this. Instead, he also exchanged words with him. If I don't exterminate your clan, in another day your clan will roll up again and come back to strike at my sister. When will the injustice end? Instead of that, it's better to sever this sinful relationship as early as possible. The Garthan king who heard the words would have been so angry that he would have spit out blood if he hadn't had no entity. Dare I say that if it wasn't for my own words, and the Gatten would not have been exterminated? You're the one who's responsible for the extermination of your family? Thinking of this, he became more and more enraged. This is a crooked reasoning, to do such a horrible thing. Sooner or later you will suffer karma. That's not for you to bother with. It's time for you to be on your way. The Garthan king who heard the words, not only was he not afraid, his expression was actually somewhat relieved. His soul kept tumbling, and his words were filled with bravado as he said, "This king will die on his own. You can't interfere." The words fell. It's about to just blow up your soul. A destructive soul fluctuation brewed directly within the soul. The clan had been destroyed, and there was no need for him to live. Merely, Xu Pingan's voice sounded quietly. I didn't say I'd let you die. Do you think you can die? That breath that was meant to destroy everything. The moment came to an abrupt end. King Gatten, who was prepared to die heroically, was dumbfounded. The king has blown himself up? You can stop this? Is there any justice? What the hell are you doing? King Gatten wanted to cry. A deep sense of powerlessness came out from the bottom of his heart. This king is merely taking a fancy to your sister's body, and in a moment of greed, he wants to occupy it. Any strong person? Who cares about the death of a weak person, isn't it? Now, I admit, I kicked the bucket. My clan's home planet was destroyed by you. All the bloodline people of my clan have also been exterminated by you. You are powerful. This king has no chance of retaliation. I'll endure. But now this king has just one request. Want to die with dignity? Can't even? King Gatten's words were not angry at the moment. It's more like a complaining woman, talking about her suffering. Only, what kind of person was Xu Pingan? The number of living beings that had been killed was not less than that of the Gatten race. His face remained ancient and unperturbed as he said, since my sister and your clan's bloodline are related, you blew yourself up and died. It's a bit of a waste. Why don't you and my sister make a bond, become my sister's sustenance, and go to your death? King Gatten's entire soul couldn't help but freeze for a moment. It was hard to suppress the anger. Once again, he rose up. This king's entire clan has been destroyed, and he's still bonding with UTM? Will you save it for your next life? If there is a next life, this king will definitely thwart you. Xu Pingan directly began to refine the soul of the Gatten king, all the while blocking out the other man's angry curses, because he knew that it must be hard to hear. Not much longer. King Gatten's insults, then, grew smaller and smaller until they disappeared completely. And then, between Xu Pingan's palms, there was an extra ball of blood-red energy, pure to the extreme, shining with a fascinating light. Not only was it gorgeous on the outside, but it also contained a mighty power inside that was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. As the Gatten beast said, this energy seemed to have a bit of a similarity with Su Li's human bloodline treasure. The two complement each other in unexpected and wonderful ways. Of course, his own sister's human bloodline treasure was obviously a bit more mysterious and powerful. And, as the Earth's aura bursts more and more strongly, Xu Pingan could feel that soon, a second outbreak was about to occur. At that time, most of the people on Earth will surely, once again, set foot on the evolutionary man. The energy of this Gatten king could not be more appropriate for laying a solid foundation for his sister. He tapped his fingers. Only a rune, transformed into a seal, landed on top of the energy. After making sure everything is in order, it was only then that Xu Pingan channeled this energy, slowly, into Su Li's body. Under his subtle control, this energy does not, in an instant, completely integrate into his sister's body. With Su Li's current body, he simply couldn't withstand it either. Instead, it would gradually integrate into her body in an extremely slow manner, provide it with a constant supply of energy, as well as a supply of nutrients from the body's bloodline treasures. Xu Pingan, who had done all this, still clearly had some dissatisfaction on his face. This Gatten king is still too weak. However, at the present moment, at her age, that might be the best arrangement. This if those descendants of the 10,000 clans were to hear these words, I'm afraid each one of them has to pound their chests in envy. Taking the king of a clan and giving it to a little girl who's only about 6 years old. as a foundation of sustenance for embarking on the journey of practice. You're not satisfied with that? What are they then? Just then. However, Xu Pingan suddenly felt an inexplicable greatness imposed on him. Chapter 31 Unsullied Imperial Body. Karma is not stained. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoling. This is a metaphysical and inexplicable greatness, imposed on the body, even if the Emperor's breath. It's hard to even isolate the power. Using the avenue to create an overkill. Has karma been added? Xu Pingan was indifferently looking at the power that enveloped his body, and it was vaguely surprising that it was shaking his Dao fruit. Unmoved, he just spoke slowly. It's time to go back, holding his sister's body. This time, he traveled in a low-profile manner and returned home in just one instant. At the moment, Sulu was still sleeping peacefully and was not in any serious trouble. He didn't bother. After all she'd been through, and without cultivation, only rest is the best medicine. With that, he returned to his room. When he raised his hand, countless seals were formed in the middle of the room. With the emergence of this file of Sulu, Xu Pingan's seal only isolated the breath, not the perception of the outside world. After this is done, he then lay down on the bed. The divine soul, however, came to his sea of consciousness. It's a sprawling world. It's full of peace and serenity. However, but in it, at the moment filled with countless grievances. These grievances involve karma and come from those dead Gatans, but anyone who reaches the Emperor realm, then it has been recognized by heaven and earth. His own cultivation of the Emperor's way was already above many great roads. Killing is just a thought. It's just that there's still a mysterious force within this heaven and earth, within the avenues that, yet it is above the avenues and very special. They are the forces of karma. Many Buddhist monks are practicing this path, which is mysterious, and have attracted an unknown number of believers. The cycle of karma and retribution. Although great emperors were above the great Tao, they were also afraid of entangling the power of cause and effect. Therefore, ordinary great emperors simply didn't dare to mess around with karma, especially the decree of the emperor. If there was too much karma involved, one would be entangled in the power of karma, and the emperor realm would be affected. That's why all the great emperors of the past and present, when they became emperors, thought of announcing the edicts of the great emperors. Tread down the forbidden zone and return a clear sky to the world. However, after truly reaching this point, one realizes that the emperor's laws and decrees are not to be easily commanded. Otherwise, karma will haunt you and you will not be able to protect yourself. Only, some of this, for Xu Pingan who had already stepped through all the forbidden zones, there is no fear at all. On the day he became an emperor, his decree had already been proclaimed throughout the Tian Yuan Great World. If the forbidden zone is not destroyed, it will fall to the 9 hells forever. The results are naturally limited and opinionated. The fact that he was able to be here peacefully meant that all the forbidden zones had all been leveled by him, and after this battle, he had then achieved the immaculate imperial body, fearless of cause and effect. All laws are inviolable. Chop! Only the hands were suddenly transformed into supreme heavenly swords. The power of karma, which the great emperors had shunned, was directly cut in two, and a great deal of resentment. It went straight up in smoke. Of course, that's just pulling out small portions. It takes a little while to pull them all out. As for how much time, Xu Pingan estimated that it would take about an hour. Somewhat disgruntled, but this time, if those Buddhist monks and priests knew about it, I'm afraid I'm going to be so angry I'm going to knock the woodchucks down. They recite sutras, eat fasts and observe precepts, and do not dare to make great vows until they have no other choice. Deeply afraid of being tainted with a large amount of karma. But now Xu Pingan had exterminated an entire clan of people. It even contains an unknown number of innocent lives. It can take just 1 hour to break all karma. This is too much of a bully. The fusion of the systems has come to an end. There's a bunch of system rewards waiting to be claimed on their own. Xu Pingan thought for a moment that he had many important matters to attend to next. Solely, it was just as well to close his eyes and start getting busy. And in the meantime, outside the deserted building, the vision of everything, all of them dissipated along with Xu Pingan's departure. Xu Xian rushed into the building at the first opportunity. Zhang Lei and Team Li hurriedly followed after seeing this. When they arrived at the building, just stunned by the sight, weird runes that covered the entire room. Can't read what the runes represent though. However, associating the meaning of the extraterrestrial's previous words, it was not difficult to guess. This was the summoning rune, trying to get the strongest members of their clan to descend. Look at this shocking scene. Zhang Lei couldn't help but feel nervous inside. Just as he followed the runes, he came all the way to the very center of the building. This tension, too, disappeared instantly, because he had originally seen that exotic foreigner, who had been turned into a cold corpse that, lying on the ground. Meanwhile, The body of a companion lay next to it. It matches the two in the previous profile. Exactly. Only, all dead. Did they succeed in their summoning? Zhang Lei couldn't help but murmur his words as he looked at the scene in front of him. It worked. An inexplicable voice suddenly sounded at his side. Zhang Lei alertly looked towards the other party. However, after identifying the visitor, he hurriedly arched his hand. Thank you, Elder Celestial Master Zhang. In the midst of his busy schedule, come and help. The visitor was none other than the one who had been invited by the state. Old Tianshi Zhang of Longhu Mountain. With the revival of the aura, the title of the old Celestial Master, long gone is the existence of the previous Taoist mascot. Rather, it's the actual Taoist talking heads. Those originally ordinary Taoist secrets and techniques all became great magical powers under the revival of aura. The old Taoist who had been practicing hard for many years, at the time of the first aura revival and evolution, it then possessed an extremely terrifying strength. Had it not been for this group of people, who would have been living a life free from the world? Otherwise, the world would already be in chaos. Even the NSA is respectful of this group, not to mention the Tao leader of the group, the old Heavenly Master. I see traces of change in the formation. With the ancient records of the formation's success, there's a difference. Elder Celestial Master Zhang was wearing a set of outdated Taoist robes, and his body appeared to be thin and small, but it seems to harbor an infinite power. So they really summoned a foreign power over? Zhang Lei was instantly shocked. The field of the earth is the foundation from which they safeguard them. If there really is a way for the strong to come down, then their planet is not far from extinction. It came over, but it died. The old Celestial Master shook his head and said, my Taoism has a secret method. If we can get its breath for another short period of time, it will be deduced that he is dead. I obtained that wisp of breath in the middle of this formation, but the secret method showed that he was dead. God's soul is destroyed. Zhang Lei, who heard this answer, finally couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He absolutely believed in the words of the old Heavenly Master. Taoism had a long history in Kyushu and had left behind an unknown number of secret methods. Since they opened their mouths, they naturally had some certainty. Is the other side strong? Zhang Lei couldn't help but continue to ask. Strong. In response, the old Celestial Master only came to a conclusion. With all of our current Earth's known biological strength combined, I'm afraid it's not as good as the other side. Zhang Lei couldn't help but freeze. Obviously, it was not expected that the old Heavenly Master would give such a high conclusion. But imagine too, if they weren't strong, how would those foreign races dare to cross the unknown distance? To come to Earth to snatch the chance? Is there anyone else here? Just then, the old Heavenly Master spoke again. It's the mysterious man of the Golden Path. It is he who, before exterminating the extraterrestrial invasion of the Techno One, Zhang Lei recalled the scene he had seen before and hurriedly opened his mouth. To say who is most likely to kill this extraterrestrial 10,000 races. It was only the mysterious creature on the Golden Path. The old Celestial Master obviously knew this one as well, and her otherwise cloudy eyes that. It was full of sparkle. And after that, it was even more around, constantly wandering. Elder Celestial Master Zhang, what are you doing? Zhang Lei couldn't help but inquire. Look for the scent or energy left behind by the other person. Elder Celestial Master Zhang's eyes kept roaming around while he even took out a compass in his hand. The compass was rusty, but it seemed to emanate an inexplicable Tao energy. Zhang Lei couldn't help but feel his heart and mind shaken after just one look. Inwardly, he couldn't help but tsk. No wonder Biggie told us not to mess with Taoism. Not only are there a lot of secret techniques, there are even a lot of magic treasures. Right between his spits, there's a wisp of him here. It's faint. I can feel it. He's suppressing his power. It will soon dissipate. The old Celestial Master took the compass and approached the location of the scent. I don't know what secret method he has performed. A moment later, he suddenly spoke. He is still alive. It was he who won and defeated the people from outside the domain. Zhang Lei was not surprised to hear this answer. It was because the battle results of the silhouettes on the golden light path were too dazzling in the beginning. By the way, old Sky Master, can I ask, is he strong? Elder Celestial Master Zhang paused and took out his compass. I'll just collect a strand of his. The breath that is about to dissipate has shattered a corner of my compass. Do you think it's strong? As expected, on top of the pale compass. At this moment, a corner of it even appeared to be shattered. Zhang Lei rubbed the back of his head. Is this compass of yours very old? The old Celestial Master asked rhetorically. Do you know about our ancestor? I don't know much, but Zhang Daoling, Zhang Tianshi I to have read about in a book. Zhang Lei said more honestly. The old Celestial Master put away the compass, and then said without a word. This compass is his. Chapter 32. Even Zhang Daoling cannot defeat Xu Pingan? Zhang Daoling, Master Shang's compass? That old man is a godlike figure in the legend. Not only can he call the wind and rain, but he even killed countless Demon King returning Ghost Marshal. If it had been an unusual moment, he might have disbelieved the legend. But now that the aura has revived, the more ancient the object, the more special power it contains, there was no room for disbelief. The compass left behind by old celestial master Zhang Daoling is naturally a divine item. But how did it crack? Zhang Lei looked at the cracked compass, his eyes filled with shock. Knowingly, Elder Celestial Master Zhang, however, said with great spontaneity, "Of course it's my family's ancestors' magic weapon. Can't bear the breath left by the other side. Being a Taoist priest is most liberating. The Grandmasters can't, and they say so outright." Although Zhang Lei had made some guesses, but getting this conclusion in person, still, I can't help but be staggered. Your ancestor, who was a god, left behind a magic weapon that couldn't withstand even a single wisp of the other party's breath. Doesn't that mean that the other party is more powerful than even your ancestor? Elder Celestial Master Zhang casually said. I don't know. My family's old ancestors are all legendary figures now. It's not like anyone has seen it before now. But the opponent's power is unquestioned. Zhang Lei couldn't help but smile sarcastically. It's not like the dogs are little cuties, though they are forthcoming. How can you say your grandmaster can't do something that hasn't been compared? Why can't my sister find it? Just then, Su Xian's anxious voice sounded beside them. Zhang Lei, didn't you hear your sister's voice outside earlier? Did you look around? Su Xian nodded, obviously anxious. All of them have been searched. You guys don't have any here? At this point, Elder Celestial Master Zhang spoke. There is indeed a wisp of a little girl's aura here. It's very faint, but still alive. Your sister's life shouldn't be in danger. Su Xian seemed to have grabbed a lifesaver and hurriedly asked, can you find out where he is? Elder Celestial Master Zhan was a bit worried. Old Tao doesn't have this ability yet. Su Xian's face was suddenly filled with disappointment. However, she was undeterred and wanted to keep looking around the neighborhood. At this point, her cell phone suddenly rang, and the caller turned out to be home. Su Xian picked up the phone. Sister, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Surprisingly, it was his own sister. Su Lu, where are you? Are you okay? Su Xian spoke somewhat incoherently in excitement. I'm just home. Ha, right. Sis, when are you coming back? I'm hungry for dinner. Su Xinjia, who had heard the words, was even more dumbfounded. At home? Su Lu is at home? And how is what's going on here a thing? Su Xian, home. Zhang Lei and Su Le stood in the living room, and in the center of the living room, Sul is sitting in his own child's chair. You mean, someone did, indeed, suddenly take you away during class, but you were sleepy and fell asleep before you could see who it was, and then, you arrived home? Su Xian summarized the process that the other party had just recounted in a new way. Yeah, Su Lu reaffirmed. Only, Su Lu and Zhang Lei, who heard this answer, looked at each other. The two of them came outside the house in a heartbeat. What the hell is going on here? Su Lu was clearly a bit confused. Only, even Zhang Lei, who has seen a lot of things, can't help but be confused. Roughly guessing, he said, could it be that the person who struck out, after killing that extraterrestrial race, also went along, and sent your sister back? This answer, while very outrageous, is the only explanation. By the way, is there anyone else in your family? Zhang Lei, however, seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly said, if the other party sends the person, will it be seen by your family? If only there was a real witness, it will also be easier for the state to investigate the identity of the other party. At the mention of it, Sulo wanted to shake his head, but soon after, he froze, and then took a big step into the house. Zhang Lei hurriedly followed him when he saw this. Second floor, a room with an open door. Sulu arrived at the door and looked inward with some hope. Only, when she saw the inside of the house, a hint of disappointment appeared on Su Li's face, because at this point, the only person who was at home and could possibly know everything that was happening to her sister. At this point, it's lying on the bed huffing and puffing, and the person on the bed was naturally Xu Pingan. After seeing this look, Sulu almost subconsciously turned away. In his opinion, this brother of his, I'm afraid I don't even know what happened to Su Lu today. What's that supposed to mean? Zhang Lei had naturally read Su Li's profile. Paralyzed mom and dad, unconscious brother, as well as a young sister, a burden that should not be borne at such a young age. Naturally, Zhang Lei treated Xu Pingan as an uneducated person. To comfort Su Lu, he squeezed out a bit of a smile and said, actually, even if you have someone at home, it's not always possible to see the other side. A powerful person of that level might send your sister home with a single thought. It doesn't even need to strike out on its own. For this answer, Su Lu naturally thought the same thing. expecting Xu Pingan to see it was not as good as a sow up a tree. Thanks to myself. I was thinking before that the other person could be the mystic. Now it seems that this is what one is overthinking. However, she was relieved. Xu Pingan was an ordinary person. She didn't expect the other woman to save her sister when she found out about this. Even if you went, that would just add to your own problems. Instead of letting him know, it would be better to remain the ordinary person he was. Good. Since your sister, too, is safe and sound, it's time for me to get back to debriefing. As far as you being on the team or not, I didn't help. The previous agreement wouldn't count. As things came to an end, Zhang Lei naturally planned to leave. Wait. However, Su Xian was the one who called off the other party. What's wrong? Zhang Lei was a bit curious. Su Xian, I'd like to ask. You said before that the Earth would have another aura outbreak for a second time. Is it true that evolvers can still have a second evolution? Zhang Lei, this is confidential. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even say it. How can you joke about this? Sniff. Su Xian hesitated for a moment before, as if making some sort of resolution. I've decided to join your team. Ha! This time, it was Zhang Lei's turn to be a bit surprised. You were very decisive in your refusal before. I figured it out. Su Li's expression gradually became grave as he said, next, if the Earth experiences another aura outbreak, I think the number of evolved people will only increase by then. When people get hold of powers that don't match them, crime rates only skyrocket. I don't want this to happen again today. So, I'm going to get stronger. Strong enough that no one can ever hurt my family again. Chapter 33 The Great World is Coming. Ghosts of all nations. 30 years east of the river. Are you sure you've thought this through? Zhang Lei glanced at her home. Obviously, the intention is there. He actually wanted to ask if it was really safe to leave his loved ones behind. Can't put it down. And there's nothing you can do about it. If I don't get stronger, I can have today's fiasco happen again. Next time, there wouldn't necessarily be anyone to save us. Su Xian's eyes were firm to the core. Well, since you've made up your mind, I won't try to persuade you. Zhang Lei thundered. Then it's best to pack up and leave with me today. Su Xian was a bit puzzled. So soon? A second aura eruption could occur at any time. If you want the best evolution, then naturally, you should come back to headquarters with me, where we have a professional team to exchange information with the players. It is at the moment of the aura's eruption that one can be fully prepared. Zhang Lei's words opened Su Xian's eyes as well. Apparently, her previous evolution was purely accidental. Where would it have occurred to me that someone, long ago, had already begun to start research on evolved people? In fact, Su Xian doesn't know that this world, in fact, it's not just the state that's working on it anymore. Some ancient powers, too, had all been prepared long ago. Su Xian hesitated for a moment, but still chose to agree. It's not like we're never going to see each other again. Just get through the second evolution safely and come back. One more hour to say goodbye and we're off. After Zhang Lei finished speaking, he directly left in style. Late afternoon. The Su family. Sister, it's going to be out of town for a while next. You next. Stay home. Su Xian sat on top of the dining table and looked at his sister. Where are you going, sister? Hearing that her sister was leaving, Su Xian was obviously a bit reluctant. Next, heaven and earth will change dramatically. Sister, to fight for that chance. Su Hsin knew that the next earth would surely be different from the previous one. The state will probably no longer be able to suppress information about evolved people. Therefore, it is not enough to conceal it. It is better to disclose it in advance, so that my sister can be prepared in her heart. Can't we just not fight? I want us to be together as a family. Sula still didn't want his sister to leave. Su Xian, sister went to fight to become stronger. What if our family is in danger in the future? You need your sister to protect you, don't you? Brother said he's strong. If there's danger, he'll protect us. Mentioning this, Sula spoke proudly of his brother. Only, Su Xian was unable to help but sigh. However, she was too lazy to strike Xu Pingan's image in her heart. Okay, time for my sister to go. Call if you need anything. During this time, my sister has hired an aunt who will come to cook. So remember to eat on time. Luckily, Su Xian often went on missions, and Sulu was used to staying home alone. She nodded just as nicely, despite her reluctance. Next, Su Xian also packed up her things very dryly. After waving goodbye to Sulu outside the door, he turned to leave. In the meantime, Kyushu, a command room buried in the ground. Several big white-haired men and middle-aged men in military uniforms were sitting together. That Golden Road has actually reappeared again? Do we know who he is this time? And what he is about? Among them, an old man with a full head of white hair opened his mouth with some excitement. He was witness to the other side of the powerful. Can not be excited? the soldier reported. It's a pity, Elder Yi. The other party's appearance this time was too sudden. Our people couldn't even capture it before it was gone. As for the purpose of the other party, it is to strike at the two extraterrestrial races. However, the other party is not very strong, but summoned the strongest of the clan. If he hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid this disaster level would have to be at the dragon level. The old man, who was called Yi Lao, couldn't help but speculate after hearing the words. The other party has made several strikes. All save us in distress. Are they ours? A similarly elderly man spoke up. If it is one of ours that, what about what happened a couple of times before that with the dragon level disasters? In today's Earth, though, it is said to be full of opportunities, but disaster also strikes every day. The various methods of invasion by the 10,000 races, not to mention the various dangerous forbidden zones that existed right here on Earth itself. If, on the other hand, the other party is interested in helping them, and how come it only happens twice? Elder Yi nodded and said, that's also true. Relying on others is better than relying on oneself. Pay close attention to the message of this vision first, and don't mess with him. This kind of existence, since it can easily enter and exit the field, and can kill the strongest members of the 10,000 races. One is something we can't mess with. After ordering these things, he turned and continued to speak. Next, it's business. Has the time of the second aura burst been determined? It's been confirmed. It's in 3 days. A soldier got up and said in a hurry. Good. How are the preparations for prevention in the urban areas going? Commands have been initiated. Are all the selected evolvers in position? Already mostly in position. The girl named Xu Pingan, who was picked by the first team, is still on her way. But there's enough time. Good. Then follow the previous plan. Only a single instruction was seen. In the conference room, continuously passing out, the aura erupted 3 days later. This will be a landscape-changing event that simply cannot be overlooked. Sure. Except for Kyushu. The same is true for all other countries. Footloose Chicken Country. Inside a short palace. At this time, are sitting the leaders of this country. True God help me. It actually allowed us to find the legacy left behind by the Orochi. Just wait until the day the aura explodes, which is the day our Bigfoot Basin Empire rises to power. A man in armor with a crazy look on his face. Emperor, should that plan be advanced? A soldier, speaking up, inquired. Of course it's going to be early. The man who was called the Emperor said in a nonchalant manner, our territory of the Footpad Chicken Kingdom is too small for the. Even if you dig further into the ground, there won't be too many opportunities. Only countries with large territories and a long history of. It's only then that more opportunities are waiting to be uncovered. So the invasion of the 9 continents is the sooner the better. The later they drag it out, the more chances they get and the stronger they will be. And we'll get one less chance. The soldier immediately nodded. Hi, I'm going to make arrangements to bring forward the invasion plan of Kyushu, a high mountain with a cross erected, countless pious people, kneeling here, inside the church. For 3 days the light of the Lord descends upon the world. The Pope stood at the top, but his eyes seemed to see the far east. This time, the angels are about to descend. We will utterly rid the world of all the infidels, and let the light of the Lord shine through the world. In the meantime, a ball of burning flame fell from the air into the deep sea. However, the momentum of the flames was not at all afraid of the principle that water and fire were mutually exclusive. The flames are above the ocean and still continue to burn. Only a teenager with a hood and a giant ruler on his back could be seen walking out of the flames and muttering, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. I didn't realize that I was back. Chapter 34, The System Immortal World? Great Emperor's Eyes. Xu Pingan and Sula said goodbye and left. Xu Pingan naturally knew that. Only the parting in the eyes of the other. It didn't seem like a big deal to him at all. The cultivators of the Tianyuan continent, who closed their doors at every turn, were counting in years. Some cultivators with little talent. 100 years, 1,000 years are common. Even if Xu Pingan, who had been cultivating with war and becoming an emperor in 1,000 years, had been cultivating with war, also closed for 10 years while taking the final step. So how many days could it take for Xu Xinna to make a trip to the headquarters of the Kyushu Security Bureau? How can you call that parting? At best, it's called stringing along, if he wants to see his sister. A trip to the Kyushu headquarters is only a matter of moments. Of course, not to mention the Kyushu headquarters. Any corner of the entire planet was just a thought away if he wanted to go there. So Xu Pingan's entire mind was immersed in the changes in the system. Chapter 35, The Man Behind the System. The blood moon was in the sky. Indoctrination as a saint. Immortal aura. It's a substance unique to the immortal world. It is rumored that those who gain longevity in the immortal realm achieved immortality for all eternity by drawing immortal chi into their bodies. And in the eyes of the Great One, Immortal Chi was nothing more than a difference in energy density compared to Reiki. But, it's not like immortal energy can't live forever. Rather, it is the immortal Chi, which contains the immortal substance, that makes people live forever. But since the path to immortality was broken, immortality then disappeared from the world a long time ago. If it were unusual, one might just take it as a big mouthful of concentrated aura. But it was different in Xu Pingan's eyes. Immortal matter is literally like fireflies in the night, shining brightly. Collect, only to see the storage realm being opened. A transparent gourd flew out. And then it took that strand of immortal energy into it. If a supreme being who cuts his own sword sees this immortal energy, I'm afraid he'll have to absorb it on the spot. Chapter 36, The Coming of Chaos. Sulu Evolution. The targeted Great Emperor. Under the blood moon, countless people could feel a terrifying change occurring within their bodies. Both the strength and the physical body seem to be evolving. Some people have lifted automobiles in a short period of time with just their physical strength. Someone, as far as 100 meters away, could see the ants on the ground. Some people, moreover, directly leapt tens of meters high. Of course, that's just the average person. At Shin Group, Bodhi Genetics, Vin Express Technology, it's even more of an exaggeration within the ancient and nascent powers of bean tone, birch 4, and rice. Their wealth allowed them to learn of the great changes of the day long before the common people did. They had been preparing for this day for who knows how long. For example, Suli of the Divine Hidden Group, the moment the blood moon rose in the sky, then he waved a divine light, and a steel security door, wider and thicker than a man's. Chapter 37. Does anyone else in your group know about my sister? The next day, early morning, according to the latest news from our station, the end of Blood Red Day has finally been declared. We will restore order to our lives as soon as possible. Due to the onset of chaos, the Divine Hidden Group, Bodhi Genetics, Fuji Sun Technology, Bean Tone, Birch 4, Rice, and other groups have announced that they will work together with the state to form the Evolutionary Management Alliance to manage evolvers. This week's overseas newspaper, the Lighthouse State, issued a declaration on the events of the Red Moon. Since then, the nation will be lifted into the age of alter ego. The Vatican has declared that angels have descended upon the earth and are about to save the world. The number of crimes has increased recently. There is a serious shortage of orderlies, and I ask the citizens, please, try to stay home and don't go out. By the TV, Sula kept switching stations, all the way up to the appearance of Xu Pingan. Sulukai excitedly ran to him. Brother, look at this. It's like I've become an evolutionary. Strike that. She doesn't know. Chapter 38. One Finger of the Great Emperor. The moment. Although Xu Pingan's words were very calm, but to Zhao Gang's ears, it sounded completely different. What do you want to do? Zhao Gang looked horrified, while his body kept retreating backward. It was as if there was an invisible force on the other side that wanted to devour it. Giving you a chance doesn't work. Xu Pingan had actually given the other party a chance to die a painful death, but the other party didn't appreciate it, so they had to search their souls. His eyes flashed for a moment. The latter, on the other hand, instantly fell to the ground as if he had been electrocuted and kept convulsing. The process, just a second. Pingan Su then got his answer. The latter, on the other hand, remained in place and kept convulsing. Those who were searched had their souls shaken, and even if they didn't die, they would only sink into endless pain. Just then, you find. Chapter 39. System Quest Reappearance. Ancient Marsh Mountain, over the Cheeto Group building. The world after the blood moon, high above the sky, has long been dense with clouds, making it impossible to see through. There were rumors that mutations had also occurred above the 10,000 mile high altitude, and that there were many exotic beasts surviving at high altitudes. Others say that high up in the sky, great opportunities are hidden, and that's why the clouds are dense. Under all the speculation, the sky became a symbol of mystery, and this day, the mystery of the sky will also be pushed to the top again. Just see the sky. I don't know when. A finger emanating a golden light pierced through the dense dark clouds like a pillar of, slowly descending from the sky, and then, even straight toward the city, the highest building, 1000 Degrees Group building in Go. Only, at this time, in the Chidu Group building. But long ago, it was not the water clay poured building it was before, in the blood moon. Chapter 40. Ancient Shu Sword Mountain Inheritance. Xu Pingan struck out. The task of the system. It's still so original. Looks like melding with the other systems didn't cure your brain after all. Apparently this guy still treated Xu Pingan as a white boy who had set foot on the path of cultivation. The most basic tasks were given, but what he lacks now is a legacy. To talk about the legacy, throw a little bit of random feats and treasures out on yourself. Which of these can't build a clan's legacy for all time? But the good thing was one didn't have to rely on the system's rewards to increase their strength. So, consider it a mission accomplished just to find out who's behind the system. Immediately, Xu Pingan's divine thoughts then enveloped the globe like a tidal wave. Searching for the ancient Shu Sword Mountain inheritance. In a jiffy. Found it. Xu Pingan's eyes seemed to have crossed the infinite distance, and his gaze came to a mountainous area in Shu-Di. Chapter 41, Quadrilateral Cloud Movement. Suli, you resemble a classmate of mine. The blazing sun is in the sky. The mountains of Shu after the blood moon look like an old forest from a distant past. The pale atmosphere, the ancient trees, the waterfalls like the Milky Way, and the monstrous aura of the sky. And in the midst of these mountains, there was a high mountain that entwined purple chi and had a compelling spiritual light that was the most special. This mountain towered into the clouds like a long sword, pointing straight up into the sky. And at the top of the mountain, an ancient temple was situated. A sword-light-like substance emanated from the temple, terrifying people's ears and eyes. Only, at this moment, the high mountain was shrouded by a mysterious force that prevented people from entering. The power, however, is dissipating every moment. I'm afraid it won't be long before it's gone for good. Almost all evolved people, including unusual people, can see it. There is a great treasure in that temple. If you can get in, you might get the legendary. Chapter 42, The Secret Realm opens. The Great Emperor appears. The foot of the ancient Shu Sword Mountain. Above the clearing, the gazes of a large number of people in the surroundings were all gathered on top of the three major forces coming. Vulcan, Vajra, and exiled Immortal faced each other in a firefight. And on the other side, when Su Li introduced herself and said her name, Zhao Lei then already had gloomy eyes and spoke to Su Xian in a low voice. Su Li, the illegitimate daughter of the owner of the Shin Yin group. According to our information, this woman has an unusual status in the Shin Yin group. Even exiled Immortal doesn't have a higher status than him within the group. Su Xian nodded. Nowadays, though, the top 5 masters are discharged. But that's all just in plain sight. After the blood moon, some people were evolving aggressively, and naturally, others were thickening up. The same is true within the NSA. Vulcan was on their team, and only the most powerful on display so far. But in fact, there are other strong people inside. It was just that they all had their own evolutionary chances and didn't appear here. Su Xian, since the other party took the initiative to introduce himself, and gave enough sincerity, naturally, she wouldn't cross paths with the other party for no reason. Sure enough, Su, your last name is Su too. There was surprise in Su Li's expression, and more than a little bit of deservedness. She looked gentle and said, your brother, Xu Pingan, is he alright? Your classmate is Pingan Su? This time, it was Su Xian's turn to be surprised. It did not occur to her that this temperament before her, like that of a heavenly nymph. Surprisingly, he would be a classmate of his own brother. Of course, that's not the point either. The point is, classmates are classmates, and now the world has changed. The disparity in status between people has become like a rift in the sky. Someone like the other party, who had stepped onto the apex of the evolutionary, would even remember his own brother? Could it be that there was something special about Xu Pingan that she had set her sights on? However, she quickly dismissed that idea. After the blood moon, Xu Pingan had stayed at home to take care of Su Li with a special. It wouldn't have been so quick. So, there is another possibility. That is, at the beginning of the blood moon, the two were very close. It's only after the blood moon that it's extra thoughtful. Relationships between the opposite sex should be good. Isn't that what men and women do? It's not going to be a doggone male best friend or anything, is it? Otherwise, it is difficult to explain such a great disparity in status between the two. One thought in this. Su Xian, however, could not help but feel a thumping tightness in his heart, as if there was something that was going to be snatched away. Subconsciously, the temper got a bit grumpy and said, how is he doing? You won't ask yourself? Su Li was a little surprised by the other party's shift in tone. Still, spoke up. I sent him a message and there was no reply. Hear the heart of Su here. Then it reinforced her earlier point. The women are initiating messages to the men. And she's also the daughter of the group. This kind of status, and taking the initiative. What is this if not a man and a woman? Immediately, Su Xian replied in a very indifferent tone. Then I don't know. You want to know something? Ask him. Su Li was slightly surprised. However, in his heart, he probably guessed that Xu Pingan's relationship with his sister seemed as if they were at odds. But it also took from it the answer it wanted. At least, after the blood moon, Xu Pingan was still alive. Would you like to join my divine hidden group? Su Li's heart immediately had an intention and opened her mouth to inquire once again. Su Xian frowned, a little surprised. Su Li said with kindness in her words, if you join our group, the country can give you the. Our group can also give. And, On top of that, we're willing to pay twice as much. How about that? Zhao Lei, who was on the side, immediately widened his eyes. What do you mean by this woman? You dig even the state? Su Li smiled and said, I'm from the country, too, only. It's just a change of scenery to work for the state. How come the state doesn't allow personal freedom anymore? Zhao Lei wanted to speak. I refuse to join you. Su Xin, however, directly snatched the answer. Su Li was a bit surprised. Could it be that the conditions I gave are not enough? Su Xin asked rhetorically. You're doing this for Xu Pingan? Su Li was silent for a moment, but instead turned to leave while speaking. This condition of mine. It works anytime you come over. Seeing this, Su Xin clearly knew that he was right. This woman. It was for the sake of Xu Pingan that she had pulled herself together. And in the meantime, alright, let's go. Prepare to enter the ancient Shu Sword Mountain. Su Li came next to exiled Immortal and told the other party to stop arguing with the fire god. The latter, on the other hand, glanced meaningfully at the fire god and then left. The ancient Shu Sword Mountain was huge, and the open space at the foot of the mountain was even more gigantic at tens of thousands of meters. Su Li and Banished Immortal arrived at the front row seat that their divine hidden group had grabbed. And who is Xu Pingan? The Banished Immortal opened his mouth in a graceful manner and inquired. Just a classmate. Su Li opened her mouth with a normal expression. A classmate wouldn't make a lady miss her like this, would it? Exile's eyes narrowed somewhat slightly as he said, just a regular classmate? What else do you want to know? Su Li asked the other party rhetorically, with a hint of dissatisfaction evident in her words. A trace of gloom immediately flashed across Exile's face, but then he smiled faintly and, diffusing the embarrassment, just a little curious. What character is it that deserves to be thought of like this by a young lady? If it's an ordinary person, then forget it. You harbor a special bloodline that contains a mysterious energy. If you can obtain the inheritance of the ancient Shu Sword Mountain, the two will merge into one, and it will make a huge difference to your strength enhancement. Compete well for this inheritance and don't let us down. Su Li spoke again, and the latter sniffed and nodded. Just then, Exile, a rough, broad voice rang out around them. King Kong? Exile revealed the identity of the visitor. A little chat? Vajra came straight to his side after leaving Vulcan's side. You and I are both contenders for this inheritance. What is there to talk about? Exile asked with a raised eyebrow. Don't you think there are too many people here? King Kong's hideous face squeezed out a small smile. The exiled immortal stood with his arms crossed and said, What? You want to kill some? What's the point of killing all that crap? I mean certain people. Vajra smiled mysteriously. You want to kill Vulcan? There were naturally no stupid people who could reach their level. Other than the fire god, there were very few people present who were a threat to them. That's right. Vajra got straight to the point. There are too many monks and not enough meat. There always needs to be less competition. Exile couldn't help but smile sardonically, and then said, I think behind that, that's not the only reason, is it? Dealing with smart people is comfortable. King Kong twisted his huge neck that looked like an iron pillar and said, the group behind you and me. Now that they are all being interviewed, the state is sending a very unfriendly signal to us. So, need to give them a little bit of our ideas. Vulcan represents the national power. Killing him would mean a lot. Exile then spoke. You want to kill Vulcan and tell the country that your group is capable of, and also have the strength, to fight against it? King Kong laughed. Not me. Rather, it's us. The exiled immortal hesitated for a moment before looking at Su Li. I don't get involved in this kind of thing. Su Li opened her mouth indifferently, clearly not interested in this kind of thing. Exile naturally understood the specialness of this young lady. Although she belonged to the Divine Concealment Group, the path she took was very different from the others. I'm afraid it's hard to kill him with just the two of us. I can feel that he's not weak, and the two people around us are not unusual evolvers. They are a hindrance to us. Exile voiced doubts. Naturally, it won't be just the two of us. Jean Gang spoke. At that time, Blood Frenzy will come to help. Blood Frenzy. Exiled Immortal was a bit surprised. Rumor has it that that guy is addicted to blood and is half crazy. So you can call him? Just like them, Blood Frenzy was also rated as one of the 5 strongest of the currently known evolvers. He represents Strongham Technologies behind him. Now we're on the same page. It's not hard to call in nature. Plus he's sniffing around to behead an opponent of comparable strength. And Blood Frenzy is begging for it. Jean Gang had obviously been prepared for this for a long time, and then looked at Banished Immortal. How about it? Do you want to join us? The exiled Immortal, who had heard the words, hesitated for a moment. Then with a cold look in his eyes, he said, I will strike then. And just then too, dang, above the ancient Shu Sword Mountain, there was a sudden sound of a bell ringing. There were even countless sounds of swords constantly coming from heaven and earth. Next moment, a gasp came from right in the middle of the crowd. The field has disappeared. The ancient Shu sword mountain has opened. Charge! I want to become a sword immortal. The crowds of people, all of a sudden, madly surged towards Sword Mountain, and at the moment, a figure, as if ignoring the distance, could only be seen stepping out of space with a single step. And then the entire body appeared out of thin air over the Sword Mountain. I didn't think it would come at the right time, and the man who opened his mouth, it was certainly none other than Xu Pingan. Chapter 43 Xu Pingan, how about taking the immortal, even refining immortality medicine to become an immortal? Ancient Shu Sword Mountain, below the foot of the mountain, a great crowd of people. Everyone was counting on rushing to get the inheritance in the first place. The Bodhi gene, represented by King Kong, the exiled immortals and the divine hidden group of Suli. The strength of Vulcan in Su Xian's country was even more of a head start. It's a good thing Sword Mountain is big enough. There are enough hiking trails too. Otherwise, with these tens of thousands of people pouring in at the same time, I'm afraid that before we even get to the mountain, we'll have to stampede because of the big fight now. Even so. But yet, when the number of people in the open space, a full 2/3 of them disappeared, suddenly the field surges. An invisible barrier appeared all the way up the mountain. Those who had only just set foot on the hiking trail were blocked right out. And in the meantime, a magnificent voice rang out. This test is full. With the sound of this voice, the crowd was in an uproar. Countless people smashed the invisible barrier, trying to squeeze in again. But no matter how much they smashed it, the barrier was simply motionless. Of course, the most exasperated ones are those who have the ability to get ahead of the game, but boast of their cleverness. The idea was to let someone else go in first to try and see if it was dangerous. But who would have thought that it would simply never enter again? A few minutes later, when the crowd had completely lost their strength from smashing, they were also completely cut off from the idea of ready to go back in time. A silhouette, too, arrived in front of the barrier without warning. Immediately after that, it was a step out towards the Sword Mountain. Brother, it's too late. The barrier is solid as gold. Thousands of us have been smashing around here for a few minutes without moving halfway. And you're just wasting your strength like that. An eager older brother with a northeastern accent kindly informed the figure. He said this at the top of his lungs. And that silhouette's feet can be surprisingly so strange. Step into the middle of the Sword Mountain. Big brother Northeast was dumbfounded. Of course, an even sillier appearance followed. The figure walked directly into the Sword Mountain without stopping at all. One foot after the other. With a rippling wave of the barrier, it disappeared from sight. Holy, this barrier is broken and you can get in again? Seeing this, brother Northeast, without saying a word, followed the figure's example, stepping out of step, trying to walk right in. But the next moment, it was as if his foot had hit an iron plate, and then, a powerful rebound force directly shook him and sent him flying backwards. Hell no, how can he get in and I can't? Big brother Northeast touched his feet, his eyes full of incredulity. Sure. It's not the barrier that's the problem. Rather, it was the figure. It was none other than Xu Pingan who had rushed over. The small barrier, naturally, couldn't stop him. As soon as he entered the ancient Shu Sword Mountain, Xu Pingan then felt a repulsive force. Its power was like that of a child, pushing towards a sky-high tree, which did not move at all. The Senate tree is Xu Pingan. The child was naturally the repulsive force of the ancient Shu Sword Mountain. Xu Pingan, an outsider guest, had violated the number of admissions and naturally wanted to kick him out. Only a few moments later, Gushu Sword Mountain then sensed that he couldn't seem to push away this violator of the rules that solely just give up, and the image in front of Xu Pingan's eyes changed in an instant. A palace complex sitting in the clouds was the first thing that caught the eye. It was filled with a cloud of light, and countless stars revolved around it. From afar, endless pavilions, situated in the air in an orderly fashion, hanging down countless paths of light. It's like a fairy palace. Seeing this, Xu Pingan took a single step and arrived directly before the palace. There is a plaque engraved on it. Xu Pingan muttered the name, Heavenly Immortal Palace. Next moment, the palace gates opened. An old man riding a crane flew to him from within the gate. Is that you want to become immortal? The old man spoke directly to Xu Pingan. Xu Pingan asked back with an expressionless face. Who are you? I am the pure Yang Immortal who oversees earthly travel to the immortal world. The old man called himself by his name. And then said, the path to the immortal realm has been broken, and if you want to go to the immortal realm, and only in the old man knows. Oh, the corner of Xu Pingan's mouth curled slightly as he continued to ask, then may I ask immortal pure Yang, how can I become immortal? Taoist pure Yang stroked his beard and spoke slowly. If you want to become immortal, it would be necessary to practice the immortal ascension pill. I happen to have the intention of practicing a furnace, so as long as you can help me find all the materials Naturally, I can share one with you. Then please enlighten me. Immortal. As to what materials are required, Xu Pingan smiled and spoke. You first need to find 990,000-year-old pearls in the four seas of the earth, my old man. Secondly, it is necessary to set foot on 300 high mountains and find the top of that mountain, where the dew drips 3,000 drops at the rising of the sun. And then, find for me, 10,000 tons of dead wood that fell from 10,000-year-old trees. Xu Pingan was somewhat surprised when he opened his mouth, wanting to find these things. I'm afraid it will take quite a while, won't it? Becoming an immortal is one of the most difficult things in the world. If you can't even have the determination to do this, how can you become immortal? Immortal Pure Yang's face carried a small amount of anger, as if he was scolding. Xu Pingan smiled as he shook his head. Immortal Pure Yang frowned and asked, "Why are you laughing?" "Because I came up with a simple way to just become immortal," Xu Pingan explained. "Simple? There is no simple way to become immortal in this world." Immortal Pure Yang directly objected. Without responding, Xu Pingan said to himself, "Legend has it that there is a medicine in the human world that it is called the pill of immortality, and if you get it, you will be immortal, just like a true immortal. I was lucky enough to get one of these. Later I found out that the medicine was all humanized, and the one who can be transformed into the medicine of immortality is not an ordinary person, but an immortal in the sky." Immortal Pure Yang, you are also an immortal. Wouldn't you also be able to transform into this immortality medicine? If I refine you, I won't have to spend a lot of time and days trying to find materials for you. Refine that immortal ascension pill. Wouldn't it be simpler to become immortal? The Pure Yang immortal who heard the words was immediately furious. How dare you? How dare you believe such ridiculous words? Aren't you afraid of offending this immortal and having you never become immortal? Whether it's a ridiculous statement or not, I'll find out when I try it. The corner of Xu Pingan's mouth smiled faintly, and then one hand poked out, transforming into a giant palm as he lunged forward. Pure Yang immortal and his immortal crane were immediately controlled by a powerful force, and could not break free at all. In the blink of an eye, it was clutched in the palm of a giant palm, and then an inexplicable power flowed out from the palm of the. It was as if they really wanted to refine them directly into medicine. "Elder, please spare me this next time. I'm not some Pure Yang master, but the last generation of the Sword Saint of Mount Shu, Su Yang." Like a chicken clutched in the palm of his hand, Pure Yang Jinjin instantly begged for mercy, told who he was. Xu Pingan also smiled bashfully and directly let the other party off the hook. And after the visions around them, everything was dissipating. The style of the ancient Shujian mountain is also reproduced in front of you. Many thanks, Senior, for sparing my life. Pure Yang Jinjin also transformed into a middle-aged man at this moment, wearing a green robe and bowing. "Spare your life doesn't count. You would have died." Xu Pingan waved his hand. "None of this can be hidden from Elder." Xu Ping's face revealed a bitter smile as he said, "As the last sword saint of the ancient Shu Sword Mountain, I died in that battle a long time ago, and what Senior sees today is just a continuation of my legacy for the sake of Shushan. It's just a remnant left behind." Chapter 44 Conversations with People from the Past. Secrets of the Earth. That so-called Pure Yang immortal, Xu Pingan had recognized the identity of the other party as early as the first glance. "It's just an obsession of a dead person left behind. I don't know what the elder came to the secret realm for. If you don't mind, as long as it is within my power, I will definitely help Senior. I only hope that Senior will be magnanimous and not destroy the secret realm." The remnant that Su Yang had transformed into was filled with bitterness on his face. Although he was a remnant, he naturally had notable power. But in front of the man in front of him, this amount of strength, he could feel, was not a match at all. Moreover, he had a vague illusion that the other party, stronger than he had been in his heyday, was, and stronger. "Don't worry, I didn't come here to destroy." Xu Pingan hesitated for a moment, or his old face blushed, decided to be honest and said, "It's for your heritage." Su Yang was stunned, and then with a face full of surprise, he said, "Senior is trying to become a sword cultivator? If the other party could join Shushan, it would simply not be too good, though the legacy is usually left to the younger generation to carry forward. But it doesn't say that you can't pass it on to your seniors. If the other party was willing to want to turn into a sword cultivator, wouldn't it be half the battle?" Xu Pingan couldn't help but stare, and then a hint of contempt appeared on his face. Although the world's weapons, the sword is king, but he was not liking it. It wasn't so much a lack of talent as it was purely not to his personal taste. He prefers to power down his enemies and attack wide open. Swordmaster's fancy one is just too showy. I want the inheritance just to observe it. Xu Pingan naturally wouldn't say that he had intentionally come to take the inheritance for the sake of the system quest. The other party immediately couldn't help but tighten his face. Xu Pingan added, "Don't worry, I'm just observing and won't take it away by force. When? And I will return it intact. Su Yang's face softened a bit, but he still explained. Senior, forgive me for speaking frankly. If you want the true inheritance, you need to take it from my master. Xu Pingan was a bit surprised. Your master is still alive? Su Yang hurriedly explained. Senior has misunderstood. My master and I died together in that battle, and he was transformed into an obsession and became the final level of the test. If you, Senior, want to become a sword cultivator, I can go and communicate with my master. Give the inheritance directly to you. It's just that if Senior wants to observe, my master's eccentric temperament will definitely not agree. Xu Pingan revealed a faint smile and said, Don't worry, your master will agree. When Su Yang saw this, he couldn't help but tighten his expression. Naturally, he understood the other side's intention. It's a case of if you can't get it, you can just take it by force with your strength. His face once again seemed as if he had eaten a bitter melon. Senior, didn't you promise me that? Won't it destroy this side of the secret realm? And I didn't say anything about destroying the secret realm. Xu Pingan re-emphasized. But that master of mine was eccentric, and left behind an obsession that was as well. Definitely won't agree to you going to observe. At that time, it is inevitable that the senior will not be annoyed and will destroy the secret realm directly to obtain the inheritance. Su Yang was obviously worried about this matter. Then wouldn't it be fine if I didn't tell him about the observation? Unless you go snitching. Xu Pingan glanced at the other party. Su Yang continuously shook his head and explained. I naturally won't snitch. It's just that my master. He would have liked to continue that set of explanations. Xu Pingan, however, directly interrupted. Since your master is an appraiser, then I'll consider it as going to take the test. As long as I pass, then your master. You won't be able to pull a fast one and not give the inheritance, right? Su Yang could not help but be slightly stunned. That does seem to work. However, he still hastened to remind. Senior, the test given by my senior is quite extraordinary. Instead, you must learn the swordplay of the sect, then fight against the master in the same realm, and only if you defeat him convincingly will you receive the inheritance. Then isn't this pretty easy? Xu Pingan said without thinking. Simple? Su Yang's face was very odd as he said. My master, since he was a child, he was a swordsman, and his swordsmanship was superb. Few people in the same realm are his opponents. Halfway through his words, he hurriedly explained. I'm not doubting Senior's strength. It's just that I'm worried that Senior may be slightly less talented in the path of the sword path, and may not necessarily be able to pass that test of my master's. At that time, if you get really angry and tear down our secret realm, if you doubt again, I'll destroy your secret realm. Believe it or not, I'll make your doubts come true? Su Ping didn't open his mouth in a good mood. Surprisingly, he doubted several times that he would get angry and destroy the secret realm. Just kidding. Do I look like I'm that angry? Su Yang, who had heard the words, hurriedly closed his mouth in fear. Only then did Xu Pingan continue. Since I started practicing, I have also been unrivaled in the same realm. If your master can win over me again in the same realm, even with the sword, then I don't want this legacy. That's all that's been said. Su Yang naturally stopped advising. Then Senior, please follow me. I'll take you to see Master. The duo was, at this point, just below the mountainside, and he was leading the way to the top. Xu Pingan had promised not to destroy the secret realm, so naturally he wouldn't go back on his word, but followed the other party forward. Try to avoid making a mistake and stomping out the secret realm yourself. That battle you were talking about? What does it mean? On the way, Xu Pingan also asked about business. The Earth's celestial center mark was erased from everything. Even he had difficulty learning what the Earth had gone through in the past years. How could it have gone from a glorious great world to a weak world that is only now recovering its aura? And, again, the system is from Earth. So, naturally, it's possible to understand the pass through the ancient Shu Sword Mountain. The person behind the system who can launch the system from it. I'm not hiding it from Senior. In fact, my memory was incomplete after my death, and I know very little about that battle. I only know that on that day, when the red moon was in the sky, a strong enemy came from the sky. They want us dead. The only thing we have to do is fight. Su Yang recalled with some pain. Xu Pingan pursued. The strong enemy you mentioned. Do you know who it is? The obsession I left behind has no associated memories. Su Yang shook his head helplessly. Xu Pingan frowned and continued to ask. So you, Xu Shan, were destroyed in that battle? Su Yangzi nodded. Yes, and it was the master, who fought to the death at the last minute. The incoming enemies were temporarily repelled. Only then did we arrive at a free moment to leave behind our obsession and preserve the Shushan legacy to this day. Xu Pingan was thoughtful, and then continued. Then you know that the Why has the earth fallen into such desolation as it is now? As he spoke, and waved his hand, the general condition of the earth, as it were, went. It flashed in front of Su Yang. The other party was only a wisp of residual thought, so it was very likely that he did not know what the earth looked like today. What? The earth has gotten so small? And the aura of the outside world, how come it's so thin? Su Yang was instantly surprised out loud after watching this. Xu Pingan then asked, so, at the time of your death, the earth was not like this? Su Yang shook his head. Xu Pingan pondered, then do you know the situation of the other sects at that time? Chapter 45, Sword Saint of Shu Mountain battles the Great Emperor. Xu Pingan naturally didn't get the answer he wanted. That battle, although it was the battle of Shushan's destruction, but Xu Pingan was more interested in knowing if it was that battle that had led to Earth's present state of disrepair. After all, a legendary and powerful sect like Shushan had fallen to this. If the other sects, if they are also very different, then they can just confirm it. Next, Xu Pingan asked him for information about Earth in the past. It's just a shame. Su Yang is just an obsession. For everything else, the memory is long gone. So the purpose of your existence is for the first level of the test? Xu Pingan asked helplessly. Exactly. Su Yang nodded, and then he didn't forget to explain. Senior, don't underestimate this first level of assessment. The most important thing in our cultivation journey is perseverance and determination. At this point, Xu Pingan too agreed. So, you rely on the illusionary formation that give them what their heart wants most. However, at the time of obtaining it, a heavy ordeal will be set for them. Only those who can accomplish these trials and possess a persistent awakening can pass? Su Yang immediately laughed. To say that you're still a senior, you understood what my juniors were thinking at once. Xu Pingan thoughtfully glanced at the illusionary formation amidst the foot of the mountain. To be precise, it was a glance at a figure in the middle of the changing formation at the foot of the mountain. And that person was none other than his own sister. Obviously, she was a little curious as to what her sister would want. Su Yang seemed to have noticed Xu Pingan's gaze and opened his mouth to inquire. Senior, is there someone familiar to Senior among the group below? Do I need to extract her illusionary image out for you? Xu Ping hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. No need. He was a great emperor, but he was not yet at the point of prying into his sister's privacy. Seeing this, Su Yang didn't ask much. Unlike Xu Pingan, it was naturally impossible for them to come out of the illusion formation for a while, and Xu Pingan naturally wouldn't bother his sister. For their part, the duo naturally continued on their way. Not much longer. They then arrived in a cave halfway up the mountain. It has a huge platform like the foot of a mountain. The platform, however, has winding paths followed by a large number of caves at the top of the mountain. In each cave, a haze of light blossomed, and a large number of medicinal herbs and exotic fruits that it is emitting a different fragrance. And when you look closely, there is even an invisible sword chi inside that keeps spewing out. Here is the second level of the test. Within these caverns are all the sword fetuses that we, back in the day, hadn't yet had time to refine. Although they are not completely molded, they have long had spirituality, able to recognize, of their own accord, recognize those who are gifted in the way of the sword. Those examiners, the ones who can be selected by these sword tires the most within the allotted time. Then you will be able to step through the final prohibition and go to my master's final level. Su Yang pointed at the caves and explained the rules of the place for Xu Pingan. Afterwards, it was even more straightforward to take out a sword tire with a big move of his hand. He handed it to the other party and said, although through here, it's the number of sword tires that is compared. But if we can get a sword tire of higher quality to recognize the master, it is also possible to step through this in peace. Apparently, Su Yang did this because, for one, he was afraid of Xu Pingan, destroy the prohibitions of this level directly to get to the master. Secondly, he was also afraid that Xu Pingan, with a big wave of his hand, would take away all of these sword tires. Therefore, it was better to take the initiative to give away a sword tire. You Shushan are quite stingy. Xu Pingan naturally understood the other party's intentions. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. I'm not afraid of Senior making fun of me. The treasures we left behind in Shushan are limited after all. And my master, who chooses his successor, is very picky. He'll be in the same realm. The person who defeats her with the same sword technique must be a phoenix. And there's no telling when this inheritance will be handed over. Therefore, this sword tire must not be given away in its entirety. Of course, but anyone who can make it to this level, as long as they can be recognized by the swordborn. Even if you don't step into the next level, you can take a handful of them away as a little token of our Shu Mountain's appreciation. Xu Pingan didn't care. It was just a sword tire. He couldn't even look at it. Just as he was holding the sword tire, he was about to walk out of the forbidden system. A sudden lurch. Which is the best sword tire you have here? Xu Pingan looked toward the caves. Su Yang had wanted to answer. Xu Pingan, however, directly waved his big hand and directly grabbed out a sword tire. It was said to be a sword tire, but it had already taken on the appearance of a sword. A sharp aura was continuously revealed from above the sword body. The strangest thing is that this sword is vaguely transmitting a suction force, as if it wants to melt and harmonize everything. Elevate yourself. Senior has a good eye. This sword tire is the best one within our cave. It was written by my master, and the star meteorite iron used to build it, which has the effect of melting and harmonizing. It can actively absorb other materials, thus strengthening the sword, or a sword of infinite growth. Su Yang explained with some meatiness. With that, he said, if Senior is interested in this sword, it can be gifted to Senior. Naturally, he didn't want to give it away, but people are volunteering to get it. What can he do? This would only be a big loss if we annoyed this great god and demolished Mount Shu. I'm not interested. Xu Pingan shook his head. He just wasn't a fan of swords. Don't even like to use weapons. His storage realm, the only weapon he had, was the halberd that he would only take out if he impacted the path to immortality. That halberd is very monotonous in function. Just hard. But even so, that halberd was eating dust in the storage world. Will strength this sword and halberd are in no way comparable. Xu Pingan naturally wouldn't want it. Su Yang, who heard these words, was happy. It's good not to like it. I won't send it. Immediately, he was about to carefully receive this sword tire and put it back in its original position. However, Xu Pingan was the one who spoke again. But I want to give him to one person. The smile that had just come out on Su Yang's face instantly turned bitter again, and the quickness with which it changed. A master of face changing. Fine. If Senior wants to give it away, then so be it. He once again opened his mouth in flesh, and then helplessly said, I don't know. The person that Senior sent, also in our Shu mountain? Xu Pingan nodded. Su Yang instantly understood. Among the illusionary formations at the foot of the mountain, there were people familiar to the other party. This sword was naturally intended to be gifted to her. Don't worry, Senior. Since he decided to give it away, Su Yang might as well go along and leave a favor. He spoke softly to this sword, and then this sword tire, once again, burrowed into the cavernous sky. It blossomed with a radiant light that was different from that of other sword tires. If she manages to come to this pass, this sword will return to bind itself to her of its own accord. Seeing this, Xu Pingan did not say anything more, but stepped into the forbidden system and directly left the level. Not much longer. Hoo-hoo! In the cold and gusty wind, they finally arrived in front of a large hall at the top of the mountain. And in the meantime, a sword shadow, falling from the sky, it landed straight in front of the duo. Immediately afterward, a cold female voice sounded. Su Yang, you're not going to guard the first level of the examination. What are you doing here with me? The words just fell, only to see a slender figure, at some point, already standing on top of the hilt of the sword. Chapter 46. The only female sword saint in Shu Mountain. Su Bai. The visitor was dressed in a wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress, with a blue pair of sarongs that fitted her figure, and a shapely figure was outlined. Her long hair swung in the wind, and her delicate, fair features were matched, however, with two beautiful sword brows that, a hint of sharpness leaked through. Greetings, Master. Su Yang immediately revealed the identity of the visitor, and explained, this senior came to the secret realm, wanting to obtain the inheritance. Therefore, my disciple has specially brought him here. Elder, want to take the inheritance? The woman's sword brow, slightly raised, and her delicate face, but he revealed a hint of dominance and said, come to smash our venue? Between the fall of the words, in the sky, countless sword chi immediately surged towards Pingan Su. No. Su Yang seemed to know his master's character and hurriedly explained, Senior is very reasonable. Along the way, it didn't pass with its own cultivation, but rather complied with the rules and wanted to pass on the inheritance. So he's strong? The woman sized up the man in front of her. The obsession that Su Yang had transformed into drifted to the master in a hurry. Nodding seriously, he said, it's very strong, and I feel that I can't beat it even before I die. The woman's eyes immediately lit up. Interesting. Why don't we let Master try him out? Don't. Su Yang's face was anxious as he hurriedly stopped the woman. Master, you died a long time ago. Now you are nothing but an obsession. Not much better than me. They are living people. We can't beat them. Let's focus on the legacy. Yes, The master forgot that he was already dead. The woman seemed to have finally figured it out when she was spoken to in such a way. Su Yang. This scene, in Xu Pingan's eyes, this Su Yang were like a disciple. Instead, they look like fathers who take care of their daughters. Su Bai. Xu Shan. The only female sword saint. Are you the one who wants to take our inheritance? The woman, too, remembered the business and turned her gaze across the room. The other party introduced himself, and Xu Pingan returned the favor. It's me, Xu Pingan, my no-good disciple. Says you're strong. Su Bai stood on top of the tail of the sword. At this moment, an invisible sword power expanded with her at the center. Under this sword force, Xu Pingan was simply indifferent to it. With a faint smile on his face, he said, a lot of people have said that. Su Bai was feeling his unique and incomparably sharp sword Dao aura. After passing through the opponent's body, it disappeared without a trace. There was some surprise on his face. However, it clearly also recognized Xu Pingan's strength. Pity, I died long ago. Otherwise I would have taken my sword and had a lesson with you. A faint pallor appeared on Su Bai's face. Only, quickly changing his face, with a little excitement, he said, however, since you want my Xushan legacy, do you want to become a Xushan disciple? If that's the case, then it's not like I can't accept it. You're so strong. If you become a disciple of Mount Shu, it's like picking up a great bargain for nothing. Xu Pingan was stunned. Nice guy. This and that Su Yang's thoughts were simply the same. No wonder you two became master and disciple. I just want to borrow your heritage for a moment. Since he had decided to take the formal route, Xu Pingan naturally had no intention of hiding this matter any longer. What? After Su Bai heard these words, it was just as Su Yang had said. He was filled with anger. You don't want to obtain the inheritance? Yet you want to see our inheritance? Aren't you whoring out our Xushan? Su Yang, who was on the side, hurriedly spoke. Master, you are a female cultivator, or the only female sword saint. Watch your image. Su Yang, did you already know about this? Su Bai immediately turned his frowning sword brows to his disciple. Su Yang froze, and then with a bitter smile on his face, he sophistically said, Senior, but now that we're not as skilled as others, we have to bow down when we're under the roof. Su Yang, are you a sword saint? Why don't you have any backbone at all? And this is our Xushan territory. What does it mean to be under the roof? Pissed off, looking for a fight, Su Bai immediately tapped her toes, and her jade foot, which was not wearing shoes, stepped on top of the sword's tail, and the queen was like a light feather, floating high above the sky. The long sword at his feet, however, was a sword flower that directly drew on Su Yang's body. The latter stumbled and fell straight to the ground. Of course, the sword struck above his obsession, but it directly penetrated through, and the reason why Su Yang fell was purely a subconscious reaction. However, it was also evident that this Su Yang hadn't been beaten by his master so much that he had muscle memory. Master, listen to my sophistry. No, listen to my explanation. Su Yang is really worried, while afraid of offending Xu Pingan. At the same time, he had to serve this master teacher whose temper stank to high heaven. It's like this. Elder has promised me, never snatch the inheritance by force. It's to be proper, to pass the test to obtain that inheritance. Besides, the other seniors have also said that they won't touch us after the inheritance has been seen. Wouldn't we just take the inheritance and recruit disciples at that time? Su Bai frowned, obviously still somewhat dissatisfied. Su Yang, however, was inspired and muttered in a low voice, didn't you want to fight him? Since senior promised to pass the examination properly, wouldn't that mean that you would be able to fight him in the same realm, in a proper fight? Su Bai's brows, at once, stretched out, and her thoughts were enlightened. You're thinking, Master Teacher is a sword Dao genius like no other in the ages, or a female genius. Has anyone ever beaten you with a sword in the same realm? Su Yang followed the advice. For the master, with a sword invincible in the same realm, Su Bai's body, which was already straight, seemed to be straight plus one again. The small and delicate underneath that pair of sarongs couldn't help but stand up to the sky. As long as you, master, are invincible, then won't he not be able to get the inheritance? So there's absolutely no need to worry about being hoarded out. Su Yang explained very seriously. Su Bai also listened very carefully, and after, she then looked condescendingly at Xu Pingan. What you say is true. Xu Pingan nodded. I never go back on my word. That's good. This sword saint agrees to your challenge. Su Bai directly fell from a high altitude, her jade feet stepping on top of the grass, and then, he directly threw out a sword book in front of Xu Pingan. This is the foundation of our sect, Xushan swordsmanship. There are 8 styles in there. I'll fight you both with the moves inside. In the same realm, as long as you can fight me to a draw, then you can go and see the legacy of our Mount Shu. Xu Pingan received the sword sheet. I saw that it was clearly written, Xushan sword technique, but in the bottom right corner, there are 3 more words, basic chapter. Open the book cover. As Su Bai said, there were only 8 styles in it. That's pretty basic. Of course, it is said to be basic, but the sword strokes in it contain human cultivation. The key way of chakra functioning. If you can realize it, even in the Tianyuan continent, there was a certain foothold. It seems that the legendary ancient Shu sword mountain is indeed true to its name. These 8 stances. It took me an hour to comprehend all of them in the first place. There was no cultivation after that. Don't say I'm bullying you amateurs. As long as Mount Shu's inheritance isn't closed this time, you can come and challenge me anytime. Su Bai opened her mouth arrogantly. Only, his words had just fallen. I've seen it all. Strike! Xu Pingan's ancient, wave-free voice faintly sounded. Chapter 47, Xu Pingan, specializing in all kinds of disobedience. Xu Pingan's words fell. Su Bai was instantly annoyed. Are you sure you're not kidding? The other party had only watched their Shushan sword technique for less than a minute and was about to challenge himself. Isn't this looking down on their Shushan swordsmanship? How could this woman, Su Bai, not be angry? Enlighten me. Xu Pingan did not reply, but directly took out the sword tire that Su Yang had given himself in the first place. Standing with his hands behind his back, he made the starting stance of the 8 stances of the Shushan sword technique. You've succeeded in provoking me. Su Bai stood with his fingers together and his hands behind his back, just as Xu Pingan had done, and used the starting stance of. It was very clear and cold. I will use a layer of my sword Dao attainments, to let you know what is meant by sword Dao. You don't use a sword? Xu Pingan, who saw this, was somewhat curious. The other party was talking about kendo though, but it didn't use the sword at all. I have long since reached the realm where having a sword in my heart is a sword, even if I only rely on my 2 fingers. It's also enough to defeat you. Su Bai was very conceited, merely using only 2 fingers. Xu Pingan had never had a good habit of liking to respect others. Since, he said he didn't need a sword, then one would use the sword without any mental burden. Shushan basic sword technique, second style, splitting mountain style. Xu Pingan used the moves in the book and took the initiative. The moment he depressed the realm, just like a novice who has just stepped into cultivation, the move just swung out flat, and when the other party saw this, he did the same, very conceited, with his fingers like swords, and the same splitting of the mountain style, dancing out of her slender hands. This Shushan sword technique, even though master teacher only used a mere hour to realize it to its fullest perfection in the first place, but with just this hand, the mountain splitting style, it directly defeated Shushan's current generation of sword sons. Nowadays, it seems that master's hand is still so invincible. Su Yang stood on the sidelines and watched the field as the master teacher struck out. His face was filled with admiration. Although Master Chief is very unreliable, but on the path of the sword, he hadn't seen an existence that could be even stronger than his master's talent. Every move she made, every stance, was so perfect. It was as if the sword stance was supposed to be performed this way. Senior is strong though, but you've also underestimated my master. This legacy's senior, you are destined to be. Only Su Yang was immersed in his master's sword stance, and his words had not yet fallen. An exclamation of surprise suddenly came from the field, and after, Su Yang could only see his master teacher, his sleeve robe from his little arm, split directly to his shoulder. If I hadn't retreated in time, I'm afraid I would have lost an arm. Of course, it's all just obsession made so realistic that, naturally, Su Bai had done this deliberately in order to show the gap between the 2 sword paths when they competed. It just didn't occur to me. It was deliberate, something she had set up for the sake of pretending. But now, it's actually accomplishing the opposite. The move, Su Bai lost, and the defeat was very complete. Su Yang's eyes were huge and his mouth looked as if he could swallow an egg. Your master was defeated in the same realm, the same move, the same sword path? The feeling was as if the sky had fallen, and at this point, on the field, unbelievable is also the person himself, Xiao Becky. No way. She stared at Xu Pingan dead in the face. Understood. Xu Pingan opened his mouth as if this was how it was supposed to end. Nope, there's something wrong with that sword move you just made. What's the problem? Isn't it the split mountain style from the book? Xu Pingan held the sword tire in one hand and casually waved that move again. Split mountain style is split mountain style, but it's not supposed to be like this with you. It's so powerful when made at random. The splitting mountain stance, it should look powerful, but it's actually hidden and skillful. Use softness to break down hardness. Xiao Becky spoke of his understanding, clearly not having gotten over his defeat yet. Xu Pingan, however, raised his eyebrows. Obviously there was still no interest in the way of the sword, but he knew that as long as he made a move, that same realm was invincible. If you want to talk sense, well, I'm strong. I just make sense. No way. Not counting. That move of yours, there's nothing of kendo about it. And I didn't use my full strength. It was my carelessness. I want to do it again. Subai stomped her unshod feet, stomping a pit out of the grass, expressing his displeasure. Xu Pingan froze, obviously having never seen such a brazen sword saint. Own out the test. You can't afford to play by yourself when you lose. Su Yang was also stunned. Of course, a nod followed, indicating that this was very much the master's style, because even he, himself, didn't see how that Xu Pingan had won against his master. That strike of master simply contained the highest attainment in the way of the sword, but to lose like that? It's so weird. But, Su Yang was not Subai that character after all. Hastily, he was about to get up and persuade his master. He hadn't forgotten that Xu Pingan was a superpower. If you mess with the other side, it wouldn't be good to tear down their secret realm. Elder, my master. Just before he had just opened his mouth, Xu Pingan then waved his hand and said, no harm done. Then let's do it again. In his life's battles, he specialized in all kinds of disobedience. It also stirred up a bit of Xu Pingan's competitive spirit. This time, I'll use my full strength and let you know what the way of the sword is. Su Bai's expression was more serious than ever. At this moment, in Su Yang's eyes, Master Teacher seemed to have become an unbreakable sword. This was a manifestation of the sword way cultivated to the extreme. The human sword is one. Second style. Stabbing sword style. This time, she took the initiative, and her mediocre sword strokes, in her hands, but it seems to contain the way of the sword. In the hidden void, countless avenues about the sword, constantly flickering. It seemed to be a testament to the perfection of this sword move. Seeing this, Xu Pingan also stabbed out with his sword. The two are on the wrong side of the road. A few moments later, blood continued to drip from above Su Bai's fingers, dripping into the ground, and Xu Pingan turned around and spoke again. Admit it, I won again. That's right, Xiao Becky lost again. Losing is still so fast. What the hell is going on? How are you still beating me? Su Bai turned around, her eyes still unbelievable. Only, at the moment, her voice, both seemed to choke. That sword of hers, it's so perfect. It was simply the highest attainment in the way of the sword. This shouldn't lose. Can I go get my inheritance now? For this kind of loser's quotes, Xu Pingan had heard too many of them, so there were no ripples. No, I just lost in a bad way. Su Bai spoke again. It was as if she wasn't the one who set the rules for this test. Instead, it was Pingan Su. He's become a challenger himself instead. I want to do it again. With a wave of her small hand, Su Bai saw a long turquoise blue sword that emitted an ancient sword breath. It cut through the air and fell directly into her hands, and she danced out a flower of the sword, and in her red eyes with reluctance. Didn't you say that with a sword in your heart? Everything is a sword? Xu Pingan glanced at the sword in her hand and couldn't help but ask curiously. Su Bai's fair faceplate suddenly turned red, and then directly raised his slender neck and said, it is different now. I am already in the realm of having a sword in my heart and a sword in my hand, and I am the realm of the sword that it will only be stronger than before. Xu Pingan froze for a moment, a question flashing through his mind. Is there such a realm? Su Yang, who was on the side, couldn't bear to look directly at him and turned his head away. Obviously, even he hadn't expected that Master Teacher would be shameless to this extent. So, you're trying to cheat? Xu Pingan's eyes narrowed slightly as he said. An aura of unruffled authority drifted out from within his body in an instant. Su Bai could naturally feel the powerful aura. She gritted her teeth and said, last time, if I take the sword and still don't win, and you want to kill me, I will be cut to pieces and be at your disposal. Of course, if you lose, I'll lend you my inheritance as well. Dare to come. Chapter 48, Severing the River of Time. Overthrowing the 10,000 years of time and space. This female sword saint of Shushan has a thick skin. It left Xu Pingan speechless. Even her disciple Su Yang, who was on the side, was somewhat unable to bear to look at her. Xu Pingan glanced at the sky. It's still too early to claim. Sula should still be taking a nap at this time. Yes, Xu Pingan agreed to the other party's request. The inheritance of Shushan was of little use to himself though, but if you directly take it by force yourself to destroy it, it's kind of a bad opportunity for others. This kind of thing, Xu Pingan naturally wouldn't do it on purpose. After getting an affirmative answer from the other side, Su Bai's aura climbed instantly. If she was before, just standing where she was a long sword that could not be harmed, but now that she was holding a real sword, there was an additional sharpness that seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. All of a sudden, there was no wind in the surroundings, and the air was filled with sword breath everywhere. Even without striking out, an invisible sharp aura, from within her body, bursting out, it cut everything in the immediate surroundings into tiny microscopic pieces. From the moment I gripped my sword as a young boy, I knew that I was the Kendo Kaiser. Su Bai held her long sword in her hand, the blade pointing directly at Xu Pingan, after becoming the sword saint of Mount Shushan. Even if I am not holding a sword, no one can defeat me in the path of the swordway. Today I will hold my sword again. I won't lose again. Xu Pingan actually appreciated this woman somewhat. Gotta say, being able to lose twice in a row, still have that invincible mindset. Among the past opponents that Xu Pingan had fought, there were not many like her. As it happens, I have fought countless battles in my life, and no matter what kind of weapon I hold, or maybe bare hands and never lost. If you can defeat me in the sword Dao path, I can fulfill one of your Shu Mountain's wishes. Su Bai snorted coldly. Then you wait to lose. With that, his body merged with the sword and charged towards Xu Pingan. At this moment, space was cracking, only to see a green-colored sword shadow, as if it had cut through the river of time. Shining in the midst of darkness, it became eternal and lit up the sky. The ancient green sky sword lives on. Master's strongest sword Dao attainment. I didn't expect to be able to revert to the most common sword stances. Show that vision that only a sword saint can make. Master is right. She who holds the sword is the strongest. Su Yang, who was also a sword saint, had his eyes filled with shock after seeing this sword. This is the highest recognition for Shifu's swordsmanship. And this sword, not weakened by its own fall, and using only the remnants of its. Just to be able to execute this sword was simply terrifying. Interesting. Xu Pingan, who saw this scene, could not help but show a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Being able to make the great Dao resonate and present a vision at this realm. That's a strong move indeed. Only, he met Xu Pingan. Clank. The tire of the sword passed out of his hand. Slowly. It was just that this seemingly slow sword. However, the moment it appeared, it transformed into a shocking bolt. Vaguely, a terrified sword shadow, appearing between heaven and earth. The aura was as majestic as rocking up 90,000 miles. There's a vision too? Su Yang, who saw this scene, was only shocked out from his master. Then he was once again in shock. At this moment, Su Yang felt as if he, the sword saint, was a joke in front of the duo. Boom! The sword Dao experts engaged in battle, but within moments, their attacks clashed together. The terrifying aura was so terrifying that it was almost suffocating. The two visions in the sky were even battling together. The terrifying sword shadow that runs through heaven and earth, and the long river that crosses time and space, are impossible to see. The green sword that illuminates the ages, pinpointed. Dang! After a loud bang, the results are in. Xu Pingan's terrifying sword shadow had actually cut through the long river of space and time, destroying the ancient space, and then it directly impacted on top of the green-colored sword shadow. Ka-ching! In an instant, the green-colored sword shadows were like a vision, collapsing together. A few moments later, Xu Pingan stood in the middle of the field with his sword in one hand. On the other hand, Su Bai, who was on the opposite side of the table, was leaning on his sword with his hand and kneeling on one knee. His entire body seemed to be shattered, dripping blood and staining his clothes red. Master, I can't believe I lost again. Su Yang spoke the result with a trance-like expression. He hadn't expected that this battle would be so exciting. There was even the thought that at this stop, the master would again lose so dryly. I got lucky with this sword, Xu Pingan said seriously. In the same realm, that move of Su Bai's, surprisingly, it brought back the sense of crisis he had felt when he was fighting against a strong enemy. You know, after all these years, he hadn't felt this way in I don't know how long. This time, it's me who's lost. Su Bai slowly stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, eyes dead set on Xu Pingan. However, I've also learned that you guys don't have a sword Dao soul at all. You can win, all strong in with your path. It was a path of invincibility, but it was also a path that, it's simply difficult to go all the way. Xu Pingan nodded, and in turn acknowledged his previous statement. The latter, however, is not so complimentary, because he who had long since reached the Emperor realm, this invincible path had already been taken by him to the end of the earth. One more step, and the only way to go is to go to the immortal world. I told you, your fight, why does it have a familiar feel to it? I haven't been a sword saint yet, and I saw someone just like you that year. That year there was also an extraterrestrial race clamoring. Set up a universal battle platform. The other party came prepared. We lost that battle badly. It was the one who stepped forward, reversing the situation, defeating the foreigners in a row without a single defeat. What's even more exaggerated is that, in each of his matches, he used someone else's Dao to defeat his opponent. Let the outer races lose so much they can't wait to find a hole in the ground. It's just a shame that he disappeared back there. Others were rumoring that his path was too overbearing. Heaven and earth are incapable of it, and it can only be short-lived. Su Bai was not a short-lived sword saint like Su Yang. She was a generation of sword saint on Mount Shu, and knew more secrets than Su Yan obviously did. Hearing this, Xu Pingan's eyes couldn't help but light up. Then it would be great if he was still around. Invincible is too lonely. Xu Pingan's desire to become an immortal was actually not entirely for the sake of immortality. Instead, I want to get back to the kind of thing that allows me to give it my all. The heat of the moment. The place of a good fight. That's what he's ultimately after. Humph. I lost to you. But I didn't lose my kendo. Su Bai once again resumed her shrewish character, and the injuries made by her obsession. It disappeared in an instant. You're right. Xu Pingan naturally wouldn't compete with this woman for the status of a leading swordsman. So, this test. You passed the test. After Su Bai figured it all out, she wasn't playing around. Our Shushan heritage. If you want to see it, I won't stop you. And the promise I made before, and I've kept my word. I'm yours now. Chapter 49, Shushan Inheritance. This is it? I'm your man. Su Bai admitted defeat in a big way and was also willing to keep his previous promise. After all, it was agreed at the time that if he lost, he would let the other party kill him or her as he or she wished, dispose of it at will. Only, as soon as she said that, Xu Pingan then couldn't help but look odd. Su Yang even drifted to her in a flurry of smoke, and said with a worried expression, Master, you're a woman. You're not even married. You have to pay attention to your image. You only lost the contest. What do you mean you're his now? People will get the wrong idea if you do. Only then did Su Bai realize that she seemed to have said the wrong thing. His face couldn't help but blush. However, she soon figured it out. Master is dead. What do you still care about that for? Su Yang, who had heard the words, froze. That seems to make a bit of sense. They're both dead. Like there's nothing left to care about? Don't worry. I only came to borrow the inheritance. And I won't take anything else seriously. Xu Pingan was also speechless towards these two obsessive living treasures, and immediately wanted to complete his mission and leave. Thank you, Elder. Su Yang thanked him very sensibly. The inheritance is behind the cave in the Great Hall. You go with me to get it. Su Bai, on the other hand, without the slightest bit of etiquette baggage, turned around and headed towards the Great Hall behind her. Xu Pingan was also happy to engage in the ritualistic set, and immediately followed up. The two traveled without words all the way across the Great Hall. The original clan hall that belonged to Shushan had long since fallen into disrepair on the inside. If it wasn't for the inner formation, there was still a trace of energy left. I'm afraid it would have already turned into decay. This woman, Su Bai, also didn't look like she would protect the appearance of caring about an external image like the Great Hall, so there was no desire to fix it at all. Beyond the Great Hall was a valley. This place is very refreshing and uncluttered, with babbling streams and birdsong. Like a paradise. Follow the trail all the way up the mountain. The cave that Su Bai had mentioned was right in front of him, just as the other party took the lead, leading Xu Pingan to enter the cave. Is this where you sit? Xu Pingan suddenly spoke. How do you know? Su Bai turned back and looked at Xu Pingan with some surprise. The scent of your soul is here. Xu Pingan looked toward a huge rock next to the cave. My soul breath? Su Bai waved her hand and said, when I died, my 3 souls and 7 spirits had long since dissipated. How else could I have had the obsession to stay? Xu Pingan did not continue to speak. Instead, Su Bai led the other party to the cave. The inheritance place of Shushan was not as mysterious as imagined. There are not even organs and formations evolving. There was only one stone-raised platform, and on top of the high platform, a wooden box was placed. This place of inheritance, the only place where formations were set up. It's the wooden box. Su Bai pointed to the wooden box. Apparently that was the inheritance they had left behind. Xu Pingan went up alone and opened the wooden box. Only 3 ancient objects were seen, floating in front of him. First a jade slip, engraved with the sort of Shushan's ancient view idea. There was no need to think about it to know that it was the core cultivation technique of Shushan. Xu Pingan touched the jade slip in his hand and roughly felt it for a second. And then, he put the jade slip back. To sum it up simply, it's uninformative. Not, of course, that the idea of the koan is not of high quality, just to his realm. This is the kind of stuff that becomes unnutritious. The eyes then went to the second item. This sword manual, followed by the insights left by the various generations of masters. The sword manual. Xu Pingan did not have any interest and directly turned to the last page. The moment you hold a sword, you must have invincible faith in your heart. Like me, the year I held a sword, I already knew I was meeting the head of the group, Shushan Sword Saint Su Bai. Sure enough, that woman also left her own tips. It's just that the insights, it fits in well with what she's done before. I just don't know. Those disciples of Shu Mountain, seeing this insight, should they laugh or cry? As for Su Yang, haven't left my own tips yet. probably died too soon to write them. Put the sword book back. Xu Pingan looked at the last item. It was an ancient bronze small sword. It's engraved with the order of the master of Mount Shushan. It's a magic weapon. However, this magic treasure was also very different. Within the territory of Shushan, you can mobilize Shushan's resources in mountain protection formations. Once you leave, it's just a small sword with a hard texture. For these 3 items, Xu Pingan was not surprised. The true legacy of a powerful sect, often it is nothing more than the fundamentals of those founding teachings. Pills, magic treasures, spiritual pets, and the like are ultimately external objects. After Xu Pingan had passed over all 3 of these items, the system's voice, too, finally came to mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Obtaining the Shushan inheritance. Rewards begin to be distributed. Does it start receiving now? Xu Pingan didn't accept it now. Upon hearing that the mission was complete, it also meant that the purpose of his trip had finally been accomplished. Place the last item. After returning it to the wooden box, Xu Pingan then left the cave. Subai had also been waiting at the door for a long time at this time. After seeing the latter, his face was a bit surprised as he said, "Finished observing so soon? Does this bit of yours take long to observe?" Xu Pingan asked rhetorically. Subai couldn't help but roll her eyes. That viewpoint idea and sword manual. It is a supreme level technique that has been modified and polished by generations of sword saints of Mount Shushan, and as long as it is spread to the world, the earth and even all the races outside the domain will cause a bloody storm. The treasures that the world coaxes for are as if they have become worthless to you. A treasure is a treasure. It's just that it's not very useful to me. I returned everything too. It's time to leave. Xu Pingan's mission was accomplished, and naturally, he didn't want to stay on. After all, he also had to go home to his sister, as well as get a clue from where the system was. No sending. Subai made a gesture of invitation. Can't wait for the guy who embarrassed himself to get the hell out of there. Xu Pingan said. However, before I leave, I have a few questions about ancient Earth that I would like to ask you. As you can see, I have been dead for many years. The memories of my own body are almost non-existent. Only remnants about the understanding of the way of the sword survive in the world. So you're going to be disappointed if you ask me questions. Subai relied on a large tree with an expression of love. I don't ask for nothing. Xu Pingan laughed. As long as you answer to the best of your ability, I might be able to help you return to the world. What did you say? Back in the world? Subai's eyes flickered. Then she said with a face full of disbelief, I have long been dead for many years. You can still help me return to the world. Are you not taking me for my pleasure? Xu Pingan didn't say much, but instead, a rune rushed out from his eyes. It directly reduced a stone block next to the cave into pieces. As I told you before, I felt the scent of your soul here. In the middle of Xu Pingan's speech, only to see a hole appear behind that boulder. The hole was not deep enough to be seen by the naked eye, and a body, decayed to the point of being nothing more than a skeleton, was lying in it. And this, it's none other than Co. Becky's corpse. Chapter 50 Biogenic Creation Pill. White Bone Raw Muscle. In the middle of the cave, a white corpse was lying in a coffin made of crystal seals. It's just that the years are long. Even this crystal coffin could hardly resist the corrosion and turned into a white bone. You people, how nice of you to dig up the hiding place of my corpse. Subai's words carried a small amount of annoyance, but there was no hint of blame on his face. If it was any later, the souls would have all dissipated. Xu Pingan naturally knew Subai's little mind, and he ignored it. Instead, he walked over to the coffin. You mean, I can really come back to life? Subai was finally attracted by Xu Pingan's words about returning to Earth, and was not being reserved. Asked directly, not resurrection. Exactly. Rather, on top of your obsession, with the help of the soul and body of the previous, regenerate a new life. You will be you then, and you will not be you. Even as a great emperor, one could not come back from the dead, let alone an ordinary person. Subai was thoughtful. The avenue of life and death is too arcane. Naturally, she couldn't understand it all. However, who could refuse even a glimmer of a chance to return to the world again? If you can get me back to Earth again, I owe you a big favor. Subai said with an incomparably serious expression. Our Mount Shu also owes Senior a big favor. At some point, Su Yang also came to the secret realm behind the main hall and bowed to Xu Pingan. Su Yang, what are you doing bringing our Mount Shu with you? Subai did not look at Su Yang in a good mood. If the master can be resurrected, he will certainly restore our Mount Shu as well. Then it's only natural that Mount Shu also owes Senior a big favor. Though we, Shu Shan, are in disrepair now, but as long as our legacy continues, we will one day prosper again. At that time, we might be able to repay this favor of Senior. Su Yang looked at Xu Pingan with a face full of sincerity. That won't be necessary. It's just a matter of getting what you want. Xu Pingan was completely uninterested in Shushan favors and the like naturally, purely in passing. As a great emperor, you still need favors? Boom! Then, Xu Pingan used his actions to confirm their answer. In a flash, from under his feet, a tumbling rune spread out, taking the entire cave and, as well as the great hall all enveloped in it. Everything around him was suddenly turned into darkness. Come on! Xu Pingan, this dark space in the middle of the dark space, suddenly emitted 10,000 lights, although only a faint whisper. But like thunder exploding in the 9 heavens, he raised his palm. The originally dark world was suddenly dotted with starlight, and then it was like a falling meteor, surging into the top of his palm. And this is the soul of Su Bai remaining here. It was detained in the palm of Xu Pingan's hand with the means of a great emperor. The runes dissipated and the darkness faded. Holding the soul in his hand, Xu Pingan arrived in front of the crystal coffin, injecting the soul directly into the white bones. That's it? Su Bai asked curiously. Xu Pingan, however, shook his head, and then his hand grabbed from the void and an elixir emitting powerful aura fluctuations appeared in his hand in the storage realm. Only the moment the elixir appeared, then it began to tremble, and after that, it is directly transformed into a small chubby silhouette, about to flee. This magical scene left Su Bai and Su Yang dumbfounded, though they were ancient earthlings and had seen countless amazing things, but the elixir transforming into a person. This magical scene, indeed, had never seen it at all. Of course, don't talk about them. Even the Tian Yuan continent, some of the Paragon emperors hadn't seen it. This was a top-ranking elixir, the life creation elixir. It is rumored that any ordinary person who eats this elixir will be able to fly directly to the immortal realm in the daytime. Xu Pingan had initially tried to refine this medicine, but after searching all over the Tian Yuan continent and all the surrounding galaxies, only 2 were practiced. It's just that, after the immortal world was sealed, the potion also lost its daylight effect. This conclusion, naturally, was based on the fact that Xu Pingan had eaten one. As for the last one, it was the little chubby one in front of me. Next, Xu Pingan grabbed its little feet with one hand, and then, hanging it upside down, he shook it against Su Bai's corpse. It's not like I'm going to kill you. What's the point of running every time you come out? Lending you a little essence is enough. Xu Pingan spoke to the elixir without a good mood. The little chubby guy transformed by the elixir made a face. However, under Xu Pingan's shaking, not a moment too soon. Surprisingly, I peed straight away. The position was unbiased and landed on top of the corpse. Su Bai instantly blushed oddly, though his own corpse turned into white bones, but pissing on your own bones in front of your own face is too. Only, she immediately suppressed this thought, just as soon as it was born, because the white bones of herself that she saw in her eyes were actually starting to rise up like crazy. The muscle veins also magically reappeared on top of the white bones. It's not urine, it's a miracle cure. White bone raw muscle. Su Yang opened his mouth in surprise. Not really, it was a phenomenon he hadn't seen before. Only he had not seen, on a white bone that had been dead for an unknown number of years. There could be another such vision. That would be too much. The moment, both Su Bai and Su Yang couldn't help but look at the little chubby peer that the elixir had transformed into. The bottom of his eyes were filled with shock. What level of elixir is this? Not only can you take shape, but your urine can even have such an effect? The two were in shock. Su Yang seemed to realize, even turned around in a hurry and said goodbye and left the cave. At first, Su Bai didn't understand how the disciple ran away, but the next moment, Su Bai then realized that something was wrong and blushed in shock, only to see, above that body of hers, the white bones were gone, and in their place, it was the high and low body, and into the white jade and snow-like skin. Sure, and most importantly, not wearing any clothes. Xu Pingan had naturally known that this scene would occur. Only, naturally, he didn't think that it was just a body of flesh. What was all the fuss about? But this was different for Su Bai, who had not yet married. She blushed with shame and waved her wrist, and leaves were suddenly flying outside the cave. A few slightly larger leaves then drifted into the cavern before landing in key areas on the body with pinpoint accuracy. And at this point, Xu Pingan also threw the little chubby mound that the elixir had transformed into, directly towards the storage realm. The biocreation pill, as the topmost elixir, apart from being able to make a person fly up in the daytime, the wonders are simply endless. Naturally, it's impossible to piss once and waste his medicinal properties. To be precise, pills that have reached this level are capable of autonomous cultivation. Given a certain number of years, you can transform yourself into a dandy dancin'. For the little bit of piss he spilled, to be precise, just a little bit of his essence resulting from autonomous cultivation, the effect on the quality of the elixir is minimal. I have helped you remodel your physical body. gather your soul. Next, within a few years the body will have nourished a true soul. At that time, when your obsession enters the main body and merges with the newborn soul, you should be able to regenerate. Xu Pingan opened his mouth indifferently as if he had done something insignificant. Only, on the opposite side of the table, Su Bai, however, had long since set off shock waves within her heart. Chapter 51, There are immortals on ancient Earth. The last person to become an immortal was the ancestral dragon? Su Bai looked at his already restored physical body and the soul power that still remained on it. The surprise in his eyes could not be described in words long ago. Thank you, Elder. At this moment, Su Bai finally had to give in. The other party's methods completely exceeded his knowledge. The fact that such a person could come to their Mount Shu was simply their greatest chance. Didn't Senior say before that he had something to ask? I know everything. The other side were very sincere in offering to help her out with the resurrection. Su Bai naturally couldn't sell out anymore. Do you know why the earth has fallen so far? Xu Pingan opened the door. I don't know. Su Bai answered very dryly. Why was your Mount Shu destroyed? Xu Pingan asked with a different thought. I don't know. Su Bai shook her head, feeling that this answer, however, is too perfunctory. So he hastened to explain. It's not the lack of memory that leads to not knowing. Rather, it's really not knowing. That battle. I don't even know why my opponent attacked our Mount Shu. Xu Pingan, who had heard the words, was even more curious, to be exterminated without even knowing your opponent. Have you messed with other forces? It's impossible not to have been provoked. It's normal for sects to have friction with each other. After pondering for a moment, Su Bai said, it's just that those ancient powers that can destroy our Shu mountain. We won't go and worsen things to the point of extermination. It's also unlikely that the other party will pay a large price to destroy our Mount Shu. As for the other forces, they don't have the ability to overthrow us. Hearing Xu Pingan, he pondered for a moment. Obviously, it was unrealistic to try to deduce the reason why ancient Earth had fallen in the first place through Shu Mountain. Although Xu Shan was strong, it was still clearly not enough in Xu Pingan's opinion. The ancient Earth was comparable to the Tianyuan continent. Naturally, there would be Emperor Realm powerhouses as well. Perhaps only people at this level have access to the core secrets. Back in your time, did anyone ascend to the Immortal Realm? Xu Pingan spoke again. Su Bai nodded. Ascension to the Immortal Realm is the last path for all cultivators. Of course it is. We, Mount Shu, have many seniors who have ascended to the Immortal Realm. Back then, my master said that with my realm, in the ancient times, I was able to open the gate of heaven with my sword. Ascension to the Immortal World. Xu Pingan couldn't help but freeze. Su Bai's strength, in the Tianyuan continent's view, was only at the level of a great power, counting her strength as outstanding. It was also just barely at the half-saint level, but above the half-saint level, there were saints, saint kings, great saints, half-step supreme beings, and so on. One must know that on each realm. In the Tianyuan continent, one didn't know how many heavenly prides were stuck masters. Even most of the warlords who were at the same time as Xu Pingan, the great saint's sons and daughters, were only at the half-saint realm. As for the realms above that, they all belonged to old monsters who were hidden from the world. But for a mere half-saint to be able to ascend, this was too much of an exaggeration, wasn't it? Su Bai's words also rang out once again. But then, the heavens and earth changed drastically. The threshold for wanting to become immortal is getting higher and higher. That even at my level, it's difficult to become immortal. And I've recently heard of a time when becoming immortal, or a human emperor from Mount Li, forcing open the path to immortality and flying to the immortal realm. The Lixian human emperor? Xu Pingan's long ago memories of Earth couldn't help but resurface again, and a moment later, only then did he murmur, that history book, the first emperor of the human race known as the Ancestral Dragon? A history book? Is it a history book? Su Bai was slightly surprised, then said, however, most people in the world call it the Ancestral Dragon. Xu Pingan froze more and more. Zulan, isn't that a historical character from the Qin dynasty? But in the Qin dynasty records, there was no such thing as the ancestral dragon becoming immortal? Could the history books be wrong? Or maybe, this ancestor dragon is not the other ancestor dragon? The mystery of the earth is, apparently, getting more and more confusing. Instead of continuing to think about this issue, Xu Pingan continued, with your insights, can you tell if any of them have survived this far? Since you can't guess, might as well just find another de-ancient to ask. Moreover, Xu Pingan vaguely felt that the person behind his system, maybe it knows what happened back then. Su Bai shook her head, her expression tinged with apology too. My memory is damaged. The personal insights of my contemporaries are long gone from memory, and I don't know who else has survived this long. Xu Pingan frowned slightly, although a little disappointed. It was good to see that he didn't expect too much. This kind of existence, being able to live to this day and age, was at least in the same realm as himself? If you wanted to be present in the world, you might have come out a long time ago. If you don't want people to know about it, then you can't find it easily, even by yourself. Obviously, it was impossible to know any more than that in Xu Shan. Xu Pingan immediately wanted to turn around and leave. Elder, is there anything else I need to do when I am resurrected? Seeing this, Su Bai immediately opened her mouth in some difficulty. The other guy did himself such a favor, and not only did she do nothing in return, but she herself was shameless enough to want to continue to have a claim to the. Naturally, there is some weakness. No need. I will protect your path at that time and help you return, trying to regenerate on the original corpse. Naturally, it's far from a simple matter. That was the first time that even Xu Pingan had helped revive someone, though it did take quite a bit of time when he returned from his third, failed attempt to impact the path to immortality. Go study the art of resurrection and alternatively become immortal. It's just a shame. He realized that it was basically impossible to resurrect people in the true sense of the word after they died. It was only in a special case like Su Bai's that he was able to perform the secret method he had researched. Will it give birth to a new soul? Over the original body. Therefore, on the day she was reborn, Xu Pingan would naturally consider coming. After all, it's kind of a showcase for your own research. Thank you, Elder. Su Bai excitedly thanked him. Without another word, Xu Pingan disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, had come to Su Yang's side. I helped resurrect your master. Don't you want me to help you too? Xu Pingan looked at Su Yang, who was guarding the outside of the hall, and asked curiously. Don't want to. Su Yang shook his head and laughed bitterly. In my life, even though I became a sword saint, I am nothing more than that. In terms of cultivation, he couldn't compare to the previous master. In terms of merit, it's even worse. Not only is there no construction, it also even became the last headmaster of the Broken Shoe Mountain. Instead of living the life over and over again, I think it would be better to be born again. Being born again, I want to live a different world too. The only reason I still remain in the world is because I think that Xu Shan has a descendant. With this task accomplished, it is time for me to depart. Xu Pingan was somewhat appreciative of this open-mindedness of Su Yang. Continuing the other party did not want to live again. He naturally would not be persuaded. I hope that one day in the future, we will meet again. Su Yang laughed. At that time, I thought I might be as strong as Senior. Won't let the sect perish at my hands again. Xu Pingan smiled faintly. Then his gaze went to Su Xin at the foot of the mountain. Seeing that the other party was still in the illusion, he didn't bother. After merely observing for a moment, he left Mount Shu completely. He just left. Su Yang's gaze, then, looked towards the foot of the mountain with some surprise. I didn't expect these late generations to break through the first level so quickly. After Senior, the second person to break through is actually someone under Senior's care? Interesting. Chapter 52, Giving Xu Shan to Su Xin. MT. Xu Shan. Outside the Great Hall at the top of the hill. Did someone break the first level? At some point, Su Bai came to Su Yang's side, her gaze similarly looking downwards. Su Yang nodded, and somewhat intriguingly said, the one person that Senior is concerned about. It's the second person to break through the illusionary realm. And who is the Senior's concern? Su Bai was instantly stunned. Su Yang's palm caressed lightly. Just in front of the two of them, the image of the foot of the mountain, then emerged, and right in the middle of the picture, instead, a woman appeared. It was none other than Su Xin. Elder has been watching this woman since she first arrived. Su Yang pointed at the woman in the picture and said, at the second level, Senior even took action himself, begged for a sword tire from under me for that woman. Su Bai raised her eyebrows slightly. What is the relationship between Senior and this woman? Elder didn't say. Su Yang shook his head, then stroked his chin and said, however, by the looks of Senior, hold this woman in very high regard. Could it be a friend or relative of the Senior? Su Bai grabbed a strand of sideburns and said, if it's a friend or relative, then it should be someone of the same generation. But Senior's cultivation level is unknown how many realms away from this woman's, and it's clearly not an era. Su Yang frowned and continued to speculate. Could that be Senior's woman? Su Bai glared at him. If it's his woman, and why would you come to us to seek the inheritance? Is that necessary? Su Yang rubbed the back of his head and nodded. It seems so. And what is her relationship with Elder? Su Bai, however, stared at the woman's face and said, don't you think that this woman's looks are very. Su Yang snatched the answer, very beautiful? This woman has the appearance of a fish and wild goose. It's just that compared to Master Teacher, it's still a bit less temperamental. Don't kiss ass. Su Bai didn't have the heart to say, this woman is very much like Senior. Look carefully at her eyebrows and eyes. with a godly temperament. You don't say, Master. It's really similar. Su Yang took a closer look and really found this woman special. Could it be that this woman is a descendant of the previous generation? Su Bai nodded, and what was in her heart was naturally this answer. Su Yang suddenly came to a realization. No wonder. Senior is so concerned about her. If there's a blood relationship, that makes sense. Su Bai also gossiped. Moreover, it should be a very valued descendant. What do you mean by that, Master? Su Bai said. If it was just an ordinary descendant, with that senior's means, casually instructing the cultivation is all more than that, but the other party's cultivation is mediocre. And, moreover, they've come to participate in the competition for our Shushan inheritance. Why do you think that is? Su Yang pondered for a moment. It's for training? Su Bai said. That's right. Moreover, I guess that the senior wants this descendant that take a path different from your own. Su Yang, you're not bad in terms of your heavenly beauty. The reason why you're not as good as your master, it's because of you he's deliberately gone the way I did before. In fact, it rather limits you, and that predecessor naturally understood this better than you or I. Therefore, an instrumental descendant was chosen long ago to follow a path that is not his own, and this is the way to become a true powerhouse. Su Yang suddenly came to a sudden realization. Then in that case, not only does Senior value this woman, and maybe even keep an eye on this woman. That's right. Su Bai's eyes were somewhat meaningful as she looked at Su Xian at the foot of the mountain. Slowly, he said, not only does she look similar, but she is also given great expectations. This girl's future will definitely not be simple. Su Yang nodded. With an ancestor like the predecessor, it's conceivable that this woman's achievement, it's never too bad. Su Bai, however, coldly said, you said, how about if we take the inheritance and give it to her directly? Su Yang couldn't help but froze. Master, what do you mean? Literally. Su Bai looked at the woman and said, the Shushan inheritance is directly handed over to her. Su Yang's face was tense, fearing that it was a decision made by his master's hothead, hastily persuaded. Master teacher, the matter of the legacy is a matter of great importance. When we selected the successor, didn't we agree in the first place that not only do you have to be tough, but you also have to be gifted in swordsmanship. On top of that, one must be able to beat you at the last hurdle again. Is that what makes it worth entrusting our legacy? Su Bai glared at him without any good reason. Do you think that Master has a feverish brain to make such a decision? Su Yang rightfully said, isn't it? Su Bai, alright, Master admits that sometimes my behavior is, indeed, unreliable, but this time, yet it is a prudent decision for the Master. Su Bai said in a serious tone. Su Yang, have you ever thought that the reason why our Shushan has fallen out of favor, actually bad genius? Su Yang froze before shaking his head. The last thing our Mount Shu lacks is geniuses. When he first joined the sect, he was called the Unsullied Sword Body. Master Su Bai was even born for the sword, the innate sword Dao Saint Body. Among the same sect, besides them, there were countless other geniuses, large and small. So, even if we pick out powerful geniuses, it doesn't necessarily mean that Shushan will prosper again. Su Bai's eyes did reveal the glimmer of wisdom and said, what we need is a backstage that has the ability to protect our Shu Mountain. In fact, I suspect that when we were destroyed in Shushan, it was someone behind in a shuffle of the planet. It's just that our Shushan is weak, and most of our ancestors have ascended and sat down. No one even bothered to sit at that card table. Su Yang was naturally not a foolish person. Immediately, he understood what Senior meant. You're saying that if we place the inheritance on her, then we'll be able to hook up with Senior. And with Senior in we won't be cleansed in Shushan? That's right. Su Bai nodded confidently and said, if this woman becomes our Shushan inheritance, what happens when she's in danger? A hint of surprise appeared on Su Yang's face. Senior will make a move. In the future, when she becomes the sect leader, if Shu Mountain encounters danger and endangers her. For how? The smile on Su Yang's face was so wide that it reached the root of his mouth. Senior will still make a move. The Shu Mountain inheritance is in her, and she represents our Shu Mountain. And if something is wrong with her, it's the same as something is wrong with Shushan. Isn't Senior's move to save her rescuing our Mount Shu? Su Yang nodded his head as excitedly as a chicken pecking at rice. Senior is right. With the blessing of Senior, we, Shu Mountain, will surely be able to grow again. Then tell me, it's picking a sword Dao genius to be the heir, or to choose someone who has a predecessor as a backstage. To be the heir? Su Bai inquired again. The one who chose the seniors as backstage. Su Yang said almost without thinking, when the genius cultivates to shelter Shushan, that there's a direct way to find Elder Peerless to bless our Shushan fragrance. Moreover, As long as our Mount Shu can carry on the legacy, there will be no shortage of geniuses in the future. Su Bai said smugly. This is a good idea for the master, isn't it? In the past, I only thought that Shifu was a genius of the sword Dao, but I didn't realize that there was such a talent for tendency. My disciple has really gained a lot of insight today. Su Yang was very excited and said. Su Bai always felt that her disciple's words, which sounded like an exaggeration, had a sarcastic flavor to them. Su Yang next, then said with some doubts, Master, but our inheritance test has already been opened. If the inheritance is directly handed over to this woman, then the others will surely be disconcerted, right? Although we have fallen from favor at Shushan, but at least it's a prestigious sect, so it can't fall on deaf ears? You people are just too rigid. Su Bai didn't have the good sense to say, the last hurdle of the test, can you pass the? It's all up to my master, and you'll watch as I pick them all off. Wouldn't it be fine to leave only this woman behind? Seconds, master is really smart. Su Yang was overjoyed. Chapter 53 Banishment wants to kill Su Xin? Conspiracies surged. In the meantime, Mt. Shushan, foothills. Su Xin still didn't know that for this next inheritance test, she had been internalized on it long ago. It really is an illusion, isn't it? Su Xin looked at the Shu mountain in front of him, a hint of happiness appearing in the bottom of his eyes. In the illusion, Earth has been completely invaded by the 10,000 races, and all her family was taken by the 10,000 clans. Good thing she met an oddly strong man. Promise her that if she completes her character, she can help herself to her parents. Su Xin had no choice and agreed to the other party's conditions. However, the process of accomplishing the task revealed a loophole in the other side's words. As well as quickly realizing what's wrong with the world and thus coming out of it so thin. Not bad. The first level is indeed an illusion. You didn't complete the task, though, but by overintelligence, he found a loophole in the illusion. A voice suddenly sounded at her side. You are that person in the illusion? Su Xian looked towards the other party, his eyes filled with tension. And this person was none other than Su Yang, who had come from the top of the mountain. It's me. Congratulations. You made it through the first level. Su Yang smiled as he sized up Su Xian. This woman, after all, was the sect leader after him? This feeling, like an old father about to die. Watch as a descendant is finally born who can carry on his mantle. Why don't you take a good look? The first level? Su Xian was a bit curious. Seeing that the other party did not understand, Su Yang, on the other hand, was very patient and, the rules of this examination were explained to him. When the rules are spoken, the second person to break through the illusionary realm also appeared. It's banishment. His handsome face looked curiously at Su Xian on the field. Obviously, it did not occur to him that the first person to come out was not himself. With that, his gaze went to Su Yang, and then it was just like Su Xian, whose heart was shaken. However, he immediately came up and bowed. Here, meet the immortal. Apparently, this guy, Exile, was very sensible and guessed that this time might be a test that, so come up and worship. Only, Su Xian had thought that this immortal Su Yang, too, would explain the rules to himself in general, but the other party, it was as if they hadn't seen Exiled Immortal at all. Instead, he glanced at Su Xian once more and said, once the time is up, the second level will be opened by itself. You wait here now. Don't rush. After saying that, with a slight smile, he disappeared into thin air. The disregarded exiled immortal's face naturally did not dare to have angry words towards Su Yang. Only, after seeing Su Xian, however, his eyes turned to reveal a hint of coldness. You were the first to pass? Because of the current conflict between the state and the group before, Su Xian naturally didn't bother with this exiled immortal and turned around to distance herself from him. What did the immortal say to you? Exile was but a fly on the wall pursuing the question. The tone seemed to carry a hint of command. You won't ask yourself? Su Xian disliked it back without a trace of anger. She's not a weak woman. From the way she took care of her parents and sister in the midst of chaos, it just shows how tough and unyielding her character actually is. It's just that they usually don't actively invite trouble, but she wouldn't be afraid if trouble came her way. Woman, I'm giving you a chance. Exiled Immortal's handsome face, but extremely grim, spoke again. If you don't know what you're doing, I don't know how I'll die when the time comes. You don't have to worry about how I die. But, Su Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent, deliberately dragging out his voice. He said, do you believe I can kill you right now? Exile, who heard the words. However, a sarcastic smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. You've only broken through the 6th gene lock, and you dare to challenge me? After the Blood Moon, the pre-existing realm system, from the human race itself, and from the information obtained from the extraterrestrial races of the it has long been roughly divided. Humans want to be evolved. The first step is to open the first genetic lock of the human body and break through the genetic limitations. Every time you break through a gene lock, you'll be able to raise a small realm, and it'll also open up the human body's secret stash. Gain the ability to make a difference. As long as one could break through the 9 gene locks, one would be able to enter the next great realm. It's just that it's not long past the current blood moon. Humans are mostly just breaking through the first genetic lock. Of course, those who became evolved for the first aura recovery, not after the blood moon. The genetic locks they break through are beyond the norm. However, there is a difference among this group. 6 gene locks. It's enough to kill you. Xu Pingan drew a dagger straight out of his sweatpants, as if he was about to strike at any moment. It seems there's a missing perception of how powerful unlocking 8 gene-locked beings is. Then let me teach you well. The exiled immortal's face was ice cold, and a strange divine light was actually emanating from above his palm. A destructive aura emanated from it, striking fear into the heart. But just then, where is this? What was before was an illusion. A voice suddenly rang out. Above the originally empty hiking path, people kept appearing from the illusion. What's going on? This guy tried to take a shot at you? The god of fire appeared from the illusionary realm, and after seeing the atmosphere of Xu Pingan and banished immortal swords clashing, walked through immediately. With that, he glared at the other party with dead eyes and said, Xu Pingan, do you want me to slaughter him for you? Just as well. It's time to let these dogs know that who is the true master of this land of Kyushu? A flash of anger flashed across Exile's face. However, it was quickly suppressed and turned to a cold smile. Dead to the world and doesn't know it. I'll see how long you can bounce around. After saying that, he turned around and left the place, heading towards Su Li's side, who was also from the dream world. Are you okay? The Vulcan looked towards Xu Pingan and inquired. I'm fine. Where's Jale? Xu Pingan put away the dagger and looked around. I don't know. You came out early. I was going to ask you? Vulcan asked curiously in return. Xu Pingan shook her head. I didn't see him. It's hard to believe that he's still trapped inside? It's possible. They say the bigger the muscle, the smaller the brain. And with that big guy I guess the brain is only as big as a walnut, and the illusion is the best for him. Vulcan was in the middle of the crowd, and after a few moments of searching for it also spat helplessly. If I had known there was an illusion, I shouldn't have let him come over. And over time, the number of people coming out is also getting smaller. When the number of people breaks through 100, Su Yang finally appeared in front of the crowd, and after putting in a word of explanation to Xu Pingan, said it again. The people present, naturally, had seen each other in the illusion, and they were all surprised. One after another, they held respect and bowed, and some even went up to the other side wanting to climb into a relationship with them, or perhaps wanting to learn about the ancient Earth's secrets. Only, Su Yang's entire face was like coming out of an iceberg, not answering any questions at all. It was a far cry from the way he had treated Xu Pingan before. Next, the second test. It is to obtain the recognition of the Swordborn in our cave of Mount Shu. The top 5 people with the most number of recognitions by the sword fetus will enter the next round of examination. Su Yang pointed to the blessed land on the mountainside, and after announcing the rules without another word of nonsense, then he spilled out again and disappeared into thin air. The crowd naturally disregarded their curiosity after hearing the words. All of them were pumped up, so they rushed towards the mountainside. Although there were only 100 people on hand, the competition was still fierce. And in the meantime, King Kong and a lean man with a full head of long hair and a thin but creepy aura, instead of rushing up the mountain, he came to the banishment. This is the blood frenzy I told you about earlier. He first introduced the man who appeared beside him. Then he said with a flash of madness in his eyes, we've decided to kill the Vulcan on the 2nd level. What do you think? Chapter 54, Vulcan Death. Xu Pingan Danger. MT. Xu Shan. After climbing a mountain staircase through a variety of gnarled, ancient trees and far-flung vegetation, inside the cave on the mountainside, it's been crowded for a long time. Inside the blessed land, there are also tens of thousands of small caves and skies, with a constant eruption of haze within them. It was as if there were sword shadows flashing. The crowd that had passed the first level of examination basically gathered here. Su Yang had also stood in the air long ago, looking at the crowd below and speaking. Within the cave is the sword tire refined by our Mount Shu. However, the sword tire has a spirit and chooses its master. Even if we find the sword tire, we still have to see if it's willing to go with you. The time is 1 incense stick. The one who obtains the most sword tires will advance to the next level. With the words, everyone, who cared about that much, immediately rushed towards the cave. Go find the sword tire first. We'll see you in an incense stick. The Vulcan looked towards the cave, his eyes full of determination. Yes. Su Xin nodded. The requirement for passing this test was the number of sword tires that anyone had obtained. Staying together will only affect the final score, so it's natural to separate. Immediately afterward, Su Xin and the fire god, too, each picked a cave and went in to search for the sword tire. Just as Su Xin had just entered the cave, not more than half a moment later, suddenly, the Vulcan's roar came out of nowhere. Bodhi, you villain! How dare you sneak up on me? Only a flame was seen, violently rushing out of a certain cave. Only, accompanying the flames rushing out were two figures. One of them was clearly none other than Bodhi, who had previously fallen out with the fire god, only to see that he was like a humanoid tank at the moment, directly catching up with the flame, and then a fist slammed directly towards the flames. Boom! The mass of flames that had rushed out was at once directly smashed into the wall by this huge force. The flames dispersed. Vulcan's body, revealed from within the wall. Only, at this moment, he was covered in blood. Obviously, Bodhi's strike had caused him serious damage. Bodhi, you non-martial, your grandmother, I'm going to kill you today, the fire god roared and growled, and flames once again rushed out from within his body. It was an ability he had gained after opening the genetic lock in the secret human body that he had unlocked. The blazing flames seemed as if they were going to engulf Bodhi. However, he hadn't come to strike yet. You're the one who's going to die today. A cold voice rang out. Vulcan sighed. A man suddenly appeared with his hands. At this moment, it unexpectedly transformed into two blood-colored scythes, directly slashing towards it. Blood frenzy. You're here too? The Vulcan recognized the visitor, and panic turned up in his eyes. Two of the most recognized people came to sneak up on him. Even if he was stupid, he knew that he had been ambushed. Get out! The fire god slapped out a palm, and a terrifying flame directly swept through blood frenzy. But the latter didn't dodge at all and directly resisted this flame. His body, however, was also burnt to a charred blackness the moment it touched the flames. Only, his scythe, however, split through the flames and stuck directly where the fire god's heart was. The Vulcan's miserable screams were unceasing. The heart erupted with blood that gushed out like a spring, and that blood frenzy, which was bizarrely bathed in the blood of the Vulcan. Surprisingly, he was recovering from his injuries. This scene happened too quickly, causing Su Xin to also not be able to react at all. At this moment, her eyes were suddenly red, and her body was even charging directly towards the fire god. Wanted assistance, but just then, I've warned you. You were given a chance and it didn't work. Exiled Immortal, however, suddenly appeared in front of Su Xin and spoke faintly. You've been conspiring for a long time? At this moment, Su Xin also finally understood why this guy had said those strange words earlier. It turned out that they had already had a plan for the sneak attack in front of them. Miss Suri has a crush on you. I'm willing to give you another chance. The exiled immortal was still as breezy as ever. As you can see, the fire god is dead, but you don't have to die. Just join our divine hidden group. Off. What answered her were Su Xion's angry curses, followed by even more rushing forward. Two daggers suddenly appeared in his hands and stabbed towards Banished. The way you attack with this dagger. It's a military method, isn't it? Too bad it's outdated. Our group has better ancient martial arts methods of exercising. If you join us, we can lend you a free viewing. Exiled Immortal, however, moved his body in a light burst of steps, dodging all of the attacks from the dense daggers. His expression was even more relaxed and comfortable, as if he did not look like a rival, but rather a younger generation. If you cut yourself in front of me, I'll join immediately, Su Xin said as he spoke, but the frequency of his attacks, the more he sped up even more. Only, underneath the exiled immortal's feet, strange light constantly flashed, and his speed was extremely fast. Dissolve all attacks straight away. Aren't you afraid of making a complete enemy of the country if you kill the Vulcan? Su Xin didn't dare to pause in the movements of his hands, but he also opened his mouth to threaten. Have you ever heard of the law not being a law? We're out of state control and it's already a big deal. I'm just a part of the big picture too. Does the state want to strangle us all? And isn't something like this going on abroad? Exile smiled and spoke. With that, a divine light was swept out directly. Su Xin sensed the extraordinary nature of which divine light, and immediately hastened to avoid it. The fire god is dead. The threat has been removed. Next, this examination no longer has anything to do with you. All of them go back from whence they came. Otherwise, this time, Miss can't protect you either. The banished immortal was like an immortal, and a divine light was born under his feet, and he hovered directly in the air. And the sentence that, it was said to Su Xin, and even more so to everyone. Everybody listen to me. Get the hell out of here. Stand to the side. Wait honestly for the test to be over. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Vulcan is the downfall. Bodhi's voice, too, exploded like thunder at the right time. Obviously. Except Vulcan was only the first step. The second step, naturally, was to use the might of the fire god in addition to the fire god to intimidate others into withdrawing from the examination. How can they be kind and weak with this Shushan opportunity that, standing at the same starting line to compete? And the Vulcan's power was there for all to see. But they were still decimated by them. Not to mention, beside Bodhi, there were also Blood Frenzy and Banished Immortals sitting in the middle. 3 top 5 masters, united together. Who in the room right now is not afraid? Of course, there are always some rash people who ignore warnings. Only, the next moment, Bodhi struck directly at the head of that rash, blowing it off on the spot. As dry as a watermelon blowing up. Everyone was dumbfounded. Someone Vulcan and Rash's former opinion. The others, honestly, had withdrawn from the cave and stood quietly. Chance is important though, but you have to have a life, don't you? And in the meantime, Mount Shushan, mountain top. Master, why are you stopping me from striking? All the friends of that former descendant are dead. Maybe she'll be in danger too. Su Yan looked at the lawlessness of that Bodhi below, and had wanted to make a move. However, he was directly stopped by his master, leaving him puzzled. Su Bai, however, said indifferently, that friend of the senior descendant didn't die. I feel which the little guy's body even has a trace of true phoenix bloodline. Heart injury only, can't die. At most lie down for a while. As for the descendants of the previous generation, there is even less to worry about. Elder has left her with a sword tire. She will definitely pass this hurdle. As for the danger, with Elder here, do you think she'll be in danger? And, at this point, perhaps, the seniors are watching. How is this not a formative experience for her? Chapter 55. Saved once? Sword Dao Genius, dumbfounded Su Xin. As the two masters and disciples of Shushan said, Xu Pingan naturally sensed everything that was happening on his sister's side. However, until Su Xin was in absolute danger, it was natural for him not to make a move. Since his sister had embarked on the path of cultivation, then naturally, you can't hold it in the palm of your hand. Only by constantly going through trials and tribulations can one stand on the great way. And in the meantime, one incense burner was nearing its end. Banished Immortal, Bodhi, Blood Frenzy, and Suli had already stood at the passageway to the next level, for no other reason. Of all the competitors at the moment, only the 4 of them had obtained the sword tire. So, just wait for the promotion. Of course, there are others who are naturally greedy and want to talk, trying to get that last spot. In the eyes of Bodhi and the others, one more spot would be one more competitor. Not waiting for the other side to speak, Bodhi then directly told the crowd that anyone who wanted to take the 5th spot would have to take a life in exchange. Of the people present, naturally no one dared to open their mouths again. And at that moment, a corner of the field, Su Xin stood beside the Vulcan's corpse, his teeth clenched in death. A strong sense of humiliation filled the bottom of his heart. I don't know if it was because the fire god was dead, but Bodhi and the others didn't make a move against her, but it also denied her access to the Swordborn. He had never wanted to gain great strength to wash away this shame as much as he did at this moment. If the desire to gain strength before was just a desire to keep up with evolutionary trends, have the power to protect your family. But now, her mind, however, was changing. She's not just trying to protect her family, but she's trying to gain that great strength that will make today no longer happening. She was going to be the strongest of the evolved. And this change in mindset was exactly what Xu Pingan wanted to see. What a truly strong person needed most was a determination to become stronger endlessly. Vulcan, don't worry, I will definitely make them pay for your revenge in blood. Su Xin looked at the Vulcan's corpse and instantly made his plans. After she was eliminated from the 2nd level of the test, she was going to go back to closed-door cultivation, cut all those people down by the sword. As for the Shushan inheritance, she had completely lost hope. Without even a single sword tire, how could one compete for the 3rd level when one couldn't even pass the 2nd level? Finally, the time for one incense stick is up. Su Yang also appeared in the air above the examination grounds. Time. The top 5 will be allowed to enter the next level of the test. He spoke lightly, as if he didn't care about the farce Bodhi had caused. Elder, there are only 4 of us with sword tires. There are only 4 more people who have passed the test. Bodhi opened his mouth very proudly. It was as if he was very satisfied with the situation he had created. Only, Su Yang, however, spoke faintly. Who said there were only 4? Bodhi touched his head and said with great certainty, Senior, only the 4 of us have obtained the sword fetus. No one else has one. Can they get into the final level without taking a sword tire? Only the moment these words fell from his lips, in the middle of a cave, suddenly the sword glowed. One could only see a sword tire that flashed with a blazing sword aura rushing out from it, and then it landed straight in front of Xu Xin. Fifth man, why don't you come over here? Su Yang drove Xu Xin and spoke faintly. The moment. Not only was Xu Xin dumbfounded, even Bodhi and the others present had revealed a look of disbelief. Especially Bodhi. He was well aware of how arrogant these sword fetuses were. They don't know how many sword tires they've searched for before they could be recognized. But only recognized. Of course, it wasn't recognizing the master. It wasn't even listening to his commands. But now, this sword tire directly flew out of the cave and fell into someone else's hands. This comparison, it's simply not too exasperating. Only, Su Yang wouldn't listen to their complaints. Instead, it was a direct wave of the hand. Taking the 5 people with him, he directly arrived at the 3rd level examination location. There are 5 identical sword manuals here. Learn the moves above and defeat me with them. Then you will be able to obtain the Shushan inheritance. And of course, in this bout, I'll only be using the moves on here. The realm will be the same as yours. Su Bai appeared in front of them, explaining the rules. Exiled Immortal and Bodhi, among others, naturally began to study the sword manual without saying a word. Only Xu Xin strangely looked at this sword tire in his hand. She could feel that this sword tire had a spirit. However, it seemed as if he was not very willing to take care of himself. It was as if it had been arranged to appear by force. Could it be that someone is helping me? Xu Xin came to this conclusion. Otherwise it would be hard to explain that how could this sword tire have appeared of its own accord? However, at the present critical moment, Xu Xin no longer thought about this. Instead, he studied the sword manual on his own. Half an incense stick later. I'll challenge. Bodhi was the first to stand up and was about to challenge. As long as the challenge is successful, you'll get the legacy, so grab the front of the line and challenge that. Naturally, the faster the better. And then, without saying a word, he picked up the sword tire and headed towards Su Bai. The two exchanged blows in a matter of moments. Bodhi was defeated. And the defeat was very complete. With just one move, he was seconded himself. Holy, this is too awesome, isn't it? How does this play? Bodhi instantly cursed without a good reason. I'm so good to stay in the human race is considered gifted, but I can't even get through one move. The opponent is still in the same realm. This time, Blood Frenzy, however, also stepped forward and started the challenge. Of course, the results came out very quickly. Blood Frenzy was defeated, a little better than Bodhi, though, holding on for a few more moments. Next, then it was Suri and Exile. These two went up successively to challenge, without utilizing any other abilities. The duo was also simply using sword moves. Only, the results remain unchanged. The duo lost one battle after another. Finally the four came to a conclusion. The test is about the understanding of the sword moves. It needs to be constantly comprehended in battle. Only then can there be a glimmer of a chance to defeat the other side. And so it was. A few people came next and kept up the challenge, holding on, of course, for longer and longer. Everyone seemed to see hope. And just then, Su Xing also finally stood up and wanted to challenge. Not that she hadn't challenged it before. Of course. Rather, she simply realized that she didn't seem to have any talent for the sword. The sword move was very confusing to watch. It's so hard to understand a little bit. So, decided to give it a try. Moreover, she had seen the challenge of the four people in front of her. The difficulty of this test was clearly felt. And, also, moreover, marveled at the talent of these four. No wonder they could, in such a short time, become a top 5 master. Progress is just too fast. So, she thought, she'll give it a try. And if it doesn't work, forget it. It's time to give up on this test completely. Otherwise, it's just a waste of time. Only, she was just about to go for the challenge. Bodhi, however, reminded with cold eyes, if you don't want to follow in the footsteps of the fire god's footsteps, you should give up this test. And you shouldn't be standing here with your strength. The test, it seemed to him, was clearly a protracted battle. So, one more person to challenge is one more minute to waste. He didn't have the heart to give the opportunity to one more person. What? You're afraid I'm more talented than you and I'll pass in one sitting? Su Xian frowned and asked the other party rhetorically. Though it was true that she had no talent for the way of the sword. But it's sad when you don't even have the courage to try. Ha! I'll be afraid? Bodhi couldn't help but sneer. I know you're being provocative. Want to go and try? Good. I can give you this chance. Save me the trouble of saying I'm not humane. Just once. If you don't pass, take the initiative to withdraw from the test. If not, don't blame me for killing you again. Sending you to meet the fire god. Chapter 56, Are all sword cultivators so outrageous? Su Xian stood in front of Su Bai. holding that sword tire in his hand. He struck a starting pose. Only, this starting stance, in the eyes of the common man, was something that looked very different. Not only is the posture wrong, even the hand holding the sword was trembling. Ha ha, I almost thought that you were some kind of sword Dao genius, but it turns out to be nothing more than that. King Kong laughed out loud at this scene. Earlier, Su Xian's chopped and said that once was enough. It still really worried him a bit. After all, there was a sword tire that flew into her hands of its own accord, and if Su Xian didn't have a talent for the sword path, that's not believable to anyone. But now it seems that he was overthinking it. Exiled Immortal squinted his eyes and looked at the sword tire, before coming to the conclusion that it doesn't fit with her. His sword stance, empty of form, no meaning. It seems she doesn't have any talent for sword Dao. Blood Frenzy shook his head, obviously, also not thinking that the other party had succeeded in their challenge. Suli didn't open her mouth and instead closed her eyes. In fact, she had been like this since the beginning except after she had talked to Su Xian. It's as if nothing here matters. She came over here and did nothing more than come out for air. Those present naturally didn't look favorably on Su Xian. Because, they have tried the challenge many times, it was obvious to feel how powerful the other side was. And they're all improving fast and already closing the gap. But Su Xian was different. Only challenged once. And, even the first performance was much worse than theirs. At this time, strike! Su Baiyi's voice, too, rang out on the field. She looked at Su Xian, her eyes calm though. Inside, however, he had been unable to resist praising it. Sure, it wasn't to claim how talented Su Xian's swordsmanship was. Instead, it's too similar. It's too similar to the predecessor. No wonder Senpai put emphasis on training her. That's how it looks. It's almost like a biological brother and sister. Or daughter. Looking at such a late bloomer so much like himself. What old-timer wouldn't rejoice? Steady. Shushan's rise to power this time is absolutely stable. Su Baiyi was excited inside. However, the face was breezy. Then the late generation is offended. Su Xian immediately followed the moves in the sword manual. A seemingly ordinary sword. In reality, it was also a very ordinary sword. Whether it was Vajra, Exiled Immortal, or Blood Frenzy, those present basically concluded in their hearts, right from the moment this shot was taken, she's already lost. And then, Su Baiyi struck out as well. It was also a very ordinary sword, but in the eyes of others, even in the ordinary, it is full of the way back to basics. Just, when the results come in, everyone froze. He only saw Su Xian's plain and unimpressive sword unexpectedly stab Su Baiyi's shoulder. That's right. It was Su Xian's clumsy sword, stabbed the examiner in the shoulder. This can't be. King Kong felt his head go down, as if he had seen something incredible. The originally handsome face of the banished immortal, but also unimaginatively wide-eyed. The mouth was open like he could fit an egg in it. Blood Frenzy, on the other hand, had a crooked head, and his entire body was in a state of dumbfoundedness. Such a loophole-ridden sword stance, and it just stabbed? Even the unquestioning Suli opened her eyes, filled with doubt. Sure, the people who started it are no better than they are. Su Xian froze and looked at his sword, somewhat dazed, and said, stabbed? I'm winning here? Su Baiyi was a manifestation of obsessive thoughts, and what the tip of the sword pierced was naturally not an entity. She drifted back while nodding. That's right, you won. With these words, Su Xian was naturally overjoyed. The legacy of ancient Shushan. That's a powerful being from the ancient earth. It was taken down like that? How can it not be joyful? Some people are happy and some people are sad. Jean Gang directly said angrily. I'm not convinced. That woman can't even hold her sword steady. On what grounds can she win? I'm not convinced. I demand a rematch. His words were clearly recognized by Blood Frenzy and Banished Immortal. A few of them stood silently aside from Vajra, obviously don't agree with the result. Su Baiyi immediately glared directly at them. Are you questioning me? For a moment, King Kong seemed as if he was being stared at by a flooding beast. Somewhat trembling, he said, I'm not questioning you. Seeing that the legacy is just around the corner, even though he was holding back his fear, he gritted his teeth and said, Senior, I just defy her. You can ask her to have a kendo contest with me. If she can beat me, I'll turn around and leave. If she loses, that match just now, it's just luck that counts. Su Baiyi immediately raised an eyebrow. How bad was Su Xian's talent for that sword Dao? Can she, a sword saint, not know that? But what's wrong with poor talent? There's Su Xian's predecessor. Everything would be a non-issue. She is already my Shushan heir. If you doubt her, you are also questioning our Mount Shu. Su Baiyi's eyes went cold and she directly snorted coldly. In an instant, An invisible sword chi directly rushed towards Vajra, and all of a sudden, the latter flew out directly backwards, dragging out a deep gully on the ground. It didn't stop until it smashed into an ancient tree in the sky. However, it was a good thing that the sword chi was just invisible chi and not fatal, but it also made Vajra spit out more than blood from his mouth. This one is just a warning. Subai opened her mouth coldly before looking at banished Immortal and the others. Do you question it as well? Exiled Immortal and Blood Frenzy immediately shook their heads. Still skeptical? This King Kong is on the verge of being killed by one of your thoughts. If he still dares to commit suicide, isn't he too old to be hanged? Good then. This is the end of the Shu Mountain inheritance. Everyone, please return. Subai directly waved his big hand. Except for Su Xin. All of them, at once, seemed to be pushed out of Mount Shu by an invisible force. It's finally clearing up. Right now there was no one, and Subai was finally not having to act. Elder. Only Su Xin, on the other hand, opened her mouth with some hesitation. Actually, as they say, I really don't seem to have any talent for the way of the sword, and that sword just now may have actually been stabbed by me by mistake. Elder had better choose someone else, otherwise I'm afraid I'll delay the inheritance of Mount Shu. Subai sniffed and disagreed. It's so hard, acting out. Tied you to us on Mount Shushan, but you can't. The duck in the hand just flew away. No, that's you. She hastened to look serious and said, actually, I've seen too many geniuses, so what's the use of above geniuses? There will always be geniuses. Only someone as special as you can truly inherit our great lineage. Su Xian was obviously still a bit puzzled. A special person like me? Senior, where am I special? Subai was stumped by the question. Yeah, Su Xian didn't seem to be special at all in the Sword Dao path. Just blame yourself for being poor. Immediately, she looked towards Su Yang and hurriedly asked her disciple to explain. After all, you can't say you're not special, but your family's oldest ancestor is, right? Su Yang naturally understood what his master meant, and squeezed his head through. Only then did he come up with a reason to say, you special in honesty. Look at you. You know that you're not talented in Sword Dao, yet you're still sincere about it. None of those present said so. Tell me, aren't you the most special? Su Xin, who had heard the words, froze. When did honesty count as a special advantage? Are all swordsmen this attractive? Subai knew that explaining further would only make things worse. Hastily, he said, anyway, for us at Mount Shu, talent is not the most important thing. We, Mount Shu, have come out this time because the aura of heaven and earth has not fully recovered. So it won't stay long. Hurry up and get the inheritance that belongs to you. Chapter 57, Attack of the Orochi, the Undead Footpad Chicken Country. There are no surprises. Su Xian obtained the inheritance from Shushan, beyond the Heritage Cave. Thank you, two seniors. Su Xian was somewhat excited to thank the two seniors. Still called seniors? Subai smiled and spoke. Su Xian immediately understood the situation, then hurriedly bowed and said, it was the latecomer who was confused. Thank you, two master ancestors. To bring Shushan well forward is the best thanks. Su Yang said with a smile while also taking out an elixir shaped like a long sword. This is the Sword Heart Pill. Adopted is an untold elixir made from our Mount Shu that only grows one sword heart grass in 10,000 years. Within the sword heart grass, which grows only one in 10,000 years, absorbed the Sword Dao understanding of all the seniors of our Shushan cultivation. By taking this Dan, you will be able to directly provide an extremely strong Sword Dao enlightenment. I can't use it now, so I'll leave it to you. Su Xian had originally thought that, having received the Shushan inheritance, his poor talent. What does it take to practice Shushan swordsmanship? I didn't expect to be given a pillow when I dozed off. Immediately, he received it in his hands without ceremony and thanked him in a hurry. Su Xian, you remember that talent is not absolute. Among our ancestors' predecessors, there was a grandmaster who had no talent for the way of the sword, but he relied on his diligence to become a leading swordsman. As Subai finished speaking, he also took out a strange metal with a reddish body. This is a piece of red gold from the center of the earth that was found after searching all over the place. I had wanted to use this piece of material to forge a flying sword. I can't use it now, so I'll give it to you. All you need to do is follow the sword practicing method in the inheritance and feed this item to your sword fetus. It has my mark on it, and when that sword tire of yours senses the scent, it will completely recognize you as its master. Su Xian was completely moved. An ancestor helped her with her talent. An ancestor helped him with the sword tire again. I don't even know how to say thank you myself. Immediately, without saying a word, just kowtow to the two grandmasters. However, Su Yang and Su Bai were instantly startled. Hastily, he stopped Su Xian, who was about to kowtow to himself. Just kidding, That senior right now might be watching this place. He himself had snubbed people's juniors to join Shushan. If you still dare to make her kowtow, then, guaranteed, it's going to come to their door. This kowtowing ritual. They can't afford it. It's all been said. No need to mention the thanks. Right. Yes. The two dragged Su Xin up. And then he said somewhat sheepishly, Shushan, because at first, in order to avoid the pursuit of the, therefore, a hidden formation has been laid down, and it will only completely reveal itself after absorbing enough spiritual energy. Nowadays, although the aura is revived, it's not enough, and it's time for it to disappear. You go back and comprehend the legacy of our Mount Shu, and your companion. He didn't die. I will send it out of Shushan with you. Su Xin naturally still had many things she wanted to ask. Just, and true to the duo's word, up and down Mount Shu, a mist suddenly rose, as if to cast a shadow over everything and never leave it again. Might just really stay here. Don't worry, this time it's not a farewell. We will meet again. After Su Bai finished her last sentence with Su Xin, she directly waved her hand, sent Su Xin out of Mount Shu. Witness the others' departure. Su Bai and Su Yang, master and disciple, were simply overwhelmed with emotion. Shushan has fallen out of favor for so many years. Finally, there is a successor who is different. Whoever bullies my Mount Shu in the future. Our Mount Shu is also in existence with someone behind it. With Su Xin's departure, Su Yang could no longer suppress his inner excitement. The revitalization of Shushan is expected. Su Bai was no better. His eyes filled with excitement. Only after the excitement and thrill. Now that the Shushan legacy is over. Master, it's time for me to go. Su Yang then prepared to say goodbye to his master. He's just a wisp of obsession. Now that his heart's desire has been fulfilled, it is naturally time for him to leave. A faint sadness rose in Su Bai at once. Just as the emotions of the two, both brewed for half a day. Why hasn't your obsession dissipated? Su Bai suddenly couldn't help but say, I don't know. Su Yang also froze. Su Bai narrowed her eyes and guessed, you wouldn't be obsessing about it yet, would you? Su Yang froze and touched his head. Is it because you don't feel at ease with Su Xin? Or perhaps, wanting to see Shushan prosper greatly? It's what caused your obsession to remain. Su Bai spoke directly. When Su Yang heard this, he couldn't help but smile awkwardly. It seems to be true. Brat, it's a good thing I was so sentimental about you for so long. Su Bai didn't have the heart to draw her sword and slashed at Su Yang. The latter, on the other hand, hurriedly ran up. Master, have mercy. It was only accompanied by a surge of mist. The two, along with Shushan, dissipated into the world. This master and disciple, they even hit on this emperor. But just as well, although Su Xin is not a genius of the sword Dao, the path of the sword Dao, but it's the best way to sharpen your heart. Everything that happened in Shu Mountain was naturally under Xu Pingan's divine thoughts. As far as he was concerned, what the two of them were doing was only beneficial to Su Xin. And, no harm done. So there was no blocking. The Shushan matter is over. Xu Pingan naturally had to start his seclusion as well. The completion of the system's task also means another step closer to the clue. Only at the same time. Nighttime. Inside the land of the foot chicken, which is close to the country of Kyushu. Yagu-sama, we have prepared 10,000 rations of fresh human blood and flesh for you, as you requested. A man in a kimono knelt outside a cave at the foot of a mountain. Roar! Roar! Only within the cave, 8 roaring voices immediately came out. Yagu-sama, I understand what you mean. It's just that we're just a small populated country here. It doesn't fulfill all your requirements. As long as you can help us counterattack Kyushu, let alone 100,000. 1,000,000 rations of flesh and blood can be supplied to you. You may not realize that Kyushu is a large landmass. The population is huge. It is the second most populous country in the world. When the time comes, you can take as many rations as you want. The man in the kimono seems to be able to communicate with the creatures inside the cave that make growling noises. The two exchanged words. Just a few moments. The ground shook. A crack appeared in the original giant mountain. And in the crack of fright, in one breath, 8 huge heads suddenly appeared. Under the darkness of the night, the head had extraordinarily piercing blood-red eyes. In this eerie light, behind the man's back, surprisingly, there were countless large numbers of young boys and girls densely bound. And it's also the very same fresh blood ration that men eat in their mouths. At this point, only to see those 8 gigantic heads, they violently sucked in. Those humans who were bound were suddenly swept up by a gust of wind that, it fell directly into the mouths of these 8 heads. Bent in time, the blood aura filled the air. Chewing sounds, moreover, resounded continuously in the dark night. When the 8 heads had completely fed, among them, a head Suddenly the mouth spit out the words, "Lead the way to Kyushu." Chapter 58, Xu Pingan strikes. Chaotic 9 states. Confrontation of forces. The day after the incident at Shushan, Sula then received a call from his sister Xu Xin. As for the content of the conversation, naturally, it was an apology for his sister, because she can't come back for a while. On her trip to Shushan Mountain, she had gained a huge chance and needed to digest it into her strength as soon as possible. On top of that, of course, Xu Xin cautioned that there would be a major upheaval to come. Tell Sula to stay well at home and never move around. Now that the world has changed so much, schools and other public facilities have long since ceased to function. Sula naturally had to stay at home. However, it was good that she had become an evolutionary. What's needed right now is exactly the same thing, a good night's rest at home. She spent most of the day, in fact, sleeping, and the days that followed did indeed usher in a sea change. Just as Xu Xin had said, the first and foremost is aura. As time went on, the aura was also getting denser, leading to the evolvers being on the rise. Meanwhile, as the planet continues to expand, the mountains and rivers also changed dramatically one after another, especially those famous mountains. Mount Longhu, Mount Huangshan, Mount Lushan, Mount Amei, Mount Changbai, Mount Tai and so on, all have undergone changes. Not only did the mountain become more towering and majestic, but also, a large number of strange spaces appeared. Rumor has it that some tourists have mistakenly entered a strange space in Mount Huangshan. I actually saw a huge Dan furnace. There's some big shot from some power giving his opinion. That could be the same furnace that was used by the Yellow Emperor when he refined into the immortal pill. Except, of course, there's this rumor about Yellow Mountain. Other famous mountains, too. That top Dahongpo tea tree in Wui Mountain, blooming with divine light. It was rumored that after consuming its mutated tea, some people even broke through 5 gene locks one after another overnight, stepping into the ranks of the strong. Wudong Mountain. On the other hand, a puddle of divine springs appeared, and it was rumored that when someone took it, he even directly opened the human body's secret stash and awakened all kinds of special abilities. The mutation of the major famous mountains also triggered the second major event in Kyushu. That is, the major plutocratic groups, surprisingly, are holding together, setting up their respective main cities, and are recruiting. While expanding his power, he openly confronts the state and grabs control of the famous mountain, causing friction with the state. In doing so, they naturally triggered a state crackdown, only to little effect. They were extremely cunning in arranging the populated areas within their sphere of influence. As long as the state dares to use hot weapons, then the ordinary people will be bound to live and die together, without the threat of hot weapons. It is also natural that the state will find it difficult to suppress them in a short time. Not to say, of course, that the power of the war machine that is the state isn't terrifying. Rather, there is another real reason that affects the strength of the country. That would be the third major change in Kyushu. Beast tide. Humans were able to evolve. The same is true for animals. And animals evolve at a much higher rate than humans. Someone once saw a rock bird crush a mountain to pieces with just a single grab. Beyond perception, there was even a tiger, on top of Changbai Mountain, spitting out human words, proclaiming to the world that this place became his territory. On which day, the roar of the beasts in the Changbai Mountains was so loud and continuous that someone in the military released footage of which fierce tiger it was that had decimated an unknown number of mutated behemoths in order to claim the throne. And blood had flowed in rivers. Also in the Yangtze River basin, a giant python broke out of the water, and a number of eyewitnesses have confirmed that the other party actually hardened against the thunder falling from the sky, and even grew a pair of dragon horns. There are literally countless things like this, and among them, the most influential are most of the mutated ferocious beasts. First thing, it is the attack on humans. Wave after wave of the beasts had overwhelmed the national forces and there was no time for anything else. In a nutshell, Kyushu during this time, it's simply chaotic. And in the chaotic land of Kyushu, yet there was one spot that was very peaceful. That would be River City. This city in the midst of major mountains. It would have deserved the earliest baptism of war. However, it seems that both the beast tide and the war between the powers have deliberately avoided this place. Between the major powers, there were rumors that it was a beast king that existed near this river city. Anyone who dares to set foot here and disturb the peace will be subjected to the beast king's thunderbolt tactics, forcefully obliterating. Didn't even know how the other side was going to strike. And the rumor among the ferocious beasts was that there was a terrifyingly strong human being here. Anyone who dares to start a beast tide here will be drawn and quartered. Recently, there was a wolf king who didn't believe in the truth. Then they were skinned, drawn and quartered and dumped in the wilderness. And in the meantime, Jiang Chang, Su family, brother, what are we eating today? Su Xian stood outside the kitchen, smelling the pungent aroma, and was close to leaving a harumph. Dog meat. Inside the kitchen, Xu Pingan was cooking and was stewing a pot of freshly skinned dog meat. On top of that dog meat, exuding exaggerated fluctuations of spiritual energy, making that meat, just by looking at it with your eyes, all exceptionally flavorful. This is if the Beast King sees this scene, definitely going wide-eyed, because of this dog meat, not the Wolf King who threw his body into the wilderness. Ah, how can we eat a dog when he's so cute? Su Xian, who had heard the words, immediately frowned, filled with dislike for the bowl of dog meat. If you won't eat it, then I'll eat it for you. Xu Pingan served the dog meat on top of the dining table. Then I'll have a piece. Su Xian looked at the fragrant dog meat and secretly decided to eat just one piece of it. After all, he was so hungry. 10 minutes later. Brother, is there any more dog meat? Su Xian looked at the empty plate and couldn't help but wipe the drool that was still dripping from the corner of her mouth. Xu Pingan. Good thing. That Wolf King was big enough. Although Xu Pingan had only taken the best piece of meat from its body, but it's also hundreds of pounds, so you don't have to worry about not having enough at all. That's right, the reason why Jiang Chang had not encountered danger in this chaotic world. Naturally, it was because of Xu Pingan's presence. Just as he was bringing up the second plate of dog meat, Su Xian also watched the TV. Only, with the great change in heaven and earth, children's programs have disappeared from television altogether. In its place, there is breaking news from all over the place. Guangqing has encountered the strongest beast tide coming. I ask all those who have not yet awakened, and women and children, to stay at home as much as possible and not to go out. The roads leading to Guangqing are also about to be blocked. Su Xian nibbled on the dog meat while watching the news of the disasters that had erupted everywhere. For a moment, he couldn't help but look at Xu Pingan. Brother, you're so powerful. Why don't you go help them? Look at them all. They're so pathetic. In the news footage, which at this time coincides with the devastation after the invasion of the beast tide, countless people have been displaced and children are sobbing. Brother can naturally help. Xu Pingan smiled and explained. But have you ever thought about it? If I step in to help them every time they are in danger, then how will they solve the danger in the future in case I am no longer around? Su Xian raised an eyebrow, clearly having some difficulty understanding the question. Brother, why would you not be there? Xu Pingan touched Su Xian's little head and said, one cannot live a lifetime and, when you grow up, you always want to go out. What if you go somewhere else? What about not being able to take care of this place? Okay. Su Xian accepted the what if and muttered, what if my brother is gone? Then they won't have to face the danger themselves. Is that right? Xu Pingan was a bit surprised, not expecting his sister to have this realization. He spoke with relief. That's right, people always grow when they face difficulties, he said. A short period of suffering, just for the future, to live better. This little difficulty, humans always need to carry through on their own. Su Xian was still a little doubtful. But what if the difficulty is too great? Xu Pingan smiled. If the difficulties are too great, and it comes to the point of life and death, the brother will naturally step in. Su Xian was a bit curious. When, then, will it be a time of life and death? Xu Pingan was just pondering how to answer this question when, suddenly, he mentally moved. And then, he muttered and spoke. Orochi, Orochi, a creature from mythology? Unexpectedly. It's interesting that such a creature could appear at the early stage of aura recovery. Su Xian curiously said. What are you muttering about, brother? You haven't answered my question yet? Xu Pingan smiled and looked at Su Xian. Now is the time of life and death for humanity. Brother, go out. You're home for the afternoon. Having said that, Xu Pingan took one step, and the bucket shifted. Chapter 59, The 9 Dangers of the Nine. The Ferocious Beasts of Mythology. Kyushu, Eastern States. A piercing siren sounded over all the cities. Countless people ran out of their homes without the slightest hesitation after hearing this sound. Because, just a moment ago, a major piece of news came in. The Footlocker Chicken Nation actually crossed the ocean directly and landed in Kyushu. Even more so, a declaration was released that this time, they would completely take down the eastern continent. Of course, this if before, the people of Kyushu heard this scene, all of them are going to just let out a big laugh. The chance for revenge is here, but this time is different. Accompanying the footpad chicken on the island was a huge monster that covered the sky. The evolvers of the coastline were defeated almost instantly. Officials naturally sensed something different about this. The alarm was sounded in a hurry. The news was so sudden that the populace didn't have much time to react at all. This was supposed to be the point of rest, but now every road in the city was in total chaos. Both the streets and the highways are packed with people and vehicles trying to escape. For a while, the honking of various means of transportation, the cries of women and elderly people, as well as children. Here and there. This is not going to work. People are going to have a stampede before the Foot Locker people get here. Everyone dies at the hands of their own people instead. Inside the city, on top of a tall building, a figure with dyed red hair frowned, and there was a look of anxiety in his eyes. And he was none other than the top 5 masters that were rumored to be crazy on the internet some time ago. The Vulcan. Of course, that trip to Mount Shushan. Although he encountered the King Kong assassination, blood-stained Mount Shushan. But really, he's not dead. Instead, he was blessed by the disaster and awakened a trace of true Phoenix bloodline. Strength is also even more soaring. Became one of the official #1 masters in Kyushu. This time, it was the officials who came to protect the evacuation of the masses, as well as to detect the strength of the other side. It can't be helped. This time, the footpad chicken country. The sudden attack came out of nowhere. Zhao Lei, who had also been assigned to this task, stood beside the Vulcan and, eyes similarly full of gravity, said, "Moreover, nowadays, the sea mutation is even more exaggerated than our land, and that footpot chicken can pass through the sea peacefully. It's just too unbelievable to come to us." On the last trip to Shushan Mountain, Zhao Lei was trapped in the first level, and naturally, he was safe and sound. The fire god spoke skeptically. "It is not true that they have come this time too. Is there a giant beast following behind you? Is it hard to believe that it's the role of any giant beast?" Zhao Lei shook his head. "It's not clear yet. Our satellites can't even get a clear shot of what the beast looks like. There's no way to know exactly what kind of creature it is, but it's certain that the other side is strong. Our frontline artillery can't do any damage to it at all. This is much more powerful than even some ordinary beast kings. Is it hard to be as strong as that tiger from Changbai Mountain and that dragon inside the Yangtze River?" The Vulcan couldn't help himself and took out a few of the strongest beast kings within the current territory of the Kyushu as a comparison. It should be about the same. If it wasn't this strong, how would the Footpot Chicken Kingdom dare to invade our Kyushu? Zhao Lei couldn't help but have a trace of doubt appear in his eyes. It's just that how did they drive a top-tier beast king to come after us? Can't care less at the moment. The Vulcan looked at the same noisy crowd below and took a deep breath. As if making some sort of decision, he said, "I'm going to go to the front. Buy them a little time." "Are you crazy? The strength of that giant beast is probably a top-tier beast king. Are you confident that you can beat it?" Zhao Lei stopped in front of the Vulcan and said, "And have you forgotten the instructions from above? We're just here to defend the mass evacuation and spy, not for you to meet the enemy head-on. When the others come after us, it's not too late for us to strike together. Besides, Su Xian just got back to me. She'll end her seclusion and come to help us. You also know that Su Xian has now obtained the inheritance of Mount Shu and her strength has increased greatly. We'll have a little more certainty with her around. It's too late. They'll die." The fire god pointed at the masses and said, "And you and I know in our hearts that right now, the Kyushu is in chaos. Not only did the beast tide take up most of our manpower, but those damn plutocrats, who grabbed the famous mountain with us, split the manpower again. Right now, with this footpad chicken attacking, it would definitely take some time to gather the experts. As for Su Xian, she is in the critical moment of her seclusion and cannot afford to be interrupted. We can wait." "They can't, Zhao Lei. I'll leave the job of evacuating the crowd here to you." Words to go. The Vulcan's body then sprang out aflame. Wanting to leave directly, Zhao Lei, who heard the words, but suddenly hammered the Vulcan's chest and said, "You kid, dyed red hair, like a spiritual boy. I didn't realize there was such a character. That's all. I'll go with you." The Vulcan, who heard the words, couldn't help but grin. "Then don't drag me down." "Shut up you." Zhao Lei hammered him without a good reason before he grabbed the Vulcan's shoulders, and underneath the latter's feet, a ball of flame violently burst out, transforming into a flow that flew ahead. The two crossed the city and flew further east for but half a moment. Already saw the target of the alert under satellite observation. It was a group of footless chicken people who came in on all kinds of ferocious beasts. The number of people is small though, but all of them exuded terrifying spiritual power fluctuations. In particular, the one leading the group had a mutant lion the size of a tank sitting underneath him. A strange black mist emanated from his body, out of place with the rest of the footloose chicken people. Sure, the most oppressive for the most people. Then it's 1,000 meters behind the footpad chicken. A huge beast, shrouded in black mist and nearly 100 meters tall, followed in their footsteps. Slowly, and above the ground he passed. The blood dripped down and actually turned directly into a stream. Moreover, in the black fog, it is constantly emitting the sound of chewing, as if eating in general. The Vulcan and Zhao Lei both couldn't help but look at each other. However, both saw fear in the bottom of the other's eyes. That creature is extraordinary. Zhao Lei's eyes were very grave, but I can feel as if the creature is still asleep. this footpad chicken man. Well, it doesn't seem to be completely repellent. Vulcan. Because of the awakening of a trace of true phoenix bloodline, for the perception of the beast race, be much stronger than the average person. So this is our chance. Just stall the footpad chicken man while that behemoth is still sleeping and wait for backup. Zhao Lei immediately analyzed the situation at hand. The Vulcan, on the other hand, was directly controlling the flames without saying a word, and came to the footpad's chicken man. You crossed the line. Zhao Lei found the right moment to fall directly out of the air, and his body, which was like the size of a mountain bag, directly smashing a spiderweb-like crack on the ground. He looked at the other party with great vigor. Crossing the line? Ha ha, I only saw the leading footpad chicken man burst out laughing. This place starts today. It's the territory of my footpad chicken, Yumeko wa Wako. So what's the point of crossing the border? Chapter 60, Footpad Chicken, the Kyushu Chance. It's ours. The power of the Orochi. *****Q. Little devil. Only to see that as Yumeko wa Wako's words fell, a ball of flames filled with blazing heat. It slammed down from the sky. Yumeko wa Wako's eyes suddenly flashed, and then with a direct wave of her hand, only a black mist sprang out violently. The moment the two came into contact, they bizarrely directly dissolved away, and the one who sent out that flame was naturally the fire god. He slowly landed beside Zhao Lei from the air. Eyes full of cynicism, he said, I knew there was nothing good about this brat coming to us. So it's the ing dog that can't stop eating again and wants to come and steal the territory. Humph, dead to the world and don't even know it. Yumeko wa Wako's eyes instantly turned cold, and at their level of breaking through the genetic lock, with the body's secret stash being opened, language had long since become no obstacle, so naturally he understood the meaning within the other party's words. I think it's you who are going to die. The Vulcan snorted coldly and said, this great master is now giving you an opportunity. Now get your asses back and I can still spare your lives. If not, I'll kill you all. Ha ha, Yumeko wa Wako, as if she had heard some joke, laughed out loud. Just the two of you, still want to kill us? This time, you, Kyushu, are in for it. A brat is a brat. I didn't hurt you back then, did I? As the fire god spoke, a path of flames rushed out from above his body at once. Pointing straight at each other, he said, then it's just the right time to let little master help you recall your memories. The moment the voice falls, the fire god then transformed into a humanoid flame and rushed directly towards Yumeko wa Wako. And in the meantime, the group of people who came from Footpad's chicken, but without saying a word, surrounded Yumeko wa Wako's. Using their respective skills, they attacked towards the fire god. Boom! A collision erupted between the two forces. The Vulcan was directly shaken back by his opponent's combined strike. Of course, the group of footpad chickens, naturally, are no better. All of them were knocked to the ground by the impact just now. This sparring looks like a draw. Only Yumeko wa Wako knows. There is so much difference between their footpad chicken and Kyushu. This time when he came across the sea, the ones he brought with him were the strongest ones in the country. But even so, it was surprisingly stopped by just one person sent by Kyushu. And how many such people would there be in Kyushu? And that's just the early stages of evolution. There is just such a big gap. But what if it's late in the evolution? The gap is, so to speak, simply unimaginable. It didn't strike Yumeko wa Wako, though. Instead, it made his eyes even more excited. Luckily, I had found the remains of the Yagyu Orochi, obtained the inheritance while completely resurrecting it. With the Yamanano Orochi, taking down Kyushu is a breeze. At that time, the untapped opportunities in Kyushu will be theirs for the footpad chickens. All of this, it's all still coming, and in the meantime, leave these people to me. Before that giant beast awakens, you quickly go and slaughter the leading Oni. Zhao Lei took over the Vulcan's position and blocked the experts of the foot chickens. Good then, I'll leave these mongrels to you. Naturally, Vulcan would not forget what their mission was. The behemoth was still in a deep sleep. As long as these people were resolved, then perhaps, the two of them would be able to block this crisis. Kid, die for me, he roared angrily, and his body directly transformed into a flame, once again charging towards Yumeko wa Wako. Ha, do you really think we're all soft? Yumeko wa Wako couldn't help but let out a sneer at this scene, and then, he directly leapt up from the top of his mount and exchanged a blow with the Vulcan directly in the air. Boo! The moment the forces of the two collided, a violent muffled sound was directly emitted. In strength, the two were surprisingly equal. Only, it wasn't his power that made Vulcan powerful. Fire Phoenix devouring, only to see the Vulcan's fist, as if it had transformed into a flaming phoenix, directly engulfing towards the other party. The terrifyingly high temperatures caused space to tremble. But, when Yumeko wa Pants saw the scene, not only did he not dodge, but, instead, a cloud of black mist violently sprang out of his body, emitting a disgusting to the extreme stench within, and in the twinkling of an eye, that black mist unexpectedly transformed into a giant snake with 8 heads, charging directly towards the fire phoenix. Boom! The moment the two came into contact, a nuisance sound was made. The stench, moreover, filled the entire space. Disgusting guy. Get out of here. The Vulcan's eyes were filled with disgust at the sight, and then with a direct roar, the flames increased violently. In an instant, it actually directly sent Yumeko Wawako flying out. I had thought how strong you were. So it's silverware. When Vulcan saw that his opponent was knocked away by himself, he was filled with smugness. Little kid, I'm sending you to meet those defeated old ancestors. Next moment, his body even directly transformed into a fire phoenix, raging flames that, making everything around him twist and turn, ready to deliver a fatal blow to his opponent at any moment. Ha ha, the knocked away Yumeko Wawako climbed up from the ground, only instead of the humiliation of defeat on her face, instead, he laughed madly. You Kyushu are really out of my league. I didn't expect that just one person would come with such a strong battle power. The Vulcan, who saw this, couldn't help but frown. Are you sick in the head? Being beaten up by Little Master. Still laughing? Ha! You don't understand. The stronger you are, the more excited I get, because all of this, soon, will be mine. Yumeko Wawako's vocal line kept rising, as if she had gone mad. Mud. I told you why those kiddie anime where the villains are all weird one by one. So you guys are really like this. Seeing this scene, the Vulcan felt that they were getting more and more disgusting, and immediately, without saying a word, the fire phoenix that was transformed into a fire phoenix directly swooped down towards it, wanting to engulf it in flames. Yagu-sama, I am your faithful servant. Give me your power. Lend it to me. And that's when, instead of dodging, Yumeko Wawako directly flung herself towards the position of the huge beast. He fell to his knees and mouthed the words as if he was performing some kind of sacrificial art, just as the flames were about to engulf him. Suddenly, wherever the giant beast was, a black mist violently rushed out and then it directly merged into Yumeko Wawako's body. This process, of course, is really just a matter of breathing, and the flames, in an instant, engulfed it, bearing flames, completely enveloping Yumeko Wawako in them. This is no ordinary flame. Rather, it was the special flame within the fire god's body that contained a trace of the phoenix bloodline, although no other special psychic abilities are currently on display. That high temperature that, yet even steel is turned into iron the moment it touches Yumeko Wawako, that flesh and blood body. It is impossible to resist this blow, only to turn into ashes. The Vulcan saw the scene and confidently faded his flames, preparing to be about to open his mouth towards Zhao Lei, declaring that he had taken down the other party. But just then, a bizarre scene appeared. Yumeko Wawako's body, surprisingly, emerged unscathed amidst the flames. And not only that, this Yumeko Wawako was clearly no longer the same opponent as before. His original neck, which had become twisted and elongated, had actually become. The head also bizarrely became a triangle. Of course, what was even more horrible was that the elongated neck, which had been divided into 8, and the head of the, also, it was transformed into 8. The entire body, moreover, was covered out with a thick layer of scales. Weird as hell. And that's when, only that Yumeko Wawako's voice, too, sounded again. The power of Yagu-sama. It's wonderful. Chapter 61 Awakening. Feeding time. What the hell are you? The moment the Vulcan saw the other party again, a look of disgust covered his eyes. Of course, it's not just the other person's appearance that turns extremely weird and ugly. Rather, it was the smell, which was filled with a putrid odor. Though, that said, after the recovery of the aura, a number of people appeared to have a beastly appearance. But, when people become evolved, their body opens up to secret hiding, and their life evolves. The body recoils with a strange aroma. This guy, on the other hand, is from the bottom of his heart, making people feel weird and disgusted. Foolish mortals, you haven't embraced the power of Lord Yagyu. You have no idea how special this power is. This is the power that belongs to God. The 8 heads of Kawashima Wako opened their mouths, and their appearance was simply bizarre. God damn you, kid. Vulcan was originally a spitter, and at this moment, he once again couldn't stand the other party and directly cursed. And then the flames rose even higher with his emotions. I can't burn you. Next moment, a flame phoenix shadow, even more gigantic than before, appeared and directly blasted towards the other party. It was like a shooting star cutting through the sky. Zhao Lei, who was on the side, couldn't help but be surprised at how powerful the fire god was when he saw the scene. That's powerful enough to blow up a mountain, right? Only, it was different in the eyes of the other side. Now you're too weak. Yumegawa Wako's pupils also turned vertical at this moment, leaking out a hint of bizarre sneer. And then directly after that, the 8 heads violently rushed towards the flame. Just one look. That flame directly these 8 heads washed away. The imagined explosion of destruction did not occur at all. And after, the other side is even rushing over. With that curved neck of 8 snake-like bodies, a horizontal sweep suddenly set off the wild wind whistling. It's more jarring than the sound of thunder. Boo! The Vulcan simply couldn't react as he was directly hit by his opponent and flew backwards. The speed of his opponent had simply increased too much. A large mouthful of blood was coughed out of the fire god's mouth. The opponent is not only faster, even the power was unknown how many times stronger than just now. Now do you know how powerful God is? With a hint of madness in her eyes, Yumegawa Wako returned the favor and taunted the Vulcan. That wasn't your evolved power. It was the behemoth, lending you his power. The Vulcan relied on his bloodline sense and finally discovered the reason for the other party's abnormality. I am the inheritor of Lord Yachi. This too was originally my power. Yumegawa Wako opened his mouth with a sneer. Having fused with Lord Yagyu, as far as he was concerned, it would have been proper to use it in this way. The Orochi you speak of, is it the Orochi of your foot paddle chickens? Zhao Lei withdrew from his opponent's opponents and came to protect the Vulcan next to him. Instead, his eyes went to the other man, launching into a question. This is not something you dead people should know. After transforming, Yumegawa Wako was clearly no longer willing to waste more time, and without saying a word, then he launched a killing move towards the 8 strange heads, 2 of which rushed out, unexpectedly wrapped in sonic booms, killed towards the duo. Boom! Zhao Lei instantly turned into stone and blocked the blow for the injured Vulcan. Only, the stone he had transformed into was instantly shattered by the other party, and his entire body was like a cannonball. Smash into the ground. Zhao Lei. Vulcan instantly rose from the ground and shouted, his face filled with worry. He knows, right now, this Yumegawa Wako was simply not an existence they could defeat anymore. His power may have exceeded the evolutionary realm. I'm fine. Zhao Lei climbed up, however, covered in blood and the blood couldn't stop flowing straight from the 7 orifices. You go back first. I'll block them here. Seeing this, Vulcan immediately wanted to tell him to leave. No, Zhao Lei shook his head. The supporting troops didn't come. You can't hold the fort here alone. The Vulcan sniffed and couldn't help but clench his teeth, but didn't say much. He knows, such persistence is undoubtedly just a dead end, but it buys a little more time. I didn't realize that you two had quite a hard life, but this time, you won't be so lucky. Yumegawa Wako's voice sounded again. At the same time, his 8 heads, surprisingly, at the same time, turned into remnants, smashing out the sound of sonic booms. Blasting towards the duo. No good. The power of this one is far beyond what it was before. The Vulcan instantly felt bad, but the other party's attack had already deadlocked them. As long as I'm not dead, don't even think about stepping over me. In the next moment, Zhao Lei once again transformed into a stone block, only that it was already covered with cracks. It was as if it was going to shatter right into pieces with just one more blow. This time, they might actually die. But, just then, Vulcan, can Zhao Lei hear me? All down. We've got your situation. Missiles incoming. Please protect yourself. The intercom device they carried with them suddenly came to life. It's the voice from headquarters. Understood. The duo was instantly so excited that they were almost about to cry. Help is finally coming. It's only a hot weapon attack though. But it was enough for Yumegawa Wako, an evolved person. Next moment, the duo flopped right down to the ground. Just this instant, several warplanes in the air, with sonic booms emanating from them, glided by. Accompanying them were several missiles that came against the duo's backs, and Yumegawa Wako dislikes missiles head-on. Boom! In an instant, the opponent was then directly wrapped in a succession of huge, small mushroom flames that. It's a high-yield bomb. It's not nuclear though, but it is not to be underestimated in terms of power. The terrifying might lifted both the fire god and Zhao Lei directly out of the air. Good thing the duo had expected it and had been drilled on wartime missile prevention. It's to prevent that from happening. One of the two was petrified. The other turned to flame, plus it wasn't the center of the missile that only suffered minor wave damage. Dead? The two stood up and looked to the core of the missile explosion. And that's when it happened. You guys in Kyushu are really slow. Has it been so long since we landed before decent heat weapons finally came through? Why are you afraid to use nuclear weapons? Is it because you're afraid the people are there? In the smoke, Yumegawa Wako's voice, once again, rang out. Shirley and the Vulcan were instantly dumbfounded. Can't you kill him? However, The good thing is that when the smoke really clears, his body, in front of these large yield missiles, finally an injury appeared. 4 of his 8 heads were blown up, and half of his body was turned into charcoal. Only cell phones, each other are hurt like this, but there was no sign of fear at all. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Zhao Lei wiped the blood from the corner of Xing'a's mouth and was filled with doubt. Only, this doubt of his was answered the next moment. Just for a mere moment, Yumegawa Wako's body is then restored to full health. What? This guy's injured. How did he get better? Zhao Lei and the Vulcan immediately stared in disbelief, as if they had seen something incredible. You know, the best genetic potion right now. It was also impossible to restore the injuries as good as new in an instant. Ah, hurry up with the missiles and keep bombing. Since missiles can hurt him, then we can definitely kill him. Vulcan, however, rushed to his walkie-talkie and quickly called out to the headquarters. Only, anything he can think of. How could the opposite side not know? Since you guys are coming for real, then I won't play either. Then destruction comes sooner. Yumegawa Wako's eyes finally went crazy again. He looked behind him at the behemoth and snapped out a wild cry. Yachu-sama, Kyushu has arrived. It is time for you to awaken. With his shouts ringing out, all of a sudden, a black mist violently rushed out from the giant beast's body, carrying out the entire heaven and earth. In an instant, the sky became dark to the naked eye. Even the sun was covered in it. In this moment, everyone in Liuzhou had noticed the vision in the sky. A throbbing sense of fear instantly enveloped their hearts. And in the midst of the black mist that carries out heaven and earth, a huge figure finally slowly emerged from it. Immediately after, a loud voice that sounded like a great bell rang through the sky. Is it time to eat? Chapter 62, War? Retreat? Thousands of curses. Xu Pingan is here? Kyushu, Underground Operations General Command Room. Has the analysis of the scene come back yet? Yi Lao, one of the chief commanders of the 9 states, looked at the black mist that rushed into the sky in the picture, eyes full of gravity. It's difficult to analyze the opponent's energy. It seems to be growing. However, it's certain that this giant beast's energy level has definitely exceeded the evolutionary realm. A staff member, holding the analyzed report, reported with a heavy expression. At this moment, in the combat room, the image that was playing was clearly none other than Footpad Chicken and his group. It was good that Vulcan and Zhao Lei stepping forward delayed the time. The Kyushu Combat Department, too, had finally pulled out its free power, and placed its combat gaze here, beyond the evolutionary realm. Yi Lao couldn't help but tighten his fists. Is there a chance to exterminate it with a thermal weapon? The staff pondered for a moment before saying, creatures that transcend the evolutionary realm are already beast kings. Based on the beast kings we've exterminated, some can be killed with hot weapons, but there are some that have awakened special abilities. Hard to kill. As time went on, the official confrontation of the Beast King and Kyushu had already been done for an unknown number of times. There are naturally strengths and weaknesses in it. Elder Yi continued to ask, what is the origin of this Beast King? Based on the appearance, it looks a lot like an Orochi. Yi Lao couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Yaki Orochi? Isn't that a monster from their mythology? An existence of this level can also be present? The staff member pushed up his glasses and said, now that the aura has recovered, it is indeed possible to confirm that the creatures of myth do exist, but judging by the might of the ancients who depicted them, the aura of the heavens and earth nowadays, there's no support for them having that kind of power at all. Yi Lao, who had heard the words, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, he didn't dare to be careless, and then he immediately made a decision. There is no need to send evolvers to make contact with them. Use hot weapons directly to kill them. Since the other side dared to step into their Kyushu and violate the people's city, then, naturally, they would not be talking about any sentimentality, and would directly use the old-time bombardment. At Yi Lao's command, inside the war room, other staff members, at once, gave a military order. All at once, close to the base in Liuzhou, a fighter plane carrying a large yield missile that, it kept rising up into the air. The conference room where the operation was taking place was also, at first, taking in the incoming footage. The area where the opponent landed, and the base location, are not very far apart. So, in but a few moments, it had arrived within the fighter's bombing designation. At this moment, the ferocious beast seemed to still be in the awakening stage, so it didn't move its position. This was clearly the best opportunity for fighter bombing. An order requesting a bombing run was continuously transmitted to the war room. Kill. Elder Yi merely returned a single word. Next moment, countless missiles wrapped in flames cut through the sky, heading straight for the ferocious beast. In the war room, with everyone watching, a mushroom cloud, even more terrifying than before, rose up, terrifying flames that took over the entire screen. That level of blow, It's all been the equivalent of a small nuclear weapon. Many people in the war room stared at the screen, all waiting for the results. Just after the fire cleared. Ah, he's not dead. Suddenly, a staff member yelled. Just see the middle of the screen. That head of the Orochi, surprisingly, was unharmed. And, most terrifying of all, that Orochi actually seemed to have awakened under this wave of attacks. Huge bodies, like snakes twisted and crawled out of the foul-smelling black mist. 8 huge heads, all of them lifted up at this moment, looking towards the sky. It was as if he saw the fighters thousands of miles away. And among the screens in the war room, the snake eyes of those 8 heads, however, seemed to be staring at them. In an instant, everyone couldn't help but be creeped out. How? No damage at all? The staff member responsible for coordinating the data looked at the scene with some disbelief. Yi Lao, on the other hand, gritted his teeth and immediately said, no matter what, a few more rounds of attacks and, make sure you kill him completely. At his command, sure enough, a missile, once again, swept out, and this time, the Yagyu Orochi still didn't dodge. Instead it drew on the missile directly. The 8 heads let out a blazing roar, and then surprisingly, with a speed faster than that of the missile, it directly bit into the missile's body. Terrifying flames exploded directly from their mouths. The crowd in the war room, at the sight of this scene, would have laughed at the monster for being a cutie. I can't believe I'm using my weakest mouth to fight off a missile. But who knows? They were dumbfounded the next moment. Not only did the monster not do any damage, but instead it spat out a black mist directly that, and then it unexpectedly transformed into a long arrow, and in an instant, it arrived in front of a missile-firing warplane. Boom! The fighter plane was undoubtedly destroyed outright. The moment, everyone in the war room was dumbfounded. How dare you cross thousands of miles and lock onto a fighter plane directly? Not only that, there are also means of attacking from such a long distance. This guy is no longer an ordinary beast king. All the staff, as if they had seen something incredible. Such means, it's already more than the Beastmaster database they've tallied so far. Further up, that might be the ones that, having been able to grab the famous mountain, a king who is now honored among the beast kings. But the problem is that this level of existence, even they don't dare to be an easy enemy. Otherwise, it would not have surrendered many famous mountains. What to do? The gazes of all the staff members suddenly looked at Yi Lao. But really, the answer was in everyone's mind, to a beast king of this level. And, also, if driven by humans, there is only one program. That's retreat. Otherwise if you fight with your life, Kyushu will only suffer more casualties. But, again, everyone knew in their hearts, it's a footpad chicken on the other side. Hidden in their bones, the blood feud against them drove them, wanting nothing more than to fight to the death, not wanting to retreat. Otherwise, how can we live up to those martyrs? But, the staff, they all know some of this. How could Elder Yi not know? Battle. 9 states exhausted their national strength with it's not without a battle. May if back. But they have to suffer thousands of curses. Ugh. Yi Lao finally sighed helplessly. Let me be the wicked one. Tell everyone to prepare to evacuate Liao. Just before he could finish his sentence, suddenly, roar, between heaven and earth. Suddenly there was a roar of anger. The screens in the combat room couldn't stop trembling under the roar. When this roar was over, a snow-white figure appeared in the middle of the picture. Chapter 63, You're admitting defeat here. Kitten. Xu Pingan finally appeared. With the appearance of that figure, at this moment, all the people on the field were not there dumbfounded. Who, at this time, would appear above this battlefield of certain death? And the answer was revealed with a roar. Roar. It was accompanied by a roar. Between heaven and earth, that white figure finally appeared in the conference room of the war room. It was a ferocious beast, filled with thick fur. The ferocious beast's fur appeared white, yet it is laced with the white color of the confluence of laws. Black and white is his main theme. When it's hot, interphase, it can be more than just the national treasures of Kyushu and the northeast region. Tohoku Tiger. Roar. With a roar, a terrifying, and in no way inferior to the opposite side is the Yagyu Oroki's pressure. It enveloped the entire Kyushu. Inside the Kyushu operations conference room, this white tiger, how did it suddenly intrude into our combat zone? A staff member spoke up in disbelief. Only the other staff explained. This white tiger is very unusual. Nope. This is the Tiger King of Changbai Mountain. What? The Tiger King of Changbai Mountain? That's a top-notch beast king. How come it's here? A staff member's eyes were filled with disbelief. I know. This is the area of Liuzhou that belongs to the Tiger King's East Mountain continent. The staff member suddenly looked agitated and said, this Yachi Orochi has violated the Tiger King's area. That's why the Tiger King was attracted. Elder Yi suddenly said excitedly, the sky is the limit. Is this the Beast King getting ready to fight against the Orochi? The words ignited everyone's passion. The Beast King of Changbai Mountain. That's a real king of beasts. In order to dominate the Changbai Mountain, I don't know how many strong beast race members had been killed. During that period of time, Changbai Mountain was bloodied and was the well-deserved king of the beast race in Kyushu. It was one of the undisputed strongest kings in the Dengji Zhou. If it is, then the Orochi is not enough. A staff member spoke up. In its opinion, the Beast King of the Kyushu must not fall in that footbath chicken's bullet-ridden place. At this moment, everyone looked towards the battlefield with hope. Meanwhile, above the battlefield, this is the king's territory. Get out! The white giant tiger. Its expression revealing a human-like cold arrogance slowly opened its mouth. Griffins are so presumptuous as to call themselves kings. Ridiculous and laughable? Yumegawa Wako on top of the Yagyu Orochi seemed to have heard something ridiculous. Yagyu-sama. This fellow is the being that is blocking your feeding, so please destroy it. The Yamanano Orochi, at this time, is between awakening and slumber. At the opening of Yumegawa Wako's mouth, bent in time, 8 roars of fury continued to ring out. This was the pressure that belonged to the Beast King. For a time, all the murderers in the Kyushu were trembling, as if they had been suppressed in some way. Roar! A terrifying sound resounded through the entire sky of the entire Kyushu. One time, which head of the Yangtze River, a dragon with horns, rushed out of the water, its deep eyes pointing straight to the northeast. A mysterious shadow of a head of Longhu Mountain floated between heaven and earth. Everything around them seemed to have their souls drained by it. It murmured and spoke. What an exuberant blood chi! This ghost king is rejoicing in this power. At this moment, countless forces in the 9 states all seemed to have crossed thousands of miles of separation. Paying attention to that, this battlefield, over Liuzhou, the Tiger King had stopped indifferently in the distance. Its body was flowing with metallic luster, incomparably angry, staring in a certain direction. His voice thin like a pearl falling, also a jade plate, said, "If you don't retreat, it is to start a war between the hairy beast kings. It's a female Tiger King." Inside the combat room, the staff were all amazed, and just about all the humans were dumbfounded. I didn't realize that the Tiger King that galloped through the Taibai Mountains was a tigress. Only his hair was crystalline, emitting a hazy light and permeated with a misty white fog, as if he was surrounded by immortal chi. Its body wasn't big, similar to a normal elephant, but that divinity was incomparable. It was like a transcendent immortal being. It has an onyx-like king character on the top of its head and a small amount of black hair on its body. All other parts of the feathers are snow white as suet. The Beast King of Changbai Mountain. It's actually it. Why do you help humans? Yumegawa Wako asked in disbelief, as it was an alien species along with the Yagyu Orochi, which was only now beginning to rise to prominence. I can't believe I'm going against it. Hundreds of years ago, I was wounded and nearly died on Changbai Mountain. An old man saved me, gave me food, fed me water, and without him I would have died long ago and not waited for this day. The Tiger King opened his mouth. Very calm. A very nice woman's voice. Slightly magnetic. So you deal with me? Yumegawa Wako said in a chilling voice. That's right. That old man has long been dead for centuries, but this is his hometown. It is also my place of evolution, and you will not be allowed to massacre it, much less allow the land to continue to be stained with blood. The tigress said. What if I want to continue? Yumegawa Wako sneered. Then I can only strike. The tigress said, glowing with light, rushing up at great speed, like a sacred mountain, untouchable. It was so gorgeous that the torso instantly transformed from the snow-white glistening of lamb's fat jade to a radiantly intimidating agitation. What's going on here? People's jaws dropped and they wondered if they were looking at it wrong. There was an additional divine mountain in the sky, stabbing toward the Yagyu Orochi, divine light shining in all directions. When, immediately, by instinct, the Yamanano Orochi probed its sharp snake head and struck at the white light. An ear-splitting metallic trill erupted from the sky. The sound of exchanging blows rang out and stung. Pust, a splash of blood. The Tiger King unexpectedly retreated backwards, his blood-white fur dripping with blood. Its claws were injured, leaving deep scars and nearly severing the next part. The roots of the sharp claws, the flesh and blood parts were even torn apart by the sword chi, dripping with blood. What? The Tiger King is injured? There were whispers from the military. They were shocked too. It was just so subversive. Serious attention has to be paid. Black mist, too much of it, burst out one after another. At this moment, the Tiger King was covered in blood, and there were signs of his body cracking. Whoosh! The Tiger King flowed with a blinding white light that turned into ripples and spread outward, and then the white light swelled and it became more and more violent, and in the end it was like the ebb and flow of the sea, waves rolling across the sky. It was unleashing a buildup of power. knocking one fog after another out of the air. Only, the Orochi suddenly roared, and its terrifying might erupted once again. Since you're looking for death, then I'll fulfill you. The two wrapped up their respective might and, once again, they exchanged hands. The sky was filled with fire-abusive alien energy surges. The tigress was defeated, and it was dripping blood. It spoke unwillingly. It's impossible that your power could be so strong. Everyone in the Kyushu war room was as hard to believe as the Tiger King was. It's amazing that the difference between the same Beast King is so huge. Yumegawa Wako's voice sounded again. Kyushu was nothing more than that. The people who heard the words were full of resentment. But was Kyushu really inferior to the footbath chicken country? The tigress stood up with great difficulty and spoke with fierce eyes. If you want to pass through here, then kill me first. Is it hard to kill you? Yumegawa Wako opened her mouth with a sneer, before turning to the Yagyu Orochi at her feet. Lord Yagyu, this white tiger is your first meal. Please enjoy it to your heart's content. And after, the 8 heads of the Orochi snapped out a roar. Then, the flurry of super white tigers attacked. The moment, the white tiger couldn't help but close his eyes and wait for death to strike. How could one resist when he was wasted by the other party with just one strike? Everyone couldn't help but despair. Is this the end of Kyushu? Even the Beast King was inferior to the other party. The blow was just too much. But just then, a man's voice suddenly rang out. Kitty, you're admitting defeat here? Chapter 64, Xu Pingan's Drop of Blood. The Mother Tiger King was in a state of power, as the strange voice rang out. Next moment, that black mist attack from the Orochi directly dissipated under a golden light. Yagyu Orochi on Yumegawa Wako and the White Tiger King could not help but look around and, opposing figures, the other man's voice was not loud, but it was as if the voice had reached them. This means, it's amazing. Just don't wait for them to find each other. The voice came again. Kitten, that black mist on the other side is the poisonous mist of that Orochi's origin. This guy is an ancient mythological creature, and this poisonous mist, although his strength has decreased with his current state, but it's not something you can resist. The man's voice, still so ancient. Only one sentence left. One sentence, right, Kitty? Obviously, it made the White Tiger King unhappy. Full of displeasure, he let out a roaring sound. Roar! The man, on the other hand, seemed unimpressed. He even opened his mouth as if he were teaching a pet. Kitten, the other party's current realm is not really that different from yours. I'll help you fend off that black mist, and you fight him again in the same realm. Roar! Don't call me Kitty. The Mother Tiger King roared again, only this time, in thinking of the current predicament, and the strength displayed by the other party. It had to compromise. She scrunched up her eyes and thought deeply for a moment before speaking cautiously. Who are you? Why do you want to help me? It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that I can't stand to see a barren, bullet-ridden country that dares to clamor for Kyushu. That's all. The man's voice, this time, was clearly tinged with scorn. Only, the scorn is directed at the footless chicken state. Pretenders, dare to look down on our great land of the rising sun. Yumegawa Wako, who was standing on top of the Yagyu Orochi, was instantly annoyed. This was because the conversation between the two was not concealed at all, but was clearly transmitted to his ears. The other party's contempt made him completely furious. When Lord Yagyu eats this tiger, just going to catch you out and kill you. Next moment, countless black mists once again surged out from the Yagyu Daigami's body. And then it even turned into a sharp arrow that shot out, coming towards the female Tiger King. This poisonous mist is awesome. The Tiger King naturally knew that he had been injured by this force before. At the moment the other party attacked again, he had to get up and fight against it again. But just then, in the sky, suddenly a drop of blood fell. Seemingly calm blood. Just after appearing to appear in the air, an infinite golden light violently erupted. For a moment, that was not a drop of blood. Instead, it's a sea of oceanic blood and gas. And the man's voice, again. This is from when I incarnated in the great sacred body back then in order to explore the secrets of the sacred body. A drop of blood left behind. If you take this blood and put it on your body, all poisons and evils will not invade you. The moment she saw this drop of blood, the Mother Tiger King had been struck by the power of this drop of blood. Shocked beyond words, a powerful biological instinct wanted to take over the drop of blood. At this time, after hearing the man's words, then of course, even more so, without saying a word, just let the blood drip down to the head. And that blood, at this moment, was as if it were a golden jewel that it is engraved on top of its king headline. The moment, the Tiger King seemed to feel a thick force that stimulated his tendons and veins. One's own blood chi, too, boiled up at this moment, and endless power surged out from one's body. At this time, the poisonous mist attack of the Orochi was also finally arriving in front of him. Only, the Tiger King's eyes, however, were not afraid of the poisonous mist. Roar! She roared angrily and took the initiative to strike out towards the front, her huge tiger paw, probing out towards the front, her palm prints becoming larger and, like a huge mountain smashing down. Boo! On impact, in the air, a loud explosive sound erupted once again, only that the Tiger King, who had also sparred against each other on the previous occasion, was attacked by the black mist and fell wounded. And this time, however, the golden light flourished, and in one fell swoop, the black fog directly patted away. The moment the black mist saw the golden light, it was as if darkness met sunlight, and even directly dissolved. Roar! The Tiger King once again let out a roaring sound. Only, this time, it was excitement. That drop of blood really worked. And in the meantime, inside the Kyushu operations conference room, the Tiger King is no longer weak against the sparring. The staff, who were there, got excited. Just, that drop of blood. What on earth is going on? It was able to make the Tiger King directly turn the situation around? While the ye old man present was excited, he couldn't help but speculate. After all, that transformation was too much. And, just a drop of blood. If the owner of that drop of blood shows up, how powerful would he really be then? And this at the same time. Above the battlefield. Yumegawa Wako, on the opposite side, watched as poison mist was restrained by her opponent. At that moment, he was completely annoyed. You don't think that this is the only strength that Lord Yagyu has, do you? If you do this, you will only accelerate the speed of Lord Yagyu's awakening. You'll only die worse. He stood over the body of the Orochi, and then he began to recite a very obscure cut and difficult to understand ancient incantation. The crowd understood. This Orochi is in an odd state. It seems to be awakening, and yet, by all the deeds, it is sleeping again. It all has to be communicated through Yumegawa Wako before an attack can be launched. Therefore, the Mother Tiger King, this time, decided to take the initiative. Without the threat of the black mist on the other side, it could sense that the current Orochi should still be in the same realm as itself, although it was unknown why this mythical creature was only so strong. But right now, take advantage of your illness. In an instant, the Mother Tiger King's power skyrocketed, and her golden light became even more appalling. It made the mountains and forests gorgeous, as if they were covered by the morning sun, only to see it vertical forward. A terrifying might that directly made shattered the original ground before. And then the tiger's palm struck out, golden energy boiling. The 8 heads of the Yamagata Orochi also struck at the call of Yumegawa Wako, each striking out against the tiger's palm. Bang! 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 The attacks of the two were suddenly like a violent wind and rain. Numerous hills struck and crumbled, and rocks rushed to the sky, so that those who watched the battle, all dazzled. And, just at the last critical moment, the Mother Tiger King let out a roar. Opening his bloody mouth, he directly bit into the head of the Orochi, and then, slammed down. The body of the other party directly fell out. Seeing this scene, the Kyushu combat room. At that moment, there came the wild cries of countless people. Who says I, the Beast King of Kyushu, can't? The Orochi, even when mythical creatures are nothing more than that. Cool. Relief. They threw up their arms and shouted wildly, and the bad breath in their hearts finally dissipated. The Mother Tiger King rides the wave of victory. The tiger's palm is less than a tap out. A terrifying power that was destroying everything around it. At the center of the battlefield, everything was broken. The crowd could clearly see it. This Orochi is just purely and simply taking a beating right now. There's no way to fight back. Inside the Kyushu war room, everyone at this moment thinks that the time when this battle could be largely declared won. All of a sudden, a terrifying beastly might. It burst into flames. The Mother Tiger King was under this beastly might. Surprisingly, he was directly repelled. And the next moment, that originally muddled Orochi, surprisingly, twisted its body directly and rushed into the sky. Standing above the firmament, its 8 huge heads and 16 huge eyes all emitted a strange red aura of. It was as blinding and eerie as a red lantern in the darkness. It stared at the female Tiger King dead in the face. Instead, there was a hint of annoyance in his words. A weak reptile that. And you dare to completely awaken the king? The moment, the Mother Tiger who heard the words and the people in the Kyushu war room felt a hint of bad luck. That huge body of the Orochi, at this moment not only surprisingly can float in the air, and the body obviously emanated a pressure that did not compare to the previous one. Is it Yamanano Orochi? Has it really awakened? Is it going to regain its mythical power? Chapter 65, Kitten. Drink my drop of blood. Then, behead it. At this moment, the Yagyu Orochi, It was like a dragon twisting above the sky, a huge stature that was surprisingly still growing. At this moment, it seemed like it was really going to cover the sky. Yagu-sama, that reptile, with the help of an outsider. A drop of blood has cracked your black mist. If I don't wake you up, I'm afraid it will lead to a great disaster. Yumegawa Wako's voice rang out suddenly. At the moment, he slit his wrists, letting his own blood dripping down onto the Orochi. It was with this that he truly and completely awakened Orochi. Roar! The Orochi immediately let out a roar. The terrifying sound wave shattered the surrounding clouds. All of them. A reptile. Even if it turns over, what do you think you can really do to me? But you know, awakening the real me. The millions of flesh and blood energies that were there before. Is it going to be a complete waste? Yumegawa Wako hastily said. It was an oversight on my part. I didn't realize that Kyushu. Surprisingly, there would be a beast king with such strength. However, don't worry, Lord Yagyu. There are over 1 billion people in this Kyushu. Your resurrection this time. If only you can completely take it over. Don't say millions, 10 million, 1 billion. We can arrange it all for you. The duo's dialogue is very simple and brutal. But what is said is not meant to be said. But what is heard is meant to be heard. The crowd in the Kyushu war room, after hearing those words, it completely blew up. Is this footpad chicken man crazy? To take 1 million humans and use them as rations for the Orochi in order to restore it? No wonder. The ferocious beasts they came from the footbath chicken are so powerful, relying on surprisingly sucking the lives of their own populace in exchange. This kind of behavior will not be allowed to die. These dogs can't change their ways, but they still want to take the lives of our people in Kyushu. Go feed that big snake. The footpad chicken shouldn't stay. At this moment, they finally understood why the beast king of the Kyushu, under the same evolutionary environment, not a match anymore. It's ing with the lives of the people of this country. It was only in exchange for such a powerful being. This behavior is nothing short of a disgrace to humanity. Only, this side of Kyushu is filled with righteous indignation. But on the battlefield, the Mother Tiger King, however, didn't have the time to think so much. The moment, after feeling the strength of the completely revived Orochi, the tiger's hairs were standing upside down in droves, as if they were like a cat with fried hair. Because it's an instinctive biological response. That Orochi had become two completely different creatures from before. Moreover, she could feel that the other party's strength was already climbing. Nearly in the twinkling of an eye, it had already broken through the Beast King realm. It was even above it. It was a realm that, on Earth, had yet to be defined. The female Tiger King hadn't even touched that threshold. This moment, both in blood, still on the realm, the other party was completely all over her now. At that moment, the Yamatoji Orochi, too, was finally recognizing Yumegawa Wako's suggestion. Prepare to recover your strength by completely awakening and slaughtering the 9 states to replenish your blood meal. With its gaze, it looked towards the female Tiger King. Since it was you who woke me up, then you will be the first blood meal of this king's awakening. One of the heads of the Yamanano Orochi, spitting out human words. It's completely free of the muddled state it was in before. Only the body that stood in the vault of the sky was violently rushing downward. A huge head with an open bloody mouth. It was actually going to directly devour the female Tiger King. The moment, his speed, all of it, had surpassed the speed of light. The entire body was as if it was a black light flashing forth. Boom! In an instant, the ground underneath the Mother Tiger King's feet directly smashed and cracked. The ground slabs that were lifted up were all directly higher than a mountain. At the center of the impact, a deep, bottomless black hole even appeared. The ground around them was seismic, trembling, and countless evolved ferocious beasts. It was as if the end had come, and they fled in droves. The power of this strike. It could be a ing nuclear bomb, right? At this moment, even the Vulcan, who had long ago moved away from the battlefield, felt the power of this strike. The body was shaken by the vibrations. So this is the real Yagyu Orochi. This strength, it has completely surpassed the Beast King. She's okay, isn't she, Mother Tiger King? Zhao Lei was also standing on top of a high mountain at the moment, looking out at that distant battlefield. While being horrified, he was also worried about the female Tiger King. Now the Mother Tiger King is fighting the Yamatoji Orochi, sort of helping them, the humans of Kyushu, to defend themselves against a powerful enemy. Naturally, he didn't want anything to happen to the other party. Sure, with that blow, the Mother Tiger King didn't die, but really, it's just a step away from death. Moment of truth. It was the drop of blood at the top of her head that blossomed into a golden light that stimulated her divine sense of. Bursting out of his potential, he forcefully dodged the blow. otherwise she'd be dead already. However, at the moment, she was also in a state of shock. If the other guy does it again, I'm afraid it won't be so lucky. Oh, with your reptilian realm, you actually dodged it? The body of the Orochi, once again floating above the firmament, looked curiously at the Mother Tiger King, the drop of blood on top of her head, to be precise. Interesting, that drop of blood was extraordinary. She was the one who inspired your potential at the crucial moment. The head in the center of the Orochi opened its mouth slowly, and then several heads on the left and right. While looking around he also said in a cold voice, the one hiding in the shadows, doesn't he come out yet? You don't think the drop of blood alone will make her stand up to me, do you? Although the million blood meals didn't allow me to completely recover, but killing a reptile like this, to me, it's just like crushing an ant. Apparently from start to finish, the target of the Yamagata Orochi, then, was not the Mother Tiger King. It just wants to force the person behind the curtain to show up. Ha! Just then, the man's voice resounded once again between heaven and earth. Only, this time it was laughter. As if amused, it contained disdain. The drop of blood you despise is actually enough to decapitate you. The man's calm words were a manifestation of absolute dominance. Do you think this king is easy to fool? The fact that you don't dare to reveal your true form is nothing more than hiding your lack of strength. Trying to confuse the king with a drop of blood? At this point in the awake state of the Yamanano Orochi, not only did not get angry, instead, he displayed great wisdom, analyzing the situation at hand, and then, with his 8 heads, he raised them confidently at the same time. Since you refuse to show yourself, then let me crush this drop of blood you look up to along with this reptile. All of it. At that time, I'll see where you can still hide. Next moment, a black mist that was thick to the extreme erupted from his body, and then, it even directly transformed into a black river meandering and flowing towards the Mother Tiger King. It was like a river at the end of death, coming from the other side to take her life. This was the display of strength of the Orochi's original ability. It was not like before, when it was only possible to form a body of mist, which was too monolithic. Under this black river of death, the female Tiger King's body seemed to be locked. At this moment, even that drop of blood, which helped her stimulate her divine sense, couldn't explode, because this black river of death locked her divine soul. It simply won't dissipate without taking her life. The shadow of death suddenly loomed over her head. At this moment, she clearly felt how strong the creatures from the mythic era really were. And, it seems that this is not its true strength. Despair was her only thought now. It's not just her. Of course, even in the Kyushu war room, which was observing the place, there was a cloud of worry, even if they weren't there. But just by looking at the black river of death on the screen, one can't help but feel the oppression of despair in one's heart. That black river seems to have the power to take over people's hearts. How does this make the Black Tiger King, who has only just stepped into evolution, fight? The other party is from the age of mythology. At this moment, everyone is in despair. But just then, Kitty, drink my drop of blood, and then, decapitate him. The man's voice, but when it sounded again, was still ancient. But, this time, there was even a hint of lethargy, as if there was no longer much interest in the matter at hand. Just as its words fell, that drop of blood suddenly bloomed with an infinite amount of golden light. It levitated out from the top of his head and came to the Tiger King's eyes. Even the flowing black river came to a standstill under this light. And the Tiger King didn't have any hesitation. Directly taking that drop of blood in one bite, he swallowed it into his stomach. Next moment, the heavens and the earth have changed. Chapter 66 Sneak Attack, Tian Songyun Sword? As that drop of blood entered the body of the female Tiger King, bent in time, a monstrous divine light erupted, causing the heavens and earth to eclipse. At the moment, her fur was like a blazing fire, like a divine beast reborn in flames. What was originally nothing more than an elephant-like body was now the size of a tall mountain. The blood chi in his body was even more like an ocean, sweeping in all directions. The Tiger King has actually evolved again as well? Seeing this scene, Zhao Lei, who was hiding in the distance, his eyes were about to glaze over. Not evolution. It was the drop of blood that granted her power beyond the norm. Vulcan, as a special sense for the beast race, could clearly feel that how dramatic is the change in the two of those blood bands. At the moment, it's not just them. The people in the 9 States Combat Conference Room were also as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes full of shock. By just one drop of blood, just take a beast king and elevate it to heights that were far from his. Where is this blood? Simply the strongest evolutionary fruit. This level of fruit, even the earth, so far, has not been born. This horrible might. Even some foreign powers have taken notice. They found out about the big fight. Satellites were even called in for the purpose of observing the battle. This was even more true of the countless beast kings who walked at the apex of evolution. They had a keen sense of beasts and sensed the great battle between the Mother Tiger King and the Orochi here in Kyushu. They had stopped what they were doing and instead silently gazed in the direction of Kyushu. It's a war between kings. The genes in his body couldn't help but worship towards these two beast kings. And above the battlefield, the Mother Tiger King's reinforcement also finally stopped. The moment, her eyes were cool and surprisingly full of anthropomorphic dynamics, a sign of spirituality. The huge tiger's paw directly probed out, and all of a sudden, thick divine awns rushed up into the sky, like magma erupting from a volcano. It illuminated the heavens and shook the heavens and the earth with its might. The original black river of death that suffocated people to the point of being irresistible. Under this force, it directly dissolved into nothing. In the eyes of the Yagyu Orochi, gravity finally appeared, and then, directly without saying a word, he spat out a black mist, which was then directly transformed into a sword, spear, sword and halberd that, like black streams of light, it directly chopped towards the female Tiger King. At the same time, his gigantic body, which had once again turned into the speed of light, directly bursting out with tremendous power, he charged again. The origin and the body strike at the same time. This is a complete lack of intention to stay in the game. Roar! The Mother Tiger King felt an infinite amount of power surging out from within her body and was undaunted. Her body swooped out, golden palm prints, evolving Qianquan, suppressing all incoming attacks. At the same time, her gigantic head directly met the 8 heads of the Orochi. Nearly instantly, her torso, she was bitten by 7 heads. Only, her tiger's head likewise crushed one of her opponent's heads. Roar! A blazing roar came. The head of the Orochi was actually bitten off at one end by the Tiger King. Black blood, all of a sudden, spurted out. Of course, the female Tiger King was naturally injured. 7 more blood-soaked wounds appeared on his body. Only, her body was filled with golden light, and her wounds were actually healing rapidly, even if the wound was still filled with the poisonous mist of the Orochi. However, the golden glow in the blood was completely fearless of the poisonous mist and removed it. You seek death. The Orochi was finally enraged. The 7 heads roared at the same time before striking out again. An attack between two beasts. Wide open. Unlike between humans, there are moves against each other. They're totally physical against each other. The bodies of both were dripping with blood. Everyone who was watching this scene, both couldn't help but stare. This level of fighting, it's too scary. Each strike was like the heavens and earth, resounding with the crashing sound of a great bell. The surrounding land, the mountains, all of them turned into debris. Even the city of Liaozhou was affected before. A shockwave coming from the battle area. It's all like a magnitude 9 earthquake. Countless skyscrapers are collapsing. Fortunately, Vulcan's delay allowed the crowd to finally finish evacuating as well. Otherwise, just hiding in the city would have shaken them alive. Roar! The Mother Tiger King roared again. This time, her tiger's mouth, once again, bit down on one of the opponent's heads, preparing to completely bite it off. And at the same time, the remaining 6 heads of the Orochi were biting each of its limbs. The 2 were instantly scorched. Go for it, Tiger King, this mother ***** her up. Zhao Lei and the God of Fire stood at a distance. And seeing this scene, they kept cheering for the Tiger King. They couldn't even participate in a battle of this level and could only watch from here. Just then, something's not right. Look at the belly of that Orochi. Something is coming out. The Vulcan's beastly senses allowed him to sense that something was wrong in advance. Zhao Lei followed the Vulcan's pointing and instantly looked over. And then with a startled look in his eyes. Wait, have you heard of the story of Yagyu Orochi? Vulcan, the spirit of the boy. Very contemptuous, that ghost thing. I listened to that story. Why? Zhao Lei, however, directly and simply explained. That Orochi has a sword hidden in its abdomen. The name is Tian Tsong Yun sword. The texture is hard and rare in the world. It is one of the 3 divine weapons in the mythology of the foot chicken. You mean, that guy, he's going to sneak attack with that sword? Vulcan doesn't understand mythology, but he understands the deviousness of the demons. Immediately, he yelled, Tiger King, that Orochi is going to sneak up on you. And in the meantime, sure enough, it was as Vulcan had perceived, only to see a long sword emitting black light rush out of the vile abdomen of the Orochi. The moment it appeared, the surrounding space, surprisingly, was in the midst of a crack. It was the sword chi that emanated autonomously from that sword that sliced through space. Die! The Yagyu Orochi roared at once. The long sword, which directly turned into a dark light, killed towards the female Tiger King. At this moment, The female Tiger King was yet again bitten by the Orochi Orochi's limbs and could not move at all. Obviously, this was done on purpose by the Yamanano Orochi. Using one of his own heads as bait, he made the female Tiger King lose her guard. This results in a surprise kill. Roar! Miserable screams immediately came out from the mouth of the female Tiger King. The longsword pierced her torso. Like a stream, blood flowed down its huge body and towards the ground. In a flash, she broke free of the Yagyu Orochi and vanished into the distance. Only the injury, however, made it difficult for her to even stand still. Humph! It was that damned human's reminder that allowed you to dodge this fatal sword. Otherwise, that heart of yours would have already been shattered by my Tian Songyun sword. Orochi spoke of the ferocious process that had just taken place. Obviously, the sword. It didn't kill the Tiger King. It was Vulcan's cry that put her on extra alert, thus allowing the sword to pass by the heart of the fatal blow was avoided, but it injured her all the same. But the good thing was that the drop of golden blood was very extraordinary. Even though he himself was seriously injured, he was recovering at an extremely fast pace. Next time you won't be so lucky. Only, the attack of the Orochi, however, struck again. There was no intention of letting the Tiger King have a chance to catch his breath. Chapter 67, Extreme Sublimation. So what if you're at the peak of myth? I'll behead you as usual. Yagyu Orochi also knew that in using the sneak attack method, it was definitely not good enough. Thus, its huge body, surprisingly, in a black light, he directly transformed into a man, holding the Tian Songyun sword, and killed straight towards the tigress. He knew that the battle between the flesh, he himself was clearly no match for this tiger that had swallowed that drop of blood. Instead of doing that, he should take human form and use the advantage of the sharpness of the Tian Songyun sword in his body to fighting with it. Those who were observing the battle couldn't help but be on tenterhooks. I didn't think that Orochi, at a moment like this, would still have this kind of tactic. It was actually able to take human form. This means, it's really like a mythical means, and that sword in his hand was also obviously very special. It made even the Mother Tiger King almost perish. Now that he was in human form, along with the long sword, it was obvious that he was trying to avoid its sharpness. Surprised the female Tiger King by hitting her with a sharp weapon. That damned Orochi. It's too cunning. Don't forget that the Yagyu Orochi are creatures that have existed since the age of mythology, and are experienced in battle. Can it not be cunning? What should we do then? The little advantage the Mother Tiger King has managed to come by is going to be gone again. The people in the Kyushu war room were like ants on a hot pan, anxious, but just then, all of a sudden, in the sky, a black divine light suddenly fell down like a divine mountain and arrived in front of the Tiger King. When the light clears, a halberd as black as ink appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and after, the man's voice, again, I don't have any weapons, so I'll lend you this halberd. It doesn't have any special abilities, it's just very hard, just right for the heavenly bush cloud sword. The moment, when the female Tiger King heard the man's voice, it was like hearing heavenly music. He was able to fight the mythical Orochi to this point, all by virtue of the man's guidance. Now the dose has come and the other side has delivered the pillow. She certainly didn't hesitate to head towards the halberd, and just the moment she touched the halberd, that huge body was transformed into a white light at once. When the light clears, I saw a woman with a graceful figure, her long hair swinging in the wind, dressed in a white woolen fur coat that appeared above the battlefield. The female Tiger King is also incarnated? This should be to some realm where beasts are able to transform into humans, right? Wait, this tigress is too pretty, isn't she? Beast girl humanized people have an innate advantage? I can't believe they were born so beautiful. Gucheng doesn't lie to me. These demonesses are really born beautiful. At this moment, some of the young men looking at the battlefield couldn't help but praise it one after another. Almost forgot even. This woman is a fierce warrior who fought with the Orochi. At this moment, after taking the halberd, the humanoid figure that the female Tiger King had taken on was like a female god of war. The seemingly shapely figure is full of power. Kill. Without saying a word, she directly met Orochi's attack. The Tian Songyun sword and the halberd immediately exchanged blows. An ear-piercing metallic clashing sound violently erupted. As the man said it would be, the halberd doesn't have any special abilities on it. However, the texture is very hard. The incomparably sharp Tian Songyun sword had lost its greatest advantage in front of the halberd at this moment. Not only did the halberd not have a single scratch, but it instead shocked the heavenly bush cloud sword until it trembled. The moment, without the physical advantage, the origin advantage, or even the weapon advantage of the Orochi, finally running out of ideas. The Mother Tiger King held her halberd in her hand and opened it wide. Even if his body is seriously injured, the power of the Yamanano Orochi is still unbeatable. In a roar, Yagyu Oroki's shoulder, stabbed by the halberd, half of the collarbone, directly picked off. The Mother Tiger King rides the wave of victory. Another strike, directly piercing through the belly of the Orochi. If the other party is not an ancient mythological creature, Fearbreak's few strikes were enough to kill it completely. The moment the crowd watching the battle, the stone hanging in their hearts, finally fell down. The Mother Tiger King is finally going to bounce back. Of course, what they were most surprised about was the mysterious man behind that Mother Tiger King. It's just horrible. Just a drop of blood, and a weapon, made a beast race that had only just embarked on the path of evolution. Battle with mythical creatures. This kind of means is simply more exaggerated than the gods. Above the battlefield, the female Tiger King's attacks were still swift. In just a few moves, once again shattering one of the legs of the man personified by Orochi, the broken bones crumbled and exploded straight out. At this moment, Orochi, even standing was a problem. Mythical creatures, nothing more. How do you want to die later? Die by me piercing the 7 inches of your snake clan's lifeblood? Or will you behead all the rest of your heads one by one? The female Tiger King, as if she were a kitten in power, lifted her chin high and proud, and her fine features, with a hint of something less exotic. You seek death. The humiliated Orochi was completely enraged. At this moment, he finally made up his mind. If this king hadn't been decapitated by design back then, how could you have ended up with the strength you have today? Since you want me dead, then even if I die, I will show you the true strength of this king. The moment, his body actually burned on its own accord, and pay this price for the results. But it was the strength of the Orochi that was actually surging on its own accord. The moment, the mighty pressure of that creature that belonged to the mythic age finally reappeared in the world. The moment, heaven and earth lose their colors. All living beings seemed to feel the suppression of breath from the barbarian era, and their hearts and minds shook. However, in a moment, the body of the Orochi was finally burned out. However, at the same time, a huge shadow appeared in the sky. That's the true essence of the Orochi. The terrifying body stretched for who knows how many thousands of miles. The scales on his body had Tao rules surging through them, and a rune, which was entwined around his body, was at this moment. The heavens and the earth shook. The seas all churned. The sun and the moon were eclipsed, forcing this king to be extremely sublimated and display a mythic stance. And you have died in your place. The person behind this, when I kill this little creep, I'll go and behead you. At this moment, Yaki Orochi held the determination of certain death, and also wanted to completely kill these two people. In an instant, he displayed a supreme strike. It directly evolved into a terrifying light potential, a vast wave of Tao, wanting to directly and forcefully kill the Mother Tiger King. Leave no room for error. The blow. It's the power of a true ancient mythological creature. Terrifying energies and Tao rules surged. It was simply not something that the female Tiger King could resist. At this moment, everyone's breath could not help but stop. This means of attack was simply too unbelievable. It's simply not something their brains can comprehend. Just as everyone's hearts and minds were shaken, the man's voice, however, suddenly appeared, pulling the crowd's minds back. Is extreme sublimation great? Only the words fell. A throne made of golden light suddenly sprang up between heaven and earth. Above the golden light, the Tao twines, and the runes jumped joyfully. The vermilion bird, white tiger, green dragon, and other divine beasts' shadows escorted the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and stars, which flowed above the throne. And on top of that, a man who, all over, was shrouded in golden light, eyes flatly watching what was happening. Even if you regain your peak strength from the mythic age, so what? Still beheading you as usual? Chapter 68, Cursing Orochi. High Heavenly Plains? The Secret of Ancient Mythology. In the moment with the appearance of this golden light throne, the people observing this battlefield were all abuzz. That terrifying vision simply refreshed their knowledge of evolution, of transcendence. Of course it wasn't just the vision that shook them. The great powers who knew about the original Techno-1 invasion of Earth. No one must be unfamiliar with this throne made of golden light. Wasn't this the same existence that had crossed the universe and stood on the golden light path in the first place? In the beginning, with just a single kick, the Technology-1, which was enough to destroy the galaxy, stomped right out of existence. This one is in the eyes of the major powers, but it's an existence comparable to that of a god. But what they couldn't imagine was, this god is on Earth? The implications of what this represents can be intriguing, especially if the other party is an Earthling. I'm afraid that the pattern of the world will be rewritten immediately, and compared to the shock of the powers of the nations. At this moment, the female Tiger King's shock, that was very pure. The other party showed up at a time when she was living or dying. That horrible light, A dominating gesture. It simply made her almost unable to resist falling to her knees and just wanting to submit. The weak yield to the strong. It's a biological instinct. This was true even for the Tiger King, the king of beasts. Sure, this man is no one else. It was none other than Xu Pingan. In fact, he had reached this battlefield a long time ago. He had wanted to make a move, but after seeing the appearance of Kyushu and the white tiger, and for the time being, I'm just going to let them practice for a while. Who knows? After Yagyu Orochi said that Kyushu is nothing more than that, Xu Pingan's thoughts changed. Instead of striking out on his own, it would be better to let the white tiger personally kill him in order to relieve his anger. It's easy to kill someone and it's hard to kill them. Therefore, Xu Pingan had also been assisting from the sidelines. As for that drop of blood, it was also Xu Pingan, who, in order to become an immortal back then, and a drop of essence blood left over from the evolution of the great sacred body. Later, after he realized that relying on his physique was just a side issue, he transformed the great sacred body away. That drop of blood would be useless. And in the meantime, the killing move of the Orochi had finally arrived in front of Xu Pingan. Only, snort, accompanied by a melting sound. That killing move directly vanished. There was no collision of great avenues, much less a confrontation of runes. There is only mere ablation. It was simply impossible to even get close to Xu Pingan on the golden light throne. Nani? The 8 heads of the Yamanano Orochi that once again transformed into a. After seeing his attack so easily neutralized, it was as if he had seen a ghost. You think I don't show up to hide from you? Xu Pingan took one step, and the golden light throne transformed into an avenue that. It spread directly in front of the Orochi. Xu Pingan's pace was not fast. It's like walking on idle clouds. But even so, also in one step, he arrived in front of the Orochi. Xu Pingan, who only had the normal posture of the human race, was in front of the 10,000 mile long body of the Orochi, a huge contrast in the eyes of outsiders. But, in the eyes of even the Orochi, who had regained the peak strength of the mythic age, there was actually an illusion. In front of the other party, his own large body still seemed to be a mole cricket. Nope, griffins know how to fight back, but he couldn't even muster the slightest intention to resist, couldn't even move. The Yakiokami understood why he had said that. He didn't show himself, not at all because he didn't beat himself. Rather, it's the moment of emergence. One has no thought of fighting it at all. Just run away. Thou art sublimated by the very end. How about we talk without me killing you? Xu Pingan spoke once again. All sorts of divine light flowing from his body, more dazzling than the sun. Baka Yalu. Orochi immediately couldn't help but curse in his heart, cursing in an extremely unpleasant manner. One's own extreme ascension represents burning one's life to the ground in exchange for today's peak strength. Every second is extremely precious. You tell me, just want to talk, and then I'm not dead? Holding back, a feeling of suffocation from the bottom of his heart was born. If you don't agree, I'll help you shed your extreme sublimity, and then let me do a proper soul search. Though that's a bit of a pain in the ass. Xu Pingan spoke indifferently. Only, that's an obvious threat. Naturally, Orochi understood the meaning. If you don't agree, the other side is going to beat you back with extreme sublimation, and to refine your divine soul. It is clear that there will be endless torment then. It's better to die than to do that. After the terrifying strength of the opponent's present form, Orochi naturally did not doubt that the horrible man in front of me didn't have the means. Eventually, what are you going to ask? The most Orochi succumbed, almost gritting his teeth and stifling his mouth. One burns one's life, wanting to exchange it for a battle at the top, but one can only be so humiliated. Can you not hold back? Why has the earth become what it is today? Xu Pingan had always wanted to explore this truth. This was also the reason why he didn't directly strike out and directly overthrow the Orochi. It was a creature from the ancient mythological era. Probably knows quite a few secrets. I don't know. Yagyu Orochi replied very decisively. Only, he had just finished this reply. The divine light on Xu Pingan's body suddenly flourished, and the countless great Tao seemed to be wailing. This proved that he was in a very disgruntled mood. Under this divine light, the Yagyu great god felt that his original origin, which was burning, it all seems to have come to a standstill, but in its place was a burning, searing pain. This was the pain of the divine soul, different from the physical body, hitting the depths of the soul. Painfully, his gigantic body kept flipping and flopping in the middle of the sky. I really don't know. Orochi understood that this was the other party's dissatisfaction with his answer. He quickly begged for forgiveness and opened his mouth. I lived in the age of myths, and when I was first decapitated by the man of Suzaku, I lost my consciousness, and was only recently resurrected by someone. What happened during that time? I have no idea. Only, The pain didn't go away after he finished. That's right. That's right. I've heard some rumors. A god has said that something is wrong with the Great Plateau and that destruction is needed to bring new life. Could there be something wrong with the Great Plateau and so it's affecting Earth? The Orochi grimaced in pain as he spoke again. The Great Plateau? Xu Pingan murmured and opened his mouth. Orochi hurriedly explained. That world where the gods of my time reside. Xu Pingan could feel no ups and downs in the other party's soul fluctuations. Obviously. Not fooling himself. In its mind, guesses flashed at once. It made him unable to help but speak again. Is that the immortal realm there? The fairy world? What's the fairy world? The Yamanano Orochi obviously didn't quite understand. However, and was afraid of Xu Pingan. I've explained. I lost consciousness in the ancient mythological age to the present day. Many things. I don't know. What do you think of God and me? Xu Pingan asked again. Chapter 69 Earth is the immortal world? What do you think of me and God? This was Xu Pingan's attempt to confirm whether or not the high heavenly plains in the mouth of the Orochi was a world inhabited by gods. Orochi couldn't help but freeze. It seemed to be reminiscing. Obviously it was a distant memory. There are also strong and weak gods. I don't know what the strongest god is like, and I don't know how to compare it, but I think some gods may not be weaker than you. But Susanoo is not as good as you. After thinking for a few moments, Orochi came up with an affirmative answer. Within the mythological system, Susanoo is also a god. Otherwise, an ordinary person cannot really be, as in a mythological story. The light scheme will decimate it. Xu Pingan was silent for a moment. Obviously, there were countless guesses in the back of the mind about this answer. God is not weaker than himself. Could he be an immortal? Mythical times, indeed, are too long ago. The ancient populace of that time and the present human race, for the group of eternal life that, there should be no fine distinction between the concepts of immortal and God. Exactly. The same is also true for Takatenkara. Maybe it's just what humans at different times called the fairy world. But it's really true. Is something wrong with the fairy world? It wasn't that Xu Pingan hadn't guessed about this before. It's just not confirmed. Now after coming up with this news from the mouth of this mythical creature, obviously making him recognize the statement. Even more. After all, one's own realm, in the immortal realm, would be that of an immortal. Or maybe it's a god in the mouth of the Orochi now. It was impossible to not allow yourself to go to the immortal world without a reason. As for needing to destroy in order to have new life? Destroy what? Destruction of the immortal world? And then new life again? Just like Earth? And so on. Is it possible that Earth is the immortal world? Was it in the midst of destruction? And now it's new again? This guess made Xu Pingan somewhat surprised. However, many more questions soon arose. If the Earth is the world of the immortals, then in mythology, those immortals or gods are in the world of the, where is it again? Moreover, if it was the immortal realm, it wouldn't have left no mark at all. Plus Earth has been ranked among the nations. How could it be the immortal world? It's just a shame. Too little information. The mystery behind this is, in turn, becoming more and more elusive. This also made Xu Pingan even more curious. After all, it clearly indicated that Earth and the immortal world were closely connected. Solve the mystery of Earth, and maybe the mystery of the immortal world as well. It was a good thing that the system he had been working on was on the verge of coming to fruition. Maybe, find out who's behind the system. This mystery will be solved once and for all. Xu Pingan calmed the shock from his inner conjecture. The Orochi on the opposite side of the room also spoke again. I've told you everything I know. Already. Now that my time of extreme ascension is almost up, can I now be released to die? His words were full of heartache. Even the matter of deciding to die on one's own is controlled by someone. It's a really hard feeling. Xu Pingan nodded. You can go to hell. Orochi didn't think it was cursing. On the 8 heads, a look of contentment appeared. And then, it was as if they were going to be feathered. The body kept turning into points of light, to dissipate into the earth. But, just then, Xu Pingan's voice spoke again. When I said for you to die, I didn't tell you to run. Orochi froze, and then looked at Xu Pingan with an odd expression on his face, as if to say, brother, can't you see I'm trying to die? Yes? And what is this? A faintly disdainful smile appeared on Xu Pingan's face before he raised his hand and grabbed it with a palm. And in the meantime, the land of the footpads chicken, above a surrounding sea, one could only see a handprint made of golden light, covering the sky and falling from the heavens. At that instant, within the seabed, countless ferocious beasts of the sea were wailing and fleeing. The good thing about witch handprints, the target is not them. Instead, it rushed straight into the depths of the sea. A few moments later, it was just a huge snake, in front of the handprints, struggling continuously, but to no avail. It was clutched in the palm of a dead hand. and then it didn't go into the clouds. When it reappears, the giant snake had now transformed into the size of a loach, and was constantly fleeing in panic in Xu Pingan's palm. The moment the Orochi saw the snake, all of a sudden, its entire body trembled. He's as good as dead. Eyes full of incredulity. How did you know where I hid my other head? Cut off one head. Hidden in the depths of the sea. As long as one head is not dead, and in time, you'll be able to regain your body again. I assume I'm right? Xu Pingan spoke indifferently. Every word made the Yagyu Orochi tremble uncontrollably. Back then, you didn't somehow survive. Instead, he cut himself and left a silver lining. And the fact that you are acting so weak is precisely because that body is not the same as the one you had back then. Only, it was later recovered with the help of the head. Between the words, that little head of snake was also finally revealed. It was a severed head from the head of the Orochi. The moment he appeared, at that moment, he directly spat out, "Great God, please spare my life." The moment, he finally panicked. Xu Pingan was right. The reason it survived, it's not because of a blessed life. Simply being careful with yourself. He was born with 8 heads, but the heart is one. Whether it's getting a few heads chopped off, as long as there's a head in it, it will be possible to completely restore the other heads through time. That was his greatest native aptitude. It's also his biggest secret. No one knows it at all. But now the secret is revealed. How could he not panic? In the face of life and death, he simply wasn't as spontaneous as he had been before. So, simply begged for mercy straight away. Spare your life? Xu Pingan couldn't help but calmly rhetorically ask. Now that the aura of heaven and earth has revived, and the blood and chi of human life are flourishing, and how many people do you have to eat to get yourself back? Naturally, Orochi understood the meaning of those words. The man in front of him was clearly human. It was blaming itself for eating his kind. I promise to never eat another human again. Look, how about this? I'll go eat other beasts. Not only that, I am willing to become your slave and protect the human race for you, just like that Tiger King. With me here, the human race will definitely not receive any more threats from the beast race. Yagi Orochi moved out of the Tiger King. What's more, it showed that he wanted to follow the example of the other party and protect the human race at critical moments. Have to say, no modesty at all. The Tiger King, who was watching the battle from afar on the side, all revealed a look of disdain. And Xu Pingan, who had heard the words, couldn't help but nod his head. Since you promised me to eat only beasts, then show your determination. Yagyu Orochi was instantly delighted. It wasn't hard to show determination. The title of beast trader was not something that could be carried without the slightest hesitation. Immediately, he planned to grab a random beast to eat. Only, Xu Pingan didn't give him any time, and cupped his head and it was thrown directly in front of the female Tiger King. Bent in time, Yagyu Orochi was dumbfounded. Instead, the female Tiger King couldn't help but show a hint of inexplicable laughter in her eyes. And then he transformed into his original body, a huge tiger body, staring at the severed head of the Orochi. A fierce light was revealed. No, great God, can we change the beast race? This her. Seeing this, the Orochi immediately kept begging for mercy. Only, how could the female Tiger King not understand Xu Pingan's mind? It was a clear sign that he was letting himself finish the guy off once and for all. And then without saying a word, sharp tiger's teeth, a mouthful of them stabbed directly into the head of the Orochi. Blood splatters. With a shattering sound, the entire snake head, moreover, directly exploded in its mouth. A generation of mythical creatures, the Yamanano Orochi, also fell completely. Chapter 70, Peeping at the Great Emperor's Punishment. Mother Tiger King worshipping? The encounter and fall of Yagyu Orochi. Obviously, it made all the major people watching this side of the force dumbfounded. That powerful creature from the mythical ancient age had fallen just like that? The man in that golden light was simply too scary, wasn't he? Quickly, use the most advanced instruments to see what the other side really looks like. Far away in a castle in the land of the lighthouse, the Tower Master, as the strongest ruler of his country after the revival of its aura, hastily urging the staff member beside him, he said, be sure to see what the other party looks like. After all was said and done, he couldn't help but pray silently in his heart, never be a ninjas. If not, I'm afraid the landscape of the world is really going to be rewritten. They, the country of Kyushu, were about to become the #1 power in this wave of evolution. This is something that they, the lighthouse state, should never allow. Soon, the staff then ran back. So, did you get a picture? The Tower Master hurriedly pursued the question. No, the staff member replied, somewhat breathlessly. What? The satellites we spent so much money on are just for show? Can't even take a clear picture of the planet? The Tower Master roared in exasperation. Tower Master. It's not the satellite that can't get a clear shot. Rather, our satellites, the moment they captured each other, actually blew up. The staff member's face was full of confusion, and it was clear that he had only just learned of this news. It hasn't slowed down yet. What? It blew up? Are you sure it wasn't some broken part or something? The Tower Master stood up from his seat at once, his entire body frozen. Not accessories. It's the whole satellite. The satellite we used to detect it blew right up the moment it made contact with which figure? Other personnel, using a different satellite, have confirmed that we lost that satellite forever. After the staff member finished speaking, he added, and our man who operates the satellite, dead too. Puff. The Tower Master, this time, immediately sat down heavily on his chair with a direct butt, and then with fear in his eyes, he said, he must have realized we were watching him. Quickly, go and inform the others that they must not be trying to film him. Don't bother observing him either. Sure, something like that. It's playing out all over the world. Countless great powers wanted to explore that man's figure. Just any device trying to explore the man's figure. All have encountered a situation like that of a lighthouse state. These great powers understood at once. It's a warning from the other side. The man also had the strength to issue such a warning. And this at the same time. Above the battlefield. Xu Pingan skimmed his eyebrows. Obviously, there was some distaste for the forces that were trying to sneak up on him. So, a warning was issued. Of course, mindful of the fact that the other person was human. It was only a warning. If a foreign race dares to spy on itself like that, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be a warning, but rather Xu Pingan would go over with a divine thought and directly strangle him. Thank you, Senior, for your help. By this time, the Tiger King had also killed all of the incoming foot chicken countrymen, along with the Orochi. She once again transformed into her human form and rushed up into the sky, kneeling under a cotton cloud and treating Xu Pingan with respect. No harm done. Get up. Xu Pingan waved his hand. This Orochi was originally the scourge he wanted to get rid of. This guy originated in the age of mythology. If you don't make a move yourself, then the pattern of the world will change because of it in a bad direction. Thank you, Elder. This is your weapon, Elder. As for this drop of blood in my body, the late generation is unable to present it, so the senior can take it back on his own. After the female Tiger King rose, she remained respectfully bent over, while her hands presented the halberd. In fact, even if she doesn't mention it, the halberd was also the moment it saw Xu Pingan. Very spiritually, it flew into the air and circled around Xu Pingan continuously, like a puppy that has not seen its master for a long time. It is very enthusiastic. Subsequently, it was even more self-conscious to cut through the storage boundary and directly drill into it. That drop of blood is reserved for you. Xu Pingan spoke indifferently, though that drop of blood, for himself, had no more effect, but for the female Tiger King, it was no worse than the chances in a normal famous mountain, even stronger. Instead of taking it back, it would be better to give this female Tiger King a little chance. After doing this, Xu Pingan then had no intention of staying here, but prepared to leave. Just then, the mother Tiger King looked like she had made some kind of decision. Straight away, he knelt again. Evening generation, there is an unkind request. Xu Pingan gave her an unexpected look, and the female Tiger King hastily knocked her head into the clouds, saying, my junior knows that his heavenly posture is foolish, but still want to worship senior. The late generation knows that worshipping a master is not that simple. Senior is willing to follow senior and be an ox. Whatever you want me to do is fine. Xu Pingan was slightly surprised. With that, he couldn't help but laugh. You a tiger, worshipping a human as your teacher? Are you sure you're not looking for a more powerful beast to worship? The female Tiger King hastily shook her head and said, I have been saved by humans since I was young. Compared to the beasts, I prefer humans, and I worship strong people like you, senior. She wasn't lying when she said that. When the Yamanano Orochi first came to attack, and indeed she stood out, defended the human race. However, I have no intention of taking on a disciple. Xu Pingan, however, refused. He's young now, nor is there any idea of passing on the mantle. Besides, if he had this time, he might as well spend more time with his family. Senior, it's fine if you don't become a disciple. I am willing to be your maidservant, as long as I follow you. The mother Tiger King hastily changed her words once again. For some reason, she had a feeling, if he missed the man in front of him, he would completely lose a heavenly opportunity. Handmaiden I don't need either. Although it was said that the holy sons and daughters of those great powers would usually handmaiden to show off, but Xu Pingan had never had this habit, and, of course, didn't like having a maidservant following around to serve him. The mother Tiger King could not help but stare at the words, and then a trace of unwillingness appeared on her face, but she didn't dare to disobey Xu Pingan's decision. Late generation then. I won't bother senior. Strike that. The female Tiger King remained towards Xu Pingan and heavily kowtowed 3 times. A life-saving gift cannot go unrepresented. Xu Pingan also had no choice but to accept the other party's gratitude. With that, they were ready to leave. But suddenly, a stream of blood flowed out of the 7 orifices of the mother Tiger King. The whole body. It couldn't help but wobble. Xu Pingan noticed the abnormality and could not help but return to his senses with a sweep of his eyes. It seems like I still underestimated that drop of holy blood. Although it has stimulated your potential, it has also injured your origin and meridians. And I'm afraid that the next, you will gradually lose all your cultivation. The female Tiger King who heard the words, but she shook her head without thinking. No harm done. Since the late generation has come forward, there was no intention to retreat in one piece. And now that I've survived, I've earned it. Only once the words were out of his mouth, the mother Tiger King then fell from the clouds, straight down to the earth. Seeing this, Xu Pingan couldn't help but shake his head. You'll follow me for a while. I'll remodel your origin and rebuild your tendons. And after, only to see a large hand, pinching the Tiger King and throwing him onto the golden light path, disappearing into the sky. Chapter 71, The Promised Tiger King. Why have you turned into a cat? Extraterrestrial forces attacked. Master, is this your home? When Xu Pingan came to Jiangcheng again, the female Tiger King was also restabilized by Xu Pingan's origin and rebuilt her tendons. Only that drop of sacred body blood did not completely disappear. It was still eroding her origin and destroying her meridians. Xu Pingan also had no intention of removing the drop of blood. While the holy blood destroyed the origin and meridians, it was also a recreation of the Tiger King. By the time the holy blood was all absorbed, the Tiger King would also be like a newborn once again, and his origin and physique would be improved by leaps and bounds. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity for her. Therefore, Xu Pingan also helped the tiger to the end, keeping it with her and helping her to restabilize her origin at intervals of time. Help her to thoroughly digest this opportunity. Don't call me master. I have no intention of taking you as a maidservant. Xu Pingan slowly headed towards his home, and the aura on his body, once again, returned to calm. And the female Tiger King could no longer transform into a human again at this point because of her holy blood. Therefore, the huge being, above the sky, hesitated for a moment. He immediately transformed into a cat-sized tiger and followed behind Xu Pingan. Xu Pingan had just returned home moments ago, only to see a little girl, jumping with joy, hanging directly on Xu Pingan's body. The whole face, in turn, was constantly rubbing against its shoulder. The female Tiger King on the side saw the scene. The eyes went wide. That little girl's got a lot of nerve. This man was a terrifying figure who could exterminate mythical creatures with one hand. You're a little girl. No, even just a mortal. How dare you make such an unauthorized move? It simply stunned her. But, next moment, did you miss me? Xu Pingan, the man who originally did not change his color even in front of the Orochi. At this moment, actually, like a cheerful big boy, he smiled at the little girl. That smile. And it's still from the heart. A senior with this kind of strength has such a side to him? Stinky brother, you go out and play without me. I don't want you. Speaking of this, Xu Xian couldn't help but frown. Only, these words fell on the ears of the female Tiger King. But it was the big secret that was heard. The little girl in front of her was actually the senior's sister? Is she a real sister? It was the first question that rose in her mind. Because the difference in strength between the two is too great. Although this little girl was already an evolutionary, she had only just awakened. Would there be such a big difference in strength between a blood brother and sister? But, soon the She-Tiger King decided that wasn't the point. For, she found that the man before her, doting on the little girl, it was beyond his imagination. Only to see Xu Pingan carry his sister over his shoulder and sit directly on his shoulder. And then, even more like a child, he ran all over the room holding his sister in his arms. For a while, Su Lu, who was amused on his shoulder, giggled non-stop. The mother Tiger King knows, as a creature grows stronger, its character is bound to grow with its strength. It gets weirder and weirder. But the man in front of her would do such a thing for a girl. It was like a different person from before when he was against Orochi. You can imagine how much weight this little girl carries in the man's heart. For a moment, the tigress had a bold idea. What's that behind you, brother? Sula finally realized the existence of the female Tiger King, and stared curiously with wide eyes. The Tiger King of Changbai Mountain, Xu Pingan explained. Recently, he will be temporarily staying with us. The words were not yet finished. What a cute kitty. Sula then bounced off of Xu Pingan's body before arriving in front of the mother Tiger King. Xu Pingan couldn't help but explain. This is not a kitten. It's a tiger. It's dangerous. It wasn't that he was afraid that the female Tiger King would harm Su Lu. Rather, it's about teaching your sister to develop her own ideas about something dangerous from a young age. Liar. Where's the tiger? Only. Su Lu was suddenly grunting. Xu Pingan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but turn his head to look. Nice guy. Only to see that the originally majestic Tiger King had turned into a little milk tiger at this moment. The round and rolling body, sticking to Su Lu and constantly rubbing around, even revealing its belly. Let Su Lu touch it. It seemed as if it had actually turned into a house cat. Su Lu giggled and giggled. Say yes to the king of tigers. How did you become a pussycat? Xu Pingan couldn't help but freeze. Sure. At this moment, the mother Tiger King, however, didn't care that much. Just now, he made a decision. That's wanting to stay in the family. It would be necessary to conquer this former sister. The sister, on the other hand, was only humanly 5 or 6 years old. What's the favorite? Isn't it just something cute? She had been rescued before, so she had long ago figured out human habits. Human pups, in particular, are simply defenseless against dogs and cats. Being a tiger himself, he was originally a feline, playing a pussycat, not a handful. As for the dignity of the Tiger King, it doesn't smell as good as staying with seniors. Brother, look at this cat. It's so cute. Sula looked over at his brother as he hugged the cat. After Xu Pingan briefly froze, he roughly understood the female Tiger King's little idea as well. Only, she glanced at her sister after the heartfelt smile on her face, couldn't help but shake his head. Since the great change in heaven and earth, everything around them was changing. Suli's smile was noticeably less. Since this female Tiger King could amuse her, then one is not counting on it. Then play nice with her. Xu Pingan was not asking questions and immediately walked back to his bedroom, preparing to close his eyes for a period of time. The last system mission was completed. It allowed him to once again feel out quite a few clues about the person behind the system as well. Give him a little more time. Maybe even dig up more information. And in the meantime, Kyushu, on an unknown, but very lofty and magnificent mountain of God, an ancient altar was currently emitting a strange light, and within the glow, a huge bronze chariot appeared. 8 ferocious beasts that looked like scaly dragons, clad in ropes and pulling chariots, floated under a starry sky. The chariot was very ancient, inscribed with traces of age, and rose up in a burst of divine light. Or it transforms into a basilisk or a green dragon that makes the heart tremble. Greetings, Lord Holy Lord. Outside the altar, a group of people saw this and hurriedly fell to their knees. If Su Xian had been here, he would have recognized that among the kneeling crowd. Heck, there was one person who was that Bodhi Jin's Vajra. Get up! Inside the chariot, a man's voice, neutral and calm, continued to speak. Not bad. That you could find such a folded space. That counteracts most of the field's blocking momentum. Credit where credit is due. I will send my maid to help your Bodhi Jin unify the 9 states. Chapter 72 Sister Targeted. Sword Fairy? Only the man's words fell between them. Beside her, a woman in green clothes took the initiative to stand out. The woman's face was pretty, and her body was even emitting a faint halo of light, like a divine messenger, shining brightly. Holy Lord, I'll go ahead and scout the way for you. The woman in green made a bow to bid farewell to the man in the chariot, and then, without saying a word, he crossed over to ascend the altar, holding a burning lamp. In an instant, this mountainous land erupted with endless runes. The green-clothed female woman was crossing the border, and the altar transformed into a rune to transport it. Only the Earth's field, on the contrary, formed an infinite killing machine to annihilate this woman. It's extraterrestrial, though the path to the outside world is traveled on Earth's former path to the outside world, but it's also not something the field tolerates. In the process, the woman, a divine object, flew out of the body of the, resisting the Earth's field. Only these divine objects kept blowing up and turning into pieces. I'll help you. The man atop the chariot suddenly spoke again, only to see his hand peek out of the car and hold it, and the altar at the woman's feet was breaking apart in the, turned into energy to escort her forward. The woman stumbled and staggered, ready to become ash under the stranglehold of the Earth Stadium domain. At that moment, a burning lamp held in both her hands finally blossomed into infinite light. The wick flame suddenly flourished and kept drawing fuel as if renewing the woman's life. Each time the flames were on the verge of extinguishing, they turned and burned up again, turning into energy that wrapped around her. Eventually, the woman steps off the altar and comes to Earth. Greetings, divine messenger. The crowd of Vajra and Bodhi Jins hastened to pay their respects, though the woman seemed to be just a servant girl in front of that man. But the energy fluctuation revealed on his body is like an oven, which is unceasingly alive, far more than they realize. For Earth, it's the Jedi. They had to be honored. Get up. The Holy Lord named me Lu Qing. It's fine if you call me that. The woman in green waved her hand. And in front of the Holy Lord, she didn't put up a very high front. Afterwards, it was more of a look at the other side of the altar on top of the chariot. Don't worry, Holy Lord. Lu Qing will definitely rush ahead of the other 10,000 races to seize the opportunity for you. A voice came from within the chariot. Go, don't let me down. And that's when the altar on the earth's side, also running low on energy, finally dissipated. Lu Qing then looked at the Bodhi Gene's people. Your conditions are already known to the Holy Lord. In order to receive the Holy Lord's descent, this land of the 9 states really needs to be greatly unified. Moreover, not only can it serve as the Holy Lord's base, but it can also radiate to seize the entire planet. The Bodhi Gene crowd that heard the words immediately clapped their hands and said, the great unification of the 9 states. Lord Saint Lord would definitely be able to seize the opportunity and cross the border ahead of time. And who on earth could be the Saint Lord's opponent at that time? At that time, even if the other 10,000 races, descending behind, it has also fallen a step behind and lost its head start. Lu Qing was very flattered to hear this kind of horse's ass talk, and then he spoke faintly. Tell me about Earth's information. Next, the people of Bodhi Genetics then reported to her about the various situations, and the current situation. After thoroughly figuring out that the biggest enemy facing the Bodhi Gene today was the official Kyushu state, Transcendence was born. A kingdom founded by mortals still wants to try to dominate again? Ridiculous. Lu Qing couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Since I'm here, let it go with the times. Become a splash in the tide of history. However, even though I came over here this time, even though I was well prepared, I also suffered a lot of backlash. I'm going to go into seclusion for a period of time first. In the meantime, you guys, don't expose the matter of my descent. By the way, find a chance to go and lure the powerful group of people from the 9 continents country. At the right time, I will strike and destroy them all. At that time, the Kyushu will also not be broken. The Vajra who heard the words, immediately had his eyes light up and was filled with great joy. Understood. We'll make the arrangements. With the end of the Orochi incident, the landscape, too, has changed dramatically over this time. One of the biggest changes is that the ferocious beasts have settled down a lot amongst themselves, for no other reason. That existence as powerful as the Orochi was killed in seconds by a mysterious figure. Was the figure human? Or was it an animalized human? There is no way of knowing that. Therefore, all the ferocious beasts with a little bit of brain decided not to mess with humans for the time being. After all, no one could say if that figure was human or not. If so, aren't they just too old to live if they go messing with humans during this time? They're not even as good as the Orochi. If that figure wanted to kill them, I'm afraid it wouldn't be a matter of seconds. But a thought. No more ferocious beasts to cause trouble. Humanity's strength, too, has seen an explosion of growth. All the major powers, too, began to seize the famous mountains one after another. The benefits gained on top of the famous mountain are naturally unimaginable. Many strong people kept popping up. Of course, the old batch of powerhouses were stepped up even more. The previous top 5 masters, the exiled immortals, were rumored to have obtained the red apricot fruit at Legon Mountain and had wings on their backs. Control the thunder. The Vajra of Bodhi Genes is at the 1000 Buddha Mountain. Obtaining the relics of the ancient Buddha, one can transform into a bronze man. Lohan, swords and guns. The fire god is rumored to be at the Flaming Mountain, acquiring a wisp of Samadhi flame, and no one can match the power of the flame. Of course, one big thing happened in it. That's when Blood Frenzy, one of the original 5 masters, was caught on camera with someone chopping off one of his arms, make it fall away. And the perpetrator, it was none other than Xu Pingan, who had recently risen to prominence on behalf of the National Power Group. That's right, after returning from Shushan, the boost Xu Pingan received was the most tremendous, compared to the little bit of chance that other people had obtained. What she had obtained was the complete version of the Shushan inheritance. If I had to describe it, someone else's chance to get it might be a gold coin inside a treasure. What Sula had obtained, however, was that entire treasure. The moment her retreat ended, just directly put out a bold statement to avenge Shushan. Listed Blood Frenzy, banished Immortal and Vajra, as targets to kill. At the time, everyone else thought she was just the little girl with the mouth on her, but as she chopped off Blood Frenzy's arm, causing him to flee, a direct slap in the face to all those who looked down on her. Beyond that, Xu Pingan is also taking part in the first front line of seizing the famous mountain for the country. Quite a few famous mountains in the midst of the attack. All of them appear to be her, especially her handful of imperial sword techniques. It was even more enviable to all. It's almost as if the images of sword fairies from movies and television have been brought to life. For a while, Some people reclassified the rankings of the experts, placing Xu Pingan directly side by side as an expert that could be ranked alongside Banished Immortal, Fire God, and Vajra, plus her looks, inheriting the old Xu family's legacy of exquisite beauty. Now combined with the cleanliness of the sword cultivator, it earned her a new title as well, Sword Fairy. This made her in Kyushu, for a while, the most talked about hotspot. Of course, there's more than just hot spots on her. The most anticipated thing is still the possible battle with exiled Immortal in Vajra. After she came out of her seclusion, she let slip that she would kill the 3 experts of the previous 5. Nowadays, Blood Frenzy has been chopped up and wasted by him. Will the next 2, or won't they answer? Would the Sword Fairy take the initiative and kill them? It's more of a tea time view. Sure, only, what they don't know is this. The rightful owner at the moment, Sword Fairy, but he quietly came to Jiangcheng, the Xu family. Brother, get up. Sister's back. In the early morning hours, Su Li's voice was outside the door of the room, anxiously sounding. Chapter 73, A Conversation with My Sister. What realm is an emperor? Xu Pingan came back, and Xu Pingan naturally knew about it. Therefore, all the various secret methods of the diffractive calculation system were also put to rest early on, and then opened the door to the room. As Sulu arrived downstairs, today's Xu Pingan after obtaining the Shushan inheritance, there was an invisible aura of severity emanating from his body. Sister, I called my brother down. Sulu jumped into Xu Pingan's arms in a flash. The two sisters haven't seen each other for a long time. Naturally, I enjoyed the intimate moments. And after, Xu Pingan then got straight to the point. Sulu, you've been resting for so long too. Sister is ready to take you to school. Sulu was dumbfounded when he heard the word school, and then the whole thing couldn't help but pull away from his sister. Sister, what are you asking me to go to school for when the school is gone? Sisterhood is instantly lost in the face of school. I don't mean your old school. Xu Pingan didn't have the heart to say, now that the aura has recovered. The country, for the sake of future considerations. Schools about evolved people have actually been conducted for a long time. However, that school only admits evolvers with strong talent. Sister has privileges these days, so give it to you just to report it. Sula hastily shook his head. I don't want to go to whatever school. It's fine at home. Do you believe I'll whip you? Xu Pingan's nature as a sister was immediately exposed. Faith. Sulu nodded, and then hastily turned his head toward Xu Pingan. The latter skimmed his head in a hurry. I'll look like I can't afford to mess with your sister. With that, Xu Pingan spoke again. Next, according to the state's prediction, there will soon be the next great change in heaven and earth. At that time, there will be a large number of extraterrestrial foreign races coming. The state intends to create several super bases to better protect the population. So, whether it's for school or to get to a big base, it's time to move. After all, I can't come to Jiangcheng often now. These words were seemingly spoken to Su Lu. In fact, it was also said to Xu Pingan, who was on the side. Sister, wasn't it you who said that our planet has something to keep aliens from coming in? Sula had followed his sister before and actually knew quite a few secrets, so he was a bit puzzled. That's right, but with national research findings, there exists a certain mechanism in the field whereby, as the progress of aura recovery accelerates, the less the field resists an alien race with a low realm. In the past, it was difficult for any evolved person to land on Earth, but after the next great aura recovery, it's very likely that some low-realm extraterrestrial clansman, it can come in by some means. Sula had revealed a secret story that was clearly not yet known to anyone else. Sure, Xu Pingan had known about this point for a long time. It should be the person who set up the field, doing it on purpose. The purpose was naturally just like that of Xu Pingan. Foreigners can be allowed in, but alien powers capable of devastating Earth cannot be allowed to break in. Of course, but even if it's a low-realm alien race, this is for Earth creatures too. Also a disaster, but more of a challenge. Only constant contact with the outer races. Later, when the field is completely gone, it is only then that we have a foothold against the foreigners. Therefore, it is impossible for the state to control the entire Kyushu with its current strength. For all intents and purposes, the Earth is already 10 times larger than it was before. If the next aura revives, it's simply unimaginable how many times the Earth will expand again. The only way to manage this is to build superbases in a unified way. Xu Pingan's explanation was naturally ignorant to Su Lu, but she didn't dare disobey her sister. Oh, okay. Sula had no choice but to hang his head and accept this fact. Immediately, Xu Pingan's gaze then looked towards Xu Pingan. I'll talk to you alone. Xu Pingan was a bit surprised, not expecting Xu Pingan to finally not treat herself as heir. I'm going to pick up mom and dad too, to the super base, where there's better medical care. Xu Pingan opened her mouth to this brother. her tone suddenly much colder. Obviously, it hadn't completely forgiven Xu Pingan. The latter, on the other hand, is thinking that this is already a big step forward. Returning on my own. It's only been a few months. Xu Hsin was then already accepting himself and willing to talk to him about mom and dad. That's quite enough. In fact, it wasn't that Xu Pingan didn't want to use his strength to prove that he was a great emperor, but, 1,000 years after the lifting of the world, the weight of his family in his heart is no longer something that outsiders can think about vicariously. What Xu Pingan hoped for, through his own efforts to change, was to make up for what he owed to Sulu over the years. Instead of the line, "I crossed over and became a great emperor. You deserve it," to take care of a paralyzed mom and dad and a milquetoast sister. This was unfair to Sulu. There is no release for that aggravation in the heart. Therefore, Xu Pingan hoped, on the contrary, that his sister hated herself, and took all the blame for the, "put it all on yourself." Only then did Xu Pingan feel better in his heart. Xu Xin that aggression will also have a pouring object. Besides, how long can your own sister be very yourself? Xu Pingan had plenty of longevity to wait for his sister to finish venting her anger and then forgive herself. Of course the misunderstandings that arose afterward were beyond Xu Pingan's ability to dominate. All he could do, and wanted to do, was not hide it from his sister. Yes, Xu Pingan opened his mouth to reply. Although mom and dad are the safest in the world when they are asleep beside themselves, but what Xu Pingan looked at was a piece of his sister's heart. As for the whole mom and dad safety thing, as long as he's on Earth, no one can hurt them, no matter where they are. You're coming with me to the base too. Sulu spoke again, his face still expressionless. A hint of a smile appeared on Xu Pingan's face. Good. Apparently Xu Hsan could say that. Still think of yourself as family, but there's no such thing as a free lunch. Xu Xian suddenly said in a cold voice. I'll take you in, and you'll be responsible for taking care of Sulu. Xu Pingan was slightly stunned, and then he cried and laughed a little. I don't know who I learned this deadpan character from. And, it's not over. You're an evolutionary now, aren't you? Xu Xian spoke again. If you're going to ask that, you're right. Xu Pingan thought for a moment and returned. Although he is a great emperor, but he's also an evolutionary. Only that the evolutionary level is higher. Xu Xian continued. What realm are you in? Xu Pingan now said without thinking. Emperor. Emperor? Xu Xian, who had expected to be shocked, could not help but frown. What realm is this? Did you make that up? Forget it, you probably won't understand even if I ask you. When we go to the academy, a teacher will teach you. Anyway, I've also enrolled you in the academy. Since we have to take good care of Sulu, then you yourself must improve yourself properly. Don't think just because you're a college student, you don't have to learn. Live and learn. The teachers at the academy, the best of the evolvers, they'll teach you how to raise your realm, as well as be strong. When the time comes, don't hold me back. Xu Pingan froze. Enrolled yourself in Evolution Academy? You're a great emperor now? Can anyone else teach themselves to practice? He who had wanted to explain. But just then, the system's voice, however, suddenly sounded. Chapter 74 System Quest. Xu Pingan Gifts. King Kong called out to Xu Xian. Detection event occurs. Task opening. The host is invited to join the Academy of Evolution. Those who enter this academy, all of them are the best of the best amongst evolvers from all over the country. But you're different. As the one who was recommended to go in by your sister through the back door, it will be mocked by the others. Please win first place in the Academy's recent grand competition and punch your classmates in the face. This mission is detected to be of high difficulty, and after the host completes the post mission, you can get a treasure chest of the same realm. Do you accept the mission? Accompanied by a system voice. Xu Pingan's face couldn't help but reveal a hint of eccentricity. Go to the academy, take first place, punch a classmate in the face? Are these the things that a great emperor of his own should do? Okay. Xu Pingan helplessly sighed in his heart. This AI is not as stable as AI system, retarded as ever. Of course, this mission, however, also caused Xu Pingan to be a bit surprised. Surprisingly, they will also send a treasure chest that matches their realm. The last time it was opened it was a wisp of immortal energy. What about this one? Xu Pingan's eyes flickered slightly. It was then decided to accept this one. Moreover, with every mission completed, the coordinates behind the system became clearer and clearer. For finding out who was behind it, Xu Pingan wouldn't refuse the task. This is for you, and this is Su Li's. Don't take it in one gulp. Divide it into 7 days and give it to her slowly. At that moment, Xu Xian's voice sounded once again, only to see her take out 2 bottles of sealed test tubes, in which there is a flow of liquid emitting a reddish light. The purity of the light was as bright as a ruby. These are the exotic fruits. Springs, and other evolved things that the country has picked from the famous mountains, extracted from the essence. It will help you raise your realm. Xu Pingan looked at the 2 bottles of liquid and was also unsure whether he should take them or not, because, nowadays, both himself and Su Lu already don't need this thing at all. In the end, though, he put it away anyway. A gift from his own sister is not expensive, but it means a lot. Just, this thought within his heart, if Su Xin heard it, he would probably be so angry that he would draw his sword and slash someone. This kind of potion that can help people evolve is an extremely rare treasure for the country. It was only because she had done a lot of work for the country that she was given a few bottles. Don't underestimate this stuff. Just 1 bottle of it is enough to sell for a fortune. You're still disgusted? By the way, I have something for you too. Su Ping casually took out a short sword from his pocket, and handed it to Su Xin. Where did this come from? Su Xian's eyes couldn't help but tremble slightly as he looked at the short sword, as the one who obtained the inheritance of Xu Shan. With a natural glance, he sensed that the short sword seemed somewhat extraordinary. Just, the sword is also a little too small. It was hard for her to see through. Killed a big black snake. He dropped it. It wasn't that Xu Pingan didn't want to give other gifts. Rather, the scarcest thing in its storage world was weapons. And this Tian Songyun sword was naturally something that Xu Pingan had intentionally left behind after he had killed the Orochi. Actually, this Tian Songyun Mi isn't that bad. The texture isn't as good as the halberd, but it's absorbed the life essence of the Orochi. It was only birthed. Whether you bring it to use, it was still a good choice in terms of feeding it to Su Xian's sword tire that could evolve. It also suited Su Xian just fine, or else he wouldn't have deliberately stayed. Big snake? Su Xian took that small sword, and held it in her hand, while then glancing at Xu Pingan. Some foxes opened their mouths. This little sword doesn't look like it came out of a big snake's body, either? That's right. It was also true that the Yamanano Orochi was just a bigger snake in Xu Pingan's opinion. It doesn't even come with a name. A little snake is a little snake. Talk about a big snake. Su Xin sniffed, but she couldn't help but roll her eyes. She thought it was because Xu Pingan, as he did when he was a child, liked to exaggerate and tease himself. Only, as childish as it is, but at least there is sincerity. And this little sword gave her a feeling that it was worth exploring. Therefore, he also received this intention of his. However, she still said with an icy face, "I'll take this sword." Having said that, just put the sword closer to his pants pocket. Seeing this, Xu Pingan reminded, "You'd better not follow my example. This sword is too sharp. It's easy to cut yourself. Are you looking down on a sword cultivator?" Su Xin, who had heard the words, couldn't help but reveal a look of a professional being questioned in an odd way. Xu Pingan thought about it, and it was also his own concern. A Shushan sword sectaire. You can't even see the specialness of the Tensho Yunmei, can you? Even if you don't see it, it's not like you can't handle it, right? As for Su Xin, she just felt very special about this small sword. But definitely not to the point of valuing it. It was just taken as a little token of Xu Pingan's appreciation. The two just, by default, didn't communicate too much on it. Pack it up. A special plane will be here soon. I'm taking you to the base. Su Xin came back this time, apparently having long made plans to take all of his family with him. Xu Pingan had nothing to clean up to. Su Lu, however, hurriedly hugged a snow-white cat and arrived in front of his sister. "Sister, can I take the little white kitty with me?" Little White is naturally the new name of the Tiger King of Changbai Mountain. White. Su Xian glanced at the white cat and couldn't help but stare at it with a huge glare. "You call it a cat? Right. Look how obedient it is." As Su Lu spoke, he said to Xiao Bai, "Come sit down." The Tiger King of Changbai Mountain immediately sat down without saying a word. Su Xian froze at once. Nice guy. Su Lu was young and probably didn't see it. But how could Su Xian not see it? It's a tiger. Where did you come from? Su Xian opened his mouth in some surprise. And she could tell that the tiger was clearly different. The blood aura on his body was fully exuberant. If not the size of a cat, this is simply a powerful Tiger King. My brother gave it to me. Su Lu looked toward Xu Pingan. After saving her life, she followed me, and it just so happened that my sister liked it, so I gave it to her. Xu Pingan naturally told the truth. After this Tiger King of Taibai Mountain saved her, all this time, just dying to follow his sister around, Su Lu had a joyful time. Xu Pingan naturally did not drive him away. Su Xian couldn't help but stare blankly at the other party. That little sword from before, and this Tiger King cub. It's all small stuff, though, but they are real treasures. That's all you got? You're too lucky, aren't you? Of course, what made Su Xian feel that he was rare and valuable was that these things did not keep them for themselves. At least, in this moment, Xu Pingan didn't seem to be so detestable in her heart. Xu Xian was very sure, bring it on. This kind of tiger king cub is a rare treasure. If this is raised to recognize its owner, that would be a big help. So naturally it's impossible not to bring it. Thank you, sister. Sula instantly hugged Little White and went around happily. Next, the group also began to pack up their things. But, just as the group, after packing up, was ready to leave on a special plane, Xu Xian's phone suddenly rang. After the connection, a fiery voice, all of a sudden, rang out. That bastard, King Kong, finally showed his head today in order to attack the famous mountain. And he was even interviewed on the spot, saying that if you dare to come, he'll break all your swords. How? Should we go and mess with him to avenge our original revenge on Shushan? Chapter 75, Sword Immortal? It's the Sword Immortal I'm killing today. The fiery voice on the other end of the line. Xu Xian didn't even have to look at the teleprompter. All know it's Vulcan. King Kong, the shrunken head turtle, has finally come out. Xu Xian's eyes, at once, flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. When he was in Shushan, that King Kong had subjected himself to disgrace. It was what gave her the motivation to practice today. The purpose is also to seek revenge on them. Only, ever since he had come out of the gate and defeated Blood Frenzy and chopped off one of his arms, it was as if Exile and Vajra were deliberately avoiding themselves. He couldn't even find the opportunity to take revenge if he wanted to. Now King Kong has taken the initiative to venture out. In Xu Xian's opinion, this was naturally a heavenly opportunity. Go kill him. The Vulcan burst into a hideous smile. Just waiting for your words. If he had he had a trace of true Phoenix bloodline in his body, he would have really died in Mount Shu that time. The hatred for Vajra was in no way weaker than Xu Xian, but just then, this Vajra had been hiding and not coming out before. At this time, it suddenly popped up on behalf of the Bodhi gene. Maybe there's a trick, and there are so many people on the other side. It's too dangerous for you two to go over there. Zhao Lei's voice, too, appeared within the phone. Apparently, he and Vulcan were staying together. What then? Are we going to miss this opportunity? This King Kong has obviously been hiding. This time it is rare to show his head. If he misses it, I don't know when it will be. Naturally, it's impossible to let them get away with it. I guess the other party has gained nothing more than some kind of chance, or perhaps colluded with an extraterrestrial race. However, nowadays our country is not a vegetarian. There are also extraterrestrial races that cooperate with us. I've notified the state. They'll send experts from above with us. At the same time there will be an extraterrestrial race coming over to work with us. The other party has seen a lot of things, so it's naturally better than us rushing in. Zhao Lei's answer clearly made both Xu Xian and the Vulcan accept it. The two immediately said that they would go to King Kong now, but before striking out, surely they would wait for that country to send support along with them. After hanging up, Xu Xian then looked towards Xu Pingan and Su Lu. A special chance to get you there. I have something to do, so I won't accompany you to the base for now. Su Lu immediately hastened to say, Sister, where are you going? Xu Xian glanced at her sister. Sister has something to go and get busy. I'll see you when I turn around. Immediately afterward, he looked at Xu Pingan again. Protect her. Having said that, then he decisively arranged for another special plane to be set up and headed for the other end. Seeing this, Xu Pingan naturally did not stop him. Who didn't have a few enemies when they were young? When you meet an enemy, you are not quick to kill him. That's still young. As for, Xu Xian will be in danger or something like that. Xu Pingan wasn't worried at all either. Not to mention, Xu Xian had his own backhand on him, himself above the earth. There would be no one who could kill his own sister before his eyes. Moreover, this kind of exercise was still good for Xu Xian instead. Above MT. It's hilarious at this point. The reason for this, it is one of the several major forces known to the world today. The Bodhi gene that has finally captured this famous mountain. And to show off its strength, surprisingly, a press conference was held, and the representative of the Bodhi gene, King Kong, also stood in front of the reporters. Mr. King Kong, how difficult do you think it will be to take down MT? Son? The reporter couldn't resist and went up to ask a question. Light and easy. Next, we look beyond just MT, but it's a famous mountain in the whole country. We Bodhi genes are going to take it all. King Kong opened his mouth with great confidence. It drew a few gasps from the media. Such statements. It's not just other businesses that are offended. There's a country behind it. After all, the rights to these famous mountains are nominally in the hands of the state. But then, a reporter opened his mouth with a tricky question. Mr. Vajra, rumor has it that the recently famous sword fairy has a grudge against you. Aren't you afraid that you will seek revenge if you attack the lower famous mountain in such a high profile today? King Kong, who had heard the words, couldn't help but touch his bald head and and then opened his mouth with a heated smile to the camera. Sword Fairy? It's just a milquetoast waif. Really think I'm afraid of it? The reporter couldn't help but ask again. But even one of the 5 masters at the time, Blood Frenzy, was defeated by him. Aren't you, who are also one of the top 5 masters, not worried? At that moment, Vajra burst out laughing. Ha ha, you could have just turned on the live stream and told that girl doll. I'll be waiting for her today at MT. What bull ****** Sword Fairy. The one I want to kill is the Sword Fairy. The moment, King Kong's domineering declaration directly shocked the reporters present. This King Kong looked like he was determined to go to war with the Sword Fairy. And, what does the Sword Fairy stand for behind the scenes? It's also the country. This is ironclad. Going to war with the state? The behavior of the Bodhi genes, and the media present at these, all while contemplating whether or not to broadcast this treacherous content. Suddenly, in the sky, a sword light, and a firelight fell at the same time. And in the meantime, a large contingent of uniformed soldiers also came down the hill, confronted the Bodhi genes men. Vajra, you Bodhi genes have such big guts. When is it your turn to control the world's famous mountains? After the fire light dissipated, the voice of the fire god was the first to ring out. Vajra, I will decapitate you. Immediately after that, Su Xian's voice that carried an icy killing intent followed closely behind. Oh, is that all that's coming? Vajra, who had seen this scene, was clearly a little disgruntled. It takes that many people to kill you? A large amount of flames burst out from the fire god's entire body. Ha! Seeing this, Jean Gang immediately sneered. That's enough too. As long as I kill you too. Those forces in the 9 states, there won't be anyone who dares to go against us. It was only seen between the fall of its words. Underneath the mountains all over his body, he was suddenly transformed into a golden color. The whole man, moreover, was as if he had become a bronze statue. And in the sunlight, surprisingly, it refracted a weird metallic luster. Buddhist sect, Bronze Man Lohan method. Just then, behind Su Xian, from the official crowd of Kyushu, a strange man born with 4 eyes, opened his mouth to tell of the oddity in Vajra. And this man, the extraterrestrial race that has also officially gained cooperation with Kyushu, they embarked on the path of evolution. It has been years, for all kinds of secret methods. Naturally, they were also involved. They love peace and don't like war. So this time they are cooperating with Kyushu because they want a win-win situation. Whatever happened to the copper law? Watch me burn him into iron. Without saying a word, the Vulcan immediately rushed towards Vajra with his entire body at once. Terrifying flames directly transformed into a fire phoenix from within his body, directly attacking Vajra. Su Xian naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Turning his wrist, a long sword, suddenly fell into his hands, and then the human sword turned into a shocking. Then he chopped towards Vajra. Just then, stronger people have also emerged from the Bodhi gene. It stopped in front of Su Xian. Today, you will die. Chapter 76, The Bodhi Gene Conspiracy. All the people from the 9 states are going to die. Damn you all. The sword tire Su Xian had obtained from Shushan Mountain in his hand suddenly glowed brightly. Merely lifting the sword in chopping, a terrifying sword chi was directly coming out through the body of the sword. And that strong person from the Bodhi gene immediately put up a set of stances. The heart and the mind are in harmony. The mind and the chi are in harmony. And the chi and the force are in harmony. Just as he danced, an invisible chi was cast out from within his body. And then surprisingly, in the turn of an instant, it dissolved Su Xian's sword chi. Ancient martial arts? Xingyiquan? Su Xian instantly recognized the opponent's moves. Not bad. I am the Grandmaster of Xingyiquan. Yuan Wei. The strongest of the Bodhi gene's eyes revealed a hint of arrogance. After the recovery of the aura, not only the ancient inheritance, ancient martial arts have changed dramatically. Some ancient martial arts masters who were originally faked, in the present day is also practiced in advance of the legendary inner strength of the. In one fell swoop, they changed the misconceptions others had about them. Among them, the most famous, will be the network of horse masters, famous for being faked, but with the recovery of the aura, Tai Chi has undergone a qualitative change in him. With a hand of lightning 5 consecutive whips, he defeated an unknown number of masters who practiced combat. The signature moves of catching, transforming, and sending are even more remarkable, and there are videos of them right here on the internet. These moves could actually battle the Beast King. In my opinion, those who practice ancient martial arts are a bunch of masters of high moral character. In this day and age, not only do you not serve your country in order to save the people, how dare you go and join a plutocrat like Bodhi Gene? Su Xian showed a hint of annoyance. Yuan Wei, a master of Xingyi, couldn't help but ask rhetorically, now that heaven and earth have changed drastically, Our ancient martial arts finally have a day of reckoning. Naturally we must be superior. Do I have to be of high moral character too? For the group that faked us out in the first place? Su Xin tried to persuade. Not everyone faked you guys. Most of the people of Kyushu. It's all about believing in the ancient martial arts. Ha! What's the use of believing? Where were they when they webstormed us? As Yuan Wei spoke, he had already thrown another punch. At this moment, the light around him was dazzling, and his fist prints looked like a big golden sun, with a grandiose aura. It blasted toward Su Xin. Are they perhaps elderly? Children who don't know how to use the internet? Su Xin faced his opponent's attack. His wrists danced and his body was like a swimming dragon. Dissolved the fist seal directly with sword chi. Apparently, she hadn't given up on persuading this master. There's no need to turn me. Since I promised Bodhi Jean to snipe you here, I won't go back on my word. Yuan Wei laughed coldly while wheeling both fists to blast his opponent. Boom! Like the sky crashing into the earth. His two fists were like 2 rounds of flood bells exploding, and his whole body was dazzling with golden light. The beams of light were intertwined, and the aura was terrifyingly extraordinary. It's me who overestimated you. I thought you were a master of ancient martial arts, but it seems that being faked is just a self-inflicted sin. A man of honor. Not only did the other party not listen to advice, but they also kept applying killing moves. Su Xin naturally wasn't holding back. The long sword in his hand, directly chopped out, a terrifying sword chi, immediately streaked across the sky. It was so bright that the void was distorted and intertwined by the sword chi. The attacks between the two collided at once. Boom! At the point of the exchange of blows, the surrounding mountains were crumbling, and flying sand and rocks were splashing around the domain. Those media who were in the neighborhood earlier in the day fled in a hurry. It's horrible. Is this the most powerful group of people fighting right now? Their strength, surprisingly, had reached this point. These people couldn't help but marvel, while the speed of their feet increased, for there were already quite a few of his companions, who had fallen to the ground amidst the aftermath. Nowadays, except for the inside of a few bases, there's no law at all outside. If you die, you die. Not even a body collector. Boom! The result of the attack on the field was also finally appearing. The master of Xingyiquan was wounded by the sword energy. The whole person was dripping blood, especially on his fists, which were densely covered with sword wounds, and his fingers were even broken 3 times. You didn't think that by turning you, I was outmatched, did you? Su Xin, on the other hand, stood unharmed on the field, her gaze cold as she looked at her opponent. You seek death. Yuan Wei was simply infuriated at the moment. Ever since Xingyi Quan had given him the power of transcendental evolution, it was the first time he had suffered such a heavy defeat. At this moment, his speed was extremely fast. The fist prints were even more stormy, attacking towards Su Xin, completely in a desperate stance. Obsessed. Then go to hell. Su Xin was no indecisive person, since the other side is not quite persuasive. Of course, one wouldn't be able to keep one's hands to oneself. The tire of the sword in his hand immediately emitted a light tremor, and then it even directly rushed up into the sky by itself, and then it transformed into a shocking beam of light that was as fast as it could be, killing towards Yuan Wei. Whoosh! In the next moment, the sword light directly penetrated the fist mark. What's more, it blew a big hole directly into Yuan Wei's abdomen. The sword's might did not diminish, and it even cut off a layer of the mountain directly behind it. The moment, those media who were hiding in the distance couldn't help but boil at the sight. The might of the sword fairy. I'm sure it's not blown out of proportion. After only a few exchanges, he had cut down the ancient martial grandmaster. No wonder the original blood frenzy had his arm chopped off. I'm afraid that all this strength is already going to surpass the 5 great masters. Only, just as Su Xin had just defeated Yuan Wei. Ah, another battlefield. There was a scream. It's Vulcan. Only his torso was seen flying out backwards, knocking a large crater out of the mountain, and then it was coughing up blood. What happened? Vulcan lost? Su Xin was a bit surprised. This Vulcan's strength was something she knew best. Although, he had been defeated by Vajra's sneak attack earlier, but now he had not only awakened the power of the true phoenix, he had even obtained a strand of the legendary Samadhi true flame, the might of its flames, that even he himself did not dare to dip into it easily. Now it's time to take on King Kong again. And it's not like he's being sneak attacked. It was simply impossible to be undefeated. Even if he was undefeated, he was not so quickly defeated. Damn, there's something on you that can block my flames. The fire god covered his heart and kept spitting out blood, and he couldn't help but curse. Ha ha, a dying man doesn't need to know that much. The bronze man that Jin Gang had transformed into at the moment, holding a strange stone in his hand, looked at the fire god and the eyes were filled with killing intent. and then, his already enormous size, like a giant mountain handle, smashed towards the fire god. It's that stone. That's the fire essence stone of the Golden Crow clan. Just then, which of the four-eyed extraterrestrial clansmen from Kyushu? A voice came out and said, this stone is generally a stone next to the nest of the Golden Crow clan, which has undergone the scorching of the Golden Crow flames in order to form a fire crystal stone. Those who hold this stone, it can reduce the damage from the many flames. It's just that this stone is only found in the Golden Crow clan's ancestral star. After leaving, it will soon lose its effect. How did he acquire it on Earth? That's not the point at the moment. You mean the Vulcan is completely overpowered by him? At this moment, Zhao Lei directly knocked the Bodhi Gene person who came charging at him off the ground, eyes staring intently at the Vulcan's battlefield. No wonder Vajra dared to call out so blatantly. Sure enough, it came prepared. Humph. So what if it can block the flames? It can't stop my sword. Just then, a sword light turned into a residual shadow and directly attacked Vajra. King Kong saw it. A cold smile appeared on his face, and then he directed his attack straight at Xu Xin. You think I'm not prepared to deal with you? Today, all of you from the 9 states will die. Chapter 77, Xu Xin danger? The Tian Song Yun sword reappears. Boom! The sword light intertwined, and the terrifyingly sharp aura cut the copper body on Vajra's body, cutting it sharp. Some of the joints are vulnerable. Even more so, a trail of blood seeped out. Is that what you said? To kill us? Xu Xian was on the verge of severing Vajra's sword-impenetrable bronze body with a single strike, showing disdain for Vajra's previous outburst. It seems that Blood Frenzy's defeat at your hands was not unjust. Jin Guan was not at all concerned about the injuries on his body, and he laughed instead of being angry. However, you think I'd make the same mistake with him? As far as I'm concerned, there's no difference between you and him. Xu Xian held the sword tire in his hand, his expression cold to the extreme. That sword just now was just a test. Next, take your life. Between the fall of the words, the sword tire in his hand blossomed with an infinite amount of sword light. She was seen tossing it gently. The sword tire transformed into countless small swords, like a rain of swords, all pointing at Vajra. It's the sword fairy's sword royalty. This is really handsome. It seems that the previous formal fist patriarchs didn't work, and none of them made the sword fairy. Come out with something real. This sword royalty technique is a killing move. Whenever the sword fairy used this move before, can it be used indiscriminately when you basically have to kill the opponent for sure? At the moment, the media, who were following these from afar, were in awe of couldn't help but talk about it all. But, also as they say, this sword royal art was currently Xu Xian's killing move. It wasn't that the spell was so profound. Rather, with her current realm, her spiritual power was limited, and most of the secret techniques in the inheritance that it can't be cast at all. Go! With a tap of the finger, that dense rain of swords, all at once in unison. At this moment space was trembling. It was as if it was going to be cut by this sword energy. Such immortal-like means. With the current earth powerhouses, it was also true that there were not many people who could stop it. But just then, instead, Vajra suddenly took out a robe and draped it over himself. Shasta! An ancient chanting sound continued to ring out. Above the robe, golden light flourished, and densely packed runes like tadpoles that keep swimming out, that raining swords in the sky before coming to this golden light. It was instantly dissolved by rune culture. And then, Vajra even took the initiative to throw a punch without saying a word. Cloaked in his robe directly toward the sword tire in the sword rain, a huge fist seal directly blasted out. With the golden light of the robe, it directly blasted the sharp and unstoppable sword tire, directly flying out. What? Xu Xian froze at once. Not to mention that the sword art just now was sharp as attack. Just the light of his own tire of a sword. But it was sharp as attack. And the earth is now. It has never yet appeared to be something that should resist sharpening. And that Vajra actually knocked it away with his bare hands. This was clearly beyond her expectations. Do you really think that I would let you guys come over to attack and kill me for no reason? A scowl appeared on Jin Gang's face. Waiting for you to come to your door to die. Just see it without saying a word. Directly like a huge mountain. He attacked towards Xu Xian and blasted out with a palm. Great power. It just made the air create a sonic boom. The terrifying air wave wrapped in strength, lifting Xu Xian directly off the ground, along with the mountain under his feet. At this point, Vulcan finally slowed down. A fire dragon, gushing out from his body, surged directly towards Vajra. Why don't you believe me? Really think you're invincible with that flame of yours? The stone of fire essence of the Golden Crow clan in Jin Gang's hand violently exploded with a haze of light. That fire dragon was instantly swallowed up in front of this haze. King Kong rides the wave. A direct kick. The tremendous force directly caused the fire god to be sent flying out once again. That's a quick reversal, isn't it? How is this Vajra so strong? The fire god and the sword fairy aren't even his match anymore? It's finished. Looks like something is really going to happen to the people from Kyushu today. Even the media, hiding and watching from afar, noticed something was wrong. Buddhist immovable king's robe, able to withstand all sharp means of attack. This refining technique is a method that only those old vultures among the 10,000 races know. And this robe, every once in a while, needs to be blessed by the Buddha. Earth shouldn't have it, even if it could be found. It's impossible to give enchantments. At this time, that four-eyed extraterrestrial also spoke again, only in his eyes. Full of gravity. So what's going on here? Zhao Lei watched as both Vulcan and Su Xian were sent flying. And if from time to time he was worried that his strength wouldn't be able to, going up was just adding to the chaos. And they all hated to kill Vajra immediately. It's not right. Something's not right. That golden crow plans crystal of fire. And this immovable king's robe. Neither of them is something that should be found on Earth. And, nor is it something that can be sent to Earth. Earth's field, in addition to stopping life, will stop any overly powerful magic potions. The four-eyed alien race muttered and spoke, then clenched their teeth and spoke directly. Withdraw. Can't stay here anymore. There's something odd about this Bodhi gene. Obviously, he anticipated a possibility. However, this is not the time to explain. Withdraw? You think you can just come and go? King Kong suddenly let loose with a loud laugh. Just see under the mountains in this area. Suddenly a rune lit up, and they strung together. It shrouded the entire hill. An invisible barrier instantly trapped everyone in the 9 states. This is the time to set up the field. The Four Eyes clan members all couldn't help but show their horror. If this domain didn't appear, even he didn't notice anything strange. I told you, you will die today. A hint of madness appeared on King Kong's face. At that moment, Su Xian killed again. That blow just now wasn't enough to kill her. The two of them exchanged blows at once. The sword chi that filled the sky kept rushing out. However, the Buddha's light on that robe was making it difficult for the sword chi, at all, to penetrate. You hold him off. I'll crack this domain. The 4 groups of outsiders shouted at Su Xian, and immediately the Four Eyes released a divine light that started studying the field, trying to find a way to break it. Without that sword of yours, you think you can slow me down? Jin Gang couldn't help but laugh theatrically as he looked at Su Xian, who was attacking again. And you think you can beat me without those 2 things in your hand? Su Xian returned with a colorful snort. You haven't read it yet. Jin Gang, however, suddenly sneered. Without these 2 treasures, I'll have other magic treasures to kill you. We, the Bodhi gene, have true immortals descending. The disappearance of your Kyushu kingdom is a foregone conclusion. It seems we guessed correctly. You really defected to the 10,000 tribes outside the domain to get the treasures, didn't you? As Su Xian spoke, the tire of the sword in his hand struck out here. What is defection? We just made the right choice. Jin Gang directly shook it with his physical body, and directly grasped Su Xian's sword tire in his hands. And then, with his sword, he threw it straight out. The sword obtained in Shushan is good though, but it's a pity that it's just a sword tire. It can't hurt me at all. Su Xian's body immediately smashed on top of the barrier of the field. A mouthful of blood even spurted out. King Kong, at this point, was directly taking advantage of your illness. Flying in here, with a huge body, he leapt up and smashed towards Su Xian. If this blow materializes, I'm afraid I'm going to be smashed out of my mind if I don't die. Su Xian wanted to escape, but that blow just now had caused his internal organs to be on the verge of being displaced. Couldn't move at all. Just when she was all set to take the blow hard. I don't know. The small sword inside her pocket fell out at some point. Even more so, it was stained with the blood she had spit out from her injuries. The moment the small sword rose against the wind, it transformed into that body, Tian Tsong Yun sword. Unconsciously, he was already standing at the place where Vajra fell. Chapter 78 Invincible. If you cross the border, a strand of hair can cut down a saint. Boom! Only to see Vajra's huge body. It was as if it was smashing towards Su Xian with the momentum of a Tarzan crushing the top of the mountain. Even more, the palms of the feet were used as the landing point, and the momentum of 1,000 pounds was transformed into one place. Maximize the kill. Obviously, this King Kong is just running for a sure kill. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Zhao Lei and the Vulcan both sensed the seconds in a hurry, and as the people rushed towards Su Xian, it was also shouting constantly. Only, both were top-tier powerhouses. The attack was but a blink of an eye. Vajra's attack had already arrived in front of Su Xian. Die! Accompanied by a roar from Vajra, the Buddhist light of the robe on his body flourished and the sound of ancient chanting was even heard faintly. just when the crowd thought that this strike would be enough to completely finish Xu Pingan off. Suddenly, a miserable growl suddenly came out, and the voice of the one who made it. Surprisingly, it's still King Kong. Seeing that Vajra was struck by lightning, he jumped back. Both hands were even covering one of his feet as he kept growling in pain. Not only that, large swathes of blood kept falling from him. My feet, there's something on you. After King Kong landed, he sat directly on his butt and cupped his hands on his paws and kept roaring. The moment, those present were dumbfounded. King Kong, who was supposed to decide the game, was injured instead? Sure, it wasn't just the others who were dumbfounded. Even Xu Pingan herself froze. You know, she was prepared to fight hard against that just now, but I didn't expect it. Not only did he not get hurt a bit, instead, that Vajra escaped with blood dripping from himself. But, soon, she realized something was wrong. On his own body, at some point, there was an inexplicable longsword floating. Above the longsword, light flowed, and the sharpness seemed to be innate. It was stained with a patch of blood. Only, as it continued to disappear, it was as if it was swallowed up by the sword. A few moments after the blood disappeared, Xu Pingan unexpectedly had a sense of being in tune with the sword, and that feeling, it was recorded in the handwritten notes of the predecessors of the Shushan inheritance. This is the recognition of a famous sword that possesses spirituality. This sword, when did it follow me around? Xu Pingan was instantly a bit odd, even though she had obtained the inheritance of Mount Shu, but the sword that was brought out, there was only one. Moreover, that is only a sword tire, not even completely formed. Whether it is powerful, still the spirituality was also completely inferior to the sword in front of him, and so on. Xu Pingan suddenly realized something. She hastily felt her pockets. Sure enough, the miniature small sword that Xu Pingan had given himself was gone. Immediately afterward, her gaze deadened to the sword. Is this the sword he gave me? Xu Pingan finally came to a realization. No wonder, this sword has appeared around. It turned out to be the one given by Pingan Su. Why is this sword completely different from before? The power on this sword was simply incomparable to before. Moreover, an appalling aura emanated from it. It was as if it was an overwhelmingly ferocious beast from the distant past. How did he get such a powerful sword? Xu Pingan couldn't help but be frozen in shock by this sword. A sword of this caliber. Even Shushan is rare. Not to mention the fact that the entire mountain can't find such a sword in the now deserted Mount Shushan. If not, King Kong wouldn't be arrogant enough for this time. Luck. Must be luck. This guy's luck. It's pretty good. Xu Pingan couldn't help but hang a good luck tag on Xu Pingan. And this at the same time. Xu Pingan had also finally arrived at the so-called Kyushu base. Next moment, he couldn't help but rub his nose. This little broken sword. It's quite sensible. It even knows to recognize its owner. Though this little broken sword isn't very good, but will be something that was brewed from the heart and soul of the mythical Yagyu Orochi. That immovable king's robe is merely impregnated with a bit of the scriptural aura of the immovable king's seal. It's also ridiculous to try to block all sharp objects. Xu Pingan muttered and shook his head. Then his mind returned to the present, taking Sula towards his new home. And in the meantime, impossible. I have the immovable king's robe protecting me. How could you possibly stab me? Jin Gang protected his robe to the death, and his eyes were filled with unbelief. Even the fire god in Zhaolei looked at Xu Pingan with eyes full of doubt. What? You only allow your surcoat to withstand my attacks, and you don't allow my sword to pierce through your surcoat? Xu Pingan also stood up again. Only that this time what was in his hand was the Tian Songyan sword that Xu Pingan had given him. What a sharp sword! Which famous master crafted this sword? How come I've never seen it before? At that moment, the Four-Eyed Clan also drew their mouths to look at the battlefield and, immediately, he was shocked by the sword Xu Pingan was holding. I was merely, by a fluke, injured by you. But that doesn't change the situation where you will surely die. King Kong took out a potion to stop the bleeding, and was about to strike again right away. This time, he learned his lesson, directly wrapping the Lord's own two fists in the surplice, and then slamming out with a terrifying force that, it makes the air twist, talking about killing me, but not once doing it, only incompetent barking. Xu Pingan touched the Tian Songyun sword, and immediately gained confidence, and the original sword tire, also under the control of the idea of flying through the air. This was the terror of a sword cultivator. Attacking and attacking means that we're endless. Kill. The two swords rushed towards Vajra at once. Boom! With the impact of the energy, the sound of a big explosion was heard. Xu Pingan directly traversed the area of the energy explosion, holding the Tian Songyun sword, chopping towards Vajra with a swift momentum. The speed of this sword was nearly as fast as a ray of light. Seeing this, King Kong hastily raised his arm protected by his surplice to harden it. Snort! With a ripping sound, King Kong was instantly dumbfounded, only to see that the uncuttable immovable Ming Wang surplice was directly chopped apart by the heaven from the cloud sword. At once, the Buddha's light leaked out and the scriptures shattered. The sword tire in the air, too, took advantage of the opportunity and instantly dropped down, directly severing one of Vajra's arms. Ah! Jin Gang instantly let out a squeal that was like killing a pig, and his entire body kept fleeing. The moment the two exchanged blows was too fast, so fast that even King Kong didn't react. One is already defeated. Not only had he underestimated the power of the Tian Song sword, he had also underestimated Su Xian's strength. Didn't you want to kill me? How come you ran away? Su Xian couldn't help but reveal a cold smile, and then even more so, he raised his sword and chased after him. Want to solve this hidden problem once and for all? Ah! Fairy Lu Qing, save me. I have followed your request and, bringing the people from the Kyushu kingdom, please make a quick move and completely disarm and kill them. Just then, Vajra directly fell to his knees as if he was asking for help from someone again. Ha! You know you're scared at this time? I tell you, no one in this world can save you. Su Xian immediately raised his sword and was about to decapitate Vajra. But, just then, a ripple inexplicably appeared in the sky, and then I saw a woman dressed in green, coming out of it, carrying a green lamp in her hand. Arriving in front of Su Xian, he opened his mouth coldly and proudly. However, a single native. What a big mouth. Chapter 79, the 10,000 races outside of the domain are also different. The battlefield of the 10,000 races. The woman was carrying a green lamp, with curling smoke emanating from her body, as from the 9 heavens above. A fairy who has just descended from the mortal world is generally very dusty. Only, at this moment, her face was filled with contempt. Fairy Lu Qing. It's her, the strongest young expert in the 9 states country. It's her, as long as we kill her, Kyushu is not to be feared. Jin Gang pressed his arm, which was directly broken, and looked at Su Xian in annoyance. You disappoint me so much. I've given you the Golden Crow Clan's crystals of fire, the immovable king's robe. I can't believe I can't fight a native. Lu Qing, however, glared back at Vajra. If it wasn't for the fact that you guys found that ancient path, the Holy Lord will never cooperate with you. King Kong instantly had a bit of a pout on his face. However, it was also extremely hard to cover it up. Because of this, we chose to defect to the Holy Lord. Don't worry, our heartfelt devotion to the Holy Lord is absolutely unmatched. Lu Qing, who heard the words, couldn't help but snort coldly. That's just it. What the Holy Lord needs. It's also just a pawn that can help it descend on this planet. It doesn't matter if you are strong or not. After she finished speaking, her gaze, unable to help but look at Su Xian once again. Indigenous, though you have a big mouth, but your swordsmanship is really good. It makes me love my talent. I can take you as a servant instead of our Holy Lord. How about that? Lu Qing's toes looked towards the other party, his eyes filled with indifference. Ha! Su Xian couldn't help but sneer. When did the extraterrestrial race that secretly descended to Earth? How dare you be so arrogant anymore? You don't think that we haven't killed any extraterrestrial races, do you? The extraterrestrial races you speak of are those who, by lowering their cultivation by their own, the trash who minimized the killing machine of the Earth Stadium domain before sneaking in. Instead of getting angry, Lu Qing smiled. And I'm different. As far as I'm concerned, you're not any different from them. The Tian Song sword in Su Xian's hand suddenly emitted a light tremor, ready to strike at any time. Take a shot. I can allow you to take offense once, to show you how different I am from them, and to make you realize that what do you mean by sitting on the fence? A faint smile appeared on Lu Qing's face. Good then. Another extraterrestrial will be added to the debt under my sword. The other party had been posturing again and again, so Su Xian instantly did not intend to hold back his hand. Directly transforming into a shocking light, he struck out at the other party. But just then, don't make a move. This fellow is not right. She didn't come in here by lowering her cultivation. The four-eyed extraterrestrial, combining his previous guesses, looked like he understood something and hurriedly tried to stop it. Only, by this time it was already too late. Only Lu Qing's body was seen, suddenly blooming with infinite divine light. A power that was beyond this world burst out from within her body. Under this force, Su Xian was instantly suppressed in place. The entire body was trembling, as if it was about to fall to its knees at any moment. That's right, it's a gap in the realm, and across several great realms. It was like a gulf of difference. This power, at this point in time, shouldn't have been on Earth. Know the difference between me and them? Lu Qing looked at Su Xian, who was trembling in place, and his high and mighty demeanor was suddenly unmistakable. How? There's no way Earth's field would let someone like you in. Su Xian almost gritted his teeth as he spoke, finding it hard to believe that there could be such a strong person in the world. It doesn't matter. Lu Qing carried the green lamp as if he were strolling idly, and arrived in front of Su Xian. The important thing is that I'm coming, and there is only one choice before you now. Kneel and become a servant of the Holy Lord, or die. Dream on. Su Xian's character. Not to say that it was 10% like Xu Pingan, but there were at least 8 layers of similarity. Insubordination is something that is engraved in the bones of the Su family. How could she possibly kneel? Oh, then you'll just have to die. Lu Qing didn't feel pity. There were too many geniuses. The love of talent is nothing more than, well, a casual interest. I only saw her eyes cold, her palm gently raised. Between her palms there seemed to be a yin and yang tu chi flow. It then prepared to shoot towards Su Xian. Do something about it. At this moment, Zhao Lei, who was also immobile, hastily, he turned his hopeful gaze to the four-eyed extraterrestrial. The other side is also an extraterrestrial. Saying no points can sell some face. At this moment, the Four Eyes clan, too, froze. Honestly, he descended to earth, but he barely managed to do so after crippling his own realm and suffering serious injuries. But the other party had managed to come with strength, which had clearly exceeded his expectations. What could he do to stop it? But, thinking of your own cooperation with Kyushu, he still spoke stiffly, and at the same time, 4 divine lights shot out from his eyes. He stopped in front of the other party. This fairy, please leave someone under the knife. Lu Qing couldn't help but turn his head and look at this four-eyed clan member. I am from the Four-Eye Star. On the battlefield of the 10,000 races, there are also warriors of my race. Where they are fighting, I wonder if the fairy, could you give face and spare his life? The Four Eyes clan spoke with humility in their tone. However, the words revealed a lot of information. The battlefield of the 10,000 races. It is a place where all the tribes are fighting. The mighty 10,000 races have warriors, who have battles with other races, up there, to show the power of the race. It is also a means of avoiding war. The higher the ranked race on the battlefield of the nations, the less people will mess with it. The fact that the Four Eyes had warriors among them naturally indicated that the status of their community was not low. Wanted the other side to give some face. Only, Four-Eyed Starfield? Ha ha, Lu Qing suddenly laughed. I'm afraid your tribe is still outside of the top 1,000? The Four-Eyed clan member couldn't help but froze. How did you know? For there are only 1,000 of us, the stars of the Greenwood clan. I've never heard of such an unheard of starfield. Lu Qing's eyes showed a hint of disdain. What? You're from the Aoki clan planet? At this moment, the four-eyed clansmen were completely dumbfounded, and then even more so, without saying a word, directly falling to his knees. I have eyes to recognize MT. Tai. We, the Four-Eye Star region, do not wish to offend you. I have taken the liberty of doing so. I, Four-Eye Star region, will be willing to make compensation at that time. What the hell is going on here? Zhao Lei instantly became taut. The extraterrestrials who cooperated with the Kyushu were so uncouth as to kneel in front of each other? If you don't want to die, then all kneel down. At this moment, the Four Eyes clan directly showed their cards. That Greenwood clan star, which is on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. The ranking 102nd in existence. Our Four Eyes Starfield is like a child in front of them. A single word can destroy us. When an existence of this level descends, we can only submit. Zhao Lei froze at once, though he didn't know that the gold content of ranking 102 on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. But looking at the Deadeye clan just kneeling in front of each other, he knew that this time, it might really be the end? Ha! How was it? At this time, Lu Qing naturally heard the Four Eyes clans bragging. His face was filled with a receptive look as he looked at Su Xian. After knowing the reality, isn't it even more desperate? However, I'm in a good mood today and am willing to give you another chance. Get on your knees and lick my shoes clean. Maybe I'll come around and give you a chance to become a slave of the Holy Lord. Su Xian, who had heard the words, couldn't help but show a hint of a smile, and then with madness in his eyes, he said, then I'll give you a chance as well. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I'll spare your sacred lord from death. You seek death. Hearing that the other party even dared to humiliate the Holy Lord, Lu Qing was completely enraged at this moment. The Holy Lord was her goal to follow, and even more so, her scales, and she could not allow anyone to humiliate her. At this moment, she decided not to play around, and the energy in her palm surged and wanted to kill this person who spoke out of turn directly. Terrifying energy fluctuations. It made the space around it collapse. Su Xian's body seemed as if it was going to be directly destroyed under this energy. But, just as Lu Qing's attack was about to whip Su Xian, a hair, it floated out from her body, and then it even suddenly blossomed with an infinite amount of golden light. Chapter 80, Sacred Lamp to a Strand of Hair. Wordlessly, A magnificent, majestic, pale and distant aura invaded out from within the hair. It's like the heavens are tipping over. It was too abrupt and incomparably frightening. Lu Qing instantly kept falling back and, eyes dead on the strands of hair. A powerful pressure almost made her unable to resist kneeling down. How did you get that on you? Lu Qing's eyes finally showed a hint of panic. Sure. The question, even the rightful owner, Su Xin, didn't know at all. When did he have such a horrible to the core hair on his own body? I only saw endless golden light emanating from above that hair. The true dragon, the unicorn, the true phoenix and other ancient divine beast silhouettes were constantly circling around it, accentuating its extraordinary nature. And Su Xin, who was standing in the middle of this, was also wrapped in this energy that, not only was the suppression of Lu Qing's realm dispersed, being covered in injuries, but also recovered in an instant. It's not an exaggeration to say that the whole person was like a newborn. Moreover, Su Xin had a feeling. This hair, at the moment, seemed to be connected to himself with an inexplicable mind. You seem to be able to drive it yourself? Use the hair to escape for miles. It also seems like it could be used for counterattacks. She could feel the unearthly nature of the hair. Her eyes couldn't help but appear to be eager to get rid of Lu Qing. She wanted to completely cut off the trouble and get rid of Lu Qing, instead of choosing to run away. Such a person harbors malice towards Kyushu, and if he is not removed, the consequences will be endless. Moreover, if he could not counterattack, he could use his hair to escape in time. Why? Aren't you going to kill me? Su Xin came next to Hairspray and foxed. Why don't you dare to make a move? Lu Qing's eyes were suddenly cloudy. The aura emitted by that strand of hair was too terrifying. It kept her from striking for a while. Su Xin, on the other hand, said in a murderous manner, "Ha! It seems that you are not heartfelt enough for your family's holy lord. I've humiliated your sacred lord so much, and you still don't dare to do anything to me?" Lu Qing's brows furrowed and his eyes were fierce as he said, "Woman, you're playing with fire." Seeing that the other party didn't even dare to step forward like this, Su Xin couldn't help but open his mouth again, trying to provoke the other party. "It seems that your master has misjudged you, not even daring to uphold your master's dignity. Since you are so useless, tell your master for me. What I just said still stands. Let your sacred lord kneel in front of this seat and kowtow 3 times, and I will spare your sacred lord from death. Otherwise I'm going to whip him into shape." Have to say, the words went down. The kills are great. Then Lu Qing, who was still trying to calm down, finally couldn't help it at all. "Shut up, you aboriginal. How dare you humiliate my sacred lord? Do you really think that a single hair will save you? Today you will die." Only her words fell, directly applying a killing move. The green lamp in his hand immediately rushed out a divine fire, which was actually 1,000 feet high and as thick as a mountain. It was terrifying to the extreme, representing gloom, killing, and death, wanting to mingle Su Xin directly. Is this the strength of the extraterrestrials? Su Xian's expression froze when she saw this scene. Earth has evolved so far, although they have long since left the realm of mortals. But, compared to the extraterrestrial, it's still too big a gap. This terrifying power was enough to destroy a city. Whether it works or not, it's just one more thing. Su Xian's mind connected to the hair. If it can't fight back, it would just have to take the others and hurry to escape first. Soon, the answer came up. Su Xin bet right. The moment the opponent attacked and came to Su Xian's side, the strands of hair seemed as if they were offended. It directly bloomed with infinite golden light, directly transforming into a golden ocean that lunged forward. That flame was extinguished the moment it touched this golden light, and then the waves did not decrease in power and directly surged towards Lu Qing. How? The fire of the divine lantern, but the divine flame that burns out of the body of my clan saint, Greenwood, as firewood. How could it have been extinguished? Lu Qing was dumbfounded. This green lantern was the secret weapon that had escorted her to Earth. It was a saint of their Greenwood clan who used a piece of his own body, together with the fire of the underworld, too, and the lamp of God made. Not only does it renew the lives of those of the same clan, but it also contains a powerful offensive power that, there is even the power of a saint. But now that flame, it just went out so lightly and deliberately. How did that not surprise her? However, she didn't have time to be shocked. The attack from the other party's strand of hair had already struck. Under this golden ocean, she could feel as if she were a piece of floating water. It is in danger of being destroyed at any moment. Old ancestor, protect me. She hastily raised the divine lantern and protected it in front of her. And the next moment, only to see that within the divine lantern, a gigantic silhouette composed of green light immediately stepped out. Its head towers into the sky, its feet seem to step on the 9 abysses, and its body is as tall as a lofty mountain. The moment it appeared, All the greenery around them withered in an instant. The entire divine mountain seemed to have instantly come to a cold winter without snow. Desolation filled the place. 100 flowers kill me when I bloom. It was the shadow that had plundered all the essence of the place to make up for itself. Just for a moment, that figure immediately radiated an incomparably terrifying might. Everything around him seemed to revolve around him. And he is the center of everything in this world. This is the might of a saint. The four-eyed clan members prostrated themselves on the ground, their voices simply unable to hold back the trembling. When a saint is angry, a million dead bodies. It's over. It's over. This woman came in with such a weapon of mass destruction. Four eyes. It's utterly hopeless. Desperation. The most visceral expression on his face. One could only see that sage silhouette, directly stepping out with a single step, like a mountainous body. He suddenly stretched out a destructive kick that, it directly stopped the raging golden waves. Who dares to hurt my people? Although the shadow is not a real person, it obviously has a basic protective power like a hairline. Let Lu Qing be spared from this killing. Damned woman! How dare you make me summon the old ancestor out ahead of time? When Lu Qing saw the old ancestor's silhouette come out, his face was both happy and annoyed. Joy is naturally that he has escaped, and the divine light has once again blessed his safety. And annoyed naturally, the old ancestor appeared. That naturally also means, the wood of the origin within the divine lamp. It must have been heavily consumed. This wood is the original body of the old ancestor, and every additional use is less. Right now, before even searching for the passage that would allow the Holy Lord to descend, he's being consumed by a bunch of molehills. How can he not be annoyed? And at this moment, at the moment of seeing that old ancestor's shadow, Xu Pingan couldn't help but be terrified. Although the golden hair in front of me, which was constantly emanating a dense light, protecting her against all threats from the outside world. However, the view given by that shadow was too shocking, especially with the despair of the four eyes on the sidelines. More so, it made her realize that she seemed to have messed with a terrific existence. Withdraw? Or not? Xu Pingan looked at the strand of hair and hesitated. The origin of this hair was unknown. Right now, she didn't know if she could truly fight against that shadow. In case if he lost, in case there might not even be a hope of escape to say the least. Just, not waiting for her to hesitate. The Lu Qing over there, however, seemed to have gone crazy and opened his mouth again. Woman, you made me burn my old ancestor's body in advance, and no one can be in to protect you. She was seen waving the divine lantern. The old ancestor's silhouette then struck again. A palm probed out as if it was covering the sky, suppressing towards Xu Pingan. Chapter 81 The Holy Lord himself? Kill Lu Qing. The moment the opponent's old ancestor's silhouette directly struck out, and a terrifying energy filled the air. There was even a world evolving between his palms. This is to use this as a means to forcibly suppress a world by a party. Obviously, the other party's attack directly caused Xu Pingan to not even have the time to hesitate. Right now, she could only pray that the strand of hair would be able to withstand the strike that seemed to be destroying the heavens. However, she had obviously underestimated the hair. After sensing the other party's attack, it struck back, once again, only to see an arm made of a shadow suddenly extend out from amongst the hair. That shadowy arm was not big, even only as big as a normal person, and in front of that old man's, it's like a drop in the ocean, but the arm was unafraid. Even if it's just his shadow, you can still see the crystal clearness of that arm, only to see him facing the world in his palm. He simply flicked a finger out. Click. Under one finger, the world in that palm was directly broken into pieces. It turned into piece after piece of broken pieces and disintegrated into the void. The silhouette that came out of the green lamp even stumbled and fell down directly. It was a good thing that the other party was only a shadow, or else this piece of mountain would have been destroyed as a result. What? Lu Qing was once again vocalized in surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. The old ancestor had made a move, and it was surprising that he still suffered a big loss. It was unbelievable to her. Of course, he wasn't the only one who didn't believe it. That four-eyed clan member was also dumbfounded. That's the power of a saint. This kind of existence was a top-tier battle force in the star realm. One person can overthrow many lower civilizations. An existence of this level could even be repelled after appearing on Earth. It's like a pipe dream. How many hidden masters are there on this Earth? The moment, he even had the conflict of returning to his home planet in a hurry. The Earth is too dangerous, totally out of the league of galactic minions like them. And in the meantime, Xu Pingan then was just pleasantly surprised. The hair was simply beyond her expectations. Not only can you fight back when you are attacked, and the strength of the counterattack is so strong that it's just smacking you in the face. There is this strength. What's the point of running? Xu Pingan instantly grew in confidence. At that moment, he directly called out, Hasn't that old ancestor of yours already gone into the coffin? That's all the strength? She can't drive her hair against the enemy, but if the opponent still dares to strike, it will trigger a hair counterattack. Simply put, you can extinguish the other side just by talking out of turn. Xu Pingan naturally wouldn't waste this opportunity. Do you really think that a single strand of hair can stop a saint of my clan? Lu Qing naturally didn't know the mechanism of that hair. Now after hearing Xu Pingan's mockery, at this moment, the anger in his heart was practically spewing out. Excuse me, a saint of your clan? That's what was knocked down by a single strand of hair. Not only was Xu Pingan's attack sharp, but his mouth was also unforgiving. This cold mockery, breaking Lu Qing's defense completely. Sitting on a well and watching the sky, do you think that's the full might of my clan's saints? I just don't want to waste my chances on you, but you seek death again and again. Then it's not my fault. Under the gaze of so many mole crickets, Lu Qing felt self-conscious about his face and finally did not intend to stay his hand, directly and completely madly burning the divine lantern, to destroy that strand of hair, completely. In her heart, she simply didn't accept that a single strand of hair could stop her ancient ancestor. The frantic burning of the divine lantern was also causing that shadow to solidify even more. Only that ancient ancestor of the Greenwood clan let out a roar. Those who stop me, die, only to see him blast out with a palm once again. At once, endless law powers were interwoven, causing the entire world to tremble. The Four Eyes couldn't help but be chilled to the bone with this attack. It seemed to be on the verge of reaching the might of a true saint's strike. An attack of this caliber, if it were to hit even a piece of a living planet, all of them absolutely must be ashes and ashes, and can break everything in the world, as expected by such a heart. After that hair was enveloped in the attack, once again, his counterattack was triggered. This time, the hair turned into a rain of light, and in the rain of light, a man's silhouette, with his back turned to Xu Pingan and the others, appeared in front of that Greenwood clan's old ancestor. The body was still the size of a normal person, and in front of the old ancestor, it was almost like an ant. Just, the might above that shadow was far beyond the other party. Encountered the attack coming from the other side. The white clothes of the figure fluttered, but thousands of rays of light rushed up around him. Connecting to the vault of heaven. Each one of them is like a pillar supporting the sky, radiant, tearing through the starry sky and penetrating the clouds. It made heaven and earth tremble. It's his killing intent, as if moving a real anger. At once, the killing gas filled the whole world, are full of the solemn killing atmosphere. In an instant, a beam of rushing light beside him transformed into an overwhelming sword blade, striking forward in unison. Clank! The ancient clan of the Greenwood clan was, all of a sudden, enveloped by the sword awnings. The power of the laws that he had personified instantly collapsed under this killing intent, just like dirt, and his huge body was even harder to resist. In a roar, that so-called old ancestor's silhouette was instantly like a hedgehog, being filled with pillars of killing intent light. The entire body, at once, continuously collapsed and dissipated into a rain of light. Click! At the same time, the green lamp in Lu Qing's hand, also at this moment, directly shattered apart. That original living flame, also at this moment, straight out. No way. A strand of hair is just a strand of hair. How could it possibly override old ancestor's saintly might? That's the original body of the old ancestor that was transformed. Lu Qing looked at the broken pieces of the green lamps, and his entire body was in a state of madness. It was her faith shattered. Faith is crumbling. It seems that your Greenwood clan, too, is a silver spear with a waxed head, not useful to look at, not even a strand of hair. Xu Pingan didn't forget to fall on his sword and mocked again. Lu Qing, who had heard the words, was even more directly furious after hearing this sentence. A mouthful of blood was spat out directly. Xu Pingan, who saw this, immediately knew that the opportunity had come, and did not hesitate, directly taking the heaven from the cloud sword. He wanted to behead this woman. Anyway, this strand of hair power is still there. If you are not defeated, it is enough to save your life. At this moment, Lu Qing was indeed just as Xu Pingan had predicted. No desire to fight, until the sword comes to the front. Only then did he rely on his instincts to dodge. However, the sharpness of the Tongen sword, even if Lu Qing, who was several realms above Xu Pingan, it was also chopped off an arm, and together with the abdomen, a huge wound was cut out, and the green blood was like a spring, sprinkled with famous mountains. Xu Pingan was a little chagrined at the sight, not having killed him with a single blow. However, in a hurry, he wanted to chop out a second sword, and Lu Qing finally, in the midst of the pain, came back to his senses. You lowly woman, how dare you hurt me? She kept spitting blood out of her mouth furiously, and then her eyes gradually became clearer. That old ancestor of mine is nothing but a shadow. So what if he was defeated by that hair? That hair is nothing more than the last power of a certain ancient earth powerhouse that died. But he is dead. But my old ancestor is still alive. There will come a time when he will perish. At that time, your earth will finally be under our control. Xu Pingan gripped the sword in his hand tightly and struck out while speaking indifferently. So what? A strand of hair can extinguish your old ancestor's power. So maybe this strand of hair can also chop your old ancestor's real body. Only to see her sword light like a shadow. She once again arrived in front of Lu Qing. And this time, Lu Qing directly pulled out a divine talisman, which then ignited itself without fire. Holy Lord save me. She fought to throw herself forward. Only a 7-colored altar could be seen, and it instantly floated in the air. And the next moment, above the altar, the silhouette of a carriage emerged. Bold. Who dares to hurt my servant girl? Chapter 82. So what if a saint comes in person? Kill. Only a hideous war beast was seen pulling a carriage. A vast and unfathomable pressure is emanating from it. Behind it, countless stars trembled. For a time, the stars were eternally silent, and the sun and moon were darkened. The man's voice, in the carriage, was like thunder, and the moment he heard it, everyone's souls were shaking. This is a saint. It's standing in front of the teleportation altar, transmitting out its aura. The Four Eyes' teeth were chattering and their voices were shaking. Xu Pingan was also like an enemy at the moment. The other party was different from the previous silhouette, which was just a wisp of a saint's might, and the presence in the carriage in front of us. But saints who really exist. Slave girl. Greetings, Holy Lord. That's the S***T. I don't know where I got a strand of hair from. How dare you extinguish all the divine lights of my clan? Lu Qing immediately fell to his knees and let the blood flow as he cried about what had happened to him. At this point, the curtains in the carriage were slowly opened. I only saw a burly man, sitting in it, and between the opening and closing of his eyes, there was a golden aura shattering the void. It's appalling. Possessing a head of green hair, all tied up in hundreds of pigtails that hang down in front of and behind his body. The entire person was permeated with terrifying energy fluctuations. Surrounding it was one green flower after another rooted in the void. It was as if it possessed a radioactive substance, and just looking directly at it with glasses made people feel pain. It's the half-saint, Green Tiger. At that moment, as if recognizing the visitor, the four-eyed clansman spoke again, trembling and hastened to the great salutation. What the hell are you talking about? And what's this guy's story? Zhao Lei was also completely swinging for the fences at the moment. The people who came here were bigger than one another. At his cultivation level, he couldn't even participate in it. Therefore, it would be better to die than to know, at least, how one died. Half-Saint Cheng Hu. It's the current contemporary family head of the Greenwood clan. Although it's only a half-saint, it's only a matter of time before he becomes a true saint. Besides, he's from an unusual place, because he's not very old. He's already heavenly, stepping into the realm of the saint. On top of that, it's a genius who had defeated, on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, the top 100 races. It's the ancient genius of the Greenwood clan. Though the Four Eyes fell to his knees, he still muttered a warning in a whisper. And after that, he even wanted to pull Zhao Lei and kneel down together to salute. Only, it took my ancestors decades to fight off the invaders who brought us to our knees. There's no going back on your knees with me. Zhao Lei didn't intend to kneel in the slightest. The other party clearly had murderous intentions towards them in Kyushu. That's the enemy, and more than likely never on their knees, not kneeling at the sight of the Holy Spirit. What is the offense? And that's when that green tiger finally spoke. Although the other party did not pass over any fluctuations, but you can't help but want to fall to your knees. This is the sage's admonition to heaven and earth, containing the supreme truth of heaven and earth. It makes sense to have people kneel in heaven. At this moment, under these words from the other side, the people who were there, all of a sudden, went straight to their knees. No kneeling. Just then, Xu Pingan let out a shout. The people of the Kyushu present were as enlightened as if they had been enlightened. That strand of hair, actually also under Xu Pingan's shouting, emitted a faint dense light. Counteracting the suppression of heaven and earth in the place. Qing Hu's eyes immediately shot out a divine light, trying to explore that strand of hair, but it obviously failed. He could not enter the earth, and the altar could reflect him above the earth though, but even though he had heavenly skills, it was difficult for him to exert them. However, although the strand of hair could not be probed, but a saint's eyesight can't be bad. He can see it. That hair is just an expendable item. It's not a magic weapon. There will come a time when it will die out. Woman, you hurt my slave girl. You should have been executed. But remember that you have a great chance to obtain that strand of hair. Now this saint is willing to give you a chance to redeem yourself. bow down to me. I will grant you the identity of the Aoki clan. Let you enjoy an exalted position among the 10,000 tribes. Xing Hu spoke faintly, as if he was about to decide where Su Xian belonged. Only, where Su Xian didn't know what he was thinking, obviously scornful of the strand of hair. Immediately, he spoke in a bad mood. It seems that your slave girl has blown you out of proportion. I injured your dog, and you, as the owner, don't dare seek revenge on me? Luckily, I thought that you wouldn't hesitate to take a shot at me, but it seems that you've also wimped out. Green Tiger was obviously not enraged, but smiled faintly. Woman, that little bit of wisdom of yours, it can only fool Lu Cheng too. Do you really think I can't see that? That strand of hair is not under your control. It's just instinctively playing defense. If I don't take a shot at it, to dissipate when his energy runs out is his destiny. The Voidheart who heard the words couldn't help but have his body shaken. She hadn't expected that the other party would be able to directly tell the secret of this strand of hair. This feeling of secrets being seen through. It's downright gut-wrenching. No need to struggle needlessly. Xing Hu spoke faintly. I'm giving you a chance to live by letting you kowtow. If you refuse, all your men will die too. The moment, Su Xian really hesitated. The hair was the only thing she stood on now. If not hair, I'm afraid she's long dead. Where else can you see the other side's holy lord? But now the secrets of the hair are spied upon. If you strike again, maybe, it will be a gutter. Moreover, she could feel that the energy of the strand of hair was gradually depleting. I'm afraid it's hard to sustain it out there. Just then, Su Xian, don't listen to his nonsense. We, the people of Kyushu, have never been afraid of death. Kill that extraterrestrial. Don't give her a chance. At this moment, Zhang Lei directly shouted at the top of his voice. Right. At this point, the Vulcan's weak voice was also transmitted. Kill that woman. Don't let her live. That holy lord is just a bluff. He can't come over. And even if he can come over, so what? He can get rid of the means he left on Earth. And we die without regret. As the fire god opened his mouth, the other Kyushu soldiers present who had followed them expressed their determination to die through and through. Su Xian wasn't some indecisive person. Under the hearts of the crowd, she finally stopped hesitating. You're the one who should be kowtowing. Otherwise I will behead that slave girl today. See only. Holding the Tian Tsongyun sword, she directly crossed the altar and chopped towards Lu Qing. At this moment, Lu Qing was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, he had summoned the Holy Lord, and since the other party still dared to make a direct move, she looked incredulous and tried to stop it in a panic. Only the strands of hair, however, were one step ahead. Sensing her motives, surprisingly, the counter is triggered again, stopping all of her attacks in their tracks, and Su Xian's sword came to her. Put. Heads rolled. Lu Qing's expression lingered in that moment of disbelief. You seek death. The moment, Green Tiger was completely enraged. A pressure belonging to a saint burst out in full force, and after that, its body was even standing up directly from the chauffeur, actually took a step out, trying to cross this teleportation spell and come above the earth. Chapter 83, Xiaoyan. Do Di, a saint's decree? With Lu Qing decapitated. Holy Lord Qing, who was completely unable to sit still. Not really, she felt sorry for Lu Qing's death. Rather, what Lu Qing represented was their Greenwood clan, the pawns that remained on Earth to snatch the opportunity. For the sake of this pawn, even the old ancestor had stepped in to offer a piece of origin wood, but now the other party just chopped up the pawns of the clan, just like that, or in front of him. It was certainly a slap in his face. If he didn't let the other party pay the price, what face would he have? To explain to the clan elders? The moment, he intends to come down to earth strongly. He was seen stepping out in his combat boots, crossing the altar and about to land on earth. The instant that boot crossed, it transformed into a sky shading. The vastness of the giant foot is so vast that it literally covers certain areas of the planet. The people on the ground, naturally, discovered this scene, and countless people trembled, inexplicably palpitating. And in the meantime, Earth, Kyushu base, a man dressed in black robes with a hood on his head and a huge ruler behind his back that, slowly, he raised his head and looked towards the sky, revealing his clear face. Is this the strongest of the 10,000 races from beyond the domain? What a powerful aura! This strength in the Do-Chi continent is at least comparable to a Do-Shang, or even close to a Do-Emperor. If it wasn't, and there was still a field in place, I'm afraid it would have been over. The man's eyes showed a hint of urgency, and then, an inexplicable and terrifying flame rose abruptly from his hand. The time given to me is running out. I need to devour more foreign flames before I can return to the Do-Di realm. Protect the home planet. He put away the flames, and then, with his eyes looking before him, the base of this Kyushu, one of the largest institutions, Evolution Academy. Just win first place in the academy competition. The Academy will then reward a strand of the Samadhi flame that the fire god found in the Flame Mountain. If I can use the burning skill and devour the Samadhi true flame, then what kind of level can my Emperor flame reach? That's the legendary flame of the home planet. The man's eyes showed a hint of excitement. And then, it was a step into the Evolution Academy. Kid Xiaoyan has come to report for duty. And in the meantime, the half-saint green tigers was too powerful. The devastation caused is unimaginable. If it were a normal planet, it would have disintegrated long ago. But the Earth is too mysterious, with fields superimposed, layer after layer of light rising up, runes densely covered with, boundless and reflected in the starry sky. Bang bang. In that void beyond the Earth, one golden mushroom cloud after another bloomed. Each one is as vast as an ocean. In this moment, the half-saint green tiger, his battle boots, had broken through a layer of field, probing into that piece of inexplicable space. Go deeper. Jesus, he's going to come right in? At this moment, the four eyes were dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, this green tiger's means, so terrifying, was about to step in. However, it was at this point, in that particular field space of the Earth, a pike flew out, like the Milky Way hanging upside down, crash into each other. The half-saint's carriage burst into pieces. This kind of seed, it contains an extremely terrifying energy substance. Once it rages, it can rip through the stars and cause all sorts of wormholes. However, the carriage had only just burst open when it was struck again by the Milky Way pouring out from the Earth. It was completely annihilated and dimmed and disappeared. Upon closer inspection, the green tiger's paws were dripping green blood, piercing through the void. He was struck during the attack earlier and almost cut off from his foot there. This is a half-saint, actually injured here. Seeing this scene, the Four Eyes clan could not help but take another step deeper in regards to the terror of the field. Sure enough, you can't get in at all. It's just a bluff. When Su Xian saw this scene, she knew that she had made the right bet. Everyone in Kyushu bet right. Earth's field, at least so far. Even a saint would find it difficult to break through. I don't need to come in to kill you. At this moment, Green Tiger's eyes were filled with anger. It was as if some kind of decision had been made as well. And then, it was even more so to the Heavenly Vault Avenue, which once again issued an admonition. Anyone who kills this woman will receive a strand of my Green Tiger's essence. With these words, at that moment, an inexplicable order was forming in heaven and earth. And the next moment, only a blurry passage was seen across the heavens above. And the content of the text was clearly the admonition that Green Tiger had just mouthed. In the vault of the sky, the line was blurry but legible. It was interstellar text. It is also the universal divine text for evolved people. The results of it are incalculable, throwing off all the races of the earth. Even the extraterrestrial races that existed on Earth were seething and their hearts were in an uproar. Even the Four-Eyed Clan members had a hint of madness in their eyes. What the hell is going on here? Zhao Lei noticed the abnormality of that Four-Eyed Clan member, and immediately opened his mouth inquiringly without any good reason. This is a saint's decree. The saints admonish the great Tao. Let the heavens reveal their will. As long as you kill Su Xin, you'll be able to obtain the essence of the saint's origin. That's a saint's origin. Even obtaining a single strand of it is comparable to a supreme divine elixir. And don't worry about the saint going back on his word. It's witnessed by the great Tao. One must know that when one looks at the starry sky, if there is not a big event, one will rarely see any saint sightings, not to mention seeing a saintly decree. This is simply treating Su Xian as a wanted criminal of the 10,000 clans, the extraterrestrial races on Earth, and even those extraterrestrial races that will come to Earth in the future. All will see Su Xian as prey. She's going to die for sure. The Four Eyes clan members were going crazy with their words at the moment, and in the meantime, only to see that the legal decree, even more so, continuously shrinking, came to the top of Su Xian's head. At the moment, she seemed like a scarred prisoner. The head of the Dharma is a sight to behold. So is there a way that it can be broken? Zhao Lei opened his mouth with very anxious eyes. With this thing on your head, isn't it just telling you that those extraterrestrial races are using Su Xian as a hunting target? No way. This is the sage's admonition to heaven and earth, containing the great Tao of heaven and earth. The law is made in heaven. A hint of ludicrousness leaked from the eyes of the Four-Eyed clan, but anyone who has been given a decree by the sage, among the 10,000 clans, almost no one can survive. This is a saint taking his own origin and exchanging it for your life. You think it's child's play? Zhao Lei couldn't help but look stunned, and then he couldn't help but say in annoyance, I don't understand what kind of bull heavenly Tao. Why can't you do this or that? Then tell me what you know. The Four Eyes were also annoyed by the scolding. Immediately, he didn't have a good mood. Who says I don't know anything? Then I'll tell you. The saint's law is not unbreakable. Whenever someone is above the way, then the great Tao decrees are not as if they were the same as waste paper. It's just, Zhao Lei hurriedly asked. Just what? In this world, it is simply impossible for anyone to be above the Great Tao, an existence of that level. Even I have never heard of it. I'm afraid it's not even possible for the top 10 races. And, even if there is that kind of existence, you think you're going to go out on a limb for a native of Earth? The Four Ice Clan could not help but sneer and taunt. But just the next moment, Zhao Lei suddenly pointed at Xu Pingan with frightened eyes. Just see that at some point, in the sky, a hand suddenly crashed down, and after, it came to the top of Xu Pingan's head. I only saw the decree that originally contained the heavenly Tao. It was directly cupped in the palm of that hand. Chapter 84, Sage Kneeling. Eye-opening. Boom. The saintly law of that which is done. The moment that palm grabbed hold, an infinite chain of great Tao order erupted, wanting to destroy the arm. Those present, though, could not understand the mystery. However, it was clear that the saintly law was being resisted with great vigor. The power of that defiance was nothing short of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Only, that arm just slightly snapped its fingers, breaking all those chains of great Tao order, and then just a pinch, that so-called great Tao of the law. It directly turned into a speck of starlight and dissipated into space. Meanwhile, the half-saint green tiger on top of the altar was directly spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash against him caused by the destruction of the law's decree. The moment, everyone who saw the scene could not help but be dumbfounded. That saintly decree has only just been promulgated. It was just straight up exterminated. That's too scary. After that four-eyed clan member looked along with Zhang Lei's point, he was even more dumbfounded. The face was even more fiery and painful. 1 second there was no one who could break the law of the saints. I didn't expect to be punched in the face the next second. Sure. Most importantly, what kind of existence is this? Surprisingly, he just lightly struck out and destroyed the decree? You. Who the hell are you? How is it possible to destroy my decree? The half-saint Qing who wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and at that moment, he also looked at the palm with horrified eyes. Though he himself is a half-saint, but it also stepped into the threshold of sainthood. The decree made by one's own admonition. That is the great Tao of heaven and earth. How could it just be destroyed? Only, the palm, it seemed, didn't even bother to answer him, and then it simply dissipated into the air. The half-saint Cheng who saw this, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief at that moment. There was too much pressure from that arm. Even he, a half-saint, felt a deathly suffocation. Only, he was just breathing a sigh of relief on his side. And the next moment, the strand of hair, however, came to the front of the altar at some point, and then, amidst the hair, the humanoid silhouette emerged once again, in front of the half-saint green tiger, directly across the altar to him. Half-saint Qing whose eyes were huge at the moment. He didn't cross the border to Earth to find trouble with it. This hair even took the initiative to cross the border and came to find himself? Besides, doesn't this hair only counteract? What's with the initiative? Green Tiger's head was running fast at the moment, but it was hard to figure out what had happened in that brief moment. Only, the moment that shadow reappeared from the moment it reappeared. There was no intention. Then, to give him another chance to think, only to see that shadowy figure merely blast out with another punch. All of a sudden, light rained down and energy filled the heavens and earth. And after, the miserable screams of the half-saints came straight out. The green tiger's body, by the hair walking out of the shadow, was reduced to nothingness with just one punch. Only half a head remains. At this moment, the entirety of the Four Ice Clan seemed to be petrified. Sage, that's a saint. Geez, what the hell is wrong with the world? On the front foot the saint's law was broken. The next second, the saint was busted. Is this a scene for a little minion like yourself? At this moment, her heart was nothing less than a monstrous tsunami. That hair, is it that strong? At this moment, Xu Xian was also dumbfounded. He had thought that it would have been quite alright for the hair to be able to decapitate Lu Qing, nor is there any hope at all of fighting against the saints. But I didn't expect that this hair is strong when it meets strength. Even saints can be chopped off. How dare you hurt me with a mere strand of hair? The green tiger roared. Once again, only to see his damaged body recovering once again. At the level of a saint, the physical body could recover even if it was destroyed. Seek death. Greenwood shades the sky. After the green tiger recovered his flesh, he immediately made a move to suppress this strand of hair. He knew that the other side was nothing more than residual energy. It doesn't show much time at all. Only, it's nice to imagine. Reality is harsh. Boom! The silhouette in the hair strands struck again. Again just a punch. His physical body collapsed again. And after, it also didn't give him a chance to catch his breath at all. Straight away, both palms were clasped. Between the heavens and the earth, two gigantic golden grinding wheels appeared all of a sudden. The remnants of the green tiger's body, pressed directly into the middle of the mill, like grinding beans, hardly grinding his body to pieces. Moreover, every time his body recovered, it would grind to a halt again. The moment, even a half-saint whose flesh could be restored would not be able to eat it. This was constantly exterminating his origin. I was wrong. I was wrong. I beg Senior to be magnanimous. The moment, Green Tiger was really scared. The hair is downright creepy. He was still young, and he didn't want to lose the half-saint fruition that he had managed to cultivate with great difficulty. Only, the void is like a formulaic robot. Didn't stop moving his hands at all. Those two gigantic grinding discs were literally grinding out his divine soul at this moment. Woman, the woman from Earth, make the hair stop. I can promise you, my Cyanwood clan completely puts aside its hatred with you. Xing Hu's gaze instantly turned to Su Xian. Su Xian couldn't help but stare. However, then his face couldn't help but look furious. You think I'll believe you? When that hair stops, maybe you'll bite me back. Xing Hu immediately said in a hurry. I am a saint. I can swear to the great Tao and will never go back on my word. Having said that, in order to show his sincerity, Xing Hu also really initiated an oath to the great Tao. The four-eyed clansmen on the side were already numb with shock. Dang, a saint, being forced into this. Today was also a complete eye-opener for his four eyes. What's the use of swearing? Although Su Xian, who saw the situation, had a shock in his heart, it was clear that his anger hadn't disappeared yet. She didn't have the heart to say, you've already done me a disservice. Is that enough to get over it? You want compensation? I can give it to you. It's just that the Earth Stadium domain exists, and it's too costly to try to send something across the border. The day the field disappears, I can make it up to you. Green Tiger's voice was visibly weak at the moment. Su Xian, however, had a slight change in her eyes, and then revealed a trace of ruthlessness. Then can you come up with something more precious than this strand of hair? If he didn't protect me, I'm afraid I would be the one to die here. Xing Hu was dumbfounded. The strands of hair were simply demonic. To be able to force even a saint to the brink of extinction, there was simply no treasure that could stand up to this strand of hair. This could literally save a life in a pinch. So what do you want? Green Tiger felt like he was running out of time. Bow down to me, and I will forgive you. Su Xian replied very dryly. In the beginning, both Lu Qing and he, all have towered over themselves and bowed themselves down. Nowadays, the wind and water are turning. Naturally, she had to take this out on her. Woman, have you lost your mind? Making me, a saint, kowtow to you? The roar of the Green Tiger came out once again. Then you can stop kowtowing. Su Xian opened his mouth indifferently. It's not you who's going to die anyway. You, Green Tiger shouted in annoyance. However, before the words were finished, it was clear that his own origin had once again been worn out. This kind of pain that hits the soul makes him completely soft. Good. I'll kowtow to you. Green Tiger's voice came out again. At this moment, the anger in his heart could simply set the cosmic starfield on fire. He decided that it wasn't just kowtowing. As long as one survives, we'll definitely try to do everything to make this woman die. And as the words came out of him, it was as if the vapors had heard and understood. Surprisingly, he stopped moving his hands. However, Green Tiger's body and divine soul were locked. If there was any thought of escaping, one would definitely be met with another thunderous strike. Green Tiger was a saint who could bend and bend. When the fruit really manifested itself, it went straight to its knees. The moment, everyone was petrified. The saints kneel. The scene was simply appalling. Everyone is at a loss as to what to say. Time to fulfill your promise. After Chang Hu bowed to the end of his humiliation, he spoke almost through clenched teeth. Good. I won't kill you. Su Xian saw this and opened his mouth very cheerfully. Green Tiger was about to turn around and leave right away. Or are you ashamed to stay here? He's only just moved. The vapors moved as well. I only saw those two gigantic grinding wheels, with runes flashing and shrinking on them, and countless great Tao surfacing. Once again, he was suppressed in it. Just for a moment, the flesh broke again. Woman, how dare you lie to me? The roar of the Green Tiger continued to emanate. Lying to you? I didn't. I said I wouldn't kill you, but it wasn't me who did it. It was this strand of hair. I can't control him at all. Su Xian's face was full of questions. You. Xing Hu instantly knew that he had been tricked. Directly, he was about to break into a rage. However, the void seemed to have increased its output. That Green Tiger's physical body was struggling to even recover at the moment. At this moment, his divine soul was breaking. And the process, it was only a few short breaths. Green Tiger also directly lost his voice completely. At this moment, the saints fall. Chapter 85, Shocking the 9 States. Su Li came to the door. A saint is dead. Under which starry sky? The rain of blood infested the earth. The hair also ran out of energy as a result and dissipated into thin air. All those who saw the scene could not help but have their mouths dry. This level of existence. Surprisingly, you can die too. Will also kneel. It made everyone's hearts feel as if a million horses were racing. However, a few moments later, when some people are happy, others are sad, everyone on this side of Kyushu was abuzz. Originally, the previous King Kong, then Lu Qing, and then the final extraterrestrial powerhouse. It simply weighs them down, even on the verge of dying a few times. Zhao Lei and the Vulcan had even thought about dragging each other to their deaths together. But I didn't expect it to be the other side that died, only on the Bodhi Gene side. It was a direct tragedy. The biggest backer was destroyed. Everyone's heart, at once, fell to the bottom. At this moment, how could there be any thought of still fighting on with Kyushu? All of them threw away their armor and simply chose to surrender. You win. I am willing to break away from the Bodhi Gene and join you in the 9 states. At this moment, King Kong, who had broken one of his arms, was also completely conceding to the fact that he was even going to directly turn to the Kyushu. Only, Su Xian arrived in front of him with his sword in hand. You think that the 9 states is something you can join just because you want to? A hint of a smile appeared on Vajra's weak face. Although an arm was broken, but I'm still Earth's decidedly powerful person. That power won't want me? Su Xian, I admit you won today, but that only relies on that strand of hair. In the future, the fight for the famous mountain will still need people like us. The sword Su Xian was holding was slowly raised. When Jin Gang saw this, a trace of panic appeared on his face and he hurriedly said, I know I'm wrong. Tell the leader behind you. I am genuinely joining the Kyushu, and going forward I will also completely disassociate myself from the Bodhi Gene. The corner of Su Xian's mouth revealed a cold smile. You don't know that you're wrong. You know that you're going to die. Strike that. Su Xian's sword was already raised. You can't kill me. You can't represent Kyushu. King Kong opened his mouth while trying to escape. Only, how could Su Xian give him a chance? With blood spatter, the head of the Vajra man was separated and also completely bloodied. Good kill. Just one more damn banishment to go. The Vulcan was assisted by Zhao Lei to Su Xian's side. His face filled with pain. He won't get away. Su Xian's eyes revealed determination. Say, what's the deal with that hair? Anyway? Immediately afterward, the Vulcan couldn't help but ask in a gossipy manner in a hurry. Being mentioned this issue, Su Xian also couldn't help but smile bitterly. Actually, I don't know either. Didn't know? You don't know that the hair will still save you? And, that last palm that fell from the sky, destroying that decree for you is obviously all running towards you. Vulcan was a bit incredulous. I really don't know. Su Xian was also helpless. Only one explanation was given. Could it be that those ancestors of my Shushan mountain have manifested to help me? Only, that answer, apparently, didn't convince her herself. One must know that those ancestors of his own were already at the end of their strength. All of them were remnants. With the ceiling of Mount Shu, they fell into slumber together. It's simply not possible to make a move. And, even out of hand. Nor will this tactic. The old-timers of Shushan, all of them are sword cultivators. But the person who struck, where was the shadow of a sword cultivator? And, she had a vague delusion. The person whose hair coalesced into a shadowy figure. The back is familiar. So familiar that this person seems to be someone close to you. It was a pity that the vapors were too blurry after all, making it difficult for her to distinguish them. And this is done. No matter what, at least we're saved. Go back first and report back to your superiors. This Bodhi Gene, utterly cannot be kept. Zhao Lei's opening was agreed upon by the crowd. Immediately, a line of people put in this place Bodhi Genes after the settlement. Immediately, he headed towards the Kyushu base. And the story of the battle quickly spread throughout the country. For a while, it made all the forces talk. Haiju, within a famous mountain villa where the Divine Hidden Group was located. Suli was wearing a set of white ancient fairy dress, which emitted a faint dense light. It's like an immortal treasure. She held a jonquil in her hand and savored it. Nowadays, she is very unusual in the group. Not only do you not need to be involved in the fight for the famous mountain, even all of the group's financial resources are feeding her. She was wearing ancient fairy clothes that had been excavated, drinking wines made from famous mountains and exotic countries. Most of the daily stuff, too, is recuperating. It was as if they were waiting for something. But just then, Lil, a middle-aged man with a nervous expression walked in. Suli glanced at the man, then put down the wine glass and slowly said, "What is it that you are looking for me for?" Uncle Black, the bodyguard at his side. At the sight of the men, but he was quick to bow his head and bend his luggage. "Boss. That's right, the person who came was none other than Su Li's cheap father. It is also the biggest boss of the Body Shadow Group, Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? The man smiled and spoke. You wouldn't have come to me at this hour if something hadn't come up. Su Li, however, seems to have no great favor with this father. His voice is very cold. The man couldn't help but smile awkwardly at the sight. And then, there was no pretense of a direct showdown. Lear, father does have something to find you. Did you know about Bodhi's destruction and Vidra's decapitation? The man asked. Got it. Su Li nodded. Uncle Black has already told me. The man asked again. What do you think? The Bodhi gene has communicated with the outer races this time. And even the outer races, with their true bodies, have descended to Earth. And it was officially destroyed by the Kyushu. Thinking about the official than the Kyushu, there are also extraterritorial 10,000 races that come with strength. And, in addition to the strength of the other races, definitely strong. You've come to me. I suppose you think that we, the Body Hidden Group, are afraid that we'll suffer a liquidation in Kyushu, right? Su Li spoke faintly, yet the man could not help but have his face filled with admiration. You're right. Of course, we're not afraid of the Kyushu liquidation. Our Divine Shadow Group has yet to break out into a major conflict with Kyushu. Just be soft. Then Kyushu will definitely let us go. But, exile the Immortal side. For messing with that sword fairy. That woman killed Blood Frenzy and Vidra one after another. I'm afraid she won't spare Exiled Immortal. After the man had finished, a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. Banished Immortal is a genius that our group has spent a great deal of resources to cultivate. Moreover, he also carries the bloodline of the Extraterrestrial, True God clan. Now that we rely on his bloodline, we have also communicated with the powerhouses of the True God clan. If at this time, we are beheaded by that sword fairy, our efforts, all for nothing. Su Li's expression was still so flat. So what do you mean by saying this to me? I've already sent someone to communicate with that sword fairy, but the other party has bitten the bullet and wants to kill the exiled immortal. The man couldn't help but have a bitter smile on his face. So I asked around from the side that sword fairy's brother, he went to school with you. I was wondering if it would be possible for you to make a personal trip to communicate with that sword fairy's brother. Make this a big deal, a small deal. Chapter 86 In Young Saint Sun, Evolution Academy. On the day King Kong was killed, the base occupied by the Bodhi gene was directly uprooted. To this point, the Bodhi gene completely disappeared into the middle of Kyushu, and as one of the originators, Xu Pingan, but it was lying in a rocking chair, looking at Su Lu, who was playing in the distance. He was enjoying life in a leisurely manner. The official base of Kyushu. Obviously it's going to be a much better environment than it was before. This is the official seat of the Kyushu evangelists. Not only are they protected by evolvers, there's even a brand new infrastructure, a hospital, a swimming pool, a kindergarten, a children's playground, dining room, all in one place. But of course, this is only the core area. The official families of the warriors of Kyushu, only a place to live. Outside places, naturally, are quite a bit worse, because of Xu Pingan and his group, naturally, stayed at this base in Kyushu, the best area. A mere half-saint dares to issue a decree. It seems that this 10,000 clans, it's a little weaker than I thought. Xu Pingan murmured and opened his mouth. Although in the Tianyuan continent, saints could also issue edicts, but that was only to give admonition to heaven and earth, so that the great way could be revealed. Doesn't really do anything. An existence that could make a saint issue a decree of law. Who didn't have a saintly old ancestor in their family? It's not guaranteed that a great saint exists. The saintly fiat can tag a person though, but equally one gets tagged oneself. At that time, it is extremely easy to be traced and come to retaliate, which is not worth the loss. Besides, it's not like it's a great emperor's decree. It's standing directly on top of the great Tao. Formation of the characteristic celestial laws. Change the rules of how the world works. That's the decree that has real meaning. Therefore, in the Tianyuan continent, saints generally did not have enough to do to promulgate decrees. However, on Earth, a place where saints can enter, it's somewhat useful. If it wasn't for himself, he had stepped in and destroyed the decree. Su Xin was struck with this legal decree, and I'm afraid it would be difficult to move an inch in the future. After all, there were always people who would go to great lengths for a little saintly reward. Alright, Su Lu, enough playing, let's go sign up for school. With this matter out of the way, Xu Pingan naturally did not intend to continue observing. He waved at Su Lu who was playing in the distance. Do we really have to enroll? Brother, can I not go to school? Su Li's face fell upon hearing this news. As your sister just called. It's a no-no. Xu Pingan spoke seriously. On her way back, Su Xin didn't forget to call and inform Xu Pingan about this enrollment. But I just want to follow you brother and cultivate. I don't want to go to school. Sula pulled on Xu Pingan's hand and kept shaking it to plead for mercy. Even if you want to cultivate, you have to go to school first and learn the knowledge, no? Xu Pingan said in a serious tone. Why? Isn't the aura revived now? Whoever is powerful is the boss. What's the use of studying? Sula hadn't spent much time at home brushing up on his videos during this time. Naturally, I've been poisoned by the rhetoric of some bloggers on the internet. What all things are inferior but the practice is superior. Reading has been eliminated. As long as cultivation and evolution is the way forward for children. Xu Pingan laughed bitterly. Studying can be more than just learning knowledge. That's opening your eyes too. See? What's that? Sula couldn't help but ask curiously. After pondering for a moment, Xu Pingan smiled and said, regarding insight, I've come to remember a story that, do you want to hear it? Stories? I like to hear them. Sulu was full of interest in anything, as long as he wasn't in school. Back then, your brother, when he was still just an ordinary cultivator in the Tianyuan continent, just had been in the same secret realm in the adventure with the holy son of the world-famous Yin Holy Land at that time. Sulu hurriedly asked, Saint's son? Secret realm? What's all that about? Xu Pingan explained in layman's terms. Sacred son you can understand as a learner among cultivators. It's the number one existence in your class, or the whole school. In the province, the secret realm you can think of as the treasure area in the treasure map. Sulu instantly got the picture and hastily nodded his head in understanding. Xu Pingan then continued, that lord of the secret realm, he's also a strange man. The two of us, that Yin Yang Saint's son and I, have both made it to the final level of the secret realm. But who knew that the last level of that secret realm was just answering a question? And the problem with that is quite simple. It's the lesser of a caddy of snow silkworm silk, or a caddy of metaphysical iron. Sulu immediately froze, then couldn't help but ask, snow silkworm silk? Xian iron? What is it? You can understand cotton and iron. Sulu immediately came to a realization, and then hurriedly affirmed, that must be iron heavy. Cotton is so light. Xu Pingan, however, shook his head and laughed. That Yin Yang Saint's son, too, said as you did. Sula crossed his arms and smiled triumphantly. So, the Yin Yang Saint's son won? No, he lost. Xu Pingan shook his head. What? Iron is heavier. Sula frowned, his bulbous face puzzled. That's why I say why you need to read more. Otherwise even if you have a higher cultivation, and maybe get screwed, too. Xu Pingan burst out laughing. Bad brother, you haven't said why. Sula skimmed his lips and said without any goodwill. Go ahead and sign up. Any teacher can answer that question for you. Xu Pingan, however, was too lazy to explain. Humph. If you don't say it, you don't say it. Lie to children. Sula muttered at once. Of course, it wasn't that Xu Pingan didn't want to say anything. Rather, it's something that has to be paired with theory to learn. Just like the Yin Yang Saint's son in the beginning. After knowing the results, Deadly refused to believe that a pound of heavenly silkworm silk was the same weight as a pound of Xian iron. Originally the master of the secret world. Out of such a simple puzzle, it's all about both getting the final treasure. This holy sun is good. In order to prove that the basalt is heavier, the hard treasure is not wanted. Go outside and get basalt iron and heavenly silk to go to the secret realm master to argue. So much so, that the treasure was to be divided equally. It was hard to be obtained by Xu Pingan alone. It was also that one chance that allowed Xu Pingan to successfully step onto the path of invincibility. However, it was not the fault of that holy sun. The inheritance of the Holy Land is mostly for the sake of the holy sons of the disciples to ask for the strongest in the world. From a young age, all that was instilled was how to cultivate and how to be strong. For the human condition, basic theoretical knowledge. That's a no-brainer. It's also so much so that a lot of jokes have been made. Pingan Su has risen from the bottom of the heap to this day. In fact, thanks to these holy sons and daughters whose upbringing went wrong. Otherwise, there's really no such thing as him now. Being told this little story by Xu Pingan, Xu Xian had no choice but to harbor the question and follow towards the school. Evolution Academy. It's an academy that sits at the very back of the base. The building area is very extensive. Moreover, based on its appearance, it was naturally impossible for it to be an academy that had been established right after the revival of Aura. An academy that had apparently been built long ago when the first signs of an Aura revival appeared on Earth. Only now, with the full recovery of Aura, after all people can evolve. This academy is also finally open to the public, recruiting students with potential from the Kyushu. So, around the college, there is a constant flow of people every day. In addition to the academy's own students, there are all kinds of people who come to enroll in the program. And at this point, at the admission quota, name, Xu Xin, age, 6 years old, go to evolutionary beginners. What about you? How old? The registration examiner, after asking Xu Xin, looked up at Xu Pingan. Xu Pingan said, 1023 years old. The enrollment examiner pushed up his own glasses as if he had heard something unbelievable. How much? 1023. You came to make trouble? The enrollment examiner didn't have the good sense to open his mouth at once. Then he continued. What's your name? Xu Pingan. You're the one sword fairy recommended. Xu Pingan? It should be. Xu Pingan nodded. The registration examiner immediately changed his face. Since it was recommended by the sword fairy, then these processes are waived. You've been accepted. So you can report tomorrow. Yes. Xu Pingan naturally understood the human feelings involved, and was not surprised. After fixing the enrollment, immediately, he was ready to turn around and leave. But just then, Xu Pingan, wait! A voice suddenly sounded behind him. Chapter 87 Academy Competition. Su Li visited. Wait, just see that at some point, a man with dyed yellow hair, a slender figure, and a few handsome looks, together with a few men and women, they called out to Xu Pingan. Xu Pingan looked at the young man like a normal person. Get acquainted. My name is Ken Wong. It's a student from the Evolution Academy's Heavenly Character class. Jian Huang greeted with a very enthusiastic face. Something? Xu Pingan didn't feel any malice from the other party, and was not that cold. Instead, Shan asked, it's not much. Jian Huang smiled and spoke. Just to make sure, you're Sword Fairy Su Xian's brother, right? Don't get me wrong. I've heard that the Sword Fairy has recruited a special relative to come in. I went to the school and asked around and realized it was you. Didn't mean to investigate you. Xu Pingan suddenly frowned slightly. Here's the thing. Your sister is my idol. So what? I'd like to ask you for a small favor. As for me, I've always wanted to join your sister's team. To join your sister in attacking the famous mountain, kill the beasts and do that awesome thing. But then, your sister never let me join. So, I just wanted to ask you, to put in a good word for me. Xu Pingan, who had heard the words, only glanced at the yellow hair on the other party's head. The idea of hitching a ride with him was gone. With that, he turned around and was about to leave. Don't go. I asked you to help. And naturally I will. Huang Jian hurriedly came to Xu Pingan's face and said, I know that you have mediocre talent. Otherwise you wouldn't have been specially recruited by the Evolution Academy. But what you don't know is that this Evolution Academy, too, has something to say. Except for the batch of little kids, adults like us, evolutionary colleges typically take students that incorporate the 4 classes of heaven, earth, Xian Huang respectively. The level of talent determines which class you enter. Don't underestimate the class division. A heavenly class. Not only will there be a strong lecturer every day, and there are special evolutionary potions to take every week, like the other poorer classes, the treatment then decreases by degrees. Only, it was half spoken. Xu Pingan then pulled Su Xian towards the distance. Why are you just leaving? Huang Jian again rushed to catch up. Like a chatterbox hastily said, I'm talking to you about all this. Just wanted to tell you that I can help you enter the heavenly class. I can tell you this. Your sister recruited you special though, but there's no heavenly class for you, but I can set you up. At this time, Su Lu, who had been listening, curiously opened his mouth and asked, is your father the principal? Can it still be arranged that way? Ken Huang was stunned. Then he nodded. Although, my dad is really the principal, but I can tell you, really don't rely on my dad. Huang Jian saw Xu Pingan and remained unmoved. At that moment, he hastily explained, you really don't misunderstand. I can, by my own means. It's not cheating to get into the heavenly class. Okay, if you don't believe me, then I'll tell you. The school will be having a big competition soon, and the ranking of the grand competition determines the division of the classes. I can do it from inside the big competition. Let's rank you high. Let's put you squarely, with the results of the great competition, into the heavenly character class. What do you think of this offer? And I just need you to put in a good word for me, too. Xu Pingan couldn't help but stop and say, you just said, the school will be having a big competition soon? That's right, it's about to be a big score class. You're here by coincidence, not as much as you're here by second. And this is your best chance to get into the Tenchi class. Of course, this opportunity, I need to offer it to you. Jian Huang opened his mouth with great confidence. Xu Pingan, however, was somewhat surprised. He had thought that after entering the academy, he would have to wait a while before the big competition. I didn't think it would come so soon. That the system tasked himself with getting first place in the school competition. Wouldn't it be done right away? When does the big competition start? Xu Pingan opened his mouth and asked. You're lucky. You enrolled today. On the day you enroll, there will be a big competition. Huang Jian hurriedly smiled and said, how is it? Did my conditions make your heart flutter? Will you be attending the grand competition? Xu Pingan also came to ask with interest in opening his mouth. Of course I will. There are a limited number of spots in the heavenly class. Each time the great competition is held, it determines the movement of personnel. Those with poor grades, it'll drop to the regular class. When Jian Huang said this, he couldn't help but pat his own chest in assurance. However, don't worry, my grades, basically, are in the top 3 for the whole year. As long as I make a move, you're guaranteed to enter the heavenly class. Xu Pingan was also in a good mood and said, if you can win me in the grand competition, I'll agree to your terms. Jian Huang couldn't help but stare at his words, then murmured, winning you? Isn't this just a matter of having a hand? Hey, wait for me, then we have a deal haha, as long as I win you, you promise to put in a good word for me haha. It was only when Jian Huang came back to his senses. Xu Pingan had already disappeared long ago. After successful enrollment, it's only 3 days before you're officially enrolled. It's been 3 days. The pattern of the 9 states has also seen a huge change. The first to bear the brunt, naturally, is the official Kyushu. Ever since Su Xian had killed Vajra, and even more so, he had killed along with the 10,000 races of the extraterrestrial realm, the original unruly group forces. Over the course of a few days, they have sent their respective representatives to the Kyushu base, to come and offer friendly greetings. Sure, say a friendly greeting. In fact, we all know that we are here to beg the official of Kyushu not to take into account the past. They are willing to enter into a partnership, even gave the Kyushu officials a lot of gifts. The Kyushu base was simply bustling with activity these days. Su Xian, as the man of the hour in this incident, even had no time to go home for a few days. Of course this hilarity had little to do with Xu Pingan. Let's go! Off to school. Xu Pingan pulled Su Lu and headed towards the evolution school. Today was the day of their enrollment and the day of the academy competition. Xu Pingan naturally wouldn't miss it. Just as the duo left the house and walked the streets of the base, Xu Pingan, a familiar voice rang out. Xu Pingan couldn't help but frown slightly. Obviously, he already knew who it was. And then there was only the woman in a light, antique romper with a flowing skirt. Walking side by side with Xu Pingan, the woman's long, inked hair was pulled back loosely in a bun. A few strands of hair fall naturally on both sides of the cheeks, and the eyebrows are as far away as a woman out of a painting. And, although the woman was classically dressed, she wore a delicate ribbon around her waist that, the outline of her slim waist and fruitful upper body did nothing to detract from her shapely figure. Her appearance also immediately attracted passers-by on both sides to stop and watch. Chapter 88, Meeting Again. Spectre. The visitor was no one else. It was Xu Pingan's old high school sweetheart Suli, the presence of the other side. Xu Pingan didn't have any intention of stopping and talking to him. Suli, on the other hand, could not help but frown slightly. Had to pick up the pace to keep up with the other guy. You're so pretty, sis. At this time, Sulu in Xu Pingan's arms was curiously sizing up Suli. Sent out his own Chanzan. My little friend, you have a sweet mouth. Suli's original depression was suddenly swept away, spreading her face and smiling. Sister is not only beautiful in person, but also in clothes, like a fairy in a TV show. Sulu said very seriously, if you like it, I'll have someone find you something for the kids to wear. Here's a set for you. Suli guffawed and opened her mouth very broadly and generously, just as Sulu instantly expressed his desire. Xu Pingan, however, spoke up coldly. Those clothes were worn by the dead in ancient times. It's easy to be unlucky if a child wears it. The words Sulu had just wanted to say were hastily retracted back into his mouth. Suli, Xu Pingan, don't you have anything you want to say to me? I sent you a message earlier. Why don't you get back to me? Suli finally turned her gaze to the other party. That we're not of the same world? Xu Pingan didn't stop. His tone was very calm, as if he was opening his mouth to a stranger. Suli was stunned. And then she could not help but clench her silver teeth and say, you're still holding a grudge. That thing I said to you earlier? Xu Pingan was a bit puzzled. That's not holding a grudge. It's just that I think you're right. Suli raised her eyebrows slightly. You're still not holding a grudge? Something did happen before me and you, but that was a long time ago. It's not like you and I owe each other anything. Why do we have to beat around the bush when we talk? You wanted to see me about something? Xu Pingan's expression was ancient and unperturbed as he directly showed his cards. This woman had some affinity with herself on earth, and instead of being pestered by her, she should just pick it apart and say it. Is that what you want to say to me? On Su Li's face, a trace of sultriness couldn't help but appear for some reason. This expression could not be seen as any ripples in Xu Pingan's eyes, but the passers-by, on seeing this fairy-like figure, showing such expressions, all of a sudden, a murderous gaze was directed at Xu Pingan. Only, the originator, Xu Pingan, did keep his feet on the ground, with a lazy reply. Yes. Su Li's eyes were filled with irritation when she saw this. Unexpectedly. I didn't expect that I would be ignored twice in a row in front of Xu Pingan. It was a feeling that made her uncomfortable. She's an illegitimate child. So as a child, she actually had a very hard life. There is not much difference with ordinary little girls until they grow up, and then they are valued in zero received in Jiangcheng. Over a year ago, Pingan Su, who learned of all this, in order to stroll around the campus with himself. Take the train across town and buy yourself snacks and toys from where you lived as a child. That time, too, was the first time she was moved. It was also the first time she had been alone with a man. For the first time. This was the reason why she, too, had a profound effect on Xu Pingan. I just didn't expect the other side to be so cold after only a year had passed. Then let's get down to business. Su Xian discarded those distracting thoughts, his eyes regaining their calmness. Your sister, Sword Fairy. There's been a misunderstanding with our Divine Shadow Group's banishment. This time I've come. I want you to step in and let Sword Fairy Z and Exiled Immortal resolve this misunderstanding. Of course, since we're asking for your help, our Divine Shadow Group will also pay our sincerity. Xu Pingan couldn't help but finally stop in his footsteps after hearing about Su Xian's grudge. The matter of Su Xian's grudge. I won't be involved. Of course, if it was a few hundred years ago, when he was young and vigorous, if she knew someone was bullying her sister, I'm afraid I would have raised all their ashes long ago. Now that he had become a great emperor, he instead focused on his sister's own experience. If you care about it, you will only become a hothouse flower, provided, of course, that the other party doesn't use the forces behind them, like King Kong back in the day. Her feud with Su Xian was one that Xu Pingan had never thought of getting involved in, but when he moved the Extraterrestrials as a savior, Xu Pingan was naturally unhappy. So, too, does the banishment. You're refusing without even hearing the terms? Su Li asked with a raised eyebrow. I'm almost at school and you're going to walk me in? Su Ping didn't answer the question, but pointed to the Evolution Academy in front of him. Su Li couldn't help but stop in her tracks. Obviously, at this time, an unknown number of students had already gathered at the entrance of the academy. Moreover, most of the people's gazes were directed towards Su Li, for no other reason than it's so bright. She already has an outstanding temperament and face value. With the addition of the vintage clothing that they wear today, the more attention they get. The Sword Fairy is indeed very strong, but she can protect you for a while, but not for a lifetime. All you can rely on is yourself, and in the future, this world will only become more dangerous. It's not smart to get carried away. You take our payment, which can only benefit you in the future, and it's not bad for your sister, Su Li said with serious eyes. The bloodline that Exiled Immortal possesses is very special. It's our Divine Shadow Group's key protection object. It won't be given up. Furthermore, I've come this time to resolve this grudge with Kyushu on behalf of the Divine Shadow Group. Your role is just the icing on the cake. Even if you don't even say anything, Kyushu will make the Sword Fairy give up her grudge against the Exiled Immortal. Take this payment. There is no burden on you. Only, so much for Su Li's words. Xu Pingan answered him with only a backstory. Seeing this, Su Li, her body was trembling uncontrollably, obviously being angry. Miss, don't get angry. At this time, Uncle Black, who had been following in the distance, walked up to Su Li's side and spoke out to comfort him. Who says I'm angry? Su Li opened her mouth viciously. You're really paying too much attention to this guy. The bloodline within you now is about to awaken. That lineage of inheritance. You will be contacted soon, and you are destined to be brilliant and radiant in the future. Why take offense at a commoner like him? Of course, even if his sister, the Sword Fairy, has obtained the Shushan inheritance, but in front of your lineage, it's not even worth mentioning. Uncle Black, as Su Li's personal bodyguard, how could he not know Mrs. Temper? Normally, that lofty and uncontested nature wouldn't show this kind of expression at all, and also on only meeting this man. That's why there were 2 lapses in succession. It was only then that he was not allowed to stand up and persuade. I know. Su Li took a long breath before her demeanor once again resumed its dignity. In fact, even she didn't know. Why was it that he would always be so out of character in front of Xu Pingan? In that case, it's out of sight. Go to Kyushu and do the right thing. Su Li immediately turned around and left. Only when she left, a teenager walked up to Uncle Black. Uncle Black, Miss left just like that? Then we have this. Are we still sending it? The teenager pointed at Xu Pingan's back. Naturally, I have to deliver. Uncle Black nodded. That's what the boss wants. He doesn't accept it. He's just playing up to the lady. You'll be the one to deliver this. And the lady has stepped in anyway. And, on behalf of our group, you've also joined the Evolution Academy. It might have an unexpected effect. The teenager immediately nodded. Understood. Chapter 89. My name is Xiaoyan, another traveler. At the gates of the Academy of Evolution. Brother Su. Just as Xu Pingan stepped through the school gates, with a small yellow hair on his head, Huang Jian couldn't help but come in front of Xu Pingan. You're the son of that principal from before? Why do you call my brother? 2. Sulu recognized the visitor and immediately asked curiously. Lay low, lay low. Jian Huang made a shushing gesture. Then explained. Su Xian is my senior. Her brother. Naturally, he's my brother. Can I not call him that? Xu Pingan naturally didn't bother with this little yellow hair. With Sulu in tow, he headed towards his class. Huang Jian, on the other hand, hurriedly followed up with a gossipy face. Brother, you really can. I saw what you just did with that woman outside the school gates. Such a beautiful woman. You hard head to not give people back one. Pissed off at that little beauty. She's almost going to stomp her feet. Simply a model for my generation. Hey, did you play with someone and dump them? Just as the guy was talking, Xu Pingan also sent his sister to her class. Have a good day at school. I'll pick you up after school. Evolution Academy has classes for adults as well as classes for young children. Early childhood classes teach the basics in addition to the basics. Naturally, the matter of cultivation will also be involved, which is also considered to be cultivating a talent pool for the country from an early age. Brother, just tell me, how did you get that beautiful woman? We're not dog lickers. I've dumped women like that. It's just that I have a buddy who's curious about how you did it, so I'll ask for him. Huang Jian was also a self-starter. Even if Xu Pingan ignored him, he could still follow Xu Pingan around alone, chatting to myself. But just then, the beautiful woman you speak of, it wouldn't be my lady, would it? A teenager stopped in front of the duo. Who is your sister, miss? Is that the pretty woman at the door? The one my brother dumped? Jian Huang opened his mouth directly. You seek death. The teenager was not tall, but after a direct palm blast, the terrifying power of it directly triggered a sonic boom, and space was distorted. Bagua palm. Huang Jian immediately told his opponent's moves, and then returned the favor. The attacks of the two suddenly met in space. At that instant, a terrifying wave of air spread out around them. The two, in a flash, also took 3 steps backward each. Huang Jian immediately opened his mouth with an odd look in his eyes. You're the Bagua Palmer, Chen Feng? Humph. Only, the teenager didn't want to bull **** with him at all and wanted to strike again. You've got to think this through. Private fights are forbidden in school. Even though I'm not afraid of you, my dad is the principal and I have to follow the school rules. If my dad finds out about you, then he's going to banish you from the school. The divine shadow group that you joined and sent you and didn't want to see you expelled. Did they? Jian Huang spoke calmly. Fruity. Chen Feng blared viciously at the other party, and then he turned his gaze towards Xu Pingan. I have something for you. Xu Pingan ignored it, and it could even be said that from the beginning to the end, there was no interest at all in the fight between the two little brats, only wanting to go to the venue of the great competition and complete his system mission. Just couldn't resist the stickiness of these two little kids. There are exotic fruits from Amei Mountain in here, and also the divine springs of Changbai Mountain. All first-class evolutionary treasures. It's all yours as long as you promise the lady what she wants. Chen Feng caught up with Xu Pingan and took out a black suitcase, and after opening it, it was filled with the unique fragrance of evolved treasures. On the side, Jian Huang's eyes got big as he watched. This kind of treasure, that is rare. Tell your lady for me that I don't need it, and please don't send it again. Xu Pingan directly opened his mouth to refuse. I know your sister is a sword fairy, but your sister is your sister. You're not an heir to Mount Shu, and you've collected this. Good for you for us, everybody. Chen Feng opened his mouth indifferently, and in his words, there was clearly a hint of condescension. For someone who was so obsessively confident and hostile to himself, Xu Pingan had seen and killed many. Therefore, immediately, he wanted to run him right over with a slap. However, he was also thinking that if he killed the Grand Prix contestant in advance, will it cause the system to fail the task? However, just as he made his decision, Chen Feng, however, laughed coldly. Since you don't know yourself, I'll wake you up. You've just joined the Evolutionary Hua Academy as well. Later on is the Academy competition. Decide on class placement. If you can beat me by then, I'll take this back. If you lose, I'll spare your life. You take this and go talk to your sister. Understand? Huang Jian, who was on the side, immediately said in a bad mood. Are you out of your mind? Why should I promise you? Obviously. Such a brainless request. Even Ken Wong couldn't look away. Xu Pingan, however, could not help but say, yes, he was going to participate in the competition. and since he was solving the trouble and completing the system mission, 2 for the price of 1, Chen Feng immediately shut his mouth and turned away. Huang Jian, however, couldn't help but say in a hurry, "Why did you just agree to him? Of course, those things, though, are indeed tempting, but I hear you too. That big beauty is the daughter of the Divine Shadow Group. Since you rejected her, you must have your reasons, but if you want to beat Chen Feng in a match, you're just looking for abuse. That guy is now rated as the most promising, the existence that succeeded the previous 5 great powerhouses. With one hand, the Bagua Palm has defeated an unknown number of experts. Even a Beast King was once cleaved to death by him. This time the Divine Shadow Group is trying to surface sincerity in front of the Kyushu. Deliberately he has been sent to our academy, for the purpose of communication, as well as to assist us, to fight the outbreaks of disaster everywhere. The visitor is not good. As for Kenny Wong having to harp on it, Xu Pingan's reply was still just a backdrop. In the meantime, he had arrived at the venue of the Academy Grand Competition. Why don't you people ever listen to me? Huang Jian, on the other hand, was chattering on and followed up with, I'm telling you, what I said before still counts. I can help you get into the heavenly character class. I've got your advancement match chart. I've placed myself in front of you, so I can take those tough opponents for you that injure them all and keep them out of the tournament for a while. That way you can, even without making a move, advance to the front of the pack. Well, is that good enough? But you'll have to put in a good word for me with me in front of your sister. Xu Pingan didn't bother with him, but instead arrived in front of the staff. I've come to report. My name is Xu Pingan, just as the staff. Registering, a teenager wearing a hood and carrying a ruler. It also came to the staff. I'm reporting in. My name is Xiao Yan. Chapter 90, Xiao Yan, the first place in this grand competition is mine. Xu Pingan, Xiao Yan, you two have signed up. Go wait in the playground. When the game starts, we'll call you by your names. The staff member took 2 number plates and handed them to the 2 men. At this time, Xiao Yan, who had received the number plate, came straight to Xu Pingan's face. Nope, in front of Ken Wong behind him, to be precise. Your principal Huang's son? Xiao Yan's entire face, leaking out of his hood, asked with a hint of a smile on his face. Shhhhhhh. Jin Huang hurriedly pulled Xiao Yan back while muttering, Who told you that my father is the principal? Xiao Yan couldn't help but froze. I was at the door, looking for a sweeper to ask. Jin Huang couldn't help but shake his head. Damn, I knew this grandpa had a bad mouth. I told him not to say anything in the first place, Xiao Yan said with some consternation on his face. Some of my classmates also told me before I came here. There's only one guy with dyed yellow hair in the whole school, and that guy is the principal's son, Ken Wong. I'd like to ask, if we take first place in this school competition, is the reward really samsara fire? Xiao Yan asked with a little bit of anticipation in his eyes. Jin Huang had just recovered from his embarrassment, and then he smiled and opened his mouth. The question. In fact, it makes no difference whether you ask or not. Xiao Yan was slightly surprised. Why? Because, there's no way you can get first place. A confident smile appeared on Jin Huang's face. The expression on Xiao Yan's face was very odd. Huang Jian didn't sell himself short, but said confidently, because last time I competed, I took second. But this time, for the great competition, I've gone through special training, and I already have the means to deal with him. So this time, the first place is destined to be mine. As for the reward, for you, it's simply out of reach. Ask or don't ask. Is there no difference? Xiao Yan, who had heard the words, and Xu Pingan, who was standing on the sidelines. The 2 of them neatly fell into silence. Immediately, it was Xiao Yan who broke the silence. The corners of his mouth arced out as he said, If the reward is the samsara flame, then the first place this time is mine. With these words, Xu Pingan and Huang Jian, the 2 of them, were again silenced by the dry. Does anyone have a reason for being number 1 anymore? Huang Jian instantly laughed without any good humor. You should have just come to school, right? Xiao Yan said. Right, I get it. Everyone's young and impetuous at times. Huang Jian was like a person who had been there before, standing in front of Xiao Yan, passing on his experience. However, those who can come to the Evolution Academy, who aren't geniuses from all over. But, you have to know, above genius, there is genius. Number 1 in the Evolution Academy, that's the pinnacle of all geniuses. Speak plainly, geniuses are only at the threshold of seeing me too. Xiao Yan, Xu Pingan. Just when the atmosphere was awkward to the core. All students please take your seats. This academy competition is about to begin. The megaphone sounded. Xiao Yan broke the awkwardness and looked at the 2 of them. Smiling, he greeted. The match is about to begin. I'll see you on the field then. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the crowd. Looking at the others departing back, Huang Jian couldn't help but shrug his shoulders and laugh. Such a brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven. The academy comes with a crop every time they recruit. But which time? It's not hit by reality. I see this kid. I'm afraid he won't even be able to enter the Xianzi class. This time, Xu Pingan, however, rarely spoke. He's different. Different? What's different? Jian Huang couldn't help but follow up. Xu Pingan just had a mysterious smile on his face, and then, it too headed for the playground. Wait for me. Jian Huang hurriedly caught up. I haven't talked to you yet about the arrangements for the next match. Do you still want to enter the heavenly character class? And in the meantime, outside the official Kyushu negotiation room, this sword fairy is so arrogant that she doesn't even show any mercy. Do you really think that our divine hidden group is comparable to that Bodhi Jean? Uncle Black stood next to Suli, his face filled with annoyance. Just now, in order to diffuse the conflict between Su Hsin and exiled Immortal, the official of Jiuzhou, therefore, the two sides were purposely arranged to negotiate together. As for the results, they are naturally very unsatisfactory. Su Xian's claim does not accept the apology and compensation from Shenin Group. If the exiled Immortal is interested in resolving this feud, then he will come in person and will have to break his own arm. Otherwise everything is exempt. How could the Divine Hidden Group agree to such conditions? This Kyushu official is also making peace. We've both talked about resolving our previous grudges. Even our group, willing to cede the famous mountain for co-management. They can't even control a single Su Xin. Uncle Black couldn't help but complain again. Suli, however, shook her head and spoke faintly. It's not that the Kyushu officials want to make peace. Rather, that battle, the Su Xin who had decapitated Vajra and the Extraterrestrial clan, should be very special. It's even so special that even Kyushu doesn't dare to easily disobey her. Uncle Black, who had heard the words, couldn't help but see his eyes change. And then, cautiously, he spoke. What you mean, miss? There's an extraterrestrial force behind this Su Xin as well? Unclear. Suli touched his forehead and then said, this is no longer something I should consider. I've done all I can do. Go back. For the matter of the syndicate, if it were not for the fact that that cheap father had another trace of blood with himself, plus, with her mother's last words, she hadn't wanted to get too involved. Uncle Black nodded with intent. Understood. Suli naturally noticed Uncle Black's abnormality and opened his mouth to ask, your boss, got an assignment for you? Uncle Black spoke with some embarrassment. Can't hide it from Miss. The boss said if you can't solve it from your side. Miss, let me go talk to that classmate of yours. Suli frowned before saying, so, you've already contacted Xu Pingan? Hesitant to tell me now? Uncle Black hurriedly trembled. Miss, it's my fault for not telling you beforehand that. I'm willing to be punished. Suli's voice was a bit cold as she opened her mouth. What did you do to him? I know he has a special meaning for you. Miss, so just let Chen Feng deal with him. And Chen Feng also sent word that he and your classmate have made a bet. As long as Chen Feng can win, he will agree to our demands. Uncle Black wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained the situation as succinctly as he could. Suli, who had heard the words, said in a cold voice, Chen Feng is an heir to the Bagua and has no lightness of hand. If we injure that Xu Pingan, then this matter will only go even further in a bad direction. Don't worry, miss, I've already greeted Chen Feng, and it's definitely point to point. Never bruise it. After Uncle Black finished speaking, he didn't forget to add, in fact, doing this, I also have a selfish motive. This Xu Pingan, relying on the status of his sister, the Sword Fairy, is too condescending to you? Miss, I think it's good to suppress his sharpness. Only then can he realize how much of a gap there is with you. Miss, Suli paused, and then her eyebrows were finally spread out. Then he said expressionlessly, this will not happen again. And if Chen Feng injures Xu Pingan, when the time comes to tell your boss, don't blame me for stepping in and, no mercy. Chapter 91, Xiaoyan Xu Pingan, Evolution Academy. The large playground. 2 areas were divided at this time. Inside the 2 areas, there are, respectively, competition rings made of special materials. Extraordinary attention. The ring was the size of a basketball court. The fringe area, on the other hand, is inscribed with special runes, from among the ancient ruins of the famous mountains that tapped out protective field. After all, with the aura revived, humans have become superhuman beings with no defenses that. The aftermath of the battle above that ring was enough to injure the onlookers. As for that, the rules of the competition are also very simple. No restriction of means. At the end of the day, who's down? Who's standing? Who is the winner? At this moment, above the 2 competition rings, the battle was simply in full swing. The students of Evolution Academy, too, were at the edge of the ring, shouting frantically. Teachers, to the point of the principal, sat above their seats and watched. Brother, I've arranged for you. The hard bones, I'll give you all the bruises to go. The rest of these will give me a few moments. You're next. Just get up there and go through the motions. Yellow hair Huang Jian had just gotten off the top of the ring and walked over to Xu Pingan's side. As expected, the next one up, it was also Pingan Su. By the time he got to the top of the ring, the other guy just grinds his fists. In a voice so small that only two people could hear it, he said, the principal's son told me that I will lose to you. However, before I lose to you, I'll have to collect some interest first. Only the words fell. Xu Pingan merely gave a look. Like a gyroscope, the opponent spun and jumped and fell out of the ring, losing consciousness. The teacher in charge of the referee was dumbfounded. He didn't even get a good look at what was happening. Shouldn't the results be pronounced? Xu Pingan opened his mouth and looked at the other party, and that's when the latter came back to his senses. The winning side was announced. When Xu Pingan stepped out of the ring, Huang Jian immediately cursed. That kid is too unprofessional, isn't he? Told him to admit defeat. Didn't tell him to admit defeat in such an exaggerated manner. He even spun and jumped. Xu Pingan, obviously. In Jian Huang's opinion, the reason why the other party lost was all because he had arranged it. Of course, Xu Pingan was too lazy to explain. Ken Wang is such a broken man. If you say one thing back, he can say 100 things back to you. This sentence, Xiao Yan wins. In the other ring of the match came the voice of the referee. When the sight came to him, Xiao Yan won the match calmly, just like Pingan Su did. Even the hood, which he had been wearing, had not fallen off. This kid is pretty good at pretending to be a cop. Jian Huang raised an eyebrow, clearly very unimpressed with him. Xu Pingan, however, couldn't help but look at the other party one more time, like he was sure, and like he was thinking. Of course, the game won't stop because of the two men's performances that, still in full swing, just when the game was halfway through. This group of, why are they all acting so fake? Are you afraid that my father won't be able to tell? Jian Huang's broken voice sounded once again. As for the reason, it was naturally those who had lost to Xu Pingan in the ring. In his opinion, one by one, the acting was overly flamboyant. Either a spinning fall out of the ring, it's an upside down, whole head, or whole lower body. It's all buried inside the earth. The drawing style, how it looked, was like an animated movie where the stragglers were cleared out by the main character. But the problem, people's protagonist, is that they have the strength to kill in seconds to be able to do so. This Xu Pingan, a little minion who relies on his sisters backstage. How can he have this strength? Doesn't that raise suspicion? Apparently, he's attributing it all to the poor acting of those people. And that's when it happened. Is this your doing? A middle-aged man, who came to Huang Jian's side, joined him in looking at Xu Pingan on the field. Dad, what are you doing here? Huang Jian was like a rat seeing a cat, and all of a sudden, his entire body could not help but shrink. If I don't get over here, I'm gonna watch you play favorites. Shoving people right into the Tenchi class like that? The middle-aged man didn't speak in a good mood, and he's no one else. The official principal of Evolution Academy, Huang Guofeng. There is no one who knows the son better than the father. This Huang Jian engaged in that little mind. Naturally, he was all in his eyes. Dad, don't you accuse me. I didn't do anything like that. It's the fact that people have the power. Jian Huang immediately said righteously. Only, his voice was getting smaller and smaller. Oh, yeah? Huang Guofeng didn't reveal it either, but smiled and said, that's good. In that case, then I will arrange for him to fight that Chen Feng. What? Huang Jian immediately exclaimed out in shock. Dad, you're not kidding, right? That Chen Feng's match list doesn't have Pingan Su. Though no, but I'm the principal. So just change it. Huang Guofeng smiled. That won't work. That won't do. Jian Huang's face was suddenly filled with worry. Why not? Could it be that I've hit the nail on the head? That this Xu Pingan is your doing? Trying to arrange for him to enter the Heaven's Sun class? Huang Guofeng asked rhetorically. Huang Jian was speechless. Dad, you're exaggerating this Chen Feng's strength. Even I would have difficulty taking him down. You directly let him fight Xu Pingan. Isn't that harming people? Doesn't look like it to me. This Xu Pingan has fought with people without seeing him make a move in almost every fight. An expert of this strength? I think it's only interesting to fight Chen Feng. Do you think so? Huang Guofeng looked at his son. At this moment, Huang Jian simply wanted to greet all those opponents who had been defeated by Xu Pingan. If it wasn't such a poorly acted bunch of idiots, arranged so seamlessly by myself, how could it be seen? Dad, you don't do that. I've got it all worked out. As long as I arrange for him to get into the Tenchi class, he'll put in a good word for me and I'll get in. Huang Jian this moment. Also do not pretend. Direct showdown. just want to let his father gave the back door. However, Huang Guofeng directly interrupted. It's too late. I've already arranged it. Just as Jian Huang was surprised, Chen Feng, however, had already arrived above the ring. He confronted Xu Pingan. Hello again. A scowl appeared on Chen Feng's face. The previous bet. You should not have forgotten it yet, but it doesn't matter if you forget. I'll help you remember that on top of this race. But, truth be told, you're lucky. There's an explanation from above, telling me not to strike too hard. So, just be obedient and lose to me. You'd be spared a bit of flesh and blood. Xu Pingan looked at the referee. Isn't it starting yet? The referee was also obviously fascinated by the pushy quotes from the other team that came on the field. Being reminded by Xu Pingan, he also hurriedly came back to his senses and said, "Game on." The words just fell. Chen Feng immediately struck out directly. 8 trigrams palm. Only, he hadn't extended his palm yet. The whole person, just like a kite with broken strings, wobbly rushes into the sky. And in the meantime, Ken Won, Huang Guofeng, Chapter 92 Shaoyan Battle, 8 Extreme Collapse, Chen Feng defeated, with the referee's voice. At this moment, those present who were paying attention to this battle were all of a sudden all dumbfounded. Chen Feng's power was there for all to see, and its strength, which is online with actual real people filming it. That was the person who was claimed to be the most likely to inherit the title of the 5 great masters. The moment he came on, there were already quite a number of people who had gathered here, wanting to observe its strikes. But, Chen Feng actually lost. This is simply too much for everyone to take in. The most unacceptable. Of course, it's still a gesture of defeat for Chen Feng. That backwards look felt like a minion being defeated. There's no way Chen Feng can be defeated just like that. It's so fake. It's a fake race. Not fair. I've watched several of this Xu Pingan's previous contests. The opponents are all flying out so unprovoked. They must be colluding. It is recommended that Pingan Su be severely investigated. Those observing the game were all in a state of righteous indignation. Indicates a dark secret. So much so, that Huang Guofeng, who was the principal, couldn't help but look at Jian Huang. Chen Feng is all taken in by you? Ken Wong, I'll be honest about this one. I really didn't sell him. Just now, this guy even tried to hit me. How could I possibly sell him? Huang Guofeng's country face was written with disbelief. If you hadn't sold him, how did this Chen Feng lose? After saying that, he also glanced at his opponent, who was upside down in the shape of an onion. It was obviously hard to believe that this was the work of the harmless-looking Xu Pingan on the field. Jian Huang hesitated for a moment before saying, could he have fallen on his own? Huang Guofeng's face sank. Then he glared at him in a bad humor and said, even if I believe that, but do you see anyone else believing it? Only the other people gathered around the stage, each one of them excitedly shouting that it was a fake match. You made this mess. If you can't close the show, then I'll do it for you. When the time comes, don't blame me for not being a father and son. Huang finished. Immediately, he left straight away. Seeing this, Huang Jian, where did he not know that this was Pops getting angry? If you don't handle it yourself, that's really going to take a lot of beating. After a moment of hesitation, he instantly had an idea, then blended into the crowd and yelled directly, this Xu Pingan is Sword Fairy's brother. With these words, the disgruntled crowd on the field froze for a moment. With that, everyone's faces were not odd. There was a whispering that went on and on. No wonder his surname is Xu, so he's Sword Fairy's brother. Brother, stop yelling. If this is Sword Fairy's family, and if you're still making a scene, watch out for the little life. What's wrong? It's okay to cheat if you're a family member of the Sword Fairy? It's quite alright. Don't you know that Sword Fairy's feat? When those 5 great masters, 3 have now been beheaded, 2 for offending him, and 1 banished. The divine hidden group behind him came to us to admit their mistake. Who doesn't know that offending the Sword Fairy is the same as offending the god of death? And it is said, that nowadays the Sword Fairy is bent on killing the banished immortal. The divine hidden group can't even bail out this visit, because we, in the 9 states, don't even dare to disobey the Sword Fairy's idea. I get it. This Chen Feng belongs to the same camp as exiled immortal, and now that he's intentionally losing to Xu Pingan, it's a gesture of goodwill to the Sword Fairy. Oh, so that's it. So, we'll be blindly involved. In case if we offend the Sword Fairy, or if we offend the divine hidden group, we don't have a few lives big enough for the Sword Fairy to cut. As soon as Xu Pingan's identity was announced, the crowd that was originally clamoring was dumbfounded. Seeing this, Jian Huang couldn't help but wipe away a sweat. It was good to finally solve this problem. Otherwise, one's old man, there's a real possibility that he'll take himself out. Also thanks to the shadow of the man and the name of the tree. The Sword Fairy's current reputation was simply a representation of the god of death. Whoever you offend, You wouldn't dare offend the sword fairy. When Xu Pingan walked off the stage. Brother, you tell me the truth. Is it true that Chen Feng and you made a deal on stage? He lost to you on purpose, so that the sword fairy would let the exiled immortal off the hook? Jian Huang hastened to gossip. Only, it didn't wait for Xu Pingan to reply. The guy then said to himself, I knew it. For sure. You're too lucky, kid. You don't know. My dad, who is also the principal of the school, almost even found out about you. Good thing I'm resourceful enough to help you out. And don't worry about the rest of the match. I'll set you up well with those guys. Just as this guy, chattering away. Xiao Yan versus Yang Ming. Above the other ring, the referee's voice caught the duo's attention. Yang Ming? Xiao Yan? An odd, yet gloating expression immediately appeared on Jian Huang's face. This chatterbox immediately opened his mouth again in front of Xu Pingan. Ha ha, this kid is finally going to admit it. I didn't expect him to be so unlucky to meet Yang Ming only halfway through the match. You probably don't know. This Yang Ming can be the first in the last grand competition. Although I only lost him by half a move last time. But this guy, he's really ridiculously strong. Not only is he an heir to the ancient martial art of Taijiquan, but at Mount Amei, obtained the inheritance of the Nine Sons' divine skill, a body of pure yang power plus ancient martial arts Taijiquan. There aren't many people at all who can get their hands on a few more rounds. If not for his young age, the state is worried that something will happen to him when he goes outside to practice, that the position of the top 5 masters, there will be a place for him. As for Ken Wong's bragging about Yang Ming, Xu Pingan didn't feel that it was excessive. This Yang Ming was no more than 18 years old, with childishness written all over his face, but the cultivation on the body, it can indeed be said that, at this stage of the Earth's, it's among the most powerful of the bunch. Even King Kong is no better. All of them had come to the gene realm and the realm divided by Earth, broke 10 genetic locks, may step into the next great realm. Although there was a difference between this realm division and the Tian Yuan continent, but all changes are the same. They are the basic realms that stimulate the potential of the human body. Only, what made Xu Pingan more curious was that Xiao Yan, the other party from the moment they appeared. Xu Pingan then realized that he was different. It was a presence that made itself hard to see through. The last person who gave him that feeling. It's Tang Shan. Just in the middle of this thought, the game on the field has finally begun as well. Although Yang Ming was not very old, but the battle spirit was overpowering, and the powerful internal force drove the ancient martial art of Taijiquan wide open. The terrifying power caused the air to distort, and a powerful wave of air swept across the entire playground. The eyes of those present could not help but be shaken by it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why do I feel like this guy? He's gotten stronger again. Then won't the killing move I prepared be useless again? Ungrateful. My first, Jian Huang's raucous voice, too, rang out in disbelief. It seemed to be determined that the first place this time would be born among the two of them. But, just then, Xiao Yan also finally made a move. 8-pole avalanche. Chapter 93, The Underestimated Xiao Yan. Heaven blesses the 9 states. Yang Ming's battle against Xiao Yan. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the whole room. Even teachers and principals came to the front of the stage and watched from a close distance. For no other reason. Yang Ming is too dazzling. Even many teachers were not his match. He fights at this level. It is worth watching and learning for many people, including teachers. Only, with much anticipation, facing off against a raging last year's No. 1. Xiao Yan's face, however, did not change in any way, and even still had that faintly playful smile. This is how Taijiquan behaves when the aura is revived. He watched the other party come wrapped in terrifying might, like a teacher teaching his students that, even reviewed it. Even the spectators in the arena couldn't help but feel that this guy was just too much of a cup pretender. Facing Yang Ming we're all in a hangdog posture. Some have even stated that this is a complete abandonment of resistance. Who is Yang Ming? The more you resist, the more aggressive he gets and the harder he hits. It would be better to take on him than to be defeated early and be spared the pain of skin and flesh. Only until the attack, when it almost reached the face of Xiao Yan, he finally struck. Just a palm strike. The attacks of the two met at once, but the originally imagined one-sided situation did not occur. The center of the collision of the two, a powerful wave of air, like a typhoon erupting, burst out directly. If it wasn't for the fact that the field was lit up with a rune at this moment, I'm afraid that some people, on the spot, can be directly blown away. But even so, under Yang Ming's feet, the ground, which was made out of a special textured metal, instead, a huge dent appeared. 3 2s for 1,000 pounds. Next moment, that Yang Ming, who was originally given invincibility by everyone, in this exchange of blows, surprisingly, he backed away of his own accord, and on the way back, his hands kept dancing, his face pale to the extreme. It's a move for unloading power in Tai Chi. What's going on? Yang Ming actually performed this move? At this point, Ken Wong, as his old rival, surprise filled his face. This is a Taiji technique that is only performed when encountering a powerful move to dislodge the opponent's attack. Then even when you face me, only when I perform a stance that. I've only just encountered him making this move. Only. When the words came out of his mouth, Yang Ming then directly spat out a mouthful of blood. This made everyone in the room giggle. This is the inheritor of Taijiquan and the 9 sons. If he were to come out of the world, he would be the absolute top powerhouse in the world. But now he was bleeding from a silent kid? It was no less than dropping a mushroom egg in everyone's mind and sending shock waves. Quickly, have someone check on this Xiao Yan. At this moment, even Huang Guofeng felt that something was wrong and hurriedly arranged for the teacher to investigate. And at this point, standing on the field was Xiao Yan. Finally spoke up. The move I just made is called 8 Extreme Collapse. Within the stance, there are 8 levels of strength implicitly contained within the stance, and with 8 levels stacked on top of each other, the power is enough to multiply. You're still too young to lose under this move. At this moment, he was really like a teacher, and his tone of voice was sophisticated as he began to instruct. This left the audience on stage, again, speechless and feeling terrible. Speechless was that this Xiao Yan was only the same age as them. It was simply too much of a pretense to assume this posture after just having the upper hand of one strike. What's scary is the terror of this move, which implies 8 levels of strength, 8 superimposed. This is simply too much, isn't it? What kind of move can take a person's strength and multiply it so many times? But you don't have to be discouraged. Ancient martial arts Tai Chi isn't weak, and that move of yours to unload the force from the 3 tails is marvelous. It's just that you've still practiced until you're on fire, and you didn't unload my 8-fold dark force at the right time, while my 8 extremes collapse has been practiced to perfection, and is purely perfect. If you cultivate Taiji to my level, I'm afraid I'll be the one injured. Although Amazing Xiao appeared to the common man to be preaching at arrogance, however, he did not have a trace of superiority on his face, but instead pointed out the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Outsiders don't get it though, but Yang Ming understood. He nodded, his face very sincere. Thanks for the guidance. No harm done. I haven't met such an interesting opponent in many years. Xiao Yan waved his hand with excitement on his face and said, take out all your real skills, otherwise, this time the championship is destined to be mine. On Yang Ming's face, a hint of wariness also sprang up. Then please enlighten me. One sparring session. It doesn't make Yang Ming, just give up the game. At that moment, he once again took the initiative to attack. Tai Chi is a traditional martial art that is a household name in Kyushu. The number of moves and the mystery have been shown in major works throughout the ages. Not to mention, Yang Ming, who had obtained the ancient Taiji inheritance, made a move. One time, the power of martial arts was displayed in his hands to the fullest. It left everyone else in the room marveling. It's a shame. He met Xiao Yan, and the latter after the first strike. There were no more shots after that. Instead, like an idle cloud strolling, he pranced and dodged above the ring. Often it was just a sidestep, or a retreat, to avoid Yang Ming's big killing moves, and every now and then, he even offers a word of guidance. It was as if the younger generation was instructing the younger generation. This time, even the viewers, who were originally unsure of what was going on, saw it. Yang Ming was simply no match for Xiao Yan. All attacks are seen through. Even the only sparring match was Yang Ming spitting blood and falling back. It's not a level of competition any way you look at it. This kid, how can he be so powerful? At this moment, even Jian Huang's face was on fire with pain. He himself had only satirized his opponent as nothing more than an ordinary genius before the match. Seeing himself as a great genius is just him having that threshold. Who had thought that only to utter such a pretentious quote, turned around and was slapped by the other side. And that's when, beside Huang Guofeng, a teacher hurried over, and then with a hint of delight on his face, he said, this Xiao Yan's information has been found out. Huang Guofeng said with curiosity on his face, tell me about it. Became a vegetable a year ago because of a car accident. Afterwards, because of his parents, with his body, traveled to a famous mountain to try his luck, not expecting to really wake him up. And after that, the other party showed an incomparable talent. Not only does it overwhelm his peers, even more so, the invading beasts were defeated locally. Although the information shows that the beast swarm that time was just a small beast wave guided by an ordinary beast king. But as I watched the data, I realized that beast wave wasn't ordinary. That should be a super beast king, who had only just formed his own force, but never expected to encounter Xiao Yan. Before he could show his strength in front of the world, he was decapitated. And then later on, when he was recommended, he came to our academy. The teacher's face was clearly filled with excitement even after he finished. That means, this Xiao Yan's strength has been underestimated. A human who can kill a super beast king. Huang Guofeng's face was full of surprise. It seems that God has blessed my Kyushu. Really picked up a treasure. Chapter 94, Suli shocked. Bloodline. Amazing Emperor. Great Emperor. Outside the Kyushu base, a private jet pulls up. Suli sat by the window with a cup of tea in her hand, seemingly faking sleep. In reality, there was no peace at all inside. Not that today's free-flowing conversation with Kyushu didn't accomplish its purpose. Rather, it was the words that Xu Pingan had said to him today. It left her heart, for a long time, unsettled. He himself took the initiative to kindly warn the other party that heaven and earth were about to change twice. But instead of being grateful, the other person has the power to give himself a good face. It left her with a deep sense of making a fool of herself. But this feeling, again, made him very unconvinced. The boy who had clearly once been willing to skip class and take the train to buy himself a gift, all for his own sake. And yet, suddenly he did this to himself. Suli appeared as if she was a high and cold goddess, indifferent to other things. In fact, she was just a young girl in her 20s, though he looks at most people and doesn't get mood swings. But Xu Pingan was different, a boy she had crossed paths with before. Although she wasn't like those heroines in novels who found themselves suddenly falling in love with Xu Pingan, so feel regret. She just felt like she was, being ignored. This was something no one in her life had ever done to her except that cheap father. But her cheap father, on learning of her bloodline, it was also a change in the previous attitude towards himself, giving himself enough for the highest treatment in the group. Moreover, this Xu Pingan clearly didn't have that kind of backbone and strength. Uncle Black. With this thought, Suli opened her mouth with some impatience. Miss, Uncle Black, the bodyguard, walked up to her. Let Chen Feng teach him a good lesson for his match later. Suli was the one who suddenly opened his mouth. Uncle Black couldn't help but stare. Naturally, he understood that this he referred to the young lady's classmate, Xu Pingan. Only, Uncle Black was a bit puzzled. Miss, did you say before that you wouldn't hurt him? Teaching him a lesson and not being able to hurt him can be two things that don't conflict. Although Suli's expression was calm, her right hand could not help but tighten its grip. The black face couldn't help but show a hint of oddness. At the same time, he couldn't help but inwardly sputter. Usually that quiet young lady, whenever she meets Xu Pingan, there's always some kind of strange behavior going on. But then again, he was pretty sure that Miss definitely didn't like that Xu Pingan. After all, with Miss, that Xu Pingan was not worthy at all. Uncle Black took out his cell phone and began to contact Chen Feng. The two were on an airplane. But in this day and age, with access to cell phones, it's basically an exclusive satellite signal that is not affected by signal base stations. When the call came through, a trace of gravity appeared on Uncle Black's face. What did you just say about Chen Feng? What? Are you sure you're not wrong? Got it. When Chen Feng wakes up, have him answer the phone for me personally. After hanging up, is it dinged? Suli opened her mouth. Uncle Black then came aside with a heavy face and then whispered, Chen Feng has already fought with Xu Pingan. Suli's brows could not help but sink as he shook his head oppressively. Since we have already exchanged hands, then forget what I said just now. After Chen Feng wins, tell him to stop bothering Xu Pingan. Uncle Black's face was filled with oddities. I think Chen Feng, there shouldn't be any more trouble for Xu Pingan. Suli looked at Uncle Black and seemed to notice something wrong on the other's face. What happened? Uncle Black lowered his head, and there was clearly a hint of incredulity in his voice as well. Chen Feng lost? Chen Feng lost? Suli's face was as dull as a wooden goose. Even the teacup in his hand fell to the ground without noticing. A moment later, she looked up at Uncle Black, her eyes serious and, speaking again, he confirmed, Chen Feng really lost to Xu Pingan? Aha! Although Uncle Black didn't want to accept this reality either, he nodded helplessly. Right now, Chen Feng is all still in a coma. But don't worry, miss, when he wakes up, I'll make sure to ask nicely how he lost. And, I think there's definitely something fishy about this. This person, Xu Pingan, doesn't have any outgoing information at all. There's no powerful spiritual energy fluctuation on his body either. It's impossible to have gained such great strength for no reason. The strongest person nowadays, that one didn't kill and sharpen to gain the strength today? Suli, who had heard the words, did not open her mouth, just slowly picking up the teacup. And then, a new teacup was taken and a fresh cup of tea was poured. In the eyes, from the initial shock, a hint of joy gradually appeared. Miss, what are you laughing at? Seeing this, Uncle Black couldn't help but be a little curious. I know. Suli drank the tea in the cup in one go. No what? Uncle Black obviously didn't follow the circuit. know why the Xu Pingan is acting like this in front of me. The corners of Su Li's mouth were arched, not in the least bit frustrated by Chen Feng's defeat. This. Apparently, Uncle Black had no idea, at all, what the lady was talking about. Next, there's no need to investigate Xu Pingan. Su Li immediately spoke. Then Chen Feng must have been defeated by Xu Pingan. Uncle Black was obviously frozen in place and could only respond mechanically. Why? The fact that he was able to defeat Chen Feng is proof that, by acting so calm in front of me, it's not baseless. Rather, he has his own backbone. In this aura revival, he must have obtained a great opportunity. Only, he hid it from everyone and is just waiting for the thick of it. Su Li said with great confidence. Therefore, he behaved like this in front of me. It must be in lust. If I, at this point in time, take the initiative to investigate, then I'm on his hook. She's leading me by the nose again. This time, I can't lose. Her eyes narrowed slightly, as if she had everything under control. The depression in his heart, also in this instant, seems to have been swept away by a reasonable reason. Uncle Black, how much time is left before the starry sky? At the other end, in forms of the descent? Su Li suddenly looked at Uncle Black, and the latter was obviously a bit surprised, because, well, the lady never asks about it. That end of the starry sky concerns the secret of the lady's bloodline. As early as the beginning of the aura recovery, they had already made contact with the Divine Hidden Group, and it indicates a strong indication of the importance of MS. It's imperative to protect the young lady, and they are on their way. Through the information they passed out, what can be known is, Mrs. Bloodline is very special. It's the jewel of their tribe, and their tribe, among the stars, is very powerful. Follow them. The young lady's future achievements would allow her to be called king even in the 10,000 clans. It's not clear yet, but from what they've been saying lately, it should be soon. Uncle Black quickly spoke up. As long as Jojo doesn't turn on us during this period of time, miss, you wait until that clan descends. Then the whole earth will call you king. Su Li, however, was unimpressed. Instead, a man figure appeared in his mind. If it comes to that, the bottom line you're relying on is not worth mentioning when it comes to me. I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Just think of all that. The corner of Su Li's mouth then couldn't help but curl up slightly. And in the meantime, Evolution Academy. Above the ring, the referee's voice sounded again. Xu Pingan vs. Xiaoyan. Suri arrived at the special airplane that was leaving. Chapter 95, Xiaoyan. Xu Pingan. The Great War. Evolution Academy. All eyes are on the ring. Tai Chi Air Yang Ming lost. The defeat was very complete. If the other side hadn't stayed back, I am afraid that this Yang Ming will only lose very miserably, because at the last minute, Yang Ming took the initiative to ask Xiaoyan to use his full strength, and the latter took out the heavy ruler behind his back. Just one blow. It then sent Yang Ming flying outside the ring. The difference is just too great. At this moment, everyone in the arena looked at Xiaoyan differently. Stronger. It is honored everywhere, and that is a constant fact everywhere. It's over. It's over. My first, again. Huang Jian touched his own head, and all of a sudden, his entire body was dumbfounded. Yang Ming, such a powerful opponent, neither forced out the other's true skill. It was even more unlikely that he himself would be a match for him. With that big battle between Xiaoyan and Yang Ming, the rest of the game, apparently, never stirred up interest again, even when Ken Wong, the dick, comes out, and nothing more than, let's all look the other way. But it's not as jaw-dropping as it was before. Not much longer. Just as the game had also come to a close. Are you really going to let him into the heavenly character class? The principal, Huang Guofeng, once again came to his son who had just finished the race. Huang Jian immediately changed his face. Dad, didn't we agree before? You don't care about me when I settle everyone's protests. Huang Guofeng immediately said with some curiosity. When did I say that? You're cheating. Jian Huang's eyes widened at once. How do you call it cheating when I just didn't admit it myself? Huang Guoli somewhat rightfully said. Moreover, I, as the principal of this, can't possibly be able to watch someone just break the rules right under my nose. Dad, what's our relationship? Can't you just give it a chance? Seeing this, Jian Huang immediately played the emotional card. That works too. Who knew that Huang Guofeng agreed so readily? So much so that Jian Huang froze. Dad, are you sure you didn't lie to me? How can a father lie to his son? Huang Guofeng had a small smile on his face, then explained. I'm talking about giving the opportunity to. It doesn't say to just let him in. Chance is fine. Just tell me what the request is, and I promise to do it. Jian Huang sniffed and immediately agreed with alacrity. Huang Guofeng smiled and spoke. Go fight Xiaoyan and win. I'll pretend I didn't notice anything. I dang in who? Sha. What? Huang Jian instantly widened his eyes. You're letting the sword fairy's younger brother go fight Xiao Yan? Are you sure you're not screwing with me? Xiao Yan just defeated Yang Ming. You're asking him, a guy who came in through the back door, to challenge for first place. What's the difference between that and sending him to his death? Huang Guofeng, however, shrugged. The opportunity was what you wanted, and now that it's given, you resent it. Who's to blame for that? No way. You're obviously playing tricks. Do you believe me, or I'll tell the sword fairy that you abused his brother. If he really let his old man screw up like this, then all his previous efforts would be for nothing. Late. I've made arrangements to come over here just to let you know that. Figure out how you're going to explain it to that sword fairy's brother. Otherwise it's not good to keep lying to people like this. As soon as Huang finished speaking, it just dashed straight off again and went above the principal's seat. Jin Huang was close to actually cursing his father when he saw this. And the next moment, the match ends in the upper ring. The referee then already started to announce the next match list. Xu Pingan vs Xiao Yan. As soon as Xiao Yan's name appeared below the ring, the crowd bristled and filled up. And Huang Jian also rushed to find Xu Pingan. Brother, don't blame me for not helping. My old man had a stroke and found out what we'd been doing. Hardly naming you to go and do battle with Xiao Yan. I can't stop it if I stop it. It looks like you won't be able to enter the heavenly class this time. But you're discouraged. I'll get you in the back for sure. Just bear with me this time. Huang Jian explained while comforting. We definitely can't beat that Xiao Yan. Just admit defeat later. And don't get hurt, or I'll be too embarrassed to explain to your sister. At this time, Xu Pingan, who had also long gotten used to the other party's nagging, still paid attention to him, straight through the crowd and towards the top of the ring, the moment he appeared. Apparently, it also caused a huge stir. Moreover, the sensation was not in the least bit worse than Xiao Yan. There is no difference in the reason. This is Sword Fairy's brother. Moreover, this guy's current battle record was not in any way inferior to Xiao Yan's. All games down. Not a single loss. Of course, compared to Xiao Yan, it was naturally ironic. Amazing Xiao was in the crowd's eyes, and that was a solid win. And Xu Pingan's relying on his sister and cheating his way up was a stark contrast. And with Xiao Yan on stage, the people in the arena were all agitated at once. Being able to see Xiao Yan strike again was clearly the thing they were most looking forward to. And I don't know who shouted. Xiao Yan defeated him. This kind of person who got in by connections doesn't deserve to be in the heavenly character class. Bent in time, a large number of people followed suit. Beat him. Only, facing the uproar of the crowd, the two traversers on the field, also two veterans, had no change in their countenance. Hello again. Xiao Yan still had a faint smile on his face, and when the latter nodded, he spoke in a shocking manner. When the match begins, bring out your full strength, or you'll lose in the opening round, and you'll lose first place. With these words, the people who were clamoring in the arena did not have a moment's lapse. It was as if they had heard some kind of joke. A guy who went through the motions to get into the school is putting up a front and pointing out that people are number one? You're outrageous. And you're outrageous too, aren't you? It's simply outrageous to open the door to outrageousness. Outrageous to Grandma's house. Bent in time. Boo after boo. I thought you were a bore who didn't like to talk. Good fellow. So you know you're easily offended and sealed yourself. At this moment, even Jian Huan couldn't bear to look at him. At this moment, Xiao Yan, even if it was himself, he didn't dare to clamor like this. Yes, Xiao Yan, who heard the words, was not angry and actually really put on a state of going all out. When I say full power, it's more than just movement. Seeing this, Xu Pingan spoke again. Xiao Yan, however, smiled and said, this is already my full strength. Xu Pingan, who had heard the words, smiled without saying anything before looking at the referee, and the latter looked at both sides. After getting affirmation from both sides, game on. With a command, Xu Pingan stood in place, still unmoving. That Xiao Yan, who was originally powerful enough to kill Xu Pingan in the eyes of the crowd. But just the next moment, they were directly like those opponents of Pingan Su, flying directly into the air. It seemed as if it was about to once again perform the same upside-down onion as Chen Feng. Bent in time, the room was silent. Brother, you've already determined that you can securely enter the heavenly character class. Next, you even go up and surrender. Chapter 96, Heavenly Flame. 3 Shin Changes. 3000 Thunders. The moment. Everyone was stunned. What the hell is going on here? How is it that even Xiao Yan was sent flying out? Principal Huang Guofeng. That his almost eyes did not stare out. That bastard. It won't take Xiao Yan and sell him too, right? Only. At this time, Jin Huang was also confused. That Xiao Yan he didn't collect and sell. Moreover, the sword fairy and this Xiao Yan didn't have any interactions. There's no way he'd admit defeat voluntarily. What the hell is going on here? And just then too, that Xiao Yan who was originally going to fall outside the ring, suddenly only his back was seen, stretching out violently, with two huge wings. That original downward trend was instantly stopped, followed by a violent flap of the wings. Straight back into the ring again, and the wings disappeared to the sides. Those who were present were dumbfounded. Asterisk. I can't believe I grew wings. Nope, it's not sprouting wings. It's manifesting them. Can't you see it's all gone? I'll go. This Xiao Yan is too powerful. Can there still be this winged avatar? After the revival of aura, having wings on the back is nothing new though. However, illusionary wings are rare. That's the ability to fly without having to change your body structure. In terms of their current genetic realm, physical flight was something that was simply unattainable. Only, under the envy of the crowd. Xiao Yan, however, looked at Xu Pingan with a hint of gravity in his eyes after landing. Brother Xu, if you hadn't just reminded me, maybe I really would have lost. The speed of your strike is just too fast. I almost didn't make it in time with this Do Chi transforming my wings. This statement was made. Did he just strike? Didn't see it. Could it be that this sword fairy's brother is also an expert? It's not like the people present are stupid. All of a sudden, each of their gazes looked at Xu Pingan. The latter faintly then looked at Xiao Yan. There was a hint of interest in his eyes. It seems that you are thinking the same thing as me. However, your realm, is it only like this now? So much for the realm. Strength, however, is not. Xiao Yan knew that he had met a truly strong person, and excitement also appeared in his eyes. Honestly, after returning to Earth from the Do Chi continent, he had never used his true strength. The man under his eyes could clearly feel that the other party was strong enough to give his all. He took down the arcane ruler on his back, lifted his hood. Next, it's my turn, only to see him violently waving a huge ruler, a force like the momentum of the mountains and the seas, attacking towards Xu Pingan. Strike out, made a move. That's the move he used to defeat Yang Ming. An observant student on the stage spoke up with immediate excitement. Only, in the face of this move that was enough to defeat Yang Ming. Sure enough, it's just like Tang Shan, Xu Pingan muttered, but then his face, a rare hint of playfulness was revealed. Since that's the case, then I'll have some fun with you in the same realm. In his psyche, he naturally viewed Xiao Yan as a traveler just like Tang Shan, and to be the presence of a traveler, who is not an overlord on one side of the world. Obviously, facing this kind of opponent, it made his hands itchy after not using his full strength for a long time, even if it was to suppress the realm, to be able to have a sound and eloquent fight. It's also refreshing. At this moment, Xu Pingan's body directly disappeared in place. What? Why is Xu Pingan gone? One of the teachers instantly exclaimed. Only, next moment, *******. Xiao Yan directly held the ruler and blocked it in front of his body. Boom! At some point, only Xu Pingan's fist could be seen, blasting on top of the giant ruler, that originally metal-built material, but right in front of Xu Pingan's fist. It seemed to make a wailing sound, a tremendous amount of force. It directly sent Xiao Yan flying again, if not at the critical moment. The wings behind Xiao Yan's back were once again displayed. Just this blow, it would have knocked him right off the field. The moment, the spectators in the audience were literally dumbfounded. In particular, the student who had previously been mocking Xu Pingan for coming here by going backstage. One by one, their faces burned with pain. I finally realize why his opponents all flew straight out. So it's not that he didn't put up a fight. Rather, the strike was so fast and powerful that we didn't even see it. If Xiao Yan hadn't blocked the blow, I'm afraid everyone is being kept in the dark. This Xu Pingan were a backdoor connection. It's almost like a superb man. *****. Brother, why have you changed to make me a little strange? Huang Jian's mouth was simply shocked enough to stuff an egg in it at the moment. Principal Huang Guofeng, on the other hand, his eyes turned from shock at the beginning, directly into surprise. I didn't realize it was just one big competition. Surprisingly, two geniuses appeared. This is simply a great blessing for the Evolution Academy. Brother Xu, this speed and strength of yours is too perverse. Are you really in the genetic realm? Xiao Yan didn't want to expose the fact that he had crossed over. Instead, they asked in terms of Earth's current realm divisions. Although the genetic realm is the basic realm, it is also the realm with the greatest human potential. Anything is possible, isn't it? Xu Pingan slightly clenched his fist and said, So, that's all the strength you have? That's not true. Xiao Yan glanced at his Xian ruler, and then the corner of his mouth curled up slightly and said, It seems like it's really hard to deal with Brother Xu without showing some real skill. And the very next moment he finished. Heavenly Flame Triple Xian Transformation. Only a horrifying but extremely strange flame was seen in its eyes. It kept rising up out of his body. the eyes under the face, moreover, opened steeply, and a flame that was radiant to the extreme. The flame from the eyes. The entire person was akin to a flame-exalted lord. The temperature on the field, all at this moment, soared, and Xiaoyan's power also seemed to have come to a new height at this moment. Heavens! What kind of flame is this that would give me a feeling of fear? Asterisk. How do I feel about this flame? As if it's more exaggerated than even the fire god's flame. Just how many more tricks does this Xiaoyan have? The crowds watching the battle on the field at the moment were each and every one of them, their jaws dropping in amazement by this scene. Brother Su, can you see how my speed is? Xiaoyan spat out flames and slowly spoke. Only the next moment, 3,000 thunders, the entire body, in an instant, transformed into a thunderbolt. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. The vastness of this sound was even more exaggerated than Xu Pingan before. Utilizing that odd flame within to bond with the body. Explode with a power far beyond your own realm. Utilizing a special stance again to increase speed. Xu Pingan naturally saw through the other party's tricks at a glance, but the eyes are full of excitement. Interesting, come on. He directly threw a punch towards the void, and the next moment, then Xiaoyan's body appeared in front of his fist blade. Flame-splitting wave-devouring ruler. The latter's face was instantly shocked. His speed was obviously so fast that he was still discovered by the other party. However, the combat experience was extremely rich. At that moment, he directly wielded a huge ruler, wrapped in the momentum of draining the mountains and breaking the waves. Blast out towards this punch. Boom! The attack of the two made a loud noise. The moment, impact sight, the flaming gale howled. Around the entire ring, countless field runes, constantly lit up. It was blocking the might of the duo's attack bursting forth. Only the next moment, ka-ching, a shattering sound rang out. Oops, the field rune won't last much longer. Principal Huang Guofeng suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 97 Imperial Flame. Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus. This is a battle in the evolutionary realm? Quickly, come a few teachers and hurry to stabilize the field. Huang Guofeng made an immediate decision and hurriedly arranged for a teacher to go ahead and stabilize the field. It's too much. This domain had never been broken by someone from the genetic realm since it was built. Moreover, it is recorded in the ancient books that even in existence beyond the genetic realm, if not absolutely strong, there's no way it's going to break this domain, either. It was only reinforced by a couple of teachers. That originally shattered field finally stabilized, and in the meantime, the flames on the field disappear. The silhouettes of the two emerged. Xu Pingan remained as he had been before, like a straight spear, standing above the ring. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was leaning on the Xian ruler with his hand, and was continuously spitting out thick breaths from his mouth. What did you grow up on? How come the body is harder than my metal-built Xian ruler? Obviously, in that sparring match just now, Xiaoyan fell down. If he hadn't reacted in time, the Xian ruler had blocked Xu Pingan's punch. Even he would have to suffer a heavy blow. Asterisk. If I heard correctly, Xu Pingan is actually pressing Xiaoyan to fight? Oh my god, what the hell is going on here? Last time, the number one Yang Ming was seconded by Xiaoyan. Now there's another one coming who can power over Xiaoyan. There are so many geniuses, how can we still live? The students in the room couldn't help but spit it out right away. I thought that one pervert would be enough, but now since there are two, it's almost desperate. That flame inside your body is very special. Think then can use him against the enemy? Xu Pingan obviously didn't feel that the other party, which was at the end of his donkey's tether, looks like nothing gets past you. However, this flame of mine is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Brother Su, are you sure you want to try? Although Xiaoyan was inquiring with his mouth, the flame in his body but it had begun to mobilize long ago. He could feel it. If he didn't use his bottom card again, he might not really be an opponent. If you don't try, I'll take this first place. Xu Pingan did not make a move. Instead, he waited with interest for the other party to take the initiative. Then you're going to be disappointed. First place is mine. The words just fell above Xiaoyan's double fists. They were immediately transformed into gloves by an extreme flame containing the color of 7 colors, wrapped around both fists. Only the moment that flame appeared, space was visibly collapsing. Come and fight. Next moment, his body, directly transformed into thunder, flashed into a strike. The blood in Xu Pingan's body couldn't help but boil at the sight. The entire body, all of a sudden, also turned into a remnant. Boom, boom, boom. Bent in time, an explosive sound from the exchange of hands resounded continuously. Above the ring, that was made of special metal, there was an odd distortion. The field at the edge, too, is on the verge between broken and repaired. The number of teachers coming to stabilize the field are gradually increasing. If it wasn't for their presence, I'm afraid that this ring would have already been directly ruined. And in the eyes of the rest of the audience, now the field, they can't even see people. The two exchanged blows too quickly. Their naked eyes couldn't even catch the figure that struck out. Is this a battle between evolution realms? Jian Huang's entire body was stupefied in place. It's the evolutionary realm. Just then, his dad came to him, too, and there was shock in his eyes again. Again, he spoke excitedly. It has been recorded in the ancient books that although the evolutionary realm is the foundation realm, the foundation realm is the most extraordinary, able to exercise the foundation to the extreme. Even a high realm person will not necessarily be a match for an extreme realm person. I used to think that was a lie. Now I think. Huang Guofeng looked at the duo above the ring. Seriously, he said. I'm afraid both of them have reached the extreme realm. Boom! And accompanied by the fall of the last blast, the silhouettes of the two finally appeared above the ring once again. Xiao Yan's obvious gasp was more pronounced at the moment. Bean-sized sweat continuously dripped down from the top of his body. The flames on his body, they all subsided quite a bit, while at this moment, Xu Pingan raised his hand and looked at his arm, and then with excitement at the corner of his mouth, he said, "What do you call this flame? Interesting, it can actually make me feel pain." Pain? At this moment, Xiao Yan really looked like he was cursing out loud. "You pervert! This flame of mine is Emperor Flame. Nothing in heaven and earth can't be burned, and you only told me it hurt a little?" When Xu Pingan heard this, he laughed instead. "There aren't many things in this world that can injure me, and you, Emporian, if it can be cast out at full strength, it can be counted as half, but not yet. Then you are wrong. Although I can't exert the full power of Emperor Flame, it's enough to injure you." Xiao Yan's brows knitted slightly as Di Yan was being looked down upon, clearly making him upset. "Really? If you can make hurt me, this first place is yours." In Xu Pingan's eyes, this match was no longer a match. Rather, it's a game of discovering new lands for yourself, not a small mouth. "Then I'll wait to give up first place to me." Xiao Yan immediately leapt up. His wings once again exerted and floated in the air. Yellow spring finger. Only a finger was seen pointing out. A huge finger shadow was instantly manifested, charging directly towards Xu Pingan. And responding to him, there was still only one punch from Pingan Xu. Boom! A powerful force that can break all laws. Xu Pingan directly shattered his opponent's attack, and then with a leap, the whole person was like a cannonball, rushing towards Xiao Yan in the air. Yellow spring palm. At this moment, Xiao Yan was completely desperate. The terrifying stance was once again cast out. A horrible finger that looks like it's reaching out from the yellow springs of the nine hells, falling from the sky. It was going to slap Xu Pingan directly down. Open. However, Xu Pingan was the one who extended his other fist and directly smashed it. The so-called attack, once again, went up in smoke. Yellow springs heavenly fury. Next moment, a terrifyingly bizarre sound wave suddenly exploded in the air. My head hurts. This is a soul attack. It's like my brain is going to water. Ouch. Ouch. At that moment countless students, all screamed miserably. This is a sonic attack involving the soul. Even the field was hard to resist. Luckily, the target of this sound wave attack was Xu Pingan. Otherwise, all of the students present would have been directly put down by all of them. Here's your chance. And at this time, Xiao Yan was the eyes of. A hint of excitement was revealed. I'm going to let you taste the true power of my Emperor Flame. Only in the palm of his hand. At some point, a glazed lotus flower made up of flames of 7 colors rose, that which seems gorgeous to the core. However, it made Huang Guofeng, who was present in the room, instantly change his face. Not good. This energy fluctuation can definitely destroy this place. Stop it, he yelled out directly. Only, at this moment, Xiao Yan only had that rushing Xu Pingan in his eyes. Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus. Only to see that Fire Lotus in the next moment, it was thrown directly towards the other party by him. Chapter 98. Are you sure this isn't a fairy fight? In the moment that accompanied the appearance of that Buddha's wrathful flame lotus, everyone present seemed to have stopped breathing. It's their instinctive reaction. Under this terrifying power, the body felt the threat of death. It's like a drowning man who subconsciously closes his breath. Is this your killing move? Right at this moment, Xu Pingan's voice, ghostly, sounded beside Xiao Yan's ears. At some point, he actually came directly in front of Xiao Yan. What? How could my yellow spring heavenly rage have no effect? At this moment, Xiao Yan, who had thrown the Buddha Fury Flame Lotus, was suddenly as if his entire body had seen a ghost. That was one of the few moves that attack the soul in the heavenly ranked fighting techniques. Under this stance, not to say that you can defeat your opponent directly, but at least you can control them for a few breaths. From there, It is good to articulate one's own Buddha's wrathful fire lotus. But who would have thought that the other party would directly let his series of killing moves all hit empty? It's not that it has no effect. Rather, soul-type attacks are less effective against me. Xu Pingan, who saw this, then thoughtfully explained. Then his eyes looked toward the Buddha's fury fire lotus that contained terrifying energy, and he leapt forward to speak. I'll try. How powerful is this fire lotus? Only the next moment, the other party's figure then disappeared beside Xiaoyan. When he reappeared, it had arrived in front of the fire lotus, and then, he directly raised a palm and violently slapped it at that Buddha's fury fire lotus. One could only see the moment Xu Pingan slapped down the fire lotus with his palm. At that instant, a light that was terrified to the extreme violently bloomed between heaven and earth. Terrifying energies, all of a sudden, wanted to wreak havoc. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to lose their colors. The field runes on the ring all shattered at once. The teachers who suppressed the field were all of a sudden shaken by this destructive force and flew backwards. But that's when it happened. The area at the center of the explosion. It was also Xu Pingan who faced this destructive force head-on. Suddenly, like a god of war, he came out of the fire. He violently threw another punch. The ring under his feet, in a moment, shattered into a spider's web, and with it the ground around him. It all cracked straight into a lumpy, tofu-like shape, and on top of its fist's blade, a faint golden light was wrapping around it. The flames that were still erupting, the moment the contactor's fist was surprisingly hard to smash out, a vacuum directly appeared where the fist blade was pointing. The terrifying power did not diminish, but even more so, it turned into a huge wave of air. It's like a mountain, rushing into the sky, spreading not to tens of thousands of miles. This moment, even the clouds in the sky, which stretched endlessly, were sliced directly into two halves by this wave of air. The overlook is like giving the earth a center parting. That Buddha's fury fire lotus that was originally terrifying enough to destroy, it had only just blossomed, and then it was completely extinguished. The faces of the crowd at this moment are filled with nothing but the joy of the aftermath of the robbery. As well as the dumbfoundedness that shook Xu Pingan to the point of going straight down after he swung that punch. Are you sure this isn't a godly fight? Even Jian Huang, at this moment, dropped to the ground and spat from the bottom of his heart. You really are a pervert. It's lucky that you made a timely move and stopped my attack, otherwise the others would have suffered. I'm the one who lost. You won. Xiaoyan had long since landed from the air at this moment, looking at Xu Pingan, who remained unharmed. Finally couldn't help but spit it out. The flames on his body now had all subsided. Emptiness, exhaustion, and depletion filled his entire body. With his realm, he made it this far. It's already his limit. Any further failure to admit defeat would only be self-defeating. Understood. Xu Pingan politely opened his mouth. Xiaoyan, however, couldn't help but roll his eyes before he silently walked off the ring. He was defeated though. However, none of the people present dared to have the intention of underestimating them in their hearts. If Xu Pingan hadn't just made a move, I'm afraid they're all going to die at the hands of Xiaoyan. This was not a loser. It was simply a king. It was lost to another king. Xu Pingan wins. At this point, the referee, who had long ago fallen outside the ring, also very sensibly took the initiative to open his mouth and told the result of this one. The gazes of the others had also long since landed on Xu Pingan's body at this moment. Those who had taunted earlier in the day had even more fiery pain in their faces. I thought that the other party was a relation, but who knew that it was a super strong person? At this moment, one of them couldn't help but praying that Xu Pingan wouldn't find them in trouble. Her sister already had a reputation for being mean. Who knows if brother will be more tigerish? This, of course, they too were overthinking. It was naturally impossible for Xu Pingan to not have this tolerance. Next, he looked to the referee and said, "Who else is my opponent next?" Obviously, after this battle, it was clear that it would be impossible for him or her to participate in the competition quietly. Instead of that, we should be more direct. The referee was going to speak. The students below, however, spoke up directly one by one. I concede. If it's against Xu Pingan, I'll admit defeat as well. Obviously, when the strength gap reaches a certain point, people do recognize reality. Then there's Ken Wong. The referee's eyes, all of a sudden, went to that last second place on the field. At this moment, Jin Huang looked at Pingan Su with a confused look on his face. Then at the referee, without good humor, he said, "No more games. I also admit defeat. And if I meet Xiaoyan, I also admit defeat." These two perverts, Xu Pingan and Xiaoyan, were there. He couldn't admit defeat even if he wanted to. I thought I was a king and could take people flying. Who knows? He's the clown. What's the point of going up there and losing this guy? with Huang Jiandu having conceded defeat. The first of this contest. Naturally, it landed on Xu Pingan without any dispute. And the next moment, the system's prompt, 2, came out at once. Congratulations to the host, completing the reverse. To hit the face of the entire school who looked down on you and become number 1. Rewards are being handed out. Spiritual Yuan Dan, *10, having a large amount of spiritual herbs refined into a pill. After taking it, can instantly restore aura. Phoenix Spirit Fruit, *1, this fruit is said to grow beside the nest of the true Phoenix clan and is tainted with the breath of the true Phoenix. Taken to speed up recovery from injuries. Purple Bamboo Sword, *1, made of mutated purple bamboo and special metal. Possessing great toughness while being incredibly sharp and possessing a certain spirituality. Only to see a reward that suddenly appeared in the system's space. All it takes is a thought to extract it. However, Xu Pingan naturally didn't have any interest in these things. Even hated to just drop it. Otherwise it's also a waste of space in your own storage world. Next, his gaze, until it reached the last reward. Special treasure chest, you can automatically match your own realm and open the corresponding treasure. Apparently, that was the focus of his attention. Last time, in this treasure chest, what was opened was a strand of immortal chi. And this time, even he was curious as to what kind of treasures could be opened. Chapter 99, Xiaoyan, you're also a traveler? Only, right now is not the time to open the treasure chest. Because Huang Guofeng, the principal of the Evolution Academy, had come to him and he was invited to join Amazing Shaw in his office for a talk. They caused so much commotion. Even the principal, naturally in the context of the situation, was unable to hold back the can't wait to talk to the duo. The three came together inside the principal's office. This place does not have the couches and chairs, computers that one would expect. There was only a tea table, simple enough, and a couple of bocce shelves that it was decorated with all kinds of curiosities as well as books. Of course, these things look simple, but you can clearly feel the faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. It's all real antiques. This is the reward for being first this time. After settling down at the tea table, Huang Guofeng immediately took a jade pot and handed it to Xu Pingan. The moment the jade pot was taken out, the crowd in the room could clearly feel the rise in temperature. And Xiaoyan even glared with his eyes and stood up directly. This is the samadhi flame that the god of fire found in the flaming mountain. He can only absorb a portion of it. This is what he has left. It's not much, but keep this fire close by. According to the fire god, it can increase resistance to fire damage and has some benefits for aura cultivation. But don't let the jade pot pour out this fire. Otherwise, it will be difficult for the gods to save it. By the way, here's a piece of mysterious metal that gushed out from above the Sanqing mountain. Where the earth cracked, the texture is very hard. I'll introduce you to a craftsman. You give this to him. You can have him build a handy weapon with you. This is a welcome gift from me, as the principal, to welcome you to our Evolution Academy for the first time. Huang Guofeng wore a joyful smile on his face, while putting the glowing, mysterious metal, together with the jade pot. It was handed over to Xu Pingan's hands, while not forgetting to add, with young talents like you and Kyushu, and we have hope. For Xu Pingan, who has 1,000 years of life expectancy. Huang Guofeng's mind on this point, how would one not understand? Obviously trying to pull himself together. Although these things treasures, in his own opinion, are not any different from garbage. However, Xu Pingan accepted the items for Su Xian's sake. He himself was recommended by Su Xian. It also represents Su Xian. If we don't accept these items, the principal will inevitably have other ideas and may find Su Xian again. Make more trouble. Instead of doing that, just take it. The principal was simply happier to see Xu Pingan accept it than he was to accept it himself. 3 good words in a row. At the same time, the gaze went back to Xiaoyan. Although Xiaoyan didn't get first place, however, he obviously also knew the exaggerated strength of this Xiaoyan. The same took out 2 precious items and gifted them to each other. Although it wasn't as precious as the samadhi flame, it was definitely considered a treasure. Thanks a lot. Xiaoyan naturally accepted the other party's gift. And then, naturally, it was Principal Huang's polite words. It was announced that the duo could enter the heavenly character class and gain access to what resources, as well as the honor of being able to serve your country in the future. It's a set of things that, if used on a newcomer, might even talk people into a fever. But for Xiaoyan and Xu Pingan, there were no waves. Principal Wang also knows that too much is too little. With that, it was the initiative to let the two of them go and rest first. More importantly, of course, at this moment, he was also unable to suppress the excitement in his heart to report this matter. Xu Pingan and Xiaoyan, these two were students. Simply superb. This kind of talent, if used for the country, would simply be the next sword fairy. Perhaps, It will be able to completely stabilize the current turbulent situation in Kyushu. And from the office, within Xiao Yan's eyes, a hint of an intriguing smile then appeared as he looked towards Xu Pingan. Brother Xu, a chat? Xu Pingan nodded heartily. The two strolled through the campus. Brother Xu, you're an extraterrestrial? As soon as Xiao Yan opened his mouth, he directly opened the door and stated his conjecture. What makes it so? Xu Pingan asked rhetorically. The Earth has only just recovered its aura and lacks all kinds of cultivation means, as well as methods of attack. You, Brother Xu, are different. You were able to see my moves and not only did you not show any cowardice on your face, and very grounded, a man who has seen the world. This is not something the current Earthlings can do. Xiao Yan was not stupid. In fact, he had already made a guess long ago in the middle of the exchange. Oh, how come you didn't take you with you when you suspected me? Xu Pingan laughed. Your means of cultivation, and the method of attacking. It's not like the current Earthlings can do it either. I am indeed different, Xiao Yan said with great confidence, but I am indeed a person of the Earth. Only that it's because I had a special opportunity that I've gained the strength I have today. But you, Brother Xu, are different. It's obvious that only a big shot from an alien planet can be in my situation. You're not afraid I'm going to kill someone to get rid of them if you say this to me? Xu Pingan continued to open his mouth with interest and asked, if Brother Xu wanted to kill me, I'm afraid he would have done so already. Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders in a very unrestrained manner. Moreover, I naturally have means to save my life. Even if Brother Xu can defeat me, he may not be able to kill me, by means of saving your life. You don't mean escaping back to the world you came from, do you? Xu Pingan spoke directly to without being shocked, and Xiao Yan who heard this, the whole group froze. Subsequently, as if a secret of the heart had been revealed, the entire person immediately kept pulling away from Xu Pingan. Looks like I was right? Xu Pingan spoke again. So, you're also a traveler. With these words, Xiao Yan was immediately struck by lightning and his voice even trembled a little. How do you know all this? However, once the words were out of his mouth, he then realized the meaning within Xu Pingan's words. Also traveler? You just said the word also? Xiao Yan's eyes immediately lit up. It's hard to believe that you. Xu Pingan naturally did not hide it, but nodded and said, I am indeed a traveler as well. The expression on Xiao Yan's face kept changing all of a sudden. It was surprise, and loss, and excitement. Ben is the one who has great fortune. Lost on the other hand, he had always thought that he was unique. In terms of Earth, it was a great chance that he was the only one who had crossed over. But who would have thought that there would be another one? As for the excitement, naturally, of having an additional traveler as a comrade in arms for this protection of the home planet, as well as the kindred spirits who can spill the beans about being a traveler now. You know, the whole traveler thing has been buried in your own heart for I don't know how many years. He'd wanted someone to talk to for a long time. What world did you travel to? How did you get back? At this moment, Xiao Yan was simply like opening a chatterbox with a series of questions that threw it right out. Xu Pingan didn't rush to answer, but opened his mouth to ask, do you have a system? Chapter 100 Breathless Xiao Yan, the man behind the system. In the moment of hearing this, Xiao Yan's entire body tightened up, and then, he couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, almost forgot. We're all travelers. This secret of the system, I originally didn't intend to tell it to anyone. Xu Pingan smiled and said, I can understand. For every traveler, there's a deepest secret. That's its own system. Being touched to that deepest secret, anyone would subconsciously get nervous. Brother Xu also has a system? Xiao Yan looked at Xu Pingan with some curiosity. Next moment, Xu Pingan answered the other party with a direct action. He was seen twisting a radiant light ball in his hand and handed it to Xiao Yan. This is the system? Xiao Yan directly froze. However, as the owner of the system, obviously sensing this thing, with the system within himself, there was a difference. However, in the next moment, he realized that something was wrong and hurriedly asked curiously, this system thing, can you still carry it out like that? Xu Pingan was a bit curious. Couldn't you? Xiao Yan broke into a sweat. With that, he couldn't help but continue to ask, Brother Xu, you returned to your home planet. Did it bring the strength with it? Xu Pingan nodded. After hearing this reply, Xiao Yan's entire body froze for a moment. Nice guy, everyone is a traveler. Are you that special? Don't be such a bully. Xu Pingan comforted. Actually, you're not the only one who didn't bring back the strength. What do you mean? There are other travelers besides the two of us? Xiao Yan's eyes couldn't help but stare. Xu Pingan kept playing with the system in his hands while speaking. Not bad. Before you, I met another. So where is he? Xiao Yan's eyes were surprised when he heard that he had another companion. Obviously, after being struck by Xu Pingan one after another, he needed a companion like himself to comfort him. I extracted the soul and suppressed it in the soul streamer. Xu Pingan spoke in an ancient and unperturbed manner. But the person who said it didn't mean it. But the person who heard it did. Soul extraction? Suppressing soul streamers? Xiao Yan, however, snapped and pulled away from Xu Pingan for a moment. The whole thing had panic in its eyes. Then this streamer of yours, is it proper? Or is it immodest? Xu Pingan couldn't help but stare at the situation. Then laughed. Serious? It can't be some kind of 10,000 soul streamer disguised as a human emperor streamer, can it? Xiao Yan is a traveler. And naturally, he is also someone who has read novels. Understand that villains are good at disguising themselves these days. The other side kills even their own kind. Who knows? Will he kill himself too and refine his 10,000 soul streamer? Seeing this, Xu Pingan couldn't help but explain with a bitter smile. Which one was trying to improve his strength before? Indiscriminately killing innocents, even classmates. That's why I extracted his soul and suppressed him. Xiao Yan sniffed and was obviously still a bit uneasy. The whole person seemed to have tightened up. Even the space around us is trembling. Like I said, there's no need to be nervous or do anything useless. The last traveler that. He went back to his old world and I ended up capturing him. Xu Pingan naturally saw through his intentions at a glance. Want to escape back to the world you traveled through at any time. So, it was just straight up truthful and cut him off. You can still manage to do this? After this little action of his was seen through, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a chill behind his back. Apparently, after this bit of his secret had been seen through, beating his heart against the man before him, creates fear. It can be done. Xu Pingan spoke faintly, not so much to intimidate him, but simply to keep him from doing stupid things. You, unlike him, as long as you don't do anything outrageous to the home planet, then I will bear you no ill will. I'm only looking for you this time, and I only want to borrow your system. I've noticed something seems a little off about our home planet. Xiao Yan obviously hesitated. After a moment, however, he was relieved. Not to mention that the other party was already able to defeat himself when he suppressed his realm. If the other party really has all the strength at this moment, I'm afraid I have even less chance of winning. Instead of resisting, try listening to what the other person is thinking. Xiao Yan asked. So, what's the purpose of the system you're about to borrow? Xu Pingan explained. Our system, we didn't acquire it after traveling through the world. On the contrary, it could be that we crossed over when we had the system. So I think the system, concerning the secrets of the home planet, it's also inextricably linked to the immortal world. During this period of time, Xu Pingan studied the system and naturally gained a profound knowledge. So, you think the maker of the system is the home planet? The home planet was in trouble. So through the system, we were summoned back again? Xiao Yan's mind, naturally, was not the teenage boy he appeared to be. Both of them were old monsters who had lived beyond normal years, so they naturally understood at a single point. Xu Pingan pondered for a moment before saying, this can only be a guess as to what really happened. Only the makers behind the system know. So, I need data from other systems to deduce to find the person behind it. You should also be able to sense that the home planet wasn't like this before. This aura revival is nothing but the rebirth of Nirvana, returning to its former glory. But who, exactly, could have destroyed the home planet like this? And the power behind the system maker is far stronger than mine. I need to find the person behind this. Regarding what Xu Pingan said about this matter, Xiao Yan was instantly in deep thought. Apparently after coming to Earth, he had speculated on this matter as well. But, again, it's only speculation. He had no ability to probe at all. But right now the other party has the ability and the intention to do so. There's no reason to say no yourself. Yes, Xiao Yan nodded, agreeing to this odd request for Xu Pingan to borrow the system. Of course, he had no choice. Thanks a lot. Xu Pingan was naturally not polite. Directly with his other hand, he gave a slow grip towards the void. Bent in time, an invisible force, like the chains that manipulate order. Directly from within Xiao Yan's body, he began to pull out the cocoon. Bent in time, a cloud containing the truth of the great Tao, the runes of order. Arcane to the extreme points of light appeared in Xu Pingan's other hand. The moment it appeared, then with the other hand, Xu Pingan's system, a strong reaction occurred. The two are like magnets, like breathing should be. As in the case of the Tang Shan system before, it seems that the two want to merge and become one. Only, this time, Xu Pingan was prepared. Both of his palms immediately emitted a terrifying light, directly cutting through space. A palm appeared directly in the boundless starry sky. The other palm, on the other hand, seemed to fall into an infinite abyss. Let the two systems be separated at once on one side of the world. Slows down the integration of the system. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Xu Pingan instantly had both eyes, which instantly transformed into two divine lights. This was a great magical power that only existed in the Emperor realm, allowing the system to evolve the origin that presented itself to the looking for a hint of that behind-the-scenes producer. Brother Xu, you're asking me about the system, surely you still have plans, right? Hearing this, Xiao Yan is not a little cute. Naturally guessed that the other party wanted to recognize with himself. Must have a mind of its own. Chapter 101, Lishi Mountain, Tomb of the Ancestral Dragon. One palm, one world. Only Xiao Yan, who stood to see this scene, was. The entire crowd was shocked by Xu Pingan's methods. The other party was actually able to see through the world barrier and reach another world with one hand. This kind of tactic is simply too much. You know, even in the previous world, it was difficult to do this. But I didn't think that the other party would be able to do it just by raising his hand. This moment, he was a bit glad that he hadn't just fled back to the Dochi world. Otherwise, in terms of this world-spanning means of the other party, you can't get away with your own little maneuver. And just then too, found you. Xu Pingan's voice with excitement finally rang out. A deep forest with no end in sight, stretching above the mountains. Two teenagers stood in the air. Is this the place you just said you found? Xiao Yan looked at the other party. After Xu Pingan learned of the location, he came directly to this place. Xiao Yan was naturally obviously curious about the mystery of the Mother Star and accompanied the other party. Every mission the system awards, or rewards, is not empty. It will harvest signals from a certain coordinate. Xu Pingan's explanation naturally made Xiao Yan understand at a glance. And the two, although they traveled through worlds that none of the technology is developed, yet they are all modern people of Earth. So there is no barrier to communication. So you think that coordinate is the location of the person behind the system? And this, here, is that coordinate. A hint of fire appeared in Xu Pingan's eyes for the first time in a long time. That's right. This is the boundary of Mountly, though the mountain changed drastically after the aura was revived. But if I'm right, this should be the place where, historically, the one known as the ancestral dragon lay dormant. Is it? Is he? Xiao Yan immediately sized up the land in front of him. Although, nowadays, his cultivation level was only at the most basic realm, but as an amazing emperor, his eyesight was still there. Just go inside and see. Xu Pingan immediately brought Xiao Yan and headed directly towards the mountain. Brother Xu, this place is protected by a field. The aura hasn't fully and completely recovered yet. If we go in hard, it will trigger a counterattack from the field, and I can feel it. This field seems to be similar to the one outside the earth. Until the appointed time, we, outsiders, can hardly enter. Xiao Yan voiced a reminder. No harm done. Only, Xu Pingan's speed did not decrease as he directly rushed towards the mountain range. Next moment, all at once, the mountains and mountains, the trees and flowers, evolved a rune that, dense sky, an invisible dragon chi, moreover, rose up, transforming into endless killing machines, rushing towards the two. Nope, how can this domain have this level of power? The moment he touched the field, a trace of panic appeared in Xiao Yan's eyes. Because he's in the middle of this domain. Surprisingly, he felt a power such as the one he felt after becoming a Dodi in the Dochi world. But this is the world where the aura has just been revived. How did you get this power? Boom! And in the very next moment of its marvel, Xu Pingan then struck out. He swung his imperial fist and rumbled. This wasn't the same fist front that had suppressed the realm before. Rather, it is the most powerful great emperor strike. At that instant, countless suns, moons, and stars resonated with it, blossoming with precious light and surging in from all domains. He continuously struck violently, directly destroying the endless dragon-shaped killing machine in the middle of the field. Immediately after that, he took a step. The blazing golden road immediately spread out. From beneath its feet, directly pierced the field completely. Bent in time, the entire Mountly bloomed with infinite divine light that shot up into the sky, trying to intercept this intruder completely. Only, in the presence of Pingan Xu, unless the field maker was physically present. Otherwise, how could the district be able to stop itself with just a field? Drink! It was accompanied by a loud cry from him. The field was completely opened up by him to make a passage, and then his feet stepped on the golden path, straight into the middle of the Lixil, and then its speed does not decrease, straight through a mountain. In this burst of spatial turbulence, Xu Pingan took Xiao Yan and took a direct step out. Transient. Only a white jade step was presented in front of the duo. A shimmering light emanated from above, but not downward, but upward, with no end in sight. It seemed to be a path to heaven that ascended to the immortal world. Brother Xu, be honest with me. What realm is your true strength? At this moment, after seeing Xu Pingan actually make a move, Xiao Yan, as a whole, was completely unable to sit still. If anything, before, he thought to himself that if he were in the world of fighting, perhaps there was even a means to compete with Xu Pingan, but now he just felt naive. You know, Lixin just had that dragon-shaped field, even when he was in his heyday. None of them dared to break in easily, but that field, in front of Xu Pingan, seemed like a toy. He could feel that if Xu Pingan wanted to, a single strike might be enough to destroy him, but the other side clearly didn't want to disrupt the field too much. Therefore, it was only to open a passageway and enter inside. Emperor, Xu Pingan's reply was just one word, but how could Xiao Yan not understand the gold content of this word emperor? He was similarly honored as an emperor in the Dochi world, signifying the strongest person, but between the emperor and the emperor of, there is also a gap, and just then, it was only that the originally peaceful white jade steps seemed to have instantly moved to the far side of the sky, and in the meantime, a line of terracotta warriors, densely packed, appeared before their eyes at some point. The number is in the tens of thousands. Some were armed with guns, some with swords, some with chariots, some on horses, and all were alive and well. Like real people, it was shocking to be presented just like that to the duo. It's the terracotta army of the first emperor. As a traveler, how can you not recognize these terracotta warriors? Xiao Yan soon realized that these terracotta warriors were out of place, and one by one, they actually moved, and the way it acted, it wasn't like a puppet, but like it had a soul. Whoever trespasses on His Majesty's tomb shall be killed without pardon. Just then, a terracotta warrior general at the head of the group actually spoke directly. Behind them, the tens of thousands of terracotta warriors all took a step forward as well, raising the weapons in their hands, shouting, "Kill without mercy." This voice, as if it had spanned across the span of countless years, resounded in the hearts of the two. Tens of thousands of terracotta warriors formed an army formation and actually walked out towards the front. Dang, move, step by step. Tens of thousands of terracotta warriors, led by a great general, with their troops facing outward, with great momentum. The sight was appalling, and at the same time, above the sky, dark clouds covered the sky, and from time to time, the sound of thunder roaring could be heard, like it represents the one in the royal tomb. Who was roaring? The two were warned not to move forward. The ancestral dragon, even after dying, does it still have such great vigor? Xiao Yan couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration when he saw this scene. Chapter 102, Mysterious Terracotta Warriors. The truth of history. Those who trespass on the mausoleum will be killed without pardon. The soldiers and the terracotta warriors, though clay-bodied, are as lifelike beings as with swords, spears and halberds in hand, they attacked towards the two in formation. I have no intention of exploring the interruption. Just want to explore a result. Please continue with this tomb owner. Facing these thousands of troops, Xu Pingan's expression did not change as he spoke indifferently. The voice was soft, yet it also spread throughout the entire ancient tomb. Only, his move didn't make the soldier stop moving. In that case, I'm sorry. Xu Pingan's first salute was a sign of respect for the historical figure Ancestral Dragon, who ended the wars of the human race and unified the 9 states. As a great emperor, what he himself and that Ancestral Dragon had done were originally different and similar. It's just that the first rites don't work, then there will be only the rear guard. Open. Xu Pingan merely opened his mouth with a single word. Chapter 103, Rewritten History. Ancestral Dragon's Coffin. Xu Pingan and Xiao Yan were both people who had received 9 years of compulsory education. Apparently, in their memories, Ancestral Dragon was still just that human monarch who had unified the world. As for the so-called Great Change of Heaven and Earth, it was simply unheard of in the history books. Of course, at their level, nature understands. This so-called world was not at all what they had seen. Although Senior doesn't believe it, we are indeed the people of the Kyushu. The reason why we've reached this realm may have something to do with this tomb master. Xiao Yan did his best to explain. This is the tomb of the Ancestral Dragon. What does your realm have to do with the Ancestral Dragon? The terracotta warrior's voice was low, obviously not convinced. What is the name of the senior? Xu Pingan opened his mouth. The terracotta god's soul said, Meng Tian, Monty, how dare you be? Chapter 104, Ancestral Dragon Talking? Questioning the Immortals. Only the moment the duo appeared in the Great Hall, the systems within the bodies of Xu Pingan and Xiao Yan were about to call out. It's as if the system within the body meets the source, desire to fuse again. Brother Xu, Xiao Yan's system, which had not been taken out and fused by Xu Pingan. After studying it was then returned by Xu Pingan. Now that the system wanted to fuse again, there was nothing he could do to stop it. One could only turn to Pingan Xu for help, and the latter took a wave. The will that belonged solely to the emperor instantly shrouded out. That originally agitated system was immediately suppressed back into the body. Thank you, Brother Su. Xiaoyan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If Xu Pingan hadn't made the move. I'm afraid his system is literally just gone. Looks like we've come to the right place. Xu Pingan's gaze, however, went directly to the white jade coffin. First step. Chapter 105, Fake Ancestral Dragon. The system surprisingly came from. Only the man was seen after the words fell. A large rain of light appeared around it, like flying fairies, exuding the aura of the immortal realm and making people tremble. Xiao Yan, who was witnessing this scene, could not help but feel shocked. The sight was unlike any means he had seen. This was a pressure that did not belong to the lower realms. This is the means of the immortals. If you see an immortal, why don't you worship him? The man's voice was thunderous. Every inch of his flesh and blood erupted with infinite light, shining in all directions, his might dominating heaven and earth. It's like a Jedi. Under its voice, even Xiaoyan's soul could not help but tremble and wanted to worship. Want me to worship? A hint of a smile appeared on Xu Pingan's face. Then I'd like to see if you have the strength. His body also emitted an infinite amount of golden light at this moment, and he went toe-to-toe with the man. Just see him straight. Chapter 106, Severing the System. Mysterious Comer. Obviously, the words spoken by the corpse left a mystery in the minds of the crowd, which not only did not lift the. Instead, it's getting more confusing. Xiaoyan couldn't help but ask, could it be that all of this is the work of the ancestral dragon himself? At the moment when he will die, turn the origin into a system and scatter it into our hands to make a final contribution to the 9 states. Don't rule it out. Xu Pingan did not deny this possibility. After all, the matter of the system, from the current point of view, is not a bad thing for the traveler. Instead, because of the system, it was unknown how many travelers had gained unimaginable achievements. Since the matter of my concealment has been discovered by you, then I'm not going to hold back any longer. I'm going to sever all ties between the system in your mouths and me. At that moment, the man suddenly spoke, as if he had made some kind of decision. It hadn't been long since he was born spiritually. Chapter 107, Ancestral Dragon is not dead? The murderer behind the scenes. The two silhouettes that suddenly appeared on the field. The moment the words fell, the body continued to materialize. One of them was an exotic-looking man, dressed in odd armor and carrying a long sword. With a head full of white hair, he possessed intimidating qualities, and his pupils were azure, yet as compelling as a blade. The other figure, clad in a golden gown made of radiant great Tao symbols, with an exquisite appearance, was blue eyes and high nose, also like a man, a Western look, noble, but also eyes intimidating. Who the hell are you guys? At this moment, the corpse of the ancestral dragon was instantly furious, and the black light transformed from his wounds was now like a maggot in his tarsus, bringing him constant pain. Can't tell? The body from which you were born spiritually, the wounds on it, were all left by us. The white-haired man opened his mouth and exhaled a powerful aura. What? The corpse of the ancestral dragon suddenly had a big face. Chapter 108, Xu Pingan's Unsealing. Joining forces to snipe the great emperor. The moment, the seals on Xu Pingan's body kept unraveling all of a sudden. Terrifying chi and blood, complete and external. His emperor body, at this moment, was on strong display. You know, those so-called dark supreme beings who cut themselves in half, even if they were extremely sublimated. They don't even dare to mess with him. This outward aura alone was enough to make it difficult for many supreme-level beings to look at it. Strike! If you don't make a move, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. At this moment, both of Xu Pingan's eyes were transformed into the piercing eyes of the sun. The entire body was emitting an infinite amount of light, and each strand of hair was intertwined with the runes of the great Tao, rising with the wind, like a true god who ruled over the worlds. Arrogant! Do you really think you're the only one who's special? Kill! The woman roared, and her body was erupting with powerful chi and blood, and her body was even more instantly. Turning into a huge 10,000 feet, he directly stabbed the heavenly goblet in his hand towards Xu Pingan. Chapter 109, Not like an immortal, better than an immortal. Ancestral dragon not dead? In fact, even if Xiaoyan didn't remind, Xu Pingan had also noticed the woman's sneak attack long ago. His strength today didn't come from cultivation and system rewards. It's solidly earned in the fight between life and death. There are few people in this world who are his rivals in terms of combat experience. Just the moment the other side struck, Xu Pingan directly drummed his hands and directly slapped at the other party. Boo! The moment the two palms were forced together, an explosive sound came out of the sky and the earth. The void was shattering, and a terrifying storm that, sweeping through the entire void. The immortal corpse hurriedly protected Xiaoyan, and the aftershocks from the edge of this terrifying strike. It's all enough to destroy everything. Ah, the woman screams, too, came at once. At this point, she's turned directly into a puddle of flesh and mud. The primordial spirit let out an agonizing roar amidst the fleshy mud. If it's an ordinary attack. Chapter 110 Earth Crisis Advance. What if I say no? Although the other party seemed to be thinking for himself, just how could Xu Pingan agree to this condition? Believe me, if we didn't see your talent, we would never have invited you. Don't be impulsive and bury this one. The white-haired man spoke again with an agitated expression. So it looks like we're not going to get a deal? Xu Pingan looked at the other party, his expression suddenly cold. And the latter, just for a moment, it turned into a rain of light, and then it unexpectedly drilled into the void. Damn, this guy is actually running away. The corpse of the ancestral dragon immediately felt bad and hastily reminded. Only, with this tactic, how could one not know the other party's intentions? Just a moment before the other party vanished into the void, only to see this void, a mysterious rune suddenly. Chapter 11, Immortal Blood. West is a traitor. What next? After the battle ended, Xiao Yan came to Xu Pingan and couldn't help but ask. The death of those two made the clues, which had come so easily, completely broken again. It's simply depressing. Wait. Xu Pingan slowly spoke. The clue to the system, too, was completely broken. The clue to the immortal world was also completely broken. Now all he could do was wait. The trip to Earth, of course, to not have been in vain. At least, it's happening. And this isn't a blind wait. If his premonition was good, the next Earth would definitely see another huge change. This planet, by far, harbors more secrets than one could ever imagine. It was not just about himself, but also about the 10,000 clans and even the immortal realm. If not, it wouldn't have been destroyed for no reason back then. And, Zoo. Chapter 112, Western God's Residence. New system mission. The Imperial Tomb at Mount Li. Outside the Great Hall. The system hasn't failed. So the corpse of the ancestral dragon, which is obviously not the source of the system, only to be used. And since the death of the ancestral dragon is related to the West, the matter of the system is naturally related to them. The fatal wound on ancestral dragon's body was again caused by that mysterious duo. In other words, the West and the mysterious duo. They might be related too. That means that all the clues at the moment point to the West. It is only that the West and we are the same beings above the Earth, and should have shared the same enemy. Why would you betray the ancestral dragon? Xiao Yan analyzed the clues he knew in front of him, and finally came to a conclusion. Only that still filled with a great deal of doubt. Just go and ask. Xu Pingan had already arrived outside the Imperial Tomb Palace at this time. The corpse of the ancestral dragon did not travel with them. With regards to Chapter 113, Divine Weapon. Thread. You mean the artifacts of the Western gods? Xiao Yan looked at Jian Huang and once again made sure. That's right. The other party has affirmed that it is the weapon of the Western gods' residence. Jian Huang nodded seriously. And our superiors have confirmed that if it were not for that, how can we say yes? Of course, it's also primarily a means of avoiding a war. Without this exchange match, our two sides would inevitably have friction. Instead of storming into conflict, let's keep it contained to the exchange match. Xiao Yan didn't care about the conflict. If the West dares to come, it will be nothing more than war. To fend off the outside world, you must first secure the inside world. A war is inevitable in the battle between the Middle West on Earth. He was more curious. Where did that artifact come from? Rumor has it they dug it up in an ancient shrine. But listen to my dad. Chapter 114, Conflict of Conflicts. Raising the bar. Conspiracy? The development of Western civilization is a history of aggression. Kyushu is filled with loathing for them from the bottom of his heart. Not to mention, now that the aura is revived, it's amazing that the West is playing this again. For a while, countless people, all of them, could not help but propose to teach the West a lesson. Let them also know that we in Kyushu are not to be messed with. Soon, there were people on the internet, revealing about the China-West exchange competition. This matter, which was originally known only to the top management, has even risen directly to universal knowledge. One time, the populace has taken to the contestants in this tournament, saying that they must beat up the Western contestants. As the matter intensified, on the Western side, the same is true. Among them, one of the top powerhouses in the West, and the one rumored to have obtained the Thunder God's inheritance. It was even publicly recorded on video to say. Chapter 115, Immortal Substance. Xu Pingan's Alternative Realm Breaking. Chapter 115, Conflicts. Upping the Ante. Conspiracy? The development of Western civilization is a history of aggression. Kyushu is filled with loathing for them from the bottom of his heart. Not to mention, now that the aura is revived, it's amazing that the West is playing this again. For a while, countless people, all of them, could not help but propose to teach the West a lesson. Let them also know that we in Kyushu are not to be messed with. Soon, there were people on the internet, revealing about the China-West exchange competition. This matter, which was originally known only to the top brass, has even risen directly to universal knowledge. One time, the populace has taken to the contestants in this tournament, saying that they must beat up the Western contestants. As the matter intensified, on the Western side, the same is true. Among them, one of the top powerhouses in the West, and the one rumored to have obtained the Thunder God's inheritance. It was even publicly recorded on video to say, the so-called strong men of the Kyushu are nothing but, and in the middle of the picture, there was a decidedly strong person from the Kyushu region, and even an inheritor of the ancient martial arts, was trampled under its feet. As this video goes viral, the Kyushu side exploded directly, and countless people wanted to express their desire to attack the Western territories directly. For a time, all the people in the large base protested to officially launch the operation, and in the meantime, JoJo official, there were a bunch of uninvited guests, too. You guys want to up the ante? Win or lose to determine the right to the famous mountain? At the top level of the ninth state, Elder Yi looked at the person in front of him, his eyes filled with anger. The person on the other side was the one with a set of golden hair, a deep nose, and azure pupils. Hers was a Western look-alike. Nice. Jim spoke with a faint smile on his face, and he is the West's head of the negotiations that came this time. We had clearly agreed before that it was just an exchange and nothing else. Elder Yi gave a cold snort and directly slapped his palm on the table. I know, Mr. Yi, don't get angry. Jim waved his hand and laughed. I know that the exchange conference is, indeed, meant to be just for sparring, but I didn't realize that both of our populations already knew about it. Nowadays, the conflict between our two sides is intense. Our Tower Master has united several commanders to all agreed that the conflict would only be resolved once and for all by including the ownership of the famous mountain. It will also put the population at ease. Yi Lao was wearing a majestic military uniform, and his eyes looked as if he wanted to eat people. The famous mountains of the 9 states. You're the ones who looted it first, and the public mood. You caused it all. How did we cause this? Jim quickly denied it. It's all just a coincidence. We're not sure that. Surprisingly, there will be a folding space passage that can reach your Kyushu directly from the west. What? Yi Lao's eyes revealed surprise and said, your west even has a folding space to reach our place? Folding spatial channels, a unique product of the aura recovery. It has been confirmed by scientists that the reason why the Earth has become so huge, not for nothing. Rather, all of Earth's original space exists with the folded space. With that concept thrown around, folding the spatial channel, too, was then confirmed. There are places that are separated by long distances, and often, too, by a passage that collapses space into a place of proximity. If, for example, a folding space channel exists that reaches Kyushu directly from the west, that's a different meaning of war. The other party without their own knowledge. This passage, then, allows for a steady stream of enemies from the west. No wonder you Westerners were so timely in your support last time, and can cross the ocean so easily. Is it all because of this passage? Elder Yi couldn't help but directly open his mouth and force the question. We're not sure, but let's just say that the clues we have so far are so. Jim spread his hands in innocence. I am now beginning to wonder if all this was planned by you all long ago. Yi Lao's eyes suddenly went ice cold as he began to recall the pulse of the whole thing. From the very beginning, you have made this calculation, giving every condition that would benefit us. Let's say yes to a networking conference, and then it triggers a conflict, and then the matter of the exchange conference breaks out, thus causing public anger. And then now, to make this exchange conference, filled with the anger of the people on both sides of the fence, thus achieving your goal of raising the stakes? Jim quickly shook his head and said, Mr. Yi, you are wrong to think that way. First of all, I'm sorry about this going so far, too, but secondly, it's not all bad, is it? If you win, we are also willing to offer our famous mountain. Elder Yi immediately said in a cold voice, the famous mountain ruins of our 9 states, and the thousands of years of inheritance that, there's no need for your famous mountain. Jim laughed. That's true, though, but we're also very sincere. As long as this competition can continue, we can promise, this passage, no matter what, we will find it and put it under our joint management. How about preventing another war from breaking out in the future? Elder Yi, who had heard the words, immediately saw his eyes light up. Folding space lanes makes so much sense. If this passage is not in your own hands, that would certainly be a hidden bomb for Kyushu. After all, no one could say if the West would suddenly use the passage to attack Kyushu in one big move. The blow was absolutely devastating. Elder Yi clearly hesitated. Jim, at this point, spoke up again. I know that for this exchange tournament, you all came here with the intention of solving the trouble of future wars. Actually, so are we. To prove we're on the same page, we are willing to take out another divine artifact as a reward for the competition. Yi Lao's eyes were suddenly slightly open. Are you telling the truth? Jim nodded. Of course, my friend. I believe that as long as there is a winner and a loser after this exchange competition, the populace will also see the might of both sides. Starting a war rashly will only hurt both sides. This race, it will only bring peace. So pay any price. We're willing. Yi Lao, however, frowned. Apparently the other party suddenly came up with so many offers. It took him a bit by surprise. Friend, time waits for no one, and it's time for you to make a decision as soon as possible. Otherwise the public's emotions run high, and as you know, it's terrifying. Jim naturally wanted to get Ye Olde to take a stand. He himself has given in to this. Isn't that sincere enough? I need to confer with the others on this matter. You may wait a little while, not a day, and I'll get back to you. Elder Yi pondered for a moment before opening his mouth at once. Good. I'll wait for your good news, Mr. Yi. Jim nodded. But please hurry. After all was said and done, Yi Lao then left the conference room in a hurry, and Jim paced, coming aside to the VIP lounge, taking out a secret treasure with him, a halo of light that enveloped him when he excited it. All of a sudden, the light and sound that was enveloped within seemed to be completely cut off, and Jim turned on the communication function of that secret treasure. But for a moment, how did it go? On the other end of the communication, only a mysterious voice came out. Chapter 116, Son of God. A nuclear washout? The other side will definitely agree to our terms. Jim spoke with great confidence. As a diplomat, it was natural for him to be able to read people's words, so this negotiation, in his opinion, will not be unexpected. Very well. Make sure to try to get all of the opposing parties' experts to come to this exchange tournament. The voice on the other end of the phone rang again. Understood. Jim nodded, but then asked, curiously, can I ask, why must all the other side's experts come over? You just need to do your part. That's all. No words came from the other end of the line. Jim hastened to apologize. The phone also, at that point, just hung up, and this at the same time. Oceanside, Lighthouse Country, Tower Master's office. Kamiko-sama, I've got it all planned out. As long as the exchange competition gathers all the experts of the 9 states, I'll be able to make Lord Godson, without making a move, completely destroy all the experts in the 9 states. The Tower Master got up and poured himself a glass of red wine, a smug look on his face. Opposite him, there sat a teenager with a golden glow all over his body. The young man was so radiant that it was impossible to see him clearly, and the glow of his head that, it even condensed a crown, setting it off as if it were a king. Are you sure that you can eliminate all the experts in Kyushu? The young man was glowing and his voice came out of the light. Of course. But, Godson, you guys shouldn't rush to get close to the Kyushuans just yet. The Tower Master did not forget to exhort. What do you mean? The young man looked indifferent and said, don't worry. I'm doing this, naturally, for safety reasons. The Tower Master, who heard the words, put down his wine cup and said with great excitement. The teenager showed a hint of doubt. The Tower Master hastened to explain. Truth be told, I intend to use nuclear weapons, directly wipe out all the experts from the Kyushu who participated in the exchange competition. The teenager's eyes narrowed slightly, obviously a little surprised. He hadn't expected that the other party would come up with such a vicious tactic. After a few moments of silence, he transmitted, this mission is about the gods. It was an order from them personally. You know, and if it wasn't done properly, you, the so-called king of mortals, it can be replaced at any time. The Tower Master, who heard the words, hurriedly rose and stated, I have absolutely no second thoughts about honoring the gods. I'm only doing this to avoid the gods wasting their time dealing with that group of Kyushu people. After all, the main task of the gods, rather, is to descend. Of course, it's natural for me to share the gods' sorrows, and I have a selfish desire to. I also hope for more reward. The crown atop the teenager's head, brightening and fading, and then slowly spoke. The gods will give you a chance. If it doesn't work out, it's up to us. The Tower Master immediately smiled and stated, that's natural. However, nowadays, although human beings have evolved into super strong people, but in front of absolute hot weapons, it is still not enough to look at, as long as according to the plan, when that group of Kyushu people landed at the tournament site, I was planning to just nuke the place. I just don't believe that they can all still survive. Of course, even if there are leaks, with the divine sun out of the way, I don't think that the people of the 9 states can make any waves. And in the meantime, Kyushu, conference room, Have fun working together. Jim looked at Yi Lao in front of him and smiled slightly. Just as planned, Kyushu did agree to their terms, and he was willing to take out the ownership of the famous mountain as a reward for the exchange competition. Don't forget the terms you promised. That space-folding passage. We need specific coordinates, Jim immediately said. Don't worry. As soon as the exchange contest opens, we will then investigate the location of the coordinates and hand them over to you. Yi Lao did not have the heart to say, I hope you won't go back on your word. Jim stated, don't worry. By the way, I just got word that, for this exchange competition, we don't intend to hold a ring match, but instead chose to have it on an overseas island. Elder Yi narrowed his godly eyes and said, why? Although between the two countries, there has not been a discussion on the process of the exchange competition yet, but there was an unspoken belief that the game was just one-on-one to determine the winner. That kind of game is too boring. That island offshore, we found, that's the habitat of a beast king that holds malice towards humans. We can take that beast king as a winning point, as long as whoever can kill that beast king, whoever is first. Yi Lao couldn't help but narrow his eyes, clearly pondering why the other party was doing this. Jim smiled as if he knew what the other man was thinking. Don't get me wrong, we're doing it so that, not with any particular idea in mind, but simply to get more people involved in this race. Don't you think it would be a workout for more of our players? Naturally, Jim had thought of these sayings before he came. The purpose, naturally, was to attract more powerful people to the event. After all, the depth of Kyushu was just too strong. If not, with the depth of the Kyushu, there would be no need to send a large number of experts there. This would naturally not count as completing the task. Mr. Yi, wouldn't this be good for your Kyushu instead? You guys are so good. The probability is higher to come out on top. Jim saw the other man hesitate and spoke again to persuade him. Yi Lao was silent for a moment before speaking. We need to know the coordinates of that island. Apparently, for the sake of that space-folding passage, a change in the way the game is played. It will not affect the final decision. Just make sure the island is okay. Everything is beside the point. It's natural. Jim naturally indicated that this was not a problem. Even, the coordinates were given on the spot, and Elder Yi also sent someone forward to detect it. This exchange between the two was also considered to have completely finalized the smooth running of this competition. Wait for Jim to leave. Yi Lao immediately looked at the secretary at the side. You go and send someone. Inform Vulcan, Zhang Lei and the others about this matter. And yes, call Su Xian as well. The secretary was instantly a little surprised. That one game that, is it worth sending so many masters to the district? Yi old man, just make sure the island is okay. Everything is beside the point. It's natural. Jim naturally indicated that this was not a problem. Even, the coordinates were given on the spot, and Elder Yi also sent someone forward to detect it. This exchange between the two was also considered to have completely finalized the smooth running of this competition. Wait for Jim to leave. Jim naturally indicated that this was not a problem. Even, the coordinates were given on the spot, and Elder Yi also sent someone forward to detect it. This exchange between the two was also considered to have completely finalized the smooth running of this competition. Wait for Jim to leave. Jim naturally indicated that this was not a problem. Even, the coordinates were given on the spot, and Elder Yi also sent someone forward to detect it. This exchange between the two was also considered to have completely finalized the smooth running of this competition. Wait for Jim to leave. Chapter 117, Reunion. Suli, Evolution Academy. Above the playground. At this time, there were hundreds of students gathered here, and these people were clearly the players who were heading to the exchange competition. Due to a rule change, the number of people who had originally drawn up the match for a few people naturally increased abruptly. This is for trainees. Naturally, it's a good thing, although it is said that this is an exchange contest, but it's also more of a grind. Moreover, the competition is escorted by state guarantees, so at least there is no need to worry about safety. Not much longer. Above the playground, just welcomed a strategic transport plane to pick up and drop off students. At that moment, the faces of all the students were filled with excitement. I didn't expect that we could go to this exchange competition as well. That's right. Moreover, it seems that this exchange competition will also be broadcast live. Wouldn't that be a live stream of me thrashing those geezers? Come on. There are strong foreigners too. Just don't get your ass kicked. What a joke. I've got a bloodline bonus for beating up geezers. If you want to put it that way, then don't I have it in my bloodline? Originally, it was because of the matter of the famous mountain battle between China and the West that caused the people of Kyushu to hate the West to the extreme. Now that they could personally go to the exchange competition to vent their anger, naturally each one of them was excited. But among the crowd, there are two people who are different from the others. Calmness filled his face. It was as if the battle between China and the West was of no relevance to these two young men. Brother Su, have you found anything during this time? Xiao Yan took the initiative to open his mouth and looked at Xu Pingan, whom he hadn't seen in the past few days. The other side is cautious. Of course, it would be naturally impossible to say that you didn't notice. Only, for Xu Pingan, some small fishes and shrimps. It doesn't attract his attention at all. The really big fish still haven't shown their heads. Then it looks like we'll have to go to the exchange competition. Xiao Yan's eyes flashed with flames, and a hint of wariness filled his body. As long as you can push the descendants or heirs that the other party relies on to the brink of extinction, I don't believe that God's residents won't show up. With the airplane falling, the crowd began boarding one by one. Xu Pingan naturally didn't intend to be a maverick, and this exchange competition was to make the other party's God's residents appear. Unnecessarily exposing strength would only alert the other side in advance. After all, so many crises had occurred on Earth without the other party ever showing up. Clearly a very cautious being. Boom! There was a roar, and the fighter jet burst into the sky. However, due to the increased size of the Earth, fighter jets, which were originally strong enough to span tens of thousands of kilometers, also fueled up several times one after the other in the air after they. There is also a reliance on aircraft carriers, which travel the waters for some time before arriving at the race site. Hoo-hoo! After traveling for a while, the fighters finally made it to a nearest port, ready to change carriers and head to the contest site. Only at the time of the interchange, the students of Evolution Academy, once again, drew a cheer. For no other reason, because within the territory of the Kyushu state, the current strongest group of people have also arrived at this place. Ride with them on the carrier. These students, naturally, follow their example and want to contribute to Kyushu, for the sake of Kyushu, and among them, the most popular, naturally, it was Vulcan and Su Xin. The fire god didn't need to be mentioned, and had been famous before the aura had been revived. Su Xin, on the other hand, because of her already beautiful looks and her killer personality, fanned by the crowd, a large number of students, moreover, constantly surrounded Su Xin, wanted to get a good look at this female sword fairy. Only, the other party, however, was walking towards Xu Pingan in the crowd with a very clear purpose, with orders from above. I'll be participating in this tournament as well. Next, you follow me. Su Xin spoke directly, and between his eyebrows, there was a color that could not be refused. The original her, naturally, did not need to participate in this exchange competition, but I didn't realize that the top brass changed their minds temporarily. Since they have come, Su Xin, a person with a knife mouth and a tofu heart, naturally wants to protect Xu Pingan. It seemed to her that this brother of hers, though strong in the last great competition, but ultimately the evolution came too late. All of today's top powerhouses have completely torn through all of their genetic locks, coming to the next great realm. The change in this realm is huge. It's no exaggeration to say that a metamorphosis realm powerhouse who wants to kill a genetic realm. Not to say it was as simple as crushing an ant, but as simple as killing a chicken. It was. Moreover, for this mission, there was the presence of the Beast King. Not only do we have to watch out for the people of the West, but we also have to watch out for that Beast King. The danger is multiplied even more. She was naturally uneasy about Xu Pingan. Your own sister? So strong? Xiao Yan, who saw the scene, couldn't help but snicker. Of course, it's not just him. No one else was expecting it. Not only was Su Xin strong outside, she was even so strong at home. Even her brother has to listen to her. This world is honored by the strong. What's wrong with a brother? If your sister is strong, you should listen to your sister. You're wrong. Our Kyushu is a state of etiquette after all. A brother is a brother. Is it hard for you to get stronger and make your old man call you daddy? If I could be as strong as the sword fairy, my dad would have to call me dad. Can't we just call each other? The crowd was talking. Only, Xu Pingan naturally didn't care about other people's opinions. Good. I'll follow you then. Though this sentence, if that group of old antiquities in the Tianyuan continent were to hear it, a little girl of the metamorphosis realm would surely laugh her ass off if she had to protect a great emperor. But who let Su Xin herself be her own sister? His own sister wants to protect herself. How can a brother deny someone the opportunity to perform? Besides, this was an obvious opportunity to bring himself closer to his sister. How could Xu Pingan miss it? Only, it would look different to others. Naturally, he thought that Xu Pingan was not as powerful as his sister. Therefore, it was softened. I thought that during this time, it was you who had changed, but it turned out to be nothing more than that. Just then, a woman in a long dress, radiant with haze, who, at some point, had, also came on top of the carrier. The moment she appeared, at that moment, countless men, their eyes went straight. For no other reason than the fact that the woman is simply like a fairy coming out of a painting. and you can't take your eyes off of her. Who is she? You don't have to ask? Can't you see the exiled fairy next to him? This is the daughter of the divine hidden group. I know. This great lady, though not so often, but every time, they would appear when the divine mountain mystic realm was on display. And it seems that even the banished immortals respect this great lady very much. With the crowd talking, that long unseen Sulian exiled immortal appeared in the crowd's field of vision. Apparently, this exchange contest. Naturally, it was not possible that only the official people of Kyushu were invited. The group that entered into a partnership with Kyushu. Naturally, they had also arranged for experts to travel to this competition. Only, just then, exiled immortal, having the guts to show up in front of me. Chapter 118, Suli who broke the defense. Banished immortal? Skewers. Just see Su Xin. The grumpy one, directly drawing his sword, he directly chopped towards the banished immortal beside that Suli. The hatred of the two. Naturally, it has long been known in all the 9 states. Had it not been for the fact that the banishment had been dormant for some time without coming out of the world, Su Xin had long had a battle with him. Now that the other party took the initiative to show up, they naturally shared their eyes, so they directly struck out. Humph, do you really think I'm no match for you? At this moment, the exiled immortal also erupted a powerful energy all over his body, wrapping himself in, and then, he even directly hardened Su Xian's sword chi attack. Boom! Just for a brief moment, Su Xian surprisingly directly kept falling back and stabilized himself by thrusting his sword into the soles of his feet. In this exchange of blows, Su Xian did not take advantage of the situation. Exiled immortal, on the other hand, had light flowing from his body as he hardened himself against Su Xian's sword chi attack. One must know that the way of the sword was known for its powerful attacks. Surprisingly, the other party was not only able to block Su Xian's sword chi attack with his empty hands, he was also able to knock the other party back. Which one was stronger or weaker? Even the onlookers felt it. This exiled immortal's bloodline is very different. Xiaoyan came to Xu Pingan's side, his eyes looking curiously at the other party. It's different. He's not a pure-blooded earthling, tainted with a trace of the bloodline of the extraterrestrials. Xu Pingan's eyes revealed a hint of dislike. He has feelings for the earth. Love for the house is also true for the people of the earth. If not, he would not have saved the earth from danger several times. But, for this hybrid bloodline, naturally, there was not a bit of affection, even a bit of disgust. So it's a skewer. No wonder I had a feeling that this guy was very out of place. And, it should be a short period of time, obtaining some sort of inheritance, with its strength being suddenly plucked up. Xiaoyan stared at the other party, his eyes similarly tinged with disgust as he said, Brother Su, aren't you going to make a move to help your sister out a bit? I can feel it. If the battle continues, your sister might lose. Xu Pingan shook his head. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was eager to try. Since Brother Su doesn't want to make a move, why don't I do it? I'm so upset with this guy I want to kill him. Obviously, in the eyes of the duo, the banished immortal had become a foul thing. Hate to remove it in time. Just don't wait for Xu Pingan to open his mouth. See, this is the power of the exiled immortal. Suli didn't know when, but came to Xu Pingan's side and faintly opened her mouth. Only the words, with superiority, said, I asked you to plead for exiled immortal before. Just don't want the two to call evil. Not because exile is inferior to your sister, but you were deaf to it, and even rejected our good intentions. Unbeknownst to the exiled immortal, during this time, he has already made contact with the mother clan, which is connected by bloodline. Your refusal in the first place, but for your sister, you molded a strong enemy. Obviously, she was haunted by Xu Pingan's rejection last time. Now exile is powerful. Naturally, they could also suppress Pingan Su. Let her get one back on Pingan Su. Only, when she raised her head and looked at Xu Pingan, who was a cut taller than herself, hoping to see the moment of remorse on his face. Instead, they were greeted with two faces that were like looking at a little cutie. Like faces. And these two, naturally, were Xu Pingan and Xiaoyan. As far as they were concerned, the banishment was a skewer, the garbage that can be erased at will. But on the contrary, in this woman's opinion, it seems to have become something to be proud of. It's not like you're looking at a cutie pie. Naturally. Well, Brother Su, you know this woman? Xiaoyan couldn't help but ask. A classmate. Xu Pingan opened his mouth expressionlessly. So it is. Xiaoyan shook his head and instantly said with some understanding. It seems that Brother Su has done harm to her. So your classmates are here to make a scene? Xu Pingan, you did it on purpose again, didn't you? Su Li's originally calm face, after seeing Xu Pingan's familiar expression, was, once again, the defense was not broken. Honestly, She had always looked as godlike as a painted fairy in the eyes of the others. However, every time whenever they encountered Xu Pingan, seeing her beside that face where nothing cares hits her with irritation. Annoyed that the other man didn't care about himself, it was even more annoying to the other side. That look. This made her hysterically want to expose Xu Pingan as a mask. Only, she failed again. This time, Xu Pingan didn't even think of talking to her. You. Suli gasped and choked a little. She clearly saw that Xu Pingan was obedient to his sister. It's obviously a Muqian look. But when you come to yourself, you pretend to be high and mighty. This differentiation is going to piss her off half a dozen times. She couldn't wait to rip off the other woman's mask. But just then, stop. Stop fighting. This time our enemy is the West. Can we first unanimously point the finger at the enemy? It's settled. I don't care how you want to fight, only to see someone finally come out to stop the fight. It's the principal of Genoa College, Huang Guofeng, as well as a host of other masters. In the face of so many people, Su Xian was still blocked despite his reluctance, and the carrier took off. When Suli wanted to find Xu Pingan to continue settling the score, the latter had also long since followed Su Xian and went to the other end, separating himself from exiled Immortal. Missy, are you okay? Exiled Immortal came to Suli's side, his eyes somewhat curious, because she realized that originally extremely well-cultivated Missy was full of anger at the moment. The exhalation is even greater than intake. It was as if he was even more out of breath than he had been when he had just returned from the battle. Nothing. Suli didn't open her mouth in a good mood, trying to calm herself as much as possible. Women's words, lying ghosts. A handsome man of Exile's level naturally understood some of this. He couldn't help but persuade. Missy, I also have something to say. When to speak or not to speak. Suri, what words? Although I don't know what's happening to you, but I know that you are honorable. The mother clan behind it is even above my heavenly clan. Moreover, your bloodline is even more intense than if I had the bloodline of the celestial race. Your identity, alone, determines that, and the people of Earth are not in the same category. Therefore, you don't have to care too much what the people of Earth think. After all, the people of the celestial race, although I don't know what's happening to you, but I know that you are honorable. The mother clan behind it is even above my heavenly clan. Moreover, your bloodline is even more intense than if I had the bloodline of the celestial race. Your identity, alone, determines that, and the people of Earth are not in the same category. Therefore, you don't have to care too much what the people of Earth think. After all, the people of the celestial race, although I don't know what's happening to you, but I know that you are honorable. Chapter 119, The Strongest Weapon of Humanity? That's all. Kyushu, inside the base. Heads are turning. The staff is all over the place. The top of the screen was full of various images. Shows a picture of the race island. Has the carrier set sail yet? Yi Lao walked inside the base and opened his mouth to ask. Immediately, a staff member in charge of the lead came up and reported. It's already set sail. It's only half an hour until the race island. Elder Yi nodded, and then looked at the picture of the competition venue, and after scanning around the circle, continuing, he asked, is the information on the playing field the same as the results on the western side? It's been confirmed, and it's basically the same. A beast king that has reached the transformation realm does exist on the island, and there are tons of other ferocious beasts. This is an ancient island that exists in a folded space. It's only recently come to light. Elder Yi pursued. Did you check for any dangers? The staff shook his head. The biggest danger at the moment would be that beast king. Yi Lao, who heard the words, couldn't help but nod. Then next, just wait for the results of the game. There is a lot at stake in this competition. It's natural for the security of the island to be the best it can be. However, just as Yi Lao was about to turn around and leave, suddenly, he seemed to think of something. He couldn't help but ask again. Did the other party's experts come out? The staff member was also apparently stupefied by the sudden question, and then shook his head. It's not clear. We didn't receive information that the opposing players were out. Yi Lao's eyes narrowed. Is there any means to investigate? The staff member mused for a moment before saying, the other side's tech. Not enough to cross today's ocean with a fighter jet. The other party should have come on an aircraft carrier as well. It should be possible to investigate with a satellite. Then find out. Elder Yi ordered immediately. Yes, in Kyushu, the vocation of the military is obedience, and the staff is naturally military. Of course, without saying a word, he arranged for manpower to investigate. Not much longer. The staff hurriedly reported. We've tracked down the other side's carrier. What's going on with the other side? Elder Yi immediately pursued. They stopped on the waters and did not depart. And they were clearly close to the competition island. Yet they have no intention of boarding the island. As if they are waiting for something, the staff member said with some disbelief. Yi Lao, who heard the words, but his eyes glared at once, and he said with some anxiety, "It's not good, almost forgot about it." "What's wrong, ye old man?" The staff member was infected by Yi Lao's emotions and asked with some anxiety. "Quickly, mobilize the detection power of all satellites. Detect this area of the sea. All missile launches moving." Elder Yi anxiously spoke loudly. Anyone who could sit within the base was naturally not a generalized person. After hearing the meaning of Elder Yi's words, he instantly understood the meaning. It doesn't even have to be commanded. All staff, start mobilizing satellite detection ranges. If it were the past, Kyushu satellites would be enough to cover the globe. But as the Earth has grown larger, not only has the satellite coverage area decreased, the cost of getting satellites into space has also increased. Therefore, the coverage, except for individual areas, most places have been blind. Fruity, at ye old man's command, a staff member instantly exclaimed. "It's bad. A missile has been detected streaking toward our carrier." "Nope, there's not just one. There's a missile coming from the other direction. I have it here too. Wait, I found it on my side too." A message was sent out that a missile had been found. A full 6 missiles, already in flight. The flight paths are all predicted to be in the area of their carriers. Is there any way to intercept them? Elder Yi hurriedly shouted. It's too late. The opponent's missile speed, about to enter the mid-range of the, it has surpassed the speed of sound by several times. The staff member fretted. Asterisk. Rush to notify the people on board and leave the carrier at fire speed. If it was in the past, being locked by an aircraft carrier was basically certain death. Any move would be redundant. But today is different. Humans are evolved. Even more have mastered the means of flight. As long as you can avoid the blast core area of a nuclear weapon, there's just a glimmer of hope of surviving. Now they found it in time. There might be hope. Understood. The crew immediately began contacting the carrier. And in the meantime, above the carrier. What? There are missiles. Where did the missiles come from? What do you mean? Hello? Why can't you hear me? Principal Huang Guofeng listened to the voice coming from the communicator and was clearly at a bit of a loss for words. We're not getting good reception. A staff member reported back immediately. What's going on? Huang Guofeng couldn't help but ask. It's not clear. I don't know if it's a problem with the sea, or if it's being stopped by man? The staff was clearly confused as well. What? Huang Guofeng instantly expected that something was wrong. After becoming an evolutionary, thoughts have long been very quick. By the news that came through earlier, a bad thought rose up in his mind. Missiles? Could it be that those assholes in the other West used nuclear weapons? Just think of all that. Immediately, his body directly disappeared in place. Same time, an alarm went off above the carrier. Huang Guofeng's voice, moreover, came out along with the alarm. Incoming missiles. Please have everyone flee the carrier in a hurry. The faster the better. As this voice came out, the carrier was a mess. Some people even started to run away straight away. Brother Su, what's going on with this Westerner? Why did he suddenly launch a nuclear weapon? Xiao Yan was a bit speechless. Surprisingly, he didn't expect that the other party would directly use this kind of tactic. Didn't you say that the West has produced a divine heir? What's with the whole thing? No harm done. Some people, they're just smart. All of this naturally did not escape Xu Pingan's divine sense. He hadn't planned to make a move before. He was just giving his opponent a chance. Of course, didn't want to spook anyone either. But the other side doesn't cherish it. Then you can't blame yourself. I'll take care of it. Don't stop the game. Xu Pingan took a step and immediately disappeared directly into place. When he reappeared, it had come to a high altitude. And in the meantime, the nuclear weapons missiles, too, had turned into a trail of shadows and were coming towards the carrier. The ultimate technological weapon of mankind? Xu Pingan's eyes revealed playfulness. After all, it's impossible to be an earthling and have no interest in nuclear weapons. Even after being powerful today, the same applies. Only to see him raise his hand. The 6 missiles with nuclear warheads that were whizzing by. It had already come over his hand, letting the flames at the end, continuously spraying, while not being able to break free from his palm in the slightest. Blast! Xu Pingan merely pointed out with a single finger. All of a sudden, one nuclear weapon after another kept exploding. A horrible mushroom cloud rose up at once. Chapter 120 Nukes in the Lighthouse State? A message from the Western gods. Kyushu. Inside the base, Yi Lao was like an ant on a hot pan at the moment, pacing back and forth within the control. How's it going? Did you make contact? Elder Yi would open his mouth to inquire almost every minute. No contact. The signal seems to be cut off. The staff member spoke very helplessly. Damn. It must be those Western guys who did this. Yi Lao ruthlessly slammed his fist on the wall next to him. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have gotten excited and agreed to the West's terms. At the time, I wouldn't have even made that mistake if I had thought about it more. By all means, trick our experts into participating in the exchange competition. It's all about nuking and taking out all of our masters in one fell swoop. This is to completely cut off the future of our Kyushu. Quickly organize manpower. Go forward to the sea. If there are still survivors, they must be saved in time. No way. I'm going too. It was only at this moment that Yi Lao finally understood the viciousness of that group of guys, but at the same time, chagrined to the core, hating those futures in Kyushu instead of those. Get yourself on that carrier. Elder Yi, you don't have to blame yourself. No one would have thought that group of people in the West that. It's wicked to this extent. Now all we have to think about is how to rescue. A staff member on the sidelines saw this and came up to comfort him. In their opinion, now surrounded by so many nukes, that group of experts, they're already fierce. For a moment, everyone was silent in despair. There had even been a moment of silence. But just then, the missiles detected by the satellite on my side are gone. Seems like mine here is missing too? Me too. Bent in time, the missiles that had been signaling detection, one by one, kept disappearing into thin air. What's going on? Yi Lao was filled with surprise. Wait, could it have exploded already? It won't. If there was a big explosion, we would have found his location. And, under detection, that missile didn't even make it to its designated location before it disappeared. It's like being. Old man Yi couldn't help but interject. Like what? Just then, I'm not losing the missiles here. A staff member's voice suddenly came out. What's going on? There's another missile? Yi Lao's mind was immediately pulled back and looked at the staff member. But while the missile still exists, he seems to have changed positions? The staff member suddenly opened his mouth a little strangely. Switching positions? What do you mean? Yi Lao walked up to him and looked at the screen, then used the satellite to locate that missile all the time. But who knows? Suddenly disappeared. When I capture it again by satellite, the missile that has come to the lighthouse country. The staff themselves were a little confused, not to mention everyone else. What? That missile? It's going straight to the lighthouse state? How can it be? The location of our carrier with that lighthouse country. The convergence has been at least 100,000 kilometers or more. That's only 10 to 20,000 kilometers even for the strongest intercontinental missiles. The strangest thing is not distance. Rather, it is time. 1 second it was the ocean. To be in the lighthouse country the next minute is unthinkable. The crowd was in an uproar. Don't believe this at all. But the data is right in front of us. People make mistakes. Everyone knows that. But trying to get an instrument wrong, especially a classified instrument like a satellite, that probability, it's almost as good as winning the lottery. So what's going on here? The crowd obviously couldn't think of a single thing to say. And that's when the staff member who guessed before said, unless there is a mysterious master that wiped out all those nukes, and then also took one of the nukes and went straight to the lighthouse state. With that speculation out of the way, everyone was looking at it the same way they looked at the cutie, like looking at the staff member. Nowadays, though, we are entering the age of evolution, but eliminating nuclear weapons, and not make a bit of noise. How is this possible? Nuclear weapons may not be enough though against extraterrestrial races, but for today's Earth, that's still a big killer. Many beast kings have died under nuclear weapons. Even if he didn't die, he'd be seriously injured. How could anyone extinguish a nuclear weapon without a word? Not to mention taking the nuke straight to the lighthouse state in 1 second. Only intersecting with what the Kyushu base people, don't believe in. The lighthouse tower master in this matter, the most vocal, because at this moment, that nuclear warhead, at this very moment, is hovering in his office. Watch the moment that nuclear warhead appears. His whole body was dumbfounded. It's not a toy, he knows. For every nuclear warhead, he has to approve it. The numbers on them, he drew them up, so he didn't even suspect it was fake. And, just take the size of the slug, and it would be impossible to fake. If his office hadn't been big enough, it wouldn't have fit the slug. He's just depressed that the nuclear weapon that was supposed to be over the waters of Kyushu, how did it get to his office? Did you litter this thing? And in the meantime, a man came across the table from him at some point. You, who are you? The moment he saw the man, the tower master instantly realized that the person who caused the situation in front of him had appeared. Do you think that you have the right to know who I am now? The man was naturally no one else but Xu Pingan. The 6 nukes in the sky before, he used the world in his palm and quietly settled for 5. Saved the last one and brought the culprit of this incident here. What do you want? The tower master took one look at the nuke that was close by and couldn't help but swallow his throat. Obviously, he knew that he had no right to negotiate at all. That nuclear weapon, If detonated, one's own certain death. Who's behind all this ordering you around? Xu Pingan spoke indifferently. It's the son of God. The tower owner opened his mouth very self-consciously. This made Xu Pingan somewhat appreciative. Often those he interrogated were tough-talking. I didn't expect this tower master, but he has some sense. Who is the son of God? Xu Pingan continued to ask. It is an heir of God, said to have come from the world where the house of God is, and he brings faith. A lot of people have gotten stronger because of him. The tower master spoke again very self-consciously. Do you know who he is? Xu Pingan continued to ask. The other party is very mysterious. Every time they appear they are covered in light. It's impossible to see them. The tower master shook his head, having no way of knowing what the other party looked like himself. Xu Pingan couldn't help but sink his eyebrows. Sure enough, this Western god's residence did exist, only it was also too cautious. Then it seems you have no use for them? Xu Pingan uttered a threat. Don't kill me, and I know information. Chapter 121, Boarding the Island. Meeting with the West. What a message! Xu Pingan looked at the other party's overflowing desire for survival and couldn't help but smile as he opened his mouth to ask. Your Excellency, can you promise not to kill me? The tower master asked with a hint of fear on his face. Xu Pingan, then it depends on your message, whether it's useful or not. There. It works, the tower lord said very seriously. As long as your Excellency doesn't kill me, I'm willing to defect to you in the future. The ability to bring a nuclear bomb from 100,000 miles away to him in an instant. An existence of this level, in his opinion, was already no different from a god. So instead of serving the gods that cannot yet descend, might as well serve the mysterious powerhouse in front of him. Say it, if it works, it will save your life. Xu Pingan had obviously still underestimated this guy's ability to be shameless. I presume, Your Excellency. 2. Chapter 122, Inheritance of the Gods. God of War. The person who opens his mouth. It was a teenager with fiery red hair. The teenager's hair, as if it were a flame, floated in the air. It was as if it possessed divine power that made the hair fly. His eyes fluttered lightly and the corners of his mouth were filled with disdain, as if he simply looked down on the visitor. This guy is Alan, and according to the information, this guy seems to have obtained the inheritance of the sun god, the opponent who possesses the sun essence flame in his body and fights with him. All of them were burned without a trace by its sun essence fire. Zhao Lei opened his mouth and told the other party's information. The ones standing at the front row at this moment were naturally the strongest group of people in Kyushu. They represented the face of the powerhouses of Kyushu. It's natural not to let someone be humiliated like that. Ha! What sun essence flame? In my eyes, it's just a small flame that. It's as if it's taking all the effort to show us that he little bit of fire. As well. Chapter 123, Ancient Mysterious Field. Xu Pingan's Curiosity. Just when the scene is about to be completely chaotic. Okay, all stop. Get ready to start the match. A woman's voice suddenly sounded. Among the crowd, a young girl of about 20 years old stepped out. The woman paced out in her armor, a golden spear out in her hand. On her right hand, she was holding a young girl with a Western face, about 10 years old, and powdered and carved like a porcelain doll. The moment the woman opened her mouth, the Western crowd, for a moment, fell silent. It was obvious that the woman was their main focus. This woman is called the greatest of comers. Called Xavier. Rumor has it that, not only has he inherited the legacy of the goddess of war, and also awakened the bloodline of the goddess of war, the most Western currently recognized as the strongest. Beside her was her younger sister, who was also said to have obtained the inheritance of the gods, but being too young, it doesn't show talent. Chapter 124 Xu Pingan, I will only teach it once. Look at Jian Huang's stubborn mouth. Xu Pingan couldn't help but be amused as well, obviously in a life and death crisis. After seeing Xu Pingan, he wanted to ask for help. Instead, they talked about running away together. He's the only one with such thick skin. Ha! Another Kyushuite. Just within that delay, the Westerners finally caught up with them. Crap! Huang Jian felt bad and was about to pull Xu Pingan to run. Only, the latter was not at all impressed. Seeing this, Jian Huang hurriedly said, Big brother, the other party is Kate. Having obtained the inheritance of the goddess of hunting, you are a whole realm above us. Although I know that you are very strong, but we are still not running away, right? There's two of us. There's a caretaker. He can't kill both of us on his own for a while. As long as we find our Kyushu powerhouse, we'll be saved. Only that Xu Pingan. Chapter 125, Western Gods Revived. You, who the hell are you? Kate covered her broken arm, her eyes agonizing as she looked at the man in front of her and, as if I'd seen a ghost, a metamorphosis realm powerhouse himself. Surprisingly, he was defeated by the genetic realm. And this process, surprisingly, is nothing more than an instant. Apparently it was a little hard for him to accept. Only, he didn't get the answer he wanted from the other side. In turn, there was even a powerful pressure that covered above his body. Me, I've never seen the true god. I just obtained the inheritance of the gods in a relic. Kate spoke up in a hurry. Sure enough, Xu Pingan narrowed his eyes, although he had clearly guessed this situation early on. Immediately, Xu Pingan threw that bow straight out. Kate's eyes went straight as she watched. That's its own secret treasure. You just threw it away? And at that moment, Jian Huang rushed over and received the longbow. Brother, how did you do it? Only, when he looked up to look at Xu Pingan again, the other party had long since disappeared from his sight. And in the meantime, roar! It was accompanied by a roar, only to see the mountains shaking, a huge black snake, drilling out of the canyon. Its huge snake body coiled into a snake mountain, dark and terrifying, hundreds of meters long. Only, this seemingly huge black snake was already covered in injuries at this moment. Its so-called roar was more of a wail. He kept running away, and at that moment behind him, is this what you call the fire of the sun? I see nothing more than that. Only the fire god was seen transforming into a fire phoenix, soaring in the sky, while below him, that Alan, who originally boasted of being the god of the sun, was already beginning to flee, with the true fire of the sun on his body. Even more so, it has dimmed to the extreme. Don't be complacent. This god's inheritance has not yet been fully inherited, or else with your little flame. It's still enough to be a match for this king. Alan's mouth was unforgiving, but his feet ran to breakneck speed, clearly not wanting to engage Vulcan again. And just then, he noticed his Western companion, Mela. Immediately, he was about to open his mouth to call for help. Only, next moment, and he was dumbfounded, only to see that at the moment, Mela was no better than he was. He who has obtained the inheritance of Poseidon. Mela was powerful, and recognized as one of the strongest. Only at the moment, this Mira was even worse than before herself, covered in wounds, just above her head. A woman who stepped on a long sword and had a dancing flying sword around her, is deadening it. If not, the battlefield of the duo, being at the edge of the island, Mira would be able to take on the enemy with the power of seawater. I'm afraid that woman would have beheaded long ago. Seeing this, Alan had to turn around and flee towards the other end, and in the meantime, there was the same figure that was coming towards him. It's Warlord Legacy Mike. Alan's eyes lit up. This guy is known for being belligerent. Each battle makes it stronger. And this man is so perverted that no opponent with whom he has fought in the West has ever survived. If it's him, then surely he can defeat the Kyushuans. Alan instantly waved his hand up, gesturing toward the other to come to his rescue. However, the next moment, he was dumbfounded, only to see a man from the Kyushu covered in immortal light, descending from the sky. A kick will be the other Mike, directly kicked backwards out, as deflated ball flying backwards out. It smashed into the distant mountain. Fark! Alan felt like hell all of a sudden. How all the strongest people on their side were no match for Kyushu. What the hell is going on here in Kyushu? Oh yes, and Xavier. He's the heir of a true god, with the true god's bloodline. He will not lose. Alan's eyes showed a glimmer of hope as he began to search the battlefield for any sign of Xavier, a powerhouse of their caliber. The island's not something that traps them. At this moment that Xavier must be in the vicinity of the Beastmaster. Fruity. Next moment, he then found Xavier. She's high in the sky. She has no wings, but she walks on air. This was the divine power in her bloodline, allowing her to gain numerous abilities that did not belong in this realm. If it was Xavier, she would have won. Alan's eyes were full of confidence as long as she doesn't lose. Our Western camp isn't really losing. He was soon, once again, slapped in the face. In front of Xavier, a figure with wings spread on its back appeared. The figure wore a hood and carried an arcane ruler, that seemingly mighty Xavier. In the moment when multiple parties struck out and lit up the flames of the, surprisingly, he chose to flee directly. Of course, it wasn't the power of the figure that was the most damning. Rather, it's his flame. You know, he's a sun god inheritor, with the true fire of the sun in his body. It is the most extremely powerful flame in the world. There was no one who knew the terror of his own flame better than he did. But now, he was on the other side of the flame for a moment. I don't know why. He actually tried to get on his knees. That's right. It was the emotion of the flames within him that passed into his thoughts. There's only one possibility. That was the other party's flame, which was extremely terrifying. It was so terrifying that even his own sun true flame, which was rare in this world, was fearful of it. It is even to be honored as a king. What the hell is going on in this Kyushu? I can't believe it's so powerful. Alan was utterly dumbfounded. And just then too, The Vulcan had already killed in front of him once again. In this moment, Alan had even closed his eyes and waited for death. Of course, the same goes for other Western powerhouses. They were fully suppressed by Kyushu. It's no match at all. Death is only a matter of time. Only. Just then, the entire island, however, suddenly shook, and then a bizarre rune lit up among the islands. Immediately after, a pillar of light that fell violently from the sky. It landed precisely on the strong Westerners present. Alan is no exception. In this moment, a memory that didn't seem to belong to him suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. Alan let out a growl, but there was no resistance at all. This moment, Alan felt as if his body was in control. Immediately after, it was a terrifying force that erupted from his own body. This is the power of a god? Alan recognized the power. He is the bearer of the sun god, and this power has the same root as himself, and more refined, more powerful. He will not be mistaken. This is his legacy maker, the power of the sun god. In this moment, it's not just him. The same was true for the other powerful people on the island. In their bodies, all of them unexpectedly erupted with the power of the god essence, the Western gods that originally existed only in mythology. In this moment, it seems like it's all revived. Chapter 126, Xu Pingan present. A god? That's all. In this moment, that the Kyushu cultivators who originally held an absolute advantage. The tables were turned in an instant. These Western powerhouses seemed like a different person at the moment. Not only is the power growing, combat awareness also has taken a qualitative leap. The mighty men of the Ninth State have the illusion that at this moment, it seemed that the ones facing them were no longer cultivators who had only just stepped into evolution all the way, but a group of battle-hardened warriors. Boom! There was a loud bang in the air, only to see that the banished immortal, who had originally pressed against Ike, was actually directly stabbed by his opponent with a spear. Although the immortal light outside the banished immortal's body blocked the killing wound for him, but the powerful impact sent him flying straight away. Are you okay? And at this time, Sully also finally arrived above this final battlefield. Looked to the down exiled. Nothing. Exile wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and a hint of bad premonition appeared in his eyes. Miss, you'd better hurry up and leave this island. These Westerners are not right. They're probably tampering with the island. Your hunch was right. At this moment, Sully's eyes exploded with a streak of seven-colored light as she looked around. This was her recently awakened bloodline talent, the ability to see through the essence of everything in the world, down to the source. It's an extremely terrifying talent. This island, a field has been laid. We can't get away from it anymore. Sully opened her mouth and told the reason. How is that possible? We, the people of Kyushu, haven't we already investigated? There's no one setting up a field on this island at all. Exile opened his mouth in some confusion. This is not an ordinary field. The trajectory of operation, compared to the current field, is completely different. It's like a run-of-the-mill. Sully's eyes constantly flickered with seven-colored light as he explored the island amidst the appearing runes. And who made this? The banished immortal's brow furrowed, obviously not expecting that he had fallen into someone else's trap. That would be a question for those things inside Westerners. Sully put away the seven-colored light in her eyes. Although this divine ability was incomparably powerful, however, it would be extremely mind-consuming, and could not support his long-term use. Something inside? What do you mean? Exiled, though he knew that these people, becoming very strange, did not know that something changed inside them. Inside their bodies, there are remnants of other people's souls. These remaining souls are powerful. If I'm right, it should be the residual power of the souls left behind by the gods in those Western myths. Sully was also frowning tightly at this moment. What? The residual soul power of the Western gods? Exiled Immortal was a bit surprised. Those gods, are they all still alive? Sully shook her head. It's not clear, but right now, we have to withdraw in a hurry. I can feel that this island, under the influence of the field of, I can't believe I'm going back into folded space again. If we don't leave, I'm afraid we'll never be able to leave again. Exiled, you have a way out. Miss? Sully, I'll find the weakness of the field. You guys help me cover. The seven-colored color in Sully's eyes emerged once again. She was forcing open her gift. Obviously, even she sensed the trickiness of this matter. The conversation between the two was no more than a fleeting moment. Exile had already charged out again. Take on Mike directly. Only, at this moment, Mike was still in the metamorphosis realm though, but a strong sense of combat, and various surges of divine powers but it made Exile an instant sandbag. At this moment, Exiled Immortal also knew that it was impossible for him to fight against the powerful enemy in front of him alone. Immediately, he informed the fire god in Su Xin and the others of the information he knew. In the midst of retreating while fighting, at this point, The crowd also knew that it was not the time to count on former grudges. Immediately, they decided to get together and try their best to stall for time with the protection of Suli as the core. For they were, at this moment, no longer fighting against mortals, but true gods. Of course, at this moment, Xiao Yan wasn't much better. There's a consciousness inside you that doesn't belong to you anymore. Xiao Yan sensed that something was wrong with the other party the moment they appeared abnormal. Instead of answering her, Xavier simply turned into an emotionless machine that engaged in battle with Xiao Yan again. Only, Xavier had the remnant souls of the Western gods inside him. However, Xiao Yan had a complete Emperor of Flame soul inside his body. Xavier even possessed the battle consciousness of a remnant soul, as well as various means. However, in front of Xiao Yan's eyes, it could still not be enough to look at. Xavier still can't escape a crushing defeat. Just as Xiao Yan sent him flying directly with a single ruler, he followed closely behind, preparing to finish him off completely. Suddenly a terrifying divine thought locked right onto him. In this moment, Xiao Yan's sweaty hair stood on end, and then the entire body directly turned into flames. That divine thought that was originally going to strike out at it, after touching this flame, taking a pounding, it shrunk straight back. Damn! This divine thought is definitely not an ordinary person. It's a god of the West. He struck out. Xiao Yan hid in the flames with a slightly agitated expression. Only the next moment he laughed bitterly. For no other reason. One was simply no match for this god. Luckily, he had transformed into Emperor Yan in time. Utilizing Emperor Yan's characteristic of ignoring soul attacks, he avoided the strike. Otherwise the other party would have already killed themselves. Of course, it wasn't that Xiao Yan was weak. Rather, the disparity between the realms of the opponents was too great. Today's Xiao Yan had not recovered to his original strength. Empty martial arts, but can't perform because of his body. This guy is also too shameless. Obviously so strong and still engages in sneak attacks. Damn. It's a pity I can't go out and tell Brother Su now. Xiao Yan could feel that he had been locked by that divine thought. If you put away the Emperor's flame, the other party would definitely use their thunderous means again to strangle themselves. Right now, he could only pray that Xu Pingan would find himself and come over in time to save him. Although Dian could protect himself for a moment. However, the energy in his body was limited, and it was simply not enough to support the Emperor Flame to protect his body all the time. And in the meantime, Kyushu sighed. Miss, haven't you found the weakness of this domain yet? The exiled immortal spat out blood from his mouth while looking at Suli. Almost there. You guys hold on a little longer. Suli was no better at the moment. Her face pale to the extreme. Her original red lips. It had also completely lost its blood color. The seven-colored light in his eyes also grew dimmer. Hurry up. Missy, if you don't hurry up, I'm going to be roasted. Vulcan shouted back. At this moment, the originally defeated Alan, at this moment, simply seemed to have transformed into a true god. The mighty true fire of the sun, as terrifying as the true sun. The flame that, the true phoenix fire, completely suppressed, but also seems to be extinguished at any time. Don't rush it. I'm already on the fast track. Suli said weakly. It also violently increased the output of the seven-colored light in its eyes once again. And just then too, a monstrous water dragon rose to the sky. Chapter 127, Xu Pingan strikes. Su Xin and Su Li shock. Dang! There was a violent thrumming sound of metal on metal. Only a halberd as black as ink was visible. It was firmly inserted in front of Su Xin, blocking the blow for him. Mira was shaken away by the force of the halberd. An unimaginable color was revealed in those cold eyes. So did Su Xin. She looked at the strange halberd in front of her and couldn't imagine whose weapon it was. Much less think about who will step in for themselves when the time comes. Humph. It was also at this moment that Mira revealed a cold snort, and killing intent was revealed in her cold eyes. The trident flipped in her hand, only to see the sea explode and a water dragon rose up to the sky, a terrifying might that caused everyone's eyes to gaze here. Death. She unleashed a killing move, directly wrapped in countless water dragons, along with divine power that, once again, it slashed towards Su Xin. For a moment, space trembled, shocking the heavens and earth, and flying sand and stones. Su Xin run. Seeing this, the fireman immediately roared angrily, wanting to step in to help. Only, the Alan he was facing stopped him. Of course, he didn't have much breath to strike at all, and at the moment, the people of Kyushu who were present at it was already at the end of its tether. Even if he was an exiled immortal, he was coughing up blood at this moment. Others such as Zhao Lei, Huang Jian, Yang Ming, etc., are also defending themselves, and the heart is in the right place. One could only watch that Mira, unleashing a killing move, to completely exterminate. Only, just then, a figure, however, had arrived in front of Xu Xian at an unknown time. It was like an immovable Tarzan, steadfastly standing in her way, the moment he appeared. At this moment, everyone's gazes couldn't help but focus on this man's body. Xu Xian's eyes were even more glaringly huge as he directly cursed angrily. Xu Pingan, do you seek death? Get the hell away from me. You're gonna die. That's right. The person who came was none other than Xu Pingan. It was also him who stood firmly in front of Xu Xian. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Xu Pingan, however, was unmoved and only turned back to speak with a faint smile on his face. This one image. This one sentence. Directly, Xu Xian's long-sealed memories seemed to be opened. Back then, she was pranked and tricked into going to a deserted building rumored to be haunted. She was then, as she is now, in a state of utter despair. It's Pingan Xu. It's this big brother, standing in front of himself. As it was today, only a backstory was given. Even that line is the same. Don't worry, leave it to me. The moment, it was as if her memories overlapped across time and space. Xu Pingan was still the same Xu Pingan. His own brother, still the same brother. Brother! Xu Xian actually couldn't help but shout out that word. However, she quickly reacted to it and, hurriedly, he went to push Xu Pingan away. His eyes filled with anxiety as he shouted, Xu Pingan, you're no match for her. Only, when she went to push Xu Pingan away, and the latter had long since gripped that halberd in his warp hand and rushed straight at Mira. Boom! The attacks of the two of them were suddenly exchanged. Xu Xian's heart felt as if it was being pinched at this moment. But the next moment, a scene that took her by surprise appeared. Xu Pingan actually directly shook Mei Lao off with a single stroke of his halberd. And then that halberd in his hand. In his hand, it was like a wandering black dragon. The water dragons manipulated by that Mira were all cut off in front of her halberd. The eyes of those who saw the scene went wide. This Xu Xian's brother, when did he get so fierce? Vulcan couldn't help but speak. You know, these Westerners are getting ennobled. After obtaining the residual soul power of the Western gods, the strength of the battle was so strong that even they could only take a beating. This Xu Pingan's power was clearly beyond his expectations. Of course, even Xu Xian froze. I don't believe it. This man in front of him was actually Xu Pingan. This guy, is the strength this strong? Xu Li, who had detached a piece of her mind to focus on all this, couldn't help but have a complicated look on her face. Obviously there was some reluctance to believe that the other party had such strength. And at that moment, Mira, who had been sent flying by the shock, had an angry look on her face. She struck again, this time behind her back. The seawater boiling even directly turned into a shocking wave. She was like the king of the seawater, wrapped in infinite might, striking out towards Xu Pingan. Xu Pingan, who saw this, had an ancient expression. He didn't cast any spells, and directly leapt violently, zipping into that wave. The waves exploded. Xu Pingan was like a scaly dragon, directly engaging that king of the seas Mei La once again, as if to compete for that king of the sea. Boom! There was a loud noise in the middle of the sea, and the waves collapsed. The curtain fell on the outcome of this encounter. Mira flew out backwards, from the shoulder to the abdomen. There was a shocking gash that, it was as if it had come just short of splitting her in two. The originator, Xu Pingan, was stoic, as if he were a demon god. It seems that God is nothing more than that. Xu Pingan spoke indifferently. Of course, the fact that Mira didn't die was naturally something that Xu Pingan had done on purpose. Right now, he was still hiding his cultivation. Doesn't show crushing power. He knew that Western god's residence, for sure, was paying attention to this battlefield. If the strength is too out of the ordinary, it will only scare it away. Therefore, acting naturally requires a full set. God cannot be dishonored. And that's when it happened. A fireball wrapped in horrifyingly high temperatures collapsed space, like a meteor falling from the sky. It smashed toward Xu Pingan. It was Alan who struck. To be precise, it was within him, the remnant soul of that god's residence that was striking out, trying to save his companion. Watch out. That flame is the true fire of the sun. Vulcan saw this and spoke up, though he wanted to help. But at the moment it was a problem for him to even stand. Phew! Facing the fireball that came at him, Xu Pingan directly slammed his halberd out. The halberd wasn't any kind of imperial weapon. There was no such thing as imperial might, but it is made of materials that are rare in the world. And no weapon, not even an imperial weapon, cannot in its body downstairs traces this so-called sun essence fire, but also not in the words. Boom! The flame meteor was directly smashed by the halberd. The exploding flames suddenly raged and enveloped the entire sky. Xu Pingan charged out violently. In just the blink of an eye, it came right in front of that Alan. The other man was obviously flabbergasted as well. I didn't expect that the other party would strike so decisively. he immediately wanted to strike again. Horrible flames, brewing between his palms. It transformed into a spear that was strong enough to pierce through everything. Wanting to pierce through the comber in front of him. It had to be said that the souls of these gods were broken though. But the sense of reaction and combat experience is etched in the soul. It's just that, sadly, what he encountered instead was Xu Pingan. Chapter 128, God's Residence Present. Fancying Xu Pingan's flesh? Boo! Xu Pingan blasted out a fist, striking above a certain meridian in his body. The cohesive flame spear immediately dissipated directly. Alan's cold eyes could not help being struck by this marvelous operation of the others. Give the whole thing a huge eye roll. Just don't wait for him to react. Xu Pingan drew out an elbow, and in an instant, the sound of a sonic boom directly exploded. A huge force that slammed directly on top of Alan's brain. Boo! At that moment, it was as if Lu's brain had been hit by a meteorite, and the sound of shattering came directly from his frontal bone. The whole person was even unable to withstand this force, directly head towards the ground, smashed into the soil, lifting a huge hole. Alan is no match for him either? The people of the 9 states who were watching the battle at this moment were completely dumbfounded. How many times has this happened? Just beat Mela and Alan one after the other. You have to know that these two people have the remnants of a god's soul inside them. Does it mean that this guy is stronger than a god? Xu Xian's entire body was in a daze at this moment. The shock that Xu Pingan had brought to him was no less than setting off an annihilating tsunami in her heart. The exiled immortal who saw this scene. This was a frown that could not help but tighten. It was only at the time of boarding the island that the lady was warned that this person was nothing more than an ordinary person. But who would have thought that they would turn around and be slapped in the face? Where is this ordinary person? It was simply a young true god. One must know that even he, who possessed the bloodline of a heavenly god, was no match for these remnants of gods. Is this the bottom of your attitude toward me? Su Li's eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, the other party's you was powerful and unexpected. Kill him first. Just then, a woman's voice rang out. It's Xavier, with a divine bloodline and the heritage of the goddess of war. At this moment, under the augmentation of the deity's remnant soul, like a true god, he stood directly above the high sky, his terrifying divine might vast. At her command, at that instant, those Westerners who were hosted by the remnants of their souls instantly came towards Xu Pingan. Mike, who possessed the inheritance of the god of war, took the lead, and the spear, which held, stabbing out like lightning, it erupted with golden light, flooding heaven and earth. Danger! Xu Xian hurriedly spoke out to remind him, and then he was about to bring his sword up to help. In her opinion, although Xu Pingan was strong, but the means displayed were all about his powerful physique and fighting sense. But this kind of strength, in the end, is not the key to determining victory or defeat. If all the remnants of the gods strike at him, it is bound to be in crisis. Only, before she could strike, at that moment, Xu Pingan had already struck out again with extreme reaction speed. He took the black halberd, which he had summoned, and, afterward, cleaved it directly toward Mike, an attack that, even faster than the speed of light, it directly collided with that Mike's attack. Boom! Where the two collided, space collapsed, and the ground beneath their feet, it instantly shattered into huge craters. Open! Xu Pingan took a step forward, and with the halberd in his hand, he shook the Mac spear away and danced once again. Dang! Mac tried desperately to block it, but, ironically, that he who was known as the god of war was like a new recruit in front of Xu Pingan. Xu Pingan slashed his halberd at his shoulder, just as he was about to directly chop him in two. All of a sudden, a terrifying divine might, descending from the sky like thunder, violently smashed towards Xu Pingan. It was Xavier who struck. Xu Pingan gave up on the force chopping Mike and faked a dodge to avoid it. When the other party saw this, they immediately and directly wrote out the attack. He also held a spear, but the power on the spear was even stronger than Mike's. The terrifying force directly pierced through the void, wrapped in divine might to destroy everything. Dang! Xu Pingan's halberd drew out and clashed with his opponent. The two weapons there was a powerful spark. The terrifying force caused a powerful wave of air to erupt from the place where the two collided, blowing all the trees right down around the island. You're strong. Xavier, unlike the other residual souls, was very conscious, and she sensed how powerful Xu Pingan was. In her beautiful eyes, she couldn't help but let out her surprise. You're weak. Xu Pingan also gave a comment. Only, these words were what completely enraged the other party. Under God's might, I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Xavier strikes again. The spear was wrapped in divine light above it, illuminating the sky, and it was overwhelmingly powerful. That kind of terror was very intimidating. However, Xu Pingan's halberd was strong when it met strength, even if it collided with the spear. It still stands strong. Xavier's eyes were surprised again at the moment. This time, it was the halberd. Though no wonder, it absorbs its own might, all of it, as if ignoring his divine power boost. Only, not waiting between her hesitations, Xu Pingan probed out a hand, grinding out the radiant divine might of the directly grabbed standing in the air Xavier ankle, imprisoned with horrible divine power, and then violently wheeled up and smashed on the ground with a bang. A crack spread across the ground. Xu Pingan once again directly stepped out with a foot, without the slightest bit of pity. Stomp on the face of the woman Xavier. One kick after another. In a few moments, though, Xavier spasmed and coughed up blood as smoke rushed up. What a weak god. Xu Pingan spoke in an extremely exasperating tone. Everyone in Kyushu was petrified. No one had expected this. Xavier, who possessed a divine bloodline. Everyone could feel the difference between him and the others. It is the most powerful man. But it didn't occur to you that it was still defeated by it? To this moment, those most powerful Western remnant souls were almost all defeated by Xu Pingan. All the people of Kyushu, all of them revealed unbelievable gazes. We just won? Vulcan stood up and opened his mouth somewhat incredulously. Suli also stopped her seven-colored eyesight. Obviously, the strongest enemy at the moment was eliminated. Even she, not wanting to admit it, could only conclude that this fight was over. Xu Xian this was looking at Xu Pingan with complicated eyes. Obviously, Xu Pingan's performance today had simply broken the view of Xu Pingan in her heart. Just as a group of people were about to come to meet in front of Xu Pingan. I didn't expect that a strong person like you would appear within the people of the Kyushu. Very well, the gods will be pleased with this body of yours. Only an 11 or 12-year-old girl slowly appeared in front of the crowd. Isn't she Xavier's sister? Someone recognized her. Only, next moment, this young girl violently rushed out a ray of divine light that surrounded the circumference. That mighty glow that, setting it straight as if it were a god. That mysterious divine light. Moreover, directly above her head, manifested a crown. The young girl opened her mouth once again, her voice seemingly coming out from the 9 heavens above, carrying an inexplicable divine might. Reintroduce yourself. I am the son of God chosen by the gods themselves. Walk the earth in his place. You may call me the true God. Chapter 129 Gods in Hell? Mount Olympus. The son of God who traveled through time on behalf of the true God. Does it mean, your Western gods? Hasn't died yet? The fire god opened his mouth in surprise, his eyes filled with incredulity. The rest of the 9 states, naturally, were no better. The god of the West. It was a creature that existed in legend, leaving traces only in books. Does this level of existence really exist? Since one has become a true god, one lives forever. So what's the point of dying? The Son of God spoke faintly, shrouded in light, suspended in the air, the crown on his head. The extraordinary attention. Immortality? Does it really exist? Suli's eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously she knew far more than the others. Be extremely skeptical about this. God lives forever, and I am the best proof of that. The radiance of divine light on the Son of God. Indeed, the other party's realm was not high as anyone present could sense, but its body exuded a power that did not belong to him, making her like a true god. If God is immortal, then why did the outer races of the heavens invade the earth? Why don't they come out against the enemy? Could it be that they're not earthlings? For the so-called Western god, the people of the Kyushu naturally had no respect whatsoever, and the god of fire directly questioned it. There was a mutation on earth that year. God, in order to save his people, held down against the demons of hell, against the real plague of annihilation. It's just that they can't spare their hands to deal with the outcasts. The Son of God opened his mouth to explain, as if it were all a risk that God had taken for the sake of his people. It's not that God doesn't want to make a move. Only this moment, to the people of Kyushu, was all muddled words. Isn't God guarding that hellish demon? How come it's out now? The fire god's expression was filled with disdain as he opened his mouth. Earth changes. The demons of hell were strongly suppressed by God. Now it can be free to descend. The Son of God's words remained calm. Only the explanation, which made the people of Kyushu feel far-fetched. This so-called God is so random, but you blow your God out of the water. So how do you explain what happened on this island? Vulcan spoke disdainfully. You gods of the West are so unable to accommodate others. Take a shot at us? It's not about being mean. It's for fulfillment. The Son of God walks in the air, with a hint of indifference in his expression. He said, for a god to descend into this world, he needs a vessel and a sacrifice. And you people of Kyushu, being strong enough, are the best sacrifice. The Vulcan immediately broke into a direct curse. Asterisk 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 your sacrifices. I can understand your feelings. The Son of God was not annoyed, and his look was full of compassion for the people, saying, but God will come and there is a need for sacrifice. and your sacrifices, laying the groundwork for the coming of the gods, are meaningful. When the gods come, Earth's crisis will disappear completely, and God will resolve all foreign enemies. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You know how to talk crooked. Vulcan spat directly at him with a mouthful of spit. It's just that we can't trust your god. Look, your so-called god can't even protect his own people, so how can you talk about protecting the earth? You're wrong. From entering this island, and you have entered the edge of the world in which God lives. Everything here is a sacrifice I offer to the gods to prepare. They're no different. Only, I didn't expect that any of you, in the midst of this island field, would be able to. The residual soul power of the gods give defeat. Of course, that's not a bad thing. It also led me to a great container. The divine son's gaze, at once, looked toward Xu Pingan, and his eyes were filled with admiration. It was as if the man in front of her had become a perfect work of art in her eyes. No wonder I can't detect this domain without utilizing my divine abilities. It turns out that this domain doesn't belong to Earth at all. Su Li's eyes couldn't help but stare. Of those present, aside from Xu Pingan, I'm afraid she was the only one who could feel the terror of this domain. You think we're those little Western cuties that believe in your gods? The fire god immediately gritted his teeth and stood up and roared. If you want to use us as a sacrifice, then strike. Even if I die, I won't let you have your wish. The other people present in the Kyushu were also like the Vulcan, and went straight into battle. As a person from Kyushu, how could one believe in that nebulous Western god? Even if you die in battle, and they will not go to that Western god as a trophy. Die in battle? No, I have no intention of fighting you. You think I activated the field, took those remnants of the gods, punched them into Xavier and the rest of them. What's it for? They were defeated though, but in a meaningful way. You will be a good sacrifice in peace. The Son of God spoke indifferently, not having the slightest intention of fighting the people of the Kyushu. This island is an altar. We're in the middle of this island, and even if she doesn't make a move, this domain will then completely refine us. Those Westerners before, they were just trying to stall for time so that the field on the island would activate completely. At this moment, by the other party's such a point, Suli also reacted and said the other party's purpose. Not bad. It's just very believable that you guys found out too late. The Son of God shook his head, a sneer on his face. I am an heir of the Extraterrestrial Heavenly God clan. I have made contact with my clan. If you dare to make a move against me, my Heavenly God clan will definitely not spare you. Just then, Exiled looked up at that other person and uttered a threat. The Godson's eyes seemed to be looking at a little cutie. Now the island. It has long been at the edge of the world where the gods live. The so-called folded space as you call it. Those extraterrestrial races. Even the Earth's field is difficult to break through. And you still want to descend here? You. At this moment, Exiled Immortal finally panicked. And immediately, without saying a word, he was about to strike. Only, this divine son had no intention of making a move at all. He transformed into divine light, and in just an instant, he arrived in front of Pingan Su. It's time for you to come with me. Going there? Xu Pingan, who was quietly watching everything, asked with a calm face. Go to God. The Son of God spoke. Xu Pingan replied very decisively. Good. Oh, the Son of God was a bit surprised. Why don't you run away? Because there's no fear. Xu Pingan opened his mouth. The Son of God froze for a moment, and then there was a smile in his eyes. Interesting. God will like you. If you can be rewarded by God, maybe you don't have to die, and God will pull your soul out and put it into another vessel. So I have to thank him then? Xu Pingan asked rhetorically. Provided you are rewarded by God. The Son of God opened his mouth, and then waved his big hand. Only a huge hole appeared in the sky above the island, and inside the cave, vaguely, there was a large mountain that towered into the sky. Chapter 130, Luring Wolves into the House. Seeing God, go, with a wave of the Divine Son's big hand, only to see a divine life-constructed ladder appear under Xu Pingan's feet, surging into that passageway in the air. Xu Pingan barely hesitated before heading towards the middle of that passageway. You let go of him. Just then, Xu Xian held his sword in his hand and directly slashed at the Divine Son. How could she possibly stand by and watch Xu Pingan be taken away? The Divine Son's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly exhibiting a hint of killing intent. But just the next moment, the Son of God was in a trance, and it seemed as if he was being stared at by an ancient flood demonic beast, himself like a lamb to the slaughter before this beast. I couldn't rise to any thoughts of struggle, as if my life had already been taken by the other side. The illusion, however, was fleeting, and in the meantime, Xu Pingan had also, at some point, arrived at the mouth of the passageway. It is also between these interruptions, the killing intent of the Son of God also disappeared. She was stunned for a moment, and then thought it was just an illusion. With that, he hurriedly followed Xu Pingan. As for being Xu Xin, it was a direct punt. Get back here. Xu Xin was undeterred and wanted to go after it again. Only, Xu Pingan was the one who stepped directly through the passageway. Seeing this, the Divine Son followed closely behind and disappeared together. No need to waste your energy. The Vulcan hastily stopped Xu Xin. What are you stopping me for? If it wasn't the Vulcan on the opposite side, Xu Xin would have already slashed at it with his sword. Can't you see that this is your brother? Stalling for us? Vulcan said very seriously. What? Xu Xin froze at once. I sensed something was wrong when I saw how readily your brother agreed. Vulcan pondered the previous image and said very seriously. What do you mean? Xu Xin frowned. It's simple. He's gone with that Divine Son, so we have time to figure out how to get out of here. The Vulcan spoke very matter-of-factly. If you don't believe me, ask them, the daughter of the Divine Hidden Group. You say it isn't. He must have known that you could crack this domain, so he deliberately bought us time, right? Get out. At this moment, Suli, who was no better than Xu Xin, after seeing Xu Pingan being taken away, the eyes were filled with murderous rage. He hadn't gotten back at the guy himself. How could he be allowed to die? Even if Vulcan doesn't say so. Suli was also directly using her entire body to crack the field under her eyes. I have to say, your brother is fierce. And manly enough. Vulcan awkwardly looked back at Xu Xin. Get out. Xu Xin also shouted without a trace of anger. Then if Xu Pingan was a wimp like before, she would still feel better in her heart. But it's just this guy, obviously so strong, being willingly taken by the other side in order to save herself. The feeling that she was owed, and had lost a loved one, complicated her heart to the core. There must be another way. There must be another way. Xu Xin carried his sword, and he headed straight for the field. When the others saw this, they had to do everything they could to find a way out of here. And in the meantime, the waves are sparkling and the sea and sky are colorful. A world above a world that is only full of seawater. This is the world of the gods. You're lucky. In nearly 1,000 years, you are the second earthling besides me to come here. The divine child's light dissipated at the moment, revealing her original countenance. A woman of Western countenance resembling 11 or 12 years of age, with a crown on her head, led Xu Pingan toward the midst of the waters of the sea, and that high mountain that towered into the cloudy sky kept flying above. How old are your gods? Xu Pingan leisurely looked at everything around him and faintly opened his mouth to ask. Young man, I admire you before I remind you that, in the presence of the gods, such questions are very rude. The godson was but 11 or 12 years old in countenance, but very old-fashioned in his reminders. You call me young man? Xu Pingan smiled faintly. Ha! You don't think my face represents my age, do you? The son of God opened his mouth and sneered. I'm over 1,000 years old. How could one possibly judge a person by his appearance? Xu Pingan shook his head. Of course not. I'm more than old enough to be your grandmother. The son of God was very satisfied with Xu Pingan's receptivity. To be honest, a calm and collected young man like you is too rare nowadays, and I admire you. When we meet the true God later, I don't mind putting in a good word for you and keeping you alive. Xu Pingan was a bit curious. The God here holds you in high regard? A hint of smugness appeared on the godson's teenage cheeks. See the crown on my head? Xu Pingan nodded. That crown was lit up like a light bulb. It was hard not to see it. It's a crown only for the king of the gods. I have the bloodline of a divine king. As long as there are no accidents, I will definitely become a divine king in the future. The son of God's face was filled with pride. Indeed, it's quite impossible to get up. Xu Pingan nodded his head to give encouragement. Is that your attitude? Can't you see that this God King intends to cultivate you? You should know that I cultivated the likes of Xavier before. If it weren't for me, they would have only wasted their years and become wastes. Even though you defeated them, it's still far from enough in my eyes. The corners of the divine son's mouth curled up slightly and said, but don't worry, as long as you follow me, even if you give up this physical body this time, so what? With me here, plus your talent, you can eventually recover again. Xu Pingan couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and then nodded with a smile. Only then did the divine son even show a hint of satisfaction on his face when he saw this. And just then too, this is where the gods reside. Mount Olympus now. The son of God pointed at the large mountain that could not be seen at the end of a glance, and his face was filled with adoration as he said, Mount Olympus? Regarding this name, as Xu Pingan, who had 20 years of experience living on Earth, how could he not know it? This is where the gods reside in Western mythology. Although in the outside world of Earth, there is also this mountain, but compared to the mountain in front of us, there was a clear lack of divine substance. The son of God took Xu Pingan and headed straight for the top of the mountain. Your God, it seems, is cautious. Xu Pingan didn't forget to ask while enjoying the scenery along the way. Kamiko frowned. Obviously she understood the means by which Xu Pingan referred to his own actions. He himself obviously possessed great divine power, yet he was very cautious and did not fit in with the gods. It was ordained by God. Let's just do what we're told, because God is never wrong. In the face of Xu Pingan's question, the Son of God still found a reason for the gods. Not much longer. The duo pierced through the clouds and finally reached the top of the mountain. A different view from the imagined mountaintop. This place is actually a huge plain that looks like land. Here, the fairy flowers bloom, and the spiritual stream gurgles around. In the distance there is even a Western architectural style of the divine palace, glittering with gold, the temple towering into the clouds. Honorable gods, your mission, I have accomplished, and I have brought a body that is strong enough to carry your divine souls. The moment the Son of God arrived at the top of the mountain, he directly shouted, and in the meantime, the heavens and the earth shook, only to see a divine light of different colors coming out of that divine palace all of a sudden. It was like a rainbow rushing up into the sky, and then, a few pillars of rainbow light fell into the ground, and a few figures emanating a powerful aura that, from there, he stepped out and came in front of Xu Pingan. Chapter 131, The Tianyuan Continent Proves the Great Tao, the Great Emperor of the Current Generation. Buzz. The moment those several strong figures appeared, even space was trembling and countless visions were flying. The brunt of it was a man, radiating an extremely high temperature, his hair turning directly into flames. The body was 3 or 4 meters tall, with well-proportioned muscles and fiery red eyes that looked like some sort of flame was burning in them. And then there was a woman in an azure dress, her complexion radiating a glowing blue light. The body was comparable to the man's, and a golden trident was held in his hand. Compared to Mira's weapon before, not in the same league at all. The last was a woman shrouded in darkness, with eerily pale skin that, however, it had delicate features, but the dark ink-like pupils took up the entire whites of the eyes, which was very bizarre. The three have very much the same as those Westerners they met before on top of the island. King of the sun, God of the sea, God of the underworld, may your divine splendor shine in the world. Upon seeing the three, the Son of God immediately bowed reverently and even signaled Xu Pingan to do so. Only, the latter, however, was curiously sizing up the trio. Hera, is this the vessel you brought? The man called the Sun God King spoke condescendingly. Looking at the divine sun, Hera is the very name of the Son of God. Honorable Sun King. Yes, Hera nodded quickly. Nice. Being a descendant of that sinful blood is somewhat useful. The two pairs of eyes of the Sun God King at the moment seemed to have transformed into two suns as they scanned Xu Pingan. Obviously, this was testing the strength of Xu Pingan's torso. Only, with this ability, he couldn't even see Xu Pingan's seal. A descendant of sinful blood? Xu Pingan was being watched by the God King, but he wasn't the least bit afraid. But instead, he asked with some curiosity about the meaning of the other's words. Oh, didn't Hera tell you that she's of that old Zeus bloodline? It's the lowly. The Sun God King was in the middle of his sentence when he was interrupted by the King of the Underworld, who interrupted his side. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with a vessel? Let me test her body first. The woman, who exuded an aura of death, immediately put one hand on Xu Pingan's shoulder and then a swift black energy surged towards Xu Pingan's body. And please, by the grace of the gods, leave this fellow alive. He is very special, possessing a battle spirit that doesn't belong to the Hall of Valor. If we could give him a body, it's a very good fighter for us on Earth. Divine Sun Hera had indeed pleaded for Xu Pingan in front of the Divine King. The Sun God King, however, narrowed his eyes slightly. Poseidon, however, could not help but open his mouth with a cold smile. Ha! Naive! A mere mortal. You want us to remake his body? Descendants of sinful blood, recognize your place, and wish to return to us. Just throw away those unrealistic dreams. Divine Sun Hera couldn't help but want to continue speaking at that moment, and that's when Xu Pingan, however, spoke. Excuse me, do you know what happened to the earth to become what it is today? As he opened his mouth, the air was quiet for a moment. A few moments later, ha ha, the bright laughter of the sun god came out violently, shaking the space as it collapsed. His huge body, looking at Xu Pingan's thin and small body, as if looking at a toy, he said, "Kid, don't you realize that you are going to die now? There is this time. Shouldn't you care about caring for yourself? If the gods of your myths and legends, according to reason, living to this day, even if you don't die, your chi and blood should have decayed. Not the way it looks today. You must be the latecomers to that group of gods?" Regarding that sun god's words, Xu Pingan ignored them, but his mouth muttered, "Boy, what are you talking about?" The sun god's fiery red brows furrowed, clearly feeling offended by Xu Pingan's words. If the other guy hadn't been a proper body, I'm afraid I would have burned it to ashes with a single thought. Why are you still babbling? Do not displease the gods. Divine Son Hera's face was anxious as she hastened to plead for mercy. Only, the latter remained unmoved, talking to himself. But even if you are the descendants of those gods, perhaps you should know something? After all, it was only after the ancestral dragon that the earth changed, right? A few of you gods? Xu Pingan raised his head and looked at the three tall lord gods. Hera, I told you to find a body suitable for descent. I didn't say to keep your hands off of it. Make him mute? The two sun-like eyes of the sun god swept violently toward the divine sun. Hera, it was as if the shadow of a real sun had emerged and collapsed on top of her body. The latter directly couldn't withstand this huge force and directly knelt down. Immediately afterward, the sun god's gaze fell directly onto Xu Pingan's body. Hades, what's going on? It's just a vessel. Haven't you checked it yet? I can't help it anymore. I'm going to crush this mole. He looked towards the underworld king who was inspecting Xu Pingan's body. Only, at this moment, the underworld king, however, was trembling uncontrollably. That face that originally carried a teasing expression was now full of fear. What's wrong with you? The sun god finally noticed the other party's abnormality. Quickly save me. At this moment, the woman, the underworld, was trembling so much that she couldn't even spit out words clearly. What? The sun god seemed to have heard something incredible, and his two pairs of sun-like eyes the glare was enormous. His body, too horrible. Hades spoke again. Where did she look like the lord of the underworld at this moment? More like a woman who had seen a ghost. Her body's divine power was disorganized and her entire body was convulsing. Hera, what the hell is wrong with this mole? The sun god who heard the words couldn't help but feel a sudden chill at his back. Instead of striking out rashly, he looked angrily at the divine sun. His words tinged with questioning. I don't know? Divine Sun Hera looked at the twitching body of the god of the underworld. Similarly in a daze. Isn't that just immortal? How? Even the gods are terrorized. Don't ask her. I'll answer you. Xu Pingan indifferently pushed away the hand of the underworld god that was resting on his shoulder and walked towards the fire god. I am a person from the 9 states, and I have attained the great Tao in the Tian Yuan continent. I am the great emperor of the world. Great emperor? The sun god opened his mouth in surprise, but then, a look of anger appeared on his face. What great emperor? Bull *********. I am the lord of Mount Olympus. Die for me. At this moment, he sensed something wrong in Xu Pingan. Since the other party had already come to this place, there was no need to hold back. He only saw a big wave of his hand, only to see the sky. A meteor fell, a terrifying divine might, directly locking Xu Pingan in place. The desire is to destroy it outright. Only as to the latter, then it is not thought of at all. Instead, he spoke. I am true to me. Chapter 132, A God King Cannot Be Insulted? Lift your hand and destroy it. Earth Ancient Mysteries. That terrifying meteor was like a great star landing. The vein above is clearly visible. It's as if it's going to extinguish the world. Only, Xu Pingan merely glanced faintly at the fallen planet. All of a sudden, the stars and rivers were breaking apart, and the entire planet directly exploded. What? At this moment, the sun god was dumbfounded. One's own attack was dissolved by just a look from the other party? You? Who the hell are you? Hera was even more dumbfounded to the extreme at this moment. With that, she realized a very serious problem. Seems like he brought an amazing person in with him? This guy is no ordinary man. At this moment, the sea god also finally made his move. She slammed the trident in her hand directly towards Xu Pingan. This trident, which shrank with golden light, at once radiated a terrifying might, and in a trance it even transformed into a heavenly giant whale, and that giant whale merely swung its tail, and the heavens and earth collapsed, and countless stars were dimming out. The countless waves, moreover, rose up to the sky, as if to exterminate the man in front of him. Ugh! Xu Pingan was a little disappointed. He thought that he had reported his cultivation and the other party would recognize it. But now, it seemed as if they knew nothing about their emperor realm. He waved his hand. All those visions directly collapsed altogether. And that potent Poseidon trident. Moreover, at some point, it was held in Xu Pingan's hands. He danced for a moment. Too light, too weak, not as smooth as my halberd. Xu Pingan gave an appraisal before he exerted a fierce force in his hands. This so-called trident was directly pinched into two, and was casually thrown to the sides by it. What? At this moment, the sea god directly froze. That trident is a divine weapon left over from the ancient times. Not only is the texture hard, even the years have not left a mark on it, but right now it was actually pinched off directly. This outcome was clearly not something he could accept. Only, What happened next was even more alarming to him to the extreme. It was only seen that he just took a gentle step. It came right in front of Vulcan. The latter, his entire being instantly raged. Every inch of his muscles releasing energy that, every cell was true fire. And at this moment, his entire person was transformed into a human sun, blazingly hot. It directly collapsed the space. The appearance of the sun caused all this surrounding to be destroyed. Unrivaled and terrifyingly overwhelming. You are too arrogant. So what if it's an emperor? In this heaven and earth, only god kings are the greatest. The sun god roared, making this world, all of it, turn into flames. Phew! A blowing sound rang out. And at this moment, Xu Pingan blew out a breath indifferently. At that instant, that chi, directly transformed into a strong wind that was strong enough to exterminate the world, scraping the endless void. The chaos of the Qianquan. 10,000 miles of mountains and oceans are trembling. The sun god's humanoid sun. The moment it touched this astral wind, the imagined fire on the wind did not materialize. Instead, the infinite flames, as if they had met their nemesis, directly came to an abrupt end. The sun that cannot be seen directly. At this moment, it was even more directly blown out by it directly. Only the sun god was left behind, messed up in the wind. One must know that one's own flame is the true fire of the sun. That was a rare and unparalleled flame in the world. Back then, there was even a clan. This flame topped the world's top position. It's an unquenchable fire. But now, it's just blown out? The two exchanged hands for but a moment. Can you answer my question properly now? At this time, Xu Pingan, too, had arrived in front of him with just a single step. A god king cannot be insulted. The sun god immediately roared back in anger and was about to strike. Only, there was a limit to Xu Pingan's patience. He drew out a palm. The two-eyed man who roared was directly jerked backwards and flew out, his teeth splattering blood all over the place. What god king, but a half-saint, still want to rebel against the heavens? Xu Pingan didn't speak in a good humor. This level of existence, in the Tian Yuan continent, where there were as many saints as dogs and saint kings running all over the place, it wasn't even in the picture. If not, he came with a purpose. It would have run the other side right over a long time ago. You think you can run away? And at this time, Xu Pingan looked up. That sea god saw this scene has long been scared out of his soul. Directly transforming into a wave, he directly rushed into the seawater and was about to vanish. Only, Xu Pingan merely grabbed downward, between heaven and earth. A handprint that covered the sky and the sun directly surfaced, taking that seawater and it was directly detained in the palm of his hand, and then just a flick of the wrist. It was then thrown in front of Xu Pingan. To this point, these three so-called true gods had all been held before Xu Pingan. Who will answer my question? Xu Pingan looked at these three people and spoke indifferently. You dream. A god king cannot be insulted. I won't tell you anything. After the sun god's wrath, Xu Pingan frowned, a direct slap on the wrist, and then that sun god was directly slapped into flesh, and his divine soul, at once, tried to escape. Xu Pingan pointed out a finger. God's soul is destroyed. Bent in time, the god of the sea and the god of the underworld were dumbfounded. The sun god was killed just like that? To be sure, that sun god is the most powerful one among them. You too. Who else wants the god king to be unshameable? Xu Pingan's gaze looked towards the last two women. He doesn't put up a fight. He just simply doesn't want the hassle. But it didn't mean that Xu Pingan was a good talker. One might even say he was a killjoy. If not, he wouldn't have become an emperor in the Sea of Blood. And even more so, he would have pacified all the forbidden zones. The two women, at the moment, have the look of God there, head shaking like a rattle. So, my question, may I continue? Xu Pingan continued his previous question. After the sun god's wrath, Xu Pingan frowned, a direct slap on the wrist, and then that sun god was directly slapped into flesh, and his divine soul, at once, tried to escape. Xu Pingan pointed out a finger. God's soul is destroyed. Bent in time, the god of the sea and the god of the underworld were dumbfounded. The sun god was killed just like that? To be sure, that sun god is the most powerful one among them. You too. Who else wants the god king to be unshameable? Xu Pingan's gaze looked towards the last two women. He doesn't put up a fight. He just simply doesn't want the hassle. But it didn't mean that Xu Pingan was a good talker. One might even say he was a killjoy. After the sun god's wrath, Xu Pingan frowned, a direct slap on the wrist, and then that sun god was directly slapped into flesh, and his divine soul, at once, tried to escape. Xu Pingan pointed out a finger. God's soul is destroyed. Bent in time, the god of the sea and the god of the underworld were dumbfounded. The sun god was killed just like that? To be sure, that sun god is the most powerful one among them. You too. Who else wants the God King to be unshameable? Xu Pingan's gaze looked towards the last two women. Chapter 133, Descendants of Sinful Blood. Western gods colluding with foreigners. That we don't know. As soon as the question was asked, the other answered very decisively. No? Xu Pingan's eyes narrowed slightly, obviously somewhat disbelieving. We were not yet grown, and the elders of the clan brought us here. What happens in the outside world? We don't know. The two true gods opened their mouths with eyes full of sincerity. Yes? Xu Pingan, however, spoke faintly. Then how did you escape back then? The Sea King hurriedly said. That's the elders' business. How would we know? Do you guys not know? Or don't want to talk about it? The corner of Xu Pingan's mouth carried a trace of curvature. We don't know. Once again, the Sea King volunteered to speak, indicating that he did not know. Yeah? Xu Pingan immediately passed over with a look, only to see the tall body of the sea god, along with its bones and flesh, directly explode. In person. On the other hand, it's like I've done a small, insignificant thing. Poseidon is not dead. She had already reached the half-saint level. The destruction of the body is not enough to exterminate it, but he is merely immortal. His divine sense wanted to flee, only to be imprisoned in place by Xu Pingan. Xu Pingfan then looked at the Stygian god. But how did I hear that you had once betrayed Earth? The underworld king saw that the sea god was killed in seconds by just a single look at this moment. The whole thing froze. After hearing Xu Pingan's question, that strong desire to survive rose up. Don't kill me. What do you want to know? I'll tell you all about it. Our ancestors, at one time, did cooperate with the foreigners. The underworld king opened her mouth. Only, when Xu Pingan swept over with a single glance, she immediately changed her words in a hurry and, it is true that my ancestors once colluded with an alien race and betrayed Earth, but that was my ancestors' business. I know nothing about it. So, it was your ancestors who betrayed the Earth and so earned the right to live? Xu Pingan asked rhetorically. Hades hesitated for a moment, but still, he made a decision to betray his ancestors and said, but, you can say that. So where are your ancestors? Xu Pingan continued to ask. Go away. The Undertaker replied in a hurry. Our ancestors, after settling us, left Earth. Left Earth? Xu Pingan's eyes narrowed slightly. Where did it go? I really don't know about that. The god of the underworld shook his head. But after saying that, his face was filled with fear. Don't kill me. I really don't know. I just know that our ancestors led a group of clansmen out of this place. Only a small number of people were left behind. And we are the group that was left behind. The reason we are so cautious is because the ancestors are not here. And in the earlier years, we were too weak to show up easily, fearing that the person who set up the field was still on Earth. Now that we've grown up, plus the Earth has changed, we've made a move. It's all true. I can swear on the honor of my ancestors. Leaving the planet? Xu Pingan frowned. However, on second thought, since the other party would betray the Earth, they were naturally promised something, and leaving the planet is clearly one of those conditions. And are you still in contact with them? The god of the underworld hurriedly said. There was still contact in the earlier years, but then it was completely lost. They seem to have forgotten us. That is to say, you can't contact those ancient gods even now? Xu Pingan's eyes could not help but narrow slightly. The moment the Hades god saw the other party's eyes, he instantly sensed an aura of danger. Right. The god of the underworld immediately felt his soul hand shuddering with. It was as if he was going to be silenced by the other side. Her mind raced at once, just as she, Pingan Su, was about to raise her hand. Suddenly, she quickly said, don't kill me. No, there's someone who might know all this. Oh, who? Xu Pingan asked. I'll tell you if you don't kill me, the god of the underworld hurriedly said. Actually, I know a little bit about soul searching. Even if you don't say anything, I can search through the middle of your head to find out who it is. It's just that people who have their souls searched by me are often in excruciating pain. They can't die. Let's see if you can handle it. Xu Pingan smiled and opened his mouth. Of course, soul searching he would though. However, when he could normally force the issue, Xu Pingan would not use it easily. The human soul is too complex, especially powerful souls in which too many years have passed. Soul searching is also time-consuming. At this moment, the underworld god who looked at Xu Pingan with a smile was creeped out, because she knew the power of the man in front of her, so also believed that what he says is true. Behind the mountain of God, there is the seal of the ancestors, and where there is a sinner, the ancestor of Hera, he should know all about it. The god of the underworld pointed to the back of Mount Olympus. Xu Pingan's eyes seemed to have seen through this piece of the world. As expected, an extremely ancient and powerful seal existed in one of the divine mountains. If not what the other side is referring to, even he himself would have ignored it. The seal of the ancestors exists there. Only the descendants of the guilty blood can approach. Otherwise the others will just trigger the seal and set off a horrible reaction. The god of the underworld didn't forget to add, attempting to leave a good impression on Xu Pingan here, hoping that the other side would keep him alive. Xu Pingan's gaze flickered and contracted as runes continuously surfaced. A few moments later, a quasi-imperial level seal, preventing outsiders from accessing it. It's even set on self-destruct mode. Instead, it's blood relatives that can be touched. The person who designed this seal. It seems that with the person inside, the relationship is not ordinary. Xu Pingan crossed the infinite barriers and gazed directly above that seal. Only, for the low-level seals of a quasi-emperor, Xu Pingan was naturally able to break them. But the self-destruct mode involved in it is a bit tricky. Actually designing a seal is like programming a computer. The average computer programmer or seal maker leaves a back door open, convenient for the maker, to be lifted later. But this seal is different. There's no backstabbing left behind. Whenever disarming is involved, it's self-destruction. Of course, self-destruction definitely couldn't hurt Xu Pingan as much as it could. But the man who sealed it, it's hard to say. But, with that, Xu Pingan's gaze went to Hera. This seal doesn't stop blood relatives. According to the other side, this divine son Hera was the descendant of the other side. And naturally, you can go in and out of that seal. Although Xu Pingan could not prevent that seal from destroying itself, but utilizing this woman's bloodline to trick that seal. For Xu Pingan. But it is a very simple thing. So you're walking me through it then? Xu Pingan looked at Hera. At this moment, the latter had long since been destroyed by Xu Pingan's thunderous means of destroying the gods. Gave the whole thing a startled look. Xu Pingan's question pulled her back from her thoughts. Recognizing the reality, she laughed somewhat helplessly. Do I have any choice? Very. Chapter 134, Zeus, the dogmatic myths of the West. Xu Pingan's problem was not just a problem. Rather, it's an order. Hera didn't want to die, so naturally she wouldn't refuse. As for the god of the underworld, Xu Pingan had not killed her either. Indeed, this woman was trapped here and had no deep grudge against Kyushu. Moreover, the place where the grudge really arose was only in this exchange competition. Only, because of Xu Pingan's presence, it did not cause any casualties. Therefore, the hateful karma of the two was not really formed. But, when their ancestors made a mistake, they didn't think about it. Instead they wanted to make a feud with Kyushu. Naturally, Xu Pingan would not let them go. This is the Taoist heartseed. Xu Pingan pointed out a finger, only to see a grain of light from him, falling into her body. This is a divine ability that I learned from the devil's hand in the Tianyuan continent. My divine thoughts have been planted in your body. Next, as soon as you do anything detrimental to Kyushu, or even Earth, I'll know all about it. At that time, even if they are separated by endless starfields, I will be able to bestow your death with a single thought. The underworld god, who heard the words, was dumbfounded as a whole. How can there be such an evil power in the world? And most importantly, you're applying this soul-searching and devil's avatar with such aplomb. It doesn't look like a good person in any way. After this folded world, completely returned in line with the catch. I need you to fight for Kyushu, and for Earth. Pingan soon knew that in the near future, Earth's field will surely disappear completely as the aura recovery intensifies. The Earth at that time would need to face the real 10,000 races of the heavens. The forces on Earth need to be truly united. Though one can strike out on one's own, but that would be extremely detrimental to the growth of the planet. The people of Earth need the growth of war to truly gain a foothold in the worlds. So, as a last resort, Xu Pingan will not use destructive means to hold back all foreign enemies of Earth. Good. I promise. Where was the god of the underworld's right to refuse at this moment? If you plant a demon, you plant a demon. It's better than dying. Next, Xu Pingan's gaze went back to the sea god's divine soul. Although the other party's physical body was destroyed, it was better than the sun god's tough-talking person. At least the divine sense was still there. As long as you don't die, you can eventually recover. Will you? Xu Pingan looked at the other party's divine soul. The latter's divine soul immediately transmitted an excited divine thought, expressing his willingness. Though they are noble gods, but at best, they're just a little more powerful. It's human to be afraid of death. God is no exception. After Xu Pingan had done this, immediately, he took Hera and headed towards the sealed place. The two, once again, traveled together. Only this time, Hera, the son of God, no longer had that previous lofty stance. Even the eyes were filled with fear. Xu Pingan didn't care, but was curious. You didn't tell me before. You're a sin-blood descendant? Because my ancestor betrayed the God King in the time of my ancestors. That's why we're labeled as sinful blood. Hera, the son of God, said with some restraint in her words. even with a hint of fear. Xu Pingan had successively suppressed the gods that she had to look up to. At this moment, in her heart, it is simply more terrible than God. So naturally, she must be careful what she says, otherwise their previous attitude. If the other party remembered to seek revenge, they cannot be enough to kill each other 1,000 times. Oh, betrayal? You have betrayers on your side too? Xu Pingan was a bit surprised. It was only then that Kyushu was betrayed by the West. Within this West itself, I didn't realize that there were betrayers. Playing with the dish? Do you know for what betrayal? Xu Pingan asked. I don't know. Hera, the son of God, shook her head and said honestly, I don't know. I just wanted to get rid of this identity and was never interested in the cause of this. Xu Pingan was not surprised. It was obvious that the woman wanted to fit into the new family of gods, the rising sun god, but the other side clearly only wanted to use her. But a few moments later, Xu Pingan then found the entrance to the seal. On top of one of the hidden mountains of the Divine Mountain, there stood a huge statue. Above the statue was a man with a crown on his head, very similar to the crown on the head of Hera, the son of God. In the statue's hand, it held a thunderbolt, its eyes as powerful as electricity. And at its feet, a statue stepped. The statue was stout, full of strength and beauty, especially the exaggerated musculature of as if it had been poured out of steel. This is Zeus, king of the gods, and Hercules. Hera's eyes showed a hint of surprise when she recognized the statue's edge and, how did this statue get placed here? You know these two? Xu Pingan asked. Hera had wanted to spit out her own ancestor. How could she not recognize him? But once he thought of the other party's identity, he stifled the words and nodded instead. Zeus is the third king of the gods, and the strongest god Olympus has ever seen. And Heracles, the bastard son of Zeus and immortal. The two are father and son. But legend has it that Hercules had a falling out with Zeus and the two fought. The end result, on the other hand, was that Heracles disappeared completely among the gods. I thought it was just a legend before, but I didn't realize it was true. In the era of that year, statues were used to record history, just as words are now. The existence of this statue also confirms that what happened back then was indeed happened. It would seem then that the sinners imprisoned here, the same Hercules from this so-called father-son dogfight? Xu Pingan raised an eyebrow. When I was a student, my teacher had said that the myth of the Western, it's just a dogged family wheeling and dealing drama. The narrative is all about feuds between loved ones, and now it seems to be true. Hercules? Does that mean my ancestor was him? Hera was obviously a little confused when she got that answer. All she knew was that she was a descendant of sinful blood, and yet, there is no way to know where the source of the sinful blood is. But today she knew. Put your blood, drop it on top of that statue. Xu Pingan naturally saw where the entrance to the seal was and commanded Hera to go forward and operate. After the other guy did as he was told. Vent in time. The mountain shook, only to see that at the foot of the statue, a huge passageway leading to the mountain appeared. Hera didn't have to guess. This is where the man of sinful blood is being held. She glanced at Pingan Su, and the latter signaled her to walk on. Hera stepped onto the steps. In an instant, a bolt of energy swept toward her. It seemed to test her identity. That energy after sensing the other's bloodline. It was instantly swept away as if a gust of wind had blown through it. And that's when Xu Pingan followed closely behind. That energy continued to sweep in. Only, after coming onto Xu Pingan's body, all of a sudden, an aura of destruction erupted. Chapter 135, Destructive Divine Thunder. The law of incarnation outside the body. With the energy sweeping through Xu Pingan, the identity of this foreign bloodline, the seal's self-destruct program was immediately triggered. This mountain, all of it, wanted to explode with a heaven-destroying energy. Hera looked at Xu Pingan with an anxious expression. She wasn't so much worried about the other woman as she was worried about herself. The opponent was so powerful that this kind of energy under self-destruction was not enough to exterminate him, but not by himself. Under this energy, he could feel himself as if he were a floating leaf. At any moment, it's going to meet its demise. But, next moment, Xu Pingan flicked his finger slightly. Hera felt a terrifying suction force emerge from within her body. Under this force, nature seemed unable to even resist. Then her eyes widened and she saw a scene that made it extremely horrifying. Only to see his body. Surprisingly, under this suction, another one appeared. Not only exactly like himself, but, even the expressions are very similar. The figure stood in front of Xu Pingan, and the two seemed to have temporarily overlapped. That energy of detection. After detecting this scene, in an instant, the terrifying energy that was about to explode itself was lost in an instant. This. At the moment Hera looked at the other body with her own, her eyes filled with dullness. Take it easy. This is just an out-of-body method, Xu Pingan explained. The method of out-of-body incarnation I know, but how come it's my body that's being transformed? It wasn't like Hera hadn't seen it before. She at least had the bloodline of the Western gods, not to mention whether or not he could do the art of splitting, but at the very least the principle of splitting was known. It's clearly a self-initiated skill. How did you become your own doppelganger and let someone else take control? Oh there's something different about this method of incarnation, adapted a bit by those guys from the devil cult, to be able to detach a body from another person's body as an avatar. But you don't have to worry, as long as this doppelganger of yours doesn't die, you have nothing to lose. Xu Pingan spoke as he headed deeper into the seal. As for Hera's doppelganger, she followed Xu Pingan's rear. It's used to trick the self-destruct program of the seal. Hera rushed to follow, watching her doppelganger being controlled by her opponents. Some couldn't help but say, but what if my bilocation dies? Dead naturally, Xu Pingan rightfully said, but I feel that inside my split, there is my divinity and my genesis. If I were to die, then if my divinity and Yuan Shen. Hera opened her mouth with eyes full of doubt. Of course it's not. Xu Pingan laughed. This is a devil's way technique. How can there be such a good thing? The purpose of their creation of this technique was to use it against the enemy, to forcefully control the other party to transform into a doppelganger, and then to destroy it, thus weakening others. Hera, who had heard this answer, was dumbfounded throughout There are still such vicious gong methods in this world? There's no such thing as a vicious technique. It only depends on how you use it. Xu Pingan rightfully said. Look now, isn't this gong method used just right? Just right, my ass. Hera was about to mentally curse straight away. This bright split is out there. Isn't it obvious that you're weakening yourself? If one encounters a bit of danger and one's alter ego dies, who else is there to talk to? You really aren't a demon cultivator? Hera's heartfelt words naturally did not dare to say, holding back half a day before she couldn't help but open her mouth. Naturally not. Xu Pingan abhorred demonic cultivators, the kind that relied on external forces too, and it was also the way of cultivation that came by taking shortcuts that he despised the most. Of course, as I said, there are no absolute good or bad spells. There's only the way it's used. As much as I dislike the behavior of the devil's way, some of their spells and such, I still like the convenience. Hera, here it is. Just as it froze, Xu Pingan's voice rang out. Hera looked up. Only a huge fence made of metal appeared in front of them. On top of the walls, even more inexplicable flames rose, for the originally dark passage, bringing in a glimmer of light, and with the same time, clank, the sound of chains dragging the ground also suddenly rang out. There's someone inside the fence. Hera looked over the fence. Only, no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't see what was inside. Hera moved closer to the fence, trying to find a way to open it, but just for a moment he approached the fence. Snort! A thunderbolt suddenly exploded in the midst of this passage, and the great sound of the almost deafening and at the same time, Hera let out a scream. That shocking divine thunderbolt exploded above her body. It blew it right out of the air. Xu Pingan raised his hand and helped him stabilize his body. If not, the terrifying force would be enough to shock him to death. But even so, Hera, at this point, was also comically black and her hair was fried into curls. In the 7 orifices, blood was even seeping out. Much. Thanks a lot. Hera spoke somewhat weakly. Being struck by the world-destroying divine thunder. You juniors are still alive? Just then, in the middle of that fence, an old voice suddenly came out, and the words were actually full of doubts. Extinction thunder? Isn't that the divine power of the previous God King? Hera had a strange color in her eyes after hearing those 4 words. Oh, looks like you know that old thing. The pale voice in the fence spoke again. Only the words were filled with disdain. You are Hercules? After Hera radiated divine light all over her body, getting rid of the stains on her body, as well as repairing her wounds. Frowning at the fence. I didn't think that after so many years, there would still be someone who recognizes me. If I'm right, you're a descendant of that old thing, aren't you? Surprisingly, he was able to resist that old man's world-destroying divine thunder and be fine. From amidst the fences, came the voice of Crusher. But none of that matters. Since you know who I am and still come to me, you must have a favor to ask, right? Let's see. Not strong enough? Being chased? Or maybe they were looked down upon and wanted revenge. So they found me, trying to get me to boost your strength? Or, whatever. As long as you can help me with this fence, I can oblige you. How's that? Hera hadn't had any love for this so-called ancestor in the first place. If it wasn't for her bloodline, he himself wouldn't have been so poorly mixed up. All these years, she didn't have the heart to say, this is a seal created by the extinction god's thunder. Wanting to undo the seal, Unless the God King himself comes, Cress's old voice rang out. Ha! Of course I know. Although you have his bloodline, you will only be able to resist a few of them, and in order to truly break through, you need to find the node of the seal, and I've found it. Just help me take it off. I'll be able to get out. Chapter 136, The Person Who Set Up the Earth Stadium Domain. What node? Hera frowned, clearly sensing something was amiss. There's a spear at the very top of the fence. See it? Crusher's voice rang out from the depths saying, that's the key to sealing the... It's a spear made from the undying divine lightning left behind by that old man. If you help me pluck her, I can get out of this trap. A spear made of undying divine lightning? Then I'm not looking for death if I pull it out? Hera didn't open her mouth in a nice way. Don't worry, as long as you don't touch the fence, that undying divine lightning won't actively attack you, and you're in that old man's bloodline. Just make it quick. That spear is easy to pull off. Cress followed the advice as if everything had already been thought through. And, as long as you pull off that spear, I can help you refine her. Make her your weapon. At that time, you will also be able to master the undying divine thunder. Frustrated, Hera looked up at the divine spear, and her heart fluttered. Although she possessed the bloodline of a god king, but it is not complete, and one of them, the indestructible divine thunder, was never possessed. The reason why the previous divine king was powerful was because of his talent, the undying divine thunder. From ancient times to the present, the power of thunder was the most powerful means of attack, especially this world-destroying thunder, rumored to have wanted heaven and earth to be indestructible a long time ago. Then he needed to pass through the baptism of this undying divine lightning. If you can master the power of thunder, then it really wasn't a dream to become a god king in one's future. Only, ideas are ideas. Should we really go for it? She looked toward Xu Pingan. She hadn't forgotten that she had a scary guy by her side. Who is this guy? How can you enter a place like this if you're not a member of the god clan? At this time, class also finally sensed Xu Pingan's presence. Only, what surprised him a bit was that he didn't perceive this guy at all. If it wasn't for Hera's movements, which caught his attention. Otherwise both simply ignore each other. That's not the point. The point is, it's okay to want us to save you. I need you to answer a few questions for you. Xu Pingan looked towards the fence and made his request. Ask a question? That's easy. Call that little girl for me and pull that spear out. Ask as many questions as you want. Cress's pale voice, with a hint of excitement, said, do you know why the earth has become what it is today? Xu Pingan ignored the other party's request and said to himself, hey, do you not understand mythology? I'll tell you to pull out your spear and I'll answer you. Crusher opened his mouth a little disgruntled. It takes time to pull out that spear, doesn't it? In the meantime, it might be a good idea to answer just a few questions for me. Xu Pingan said with a calm demeanor. Hera, who had heard the words, was a little excited. I can go and pull that spear? Though she wondered if there would be any crisis up there. But the temptation of the undying divine thunder was just too great. Xu Pingan said casually. It didn't matter at all to him whether he pulled or didn't pull that spear. Boy, you're threatening me as me, right? Only, it was threatening to Cress. Okay, I promise you, before pulling that spear, I can answer 3 questions for you. Eventually, Crusher compromised by muttering to himself. I can see that he should have been held in there for too long. If we were to bargain, I'm afraid we could ask for more leverage. Only, this was meaningless to Xu Pingan. Listen to your first question. The earth has become what it is today, by the former 3 tribes on purpose. Earth in its glory. There were many strong men, especially in Kyushu. A number of characters who have amazed the ages have been born. The first 3 clans feel their position being shaken, and thus led the strongest among the 10,000 races to carry out a plan of extermination against the earth. But as to how it will be implemented and how it will work, I don't know. I was put in here by that old man before Earth was extinguished. Plas spoke up in no uncertain terms at the mention of the matter. But if, as you say, the Earth is jealous of other races because it is full of strong men, but where did those people go when they destroyed Earth? Xu Pingan pursued. The previous question could actually be guessed based on what those 2 god kings had said before. But what happened behind was unknown to the 2 god kings outside. That's the second problem. Cress hastily agreed to the terms, while not forgetting to urge Hera, hurry up and pull it for me. Why are you still dawdling? Hera gave the fence a no-nonsense glare. Instead, he began to carefully head towards the spear crafted by the undying divine lightning. Seeing this, Class showed a look of satisfaction and answered the question. Since you would ask this question, naturally, you know about the immortal world, right? Someone from the immortal realm has naturally stepped in on this matter. They blocked those powerful people who ascended up from Earth, and sent the immortals down to the world. This is how the Earth was destroyed. Crusher didn't have the heart to speak, but as it is, and who set up Earth's field? Xu Pingan continued to pursue. That's the third question, Crusher reminded. With that, she glanced at Hera, seeing that the other had gone to draw his spear, after a moment of hesitation, still chose to answer the question first. Not by a single person. I'm stuck here though, but I can sense that the Earth, at some point, suddenly gave birth to the field. At first, this domain could only block some weak people from entering the Earth. Then, people kept improving this domain, until the last man appears. He perfected the field completely, and he made it what it is today, hidden in the galaxy. That's how we were able to completely get rid of the 10,000 races. Cress talked about it, and in a rare speech, no frivolity appeared. Oh, you know who those people are? Xu Pingan's eyes could not help but light up slightly, as if the solution to the mystery in front of him was just around the corner. Hey, that's the fourth question. How am I supposed to tell you without unlocking that sealing node? Crusher didn't have the good sense to say. As you can see, she's working on it. Xu Pingan pointed at Hera. At this time, Hera, too, had long since come to bring the node before the hand also gripped on top of that world-destroying divine thunder. Only, that sealing node, it wasn't as good as imagined to be lifted. The moment Hera made contact, the divine lightning carried through her body. It was as if they were going to catapult it right out of existence. At this time, if not for her special bloodline, I'm afraid it's long since turned to dust. Okay, fine. I'll send you another answer. But note in advance, I'm stuck here, only through my perception. Understand the outside world, so it's not known, exactly, who or how many individuals there are. I'll only try, as much as I can, to tell you about a few of my deepest influences. First there was an old man riding a green ox backwards. Chapter 137, Amitba, Three-Eyed Boy and Pilgrim. The old man who rode the bull backwards? Xu Pingan's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Isn't this description similar to the one in the Earth's legend? Laozi rode a green ox backwards and left Hangwan in the west, and his purple breath came from the east for 30,000 miles. Does it mean the legendary Lao Tzu also real? But if so, and where did the old man go? What role did that battle play? And that's when Crusher's voice sounded again. And there was a monk who kept chanting something about Amitba Buddha. Xu Pingan's eyes flickered slightly. Buddha? Amitba? Although he didn't have much contact with the Buddhist race, but this Buddhist development is really prevalent everywhere. Even Earth has them all. Sure, most unexpected. The Buddhists are generally concerned with the afterlife. How come you're also going to step in and contribute to the Earth Stadium domain? By the way, there was a man and a monkey afterward. The man was holding an odd weapon, followed by a dog at his feet. Monkey with a crowbar. Class spoke again. However, Xu Pingan could not help but stare blankly. People? Dogs? Monkey? Iron bars? The image? It's just so much the same. I'm afraid there isn't a single person in Kyushu who doesn't recognize these two guys. Erlang God Yang Jian? Sun Wukong? Xu Pingan spoke the names of those two men. Is that their real name? Cress seemed to be reminiscing. They seem to have each called the other Pilgrim and Three Eyes. Xu Pingan's face couldn't help but reveal a trace of eccentricity, and he somewhat couldn't help but hold back a smile. Hear this. He had been pretty much certain it was those two. Only, this made Xu Pingan somewhat surprised. It's amazing that all these mythical people exist in reality. It's a bit of a shame though. This is what the Earth has become today. I also wonder if these people still exist in the world. Just as Xu Pingan waited for the other party to continue. Hurry! Step up and hurry up and open that seal. Krusty's eyes. By now, we're on Hera. Just see this moment. Hera already had a death grip on the undying divine thunder spear, but there was a powerful backlash of indestructible thunder power coming from above that divine thunder. And apparently, Hera, now, was almost unconscious at the contact with that power. If it wasn't for the obsession in his heart, he would still be holding that spear in his death grip. I'm afraid it failed long ago. You go help him. At that moment, Plus also sensed that something was wrong and wanted to make Xu Pingan make a move. That's the undying divine thunder. Xu Pingan looked at the familiar power of thunder and lightning and said with some nostalgia, "Indestructible thunder. It is the most powerful types of thunder power in heaven and earth. On becoming a great emperor, one will definitely experience the baptism of this thunder transformed into a thunderbolt. Certainly at the immortalization jubilee, this thunder will also appear. Only, it could only become a minor player during the immortal tribulation. For Pingan Su, whether it was the undying divine thunder or the immortal immortalization calamity, they were all just minor characters. To become immortal, these thunderbolts, in earth terms, were comparable to shower gel. If Pingan Su felt dirty in his body, from time to time, it is used to cleanse itself with a surprisingly good effect from the immortalization scourge. I know, there must be a lot more you want to ask, right? Help me out. I can answer your questions, Crusher said with great excitement. Right now out is imminent. He didn't want to let go of any hope. Xu Pingan did not refuse. Otherwise, with this guy's personality, I guess he won't answer the questions honestly until he's released. Xu Pingan took a step out and arrived behind Hera. Mingtai, guard your heart. I'll help you weaken the power of this thunder. Xu Pingan gently pointed out with one finger. Bent in time, that spear of undying divine lightning, which was originally just a bit of a counterattack, seemed to be excited all of a sudden. The countless power of thunder was actually going to pour out. Hera had been hopeful when she saw her opponent helping, but after seeing this scene, almost scared the soul out of me. If this thunder spear from before had only slightly resisted her, but now it was an all-out effort to destroy them outright. Sure, it looks scary. Xu Pingan was in the next moment, introducing that thunder, all of it, into his body. It did, however, leave a small trickle of water that flowed through her. Hera, in this moment, also finally realized the other party was there to help, to forge themselves with the help of this power of thunder. Only, that's a bit of a radical approach. Surprisingly, the power of thunder was directly stimulated. All of it. Hera almost lost her soul. It was good that the other party had miraculous means, and even took the initiative to draw all the thunder onto his body. Of course, she rushed to seize the opportunity. Use this power of thunder to transform your body. Not much longer. This thunder spear that sealed the node was also finally losing its luster. The power of indestructible thunder in its body had been completely drained by Xu Pingan. Hera's eyes, too, flashed with two electric lights at that moment. It was the power of indestructible thunder. Many thanks, sir, helping me awaken the power of thunder in my bloodline. Hera was surprised to feel the changes in herself and thanked her in a hurry. And then, instantly, realized something. In a hurry, he looked at which thunder spear. With that, a hard pull. There is no power of indestructible thunder. With little effort, it was pulled right out of Hera's hands, and it was in this instant. The entire passageway, even the entire mountain, was roaring, emitting a chorus of trembling sounds that the stone walls were all cracking, as if an ancient beast was reviving. Boom! That originally powerful fence was even directly shattered. Xu Pingan and Hera came straight outside, and in the meantime, this whole mountain collapsed. The surrounding seawater, even more so, was shaken by this vibration, causing monstrous waves to rise. Boo! The next moment, the giant wave exploded. A figure rushed into the sky. Ha ha, I'm finally free. Old man, I hope you don't die. I'll have to settle things with you sooner or later. A voice that seemed to be laughing and not smiling spread across the sky all of a sudden. Next moment, the figure, then, disappeared into thin air and arrived in front of Xu Pingan. It was an old man who was bony to the core, a head full of gray hair, without a trace of luster, though with the height of a Western god like that, however, was only wrapped in a layer of skin, and really didn't look like the legendary Hercules. Kid, thanks for letting me out. The old man spoke cheerfully. No need to thank me. I just need to know your answer. Xu Pingan was unimpressed. Answer? What answer? Please, was that eyeballs turned, directly without good humor. Since this god is out of the trap. Well then, no more chit-chat with you guys either. Bye. Immediately, he was about to take a step out and leave this place. Xu Pingan, however, directly disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, it had come to the top of the path. The other side was preparing to leave. What? Still want to stop me? Cress's thin frame, but he made a great thunderous noise. I'm not afraid to tell you that since this god has come out, then everything that was said before will naturally not count, if you don't get out of the way. But don't blame this god for taking action. Chapter 138, Hand to Hand. God of Strength. How can you be such a scoundrel? At this point, Hera, who was on the sidelines, couldn't even watch. I didn't realize that my own ancestor was such a god. Now that she had been favored by Xu Pingan and had awakened the power of indestructible thunder in her bloodline, it's natural to elbow your way out. Juggling? The old man immediately laughed. This god is called being spontaneous. If you don't want to answer, you don't want to answer. Get out of my way. Don't make me repeat myself again. Only to see the originally withered body unexpectedly explode with a powerful aura. At that moment, the sky changed color, as if a terrifying force to burst out from within its body. The great Tao rules even surfaced, a divine light that pierced through the sky and the sea. Around him, the space seemed to be unable to withstand his power and was constantly collapsing. Is this the divine power of an ancient god? Hera couldn't help but speak, surprise in her eyes. The so-called three great god kings from before had all called themselves kings after the ancient gods had left, but compared to the real god king in front of him, the difference is too great. How? Still want to stop this king? Klus opened his mouth with great arrogance, and as he spoke, The heavens and earth trembled. Haven't you ever thought of a question? When I let you out, did I not think that you could leave in the palm of my hand? Under the other party's aura, Xu Pingan's expression was as flat as water. There was even a faintly teasing smile. Oh, boy, are you cocky. Do you really think that I, the ancient god King Hercules, this god of force position, was picked up for nothing? Cress is very proud to talk about this godhood. In fact, it wasn't originally a true god. Rather, it was the illegitimate son of Zeus, the king of Olympus, an immortal. Originally, he was just a mortal, yet through his own might, plus the gift of that cheap old man, he ascended Mount Olympus and claimed his place as a one-strike god. It was even said that those who were originally born as gods were no match for them. A true power among the gods of Mount Olympus. You think that bluff will work on me? Xu Pingan remained unmoved and even commented, "You've been imprisoned so far. The divine power has basically dried up. If it wasn't for that divine mountain seal that caused your lifespan to flow too slowly, I'm afraid you've long since turned into a pile of dry bones. But even so, you don't have much life left. If you make a move, it will only speed up your death." Clueless was obviously stunned by what Xu Pingan revealed, because the other side is alright. One does bluff. Being incarcerated for so many years, he was not an immortal, much less an existence like the old man who could directly enter the eternal immortal realm in one step. It is purely for special reasons that I have survived to this day. You think that's going to scare me off? Class's eyes couldn't help but narrow, and then he directly said with disdain, "The question of longevity. I've got ways to fix that. The problem now is that you won't get out of the way, so I'm going to have to tell you to get lost." Next moment, Krusty actually took the initiative. His withered arm directly blasted out with a punch. At once, the heavens collapsed, and space was directly slashed, and wherever it passed, a place of devastation and the chaotic mist was all beaten out. However, in the face of an overwhelming attack like Xu Pingan's, simply indifferent, he just pointed a finger. Buzz boom! This piece of the world all blew up and collapsed. Hera was horrified. He had not thought that this ancestor of his, who was dying of old age, had. It's amazing that there is such power. If you want me to leave, show me this. That's not enough power. Xu Pingan's voice, once again, sounded. When Hera got a better look, she realized that Xu Pingan was even more terrifying. Such a powerful attack hadn't even managed to move it halfway. You've got some skills, kid. In that case, let you know how this god's title came to be. Boom! Krusty roared out in anger, directly holding the monstrous god's might. It was like a large star crashing towards Xu Pingan with destructive fluctuations, and wherever it passed, the void shattered and chaotic mist appeared. This is his avenue of force, between heaven and earth, the purest power. Interesting. It's been a long time since I've competed with someone in strength, too. At this moment, a hint of interest appeared on Xu Pingan's face, and in a moment, he exuded an oceanic blood aura, and his purple aura shook the universe, like a demonic god that had broken out of hell and broken free of its shackles, terrifyingly boundless. He charges straight at Krusty and the two collide. Boom! The sheer physicality of the two men began to crash. The powerful attack made Hera's jaw drop in shock, feeling chills rise up her spine and keep going backwards. These two randomly crossed paths at once, and the heavens and the earth were crumbling. She could feel it. The two were able to kill her along with the previous divine king with just a random physical attack. How can you not be creeped out and grossed out? Krusty hissed beastly, his eyes blazing with ferocity, and swung his withered fist that, frantically attacking and killing Xu Pingan. The latter, on the other hand, swung forward, one after another, as if wheeling the ancient universe, opening up the wheel of reincarnation. Smashing towards it, the great battle between the two was too gruesome, with each strike shattering the heavens and earth. Their bodies are moving as fast as lightning. It was like two large stars colliding one after another, accompanied by lightning and thunder, blazing light explosions that struck the heavens until they trembled and the starry sky darkened. But it was a battle that didn't last very long. Cress finally flew out backwards. It smashed directly into the divine mountain. Mount Olympus is obviously protected by a field. A rune rose up to defuse the impact. Otherwise this divine mountain would be enough to be collapsed by this force. Boom! The mountain blew up. Crusher rushed out and looked at Pingan Xu. Who the hell are you? At this moment, Class' hands constantly trembled, obviously having suffered a big loss in the power competition just now. Xu Pingan spoke indifferently. After half a day of pondering, Class couldn't think of any strong man with that name. Your power is great. However, if I wasn't old and decrepit and my realm had fallen, you wouldn't be my match. Since he couldn't think of one, Crusher very cleverly found himself a pedestal. You don't think that I didn't depress the realm, do you? Xu Pingan could not help but open his mouth with a bland smile. Plus was clearly a bit displeased. Ha! This king is mindful that you are a junior and did not use your full strength. Xu Pingan shrugged and said, if I say that I merely have only 1 point of strength as well, would you believe me? If it wasn't for the fact that Xu Pingan hadn't put up a fight for a long time before he had the idea of competing with him in terms of strength. Really deal with this old and weak god. No surprise, 1 punch is enough. Sure, even if the other party returns to their peak state, it was really just a punch. Even in the Tian Yuan continent, those dark supreme beings, there has never been anyone that he could have resisted his own full force, not to mention these gods who couldn't even achieve enlightenment. Chapter 139, The Look of the Ancient Earth. The Invincible 9 States. You think I'm going to believe you? Class grunted, full of disbelief. Sure, say you don't believe it. Instead, the waves had long since risen in Cress's mind. In the sparring just now, he could visibly feel his previously invulnerable power attack that. It was as if it had struck the boundary wall at the edge of the universe, making it difficult to shake it. Of course, it was the other party's aura that surprised him the most. When he had just struck out, he seemed to vaguely sense the other party's blood chi. Although the other party was extremely well hidden, but as the god of power himself, how could he not feel it? That terrifying blood chi was simply even more terrifying than his own back then. He had some difficulty understanding it. That's what Kyushu looks like these days. How could such a pervert still be born out? Believe it or not, it doesn't matter. Are you going to continue? Xu Pingan asked as he stood high above the sky and looked at the other party with a smile. No more games. Crusher shook his head in a huff. At this moment, his hands were trembling and his chi and blood were churning. If they fought any longer, it would only be a self-inflicted humiliation. Please. Xu Pingan waved his hand, only to see Mount Olympus, directly plucked off a corner by its divine power. No matter how much its field runes rose up to block it, it was still detained at its feet, and then only a table and chairs, a wine altar as well as a few wine glasses, fell in front of him. I took a big swing at you, and you're kind enough to buy me a drink? Class raised an eyebrow, clearly hesitant. What does an elephant care about an ant's provocation? Xu Pingan asked rhetorically. Crusher grunted in displeasure, feeling offended, and that's when Xu Pingan opened the wine altar. At once, a strong smell of alcohol emanated out. This is taken from the thunderjack liquid as the lead, and the fire cloud fruit as the ingredient, and brewed. Xu Pingan poured himself a cup. Krusty's eyes went huge at once. He's been locked up for so many years. If there was one thing that made it most difficult for him to be able to hold back, it was the wine. He swallowed and couldn't help but say, Kid, since you're from Kyushu, to be able to find your way here, you naturally know what we in the West have done to your Kyushu, right? Say it. What the hell do you mean? Xu Pingan asked rhetorically. I'm more curious as to what conflict you've had with those gods in the West, to the point of keeping you here. Besides, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, isn't it? Crusher couldn't help but swallow his throat. Never mind whatever. Klus instantly didn't care, and directly stepped out, arriving in front of Xu Pingan's face, sitting down at the table. Serve the wine. Serve the wine. Xu Pingan waved his hand and the wine filled the wine cup. Crusher took a drink straight from the bowl. With a long sigh of relief. He couldn't help but be filled with surprise. Good wine. Good wine. I didn't expect that once I came out after so many years, I would still be able to drink this kind of good wine. Even if I were to be allowed to die now, I would be willing to do so. What are you waiting for? Serve the wine. Only, not waiting for Xu Pingan to pour the wine. Class picked up the tankard directly and poured it toward the glass. One glass is not enough. Another. Enough to drink all the wine from the wine altar. In one go. Only then did it finally stop. And then his eyes wobbled a bit as he looked toward Xu Pingan. What's with this wine? So much backbone. Xu Pingan drank the wine in his cup and slowly talked. This wine is not a mortal wine, containing a divine substance. Even a saint would get drunk from this wine. Ha! I didn't realize that you had such good wine. Please wiped his mouth, and instantly lost his temper, since it's not impossible to fight. I can't run away, and I've drunk your good wine, so it's not like we don't know each other. I'll tell you my story. Mind listening to it? Please. Xu Pingan took out another jar of wine, opened the seal and filled the bowl. Surely you're not interested in hearing the story of my birth to godhood? Class smiled to himself and downed his drink once more, while smashing his mouth a few times and, continuing, it starts with my cheap old man. That guy's never been a good sport. With all the shenanigans he's been hiding in his belly. There are more stars than there are stars in the sky. In our day, the earth was much bigger than imagined. Even the sun above the sky is divided according to east and west. I remember. Your Kyushu had 9 other suns before the earliest times. Xu Pingan couldn't help but say. Wasn't it later shot off 8 by Hoi? Class shook his head. I don't know. even though we belong to the same planet. But the distance is very far. The road is even more full of all kinds of savage ancient beasts. And in our west, not to mention crossing this distance, even the ferocious beasts on the road could be fatal at any time. Moreover, at the junction of our two landmasses, there is a boundary set up by a strong person, so if we intrude easily, it will also cause unnecessary trouble. Xu Pingan, who had heard the words, was somewhat surprised. I didn't realize that the Earth during the ancient times was so different from now. He even had a feeling, Earth as good as can't be worse than the current Tianyuan continent. Only, even on a planet, there are gaps. As I said before, the power of the Earth has far drawn the attention of the 10,000 races of the heavens, and the strongest of these is Kyushu. There are too many amazing and unrivaled characters that have appeared. They were prominent on not only Earth, but also on top of the battlefield of the 10,000 races, displaying an absolute invincibility. At that time, none of the people from the 9 states who traveled to the battlefield of the 10,000 races were weak. During that time, the ranking of Kyushu among the nations of it's even vaguely already the title of number 1 of the 10,000 clans. Only, the people of the 10,000 clans only recognize the 9 states, and we have no one on Mount Olympus. My cheap old man, as a god king, naturally felt very upset and lost face, and so, it went to hook up with the other races in the top 10 of the 10,000 races, and then they made some kind of deal. Eradicate the 9 states, support us, Mount Olympus, to reign on Earth. As for what happened afterward, I've said it before, and the reason I'm being held here is because of the knowledge of this. Disagree with that old man of mine. I blatantly contradicted him being a villain. He was annoyed and wanted to punish me. Naturally, this god refused to do so, so he learned from his predecessors and, only, I lost. This fellow has received the benefits promised by the 10,000 clans. The strength has long since been beyond our comparison. As for the ending, it is such as you see. Hera's eyes had been filled with shock long before the end of Crux's story. I didn't realize that the bloodline of Mount Olympus, on which I was so proud. I can't believe I'm doing such a nasty thing. Hera could no longer hold back her indignation and spoke. That is to say, I am known as the descendant of sinful blood, just because you were, in the first place, turned against the God King of Zeus? Chapter 140 Ascending to the Immortal World? Mystery clues. Sinful blood? Class couldn't help but laugh disdainfully. They should call me Sin Blood too? I think he's the one who's really guilty. Only, instead, he's putting the blame for this on me. After I was suppressed, the 9 states were then ushered into oblivion. My cheap old man is still sitting on the intention of having the 9 states all to himself. In his opinion, the reason why Kyushu is powerful is because of the specialness of that land. He wants to occupy that land. The gods, who are magnificent in their own right, expect that when they ascend to the sky, leave a world of fame behind. It's just a nice thought. The reality is not as it should be. After the destruction of Kyushu, all places suffered a calamity. Everything has suffered destruction. My old man, until the end, was only able to save this sacred mountain, hiding in this folded space. After Cress finished, he picked up his glass again and took a drink. Hera, however, had already been shaken to the core and didn't know what to say. I have a few points of curiosity. At this time, Xu Pingan was however full of doubts. Tell me about it. Of course, it's all I can know. I haven't been promoted to God for a long time, and then I was trapped in this place. Although I knew a lot about the outside world, I was only relying on my weak divine sense, and the later I got, the lower my perception became. The less you know. Crusher had been frank long ago and wasn't about to hide it. If according to what you said, so many amazing characters have appeared on Earth, then they naturally have people who have ascended to the immortal realm. When the 9 states were robbed, the 10,000 races stepped in and the immortals descended to the Earth. Why didn't they make a move? Xu Pingan asked. As he said, the real problem with the great calamity that befell Kyushu, it's not about the 10,000 races, it's about the immortals. If not, it would have been impossible for those few clans alone to destroy the Kyushu to the point it is now. And, a field of Earth's caliber, obviously has immortal means in it. It wasn't something an ordinary Emperor realm person could set up. That is to say, the immortals of Kyushu also made a move as well. And what role do they play in it? Sure enough, you found out about this too. Cress was not surprised, and even found it very strange, too. Although I didn't participate in that great battle, I indeed didn't see the immortals of the Kyushu make a move. Could it be the immortal realm? Someone blocking the immortals of Kyushu? Hera couldn't help but question at this point. The immortal realm is above all the realms of the heavens. This universe of the 10,000 races is but just one of the worlds, that the top 10 races, that can contact the immortals. In my opinion, it's also just contacting one's immortal ancestor. The 10,000 races have immortal rent. And so does the Kyushu. And Kyushu is obviously so strong that, could immortal rent be weaker than them again? Although Xu Pingan had never been to the immortal realm, it could be said that he was the closest person to the immortal realm. It is naturally impossible to think that all of the immortal world, only the Kyushu. That's why I'm surprised. On the day they were destroyed, the immortals of the 9 states did not make a move. Instead, it was only after the destruction of Kyushu that someone appeared. Crusher muttered. Hera couldn't help but say, so, could it be possible that Kyushu was exterminated? It's not just being coveted by the 10,000 clans. It's the fairy world. It's the immortal world that wants to deal with Kyushu. Xu Pingan's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke faintly. But why would the immortal world want to deal with Kyushu? Kyushu is just a lower realm. Or even just a clan among the lower realms. Hera obviously couldn't figure it out. Instead, Crusher let out a laugh and said, Kyushu hasn't offended the immortals. But it doesn't mean their immortal ancestors won't. Hera looked like she understood something. I know. It's those immortal ancestors of the Kyushu. Having incurred a powerful existence in the immortal realm. That's why they have united the 10,000 clans and struck out against the 9 states? Xu Pingan was silent for a moment. This answer, apparently, is the most plausible cause. For the moment, this answer, moreover, rationalizes the death of the ancestral dragon. If the immortals of Kyushu offend the immortal world powerhouses, then the ascended people of Kyushu, naturally, they will also meet with poison. Only, what did the immortals of Kyushu do to offend the immortal ancestor? Where have all the immortals of the 9 states gone? There are so many mysteries, and the sheer magnitude of what's involved, which Cress did not know. I have one more question. Xu Pingan spoke again. Ask. Crusher poured himself a glass of wine and, already not trying to hide anything, is it still possible to ascend in the immortal world? Xu Pingan opened his mouth to ask the answer he wanted to know the most. Ascending to the immortal world? Cress was silent for a moment before slowly saying, all I can say is that in my day, even my cheap old man had trouble ascending. I also learned from the information spilled by my old man. The requirements for ascending to the immortal world are getting stricter and stricter. He said that before. Even I could ascend. At his level, when he goes to the immortal realm, he can continue to be king. But then, the path to immortality became more and more ethereal. And a person of my caliber, even the road to immortality can't be blasted open. My father tried to blast his way to immortality, but he wasn't in the right realm and could only open the passage. But don't dare go in. He could sense the level of danger inside. He felt that his realm was insufficient, and he stopped there. And, I have a vague feeling, my cheap old man, the reason why he betrayed Earth and did that nasty thing, it's to communicate with the immortals of the upper realm, to help them ascend. And, after the sack of Kyushu, my cheap old man, with a part of the, went to the 10,000 clans. Maybe it's to look for the method of ascension. Xu Pingan, who had heard the words, frowned and said, that is to say, it was possible to ascend at that time. Naturally, I can. But now, I'm sure you feel it. It's not just the Kyushu mutation. The entire universe of all races has changed. No more people can soar. Klus shook his head and said, even those who have reached the ascension realm are few and far between. The great Tao of heaven and earth, too, has changed. No longer can it carry more of the word. So, whether or not one can truly become immortal, I don't have a definite answer either. Xu Pingan, who had heard the words, once again fell into silence, and after, he continued to speak. Have you ever known who the man of the 10,000 races is who communicates with that father of yours? Xu Pingan hadn't forgotten about the 2 people he had encountered in the ancestral dragon catacombs. They are not immortals though, but obviously knew, far more than Crux knew. Behind them, there might be an immortal directing them. They had struck out against the ancestral dragon, and perhaps they had also struck out when they annihilated Earth. As long as we find them, maybe the mystery behind this can be solved. Of course, Xu Pingan didn't forget about his own system. There are also shadows of the immortals as well. All of this, it all seems to be connected somehow. Chapter 141 Zeus Divine Palace, the mysterious cauldron, vessel that connects the worlds. Crusher shook his head. I haven't seen it. Xu Pingan narrowed his eyes. Obviously, this clue is critical. If we could follow this clue, we might be able to find those 2. It's a great pity that it broke off here. However, I know of one thing that can contact them. So many years of time have passed. Maybe try to make contact. Cress's eyes under those white eyebrows, however, flashed a bright light. What is it? Xu Pingan naturally accepted this opinion. Either way, it's worth a try if there's hope. It's hard to say, but I know where it is. Crusher rubbed his brain as if remembering. The last God King. It's been so long since he left. Will that thing still be there? Hera asked with some confusion. That's something he wouldn't necessarily take with him. Cress, however, said with some certainty, "It's worth checking out. Thanks a lot." Since the other party had taken the initiative to help, Xu Pingan naturally expressed his gratitude. "You get me out. I'll do you a favor and we'll be even." Crusher, however, was unimpressed. Immediately, he led the way forward. "That thing is right here in the middle of Mount Olympus. I only learned of it by accident when I happened to accidentally hear the commotion once," Class explained as he flew. "Mount Olympus, far more massive than the eye can see. It's almost comparable to a giant mountainous continent with rising and falling layers." The group flew for an unknown amount of time. Finally a huge mountain appeared in front of the crowd. This place is an onion ridge with an extremely high elevation, resembling a place where a dragon is lying down to the gods. With just a glance, Xu Pingan could tell that this place had gathered the concentration of spiritual energy of the entire divine mountain. In Kyushu terms, this is the land of many dragon veins, a land of steaming dragon energy. The group flew high into the sky, and as far as the eye could see, the lush cliffs were many, the wild ranges were dense, and the terrain is complex. But, right in the middle of this savage terrain, a large, dilapidated hall attracted the attention of the group. "That's my cheap old man's divine palace. The stuff is in there," Crusher said, pointing to the dilapidated hall. Immediately the group headed towards their purpose. "Who are you? This is no place for you." As soon as they landed, only a few young children were seen, appearing in front of a few people. "It's the people of the gods. The aura of this place is extraordinary. They are practicing here." Hera revealed their identity. On top of Mount Olympus, naturally, there were more than just those current god kings. There are also many children of God. Not all gods, of course, can grow to that height. Off. Crusher snarled without good humor. Although he was a member of the divine race, but he was half god, half mortal. Even he preferred to be immortal. Therefore, there was no favoritism at all towards the divine race, even if it's a little kid. The sound of Klee's voice immediately scared a few small children silly, hurriedly fleeing in all directions. "Actually, you don't have to do that. The West has a vendetta against Kyushu. Injustice has its roots. It's just a bunch of young children. I'm not going to take a shot at them, even if we wait for them to grow up. And really if they strike at the 9 states, there will be Kyushu people coming after them then too." This kind of maneuvering by Klus naturally could not be hidden from Pingan Su. It's nothing more than the fear that Xu Pingan, in order to avenge Kyushu, strike out against these children of God who are left here. Though he hated God, he was not above seeing this child of God die in front of him. Revealed, Klass's old face laughed. With that, he led the way towards the front. Although this divine palace, it had long since fallen into disrepair, but there is a spirituality that prevents everything from advancing. A stone gate towered into the dome, stopping several people first. "This place can only be entered by the heir who was allowed by that guy. You're strong. You go and tear it down." Krusty called Hercules in front of Xu Pingan, directly allowing Xu Pingan to make a move. Moreover, his chi and blood were withered, so if he wanted to live for a few more years, he would naturally have to strike less. Xu Pingan was not polite, and walked to the door, pointing out with a finger. Above the stone door, countless runes immediately rose up, trying to block the intruder. If it was an ordinary saint, I'm afraid that they wouldn't really be able to enter the true god palace. Only, Xu Pingan was not among them. Just one finger, the stone door let out a crack, and the runes were all crumbling. In an instant, the stone door turned into stone and shattered. The three of them stepped inside the divine palace at once. Then I felt a ghastly wind in my face, and just as I looked up, I saw a being that, flapping demon wings, swooped down headfirst and clawed at the three men's skies. Put! With a wave of Xu Pingan's hand, blood light erupted and chopped the being into a bloody mist on the spot. It was actually a bat, more than 2 meters long. It's a demon from hell. Hera recognized the creature. That old guy, he just likes to collect weird stuff. Crusher didn't have the heart to say. Only, with such a large bat, this shrine is closed. How the hell did it survive? Did it have another exit from the outside world? Hera couldn't help but speak up. Xu Pingan, however, did not care. There was no need to ponder over such trivial matters. Walk through the Great Hall. The group encountered a number of other creatures on their path. It's as if the place has formed its own biological chain. Monsters prey on monsters and the cycle continues. After crossing the Great Hall, Crusher led Xu Pingan to a secret room. This is where the old man keeps his treasures. He lightly led Xu Pingan to the front. He then signaled Xu Pingan to make a move. What makes a secret room secret is that it naturally has various means of protection. Only, these means, against the other gods on top of this divine mountain, might still have a hint of usefulness. But for Xu Pingan, it was a virtual non-starter. Boom! The gate was blasted open. the world behind the door was suddenly revealed. Surprisingly, a huge manhwa. This so-called secret room was, to be precise, a folding space. In the middle of the manhwa, various lights flashed and shrunk. As soon as Xu Pingan reached out and grabbed it, he grabbed a shield that contained spirituality, and for the saintly, not a treasure, but a good one for others below this realm. Of course, in this land, treasures like this one abound, but only at this level. It was obvious that the God King had taken all the good stuff with him when he left. The ones left behind are things that don't catch his eye. Kles led Xu Pingan directly into the depths, after crossing a lake and coming to a small island. And at the moment the island was filled to overflowing with a single object. On seeing this thing, both Crusher and Hera wore odd looks. Obviously, it was not understood what the object was. Only, Xu Pingan, however, had a hint of surprise in his eyes, because it was something he recognized, and it was actually a tripod. Chapter 142 The Second God, Titan, Communicating Mysteries. No wonder Westerners don't recognize it. This big tripod is a unique vessel in Kyushu. The tripod, a ceremonial vessel, was also used for rituals. In ancient times whenever something was important, all must use the tripod. Legend has it that through it one can communicate with the heavens and make God understand one's mind. To Xu Pingan's dismay, what he hadn't expected was that this hallowed Western God King. Surprisingly, they use Kyushu ceremonial weapons as a means of contact. Sure, think about it. The Great Cauldron of the 9 states is so wonderful that it can communicate with the gods. It's also really best used as a way to send messages over vast distances apart. And on top of this cauldron, there were special runes engraved on it, obviously been enhanced for communication. Then I'm afraid that's why Zeus didn't take him away. The runes were carved by combining the great power of heaven and earth, and moving them would only destroy their structure. Instead of moving them away, they should stay here. How is this thing going to work? Hera looked at Crusher in disbelief. The latter, on the other hand, shrugged. I just know it's there, but how to use it? I don't know. With that, the eyes of the two of them looked towards Xu Pingan. Something needs to be sacrificed. Put it in the tripod. Since it's the Grand Cauldron of Kyushu, that naturally follows the rules of the Kyushu sacrifice. If you want to communicate, you naturally need to leave a sacrifice as well. What sacrifices are needed? Crusher asked curiously. Xu Pingan muttered. In the ancient past of the 9 states, the sacrifices are usually made from cattle and sheep, or their blood. This tripod is extraordinary. The type of sacrifice required. Naturally, it also requires extremely high standards. Crusher froze a bit. The place was empty, except for those monsters at the door, but there was nothing alive. Moreover, those monsters, as if they were the size of this giant cauldron, were far from each other. I'm afraid it's not enough to stuff Big Ding's teeth. Just as Xu Pingan hesitated, he was preparing to leave this place and go to the outside world to hunt some large ferocious beasts. All of a sudden, boom! The seawater around the small island boiled up. Immediately afterward, a huge creature was seen, rising from the bottom of the water. A waterfall that, it turned into a stream of water and dripped down from above his body. The huge body seemed to have covered the sky. One could only see that the top of his body was covered with stones, resembling a stone giant. Those who dare to break into the secret room, die. The stone giant let out a furious roar, so loud that it turned into a sound wave that blasted the seawater all over the place. The entire chamber trembled. This is the Titans. It's the gods of the last generation. Hera's eyes went wide at the sight. Zeus was not the first god. Before Zeus, it was the Titan gods who ruled the Western world. Each of them had a huge body and possessed terrifying divine power, powerful enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Even Zeus, who only utilized means to overthrow his own Titan father's rule. It was only then that they took control of the Western world. This old undead thing, sure enough, he's hiding a backhand. Surprisingly, they left a Titan race here as a guard. Krusty's eyes showed a hint of gravity. And, however, he soon realized something was wrong and said, this Titan god, no longer having his own consciousness, was refined into a puppet. It will only attack the intruder. Xu Pingan's eyes, however, could not help but light up. Was worried that there was no place to find the sacrifice. It's not a sleepy head. Removing one of his arms is enough. Xu Pingan immediately took a step out, and then it came to this Titan clan. The other party, on the other hand, sensed the provocation of this mole-sized existence. Immediately, a fist blasted out towards Xu Pingan. Have to say, the Titan clan was worthy of being creatures from the ancient times. No more consciousness though, but the fist that swung out was actually wrapped in the most primitive power of rules that, it's the body's instinct. This kind of race is truly blessed by heaven and earth. Even a body can master this power. Even a saint, in the face of such a punch, would have difficulty resisting it. Next moment, Xu Pingan stretched out his palm and blocked it on top of the opponent's fist that looked like a huge mountain smashing in. The size of the two is a huge contrast. Only a seemingly huge party, yet bizarrely the entire fist is twisted. Xu Pingan's hand directly reached into the other party's torso and clutched the other party's bones, and then slammed. That huge titan was directly thrown backwards, the huge body, smashing the secret room in this folded space, shaking the ground and the mountains. It seems like it's going to break at any moment. Titan tried to get up again. Only, Xu Pingan was jerking hard. That giant's arm directly broke into two. The sky was filled with a rain of blood, which was immediately sprinkled down. Along with that came the sound of the titan's agonized roar. Hera looked at the scene in front of her and no longer knew what to say. Just how strong is this guy? From today's god, and then the last generation of the god of power, and then on to the last titan god. It is as if there is no one who can sanction it. Though, he was already filled with good feelings towards Xu Pingan, but looking at his ancestors, they were just abused by him one by one. The heart always feels a little weird. Only, where would Xu Pingan care about what other people thought? He took the torn arm and threw it directly into the cauldron. At once, blood stained the entire cauldron. Fruity, the great cauldron was in contact with this flesh and blood. It was lit up with a red light. Soon, the lines on the tripod were filled with blood. Just as the blood was about to completely fill the cauldron, it came to a screeching halt. Crusher and Hera looked at Pingan Su. The latter said indifferently, "It's my first time to operate as well. Maybe the amount is not enough. I'll try again." Hear that? Crusher and Hera couldn't help but get chills up their arms. Both men looked at each other. And then there was a silent moment of mourning for his ancestor. It's even if they were refined into puppets by their own people to guard this place. I never thought that in the end I would have to be split up in front of my children and grandchildren. That's just cruel. Next moment, the sky was filled with a rain of blood, which once again sprinkled the entire world. And this time, what Titan lost, on the other hand, was a leg. One arm and one leg. Pingan Su distributed them very evenly. When a Titan's leg, thrown is after a large tripod, the red light did come on again. The lines on top of the great cauldron were also continuously filled with blood. Soon, the tripod's body lines were all drenched in blood. These blood lights, like water, overflowed and shot toward the sky. Boom! A collapsed hole appeared in space. In one moment, time and space seemed to be disorganized and rearranged. Xu Pingan couldn't help but be surprised. This kind of means of communication had never existed even in the Tianyuan continent. And that's when it happened. All of a sudden, knock knock, an inexplicable voice came out of the red light, close behind. It was an inexplicable voice that rang out. Chapter 143, Xu Pingan, I'm looking for an immortal. In that red light, came an extremely muffled voice. Seems, who? It's a strange sound, though, but the people present, one by one, were visibly agitated. This tripod really works, and it really contacted the other side. Xu Pingan glanced at Klaus, and the latter froze for a moment. Immediately, he gave a look of I get it. I'm an heir to Zeus, delivering news about Earth's Kyushu for Zeus. Crux's voice carried a little humility, and his words were spoken with respect for Zeus. Used to confuse the other side. Have to say, Cress is such a bendable man. One moment, there was hatred for Zeus. The next moment it can behave as if it were his loyal ministry. On the opposite end, there was silence for a long time without a sound. Zeus is him. Well, it's been a long time. Haven't ever heard him use that name. Once again, a sound came from within the cauldron. Only the sound was intermittent, like a bad cell phone signal. After that statement, several people waited for a few more minutes before. 9. State, how's it going? If there isn't a satisfactory answer, so you'll have to pay for disturbing my slumber. Pay for disturbing my slumber. With the voice ringing out again, Crusher's eyes lit up. Apparently, the matter of Zeus and Kyushu had really caught the other side's attention. Moreover, the other party's words were few, but they revealed quite a lot of information. First of all, the other party really did know Zeus, which proves that, back when the Earth was destroyed, there must be some connection with him, and the other person is most likely a participant. Secondly, Zeus is also categorically still alive. If not, the other side would not have said anything about the other side. The last thing was that Zeus did not seem to be at his side, or else the other man would certainly have begged with Zeus that. Cress's lies, naturally, fell apart. Crusher glanced at Pingan Su. The latter signaled the other to speak on. The Earth has changed. The field began to become fragile, as if some of the strongest people of Kyushu, back in the day, appear above the Earth. Cress answered with half-truth mixed with half-falsehood. The great cauldron took his voice and conveyed it. Only, the other side answered. And I don't know if it was a transmission problem or a signaling problem. It was a long time before it came again. Intermittently. The field has weakened? Who appeared above the earth? That voice, indeed, came again. Only, this time it was clearly tinged with emotional fluctuations. Crusher's eyes lit up, knowing that his opponent had taken the bait. Immediately afterward, he hastily said, "There is an old man who rides a green ox upside down." This time, the other side replied very quickly. "Say that again. Who is it? Please repeat it instantly." "The old man who rode the green ox backwards." "Impossible. Impossible. He can't be in the world anymore." "Are you sure you saw it clearly?" At this moment, the other party's emotions had long since lost their previous calmness, and even a hint of panic appeared. "That's right. On top of that, I've seen others." Not to be outdone, Cress added. "A monkey, a three-eyed niners holding a dog." "Monkey? Three-eyed ninjas? They're there too? What's going on? It can't be. It can't be. None of them should exist anymore. What the hell is going on? Get your head out of your ass." The other party had a moment, and the wonderful words kept conveying a large paragraph. "Only, I am not sure. I'm too humble to go up and make contact with the," just silently hiding in the shadows and observing. There was a hint of humility in Crux's voice. On the other side, apparently, was dryly silenced by Class's words. If Crux had only said one to the old man on the green ox, perhaps he might have thought the other was clueless. But after naming a few people in succession, apparently he had no doubts at all. The importance of these three people was such that even he had to pay attention to them. "Are they still above the earth?" Cress said with little hesitation. "They're still above the earth." The other side was obviously completely nonplussed. "Are you sure?" Class said with a very sure tone. "Sure. I can feel them. They seem to be plotting something." Once again, the other party fell silent. "And I don't know how much time has passed." Class spoke carefully. "Are you still there?" This time, the voice from the other side finally sounded. "You're doing great. Next, I'll give you a task. Keep an eye on them." Class, who had heard the words, couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. However, then, in a terrified tone, he said, "My strength is humble. I don't dare to come close to the. I'm afraid it will be difficult to complete the mission." "Don't worry. I don't need you to keep an eye on me for long. I'll come myself." The voice on the other side, very decisive. Crusher's eyes instantly looked toward Xu Pingan. The latter nodded faintly. "Good. I'll be here waiting for you to come. I wonder when you will descend," Crusher said with great excitement. Only, not waiting for an answer from the other side. The red light on the great cauldron completely lost its luster. Contacts between the two sides were thus broken. "How come no more? I haven't even asked when the other guy is coming." Cress was clearly a bit underwhelmed. He is addicted to playing. It was obviously much more interesting to be able to play around with a powerhouse of this level. Xu Pingan, on the other hand, silently split the titan into pieces again and threw it into the cauldron. "Try to make contact. It's just a shame." What the great cauldron lacked this time was not sacrificial flesh and blood. Rather, it is the energy of heaven and earth. This place is still, in the final analysis, part of the earth, and energy is scarce, and the grand cauldron needed time to replenish its energy. Obviously trying to contact each other at short notice is not realistic anymore. Too bad. We'll just have to wait for him to come over. With a little more time, maybe I could have fooled him about the exact day of his descent. Crusher opened his mouth with great regret. Xu Pingan, however, pondered for a moment before saying, instead of vainly waiting for him to come to the door, "It's just a matter of, I'll get him myself." Class stared at his old eyes and couldn't help but say, "Go to him personally? Not to say we'll be able to find each other, but are you really sure you can handle him?" The other party, as early as the time of the overthrow of the 9 states, was already an overwhelmingly powerful person. Now so many years have passed, the strength will only get stronger. It's even possible that the other party has become an immortal. After all, in which era? Just because it's hard to become immortal doesn't mean that no one has ever become immortal. If you go forward without Earth's field, you will only suffer. Crusher spoke kindly. After all, with the field in place on Earth today, at least one safe house exists. Even if you are not defeated, you can always escape and come back. But if he went out to look for the other party and was not defeated by then, it would be a different story. Immortals. Xu Pingan's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement as he said, "I'm looking for the immortals." Chapter 144, Revisiting the Road to Immortality. Kless couldn't help but look odd at this moment as he heard Xu Pingan's words. All the 9 states have been overthrown by the other side. You're a Kyushu man. What can you change? He knew that Xu Pingan might be strong, But there's more than just one other person on the other side. Back then, the ones who overthrew the 9 states were the entire 10,000 races and immortals. What can one person change? Not to mention the fact that the other party had become immortal. In the eyes of someone like him, who had not yet become an immortal, that was a towering and invincible existence. Trying to face an immortal, what's the difference between that and looking for death? There is information about the opponent's location remaining on top of the Grand Cauldron. Maybe we can try to find each other based on this clue. Xu Pingan arrived in front of the cauldron, his eyes erupting with infinite divine light, and at this moment, it was as if he had seen through the long river of time, the past and the future. Vaguely, he seemed to grasp a thread, and the end of that line may be the other side of the trail. Are you sure you want to go? Crusher couldn't help but ask. Xu Pingan directly answered the other party with his actions, only to see a path of golden light, spreading out directly from beneath its feet, directly spanning space, above the great avenue. Immortal phoenixes flew and true dragons coiled around, as if a king was traveling. That's just it. Why don't you take me with you? I don't have many years left anyway, and I'm not afraid to die. If you're undefeated, I might be able to fool around? Class suddenly gritted his teeth and made this decision saying, of course, you don't have to thank me. I just simply find your personality to be to my liking. Xu Pingan, however, directly stepped out without opening his mouth. The golden avenue of light carried it directly toward deep space. Seeing this, Class followed in a hurry. At this moment, even Hera rushed to catch up. Together, the two of them were carried by the golden light path, crossing space and rushing into the deep space of the universe. Crux and Hera had expected it to be a long journey. Only, they soon realized that they had underestimated Xu Pingan. In their consciousness, it seems that only half a day has passed. They then came over a huge cluster of galaxies. The sheer size of it is comparable to 10 million times the size of the Earth. Only, this galaxy, underneath the vastness, is pitch black. The strip looks like a truncated piece of cosmic emptiness, both high and low, all suspended a number of meteorites in an irregular arrangement. Is this the ancient star of the Thousand Feathers clan? Just then, Class suddenly couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. The Thousand Feathers? Hera couldn't help but ask. The existence of the top 8 of the 10,000 races in the beginning. Crusher frowned. The Earth, in the beginning, was not a closed existence. For the 10,000 races, naturally, we know something about it, and this Thousand Feathers race, which is ranked in the top 10, we have information about its galaxy and looks. Just, this Thousand Feathers clan, which is a top 8 existence. How did his galaxy end up where it is now? It was really hard for Crest to figure it out. This encounter is literally worse than Earth. Being the aggressor, in turn, is worse than Earth. Why is that? I can sense that the clue is in there. Xu Pingan headed towards the middle of the galaxy. A few moments later, a dilapidated ancient city inscribed with the Thousand Feathers Immortal City appeared. This ancient city, majestic and tall, ancient and vicissitudes, like it had existed for billions of years so long ago. Outside of the city, there were pieces of corpses. Klee's eyes were full of surprise. Void rats. There's a golden-winged skyrock. There's an insect king. There are undead birds. So many races of creatures, but they all died here? Xu Pingan and his group climbed up above this city, and standing here, the sight of the city was even more shocking. Hera couldn't help but shudder its Ari, feeling a gush of unease. In the city, a sea of corpses, piled up from the ground all the way up to as high as the city walls, accumulated to full capacity. What the hell happened here? How come there are so many corpses and bones? Hera spoke shakily, even though she was of noble divine bloodline. But he could sense that each of these corpses that died here were powerful beyond measure. There were even many creatures that were not weaker than her. A horrible choking sensation that made it practically impossible for her to breathe. Xu Pingan once again took a step. The golden road directly spanned this corpse city. Came to the end of the city. Only a huge stone monument was seen, standing at the very last edge of the city. The material of the boulder was as black as ink, as if it was a basalt. Of course, the most striking thing was the words engraved on the stone tablet. The path to immortality. Xu Pingan faintly pronounced the name. Klee's originally heavy face couldn't help but snicker. And the path to immortality. This heaven and earth. The path to immortality has long been blocked, and if you want to truly blast open the path to immortality, there is only a powerful strength. What immortal path? It's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Xu Pingan shook his head. The coordinates I found through the giant cauldron are right here. What? Crusher's eyes widened at once and said, the strip looks like a truncated piece of cosmic emptiness, both high and low, all suspended a number of meteorites in an irregular arrangement. Is this the ancient star of the Thousand Feathers clan? Just then, Class suddenly couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. The 1,000 feathers? Hera couldn't help but ask. The existence of the top 8 of the 10,000 races in the beginning. Crusher frowned. The Earth, in the beginning, was not a closed existence. For the 10,000 races. Naturally, we know something about it. And this 1,000 feathers race, which is ranked in the top 10, we have information about its galaxy and looks. Just, this 1,000 feathers clan, which is a top 8 existence. How did his galaxy end up where it is now? It was really hard for Crest to figure it out. This encounter is literally worse than Earth. Being the aggressor, in turn, is worse than Earth. Why is that? I can sense that the clue is in there. Xu Pingan headed towards the middle of the galaxy. A few moments later, a dilapidated ancient city inscribed with the 1,000 feathers immortal city appeared. This ancient city, majestic and tall, ancient and vicissitudes, like it had existed for billions of years so long ago. Outside of the city, there were pieces of corpses. Klee's eyes were full of surprise. Void rats. There's a golden-winged skyrock. There's an insect king. There are undead birds. So many races of creatures, but they all died here? Xu Pingan and his group climbed up above this city, and standing here, the sight of the city was even more shocking. Hera couldn't help but shudder its Ari, feeling a gush of unease. In the city, a sea of corpses, piled up from the ground all the way up to as high as the city walls, accumulated to full capacity. What the hell happened here? How come there are so many corpses and bones? Hera spoke shakily, even though she was of noble divine bloodline, but he could sense that each of these corpses that died here was powerful beyond measure. There were even many creatures that were not weaker than her. A horrible choking sensation that made it practically impossible for her to breathe. Xu Pingan once again took a step. The golden road directly spanned this corpse city, came to the end of the city. Only a huge stone monument was seen, standing at the very last edge of the city. Chapter 145, Blasting the Road to Immortality Again. A different immortal path. A path to immortality where you can become an immortal? Crusher's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, is there really such a road in the world? He turned his head to look at the city full of corpses. Could it be that they all died here in order to become immortals? The bones of those corpses that were enough to pile up into mountains. If they really came for the sake of becoming immortal, it was still possible. Throughout the ages, the dream of all cultivators has been to become immortal. If you can become immortal, then everything can be explained. Life and death. Just for that eternal life as an immortal. Just why is there a path to immortality here? Crusher was a little puzzled, although he hadn't reached the realm of becoming an immortal. But his cheap old man, he can become immortal. Therefore, he also knew that becoming immortal was not a designated path. It is very rare to point out a path as blatantly as this. Whether or not you can truly become an immortal, you'll know if you try. Xu Pingan suddenly spoke. How do I try? Crusher looked around and said, the city ends here. There is no road further on. In fact, if there were truly a path to immortality, I'm afraid all these people would have already become immortals. That will turn into a corpse here? There is no road, so fight your way out. Xu Pingan's eyes were calm, but he raised his fist. What are you going to do? Sensing that something was wrong with the other party, Crusher couldn't help but open his mouth. What answered him was Xu Pingan's fist blasting into the stone tablet. In an instant, an attack that was enough to defy the heavens erupted. It was a strike of Xu Pingan's true power. The terrifying power directly shook the pale universe. Endless immortal light erupted, and the stone monument chimed and trembled as it was struck by this attack. Sure enough, this monolith is very unusual. After enduring this terrifying blow from Xu Pingan, surprisingly, it didn't shatter. Not only that, but instead a passageway cast in blazing light appeared. Only that passageway was seen, emanating the aura of the great Tao. Countless runes were being generated and worn out. Chaotic aura filled the air, and the two chi of yin and yang flowed continuously in between. The crowd felt their souls being drawn in simply by gazing. As if in it, there is a fatal temptation. I want to become immortal. I want to. Hera's eyes were a little dull, and she actually took a step towards the passage. Even Class fell into a trance, his eyes filled with longing. Wake up! Right at this moment, Xu Pingan suddenly let out a soft cry. Bent in time, the confused look on the two men's faces finally disappeared and they finally came to their senses. What's going on here? Hera looked at the fact that she had arrived in front of that passageway and stepped back in horror. It's the aura emanating from this road that has the power to compel people. Crusher's strength, naturally stronger than Hera's, instantly understood the strangeness of it. Sure, only, what surprised Class even more was Pingan Su. What realm have you reached now? How dare you blast open the path to immortality? Does that mean you've already reached that realm? Crusher's eyes widened as he looked at Xu Pingan dead in the face. He had fought with Xu Pingan before though, The other party, however, had obviously not used their full strength. Therefore, he was not allowed to know Xu Pingan's true strength. In his opinion, although Xu Pingan was strong, it was impossible for him to have taken that step. Since he had been imprisoned, he had only known his father, who had blasted open the path to immortality. And, after all these years, the path to immortality will only become more difficult to open. But now, Xu Pingan had done it so easily. It was unbelievable to him. Hera also looked at the man in front of her with surprise on her face. If anything, she just knew the man was strong at first, but now it seemed to realize that the other party had become more than just strong. Rather, they are fully capable of becoming immortal. This could simply be said to have reached the pinnacle of all cultivators. I'm going to go in and explore. As for blasting open this path to immortality, Xu Pingan was unimpressed. It's not like this is the first time he's done it. After all, one could even say that one is very lighthearted. Go in? Crusher felt as if he had heard something heavenly. Though you are strong, but this road to immortality is not something to be entered lightly. I've seen me take a cheap old man and blast my way to immortality, and yet, he doesn't even dare to break in. According to him, there are great terrors inside, and if one goes in easily, then even a powerful man like him, and die in it too. He recalled the image of his cheap old man at the time and couldn't help but advise. Don't worry, I am not like your father. Xu Pingan, however, looked as normal and even said with a hint of excitement, moreover, I can feel that this path is indeed different from the path to immortality I've seen in the past. You've been in the road to immortality before? The whole face of class, who heard this, froze in his tracks. That's right, it's just that even the road to immortality doesn't go to the immortal realm at all. Xu Pingan had entered and exited the immortal realm 7 times without finding the entrance to the immortal realm. There was no one in the world who had a more authoritative voice on the path to immortality than he did. Crusher was so numb that he didn't want to talk. Where the hell is this pervert coming from? The road to immortality has been traveled, and still come back alive and unharmed. Isn't that even scarier than his old man? And it's still so many years later in the world. The difficulty of breaking open the path to immortality was far more difficult than his father had been at the time. Crusher tried to say something, but couldn't hold a word in half a dozen times. He didn't realize how many years he'd been locked up. I can't believe that as soon as I came out, I met this kind of guy. Alright, I'm going to take a look at the road to immortality. Say it. Xu Pingan actually took a step out and was about to enter that road to immortality. Can we go over it together? At that moment, Hera, however, couldn't help but ask in a ghostly voice. The lure of the road to immortality was just too great. If one can really become immortal, what's the point of staying in the world? However, it was after saying it that Hera regretted it. A powerhouse of this level would be in danger even entering the road to immortality. How could they still take themselves in? If you guys aren't afraid to die, you can follow me. Xu Pingan didn't refuse anymore. He had been in the road to immortality too many times. There was no danger to him at all. Of course, it had been a long time since anyone in this world could get him hurt. If those old guys from the Tianyuan continent, knowing that Xu Pingan could so easily agree to take people to the road to immortality, it was estimated that each one of them would have to pound their chests in anger, knowing that they would have to find a relationship with each other, begging the great emperor to take himself to the path to immortality now. And Hera, who had received an affirmative answer, hesitated for just a moment before choosing to believe in Xu Pingan, stood behind him. If the other party wanted to kill himself, I'm afraid he would have died a long time ago, and he wouldn't have kept himself until now. So almost without thinking about it, don't want to miss this opportunity. Seeing this, Cress immediately clenched his teeth and said, Old me doesn't have a few years to live. It's good to get a rise out of you. Strike that. He also hurriedly followed behind Xu Pingan. The latter, on the other hand, immediately took a step and stepped into this so-called path to immortality. Chapter 146, Lake of Reincarnation. Divine Pool. Flying Fairy Falls. The road to immortality is very long. It runs through space and is hazy, and when you walk in the middle of it, like crossing a river of time, from time to time, stars flashed and the Milky Way swirled in a bewildering and disconcerting sight. This road to immortality, it doesn't seem too scary? Class couldn't help but ask as he looked around curiously. Only, his words fell. At once, a fire, from far and near, appeared before them. It was a golden crow made of energy that swooped towards them, though it's not a real golden crow, but the aura emanating from his body was no different from the golden crow, especially the terrifying flames, as if it were a sun, smashing towards them. The space avenues were on this path, and all of them underwent great destruction. Is this a real sun? This flame is even fiercer than that sun god. 1 second Cress, who didn't think it was dangerous enough, was full of panic the next. This was because he realized that the energy wrapped in this golden crow was already comparable to a true divine king's attack. Buzz! But the next moment, this golden crow, all of a sudden, was directly exploded by 8 fingerprints. It was Xu Pingan who made the move. This is only the preliminary stage of the road to immortality. There will be all sorts of spirit Rue beasts attacking. He very gently led the crowd toward the front. However, many hours. Sure enough, there were other beasts attacking. It's the true phoenix. However, Xu Pingan was prepared and directly suppressed it with a single finger. Of course, this is just the appetizer. Next, Karen, Xuanwu, White Tiger and other ancient divine beasts continued to attack. Until finally, even the true dragons appeared. But that's not even the scariest part. Until the end, all of these divine beasts manifested and struck out together. If it wasn't for the presence of Pingan Su, both Hera and Crusher had been scared out of their wits. The moment, he finally knew why his old man didn't dare to take this path to immortality. This is not becoming immortal. It is simply purgatory. Where is this letting people become immortal? It's simply letting people go to hell. Hera couldn't help but sputter. Only, this side just finished spitting. Hide well. Next, it's time to encounter the flying fairy falls. Xu Pingan suddenly opened his mouth to remind. Sure enough, the next moment, above the road, suddenly a waterfall descended from the void. A rain of light danced and a divine haze filled the sky, like all the immortals descending into the world. Again, if multiple people feather their nests, it's too magnificent. Only moments before the waterfall approached the crowd, an intense tearing force appeared around the body. Flying fairy falls. It looks like flying immortal, but there is a horrible spatial power that it can tear apart a person's flesh and soul and send them through to another part of the world at random. That's even if it's a quasi-emperor. Facing this flying immortal waterfall, there's nothing to do but dodge. If not, having your body as well as your divine soul split is also an extreme headache. Xu Pingan finished. Hera and Crusher rushed to stay close behind him. Only, next moment, within Xu Pingan's body, an identical waterfall suddenly rushed out. It directly collided with that head of waterfall. All of a sudden, immortal light flew and light feathers filled the sky. However, that flying fairy falls was assimilated after all. It was swallowed up by the saying that rushed out from within Xu Pingan's body and melted into one. How do you have a waterfall like that too? Clueless looked at Xu Pingan as if he had seen a ghost. It was nice to see him, so I refined one to keep for my own use. Xu Pingan spoke faintly. Only, Hera and Crux were as if they were listening to heavenly tales. A divine object of this level can be captured and refined by you. This is not the road to immortality. This is your home, right? Sure. Not waiting for him to spit in time. Next, above the road, a lake stopped them. Where there's a bridge. Hera suddenly pointed to a bridge that appeared in the center of the lake. This lake is the Lake of Reincarnation. That bridge is the Bridge of Nay. If you walk across that bridge, then you will also completely lose your consciousness and become a puppet of this lake. Xu Pingan's voice faintly sounded. Only the moment his words fell, there was a sudden riot from the bottom of the lake. A figure emerged from the bottom of the lake, and then stared at them with a deadly stare. Wait, that's the god of the underworld, Hades. Just then, Clus suddenly ghostly pointed at a silhouette on the surface of the lake. Some years ago, it was rumored that he forced his way into immortality and finally disappeared completely. Wait, that's not the divine ancestor of the heavenly god clan. It was rumored by the 10,000 clans before that he stepped into the immortal realm. But, I can't believe it's only here? This is the terror of the Lake of Reincarnation. If one is inadvertently struck, it would be difficult for even a quasi-emperor to escape. Xu Pingan opened his mouth to explain. And then, only one step was seen as he stepped out. A terrifying golden blood chi directly surfaced. Terrifyingly, that powerful blood chi had directly and equally transformed into an ocean. Xu Pingan took one step. Lake Reincarnation then takes a step back. Reincarnation does not ferry powerful beings. As long as your blood chi is big enough, then this Lake of Reincarnation, it won't be able to reincarnate you. Xu Pingan explained while directly crossing this lake. Cress and Hera, who were on the sidelines, were simply dumbfounded. There's still this way to cross the river? Moreover, the Lake of Reincarnation where even the paramount emperors can be controlled. You're saying that a strong bloodline can resist? This is something only your blood can resist, right? The two looked at Xu Pingan's powerful golden sea of blood and couldn't help but be amazed. And then they hurriedly followed. After crossing this lake, soon the line of three encountered another lake of pools. On either side of the line, the pool had two crystal clear colors as well as plus an odd transparent fusion formation. Bubbles continued to rise from the pool, splashing its water over the road. This pool of water, isn't it wrong too? After seeing the horrible roar in front of her, Hera subconsciously asked in advance. Xu Pingan nodded. That's right, This object is the divine soul pool. The water of the pool melts the soul. The colors you see in it are the souls of others fused in it. Clueless glanced at Pingan Su and said, "Did that pool of water fail to melt you?" Xu Pingan shook his head. "Ha? Even your divine soul can be melted?" Hera said with some surprise. This way, Xu Pingan was a strong pass. The concept of invincibility had long been molded in her mind. It was a little hard for her to accept for a moment. "No." Xu Pingan, however, shook his head. "It's not that it can melt me. Rather, it doesn't dare to touch me at all." Just to see him finish, Xu Pingan headed towards the divine soul pool. Just see the moment he gets to which road. Which divine soul pool was as if it had seen a ghost, and it directly shrunk all the way back. "Why are they so afraid of you? Did you do anything about it?" Class couldn't help but ask curiously at the sight. "Didn't do anything either. It was when I first came here that I thought this item was good for exercising the divine soul. Just straight up took a bath in it. And of course the divine soul did grow. Only, the pool has shrunk by half." Chapter 147 End of the Immortal Road. Creatures Beyond the Tao. The pool has shrunk by half? Hera and Crux had odd looks all over their faces. No wonder. This divine object on the road to immortality is strong enough to threaten an immortal level powerhouse. "I can't believe I'm actively avoiding you when I see you. How horrible are you?" Further on is the end. Xu Pingan looked ahead and led the duo along. "Phew. Is there no danger then?" Hera let out a long breath, somewhat grateful to be alive. "No," Xu Pingan said. "Ha? It's dangerous even at the end?" Hera shrank behind Xu Pingan with some fear. "The closer we get to the end, the more dangerous it gets." Of course, the original path to immortality was not dangerous. Xu Pingan explained. "The path to immortality. The path to immortality. It is originally just a path to ascend to the immortal realm. It's not a thunderbolt. The reason why it's gotten to the point where it's become what it is today. All of them have encountered a mutation in the immortal realm. The crises we've encountered on these roads are, in fact, accurately, it doesn't stem from the dangers of the immortal path, but from those who fell on the path to immortality. Flying immortal falls or lake of reincarnation. The pool of divine souls are all, after their deaths, the crisis made by the unbroken resentment." Crusher frowned. "Since they died here, that means that the real danger of the road to immortality is not these? Rather, it's the end you're talking about?" Xu Pingan, "The immortal realm is not there for people to ascend to. The so-called end of the. It has also become the most dangerous forbidden zone, where there are raging space storms, time turbulence, and bizarre extradoctrinal creatures." Extradoctrinal creatures? Crusher was a little puzzled. "Not within the rules of the way. Possesses great strength. Most importantly, conventional means can only destroy it, not kill it," Xu Pingan said while the three of them were already approaching the end of the road. At the moment the road under his feet had become a winding section pointing towards the sky. "Look up." A halo of seven-colored glazed light, like a burning cloud, was very bright in the sky. Even at this moment in which piece of light color, far away, can just feel which emanates out of the breath. It's an indescribable feeling. Under this breath, both the soul and the cells seem to be baptized. The levels of life all seem to be rising. Klaus, in particular, could clearly feel which originally had no more life expectancy. All seemed to get extended. Only, just when he wanted to go forward excitedly, he realized something was wrong. The road to immortality that went to the realm over there was shrouded in a thick fog that was black as ink. Even Class had trouble seeing through the black mist. Yet, the strangeness of this black mist could be clearly felt. It seemed to contain something horrible. "Is this where you say the creatures outside the Tao exist?" Crusher couldn't help but ask. "That's right." As Xu Pingan spoke, he stepped towards this thick fog without any hesitation. Crixus and Hera, though biologically instinctively didn't want to go near this black mist, but right now they're going back alone. And there's no way they're going to make it, either. Had to follow hard. The three of them just stepped into this black fog. It became apparent that the space had changed. It was as if 1 second they were on the road to immortality. The next second, it was in the middle of a void of space. There was only a void of pitch blackness. Reach for the sky. All of the divine abilities seemed to have failed. Hera summoned divine fire and wanted to shine, only to realize that it would be futile. Here, it can even feel like time has stopped. All more than just stopping. To be precise, Hera seemed to feel like she was seeing into the past. His infant self, who came to Olympus and was called Sinblood, endeavored by himself to cultivate the finally prove yourself. Just as Hera was soaking it all in, a flash of light suddenly ripped through everything she said she saw. A voice rang out immediately afterward. "Don't want to indulge in the past. Otherwise you'll be carried into the past by the turbulence of time and never come back." When Xu Pingan's voice, only to see him upon his arrival, Hera's surroundings were lit up. and even the flames couldn't dispel the darkness of the night, and because of Xu Pingan's appearance, and there was a change. At this moment, he was like a bright moon in the middle of the dark night, shining brightly. Follow it well. At this time, Klu's voice, too, had sounded, and he followed closely behind Xu Pingan's. Remind Hera. Apparently, he had just suffered a big loss as well. If Xu Pingan hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid that they would have all been carried away by the time turbulence. It's so weird here. It's not just the attacks you see with the naked eye anymore. Rather, it's God's way of making you disappear. With the protection of Pingan Su, the three of them were also finally converging without any danger, ready to get through this dark place of nothingness. However, just a few moments later, they're coming. Xu Pingan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Hera and Crusher looked at each other at once. Is it the extra-doctrinal creatures you speak of? What do they look like? Hera surveyed the surroundings that were illuminated by Xu Pingan. However, he had just finished this question. Roar! An eerie roar came. Hera and Crux couldn't help but cover their ears at once. This is a divine soul attack. Covering your ears is useless. Xu Pingan opened his mouth and suddenly let out a chorus. Ja! At that instant, a powerful energy fluctuation spread out from around his body. It turned into a ripple, shattering away all the fluctuations generated by the other party's roar. Neza, as the first voice in heaven and earth, it contains the supreme divine power of the heavenly Tao. Legend has it that it was even the first sound of Pangu's roar that suppressed various gods and demons that opened up the heavens and the earth. Xu Pingan had accidentally obtained the inheritance about this word. The means used to deal with divine soul attacks had extremely powerful effects. Under Xu Pingan's light drink, Crusher and Hera finally slowed down. Only at the same time, dozens of bizarre-looking creatures appeared all at once around It also appeared in front of the crowd. The body is scaly and has no arms or legs, although it possesses 4 limbs. Only different kinds of animals repel it. Some monsters are born with wings, while others are full of claws and there are even 5 senses that grow on top of the limbs. They are about the size of humans, but their faces are foggy and muddy. Makes it hard to see. This is a creature outside the way? Class looked at the creatures with some fear in his eyes. In them, he sensed, on biological instinct, a hint of something wrong. Unusual attacks that utilize spiritual power or then rule avenues are useless against them. Xu Pingan said while charging directly towards them. Only with pure attacks only then can they be repelled. Only the next moment. Boom! A whale erupted from the foggy space. Only a creature outside the Tao was seen. Struck by Xu Pingan. Chapter 148, The Immortal Path Meets the Stone Tablet. The Uncatchable World. Immortal World? Xu Pingan's attack. Hera and Carice, who were present, were well aware of how strong it was, but that's exactly what happened. The extra-dimensional creature had actually resisted Xu Pingan's punch. Sure, the extra-doctrinal creatures aren't really resistant either. Only half of the creature's torso was seen to have been completely blown apart. But, the creature did not utter any screams of pain. Instead, he directly used his life to gamble and launched a counterattack against Xu Pingan. The other party's attack, likewise wrapped in an incomparably terrifying might, seemed to carry a world of. It smashed toward Xu Pingan. Only, Xu Pingan seemed to have anticipated it. Using only the purest physical strength, a finger was pointed out, condensing all kinds of light it was like a silver divine spear. Indestructible. Stabbing at the creatures outside the Tao. Dang! There was a loud sound from the sky and the earth, and this black mist, which was so thick that it was extreme, was dispersed at this moment. A gaping hole appeared, allowing the sun, moon and stars to spill down. In the end, the creatures outside the Tao were not to be defeated. The other side of his body was also completely blown apart. Only, surprisingly, just a few seconds, the bodies of the creatures outside the Tao were restored as before. And it's as if there's nothing to lose. And just in that little bit of time, the other creatures outside the Tao also attacked towards doing peace. Their powerful attack caused this black fog to tremble. Time and space were released to be disrupted by their attacks. Xu Pingan, however, was like an undefeated god of war. Keep striking out between them. The powerful force, with every attack, would cause the creatures outside the Tao to suffer heavy blows. Only, they can't fight at all. Every time it is broken, it comes back to life again. Seems endless. However, it wasn't the first time Xu Pingan had come here after all. Just a few exchanges later, Xu Pingan threw a punch. The powerful force directly blasted the entire black mist apart briefly, revealing the original path to immortality. And all of these creatures outside the Tao were shattered at this moment. Hera and Crux were shocked at the sight. Just how powerful was this Xu Pingan? This bizarre black mist, under whose black mist all faltered. Even that immortal, extra-doctrinal creature, comparable to the immortal realm. Together, They were no match for him. Is this guy really not immortal? Powerful and simply not mortal. Go! And that was when Xu Pingan led them to leave the area immediately. And they just left. That black fog just enveloped the path to immortality. Those extra-doctrinal creatures that had been blasted to pieces had recovered and gained a foothold on the edge of the black fog. The faces were expressionless as they watched them, watching Hera's heart flutter. What kind of creatures are these? Why are they so powerful? And undead and indestructible. It's like, Xu Pingan picked up, immortal, just like an immortal, isn't it? Hera nodded, but then shook her head. But they can't seem to leave the black mist, nor do they have the means of the legendary immortals. It's an odd creature. Crusher looked at Pingan Su and said, don't you have the means to destroy them as well? Maybe there is. Maybe not. Xu Pingan smiled. I can only defeat it. If I want to kill it completely, to utilize other means would require me to try. But I have no intention of doing so. In fact, I quite like playing with them. They're a good bunch to practice with. Breathlessness filled the faces of Hera and Crux. The scourge that other immortal realm powerhouses have avoided has become a toy when it comes to you. It was estimated that those powerful people would probably be infuriated when they heard about this. Go away. It's odd on them, but I can't see why. They're like a bunch of dead things that there's no point in doing any research. Xu Pingan had naturally studied them for the sake of immortality. Only, he gave up, whether it's the black mist, or that group of creatures outside the path. It's a bunch of lifeless beings any way you study it. Xu Pingan didn't gain anything from them. Instead of studying them, we should study the system. But for a moment, Xu Pingan led a few people to the end of the immortal road. Raise your hand. And there is the world of 7 colors. Hera glanced at Xu Pingan, wanting to touch, but resisted the urge. Inquired, is it dangerous? Xu Pingan shook his head, excited by the reply. Hera raised her hand instantly. Only, in the next moment, the hand went straight through that 7-colored world. It was like going through a space. The arm was still his own arm. As if he hadn't grabbed anything. The 7-colored world still exists in place. What's going on? Hera looked at the world that was as far as the eye could see, but couldn't even touch it, and was a little puzzled. This world, which seems to exist, but does not, he seems to be absent from this space, much less in this time and space. Xu Pingan faintly said, he's like a world that can be seen, but doesn't exist. Can't even you reach that world? Crusher couldn't help but ask. They may not explore the mysteries of this world, but Xu Pingan was different. They knew exactly how strong this guy was. Pingan Su replied, it's also very simple. Directly probing his hand, he grabbed towards that world, just the moment he reached out. Just when this was about to be his Hera, to penetrate this world. Xu Pingan's /T large hand, suddenly bloomed with infinite light, illuminating the entire world. It's even across countless spaces. Surprisingly, it touched the 7-colored world, and in an instant, the 7-colored world was trembling and the time was to vanish into the river of time. Xu Pingan's other hand probed out as if it had rushed out of the river of time and yanked it. The eyes of both Hera and Crusher were suddenly huge. Did he really catch you? If this is the immortal world, wouldn't that make them all alternatively immortal? Just as they, all of them, seem to be about to have this beautiful dream, this 7-colored world. However, bizarrely turned into a bubble and disappeared into Xu Pingan's hands. It's like it doesn't even exist. How did this disappear? Hera opened her mouth in surprise. Haven't you already caught it? Class said with some incomprehension. If I knew that, I wouldn't be so familiar with this path to immortality. Xu Pingan was somewhat helpless. He came 7 times on the road to immortality. It wasn't the danger here that trapped him and made him retreat. Rather, that immortal world is simply as it is seen. A mere shadow. It's like it doesn't even exist. The key to not being able to become an immortal did not lie in Xu Pingan's strength. Rather, it's the immortal world. Whether it truly exists at the end of this road. Both Hera and Crux were speechless. At this moment, they finally felt Xu Pingan's helplessness. Obviously already strong enough to fear nothing. But he was trapped in the lower realm. Unable to ascend. It can be really maddening. Just then, the other way? Class opened his mouth in sudden surprise. Just see the end of this originally only one road. Surprisingly, at some point, another path appeared, not pointing to the 7-colored world. Instead, it's a different time and space. There's a monolith there. Hera, too, had discovered the road, and, pointing to a stone tablet in the path, somewhat curious, he said, wait, that stone tablet seems to be exactly the same as the one from the Thousand Feathers clan. Chapter 149, Corrupted Ancient City of the Immortal World? Stones? Crusher looked toward that way, only to see that a stone monument had indeed appeared above the other path. However, The monolith was stuck upside down in the road, as if it had been thrown here. Xu Pingan led the two of them to step onto a different path and arrived in front of the stone monument. It's the same as that monolith from the Thousand Feathers clan. Hera scrutinized the monolith, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. Just above the stone tablet, there were 3 words engraved. It's exactly the same as that stone tablet from the Thousand Feathers clan. Road to Immortality. Cleese murmured the words, but was filled with curiosity. The Thousand Feathers clan and this monolith. Is there a connection? When I passed through the road to immortality before, there was no such monolith, nor was there this road. Xu Pingan opened his mouth, apparently also somewhat surprised. Doesn't that mean that the Thousand Feathers clan really has such a path to immortality? Hera, who sniffed, was a little curious. Could it be that the Thousand Feathers clan has raised their clan to become immortals because of this path? Cress was even bolder in his speculation. Hera associated it with the situation outside and couldn't help but say, then the corpses outside the road to immortality. After all, it's the path to immortality. Who wouldn't want to have that path? There's a chance that word might get out. They came to grab it and were cut down outside by the Thousand Feathers clan. Class looked at the monolith and came to this conclusion. Looking at the appearance of this stone monument being smashed, it was not difficult to imagine that a shocking battle had erupted in the beginning. Just go and see. Xu Pingan was so bold that he was naturally fearless at all, and walked directly towards the end of this path. On the road, the group was extremely fast. Rather than speeding up, the ride was quiet to a fault. Although this path is the same as the previous path to immortality, but it seems a lot safer than before. Hera looked around curiously. If the Thousand Feathers clan raises their clan to become immortals, then this path, naturally, removes all crises. Class strolled along the road to immortality and really didn't seem to feel any danger. Has history ever lifted a clan to ascend? Hera asked, feeling a little curious. No, of course, there is. I might not know. Crusher shook his head, but the path to immortality in front of him was too safe compared to before. So safe that one wonders if the entire Thousand Feathers clan and all boarded this road. And it's not just empty blood. Think for a moment. That Thousand Feathers galaxy. Is it true that you have not seen the bodies of the Thousand Feathers? Crusher asked curiously. It really doesn't seem like we've seen their bodies. Hera recalled her previous memories and couldn't help but say, if the Thousand Feathers clan is destroyed, there shouldn't be no corpses left behind, not to mention all the corpses of the outcasts. The two men so combined, all at once, their eyes were filled with surprise. It makes the previous point of lifting the clan to become immortal. Once again, immediately afterward, the duo's eyes were filled with surprise. If you ascend this path, you can truly become immortal. Does that mean they can become immortal too? The duo followed behind Xu Pingan with hope. Anyway, as long as Xu Pingan was there is no fear even if there are dangers on this road. If we can really find the immortal world on this path, then they hadn't risked their lives on this trip in vain. The road was long, though, and on the way, all kinds of streams of light flew about, and time and space were all in disarray. But fortunately, following behind Xu Pingan, all of this was no longer worth mentioning. Not much time passed. The end of this road came into view. Look, there's a 7-colored world somewhere too. Hera pointed to the end of the road with some delight. Fruity, at the end of this path, with the same 7-colored halo of light as before. It was as if a world existed inside, like the immortal world. Xu Pingan led the 3 of them towards that halo of light immediately. Not much longer. The 3 of them arrived in front of the 7-colored halo. Hera glanced at Xu Pingan, and after receiving Xu Pingan's consent, once again, he reached out toward the 7-colored world. And this time, the 7-colored halo emitted a ripple like water. Hera's hand actually went right through. She glanced excitedly at Pingan, Xu and Kless. I seem to have passed. Does going over make you immortal? Clueless and Xu Pingan immediately took a step out, also heading towards the 7-colored halo. At once a ripple spread out above the 7-colored halo. The silhouettes of the 3 of them, also in a flash, disappeared from the spot. When the vision was clear again, Hera and Crux had frozen. This is the immortal world? No, it shouldn't be. Disbelief was written all over the faces of the 2 men. The reason why? Rather, this side of the world was too far from what they had imagined. The first thing that comes into view is a barren edge of the universe. There are no intact planets here. All that floats in the universe is broken walls. The entire universe? Pitch black, with only a few crippled stars emitting a faint luminescence. Look, what's that? And that's when only a dilapidated city was seen floating in the middle of the universe. The city was very huge, comparable to an Earth that had yet to recover its aura. Only, at the moment, it floated in the middle of the universe, desolate and dilapidated. Check it out. Xu Pingan led the 2 of them towards that city. After they stepped into the city, only a broken plaque appeared in front of them. Thousand Feathers City. It's Thousand Feathers City? Hera and Crusher let out a gasp. Did they really raise their clan to this place? That is to say, this is really the immortal world? Xu Pingan, however, frowned and walked towards where the city was. Inside the city they saw basically the same thing overhead. The whole city. It was filled with desolation. However, there are traces of life stored on it. But the weird thing was that there was no half a person. Empty streets. Only the sound of the wind. The sound of whistling. An odor of decay also filled the nostrils. This city. It's been deserted for too long. What happened here? And where did the flying feathers go? Hera couldn't help but ask in confusion as she strolled through the quirky city. The feathered clan outside is deserted. Now even the Feiyu clan here is deserted. Are they? Class was not optimistic at the moment, and had a bad feeling in his heart. Folding space? Xu Pingan's voice attracted the duo's attention, and they came together in front of Xu Pingan. It was a huge square, the size of a continent's distance from Earth. The ground is covered with huge lapis lazuli bricks, without too many perceived traces of trampling. There is only the decay left by age. The three floated in the air to get a panoramic view. Only, except for Xu Pingan, Hera and Crusher couldn't even see that there was folded space in this square. This means of folding space is brilliant. Xu Pingan lifted his finger, and a rune that was radiant to the extreme blossomed into a strong light at his fingertip. Then, pointing towards the top of the square, Chapter 150, Imperial Corpse, another sacrificial cauldron. Benton time. The square, which was originally empty of everything, suddenly boiled over. Countless runes suddenly lit up, and a rule force was intertwining. However, under Xu Pingan's single finger, all of this was like a mirror, directly shattered, and the originally empty square finally appeared in his original form. Only, at the sight of this scene Hera and Cress, but the eyes are dead huge. As if I'd seen a ghost. It's not just them. Even Xu Pingan couldn't help but frown, because the scene that appeared was too unbelievable. Just see this huge square. Surprisingly, piled up like mountains of bones. The white bones were so tired that it was impossible to tell how many years they had been in the ground. Some of the bones, after being exposed, even weathered directly and turned into powder. What's with all the bones? Hera's shocked eyes were flustered at the moment. This tired white bones. Not many know how many corpses already. And, at the very least, it should be counted in billions. The most horrible thing is not to count in billions, but to have all these corpses. I can feel it. All of them are cultivator powerhouses. So many powerful people. All died here. Crusher flew towards the white bones and looked at them in front of him, his eyes heavy to the core. A few moments later, he directly exclaimed out in shock. These corpses and bones. It seems like they are all from the Thousand Feathers clan. Their arms, born with wing bones and full of feathers, right up to 1,000. Hence the name Thousand Feathers clan. All of the Thousand Feathers? Hera was surprised near speechless. Doesn't that mean that the clan members of the Thousand Feathers clan, all died here? How come? Isn't this the immortal world? She looked a little scared and hurriedly moved closer to Xu Pingan. A creepy feeling rose even more from the back. If Xu Pingan wasn't here, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to stay here for a second. There's something weird going on here. Xu Pingan arrived at the bottom of the corpse bones. His eyes bloomed with divine light, only to see that above the ground, there was actually a stream of bizarre field runes inscribed. He kept flying along the vein. In a moment, however, it flew out of the city. And this vein is surprisingly dense throughout this entire world. Xu Pingan here returned to the Thousand Feathers city and came to the bones of the corpse. Crassus and Hera, hastening to his side, couldn't help but ask, find anything? This world is not right. A field has been set up. Xu Pingan was in the midst of the corpses and bones, constantly wandering. What field? Crusher asked in a huff. It's not clear, but judging by the size of it, it looks like some kind of sacrifice. Xu Pingan's eyes also revealed a rare gaze. The field piece. If it's a setup technique he doesn't even recognize, that's definitely a big deal. Sacrifice? Sacrifice to what? Hera couldn't help but ask as well. Find the altar and see. Might know something. Unconsciously, Xu Pingan arrived at an area with the least number of corpses and bones. Xu Pingan blew out in one breath. The bones of the corpses lying on the ground were all blown to dust at once. And above ground, a large cauldron also appeared in a heck of a lot. Tripod. Hera and Crixus looked at the strangely shaped cauldron, and at once, in their eyes, the release felt something. Xu Pingan arrived in front of the grand cauldron. It was a tripod no smaller than the palace of Zeus in Mount Olympus. The tripod has a very special texture, but at the moment, it's lost some kind of divinity. It has lost its proper effect. Xu Pingan glanced inside the tripod. Sure enough, it was empty inside. The sacrifices are gone. Xu Pingan's brows furrowed deeply. At this moment, even he was unable to deduce what the other party had actually done. But he could feel it. The other party's field arrangement means was something that was not weak at all. Is this still the immortal world? Why it feels like hell. Krusty was also feeling great terror at the moment. These countless white bones of the Thousand Feathers clan. And this sacrificial offering. It was hard not to think that someone had pitted the Thousand Feathers clan and used their entire clan as a sacrifice. Just, sacrifice to whom? And who sacrificed it? Most importantly, will the man of sacrifice still be here? Just then, Hera let out a sudden gasp, only to see that her ankle, at some point, was actually caught by a white bone palm, in a death grip. She cried out in alarm and flew to free herself. Only, the white bone lacked a death grip on her, and she couldn't fly at all. Seeing this, Crux rushed out and kicked at White Bone, only that White Bone was surprisingly hard. One must know that although he appeared weak in front of Xu Pingan, but he's an actual god of power, known for its power, but now he couldn't even blast this White Bone? He was a little annoyed. Here, he struck out with a direct punch to shatter the white bones of that arm. Only, that white bone was hard to the core. Even with his full strength, he couldn't even manage to leave a mark on it. What the hell is this bone? Dumbfounded dismay filled Crux's face. Realized that the other party is merely a white bone. It's so hard? Just then, White Bone gave up on Hera. Turning toward class, he grabbed at him. Seeing this, he fled in a hurry. This is so weird. A corpse that even he couldn't blast to pieces. This thing was clearly not something he could mess with. It was a good thing that Xu Pingan had finally stepped in. Only a golden light flashed. Xu Pingan transformed his palm into a sword. Fast to the extreme. As if he was the first wisp of a shocking shadow between heaven and earth. That impenetrable white bone. The moment, it's finally broken. Class was finally relieved to see this. Only, next moment, the shattered white bones, surprisingly, directly reorganized. Asterisk. It's all turned into white bones and still has a heavy foot? Crusher couldn't help but crack up. Only, next moment, even weirder appearances. Having reorganized the white bone, it was surprising that the winged bone in the arm, instead of striking the, surprisingly, it made a sound, and after, in the midst of this white bone, suddenly it wobbled, and then a bone block that looked like white jade kept rushing out from among the bones of the corpses. In that arm bones connected together, just moments before the final skulls converge. A powerful aura burst out at once. You guys deserve to die. You are damned. Lying to my people. I want you all to die. The roar of fury unexpectedly and bizarrely rushed out from the white bones. During its roar, countless runes were surfacing, and under its feet, it was trampling on the heaven and earth avenue. Countless immortal lights that flew around him. True dragons, true phoenixes, Xuanwu, and the many Rui beasts were even transformed into shadows, surrounding a white bone. The aura was too extraordinary. The moment, both Crux and Hera couldn't help but fall to their knees in worship. Surprisingly, it's an emperor corpse. Right at this moment, Xu Pingan's voice, leisurely rang out. Chapter 151 Great Emperor Battle. An emperor's corpse? Are you saying, he's the corpse of a person who has become an immortal? As the son of Zeus, Crux naturally knew about this level of powerhouse. Aha! Xu Pingan calmly looked at the corpse. His eyes were measuring. The emperor of the Tianyuan continent was not visible. Therefore, it was only natural that Xu Pingan had never seen a strong person of the same realm. The two unknown doppelgangers from before had strength comparable to the emperor realm though. However, it was not a true emperor realm, and its state was very odd. Of course, even in the Tianyuan continent, after Xu Pingan became an emperor, long ago, he had put his imperial Dao above the heavenly Dao. It won't affect other people becoming emperors, but still, no one was able to cultivate into an emperor. So, this other person, this corpse, is considered to be the person of the same realm that he really encountered. Of course the other side is not human. But, isn't he dead? How can you still move? Hera hid behind Pingan Su, only daring to poke her head out to watch. The pressure emanating from the opponent's body was too great. If Xu Pingan hadn't blocked in front of him, this aura alone would have been enough to strangle him. He is in a state between death and life. Xu Pingan's eyes flashed with a divine light as he observed the other party's demeanor. A hint of doubt showing in his eyes. Between life and death? What does that mean? Crusher also hurriedly came behind Xu Pingan and looked at the other party vigilantly. The body dies, but the grudge holds him strong. Xu Pingan, who was also an Emperor Realm powerhouse, quickly discovered the secret of the other party's body. Crusher was clearly a bit confused. An Emperor Realm powerhouse is supposed to be an absolute powerhouse that rarely comes out in 10,000 years. The life force is no longer speculative according to common sense. Being in this realm, Xu Pingan realized the subtleties of this realm. I hate it. I hate it. Only this white bone was seen to let out a roaring sound of pain. Immediately afterward, his outstretched white bone hand slapped directly toward Xu Pingan. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Xu Pingan's mouth. This was the first time that an Emperor Realm powerhouse, on their own initiative, had struck out with him. Although it was said that in the Tianyuan continent there was the Dark Forbidden Zone, there was also the Supreme Being who had cut himself with a sword. But that wasn't a perfect Emperor Realm powerhouse anymore after all. It was not at all on the same level as the Emperor corpse in this odd state before him. The moment Xu Pingan returned the color, boom! Xu Pingan's fist blasted out like a dragon roaring between heaven and earth. A green-colored true dragon rushing out of the huge and mighty, the massive body coiled around the universe, rushing towards the white bones of the Emperor's corpse in front of him. In an instant, the attacks of the two clashed together, erupting into the most terrifying energy storm of all time. The entire so-called Immortal World universe was trembling. Ah! White Bone roared, trying to block Xu Pingan's attack. It was just too misjudged that Xu Pingan was not the weakling he expected, but instead pounced like a flooding beast. The heavens and the earth were swollen, and Herat and Carice-colored. Xu Pingan was too strong for just one strike. The White Bone Emperor corpse then flew out horizontally, his chest bones broken, and his arm even exploded in the sky and earth. Moreover, his brow was also grazed by Xu Pingan's attack, shattering his frontal bone. The bones were even overflowing with the fire of the Yuan spirit. This is the source of his immortality. Boom! This heaven and earth shook. The starry realm trembled chaotically. And just now, it was only Xu Pingan's counterattack. And now, it was his turn to strike. He crossed the sky like a star, swift and fierce. And when he raised his hand, the wind and clouds changed, and the color of the universe changed, only to see his right hand transformed into a palm blade, directly slashing down immediately, going forward. Even directly cutting through the universe, splitting the body of the White Bone Emperor corpse almost to pieces. It erupted into a large bone-cracking fragment. Yifan's left hand slapped out horizontally, transforming into a divine aura that shone on the White Bone Emperor corpse's Yuanshan, to waste his Yuanshan and completely turn it into ashes. At the same time, he stepped forward, and with each fall, 1,000 small worlds opened up. They collided and exploded together. Chaos exploded. Immortal light flashed. And nothing in the world could be more radiant than this. This was Xu Pingan's real shot. During these 10 million years, the outburst of what was known as the strongest great emperor's blade in the Tianyuan continent, the White Bone Emperor corpse, apparently, had not expected that he had struck out just once. Then he suffered a heavy blow, and even though he possessed an emperor body, he was still beaten to the point where his corpse was broken. So strong. This fellow, how is it that every time he strikes, it's mind-blowing, simply strong without boundaries. Seeing this scene, Herat and Crusher, for Xu Pingan's mighty, simply another / new perception. Even if it was a powerhouse of the same Emperor realm, I'm afraid that in its hands, it would be hard to escape being beaten up, but it had to be said that the Emperor's corpse was too terrifying, possessing unparalleled restorative power. The pierced sternum as well as the shattered frontal bone would actually heal automatically with immortal light. You're that guy. You're that guy. You're the one who lied to me. You're the one who lied to me. All buried here. White Bone roared like a madman, not the least bit afraid, even though his whole body was shattered. And, surprisingly, he took the initiative here. Who deceived you? This time, Xu Pingan didn't take the initiative to strike, but rather, he defused his attack, trying to find the secret of this thing. The 1,000 Feathers clans rode to Immortality Stone Tablet, as well as the bodies of the 1,000 Feathers who died, and the mysterious man who had a conversation through the tripod of sacrifice. Unfortunately, the state of the Emperor's corpse was too wrong. The powerful Emperor body directly bombarded this universe with constant shattering. Xu Pingan's had to strike again, displaying a world-defying divine might, shattering the opponent's white bone body. He even struck a fist-sized bloody hole in his skull, trying to awaken his state. However, the White Bone Imperial corpse reorganized again. You think you can really kill me? I am the Emperor. No one can kill me. So what if it's an immortal? Today I will behead the immortal. At this moment, heaven and earth were silent. The White Bone Emperor corpse stood there, and at this moment the aura of the Great Tao covered the sky. Endless and brilliant. It spills out into the universe. The sky is falling and the ghosts are crying, only to see that the White Bone Emperor corpse, at this moment, unexpectedly began to grow meridians in flesh. A head of hair that fluttered in the wind was even fluttering out. In just a few moments, the white bone was transformed into the form of a man. The other party's eyebrows were clear, as if he were an immortal. Not the slightest hint that it was a corpse. Kill. At this moment, he struck again. The attack, however, was different from before. Heaven and earth, an avenue of rules, like chains, and countless immortal Rue presented themselves. It came straight toward Xu Pingan to suppress him, and that's when it happened. Crusher actually exclaimed, "Wait a minute, I think I recognize this person. It seems like I've seen the cheap old man once when I followed him on a trip to the 10,000 realms." Hera couldn't help but turn around and ask, "So who is he?" Class tapped his head and pondered for a moment before saying, "I remember. This guy is the old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan." Chapter 152, Same Emperor. There is also a gap. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan? Hera looked puzzled. Yes, that's him. It was just a glimpse. But there's no way I'll forget such a strong man. Only, at that time, he had a fight with my cheap old man, and the two were about the same realm. It's not enough to reach the immortal realm. Crusher's eyes were full of disbelief. Even he doesn't get it. And Hera wondered even more. And that's when the opponent's attack had already killed in front of Xu Pingan. And the latter, too, at this moment, displayed his own Dao, that so-called Great Dao chain. The moment it touched him, surprisingly, they directly shattered one after another. You can't even kill me, and you still want to kill an immortal? Xu Pingan's body shook as he defused all of his opponent's attacks. Directly. Being mentioned, the other, true to form, let out another agonized growl. Who did all this? Who caused you to be here? And who, in turn, wiped out all of your people? Xu Pingan used the power of his divine soul to emit a deafening voice that, trying to wake each other up. It was them. They promised that if I dealt with the 9 kingdoms, just open a path to immortality for my clan. The Thousand Feathers clan's old ancestor covered his head when he was shocked by Xu Pingan's voice. There was a sound of pain, as if recalling something. So that's how this path to immortality came to be. But, who is this? Giving orders to him? And why are they taking on Kyushu? There was both surprise and confusion in the eyes of Hera and Crux. Who was that guy? Why did he take a shot at Kyushu? Xu Pingan asked as he opened his mouth for the second time. Only, this time, the other side once again launched into a frenzy. It's you! It's you! Sacrificed my people. Then even if you use your body as a domain, it will be difficult to resist this sacrificial art. I won't die just to get back at you. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan's body immediately emitted a strong light, and the void distorted and a strange force appeared around him, and the terror was monstrous. Puff! An unimaginable wave breaks through, beyond the extreme speed of the world. With a poof, Xu Pingan exploded and was struck in pieces, blood and flesh flying. It's the old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan. He's unparalleled in his divine speed. He's the one who broke through the common sense of the universe. He's unrivaled in the world. Affects the stability of space as well as time. Just now his speed was so strong that it was hard to comprehend. Both Hera and Crux were horrified. Xu Pingan was actually shattered? It's so possible. The two could hardly believe it. However, the speed of the other party that had just been there was too fast. So fast that it wasn't fast at all, but just appeared. This attack. It's too weird. However, the two have only just been surprised for a short while. Xu Pingan's shattered body unexpectedly turned into foam and dissipated into the air. Extreme speed in the world? In the void. Xu Pingan's true body slowly stepped out before shaking his head. That's not right. It's the field of time. You freeze that moment in time. Too bad it can't catch up with my speed. The moment the other side strikes, Xu Pingan then disappeared into thin air, and the other parties attacked that. It also merely hit him on top of his stump. You can't run away. Under my time domain, immortals also die for me. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan was supremely confident in his laws, even if it was a corpse, still looking out of the corner of his eye, displaying the conceit and strength that an Emperor realm powerhouse should have. Boom! He struck again, beyond the speed of light. Time was so disorganized that he couldn't be seen at all. Strong strike. Touch. Xu Pingan raised his hand towards the void, unexpectedly blocking the opponent's attack by accident. Only, it wasn't an accident. Rather, Xu Pingan had pierced through the opponent's attack. This guy, he actually saw right through his opponent's speed? Crusher couldn't help but speak up. And then it was also like remembering something. Hastily, he said, I remember. This Thousand Feathers clan ancestor is indeed known for his speed. Powerful speed. No one among the 10,000 clans could chase after it. And the Thousand Feathers clan is even more so. Only then was he able to enter the top 10 races. Back then, my cheap old man, who only attempted to fight with him, suffered a great loss. The way of time. Although bizarre, but you only know a little about it. In a realm where it shouldn't be. It's just touching the edge a little bit. That's no real skill. Xu Pingan suddenly unfolded a vision, incorporating the old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan into his own chaotic small realm. Defuse your opponent's speed attack. It did work. The visions expanded. And the old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan was hard to get into. It made him as if he had been plunged into a quagmire all at once. And his time was limited. Still not sober? Xu Pingan's eyes erupted with a divine aura as he blasted forward with a fist, not doubting his battle power. With his attack, even a flawless great emperor would only have the fate of shattering in front of himself. Dang! A terrifying sound came from the old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan as he disappeared from his spot, and a strange light flew in, striking at Xu Pingan's head. Without a doubt, it was extremely fast again, and this time it was more terrifying than ever. Only, the fist that Xu Pingan had blasted out, however, had also strangely come to another space. Boom! The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan was shaken out. Xu Pingan directly probed out with one hand and grabbed the endless river of stars. Countless large stars smashed down like rain. Boom! The power of the ages was dispersed and rushed to all sides, and many great stars exploded. Put! The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan was finally struck by Xu Pingan once again. The body shattered, only to recover immediately the next moment. Impossible! Impossible! You're not him. I'm on the extreme speed of time. Then even he can't hide. He can only lure me here and refine me. It's impossible to block it. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan stood in the middle of eternity, once again controlling the world and utilizing his speed to the utmost. Striking again. This time the power of the age was even more majestic as he wanted to finish off Xu Pingan once and for all. Now that you know it's not me, it's time to wake up. Doing Pingan struck again, directly striking a piece of immortal light that, as if it could ward everything magical into decay, effectively blocking the years and allowing the power of time of the old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan to be interfered with. Not so smooth anymore. Boom! The immortal light shattered his skull and shook his divine soul once again. All I know is that he claims to have come from the immortal realm and is filled with unending matter. I was helped by him. Successfully reached the Emperor realm. I wanted to become immortal, but then he promised me to raise my clan to become immortal. That's why I fell for his trick. It was me. I'm the one who victimized my entire clan. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan, once again covering his head in pain, revealed a secret story. Only, this state is very short. He had another seizure. All die for me. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan roared. The moment, the universe is boiling. The power of time even directly filled the entire spacetime. Under this force, everyone seemed to be frozen in time. The Thousand Feathers clan's old ancestor even had his hair turn a shade white at this moment. Didn't expect it. This is the killing move I prepared for you. Go to hell. Sacrifice the souls of my people in heaven. Chapter 153, Perverted Xu Pingan, the depressed Thousand Feathers clan emperor. Only at this moment, the old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan's body was crystalline and brilliant, with 1,000 feathers flying. At this time the laws of heaven and earth turned into tangible chains, with 5 lights and tenses coming out at the same time. The streams are so bright and dense that they look brilliant and dreamy. Only one of his palms crystallized, and then with a violent shock, he formed a magic seal that, shooting at Xu Pingan, the divine light dazzled. The rays of color were amazing. It was an amazing immortal light that flew out from his palm. Strike through Xu Pingan's torso. The avenue of time at this moment fixed all of space and time, and also made everything stop moving. This is the move of extinction. Is this the means of those who are to become immortal? Hera's boyish face hung with surprise. Those who become immortals are not necessarily weaker than immortals. In fact, immortals merely arrive in the immortal realm after that. It's just a term of endearment. Those who can ascend up from the lower realms, that even if they become immortal, they will still be the strongest among them. Crux remembered the words of Zeus, and he knew that for such a strong man as it can no longer be viewed as common sense. The two men's gazes, at this point, were tightly furrowed, struggling hard to break the time confinement. It's just a shame that the opponent's means of apparently nothing consuming for a few lives that, how could it be something they could break open? Only, just because they couldn't, it didn't mean that Xu Pingan couldn't. Open. Right at this moment, Xu Pingan's body shook violently. That time transformed into a tangible means of energy was actually directly shaken away by him. So what if time? This emperor is invulnerable to all laws, and the years are untainted. At this moment, Xu Pingan's eyes erupted with a powerful light that illuminated the 8 wildernesses of the universe. All over his body and even his hair, he was blossoming with divine aura. Let you meet my Tao. Xu Pingan slapped out his palm, only to see a light that was radiant to the extreme appear in the heavens and earth, attacking with each other. There was a shocking collision. The place was misty, the immortal river impacted and chaos rages. But a few moments later, this universe was all knocked through a path out by the appearance of this light. revealing the other end of the world as the path to immortality. This world had been shattered by Xu Pingan. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan was under this blow. Even after recovering his physical body, he was unable to block his attack, and half of his body was rotten. And, most frighteningly, that half of the torso was tainted with Xu Pingan's Tao, and the recovery speed was surprisingly very slow. You know, that's an imperial body. Heaven and earth are hard to destroy. A drop of blood can be restored in an instant, but now this look, if anyone saw it, would definitely surprise everyone's jaws off. Our worries, it seems, are a bit redundant. Hera, who saw this scene, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief on her face. Crux couldn't help but nod, and then couldn't help but murmur in a serious tone, and I have a feeling that's not even his full strength. Not at full strength? All of them can beat people of the same realm like this? If he really became an immortal, how strong would he be? Hera couldn't even begin to imagine. You, who are you? You're Tao. It's so domineering, it's an invincible do. There's no way anyone can do that. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan at this moment, although only half of his body was left, but on the contrary, a little bit of divine sense was restored. I am the people of the Kyushu. At this moment, Xu Pingan's divine eyes bloomed with light. Not immortal, but even more so. Kyushu, the human race. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan murmured these words. Suddenly he couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. It's Kyushu again. It's Kyushu again. You, Kyushu, are so different that not even the immortal world will accommodate you. You all deserve to die. But, I'm the one who deserves to die. I shouldn't have listened to those guys and taken a shot at you guys. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan shook violently, forcing his body back together. You're here to get revenge on me, aren't you? But sadly, my people and I are dead. Ha ha, isn't it bad when you can't get your revenge? He laughed crazily and actually struck out at Xu Pingan once again. Lifting his hand, once again a long river of time flew out, wanting to submerge Xu Pingan, though Kyushu was nearly destroyed by your strikes. But at least there's still me, and others. We'll be out of the way that year. But what about your Thousand Feathers clan? Already all the clans have been exterminated. I'm afraid that in less than 10,000 years, who will remember your clan then? It's not me who's upset. It's you. How does it feel to be the enemy of the year? Looking at the joke? Xu Pingan asked rhetorically. At the same time, he probed out with his big hand, conjuring up an invincible and shocking strike that, the raging river of time was directly overthrown and dissolved by Xu Pingan, surging towards the surrounding planetary fragments. All of a sudden, the planets went through the baptism of time, and directly one by one, they kept rotting. Ah, my Thousand Feathers clan will not be forgotten. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. The Thousand Feathers clan's old ancestor was enraged by Xu Pingan's, and with a direct roar, he lunged towards Xu Pingan. In this moment, borrow another 5,000 years from the sky, he roared out, and his body unexpectedly began to change in an ever-changing manner, his aura pulling itself up. At this moment his face had unexpectedly changed from the original middle age to old age. Only, instead of becoming weaker, he became stronger when he turned into an old age. Mighty power, raging in his body. This heaven and earth, all of them seemed to be unable to withstand his power, constantly trembling and wailing, and countless galaxies, under this power of his, were constantly destroyed. Borrow 5,000 years? Xu Pingan smiled disdainfully. Not even if you borrow it for another 10,000 years. Can't even protect his own people. The learned ways of time do not make you immortal. Waste is waste. Looking at the pouncing opponent, he fiercely stepped out. The entire world had a hole stomped out by it, revealing the world of the road to immortality outside. And then he held his hands out. He directly grabbed the old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan who lunged at him. The power of that borrowed 5,000 years of time. In front of Xu Pingan, it still wasn't enough. Stab. Xu Pingan gave a sharp tug. That elderly state of the Thousand Feathers clan's old ancestor was directly torn into two halves. All of a sudden imperial blood spilled all over the starry sky. After borrowing 5,000 years of cultivation, you're still cultivating to a dog. Xu Pingan casually took the other party's corpse and threw it to the sides. Leave it to the other side to recover. He's too strong. I kind of feel sorry for the old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan now. Hera couldn't help but cover her mouth at this sight. Even with all the means at his disposal, he was no match for Xu Pingan. He's the culprit who exterminated the earth. What's there to pity? Kless snorted coldly. It's just that the old Thousand Feathers clan thing is too weak. Couldn't even hurt a hair on that guy's head. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan obviously didn't have the time to care about this side. Otherwise you're really going to be pissed off. Where this is not strong on its own. It's obviously that guy. He's so sick. Chapter 154, Compromise. Great Mysteries of the Immortal World. One has borrowed the power of 5,000 years by utilizing the avenue of time. That is to say, even if one does not accidentally fall and cultivate for 5,000 years, wouldn't be a match for this guy either. The feeling is nothing short of desperate. Kyushu. Damn Kyushu. Why do you guys always come out strong? If you weren't too strong, how would our Thousand Feathers clan have made a move against you? And how it suffered extinction? I hate it. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan's body recovered once again. Only this time, he didn't strike again. Instead, he growled at the sky. Your mind is too weak for someone like you to be able to testify. It really makes me wonder about testifying to become an emperor. Isn't it too easy here? As Xu Pingan watched his opponent's impotent rage, he couldn't help but feel a hint of skepticism towards the realm of the emperor realm. One must know that when he first became an emperor, that thunderbolt was almost going to destroy the world. The entire Tianyuan continent was enveloped by his thunderbolt. That moment, even he had almost died under the thunderbolt. That thunderbolt didn't just attack the body, but also the heart. From the outside and from the inside, the desire is to destroy people completely. When he became emperor, it could almost be said that the main Tianyuan continent was between his life and death. Good thing, he carried it through. In the moment of near destruction to dust, his Taoist heart was honed to the extreme, also with the rebirth from the ashes, through that certain death. But the other party's appearance. Where did he look like he had passed through the emperor formation tribulation? It simply made him suspicious. Those who became emperors, which one was not the best in the world? He had thought that the other party was similar to himself, having passed through that great calamity of annihilation. The two will resonate. However, immediately afterward, Xu Pingan couldn't help but shake his head. Your own advancement with each great calamity is different from others. Perhaps this guy's emperor's tribulation was different from the emperor's tribulation he had imagined. There is also a gap between those who become emperors. You, even if I have to die, I'll die with you. After hearing Xu Pingan's humiliating words, the Thousand Feathers clan's old ancestor completely broke his defenses. The few remaining breaths of life actually began to expand. Countless great avenues were beginning to collapse. Self-destruct? Xu Pingan could see the other party's intentions. He couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. A great emperor blowing himself up. I'm afraid you're the first. In history, too, it's also for a great emperor who died so humiliatingly, isn't it? The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan was even angrier at his words. Surprisingly, it's going to speed up the self-destruct. Xu Pingan was not in a hurry to strike. Instead, he flirted. Actually, you didn't have to choose this method of death. What do you mean? Are you going to leave me alone? The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan couldn't help but sneer, his face full of disbelief. You destroyed my 9 states. You won't escape death today. Xu Pingan shook his head. Then more talk is useless. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan had no intention of stopping. At this moment, his seal of proof, too, was beginning to crumble, along with the great doubt to blow up together. Xu Pingan remained very calm and said, Are you sure that self-detonation can hurt me? You, the old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan immediately frowned. He recalled an earlier scene. There was a moment of hesitation. None of his own attacks could do any damage to this guy. Can you really kill him by blowing yourself up? For a moment, he couldn't help but feel self-doubt. But, he didn't stop himself. So what? Even if I can't kill you, the collapse of my Tao will surely affect your emperor's Tao as well. Then I'll be worth it. Xu Pingan couldn't help but sneer. Just your pathetic avenue. Trying to influence me? Ridiculous. But I have a better offer. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan couldn't help but say, What proposal? Though I won't spare you, but I can let you die with peace of mind. Xu Pingan had a faint smile on his lips. You want to lie to me? Kyushuans? You think I'll fall for that? Back then, I handily killed an unknown number of your people. Our hatred is impossible to dissolve. Are you so kind? The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan opened his mouth viciously. He's killed an unknown number of people. Simply won't believe anything an opponent says. Not bad. Our worldly enmity is unresolvable. Xu Pingan recognized. But don't forget, we have a common enemy. Can't we just be friends for a short time? As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan immediately said suspiciously, A common enemy? Xu Pingan said indifferently, The person who made you strike against the 9 states is also my enemy. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan was suddenly shaken. Tell me who he is. I can let you die a painful death. Instead of being such a wimp, the old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan couldn't help but narrow his eyes at once. You want to utilize to obtain information about them. No, you're not from the Kyushu group, or you couldn't not know about all this. Xu Pingan frankly admitted. It can be said that I only came out after the destruction of the 9 states, so I don't know much about the previous past. He showed his sincerity. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan on the opposite side couldn't help but frown. And then his face was filled with a bitter smile. After being destroyed, the 9 states can still give birth to a strong person like you. Ha ha, I finally realize why they are in such a hurry to destroy you. You are truly a clan that should not exist. But, the old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan turned his words around. I accept your offer. Since they lied to me, destroy my clan, then it's time to make them pay. Xu Pingan's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that he had made the right bet. The other side did choose to cooperate. If not, an Emperor Realm powerhouse self-destructed, even by himself. He may not be able to stop it. It won't hurt you, though, but the trail can be completely broken. So, that's why the language was used to provoke the other side to cooperate. Quite well. They're from the fairy world. In our time, ascending to immortality was already an unattainable thing, but that doesn't mean you can't soar. The ancestral dragon of the 9 states has ascended in this very era, and because of the ascension of the ancestral dragon, it also makes all the races of the world understand more and more the power of the 9 states. But we are wary of Kyushu, though, but we have no intention of striking. After all, the 9 states is strong. Even if we join forces, we won't be able to completely overthrow it. It's inevitable that we won't make a worldly enemy then. Xu Pingan, who had heard the words, couldn't help but nod. It was just as he had expected it to be. If one were to strike out at a clan simply because of its rise to power, that would be ridiculous. Whose community has not risen to the top? What's more, the Earth of the Day has been vaguely trending within the top 10. At this time, who dares to say full power? Don't beware of other races. It was also in this state that suddenly on a certain day, someone from the immortal world contacted us. The voice of the Thousand Feathers clan's old ancestor suddenly rang out. Chapter 155, The Mystery of the Year of the 9. The Fairy World? Hera was a little surprised. In those days, the immortal world was out of reach though. But, it's not a complete loss of contact. Crusher listened while he slowly opened his mouth to explain. The gate of the immortal world opens. An immortal has descended upon our clan. She made a promise that as long as we completely exterminate the 9 states, it will help me reach the realm of ascension. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan recalled that figure, and immediately, his eyes were filled with a vicious color. So your Emperor realm, you didn't rise up by yourself. Xu Pingan was thoughtful in his eyes. Although the other party was already at the Emperor realm, he was clearly not strong enough to match his realm. This level of Emperor realm. Xu Pingan recalled a joke from Earth that he could have played 100 of. On top of that, they also promised our clan that they could grant our clan a path to immortality. Help me raise my clan to immortality. Old ancestor Thousand Feathers' eyes trembled as he saw the immortal path outside. So that path was given to you by that person in the immortal world? And this world? Xu Pingan looked at everything around him, although he had a guess. But, it's nice to have the parties involved here and be able to ask for proof. That's right, this path to immortality is the path to immortality that he promised us. Back then, several of our great races joined forces to overthrow the 9 states, though Kyushu eventually lost its spiritual power and disappeared from the sight of the 10,000 races. But she still gave us the path to immortality. Speaking of this, the old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan was full of self-deprecation. It's really ridiculous. When my clan embarked on the path of ascension, those who had befriended my clan begged me to take them with me to immortality. And at that time, for fear that the immortals would know about it and take it out on our clan, they rejected them one by one. They refused, and came here to smuggle us out. After being known to me, it took quite a while to put them to death. Now it seems, what a great joke. There's no such thing as raising a clan to immortality there. It's just a well-woven lie. Hera, who had heard the words, immediately, he was surprised. So, those strong corpses of the Thousand Feathers clan's galactic ancient city were all killed by him when they wanted to get their hands on this immortalization road? Crux's eyes narrowed slightly before he couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, as long as there's an opportunity to become an immortal, and it will lead to a bloodbath, this becoming an immortal, it's not necessarily a good thing. The voice of the Thousand Feathers clan's old ancestor also sounded once again. This road to immortality looks nothing like the real road to immortality. In fact, a path to certain death. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan pointed at this world and slowly said, "You can see it here. It is indeed very similar to the immortal world. At first I thought that this was the real immortal world, but by the time I realized the problem, we couldn't get out. This is not the so-called immortal realm, but an elaborate realm of sacrifice, and we are that sacrifice. Speaking of which," he couldn't help but let out a roar. "She's been lying to me the whole time." Xu Pingan, who had heard the words, simply shook his head. Obviously, the image of the immortal world in his mind had completely changed at this moment as well. He had originally thought that the immortals there, after attaining immortality, it would be peaceful, without the smoke and mirrors of the world and without the war. Everything is going to be wonderful. But now it seems that it was all wrong. Do you know what they are going to sacrifice? Xu Pingan asked. There continues to be a sacrificial offering. Then since there is also the existence of accepting sacrifices. No, I don't know. All I know is that this place contains a natural sacrificial field as well as the cauldron that is the eye of that formation. When it is unleashed, even I will find it difficult to stop it. Even if it means sacrificing my power and opening up a world for the clan to hide in. And it's hard to stop the process from happening. They are all dead. Even me, I'm dead. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan rubbed his head, looking powerless. This feeling of watching your people die in front of you and not being able to do anything about it. That was the main trigger that drove him crazy. Hera and Carice also came to a realization. No wonder. I didn't see a single figure in the square before. As it turns out, he was the one who opened up a world to try to shield the clan. It's just a shame that even then, it's still hard to escape. Who is that immortal? How did you contact her? Xu Pingan continued to ask. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan slid his fingers. Only between heaven and earth, Taoist tracks appeared, and then a scroll outlined by Dalmarks surfaced in front of Xu Pingan. Only, without waiting for Hera and Crux to get a good look at it, the scroll then automatically dissipated. Immortals are not paintable. If the old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan hadn't reached this level of strength, I'm afraid that the moment I even started, I was already revolted. And, of course, just a glimpse. It was also enough for Xu Pingan to memorize the other party's appearance. Only, this person's appearance was not the mysterious duo he had met earlier. That is to say, the death of Ancestral Dragon and this immortal who plotted to destroy the 9 states did not seem to be a wave of people. Is there any connection between the two? Maybe on the same side? Or maybe different forces? Moreover, was the person who had previously corresponded at the Zeus Palace again this person? Although it has gotten closer to the mystery of the destruction of Kyushu, but there are problems that arise, one after the other. But, at least one thing is certain. Immortal World. Kyushu. Categorically there is a huge connection. This thread if continued, everything will be answered. At this moment, the old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan took out a jade talisman and slowly flew it to Xu Pingan's face. Here's how I contacted her. But after I entered this realm, the jade talisman lost its effect. However, I found that this jade talisman has a special effect. If she's nearby, this jade talisman will glow brightly. Xu Pingan received the jade talisman while using his great divine power to explore. Only, as the other party had said, the special formation that existed inside was broken, and trying to contact the is basically impossible. But this jade talisman is made of special material. Maybe when we meet each other, it does have unexpected results. Only, just these clues alone, still too little. Is there any other way to find her? Is the other side still down there? Xu Pingan continued to ask. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan answered decisively as well. No, the other party is an immortal. The other party is an immortal. It's unusual for her to be the only one to reach out to me. But, he didn't forget to add, if he knew that people like you had come out of Kyushu, I dare to conclude that she'll be there for you. Xu Pingan had a trace of doubt on his face. The old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan sneered. I'm not afraid to tell you, the 9 states are going to perish. It wasn't just one immortal who asserted that, and she's just one of them. Chapter 156, the connection between not being able to become immortal and the 9 states? The Heavenly Maiden clan, not an immortal trying to destroy Kyushu? In other words, the extermination of the 9 states was something that many immortals in the immortal world had decided together. So that person who contacted you won't give up until Kyushu is destroyed? Xu Pingan understood the other party's meaning. Naturally, the old ancestor of the Thousand Feathers clan sneered. Scared? It's not too late to regret. Xu Pingan smiled blandly and did not make a sound. Fear. He has been through countless battles, big and small, in his life. Winning with the weak over the strong, and winning with the few over the many, is a common occurrence. If he would be afraid, it would be impossible to become this present-day great emperor. Only, now it seems, the idea of trying to find each other now is not going to happen. The clues found on that big tripod earlier. Xu Pingan also roughly understood that he had been disturbed by the great cauldron of the realm of sacrifice in this road to immortality. That's what led him to here. Nor is it the location of the person the grand cauldron is linked to. The thread had also almost completely broken again by this point. Of course, it's not all broken. The other side didn't give up on taking a shot at Kyushu. It could even be said that the other party was already on their way to Kyushu. As long as one is in Kyushu, then you will surely meet with the other side. But, right now, Xu Pingan was even more curious. And do you know why the other side took a shot at you? The Thousand Feathers clan ancestor was silent. A few moments later, I don't know. Xu Pingan continued to ask. Have a grudge? The Thousand Feathers clan's old ancestor stared up. How is that possible? I've only worked with her for the first time. Xu Pingan asked again. Did your ancestors not have people who ascended to the immortal realm? Is it possible that they have a grudge? The Thousand Feathers clan's old ancestor shook his head and said with a sad face. It has long since been impossible to contact the person who ascended from the ancestors. Moreover, that person told me that in the immortal realm, my Thousand Feathers clan is long gone. If there are still Thousand Feathers in the immortal world, he wouldn't be completely desperate enough to do so. Of course, if that was the case, how could the Thousand Feathers clan allow their clan to go to destruction in the immortal realm? So it seems that you don't know why that immortal realm struck out against the 9 states? The other side doesn't even know why they were destroyed. Not to mention, why was the Kyushu that was exterminated by the Hingis? The Thousand Feathers clan's old ancestor shook his head. I don't know. However, since your Kyushu was named to be destroyed by the immortal world, I'm sure your old ancestor is the one who got you into a great deal of trouble. Xu Pingan was silent for a moment. If that's the case, it wouldn't be so bad that the immortals themselves would come down and destroy Kyushu, would it? Moreover, Xu Pingan felt that things should be far more simple than that. Since the ancestral dragon, there will be no more ascended people in the world, even if it was himself. Xu Pingan did not think that his cultivation was weaker than the ancestral dragon. In his opinion, the real problem, not yourself. Rather, it's the fairy world itself that's gone terribly wrong, no longer able to hold the ascended ones. So, this matter, again, could it be related to the destruction of the 9 states by the immortal world? Secrets of the immortal world, far more complicated than one might think. He informed the Thousand Feathers clan's old ancestor of this matter, as well. Only, the Thousand Feathers clan's old ancestor had been trapped in this place for an unknown number of years. The changes in the world in the latter days are not known. As for the immortal world, he knew even less. But, the Thousand Feathers clan's old ancestor did give a clue. The top 10 of the 10,000 races at the time. Together they made a move. If nothing had happened to them, with your cultivation, you would have been able to ask something. But if it all goes wrong, you can try to find the Celestial Maidens and ask for clues. Xu Pingan was somewhat curious. The Heavenly Maiden clan? That's right. This clan is before the 10,000 clans, although it doesn't belong to the top 10. But its mystery and strength are not weaker than our 10 clans at all. Back then, that immortal realm visitor had also gone to invite her. Only, that clan very decisively refused. Moreover, that immortal did not take the matter into account. If my guess is right, their clan must know something. Moreover, this clan might have some connection with the immortal world. If not, the immortals who came down to the earth won't leave them alone. The Thousand Feathers clan's old ancestor, who was about to die, did not hide, but also directly dragged out the whole thing. This Heavenly Maiden clan is so special? Xu Pingan became somewhat curious. Indeed, that clan of theirs never numbered more than 10. I'm afraid this is also the reason why they never participate in the battle for the top 10 of the 10,000 races. The Thousand Feathers clan's old ancestor explained. No more than 10? Hera, who was on the sidelines, couldn't help but open her mouth. Though not more than 10, but each and every one of them, very powerful. Any one of them is enough to dominate a clan among the 10,000 clans. Moreover, their clan leader is even the most mysterious and powerful. Even our first dozen or so old ancestors don't dare to say that any of them can win against her. After the Thousand Feathers clan's old ancestor finished speaking, he said a moment later, however, this clan's movements are bizarre, and there is no hegemony for. Therefore, it does not fix the galaxy either. Trying to locate it is not a simple task. Let's just say that it's just a clue, and it's up to you to find it. Xu Pingan, who had heard the words, nodded. That's kind of a clue. If the immortals can't find a clue on their side, there's no shortage of clues this can be used for instead. Alright, I've said all that needs to be said. The Thousand Feathers clan's old ancestor looked as if he had made some sort of decision. His eyes resolute as he said, do it. I killed your clan with my hands, and now that I'm completely dead by your hand, I'm not losing out. Xu Pingan naturally understood the other party's intentions. The moment, his body once again blossomed with that invincible radiance. The Emperor's fist in his hand was even slowly raised. The moment, countless Tao rules surged, runes fluttered around it, and countless divine beasts roared. This was the Tao of Pingan Su, the nearly invincible way. The Thousand Feathers clan chief could clearly feel the power of his opponent's punch. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but fill with self-deprecation. I didn't expect that. When you fought with me, you even kept a hand. That's right. The force, under his perception, significantly stronger than before. He knows, if you are hit by this blow, even if it's yourself, it will also be crushed by its Tao to break down the great Tao. The contained Tao marks would even wear down one's immortal body. This is a real killer. Any last words? Xu Pingan did not intend to let the other party off the hook. Between the two, there is another indelible feud. Moreover, if the other party had not been unable to defeat himself, I'm afraid that in the first moment, I will kill myself. So, between the two, there is only one death and one life. You are very strong. I hope I didn't make the wrong choice, although it is absurd. But, I still ask you to avenge my clan. Bring that fairy. Nope. Kill that. Kill it for me. Don't let me down. After the Thousand Feathers clan's old ancestor finished speaking, he immediately closed his eyes. At this point in his life, actually wanting to be relieved. In his state, he would have been between half-life and half-death. If it wasn't for a surge of gas and resentment to sustain him, I'm afraid he would have passed away a long time ago. Therefore, even if Xu Pingan didn't do anything, he would only be in agony when he went out and, constantly draining power and dying. Dying right now was the best thing that could have happened to him. After the words fell, Xu Pingan nodded, and then his attack followed. The heavens and earth were once again filled with the light that Xu Pingan had blossomed. Chapter 157, One breath transforms three purities. The 10,000 races are attacking. As the light fades, the Thousand Feathers clan ancestor also disappeared. The entire world was fragmented as it was filled with the Tao marks left behind by Xu Pingan. Go away! Xu Pingan took a look at the world and left with the three of them. This fragmented world. Suddenly the field lit up one by one, still trying to block it. Only, in front of Xu Pingan, it was like thin paper. Couldn't even block it. It was pierced through a big hole. This domain can trap the Thousand Feathers. Can't trap him. The dark and ancient city of the Thousand Feathers clan galaxy. The three of them exited from the road to immortality. The blazing cast of the passageway, too, faded away. Hera and Crux are a world away after returning from the path to immortality. I feel like I can't become an immortal in this lifetime. Hera's heart palpitated as she looked at the disappearing immortal road, her eyes filled with fear. That originally envisioned immortal realm has also long since collapsed the house. You think you can make it if you want to? For his own offspring, Cress was a relentless educator. Immediately, he looked at Xu Pingan again. What's next for you? Xu Pingan tapped his forehead with his fingers, and then in the body, even turned out a clear gas slowly floated out, and then in the eyes of the crowd, that clear chi had fantastically changed into Xu Pingan's appearance. I only saw the clear chi, which had transformed into Xu Pingan's appearance. Slowly speak. Next, I will visit the races of that year, as well as look for news of the celestial maidens. And the original Xu Pingan slowly spoke. I'll go to Earth and wait for that immortal to come to my door. Hera, who was on the side, had a slightly odd look in her eyes. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the art of splitting. Earlier the opponent had drawn his own detachment. It is not surprising that he has now manifested an alter ego of his own. And what surprised her was that the two doppelgangers possessed equal auras. It seems not to be a doppelganger, but two real people. For his part, Crusher couldn't help but ask directly, how much strength does this doppelganger of yours possess you? The art of splitting was not much, but it was quite a lot. But with a doppelganger like Xu Pingan, who exuded the same aura of strength. Indeed, it's basically unseen, no different from my own strength. At Xu Pingan's realm, in fact, regarding the issue of one's own strength, he had never cared to hide it. After all, at this realm, the key to winning battles was also often not these psi techniques. Only, the speaker has no heart. The listener intends to. What? Exactly the same strength as you? Hera's eyes widened outright. Can a doppelganger be equal to the main body in battle? Can this still be a diversion? To have this kind of detachment in the middle of a battle, wouldn't it be straightforward to win by many? And just then too, within Xu Pingan's body, a clear chi was once again transformed. Surprisingly, he had once again transformed into Xu Pingan's appearance. This Xu Pingan, with calm eyes, said, a change has occurred here. Inevitably, it will draw the attention of the other side to come and look, so I will wait here. After saying that, this figure, stepping on the golden light path, crashed into the ancient city of the Thousand Feathers clan. The breath is completely gone, and by now Hera was completely frozen. If anything, being able to transform into an equally powerful doppelganger was already powerful enough, but now it can even be transformed into two. This makes her utterly envious. Class couldn't help but marvel as well. One chi transforms the three purities. This is an ancient secret art. Of course, your god race cultivation goes by bloodline inheritance. You won't be able to learn it. Xu Pingan didn't pretend to be mysterious, and gave these two people from the god race a little bit of science. Both Hera and Class were instantly filled with bitter smiles. can I come with you to visit the clans? I don't have much longer to live, and I want to go for a walk. It's also just as well that I want to look for clues about that thing. Moreover, I did recognize quite a few of those top 10 races back then. As they were about to part ways, Plus said to Xu Pingan, who had accurately gone ahead to look for clues. The native Xu Pingan nodded, and then Xu Pingan, who had transformed the three purities in a single breath, instantly took cress and, stepping on that unique golden path, he rushed into the depths of the universe. We're going back too. Between the fall of the words, with Hera shocked enough to drop her jaw, a third golden avenue of light in the midst of a dark universe that, it is laid out to light up this world and lead to the earth, and in the meantime, the cold universe is ghostly silent. An ancient road illuminated by a starry sky is light, swaying with starlight, and filled with silhouettes. A giant starship emitted a dull mangy divine sound, to the roar of ancient war horns, patches of steel jungle shimmering with an icy sheen. Covering the sky, the pressure filled the heavens and sailed to the other shore of the stars. Inside the fleet, not bad for an old ancestor, to be able to ask for a battleship from wherever the technology clan is. And this battleship, it's really convenient. It doesn't require a powerful infusion of spiritual energy that, it will also allow us to set foot on the starry ancient road, reducing our journey. A wolf-looking foreigner with a fawning face looked over the battleship. A huge, giant wolf sitting on top of a throne. That fat piece of earth. It's being watched by too many people. It's only natural for us to minimize the attrition when we go on this trip. Descend upon that ancient star in perfect form. The giant wolf being, slowly spoke. What the old ancestor said. With the battleships of the technology clan, as well as the old ancestor himself, we will definitely be able to reach Earth ahead of the rest. Compete for this supreme opportunity. This honor definitely belongs to our Skywolf clan. The wolf-looking outlander instantly took a rainbow fart. Okay, go get some rest. It's almost time to reach Earth. The giant wolf-headed man sitting on top of the throne spoke slowly. Old ancestor, let me I serve you. A mere Earth is not enough to fear. The alien coyote headman fawned. Earth is indeed not to be feared. But other races may not. This time the news. It is from the upper 10 clans. We are not the only ones who can learn of this news. Just our Skywolf clan. Although we reacted quickly, there are some old guys who won't react slower than us. We've got Tex warships. They'll have spacers traveling through wormholes and so on. So it is not the natives of Earth who are endangering us in this fight. Rather, it's those guys from the 10,000 clans. Your battle prowess will be of great use then. 2. Old Wolf Ancestor's voice was calm and slow. The Tianlang Jr. immediately looked as if he had come to a sudden realization, and then immediately bowed and bid farewell. Then I'll go rest first, old ancestor. Having said that, just say goodbye and leave. But just then, two figures, slowly in the middle of the battleship, appeared. You guys just said, news from the upper 10 clans? I want to ask, do you know if it's that upper 10 clans? With these two voices, that originally calm Skywolf clan's old ancestor was suddenly struck by lightning. The huge wolf's head was filled with surprise. Who the hell are you guys? Xu Pingan. Only one of the figures slowly spoke. Chapter 158, The Upper 10 Clans. The Erased Thousand Feathers Clan. Pingan Xu? The wolf-headed ancestor chanted the name without any semblance of impact. Not that he had the luxury of recalling the name. Rather, it's the other party. That means of appearing in front of one's face without God's knowledge. Without realizing it. Overly unbelievable. He was an old ancestor of the Skywolf clan. A living sage king. There are just a few people in the world who can appear silently in front of one's face. And, it's still a tech warship. It was covered with all kinds of technological instruments that could detect all kinds of living matter. There is no way a normal creature could have gotten here. But it was under these dual conditions. The other guy just stood there peacefully. How could he not be alarmed? Can you answer my question now? The man among the two figures was naturally Xu Pingan. Not that he'd sought out this place on purpose. Rather, the other party just happened to be traveling to Earth. And one happens to be back on Earth. He happened to be talking about Earth again. Xu Pingan came along for the ride. As for these so-called techies instruments, detecting some saints is fine. However, for Xu Pingan, it was a virtual void. Daring to intrude into my clan's holy land. Looking for death? Just then, the Skywolf clan's late generation immediately narrowed their wolf eyes and lit up their fangs. And then they directly howled wolfishly. Next moment, inside the room, dozens of Skywolf clan soldiers poured in. All over their bodies, they emanate a powerful aura. Any one of them, all of them had reached the level of paramount saints. Take them down and interrogate them for me. This latecomer of the Skywolf clan immediately gave his orders. Kill, at once, these dozens of soldiers of the Tianlang clan, transformed into remnants of shadows, wrapped in a powerful might. It came at Xu Pingan. Only, put, Put. A trail of blood flowers that bloomed in the air. These soldiers, who supposedly already had quasi-saint level strength, in the twinkling of an eye, it turned into a trail of blood-colored fireworks. How? The eyes of the Tian Lang clan soldiers were suddenly filled with panic. How? Still want to see my strength? I don't mind giving this latecomer of yours a ride. Xu Pingan spoke indifferently, looking toward the Skywolf clan's old ancestor on top of the throne across the room. No need. The originally calm face of the Skywolf clan's old ancestor finally revealed a little panic. You know, those quasi-saint level soldiers, all are masters within the pack. They were also all close friends that he had personally cultivated, spending untold hundreds of years of effort. But now, surprisingly, he couldn't even get the opposite side to make a move. Obviously, the man in front of me was unbeatable. It is impossible for a clan's oldest ancestor not to have this kind of discernment. Stand down, all of you, and do not enter without my orders. He waved his hand, signaling the others to go down. After all, the other soldiers of the Skywolf clan had left completely. What does Senior want to know? I know everything. The Skywolf clan's old ancestor stood up from his throne as a sign of respect. The upper 10 clans you speak of, are they the top 10 clans of the 10,000 realms? The other party's performance satisfied Xu Pingan, so he stopped striking. Instead, he stood at the viewport of the battleship and looked out into the universe, speaking slowly. It can also be as Senior said. However, in our mouths, we generally call them the upper 10 clans, because they don't even exist in the same universe as us anymore today. The Tian Lang clan was a little curious as to how such a strong person could even be ignorant of this common sense, but he was too sensible to ask more questions, and answered only what he had to. What's the point of not being in the same universe? Xu Pingan continued to ask. The first 10 races exist in the world above us. They have a much richer aura there. The resources are also more expansive. They are also generally no longer in the present world. Therefore, we generally refer to them as the upper 10 clans. The top 10 was also called a long time ago. As the ancestor of a clan, the Skywolf clan's old ancestor naturally had a long life and knew quite a lot. Oh, Xu Pingan was a bit curious. He asked tentatively, have you ever heard of the Thousand Feathers clan? The Thousand Feathers? The Skywolf clan ancestor pondered for a moment before. Only then did he slowly say, is there such a race? But what I can say for sure is that among the 10,000 races now, there is no Thousand Feathers clan. Xu Pingan immediately narrowed his eyes. That means that within the upper 10 clans, there is no Thousand Feathers clan? Senior's joke is a bit too big. How can there be a race that you haven't even heard of among the upper 10 races today? The Skywolf clan's old ancestor immediately shook his head. You, the upper 10 clans, have never changed? Xu Pingan continued to ask. Since the old wolf remembers, unchanged, the upper 10 clans are high above the rest, and for the time being, there aren't many clans in the 10,000 clans that would dare to say they're going to replace the upper 10 clans. The Skywolf clan's old ancestor said with great certainty. Xu Pingan, who had heard the words, couldn't help but murmur. It seems that even existence has been completely erased. Then the top 10 races that originally invaded probably didn't end up any better. Hera, standing on his side, unable to help but reveal a trace of fear. How could that immortal act so viciously? Not even sparing his own people who work for him. Xu Pingan was also a bit puzzled. These immortals, what are they trying to do? If one simply feels that Kyushu is powerful, just exterminate Kyushu. As for other forces, it was natural to pull them together. But it's just that they not only want to destroy Kyushu, even his own people. This is completely illogical behavior. It's as if they're there for a purpose. It looks like my doppelganger is going to make a trip for nothing. Xu Pingan shook his head. Rather than intend to retrieve it, he turned and left the area with Hera in tow, toward Earth. Stay until the other guy leaves. The Skywolf clan's old ancestor couldn't help but let out a long breath. In the presence of that man, somehow, he himself was a Sage King, but he didn't even breathe a single breath. This feeling, it's just too weird. Come on, Wolf. He gave a cry, only to see the latecomer from before, rushing in. How is the old ancestor doing? Where are they? Don't ask more questions. The Skywolf clan's old ancestor immediately wiped the sweat amongst his wolf fur before anxiously saying, order! We, the Skywolf clan, hurry back, go back? Old ancestor, you're not kidding, right? The Skywolf clan's late generation was instantly filled with disbelief. Pop! The Skywolf clan's oldest ancestor instantly slapped his junior's face, confused. His wolf face was filled with annoyance. Do you know that this ancestor almost died? The strength of those two. No, that man, is simply unfathomable. It hasn't even reached Earth yet. There are already strong people of this level descending. If we do descend to where we are, what awaits us? Then, is death. Skywolf old ancestor is not stupid. On the contrary, is it with smart. From the previous questions of the other party it is not difficult to guess. The other party is most likely some kind of hidden master. Surprisingly, the upper 10 tribes don't even know about it. Even an existence of this level was attracted by the Earth's chance. If they, the Celestial Wolf Clan, went forward, they would only be in danger. What, even you, old ancestor, are not even a match? The eyes of the Skywolf clan's late generation were filled with dumbfoundedness after hearing this. Still, it was an immediate response. Understood. I'll inform down there. Chapter 159, The Ghostly Work of the Solar System. Pingan Su, I am. Above the path of the stars. After approaching the Milky Way, Xu Pingan slowed down, slowly traveling between the major planets of the galaxy. Just now why don't you give those Tianlang clan people? Hera made a neck-wiping motion. There's no need. Xu Pingan looked at the several surrounding galaxies and slowly spoke. But they're going to invade Earth. Aren't you from Kyushu? Don't. Not guard Kyushu? Hera asked with some curiosity. Kyushu isn't as fragile as I thought. Xu Pingan brought Hera across the galaxy to the solar system. He pointed his finger at a planet at the very edge of the solar system. The very same planet that the Earth population called Neptune. Do you see the fields above these planets? The whole solar system, all the planets, are connected to Earth. This domain attainment, even if it's me, forcing my way through it, I'll be revolted. You get backlash too? Hera was a little disbelieving. Of course, Xu Pingan didn't say the next half of the sentence. It will backfire though, but whether or not you can do damage to yourself, that's not so sure. Next, Xu Pingan took Hera through the major planets of the solar system. Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Mercury, Venus. Observe the ghostly handiwork of the field maker. Even Xu Pingan couldn't help but marvel. This whimsical idea of making galaxies one after another into fields is very heavenly indeed. Then just let the 10,000 clans come. Hera was naturally a little indignant, though she wasn't a fan of Kyushu either, but at least, that's internal to the planet. But if the 10,000 tribes intervene, then it's an external invasion. It clearly annoyed her. Sooner or later, Earth's field will disappear. Sooner or later, Earth will also be aligned with the 10,000 races. If we don't make contact with them at this time, then the field will be completely gone by then. How? You guys just think you can completely resist the 10,000 races? Of course, I know you're counting on Earth having me, but I, for one, prefer to teach a man to fish rather than to fish for him. Xu Pingan was not someone with a soft heart. One protects and produces only hothouse flowers. You people of Kyushu, it's really strange that you obviously have such a powerful, but not to exterminate those foreign races. If we were the God King of the West, I'm afraid we would have long ago decimated all those fields. Hera, who sniffed, couldn't help but sputter. Pingan Su said, that's why you can't produce people like me in the West. Hera. The distance of the solar system was almost non-existent at Xu Pingan's speed. The duo arrived on Earth in nearly a moment. Go back. Xu Pingan led Hera through the last barrier of the Earth Stadium domain. And in the meantime, Earth, the outer sea of Kyushu, Xin, go back. You've been on guard here for days. That island has gone into the folded space. And that Suli from the Divine Hidden Group has said that, when the Earth's aura completely recovers for a period of time, that folded space will still reappear. The fire god stepped on flames on the soles of his feet and persuaded Xin, who was royally walking with his sword in front of him, bitterly, only in front of him. Xin's imperial sword continued to weave in and out of the sea, as if he was constantly searching for something. You go back first. I'll look around here a little longer. Xin stopped and shook his head, his eyes full of immortality. The last island trap incident. After Xu Pingan followed Hera and left, the island that was originally densely covered with fields, and yet, all of a sudden, it lost its proper effect. The group finally escaped from the middle of the island under Su Li's ability. Only, they are out. In Xin's world, however, Xu Pingan had completely disappeared. Therefore, she had been searching undyingly in these waters in order to retrieve Xu Pingan. Xin, why don't you listen to advice? This ocean occupies 70% of the Earth's surface. There are more ferocious beasts in there than there are of us. What if you're out here alone looking for it? What if you're in danger? Vulcan glanced at the endless sea, his expression filled with caution, for he could feel that there seemed to be quite a few powerful existences hidden in this ocean. Don't worry, if I'm not defeated, I'll escape. Xin was not moved at all, and was determined to search above this sea. Xin, although I admit that your brother saved us that time, is our savior, but he has already been brought into the folded space by that divine race in the West. It's impossible to find him if you search like this. Give it up. Besides, didn't you say that before? Your brother is a big asshole. Abandoned your family. Only came back recently. so you can't take your life for your asshole brother, Vulcan advised. Only, as soon as he finished speaking, rubbing, only the Tongen sword, which Xu Pingan had gifted to Xu Xin, was seen to flash a bright light after they appeared in front of the Vulcan. Don't you dare talk about my brother. A hint of peak madness appeared in Xu Xin's eyes. Good. I won't say anything, but can we go back first? The Vulcan looked at Xu Xin with that sword pointing at him, and then he hurriedly whispered. Apparently, he hadn't thought that asshole of a brother, in front of Xu Xin. It's amazing how much weight it carries. It was important to know that Xu Xin had always been steady and dominant in the team, and, for his own team members, it's more important than his own life. When he was first killed by Vajra himself, it was Xu Xin who fought to the death to stand up for himself. But I didn't expect to go this far for my brother. I'm sorry, you go home first. Xu Xin noticed his outburst and hastily retrieved the heavenly slave cloud sword. Turn and continue toward the deep sea. Vulcan was just about to try to persuade again. Just then, look out, only to see, in the middle of the seabed, a bloody mouth big enough to cover the sky. It engulfed towards Xu Xin with lightning speed. The opponent appeared at just the right time, so much so that even Xu Xinlian couldn't react. It was a good thing that the Vulcan was in a state of alert and violently stopped in front of Xu Xin. However, even if he summoned the terrifying true phoenix flame, but it was still difficult to escape the bloody mouth that devoured it. The Vulcan was just swallowed right into his stomach. You seek death. Xu Xin finally reacted. Watching the Vulcan block this attack for herself, she completely stormed off, manipulating the heavenly crowning cloud sword. He struck out continuously towards that ferocious beast in the sea, and at that moment, the ferocious beast surfaced in front of her. It was a shark the size of a mountain. The other party, after devouring the god of fire, not only is it unsatisfying, that ferocious gaze, in turn, proceeded to look at Xu Xin. I can feel it. You're delicious. With that guy, into my stomach, the shark-like ferocious beast, a column of water immediately rushed out around its body, and the attack of the heavenly bushcloud sword that, all dissolved, and then the main body, actually once again from the sea in a lightning-fast momentum, towards Xu Xin rushed, manipulating seawater. You're not an ordinary ferocious beast. Could it be that you've already reached that level, the ferocious beasts of the sea, in contrast to the land? Without the presence of such creatures as man, the rate of evolution would have been far greater than on land. The shark, on the other hand, is one of the best. Xu Xin instantly sensed no seconds. Only, at the moment it was also too late. The bloody mouth, too, had arrived in front of her. At this moment, her face was ashen, and she even had a sense of relief. Maybe it's good to be dead. At least I can go down there and be with him. Xu Xin's sight began to walk back in life. Even the memories were filled with Xu Pingan's figure, so much so that when recalling those particular moments, he suddenly couldn't help but murmur, brother. But just then, that one sentence, surprisingly, ushered in a response. I am, a man's voice, coming from her side. When she opened her eyes in surprise, a figure, already at some point, stood firmly in front of her. Chapter 160, The Great Emperor of the Sister Slaves, Envious Hera. As this man's voice rang out, Xu Xin snapped out of his horseback lamp and jolted awake, and then he was pleasantly surprised to see a figure he was too familiar to recognize, standing on his own. Only the next moment, quickly, run away quickly. This ferocious beast in the sea has transcended the metamorphosis realm. It's reached the contemplation realm. Xu Xin cried out anxiously. Current Earth realm divisions. Above the land, the metamorphosis realm was already among the strongest. As for the realm above, according to the descriptions of some foreigners, it is this realm of visualization. One realm, one mountain. After reaching the realm of view, its strength was naturally far more powerful and terrifying than the mortal transformation realm. One must know that even the fire god at the peak of the mortal transformation realm was swallowed by the other party in one bite. One can imagine that the disparity between realms would be exaggerated. Before this, although Xu Xin knew that Xu Pingan was strong, but the strength that was displayed was just above and below the metamorphosis realm. But it was still far from being a match for this ferocious beast in the sea. What did you just call me? Only, in the face of the ferocious beast that came in a rage, Xu Pingan, however, twisted his head around and looked at Xu Xin with excitement on his face. You heard wrong. Xu Xin, who saw this scene, naturally reacted to the two words that he had just uttered under his breath. He was full of mouth and denied it in a hurry. However, he soon realized something was wrong. That ferocious beast is going to eat them all. How does this guy even have the energy to talk about it? Hurry! Run away! Xu Xin hurriedly pulled Xu Pingan and was about to flee with his sword. Only, she realized that she couldn't pull Xu Pingan at all. Just as she clenched her teeth, she wanted to stop in front of Xu Pingan just like the Vulcan. Suddenly, something's wrong. The two of them, Xu Xin and Xu Pingan, were talking, not communicating in their minds. It's a back and forth. All an unknown amount of time has passed. The speed of that ferocious beast was enough to rival several times the speed of sound. How is it possible that they haven't done it yet? At that thought, Xu Xin looked up, only to see that the shark, which had originally flared its teeth and claws, was still there. Only, at this point, the rest of its body, except for that one shark head. Surprisingly, it directly turned into blood foam and floated in the middle of the sea. The wretched figure of the Vulcan also rushed out from the seawater, coughing continuously. Spit out the nasty stuff. You killed him? Xu Xin finally reacted, looking at Xu Pingan with a dull expression. To be precise, I killed him. Just then, Hera appeared behind Xu Pingan. After seeing this Western girl who looked like a loli, Xu Xin suddenly drew his sword violently. The body tightened to the extreme. It's you. In memory, she was the one who took away Xu Pingan at the last minute, leaving them in a desperate situation. Woman, I'm very uncomfortable with people pointing weapons at me. Hera looked at the Tian Songyun sword in Xu Xian's hand and sensed a hint of danger, and immediately opened her mouth without good humor. But, she's my sister, a real sister. Xu Pingan spoke faintly. Next moment, Hera shuddered as if she felt something. Hastily, he looked at Xu Xian. Alright, you have the privilege now. You can point your weapon at me. After Hera finished speaking, she didn't forget to glance at Xu Pingan's face. It was good to see the other side. Still in a state of euphoria, it made her sigh in relief. Of course, how could Xu Pingan not be excited? His own sister, finally calling himself brother. All this time and effort has not been in vain at last. If anything, Xu Pingan's attachment in this world today, nothing more than becoming immortal, and more advanced than becoming immortal. That's loved ones. His sister's recognition made Xu Pingan enjoy himself. What the hell is going on here? What happened after you went to that god realm? How did that woman, Xu Xin, on the other hand, was completely flummoxed. What happened after this time is naturally not something that can be explained in a few words. Therefore, Vulcan called for a special airplane to transport the group back to Kyushu. On the way Xu Pingan did not hide it, asked and answered. For his own sister, Xu Pingan was an unconditional favorite. You mean, you were in the god realm and met the gods of the West, and then suppressed them all? And then there was a trip to outer space? Xu Xian didn't continue to ask any further after asking this far, because the next words, even as he listened, he was completely confused. She simply couldn't understand it at all. Aha! There are many other things that happened there, and if you want to hear about it, I can tell you about it slowly. Xu Pingan was like a gentle big brother at the moment, his eyes full of his sister. No, you don't have to say it again. Xu Xian shook his head, and then suddenly reached out and touched towards Xu Pingan's forehead. Hera had wanted to warn. A powerhouse of this caliber is not something that can be touched casually, but the next moment, Xu Xian's hand, then, touched directly on top of Xu Pingan's forehead. Hera, standing at the hatch of the special plane, was a little envious. If he himself could have such a brother, he would probably wake up smiling in his dreams. No fever. Xu Xian frowned tightly and muttered, could it be the Western divine race, doing something to him? When she finished, she looked over at Hera. The latter, on the other hand, had an innocent look on his face. I'd like to do something about it, but I've got to be able to do that, right? Xu Pingan waved his hand and said, don't worry, I don't have any physical problems. Even if this side of the heavenly Tao perishes, I will remain undying. Nonsense again. Xu Xian's frown tightened. I don't care. When we return to Kyushu, I'll have someone give you a good checkup. Xu Pingan. Pingan Xu, then if you called before, can you call again? Xu Xian raised an eyebrow. What words? Brother, I haven't heard that for over 1,000 years. At this moment, Xu Pingan, who had sealed his divine side, where did he look like a great emperor, living up to the look of a sister slave? You heard wrong. Xu Xian immediately blushed, then hastily denied it. Everyone heard it, didn't they? And how it was wrong? Xu Pingan looked towards the Vulcan and Hera in the cabin. A mishearing is a mishearing. Xu Xian immediately left the cabin directly without a good mood and went to the cockpit. At this time, Vulcan hurried over with a smiling face. Brother, I heard that. She really called you brother? For Xu Pingan's power, he was truly convinced. He himself had just almost died at the hands of that murderous shark at sea. If it wasn't for Xu Pingan's timely intervention, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. Plus that one time on the island before that Xu Pingan made a move. To put it simply, Xu Pingan had already saved him twice. You can't help it. You're the one who, telling my sister that I'm an asshole, brother? As soon as his sister left, Xu Pingan's face returned to its normal color. It even looked towards the fire god with a little bit of majesty. Chapter 161, True Phoenix Breathing Method. The Tiger King of Changbai Mountain. Brother, you heard everything? The Vulcan's face burst into an awkward smile, rubbing the back of his red hair-stained head and said, Brother, don't take it seriously. Then I'm only saying this because I'm trying to save your sister. Xu Pingan had shown great strength on the island before. A spiritual teenager like Vulcan is naturally Muchang in his bones, although he didn't know Xu Pingan's true identity. But it didn't prevent Xu Pingan's strength, in his heart, had far surpassed him. Xu Pingan didn't really have the idea of making a move against a latecomer from the Kyushu. Moreover, the other party still had the friendship of laying down his life to save Xu Xin when the crisis came. Naturally, he would be even less likely to give him a hard time. But, have you always felt a blockage in your heart chakra lately? So much so that when you cast a flame, will there be some stagnation as well? Xu Pingan opened his mouth. God. Vulcan's eyes widened as he said, How did you know, brother? I looked for those medics in the base to check for half a day, but I didn't find anything wrong. With this one sentence, you've directly pointed out my problem. Because you're dying. This is the phenomenon of your body, a special bloodline, and your human's chi and blood, backfiring on each other. Xu Pingan coldly opened his mouth. What? The Vulcan's original surprise turned into panic. However, don't worry, since I've discovered your problem, I naturally have a way to solve it. Xu Pingan talked slowly. Brother, please, how can I save this? Being awakened by Xu Pingan's symptoms, Vulcan naturally chose to believe the man in front of him unconditionally. Of course, with this problem in himself, those medics in the state, and no solution at all, and the symptoms are always there. It's hard not to believe it. It's very simple. The reason for this is that the texture of the bloodline of the true Phoenix clan in your body does not exist. There are impurities. Now that your realm has increased, the problem of this impurity has also manifested itself. If it is not resolved, nature is a crisis of life. Xu Pingan continued. It's also very simple to save. Just need to get rid of this impurity. Brother, you're my own brother. Tell me how to get rid of impurities. Vulcan hurriedly pursued the question. In the wee hours of the night, to the outhouse. I will grant you breathing tricks. Practice in it for an hour. Hold out for 3 or 4 days, and you'll be fine. After Xu Pingan finished speaking, he took out a parchment scroll with a texture that was tattered to the extreme. Handed over to Vulcan. Toilet in the middle of the night? Breathe? An hour? 3 or 4 more days? The Vulcan's entire body froze, feeling very unimaginable. This connects. It's just going to the toilet in the middle of the night and sucking in air. It's going to stink to high heaven. Brother, are you telling the truth? Xu Pingan was unmoved and said, Your bloodline is impure and contains many impurities. The nighttime and the toilet, both being places of greatest defilement, were the practice of the breathing method. It's half the battle to draw out the filth in your body. Brother, although what you said makes sense, but you won't lie to me, right? The Vulcan felt a little nauseous even if he tried not to think about that image. Believe it or not, Xu Pingan's hand that was holding the parchment was directly drawn away and left to fall. Not caring if the other party took it or not, Vulcan saw this and hastened to take the parchment. And somehow, the moment the parchment was grasped, the originally restless flame energy in the body unexpectedly appeared to have a trace of tranquility. This parchment is special. Vulcan immediately realized something was wrong. Their parchment has this effect. Wouldn't what's on there, then, actually work? Good. Brother, I'll believe you for once. The Vulcan took the parchment and instantly gritted his teeth, stating that he would go back and do as he was told. And after, Vulcan then happily took the parchment and crouched down alone in a corner and began to study it. And that's when Hera couldn't help but transmit. You just lied to him, didn't you? Cheat? What's on top of that parchment is the breathing method of the true Phoenix clan. Since it's something you take out for yourself, that naturally can't be bad. The true Phoenix clan was a top-tier divine beast even in the Tianyuan continent. The kings of one of its clans could be comparable to a quasi-emperor. Its breathing method was even no less than the existence of the great imperial scripture. It was a rare treasure. And if it was circulated, it was enough to trigger a bloody storm. Giving it to the kid himself was a cheap shot. Hera was immediately a bit shocked, not expecting Xu Pingan to casually give away a breathing method of this level. Their god race actually had their own breathing method, but if you compare it to that powerful divine beast, that's not nearly enough. But shock is shock. Hera still couldn't help gossiping, though that breathing technique is precious, but there's no rule about practicing in the bathroom, is there? Xu Pingan closed his eyes and said, I'm giving him a big gift. Still can't tease him? Hurrah! Not much longer. The special plane arrived in Kyushu. As soon as you get off the plane, there were quite a few pickups from the official. There is no shortage of top brass. As for the reason, it's simple. Xu Pingan's previous performance had exceeded everyone's expectations. Therefore, these executives were informed that Xu Pingan had returned. It is natural to be greeted in person. Only, when they were full of joy and ready to greet Xu Pingan, the latter, on the other hand, had already arrived home. It wasn't that Xu Pingan was unwilling to receive the people of Kyushu. Rather, he doesn't like red tape. With that feat, you might as well spend time with your sister. So he simply disappeared after saying hello to Xu Xin. And Xu Lu after seeing Xu Pingan appear. Immediately, he gave Xu Pingan a bear hug. Brother, where have you been? Xu Lu was like a wombat, hanging in front of Xu Pingan. Xu Pingan immediately very patiently told his experience again. Only, unlike Xu Xin, his own little sister, for Xu Pingan that was unconditional trust. Brother, can you take also go next time? I want to go to the road to immortality too. Sula spoke childishly. Xu Pingan was also very serious. If there is a chance to become an immortal, don't worry, I'll make sure to bring you all. The family is still alive today. Xu Pingan naturally wouldn't be thinking only about his own immortality as before. Since we want to become immortal, then the whole family will become immortal together. Yeah, the joy of a small child was so simple. Sula instantly cheered happily. Soon, however, she had a sad face. Brother, will you save Xiaobai, that white tiger king of Changbai Mountain? After following Xu Pingan, he was adopted by his sister and called Little White. It was only Xu Lu who instantly jumped off of Xu Pingan's body. Then he pulled Xu Pingan and headed towards the room. I only saw that female tiger king of Changbai Mountain. At this point, it was laying dying on top of the cat's nest. Xu Pingan's divine thoughts, too, immediately spread towards it. However, a few moments later, Xu Pingan's eyes narrowed slightly, noticing something wrong on the other party. Brother, I want to ask you a question. What realm are you at now? Vulcan couldn't help but be curious. After all, in the past, their 9 states were honored by their strength. Who would have thought that the strongest person would be someone outside of officialdom? Emperor, Xu Pingan didn't hide it and slowly opened his mouth. As for the fire god, naturally, just like Xu Xin, he completely did not understand what realm this was. Chapter 162, The Saints of the 10,000 Races came to the solar system. Just as Xu Pingan was curious about the abnormalities on this Tiger King. In the meantime, and all the while, the solar system was undergoing a shocking change. A huge fleet of ships arrived outside the solar system, ready to approach Earth. And even more terrifyingly, deep in the starry sky, the aura of a terrifying war beast filled the air, and rays of light steamed up and it is simply to suppress the stars and buckets of the heavens. A carriage, slowly approaching, emitting a vast and unfathomable pressure, making the starry sky tremble. It made all those battleships tremble like rootless floating weeds in the ocean. Then, an avenue paved with flames spread out from the depths of the starry sky. Enter the solar system. I saw a war beast pulling a carriage, moving slowly, treading the avenue of fire and light. A supreme aura permeated the whole. For a time, the stars were eternally silent, and the sun and moon were darkened. The opponent's figure, at the moment, was still outside the solar system though. However, that powerful might was mapped directly above the Earth. At that moment, countless people couldn't help but look up at the scene happening outside the domain, and in the bottom of their eyes, full of horror. Of course the public may not realize how serious this is, but those of the 10,000 who have already descended to Earth through special means, but all of them were shivering and spasming, unable to resist bowing down, with cold hairs standing up all over their bodies. This is a saint. Close, to strike here, the three-eyed man who had worked with Kyushu, who at that moment stood under the stars, looking at the mapped terrifying figure, all of a sudden, his teeth were chattering and his voice was shaking. It was a bird of prey, with a few shades of a true phoenix, robust, broad-mouthed and fanged. His body emanated flames, as if he were stepping on an avenue and pulling a carriage in a slow motion. It seems slow, it's taking soothing steps, but each time it's like a mirage, it keeps disappearing. Approaching from countless miles away, directly from the depths of the stars into the solar system. It's shaped like a real phoenix pulling a cart, and its breath is so terrifying that it makes this space tremble. It was filled with fluctuations that would make one's soul to collapse. Vast and incomparable. It's a saint, the Fire Crow King. At this moment, outside of the base in Kyushu, the three-eyed clan immediately revealed the identity of the other party. At this point in time, Kyushu, naturally, also noticed the sky, this mapped scene. Immediately everyone gathered. Even Xu Pingan and Vulcan, who had just gotten off the special plane, came aside. The fire god opened his mouth in some confusion and asked, "Fire Crow King?" "That's right." The three-eyed clan member nodded gruffly and said, "The true phoenix pulls the cart. There is only that one. He came from the Fire Crow clan, rumored to be a branch of the Golden Crow line. This clan has a saint that, legend has it that he possesses an extremely strong bloodline of the Golden Crow and prides himself on being the king of the flying birds. In the world after the disappearance of the divine beasts, in order to rule over the birds of prey, the Phoenix clan, which is the king of all birds, is very disdainful. Therefore, they searched for the bloodline of the true phoenix in heaven and earth to suppress it and prove their power. And that true phoenix pulling the cart is his mark. I saw the carriage with a man seated on a plate, looking in his 30s, and his eyes opening and closing with the golden aura cracked the void. Appalling. He has blonde hair, blonde eyebrows, and blonde pupils. The powerful aura, even just outside the solar system, was suffocating. Is this a saint? The people of the 9 states, their eyes were filled with gravity. Because of the three-eyed clan, they also roughly knew the division of realms, especially this realm that is tainted with the word holy. There was a complete difference between heaven and earth with ordinary people, and they were not beings on the same level as them. According to the three eyes, it could already be equated to a god. These existences. How come? The Vulcan couldn't help but frown, his eyes filled with a sense of urgency. No, it shouldn't. Earth's aura level today is far less than a millionth of what it was at its peak. It's impossible for a saint-level existence to appear so early. The three-eyed clan's eyes were also filled with disbelief at this moment, though it was said that Earth's chances were enough to make a saint's heart flutter. But that too needs to come later. This is a process that can be measured in years. Hundreds as a measured number are possible. There's no way a saint would come this early. Could this saint have mistaken the time? Zhao Lei stood in contemplation before saying. The three-eyed clan member hurriedly nodded anxiously at his words. Right. It must be that this saint has mistaken the time. At the moment, this was all he could think of when it was in his mind. If a saint stepped in at this time and grabbed the opportunity with them, then they'll just have to run away. Although the Three Eyes clan is strong, but there are no saints in their ancestry. The existence of a saint, even in the 10,000 races, was a king. Only, his words had only just finished. Deep in the starry sky then, eyes as huge as planets opened, freezing everyone's minds in their tracks. God's soul was about to explode. Then, a scaly creature flew in, red as blood, and very large. With the breath of a saint, he arrived across the starry river. When he came outside the solar system and mapped to Earth, it was only then that the crowd could see clearly that it was a creature with dragon horns, blood red in color, strong and powerful, cutting through the void, so fast that it is beyond the comprehension of the common man, from beyond the realm directly into the solar system, approaching the Earth. The dragon, being a divine bird, should have been surging with Rui Qi, but now it was carrying a hostile, ferocious flame. At this time, it was so astonishingly large that when it manifested itself, it was not clear whether it was the real thing or not. It's almost as big as a small half of the Earth, shaking the solar system. It's the demon dragon saint. The three-eyed clan immediately sucked in cold air and opened their mouths in shock, stained with a holy word. At this moment, this group of people from Kyushu knew, without having to think about it, that another existence comparable to the King of Firewall had arrived. Come outside the field. It's just unbelievable to them that another saint is coming to attack Earth. The demonic dragon saint is the king of the demonic Zhao clan. This clan is ranked 58 among the 10,000 clans. The killing set is heavy, and the king of them, that is, this demon dragon king, is even more murderous, and that's how he has also evolved into a trace of true dragon bloodline, and is the best among saints. Just, why, an existence of this level, it will come to Earth, too. The well-informed three-eyed clan members' eyes were filled with shock at this moment. 2 saints. This kind of scene was rare even in the 10,000 races. Only, not waiting for the Three Eyes and the Kyushu people to be shocked. Once again a scene that was enough to shock everyone appeared. Just outside the solar system, a galactic giant ship large enough to cover the sky appeared in everyone's human sight. And the reason why it surprised all the people of Kyushu. This battleship, they were surprisingly very familiar. Surprisingly, is it the tech one that came to invade Earth some time ago? Only, this time, the giant ship was even more gigantic than the one before. The energy glow spewed out by the battleship was even comparable to the sun. That's the Tech 1 Life mothership. Jesus, have the Tech 1 people gone crazy? Even summoned the mothership? That's their foundation. The power of the energy contained in that one mothership has surpassed that of an ordinary saint. It's reached the level of a sage king. What the hell is going on here? The three-eyed clan member was completely dumbfounded, and his entire body seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat paralyzed directly on the ground, his eyes filled with horror. Chapter 163, Earth Stadium Domain to break? At this point, with the arrival of the mechanical mothership, the whole sky, which had been enveloped in its reflected image, around his, surrounded by an endless number of galactic warships, the energy glow spewing out from the mothership resembled a burning sun. The battleships around it, on the other hand, were as bright as the stars. At the moment, it's almost as if they've come to the outer reaches of the solar system, like a galaxy in person. With it from a distance, the arrival of the mechanical race also caused those few saints that had appeared earlier to converge at once, each of them coiled on one side, their voices sounding like thunder as they slowly opened their mouths. The voice of the Fire Crow was the first to come out. I had thought that the upper 10 clans would have leaked the news out so early. It's that the Earth has reached a critical moment, allowing us to attack again and pick the evolutionary opportunity. But I didn't expect that this Earth is still so weak. The Devil Dragon Saint slowly spoke. With the size of this planet, it's not as big as this saint's chambers. I also don't know how the upper 10 tribes could attach such importance to him, since there are currently only 2 of us. It's 3. The gaze of the fire owl that. Suddenly, he looked toward the techs, who were parked in the distance. How about we join forces together? Tech 1 is in the middle of all the races. The rankings aren't low, but they aren't particularly high either. The weak feel that the other is powerful and mysterious. However, the powerful only feel that this clan, relying on external objects, is not their own strength after all. Therefore, it is simply despised. But on the contrary, the other party's strength was comparable to that of a saint. Under the enhancement of various external objects, makes one take it seriously again. The demon dragon saint glanced at the mechanical race and didn't open his mouth. Apparently the other side was not a fan of the mechanicals. It seems that senior demonic dragon saint has preconceived notions about that mechanical race. The Fire Crow into the holy time is not as long as the magic dragon, so it is considered to give enough respect, evoking for seniors. Earth has too little chance today. We too are the only true saints yet. Why do you want this evolutionary opportunity to be given away to some asshole? The Devil Dragon Saint spoke again. His voice was like rolling thunder, causing the surrounding galaxies to tremble. And the asshole he was talking about. Naturally, that means the techies. What Elder Demonic Dragon Saint said is very true. Firewolf spoke slowly, and then he secretly transmitted his voice. The reason why this Earth disappeared among the 10,000 races back then. There are rumors that this domain is too mysterious. Nowadays, there are quite a few tribes that have come into contact with this domain. Let's make an alliance to deal with this domain for the time being. And if we can make it, this planet I will use my great magical power to split it into 2 halves. One of us in half. If it doesn't work out, we'll join forces and force the technological race to make a move. The Devil Dragon's eyes narrowed at his words. Obviously, it hadn't occurred to him that this saint of the Firewolf clan, who looked so amiable, would be so sinister. He didn't mind, though. It's also better to deal with the saints rather than the techs. Those guys, who relied on external objects to get a foothold amongst the 10,000 clans. Its intelligence is a specialty of their clan. When you deal with them, you only get the short end of the stick. In that case, then the latecomer will make the first move and fight for all of you. The voice of the Fire Crow sage echoed under the starry sky as if it was stirring the ages. Boom! In the next moment, he began to strike, only to see a pale gold palm lifting up and slapping towards the earth. Just the moment the hand was struck, the scene was horrifying. The palm covering the sky and the sun. It was so vast that it literally covered certain areas of the planet. On the ground, countless people trembled and inexplicably palpitated. If it were not for the shroud of the field on Earth, it would be a cataclysmic, life-altering disaster right now. There's nothing left. Kyushu base. The three-eyed clanman looked up, his heart throbbing within him as he felt the dramatic changes in the firmament of the heavens. It feels like the sky is falling and the world is coming to an end. The same is true for others. This was the first time they had seen a saint strike. The moment, in their hearts, this is simply the god of annihilation. Boom boom, between the heavens and the earth, there was an explosion. The Fire Crow sage's means were superb, and the destructive power caused by his palm was unimaginable. If it were a normal planet, it would have disintegrated long ago, but the earth is too mysterious, with fields superimposed, layer after layer of light rising up, runes densely covered with, boundless, reflected in the starry sky. The people on the ground at the moment were overwhelmed with palpitations and fear. It was at this moment that they felt how weak and helpless they were. In the presence of that which is truly strong, it seemed like he was really a mole. The Divine Hidden Group. The heavenly gods haven't come yet? The boss of the Divine Hidden Group, looking at the scene taking place in the sky, his eyes filled with gravity. Then he immediately looked at the man standing in front of him. Mr. Su, You can rest assured. I have now felt the bloodline sensation of the Heavenly God Clan. Soon they will descend. The Heavenly God Clan also has saints in place. With them around, the safety of our divine hidden group. Enough to be covered. The man was none other than Exile, and he appeared to speak very calmly. Of course, if you look closely, definitely can be found as well. At that moment, panic flashed under his eyes. That saint's attack was too terrifying. If the Earth Stadium domain can't resist, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to wait for the Heavenly God race to come to his rescue, and he would be crushed to death by that saint as if he were an ant. The Divine Concealment Group boss naturally saw that exiled immortal's bottom line was insufficient. Hastily, he turned his attention to his daughter, who was sitting on the tea table. Lil, any news from your side? Only. At this time, Suli, too, did not have the leisure and elegance of drinking tea. She was sitting on the tea table, but her eyes were through the rooftop of the tea room. Gaze at the mapping of those saints. Although she was in a special bloodline, but the suppression of strength was there. Even for her, a trace of fear rose in the bottom of her heart. If the Earth's field could not withstand the attack of the saint who was like a god, all that awaits them is death. As good as banished, can feel it, but coming over takes time. If there is danger, they need me to defend myself. Suli opened her mouth coldly, also completely cutting off her father's thoughts of relying on herself. Now she was even on her own. The exiled immortal who heard the words also showed a trace of bitterness on his face. The bloodline in Miss Suli's body was even more noble than his. It was far beyond the sky god race, not even MS. Then they are really out of options. The Sage Realm. This was not a realm that could be reached just by relying on a normal bloodline. The levels of life have all transcended the human level. No matter how strong your natural bloodline is, facing a transcendent existence like a saint, a single slap could give you a direct death. And just then, the heavens and the earth once again changed. Bang bang. In the void beyond that earth, blossomed golden flame after golden flame. Each one is as vast as an ocean. It was Firewolf who got real. At this moment, the Earth Stadium domain actually trembled with the naked eye. Chapter 164, The Two Saints Strike. Earth's End. The sky is mapped, only to see the Fire Crow race sage. A large pale golden hand, unexpectedly breaking through a layer of field that arrived in the region of Neptune. The entire field became trembling because of his appearance. At this moment, the three-eyed clan simply stopped breathing and let out an exclamation. This is a saint striking out. Everything in this world is hard to resist. Earth may really be finished. No way. I've got to slip away. Giggle. However, it was at that moment that a divine aura flew out from that particular field space of the earth. In the air, it unexpectedly transformed into swords, spears, swords and halberds, splitting the extra-dimensional space and heading towards the Firewolf. The Fire Crow retreated decisively and left his carriage, and in the process poking out a hand to grab his mount hybridized true phoenix. Bang! The Fire Crow's carriage was struck by the divine aura and burst into pieces. But even so, this kind of seed it contains an extremely terrifying energy substance, and once it wreaks havoc, it can rip through the stars and cause all sorts of wormholes. However, the carriage only burst open, just to be hit again by that beam of light flying out from Earth again, completely annihilated, darkened and disappeared without affecting anything around it. Wait, look guys, that saint is injured. Only in the base of Kyushu. The god of fire pointed at the mapped image and opened his mouth with some excitement. Look closely. The right wrist of that Firewolf clan sage was dripping golden blood, piercing through the void. He was struck during the attack earlier and almost cut off from his wrist there. This is true. To overthrow tens or hundreds of billions of living beings at the drop of a hat. The saint who can swallow the sun and moon with his mouth open is actually injured here. The three-eyed clansmen who all originally wanted to run away couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble at this moment. This kind of existence is almost as good without saying that it will not be destroyed for 100 times and will not be immortalized for 1,000 times. It's hard to get hurt after reaching this level, and blood hardly ever trickles. The three-eyed clan's faith that had disappeared from the earth had finally returned once again. It seems that the rumors are true. Earth asked for the top 10 in ancient times. The reason it was destroyed at the last hurdle but not completely annihilated was because of the existence of this domain. It seems that saints are nothing more than that. Vulcan held back his fear of saints and pretended very hard. Only, his words had just fallen. At that moment, the demonic dragon saint, who was standing on the side, stepped in. His hostile, infinitely dragon-like and scaly body lifted the whole dragon's head and infinite blood chi was spewed out between his open mouth, directly drowning the earth. One must know that this is a saint, who can destroy living planets and tear apart the starry sky with a single casual strike. It's horrible to go all out like this now. A blinding cloud of bloody light rose up from the icy starry sky, and a star in the solar system's periphery that directly submerged. And this solar system, as a result, trembles. It spat out baleful bloodlight that was vivid to the extreme and boundless. At this moment, the ferocious might raged and swept across the starry sky, practically breaking through the 9 heavens. At this moment all the living beings on Earth couldn't help but look up, because the aura was so amazing that it is like a big mountain crushing down on people's hearts, suffocating them, and even some old and decrepit people have sudden emergencies. What's happening here? Above the Earth, the general public couldn't help but tremble in their voices. A lot of people look up for a split second and almost fall on their asses, and even some people with strong heart qualities had legs like sifting chaff. At this moment, the sky above is so red that even the sun is shrouded. The stars and moon eerily lost their color. Only the red light, vivid to the core, like a sea of blood, drowning everything, enveloping the Earth, with a strong aura of fury and murderous intent. At the moment, the Earth still looks like it's red with blood. In the sight of the Earthlings, the scene was gruesome and appalling in the extreme. Well, at this point, once again, the field outside the planet emitted a symbol, densely intertwined, forming a huge quagmire. It turned into a whirlpool, blocking the crimson fire. If it were any other living planet, it would have been destroyed long ago under the attack of a saint. The devil dragon saint howled lowly, his body twisted continuously, and the bloodlight rushed through the solar system in an instant. That kind of force could easily cut through the planet, but it doesn't work here. The Earth is tough and hard to shake. I'll help you. Just then, that Fire Wu clan saint who had originally dripped blood had his arm recovered long ago. This moment, he chose to cooperate. The two saints struck out at the same time, only to see the fire crow transform into its true form, a giant bird of prey, spanning the entire galaxy, only to see that his body was covered in golden light, and indeed he really did have the appearance of the ancient divine beast, the golden crow. At this moment, he violently opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying stream of fire, directly desiring to cover the Earth. This sight would surely shake the stars if it were to spread out. It was too rare for two saints to strike at the same time. One must know that the attacks of two saints could destroy some lowly 10,000 races at will. At this moment on Earth, all hearts have sunk to the bottom. They are protected by the field though, but it feels like being in the middle of the end times. The trepidation is overwhelming. Kyushu base. The three eyes are getting their feet wet again. It's finished. This time the Earth may not really be able to hold out. Go! Walk away. I really have to go. Two saints struck out. The power was too appalling. This may not seem like an exaggeration to the unseasoned Earthling, but for the three eyes, who know all the races, it is profoundly clear that how horrible is this? Shin-in group. You too, is there really nothing you can do? I feel like the Earth is not going to last much longer. Hurry up and contact your mother tribe and come to the rescue. The boss of the divine hidden group, at this moment, was also as if a big stone was hanging in his heart. Again, he's not like the others. The rest of the people on Earth, dead might as well be dead. After all, they don't have any way out. But he's different. Exile and Suri, all of them are huge behind the scenes. As long as we can get through this crisis, it'll be a flyer. He's not happy about it, not willing to die like this. Mr. Su, please don't worry, we'll be fine. Exile held back his fear and opened his mouth to persuade. Only, at this time, Suli, on the contrary, murmured without knowing why. I just got the news that guy Xu Pingan didn't die, has returned to the Kyushu base? I want to visit the Kyushu base. At this time, I'll see if he can still pretend. At this moment she seemed to feel that the fear of death, rather than go from the man that getting the answers you want is even more important. No, Missy, it's this time of the day. Why are you still thinking about this? At this moment, Uncle Black, who was next to Suli, couldn't help but open his mouth. In his heart, he couldn't help but spit out. What kind of magic did that boy have to charm the young lady like this? Only, Xu Pingan at this time, but as if he were a nobody, he stood in front of that female tiger king of Changbai Mountain, not a care in the world about what is mapped above the sky, until Su Lu, who was on the side, couldn't help but push Xu Pingan's arm and said, brother, what's going on out there? I'm scared. Xu Pingan, who had heard the words, then tenderly glanced at Su Lu before raising his head to look at the firmament. A flash of indifference passed through his eyes. Chapter 165, Xu Pingan strikes, transforming the Earth Stadium domain. No need to be afraid, brother, this will keep them quiet. Xu Pingan tenderly glanced at his sister, and then his eyes looked indifferently into the air, and then the palm of his hand was slightly raised. One could only see a single rune, which continued to emerge in Xu Pingan's palm, and then these runes, as if it began to possess life, it even began to intertwine on its own, forming an arcane but complex runic spider web. Go! Xu Pingan pressed down. This spider web fell above the ground at once, and then, it was strangely integrated into the ground. Brother, what did you just do that for? Sulu asked with some confusion in his eyes. Earth's field. Still too gentle. Although the defense is unparalleled, it doesn't have powerful offensive means. Brother, I'll change it for him. Xu Pingan explained with a smile. And just then too, far beyond our solar system, the two great saints struck out at the same time. The terrifying might simply shook the eight wastes of the universe. At that instant, a powerful existence that was still on its way here detected something strange here. One after another, they mapped out their divine thoughts and came to observe. It could be said that the duo's strike at this moment didn't just rock the solar system. Even more so, many powerful people of the 10,000 races were observing this place. They wanted to see what kind of power this present-day Earth Stadium domain still had. Boom! The sky crumbled and the ghosts cried out as the fire crow and the demonic dragon saint lashed out one after another. The fire crow's wings flapped, and a sharp, furious chopping attack kept rushing out, interweaving terrifying saintly divine energy to split the Earth Stadium domain. The devil dragon saint at this moment also flipped his body. In its abdomen, unexpectedly born a grasp that the jolt would claw its way toward the earth. It's a dragon's claw. It has long been rumored that the devil dragon sage has been born with a trace of true dragon bloodline, and at this moment, the dragon claw on his abdomen. More than that, it's the best proof. The two saints struck out at the same time without leaving any room for error. The blazing light boiled up like a star bursting into flames. All the people of the earth, who have clearly seen the means of the saints of it had been so shocking that my breath had stopped. What level of existence is this striking out? So terrifying. What kind of existence has our earth invoked? Why is there someone of this level that come and kill us? Mom, I don't want to die yet. Hate, if I had this strength, I would definitely give them a taste of it. At this moment, the people on Kyushu, all of them have felt the killing intent of these two saints that pounced on their faces. They are afraid, but also increasingly angry. This feeling of being blocked and humiliated at the door was just too much to bear. However, just as the earth was enveloped in a bloody light, the flames wrapped up to the most astonishing degree. The planet finally erupted, like a sea of blood rolling back, like an ocean of magma. The earth's field symbols, surprisingly, began to change. That original ancient rune, at this moment, was suddenly laced with a golden glow. The attacks of the fire crow and the demonic dragon saint were actually reversing, and in a flash, the rune actually transformed into another fire crow and demonic dragon saint. At the moment, both sides were identical, with terrifying flesh and hideous faces. Only the fact that the fire crow and demon dragon sage too had murderous intent on their faces made people's hearts grow cold. Instead, the reflection made by the paymaster was covered in golden light. The fire crow was like it had turned into a real golden crow. The devil dragon saint, on the other hand, transformed into a golden dragon with a peaceful face, just like a real divine beast. What? This domain can also transform into our reflection and form a mirror image based on our attacks? The fire crow was stunned and his heart went cold, sensing a hint of misfortune. But he didn't wait for him to react. It could be seen that the nearby meteorite silently annihilated and instantly exploded, because the mirror image of that firewoo and demonic dragon saint pounced towards the two. Both sides were of equal size, both as large as a small half of the earth, and at once it went straight into a fierce fight, a direct bloodbath and a great battle. The fire crow would not have wanted to meet the battle. A mirror reflection of the earth's mysterious field to it. This matchup sucks for it. It's just that the reflection mirror image, so overbearing, formed in the first place, locked onto it in an instant. Engage it, get rid of it, and have a certain time limit. This Earth Stadium domain still has this kind of means? Outside the base in Kyushu, the Three-Eyed Clan, who had all wanted to run away, saw this scene and the three eyes were suddenly filled with doubt. You know, he was an alien race that had gone through the baptism of the field and came to Earth. So, for the ability of the field, that was a clear knowledge. But he's never seen this kind of tactic before. It was actually possible to create such a terrifying field, forcing saints to fight with themselves. Bang bang, both sides fought and pulled away, and the crowd finally got a good look at what both sides looked like at the moment. And that originally mighty fire crow body was actually stained with blood and its feathers withered. That demon dragon saint was no better. One of his horns is broken, and his claws are seeping blood, fierce and ferocious. It stopped at a distance and surprisingly no longer dared to strike. What? A saint was actually injured by a mirror image? The Three-Eyed Clan directly exclaimed in shock at this moment. You know, that's a saint, and that's just the mirror image. At this moment, one could only see the mirror image transformed into the fire crow and the demonic dragon saint, drenched in golden light. Compared to the hostility of the other party, it was completely full of auspiciousness. The two reflections were nothing short of superior compared to each other. Not only did it not hurt a bit, but it even became more and more radiant. What's going on with this domain? How can it still have such power? Even the demonic dragon saint sensed a hint of bad luck. That field before was, at best, a layer of obstruction. It took the strongest strong breakthrough to make a comeback. But now, it's not a counterattack, it's a proactive attack. Moreover, he could feel that since that golden light appeared, that field had undoubtedly risen another level, as if some sort of change had occurred. This domain isn't right. We can't go in hard. Go and get the technology clan to make a move. Firecrow made an instant decision and was about to go to the Tech 1 clan who was watching the battle from the side. Let them test the changes in this domain with technology. Only, he wants to go. The golden firecrow that this domain had transformed into did not intend to let him go. Boom! The golden firecrow immediately transformed into a great sun, and even struck directly from the middle of the solar system, smashing towards the firecrow. A mere mirror image. How dare you turn against it? After leaving the solar system, I'll see how you can show off. Firewolf sensed that he was actually locked by the mirror image again, and still out of the solar system. At this moment, he was also enraged. Kill! The firecrow let out a low roar, and all of a sudden, the divine aura spread out, and its feathers glowed, all of them on fire. Through the heavens and through the earth, crimson flames enveloped the heavens and crashed into the golden mirror image firecrow. However, as strong as it was dwarfed. The golden firecrow not only possessed the ability of a firecrow, but it was also interspersed with that terrifying golden light that, exuding lurid energy. Boom! Ah! The firecrow unexpectedly let out a roar of pain. Eventually this zone was flooded with golden light, and the fiery red firecrows, surprisingly, were torn apart. The feathers stained with blood, dying here. Saint perished? The three-eyed clansmen from the base in Kyushu exclaimed in shock as their faces turned white and their bodies spasmed. Blood was splattered everywhere. It was a saint being dismembered. If such a thing were to be rumored, who in the 10,000 clans would dare to believe it? Saints are glorious even when they die. Energy flowers bloom. Golden lotuses are born in the void. The earth gushes with sweet springs all over the place, but now it's being dismembered and bloodied. Eventually, the place was silent, with only a few blood-colored feathers fluttering about as the massive firecrow disappeared. Chapter 166, The Technological One Revisited. Calling out to the Great Emperor? The fiasco on Firewolf's side had just happened. On the side of the Devil Dragon Saint, it wasn't much better, only to see the demonic dragon's sacred mirror image, which was glowing with golden light, also rushing out of the solar system at this moment. Towards the principal demonic dragon Saint pounced. Two existences that were like true dragons exchanged blows, and a boundless baleful aura immediately swept over everything. The stars around the solar system were shattering. Only, so much for the demon dragon Saint, a saintly old-timer. Under the attack of the mirror image tainted with golden light, the body was destroyed and the dragon's blood spilled all over the universe. The moment, all the 10,000 races observing this scene were dumbfounded. The two great saints of the hall joined forces to deal with such a weak living planet. It's been countered? Although there is a special field above that living planet. But, what level of field could kill two great saints joining forces? Of course, it wasn't just the 10,000 clansmen observing the scene who were dumbfounded. Even the people on Earth were dumbfounded. Is their Earth's field that powerful? Those two are simply going to destroy the world. To be exterminated by Earth's field just like that? This Mother Earth, surprisingly, was a bit of a stranger to them all. There's hope for us, Mr. Su. The exiled immortal's eyes were filled with surprise as he watched the saints on the dome of the sky being destroyed. As long as the field can't be broken at this moment, wait for the celestial gods to descend. Then they'll only get better in the future. The chances of the Earth will all belong to them as well. Miss, we're fine. Just wait here for now. Uncle Black also hurriedly greeted Su Li. Otherwise, this woman, she would really go crazy to find Xu Pingan at this time. Earth's field. It seems to be more powerful than I thought. Luckily saints are also quite a bit weaker than I thought. Su Li, who heard the words, also finally calmed down, picked up the teapot and, after pouring it into a teacup and drinking it, he immediately closed his eyes again and tried to communicate with the extraterrestrial race that was in contact with him. And Su Lu, who knew the clearest pulse of the matter. On the other hand, there was a small face, hung with excitement. Brother, was that you striking out just now? The bad guys, they were all killed. Xu Pingan smiled and said, it can only be considered half having me out. Why half? Su Lu was a little puzzled. The Earth's field is the heart and soul of an unknown number of previous ancestors. Who built it? As for me, brother, I just used a small remodeling with the help of the roots above. Make it some more means of offense. Although the changes are not big, but it's still no problem to deal with some streams of saints. Of course, Xu Pingan was speaking lightly, but if those saints were to hear some of this, probably get pissed off. Putting together a field that can only be defended, changed into a field strong enough to exterminate saints. That's what you call a little makeover? A saint, among the 10,000 clans, all of them were strong enough to be feudal lords. Ah, in your case, even a field can extinguish it. That's too scary. Ha ha. I don't care. It's just that my brother is the best. Sulu naturally couldn't understand the words spoken by Pingan Su. Just very happily, he asked, then do they all not dare to come? With such a powerful means as brother, all living beings are exempt from the drive for profit. Brother, though this time exterminate them, but they will likewise understand that the earth has a big enough stake to have such a powerful field. In the future, people like this will only come more often. Xu Pingan, as a person who had been there before, profoundly understood the psychology of these powerful people. The more dangerous the place, the more it would make their hearts yearn for the good things that would be born inside. Then wouldn't it be better if brother beat them all away? Sulu raised his small fist and said, that's true. However, now is not the time for brother to make a move. Xu Pingan smiled and touched Suli's head. When the time comes, brother will naturally get rid of them all. This time the 10,000 races are coming. Though on the surface it appears to be a message delivered by the present-day upper 10 tribes. However, it seemed to Xu Pingan that things were naturally far from simple. It's involved behind the scenes. There might be those two mysterious people in the ancestral dragon tomb. Beyond that, it could also be the immortal, in the Zeus divine palace, contacted through the ancient tripod, no matter which side of the fence, or maybe they're in it together. Xu Pingan couldn't even startle the snakes for the time being at the moment. Even if you can make a move, you can't make a big deal out of it. Go and destroy the saints who are arrogant and domineering off the planet. Now the enemy is in the dark. Xu Pingan naturally could not automatically jump out in the open. The other side is acting so surreptitiously. If Xu Pingan exposed too much of his strength, it was not certain if the other party would run. Mr. Xu Pingan. So, the only way to hide in the shadows and wait for the other side to show up for good. It's the best time to take it down in one fell swoop. Just then, brother, look, that monstrous dragon isn't dead. Sulu pointed at the mapping above the firmament, somewhat excitedly reminding Xu Pingan to look. Only the latter was not at all surprised. It's just a matter of using a substitute for death. Xu Pingan had felt all of this long before. Only, a mole is still a mole. Even if you are resurrected, you can't change the nature of a mole. Beyond the solar system, Sulu pointed in the direction. I am immortal. The rain of blood in the dragon's body coalesced, and the demon dragon saint reappeared. Except that a mysterious artifact shattered. Identical to it, it dissipated into the air. Only, although Xu Pingan had anticipated all of this, but the people of the 10,000 races who were observing this were all shocked. A sacred object that can die for a saint. Such a thing is of incalculable value. Even the old saints who survived from the ancient remnants don't see to possess it. Who would spare it? Yet. Some of the strongest members of the 10,000 races couldn't help but let out a gasp after observing all of this through their divine thoughts. Could it be that the Earth really has an unimaginable chance of evolution? It must be. If not, the Fire Crow and the Demon Dragon Saint would not have risked certain death and come explore this place. A divine thought exchanged in the universe. These were the strongest members of the 10,000 races who had yet to arrive. Nowadays, on the contrary, because of the accident of the Demon Dragon Saint, it was filled with more and more interest. It was determined that the planet had a treasure of its own. Originally, those 10,000 races that didn't even want to come over had the vague idea of coming at this moment. Sure, at this moment, the demonic dragon saint, naturally, would not think so much. He was surprised to find out, before the field mirrored itself, it was surprising that it was once again chasing towards itself. The moment, he was scared out of his wits, and then, surprisingly, it went directly towards the technological one. That's right, the Fire Crows present are dead. Those who could still block the other side were naturally left with the Techno one. He wanted the Tech one to hold off his opponent for him. Only, he had a wonderful idea. The Techno one, however, had already been prepared. Boom! Only the mothership of the Techno one. A beam of antimatter particle energy that tore through cosmic space was suddenly shot out. The Devil Dragon Saint obviously didn't expect that the technological one race would actually take a shot at himself. Hurriedly, he tried to block it. Only, he had underestimated his opponent's methods, also overestimated his current state. His body was instantly pierced through by this energy. Certainly not enough to be fatal. What really killed him was the mirror image. Boom! The mirror image killed again. The Devil Dragon Saint. this time, no longer had a means of scapegoating him. Humph, 2 losers. Thought you guys would strike first. Let's see if we can draw out the character who appeared the last time he stepped on the golden path. Now it seems that not even a small field can stop it. That's when it happened. The mothership of the Techno One finally spoke out, delivering the unique sound waves of their clan. That's just it. It's better for us, the Technology Clan, to do it ourselves. This time the mothership itself. Even if the one who stepped on the golden path appears, we will be able to destroy him as well. All hands on deck. Attack Earth. Chapter 167, the field was breached. Danger, danger, danger. Boom boom. The Tech One's mothership, at last, moved, and as before, the energy booster at the back of the mothership, like a sun, spewing out terrifying energy, a circle of spatial ripples continuously moved out. Some of the smaller planets in the Milky Way beyond our solar system. Under the energy of this, it's all annihilating. The Tech One is powerful though, yet it is also very special. Do not go the way of cultivation, relying only on cold, external objects for overall enhanced strength. Therefore, the Earth's field, in turn, did not have a special block on it. Just for a moment, the mothership, with its other warships, was like a great wall in the middle of a dark universe, hulking toward the solar system. At this moment, the strongest members of the 10,000 races who were paying attention to this battlefield, each and every one of them frowned. The chance of the Earth's existence was a fact that they now recognized. If they were to be shortchanged by the Technology Clan, it would be the most unacceptable fact for them. What's with this Tech One clan again? Inside the base of Kyushu, the people who had only just put down their minds couldn't help but tense up once again. Tech One's special. They have witnessed it. They are weak in their own power, but their technological power, however, is far superior to that of Earth. Not even nuclear weapons can do them any harm. You know, even those powerful people who are now on the path of cultivation on Earth, I wouldn't dare to say it can be hardened against a nuclear weapon, not to mention unharmed. This group of dogs, didn't they get killed by that mysterious powerhouse last time? That's right. 3 eyes. This time the other side's mothership. How come it feels bigger than last time? What's going on? The Vulcan spoke without any good humor, grabbing the 3-eyed clan member who was ready to bolt. Don't grab me. I'm really going to slip up this time. The 3-eyed clan was filled with a bitter look. What? When you came here, didn't you claim that your 3-eyed clan was very powerful among the 10,000 clans? Anyone would have to give you a minute of face, not to mention the Saints. Now that the Tech One battleships are just that, you want to slip away? The 3-eyed clan members' 3 eyes were full of contempt at this moment. You guys don't understand. The mothership of the Technology Clan. That's not at all comparable to the previous battleships. You could say that. That mothership is comparable to their origin. Their clan is relying on the origin to be so powerful. Now they are riding out on the mothership. That's comparable to a saint in person. And not only that, but Tech One weapons are mysterious and unpredictable. Many saints have suffered great losses at their hands. Even they have killed saints. Speaking of which, the 3-eyed clan obviously became more and more terrifying the more they thought about the power of the Tech One clan. And there's a rumor that they like to collect hard labor. Throw them into a galaxy at the edge of the universe to mine ore for them. If we don't hurry and slip away now, if they catch us doing hard labor later, it's really over. The Vulcan, who heard the words, couldn't help but frown and said, "Is it that evil? You really think I'm joking? Can't you see that the 2 saints before didn't even make a move against them? They are no better than the top 30 races in the 10,000 races. But its mystery and the weirdness of its attack methods. Yet, it makes him just like those first 30 clans, and few people mess with them." The 3-eyed clan reminded again and again sternly, and of course even more so when they tried to shake off the Vulcan's hand. Just get your feet wet. The Vulcan who heard the words felt a burst of headache and immediately looked towards the map sky, only to see the mothership of the Technology One clan, which had actually crossed Neptune at this time, coming towards the Earth in a continuous progression. The field really doesn't react to them. The Vulcan immediately frowned tightly. It's not that there's no reaction. It's just that compared to the other 10,000 races, the field has so little effect on them that it can only slow them down. A scientist on the Kyushu side spoke up. With that, this scientist took out the report and hurriedly reported. This time the other party's mothership. The energy density we've detected has far exceeded that of the ships that came before us, and we found out that there seems to be a powerful source of energy powering its interior, kind of similar to nuclear power, but far more energy than nuclear power. If the other side invades Earth, disregarding those fields and folded spaces that we can't detect, this mothership could destroy us outright just by impact alone. The people of Kyushu who heard this answer, one by one, had a heavy heart. There was no more field to block. They're really too weak. While it may seem like embarking on an evolutionary path, but compared to the strongest of the 10,000, Still too far off. Is there any way to stop them? In the middle of the base in Kyushu, as a senior leader, Yi Lao, at this critical moment of life and death, standing in front of everyone, with his eyes dead set on the mothership, he said, "The way. Sorry, the gap between our two sides is really too wide. Unless we, on Earth, also have an existence like those two saints before us, perhaps it will be possible to block it." The scientist shook his head helplessly. Saints? How can our Earth have a saint? It's only been a short time since our aura recovered. How could a saint be born? Exactly. Everyone obviously thought it was impossible. Wait a minute. Have you guys forgotten about that fairy character with the golden light on his feet earlier? The fire god suddenly spoke up at this time. That technological one invaded earlier. It was he who stepped in and solved our crisis. If he steps in, aren't we saved? The words are true, but which of you knows that divine figure? Besides, what if the other side is just passing through? What about solving the techno one? If the other party really has good feelings towards us, when those two saints came out before, he's just supposed to step in, right? There was a steady stream of skepticism from the crowd. Vulcan was dumbfounded. Apparently, he, a spiritual boy, speaks only with the front in mind, and naturally does not consider the back. Well, indeed also, we don't know each other at all. How can people come? Vulcan shook his head, thinking that this method was, indeed, not feasible. But just then, Elder Yi, however, suddenly said, "That's not right. We're all in big trouble. And think about what to do back there." I think Vulcan is right. The Vulcan was instantly a bit confused. Elder Yi, I said this casually, it can't be taken seriously. Moreover, I don't think we know that godly figure. Do we? No need to recognize, Elder Yi immediately said. At this point in time, we don't care if we have to offend each other or not. Someone go and prepare the instruments to deliver my words to that techno one. Tell them, stop the invasion of Earth, or we will do to you. Tech 1. What we did last time. Take thunderous measures to overthrow it. Don't say a word. Those who were present instantly understood what Elder Yi was planning to do. Unable to help, each of their eyes lit up at once. Obviously, it's a fox and a tiger, trying to terrorize the Tech 1 by the means of that godly figure from before. Well, the field domain didn't stop the Tech 1 from descending, but it slowed them down. The crew quickly turned on the equipment and put the sound on a special sound wave. It was transmitted to the Tech 1's mothership, and in the meantime, the Techno 1 in the middle of the mothership. Immediately, the reply came out coldly. I have come for two purposes this time. Descending to Earth is only one of them. Executing this person for revenge is our true purpose. Go ahead and send it out. We, the Science and Technology clan, must strip their bones and bones, extract their souls, and refine their origins today. For my mothership, replenish the energy. Chapter 168, Xu Pingan, I heard that you guys want to peel my skin and pull my tendons? The sound waves coming from the Techno 1 were not complicated. Even Earth's technology can easily translate it. Just, after hearing this reply, everyone at the Kyushu base froze. I had thought that taking out the name of that divine figure would scare off the other side, but who knows? The other party actually not only did not scare away, but became more and more arrogant. However, it could be seen that the other party, this time, had obviously come prepared. It's over. It's over. You guys have completely offended each other this time. It's still too late to surrender. I advise you to surrender quickly. The three-eyed clan immediately spoke again. Shut up. Vulcan didn't have a good time. Yi Lao, on the other hand, spoke again without dying. We have an old saying in Kyushu that things don't come in threes. I've already warned you once. If you are still stubborn, then you'll lose more than just battleships this time. Instead, it's your mothership. Don't say a word. Under the operation of the device, Yi Lao's voice was once again transmitted to the mothership of the technological race. And in the meantime, mothership, command room, heads, a second warning has come from Earth. They say there's a saying in Kyushu that, is it but three, do we still have to strike? The octopus-like looking, but upright, techies, toward the command room. The Supreme Commander reported. The octopus man who was called the head was significantly more massive than the other octopus men. Of course the biggest difference is that it is golden in color and very distinctive. In front of him at the moment. Instead, it's a video that plays on a constant loop. In the picture, it was clearly Xu Pingan, who was the power of a single kick when he first came to Earth. The group of warships that first descended on Earth when it was destroyed. The footage of their destruction was recorded and transmitted back to him. So what if the old saying is only three? This creature is strong though, but according to our data calculations we know that the power of this man's kick is no more than at the level of a great saint among the 10,000 races. Did we come here this time? The mothership carries all of our energy cores. It's long past that level of energy. Statistically, we are far superior. Not to mention the powerful technological weapons we have. This time, we can't lose. The golden octopus head, closing the screen, immediately spoke. Continue the attack. Understood. The personnel then retired. The golden octopus head, moving his tentacles, slowly moved to the side of the command room. He raised his tentacles and pressed a button. Only a steel door was opened. Step inside the door. Only a giant cocoon that emitted golden light and was transparent appeared in front of his eyes. Around the giant cocoon, there were all sorts of tubes and lines that connected to the entire mothership. And that's the secret that outsiders, far from it, don't learn. Here, right at the heart of their energy. It's also right in the middle of this energy core. If you look at it with confidence, it is surprising that there is a body lying vaguely. I'm afraid no one would have thought. The energy core of our technological clan. Surprisingly, it originated from a corpse. It's just too bad. The energy of this corpse is about to run out. The golden octopus head looked at the corpse in the giant cocoon and muttered. However, good thing we found your home planet, Earth. He was too weak, but yet a strong man like you was born. So, we decided that there must be something up there that would give you your energy back again. And even if they don't, there are corpses that can replace you. That group of natives of Earth. Oh, they don't even know it. But don't worry. I will make good use of your dead energy. As for the natives, I'll keep them in captivity. 2. Say no more. That day, another strong person like you will be born, adding to my clan when the time comes. And in the meantime, report. That Tech One's mothership has arrived at Venus. A techie came to the base being and reported the latest data. No need to report it. We've already seen it. The Vulcan looked up at the mothership mapped in the firmament and frowned. Ye old man, there is no way out. We only have to fight. Right. There is only war. So what if it's a technological clan? It's just a bunch of broken brass. It's not like we don't have technology. Those things, after all, are no match for us humans. I will die in battle, but there is no way I will surrender. Inside the base at the moment, all the experts of the 9 states were gathered. The Fire God, Sword Fairy, Zhao Lei, and Huang Jian were all here. Just now, once again, a declaration came from Tech One. Having everyone in Kyushu kneel to receive the head incense may spare their lives. How could this be acceptable to the people of Kyushu, even if they die in battle? Nor do they want to surrender on their knees. Yi Lao's hair couldn't help but turn a shade of white at this moment. Give them one last warning. If not, then we will fight to the death. He spoke again with a little weak opening in his voice. Last warning. If you ever set foot on Earth again, all of us, whether we live or die, will fight you to the end. Until the last soldier. Don't say a word. This one's a warning. Ye old man wasn't foxing around anymore either. Obviously, the prestige of that mysterious person thoroughly frightened this Techno One clan. So, this time, what he represents is the attitude of all the people of Kyushu. Never surrender, even if it means death. There is no such thing as surrender in the bones of the people of Kyushu. If you guys dare to come, the big deal is that it's a bloodbath. What is there to fear from death? Ye Old's last warning. It was soon passed on to the Tech One mothership that had been edging closer to Earth. The head who heard this news couldn't help but let out another sneer. That's 3 warnings now, isn't it? Ha! It seems that this Earth's natives are also just a bunch of mole crickets that talk big. But mole crickets are mole crickets after all. Still think you can blindly back us off by saying something facetious? Truth is always in the hands of the strong. Where my order? Tell them to hand over the one who stomped on my clan before and come out. As long as my clan will extract its tendons and skin and refine its divine soul, we can give them one last chance to submit. Or else, don't blame us. If you guys dare to come, the big deal is that it's a bloodbath. What is there to fear from death? Ye Old's last warning. It was soon passed on to the Tech One mothership that had been edging closer to Earth. The head who heard this news couldn't help but let out another sneer. That's 3 warnings now, isn't it? Ha! It seems that this Earth's natives are also just a bunch of mole crickets that talk big. But mole crickets are mole crickets after all. Still think you can blindly back us off by saying something facetious? Chapter 169, Abusing the Techs again. Is this a technological weapon? Not detectable. Can only sense that the other party is a life form moving at high speed. Specifically everything that we don't even know. The Tech Clan soldier rushed in with a hurried look. Can't detect it? How can it be undetectable? Our detection instruments can detect even the speed of light with a clean slate. Even saints can't escape our detection. How can it be undetectable? The octopus head with the golden skin was filled with incredulity. With that, he hurriedly ordered, quickly activate the emergency defense measures. Don't let him come back in. They Tech One, outside of the mothership, though, it possessed a strength comparable to that of a saint extremely above. but if you do make contact with the other side, then there really is no chance of winning. Physique and cultivation were not their strengths. The only way to keep the enemy out of the battleship was to make it their home turf. Understood. The octopus soldier immediately took out his communication instrument and began to give orders. Activate emergency defense posture. All energy shields on. As the words fall, throughout the battleship, there was a sound of energy trembling. Just outside the driver's seat viewport, a red shroud of energy, one layer on top of the other, kept popping up. The terrifying energy fluctuations directly shook some cosmic dust into powder. The energy shield, only, has just been activated. Boom boom, a blasting sound, all of a sudden, resounded continuously. That layer upon layer of shields. Surprisingly, it kept cracking, and then it just shattered like a spider web. It turned into energy fragments and dissipated into the universe. What? Our antiparticle shields, they didn't even block it for a second? The golden-skinned octopus head, at once, directly exploded. How can it be? How is it possible? Even a saint couldn't easily break through this layer of our defense. Who the hell is this? Whatever. Activate the second layer of defense. Send armored soldiers out to attack. Make sure to stop him. Only to see that with this order from him, the mothership opened a myriad of small, densely packed hatches at once, and the moment the hatch opened, only to see a set, body size of tens of meters of mecha, appeared in front of the door, and then under a spurt of energy, appeared in the middle of the universe, dense enough to be in the tens of thousands. Form a war net. These mechs, the moment they appeared, then they began to walk side by side, one by one, a path of energy, gushing out of their bodies. And then it formed a giant net that was connected with the mechs' nodes. This giant net wrapped around the entire mothership. The attackers are bound to touch this battle net whenever they invade the mothership. The battle net has been assembled. The octopus soldier reported. Very well. As soon as you find its trail, directly use the water droplet weapon and kill it. The golden octopus head ordered directly. Water drops, as the name suggests, as a drop of water. But it's not really water. It's a special substance. The texture is hard. It's rare in this world. Even holy soldiers were not necessarily as hard as him. What's scary is that this droplet is tiny, but has the ability to ignore the laws of conservation of momentum and conservation of angular momentum. Even a saint would not accidentally be attacked by it and incur damage. And, in sufficient numbers, even if it was above a saint, it would be enough to kill it. Boom! Explosions, again. Battle was indeed touched by the intruder. At once, countless soldiers began to surround and intercept. Only, boom! It just ushered in a second explosion. The soldier mechs that surrounded it. A second blast was played. Even these soldiers, they didn't notice each other. Their mechs were then destroyed outright. It's too fast. So fast that they couldn't even react. The sacrifice of these soldiers, however, is not without significance. Just see the universe. There were thousands of objects, the size of a water droplet, darting silently towards some target. This water droplet is extremely fast. However, it was very strange that there was no energy fluctuation coming from it at all. It seems to be just a night float, slowly falling without leaving any sound. Droplet launch successful. It has successfully hit the target. Inside the command room, the octopus soldier spoke excitedly. Well, did the other guy get killed yet? The golden octopus head asked in a hurry. The octopus soldier immediately maneuvered his instruments to try to see. But, next moment, in the middle of the universe, a third explosion came out. But, water droplets don't explode. And the cause of the explosion was, their mothership was pierced through a large hole. Not good. Mothership coordinates 201, 103. Breach. An intruder has gotten inside the mothership. The entire octopus soldier was dumbfounded. Reporting this piece of information. What? Into our mothership? The entire golden octopus head seemed to be down. Where are those droplets? The drops are all out of contact. He should have destroyed it. The octopus soldier uttered the words with great difficulty. Thousands of water drops? Just like that he destroyed them? This person. Who the hell is it? The golden octopus head couldn't even speak properly. How arrogant he was before. How lousy it is right now. No way. The opponent's strength will soon reach us. You get the men to intercept. I'll make preparations. The golden octopus head, like it had made some kind of decision. Immediately, he headed for the chamber. Only, he's just left on the front foot. The door to the command room, then, was blasted open. The octopus soldier was horrified as looking at the scene in front of him. Only, when he looked at it all, it was a dumbfounded moment, because the person who came wasn't some fierce superpower. Surprisingly, it's just a little girl from Earth. Nope, there was also a young man from Earth holding a little girl. They invaded the Earth, and naturally, They have investigated the likeness of the people of the earth, as well, only the more so. The more he was surprised, to know the fighting power of the earth. He knew it well. How could anyone be so strong? You guys, who the hell are you? The octopus soldier couldn't help but ask. Brother, is this an alien? Chang is so ugly. Only the little girl in the man's hand couldn't help but frown as she said, I don't suppose you're in charge here? The man then spoke slowly, looking over at the octopus soldier. I'm telling you, this is the core of our mothership. If you come here, you're looking for death. I will never allow you to. The octopus soldier hadn't finished his sentence. Boo! The whole body just exploded straight away. The man covered his sister's eyes and said, Noisy! Such physically weak soldiers. The man didn't even need to make a move. A mere thought was enough to kill him in seconds. So there you are. Just then, the man looked to one of the walls in the command room. Next moment, the wall blew right through. The figure of the golden octopus head appeared in front of the man at once. Found it. You're the one who's going to whip my tendons, peel my skin, and refine my soul? The man looked over at the other man and asked with a faint smile. Chapter 172 Direction Foil vs. Great Emperor. The mysterious corpse revived. You, how did you get in here? The golden octopus head, clearly confused. It simply didn't occur to me that the other side came in this fast. 2. It's just a straight up hard break-in, the little girl said very proudly. And this little girl, no one else, was none other than Su Lu, and the man holding him was naturally Xu Pingan. Originally, Xu Pingan did not want to make a move, but the field that can't hold up the earth actually has a fatal problem. That's the tech side, which isn't added inside the defenses. Of course, this Xu Pingan could understand. It was estimated that those seniors who had set up the field had also anticipated that Earth might go on the side of technology in the future. So, there was no thought of closure. But who would have thought that the techno one would have gotten there first, in the field of science and technology, getting to the front of the planet. Therefore, Xu Pingan had no choice but to make the trip himself. But in order not to spook the enemy, he had to choose to come inside the mothership himself, destroy it outright. What do you want? The head of the golden octopus, a bit overwhelmed, spoke incoherently. Of course I'm going to jerk you around. Xu Pingan spoke faintly. What? Your previous words don't count anymore when I'm here? Could it be that you're that time, the being whose feet stepped on the golden path? You're from Earth. The golden head creature, at that moment, had a look of disbelief in its eyes. It can't be. It can't be. When we tested the data, we didn't find out that there are superpowers on Earth. You can't be an Earthling, he yelled with some annoyance. The instrument must be right? Xu Pingan was in no hurry to destroy him, for he had realized that the other party was now in a very bizarre state, and instead asked, slowly surveying, and your instruments, have you detected that it is I who have come? The head of the golden octopus was dumbfounded. The speed at which the opponent appeared was too fast. Even their instruments couldn't detect it at all. You're hiding it so well. The golden octopus head pointed at Xu Pingan, and it was obvious that his eyes were filled with viciousness. That giant cocoon behind you is what powers the core of your mothership, right? Oh, there's a body in there? Does that mean that the corpse is the source of all your power? Xu Pingan had naturally discovered the oddity of this secret room a long time ago. Pointing at the giant cocoon, he said, if I destroy it, then is it true that your technology clan will also be destroyed? Xu Pingan spoke lightly. The other side was struck by lightning. Soon, though, the golden octopus head just straight up got annoyed and said, do you really think that by the time you get here? Is there nothing I can do to you? Go to hell. 2 to foil. Only the next moment, a rectangular membrane-like sheet was thrown out by it directly toward Xu Pingan. The object is extremely thin and no thickness can be seen. Crystal clear and colorless in the encapsulated state. However, as he approached Xu Pingan, he unexpectedly emitted a white light. A pure white object that, good as a note. And the moment he appeared, the world that Xu Pingan was in changed all of a sudden. The original world, surprisingly, began to become abstract. Wherever the line of sight was before, it was three-dimensional. But now, his sight, surprisingly, was only front and back. The whole world seems to have turned into a plane. Do you really think we can't do anything about you? Seeing this, the golden octopus head was filled with surprise. There's no need to struggle. You practitioners will never understand. You have been trapped by me in the secondary world. There, 3 dimensions are lost. All your powers will be limited. Even if a great saint is trapped, he won't be able to escape. You'll die here honestly today. In a 2-dimensional world, like drawing paper. Brother, I've changed so strangely. I can't see in 3 dimensions. I want to go back. This isn't fun. The first reaction of the little girl when Su Lu realized her change. Surprisingly, she was also scared. It's okay, Brother, this will take you out. Xu Pingan said favorably, but that golden octopus said that we're trapped here, and the great sage can't even get out. Sulu hurriedly looked at his brother. But brother, I'm not a great saint. Xu Pingan finished with a smile. Next moment, his body, surprisingly, grew infinitely larger. In just a moment, it was tens of thousands of feet tall. It was like an immortal who had opened the great divine power of the Dharma heaven and earth. Moreover, this value is increasing. This speed is also toned down. It just caught up with the speed of the two-way foil, making a quadratic plane around it. Boom! It was accompanied by a loud bang. Xu Pingan's body had already surpassed the expansion speed of this planar world. Head in the sky, feet on the ground. Since heaven and earth are in want, then I'll open up a day. At this moment, Xu Pingan's voice was like thunder, resounding throughout the entire two-dimensional world. He was seen using his hand as an axe. It slashed down violently towards heaven and earth. The moment, he was like the panga giant who opened up the sky. That two-dimensional world, which was originally only flat, was suddenly turned upside down, and the terrifying energy that, sweeping the entire world. Stab! The world finally broke under this energy. The two-dimensional world is illuminated by the light of the three-dimensional world. That originally parallel world was suddenly like a deflated leather ball, squeezed by the three-dimensional worlds. It dissipated at once. What? The golden octopus head was dumbfounded. Two-way foil was actually destroyed? You know, a weapon of this caliber. Even in the 10,000 clans, it was a great killing weapon that ranked high. I don't know how many saints, by this two-way foil of theirs, were trapped in the two-dimensional world waiting to die. For this reason, their two-way foils, both of which are rarely cast, are meant not to be exposed. The details are known by those who are strong, but as soon as it was cast, it never missed a moment. It's a killer for them, but now it's been broken just like that? The golden octopus head was like a ghost at this moment, and Xu Pingan also hugged his sister and rejoined him. I have to say, this weapon of yours, it's a bit impressive. I can't believe you're starting from up and down the spatial dimension. If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid it would be difficult for an ordinary person to come out easily. Xu Pingan was clearly filled with freshness regarding that weapon. Even he had rarely seen this kind of tactic. Damn it, don't you give me that smugness. The golden octopus head, at this moment, had arrived in front of the giant cocoon. The body was also filled with various test tubes attached to the giant cocoon. You think I can't do anything to you after you break the two-way foil? I'll let you see the true power of our Techno-1 origin. Just the next moment, the golden octopus head unexpectedly collapsed directly to the ground, and at the same time, those test tubes unexpectedly transmitted a bright light towards the giant cocoon. Next moment, the body in that giant cocoon, surprisingly, it moved. A terrifying and overwhelming pressure was also immediately spreading over the sky, suppressing towards Xu Pingan. Chapter 171 Another Immortal Corpse. Tech 1 Command Room. Secret Room. Only the giant cocoon that was originally intertwined in the air was seen. This moment is broken open. That original corpse. At this moment it was as if it had come to life, rushing out from the giant cocoon. It slowly fell to the ground above. The body was that of an old man with a full head of white hair, covered in a Taoist robe, with a fairy-like appearance. And, although it was a corpse, it did not show any signs of decay, those tightly closed eyes. At the moment it was also open all over. At that instant, a terrifying to the extreme pressure erupted from the body of the corpse. Is this what it feels like to have power? The old man spoke slowly. Only the voice doesn't match the actual body at all. It was precisely the voice of the previous golden octopus head. Divine soul transfer? But not, rather, by genetic means? Xu Pingan's eyes flashed brightly as he saw through the other party's essence. However, what surprised Xu Pingan the most was, it's the strength of this body. Above the testimony. Immortality. It's an immortal corpse. Last time he saw a body like this, or the ancestral dragon, but I didn't expect that there would be a corpse of an immortal here in the technology clan. The immortal corpse of an immortal. One has to be shocked. Brother, this man, I feel like he's so weird. I'm a bit scared. Sulu hid in Xu Pingan's arms, a little scared. There is no need to be afraid. With brother here, no one can hurt you. Xu Pingan stroked Su Li's head and looked at the corpse. Great words. This corpse, after being analyzed by my clan, it has surpassed all the strongest among the 10,000 races. It is the foundation of my Techno-1 religion. When technology and cultivation come together, you think you can beat me? The corpse made an octopus head noise, his words full of disdain, but just coincidentally took the other's body. Do you really think you're alive, him? Xu Pingan looked at the body. It wasn't the first time he had seen the corpse of an immortal, and it's been crossed, too. If it wasn't an immortal in person, a corpse alone was simply not enough to be feared. Let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. The body controlled by the octopus head immediately slapped out a palm, only to see the palm immediately rushed up a stream of innate Taoist essence, transformed into an auspicious cloud. Above the auspicious cloud, situated a Taoist temple. Instantly, in this instant, grandiose power, majestic qi, and the sound of the heavenly Tao fell down like a waterfall. The entire ancient Taoist temple condensed immortal divine radiance. It pressed down towards Xu Pingan. This corpse is not simple. Xu Pingan instantly realized how powerful the other party was, even if they had all died. But the lifting of the hand is the manifestation of the innate Tao. The great Tao had not merely been manipulated by him, but he himself was the manifestation of the Tao. This tactic was even more exaggerated than the corpse of the ancestral dragon. Open! Xu Pingan immediately blasted out with a fist, the light of which was brilliant, like thousands of immortal flowers blooming in unison, shining brightly in the heavens and the earth. I only saw the Taoist temple transformed by the Tao Yun, which was ancient and atmospheric, and every piece of tile and stone was branded with the mark of an immortal. At this time, tens of thousands of divine power silk tapestries were hanging down, like the curtain that hung down to the sky, pouring down and colliding with Xu Pingan's fist. In an instant, a terrifying storm raged between the two. Even if it's a mothership built from special materials, nor could it withstand the attack of the two. Continuous dimming occurs. Benton time. The 10,000 races observing this were dumbfounded. What's going on? What happened? That mothership was about to enter Earth. So why the sudden destruction? Only to see those powerful people of the 10,000 races who were watching the battle. All of a sudden, one by one, they turned on their special abilities and, trying to visit this battlefield, Tech 1 forced his way into the field. It would be very helpful for their next invasion of Earth. The battleship is really destroyed. This group of foreigners got what was coming to them. At the base of Kyushu, the Vulcan and the others, who had all planned to fight to the death, saw this scene. All of a sudden, one of them got excited. It's really being blocked? But this doesn't look like the work of the field. Yi Lao was also confused at this point. He couldn't help but say, could it be that was it that strong man from before who struck? In his mind, he instantly remembered the man whose feet stepped on golden light and was like a god. The only powerful person who had helped Earth so far was him. Could he really be on our planet? But who is he? Yi Lao was honestly a bit puzzled. And meanwhile, above the mothership, what the hell is your strength? Looking at the mothership, half destroyed by that blow just now, the other party was still standing there intact, and this octopus head of the technology clan finally realized that something was wrong. Strong enough to exterminate you. Xu Pingan hugged Su Lu, his expression still cloudy. Looking for death. Dare to follow me to another place. Octopus head was literally bleeding as he watched the destruction of the mothership. Immediately, he wanted to invite Xu Pingan to change the battlefield. Xu Pingan naturally begged for a brief period of non-exposure. Space jump. The corpse controlled by the octopus head directly waved his Dao robe, only to see the surroundings. Suddenly the bucket shifted. The other party's space jump was clearly the means of the technological one. However, what technology can do, cultivators can naturally do as well. Xu Pingan took a step and followed the other party, arriving under an uninhabited starry sky. Good guts. You actually dare to follow me here. You didn't think that I was the one controlling this body and going all out before, did you? The octopus head takes control of the body and grounds himself on top of a huge, deserted planet. Coldly, he opened his mouth. Take a shot. There's no need for so much nonsense. Xu Pingan hugged his sister. If he didn't want to fight this immortal corpse to try his depths, the octopus head of this techno one would have no chance of becoming one with the corpse. Since you want to seek death, I'll fulfill you. The head of the octopus, who was driving the corpse, immediately flung out a piece of yellow light from his Dao robe. Scatter the beans. Only those yellow lights were seen, and all of a sudden, they transformed into soldiers in the sky, as bright as stars. What's most frightening is that the aura emanating from these soldiers that, surprisingly, it could be comparable to a half-step great sage, although the difference between a half-step saint and a saint was like a gulf. But with such a large number, even a sage king couldn't stand up to the number of people. Taoism, scatter the beans. Xu Pingan's eyes couldn't help but narrow. This spell was not unfamiliar to him. It's not uncommon to see it in various movies and TV shows in Kyushu. Is this immortal corpse from Kyushu again? Xu Pingan couldn't help but open his mouth in speculation. Moreover, he realized that the other party's service as well as their appearance was also clearly of the Kyushu people. Although the humanoid form is predominant among the 10,000 races, but there's something about Kyushu people. The corpse in front of me looks like it's clearly more in line with Kyushu. Taoism. Immortals. Kyushu. Does that mean, is he? Chapter 172, Ancestor of Taoism. Zhang Daoling. In Xu Pingan's mind, The name of a Taoist powerhouse in the midst of legends immediately flashed by. Only, Xu Pingan was not a contemporary of theirs, didn't cross paths with them. Therefore, it is not possible to draw accurate conclusions. You still have time to wander off. Kill. The golden octopus head controlling the immortal corpse immediately issued a command. Bent in time, the soybeans transformed into soldiers, and in a matter of moments, attacked at the same time. Tens of thousands of half-saints, all striking out at the same time. They weren't as terrifying as the saint level though, but the numbers are here. All of a sudden, the attack at the half-saint level was radiant with divine light, and it directly flooded Xu Pingan, like a tsunami of killing. What's going on? How can there be this level of energy fluctuation? Could it be that there are powerful people on their way to Earth, having a big fight? Terror! A powerhouse of this level. Does it mean that someone from the upper 10 clans has come? This energy fluctuation. It's almost at the great saint level. At this moment, the many powerful members of the 10,000 races who were originally observing the Earth. He was immediately startled by the energy fluctuations of the battle. There was a desire to gaze over. Only, that piece of land was too far away and was shrouded by a mysterious energy. Even for them, it was difficult for their divine minds to probe. This corpse is really powerful. Not only does it possess the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth when it strikes, to enter his body and even master his abilities from his life. At this moment, the octopus head watched as Xu Pingan was overwhelmed by the attack. The love for this body in his eyes was simply self-evident. Sure, it also made it more certain that their clan was going to completely take over the planet, obtaining the supreme chance of Earth. Let them, the technological clan, completely move towards the upper 10 clans. Only, just then, a sea of men is not going to work against me. Kill. Xu Pingan's voice, however, came out quietly. Next moment, in the place under the submerged soldiers, surprisingly, all kinds of divine pattern complexes bloomed. Weaving a web of order. It was like the scythe of death reaping these soldiers and turning them into soybeans. A wisp of the laws of heaven and earth blocked all the surrounding starry skies, extinguishing all kinds of vitality. The soldiers that roamed the sky were cut off by a beam of law, turned into a rain of light, and perished with the wind. Turned into a soybean, and underneath all the dust settling, Xu Pingan's figure also appeared in front of the other party. I only saw that at this moment, Xu Pingan's body was filled with Tao, and the four holy beasts' shadows, surrounding it continuously. This was the posture of his emperor realm, giving enough respect to that immortal corpse on the other side. If you can only utilize this strength by utilizing corpses, then you can die. At this moment, Xu Pingan's eyes seemed to have seen everything in the world. Indifference to everything. This was the mentality of being in the emperor realm and being invincible to the world. You sure are different. But, of course, that's not the full strength of this corpse. Next moment, the octopus head controlled the immortal corpse and fiercely pinched his hand. And the next moment, the entire starry sky above, surprisingly bizarre black clouds and dark thunderclouds crowded the entire sky. A thunderbolt, moreover, filled the thundercloud, and then mingled together. It transformed into a head of thunder dragon that filled it. Like the waters of the Milky Way, 1,000 eyes and 1,000 moon wheels are sworn to the world to come. 5 thunder formation. Fall. Only to see the immortal corpse's hand techniques change violently. And then pointing at Xu Pingan. Boom boom. Bent in time. A terrifying vibration of thunder emanated from the universe between heaven and earth. Countless thunder dragons, wrapped in the momentum of rushing into the sea, came towards Xu Pingan. The moment, heaven and earth seemed to be filled with thunder and lightning. Countless galaxies on the fringes were constantly suffering destruction because they couldn't withstand the force. Is this the 5 thunder formation? Xu Pingan looked at the thunderbolt in the sky, and a hint of interest appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's a scene from childhood mythology brought to life. Moreover, only by experiencing it firsthand could one realize how powerful this 5 thunder formation was. Thunder is no ordinary thunder. This was the might of thunder and lightning that only existed when one stepped into the emperor realm. Although, it was not as long-lasting and fancy as the lightning tribulation when one became an emperor. But then, even if there was only a trace of the power of the thunder and lightning during the emperor formation revelation, it would still be enough to destroy everything. Only, it's a shame, he met Xu Pingan, a great emperor who wasn't naturally afraid of thunderbolts. Boom! At that instant, all the thunder dragons directly surged into Xu Pingan's body. Only, these are enough thunder to destroy the world. On Xu Pingan's body, it couldn't make any waves at all. Even Su Lu, who was holding it in his hands, didn't feel the power of the thunder. How could? You didn't do any damage at all. The octopus head was instantly dumbfounded, and his entire body was dumbfounded as he looked at Xu Pingan, though he moved in with the body, but there was still judgment about that thunder power. just that mid-level attack. Even if a strong person from the upper 10 clans comes, it is also subject to extinction. It could even be argued that the corpse's last mission, which was for the technocracy, prepare for the fight for the upper 10 tribes. But now, surprisingly, it couldn't do any harm to the man in front of her. The fallout is simply too much. It's only a small portion of the Emperor's tribulation power. In order to become an immortal, I've gone through the immortal immortality tribulation a whole 7 times. It can be said that no thunder in this world can hurt me. Xu Pingan spoke indifferently. It's a lot like pretending, though, but it's also true. I'm afraid that so far, no one could have experienced as many lightning tribulations as him, have long been immune to thunder. Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Otherwise I'm going to make a move. Xu Pingan looked towards the immortal corpse and slowly spoke. Good. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill you. The octopus head controlled the immortal corpse and violently raised his hand. Manhwa evil female and male swords come, only to see the heavens and earth. A bright light that was radiant to the extreme flashed, and then, only to see an ancient-shaped long sword, as if cutting through the long river of space and time to come. It fell into his hands. The longsword's body was vaguely engraved with secret runes as well as the sun and stars flowing, emitting a terrifying might. Manhwa evil female and male swords? At this moment, Xu Pingan finally moved. It wasn't that he was shocked by this imperial soldier in front of him. Rather, he finally knew who the other guy was. 3.5 cuts down the evil female and male swords. There can be only one owner of this sword in history. Moreover, this person is also the Grandmaster of Taoism, perfectly fitting for the body in front of me. Ancestor of the Tao, Zhang Daoling. Xu Pingan suddenly spoke, and at that moment, the octopus head that had just received the sword couldn't stop trembling. It's not him moving, rather, this corpse of his was moving. Xu Pingan's cry contained divine soul power. It made this immortal corpse react. However, soon, it was the octopus head's divine soul that suppressed the main body's trembling. Then, full of surprise, he said, "You recognize this corpse? Chapter 173, the Supreme Lord?" How could Xu Pingan not recognize it? Lao Tzu founded Taoist thought. Taoism, on the other hand, was founded by Taoism's grandmaster, Zhang Daoling. Legends about him have been shown in major movies and TV shows. Even in The Journey to the West, he is featured. Only, where did you find this body? Xu Pingan was very puzzled as to how this mythical immortal had fallen. And, there's a connection to this Tech One? Looks like you really know this body. The octopus head of the Techno One clan. His eyes blossomed with divine light. The intention of this attack on Earth was to deal with this corpse's gradually fading disembodied energy. Since the other side recognized the body, then by suppressing it and asking about the past, there might be a solution. In that case, all the more reason not to keep you. He only saw him controlling the body of Heavenly Master Zhang Daoling, and that the summoned Sanwa evil female and male swords, held in the hand. This sword instantly transformed into 2 long swords the moment it appeared. Female and male swords. The male sword was held in his hand, and the female sword actively surrounded the circumference. A terrifying fluctuation emanated from above the twin swords. A half-imperial soldier, just one last step away from being promoted to an emperor soldier. Xu Pingan surveyed the female and male double swords, his eyes revealing a hint of a strange color. This sword is the matching sword of ancestor Zhang Daoling though, but it is also only a sword that is used as a companion while on Earth. Although in the end he succeeded in ascending to the immortal world, this sword stayed on Earth. It is used to suppress demons and devils in the human world. Therefore, before he ascended, he should not have had the time to refine this soldier into an emperor soldier. Snort! The corpse of Zhang Daoling, who had been controlled, immediately directly slashed towards Xu Pingan with the Sanwa evil female and male sword in his hand. Heaven and earth. In the instant the sword moved, suddenly there came an ethereal sound from the 9 hells that was as harsh as metallic friction. Immediately following the next moment, in heaven and earth, countless demons and ghosts have even vaguely appeared. They exuded a terrifying aura, as if they were demonic gods descending into the world. The moment their swords moved, these demonic forces, along with the sharpness of the sword, killed towards Xu Pingan. Brother, there are so many ghosts. So scary. Su Lu, who was hiding in Xu Pingan's arms, subconsciously had to close her eyes. Xu Pingan looked at the incoming attack, but he explained it in an uneven manner. Ancestor Zhang Daoling is known for cutting down demons. These demons are eccentric, and the fact that they can be seen by you means that they have been killed by them. This female and male twin swords absorbed their ghostly aura and transformed it into their own power. In other words, this sword is a sword of righteousness that cuts down demons and removes devils. No need to be afraid. Only then did Su Lu, who had heard the words, open his eyes. This little waif follows Xu Pingan. Acceptance and guts are not bad. He looked at the sword curiously and said, "Sword of the righteous path. I didn't realize that he was a good sword." "Don't you hurt him then, brother." In Su Li's opinion, his brother was invincible, especially in her brother's arms. Even as a little girl, she could feel that inside my brother's body, there was a power that was even more terrifying than that sword. Cha! Xu Pingan once again mouthed the true words of opening heaven and earth. This bite has a miraculous effect on any demonic and evil things in fury in heaven and earth. The demonic and ferocious aura wrapped in the 3-5 evil beheading female and male swords was at once under this sound. It kept turning into a shadow. And then, a halberd appeared in Xu Pingan's hand. Exactly his only weapon. Towards that manhwa chopping evil female and male sword. The two crashed together. The halberd was dull in color, but it exuded an impenetrable light. Allowing the other party's various energies of divine light to blossom could not help him. The 3-5 evil beheading female and male sword was not a true imperial soldier, and thus it was impossible to display an invincible posture, not to mention the fact that it was Xu Pingan's halberd, which was made of a very special material that he had encountered. Boom! This time the impact, under the special ability of the halberd, without any manifestation of the Tao, only the purest collision of power. Space was shattering, and the tremendous force transformed into an energy ripple, spreading everything around it. It's all in the great destruction. Countless stars were dimming. Clank! The halberd was indestructible, even though it didn't have any of the Tao enhancements that an emperor's weapon should have. It could block all attacks, especially after being in the hands of Xu Pingan. It was a divine weapon that was invincible in the world. The 3 or 5 chopping evil female and male swords were both shaken away by the halberd. It wasn't that ancestor Zhang Daoling's sword didn't work. Rather, the holder, Pingan Su, is too perverted. Even Zhang Daoling, who was already an immortal transformed corpse, had difficulty blocking it. You go play with them. Xu Pingan threw the halberd straight out. And then this halberd. It took the initiative to catch up with the manhwa chopping evil female and male sword, which was vibrated and flew away. And then it tangled. That's right. The halberd was not an imperial weapon though. And yet, a spirit was born. It was only that his character, like his own unobtrusive native halberd, was. It's a quiet man. The only person in this world who would listen to Xu Pingan was if he opened his mouth. Impossible. Impossible. What realm are you in? How is it that even his divine weapon can't help you? The octopus head of the technology clan was finally realizing that something was wrong at this moment. The opponent's power was refreshing his perception every time. I said, if you don't show some real strength, you deserve to die. Xu Pingan took one step. Terrifying power, transformed into a divine light, containing countless heavenly Tao laws, and headed towards Zhang Daoling. Boom! The octopus head controlled this body and rushed to counterattack, his hands dancing. A law of heaven and earth kept brewing up in an attempt to block it. Only one is born with a Tao essence, but cannot release it voluntarily. On the other hand, Xu Pingan, on the other side, took the initiative. Even Zhang Daoling, when he was alive, did not dare to say that he could steadily defeat today's Xu Pingan. Not to mention manipulated corpses. Ancestor Zhang Daoling's corpse was directly sent flying backwards by the shock. Damn you! The octopus head hastily stabilized his body, and then fiercely drew an object from his sleeve robe. It directly smashed toward Xu Pingan. Xu Pingan was instantly enlightened, and then slammed his fist out. And in the meantime, just see where he struck. A jade stone platform emerged, suppressing down towards Xu Pingan. Above the jade platform, a terrifying painting was actually reflected. Above the scroll, a roiling god and Buddha unexpectedly appeared. Although it was impossible to see the true bodies of those gods and Buddhas, they exuded an inexplicable and terrifying might. The moment he appeared, heaven and earth seemed solemn and solemn. The countless stars were destroying and at the same time, they were surprisingly being born again. And this power represented new life and destruction. Boom! Xu Pingan's fist prints instantly crashed on top of the jade platform. At once, the gods and Buddhas in the sky dissipated. The jade platform was directly sent flying. Only, at the same time he was sent flying, Xu Pingan also finally recognized the object. The seal of Yangping's ruling of the capital. Rumor has it that it was given by the Supreme Lord. Could it be that Taishan Laojun is also real? Chapter 174, Investigating Zhang Daoling's corpse. The Heavenly Court? Xu Pingan was somewhat alarmed. I didn't realize that the myths and the legend were all true. Even the Yangping Ji Dugong seal appeared among the mythological rumors. But it's a magic treasure given by the Supreme Lord, though it was not the stream of immortal soldiers and imperial soldiers, but this magic treasure, which could withstand one of Xu Pingan's punches without shattering, and it exuded a might that was not inferior to that of an emperor's weapon. Definitely a rare Tao weapon. It was rumored that the Supreme Lord, besides refining pills, refining weapons was also his strong point. The mythical and rumored Xu Pingan, as well as the nine-toothed nail rake are his creations. The streams of Emperor soldiers and immortal soldiers are actually divine weapons that were warmed up in the bodies of powerful people at an early stage. Gradually, they advance with their own advancement. But now, after seeing the Yangping ruling capital Gongseal, Xu Pingan instantly felt as extraordinary. It was not a weapon that was warmed by itself, yet it reached a level comparable to an emperor's weapon. This kind of tactic was unheard of, even for Xu Pingan. Just see this. Yangping's seal of merit for ruling the capital struck again. The huge jade platform, transformed into a world, collapsed the surrounding galaxies, and in an unrelenting manner, it came towards Xu Pingan to suppress him. However, even if a true emperor soldier comes, it won't be enough. Xu Pingan did not move at all when he saw this. Still with one of his freed hands, he blasted towards the Yangpingji Dugong seal. Only, this time, the fist light was monstrous. The mountains and rivers collapsed, and the sun, moon, and stars were like dumplings. The thunderbolt fell. Clang! The fist seal attacked on top of the jade platform. The two blossomed into infinity. Ka-ching! Only, this time it was different. The Yangping healing Dugong seal was unexpectedly blasted out of a gaping hole by Xu Pingan. One must know that this was an existence comparable to an imperial soldier. Now it's alive and cracking. Octopus Head's entire body was dumbfounded at the moment. He had entered Zhang Daoling's body, so for some of his magic treasures, yet it is possible to learn something of the past through the body's genes. This magic treasure, which had followed Zhang Daoling for many years in Jin's memory, was a great killing weapon. But whenever you make a move, it's a no-brainer. Although it looks like a jade platform, the texture, however, was comparable to a divine weapon with the hardest material in the world. He saw, moreover, that this side of the divine seal that, just once, he had slapped a demonic beast that was comparable to the size of a galaxy alive, spilling blood all over the universe. But it was such a divine weapon. Surprisingly, it was blasted apart. It completely emboldened him. The moment, the octopus head's nature as an intelligent race is revealed. Immediately, without saying a word, he turned and fled. The more intelligent the species, the more you know to fear and stay away from danger. And it is now that he realizes the situation. Only a spatial crack appeared. He turned and jumped into it, and the crack instantly disappeared without a trace, apparently utilizing their Tech 1 technological weapon of space jumping. The corner of Xu Pingan's mouth that saw this revealed a cold smile. Trying to escape? Xu Pingan immediately probed out with one hand. I saw a river, hanging upside down, emitting colorful light, as if flowing from the edge of the universe. It's impossible to see the end of it. This is the Flying Fairy Falls on the road to immortality. It can span infinite time and space. Xu Pingan touched the seven-colored river with one hand. Next moment, above the home planet battleship. Escape! Run away! Exert all your energy and make a cosmic jump. I'm outta here. Octopus Head had fled back to the mothership, although the mothership was mostly destroyed. But the crystallized wisdom of the technological one is rare among all races. It's just damaged. It doesn't affect driving to escape. The original direction of the mothership towards the Earth invasion was reversed. Crazy to escape. All of a sudden, the 10,000 races of the universe observing the place were dumbfounded. Eyes on the prize. You, Tech 1, have escaped? What the hell is going on here? Only the mothership was just about ready to flee. A seven-colored waterfall fell from the back of the octopus head in the command room. He was going to run away again. This time, a large hand reached out from within the waterfall, directly fixing this side of space. The great Tao runes immediately spread throughout the entire mothership. The octopus head's intention of trying to open up another space jump fell straight through. And then, maneuvering Zhang Daoling's corpse, he was about to counterattack. Only, the large hand fiercely gripped towards it, and then yanked it violently, pulled it into the seven-colored waterfall. When he reappeared, it came in front of Xu Pingan again. How is this possible? When the octopus head saw this scene, his entire body was confused. Anything is possible. Xu Pingan picked up on his question, and at the same time, finally took the initiative. Open! Xu Pingan slapped his palm toward Zhang Daoling's brain. Only, the strike was not very powerful. But instantly, the octopus head didn't even have time to react. Just a direct hit. At this moment, the octopus head immediately let out a roar of pain. That's right. Xu Pingan's strike did not harm the corpse, but directly attacked the inner divine soul. And the one who entered the body at this time, representing the divine soul, was naturally the octopus head of the Techno One. You can't kill me. You know this body, and now I am one with him. If you kill me, this body, too, will be destroyed. I know. You don't want to see him just disappear, do you? The octopus head was worthy of being an intelligent race, and in a split second, it came up with all sorts of excuses that, and it also took Pingan Su's mindset. That's right, this immortal corpse, most likely, holds the great secrets of the earth, even the great secret of the immortal world. Xu Pingan naturally wouldn't destroy it. Ha ha, I was right, wasn't I? You can't kill me. Actually, we can work together. I'm inducted into this body. I can feel his genetic memory. As long as you let me go, I, the Techno Clan, am willing to help you decipher his memories, restore the past of his life. The octopus head is desperately trying to show his worth in exchange for a chance to live. Only, Xu Pingan, however, could not help but reveal a cold smile. Divine soul and physical body united? Honestly, this corpse is capable of so much more than that, and you can't even fully utilize his power after his death. You're telling me about being one with his body and trying to decipher his memories for me? You could have fooled the others. But in my case, it won't work. Xu Pingan's eyes suddenly blossomed with divine light. The palm of his hand suddenly exerted force and an ancient rune appeared on it. And then, it slowly withdrew from above Zhang Daoling's head, with the extraction that comes out of it. There was also a silhouette of an octopus. This is his divine soul. As for being one with the flesh, it does have a point. But, who was Xu Pingan? The strongest great emperor in the Tianyuan continent. 7 times he tried to become immortal. Practiced all sorts of tactics long ago. Soul extraction and soul refining was naturally his strong point. The octopus head let out a scream and tried to beg for mercy again. However, Xu Pingan was the one who moved his mind. The divine soul burst on the spot. Without Zhang Daoling's physical shelter, an existence of this level could be destroyed by a single fully released snort from Xu Pingan. Immediately afterward, Xu Pingan's gaze looked towards this Zhang Daoling's body, and just then too, heaven, the mission failed. No, can, return again. Zhang Daoling's corpse, suddenly spoke. Chapter 175, The 9 Kingdoms, Heavenly Court, the Immortal World, the True King, Heaven? As Xu Pingan listened to these familiar words, a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Heaven, still among the myths. Xu Pingan had thought that this was true and non-existent. After all, above the 9 states, even above the 10,000 realms, was the immortal realm. Becoming immortal is the ultimate goal of this world. And mythic coloring, after all, is a world rendered by posterity. The heavenly court is nothing more than the existence of people's fantasies. But I never thought that it would come from the mouth of an immortal. Could it be that the heavenly court really exists? But what does he have to do with the immortal world? Xu Pingan looked at Zhang Daoling's corpse. It's just a shame. The body wasn't really alive. Even the obsession is gone. There was only the last unwilling thoughts remaining in the body. Heavenly mission failed. Can't go back. Xu Pingan recited these words. Not a lot of words though, yet it also reveals a number of key messages. Heaven is real. Zhang Daoling seems to be on some critical mission. The mission failed, and Zhang Daoling fell in the territory of the technology clan. Thus, it becomes their energy supply. Behind this information, however, lies a mystery. What is the mission of heaven? Even a powerful person among myths like Zhang Daoling would have difficulty accomplishing it? And, who killed Zhang Daoling? Is there a connection between this incident and the immortal world? Zhang Daoling belongs to the Kyushu camp. When the 9 states were destroyed, did the immortals of the 9 states, as a result, suffer a disaster? Xu Pingan's mind kept pondering over it. There must have been a connection in the meantime. It's just a shame that there are too few clues to draw valid conclusions. And I wonder if the heavenly court still exists. Xu Pingan shook his head. Nowadays the immortal world cannot be visited. All the secrets that you want to explore will have to be left untouched. At this point, Xu Pingan raised his hand and grabbed it. Only to see that from his storage ring, he grabbed out a piece of green dragon-patterned wood. This is the divine tree in the Tianyuan continent, where legend has it that a true dragon has inhabited. It contained a large amount of true dragon breath. Xu Pingan tapped his fingers. The ancient wood was instantly transformed into a finely carved coffin. Zhang Daoling, as an immortal of Kyushu, was also Xu Pingan's senior. Adequate respect should be accorded. Zhang Daoling's body, slowly laid into the coffin on top of it. Just as Xu Pingan was about to close the coffin, suddenly, a peculiar thought flashed through his mind. The ancestral dragon's corpse has been tampered with and is inextricably linked to the system. Zhang Daoling's corpse is the same as ancestral dragons as the immortal of the 9 states. Has it been tampered with as well? Xu Pingan thought about this. I'm sorry, Elder Zhang. Xu Pingan put one hand on top of ancestor Zhang Daoling's corpse. The eyes opened and closed at once. Countless Dao rules transformed into lines that traveled over the corpses. A few moments later, only to see a ball of light strangely appear amongst Zhang Daoling's corpse. On top of the ball of light, Dao rules surged and tedious runes jumped continuously. Xu Pingan's eyes instantly revealed a hint of familiarity. That's right. This thing. He was so familiar with it that he couldn't be more familiar with it. This is surprisingly systematic. That's right. Zhang Daoling's body even had a system within it. The body has been moved too. Xu Pingan's eyes were stunned. Who the hell is it? Who is the person behind this system? Surprisingly, these systems were extracted from amongst the corpses of immortals. You know, this is an immortal. And the system, this being, was basically sucking the origin of the immortals. What kind of tactics does this have to go this far? All of this, the maker of the system, categorically knows. Xu Pingan had trouble figuring it out, but he did understand a conclusion. This thing has a connection to the system that's hard to shake. Is the other side plotting something in all this? What does Kyushu have to do with him? And why did he create the system? The existence of the system also means the birth of the traveler. Only, Zhang Daoling ancestor had a problem, and the system didn't recycle it. Is there something the other side doesn't know too? With this thought, Xu Pingan put this system away. There was already a system in place on his own anyway. One more wouldn't be too much. Next, Xu Pingan slowly withdrew his palms and covered the coffin. Let Zhang Daoling, the ancestor, completely fell into a deep sleep. With that, Xu Pingan took a step out. Then he came within the battleship of the technological one. Now that you've made the trip, and naturally, they've finished each other off for good. Xu Pingan lifted slightly. A golden flame appeared in the palm of his hand. And then Xu Pingan dropped the flame and his figure disappeared into thin air. Only, in the moment of that flame's descent, directly like a hawk, it stuck to the battleship. At this moment, even the battleship made of metal was actually directly ignited at this moment. And the momentum of the flames, unabated, surprisingly intensified. The octopus soldiers on top of the battleship did not all die. Immediately, everyone began to work together to put out the fire. It's just that, left to their own devices, this flame, however, is like an eternal fire. Not at all impressed. Just for a moment, the entire battleship, at once, was as if it had been transformed into a burning sun. Along with all the battleships in the vicinity, they were all set ablaze. Those octopus soldiers, even more so, were all stained by the flames, completely turned to dust in the middle of the universe. The moment, heaven and earth are in turmoil. Only an ancient castle, as huge as a star, appeared outside the solar system. The ancient fortress was morose and gave off the aura of antiquity. A figure even walked out from the ancient castle. It was a pale-faced man, clad in a black robe around him, though it was vaguely apparent that on top of the black robe, countless ferocious beasts, which had left their imprints on it, exuded his terrifying beastly might. I didn't realize that even the techno one was still stopped out. The man spoke slowly, and that's when, between heaven and earth, an ancient ship, treading waves of the Milky Way and the stars of the heavens came. A man in a starched robe, his body flickering and shrinking with countless starlight. The figure that the stars of the heavens seemed to revolve around him appeared on the man's side. Beast Saint King, I didn't expect you to come quite early. The star-robed man spoke slowly. The Holy King, among the 10,000 clans. This was not a casual title. Rather, there are only saints. Moreover, it had to be a king among saints to be called that. This level of existence, only among the 10,000 clans, within the top 50 clans. Would a strong person be born? Star Saint King, you're not too late. How is it that you can't wait to see this techno clan? To snatch the chance? The Beast Saint King revealed the identity of the other party. Both of them were clearly kings among the 10,000 races. And, still, a king among saints, in a time when it's hard to be immortal. They are the masters of this world. It's the king of this world. Chapter 176, The Plan of the 7-10,000 Race Kings. Zoning to divide the earth. Just as the two holy kings were talking, boom! The heavens and earth were once again in turmoil one after another. A ferocious beast shaped like a white tiger with eyes like two suns appeared outside the solar system. Beyond that, a demonic beast shaped like a crocodile that's strong enough to collapse the starry sky. It appeared in the middle of the field as many galaxies exploded under the crush of its body. Of course, it's more than that. A machine built of metal, as if in human form, coming out of a wormhole in the universe. Although his body was like metal, he exuded a terrifying aura. Immediately following her was a bright white, moon-like demon fox, and after she appeared, it even directly transformed into a human form. A woman wearing a white robe, with skin like the first snow, and a face that was simply astonishing. Her appearance caused the others in the room to gaze over. After this, there was a plump, jade-like man with a peculiar glow that, like a puddle of flowing water, it continued to swim around its circumference, and the space around it, under this energy, was collapsing. with space turbulence after turbulence. A full 7 figures appeared on the field one after another. Tiger Saint King, Crocodile Saint King, the Mechanical Saint King, Fox Saint King, Saint King. The few silhouettes that appeared there were actually old acquaintances who knew each other. They have said each other's names. That's right, these several people who arrived at the same time. Surprisingly, they were all kings among saints. King of saints, the true king among all races, one of the components of the supreme being that dominates the destiny of this world. At this point in time, 7 of them appeared together. It literally shook the solar system. If not for the presence of the field, this tiny galaxy would be enough to be directly destroyed under their aura. Of course, the solar system is fine, but the galaxy is suffering. Without the protection of the field, countless stars in the galaxy suffered destruction. Even some of the planets that contain life have powerful people out there trying to protest, except that without even sending out the planet, they were turned into pieces by the spitting breath of these Saint Kings, along with the people and the planet. All of you, I'm sure you're all here for Earth, but the performance of this domain, have also seen. Everyone can have a solution? The Star Saint King was the first to speak, only to see a star continuously rotating around him. It was like a star river lord. The power of this field lies in the fact that it is strong when it meets the strong, the main defense, and the means of attack, although there is but not active. The Beast Saint King had naturally observed everything that happened here in the dark long ago. A ferocious beast silhouette engraved on his body continued to emerge, displaying a powerful aura. So, trying to use this as a breaking point, break the field? The Tiger Saint King opened his mouth, his 2 sun-like eyes, bright and uncertain. A channel of solar essence overflowed from his eyes, collapsing the surrounding space. Not a bad idea. Only, want us to combine our efforts to break through the field, but how are the chances divided? The huge body of the Crocodile God King, spanning a galaxy, the massive head that, it was comparable to the entire solar system, and a morose aura emanated from the dense fangs. If you all harbor dissenting thoughts now, then there is no hope of cracking this domain. There needs to be a rational reason for the distribution. The Mechanical Saint King let out a mechanical sound. Unlike the technological ones, he was a being born of machinery, following the path of cultivation, and that body, which was as huge as the sun, was. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. The field cracking requires us to work together. We're talking about distributing chances now. No one will be convinced, and I have a proposal. The field is strong when it meets strength, but for those at the lower end of the realm, with us out there, enough to send it in, we each select the young leaders of our clans and send them to Earth, leaving them to fight it out. When the time comes for the field to break up, the juniors grab the land that. How about we divide up the territory? The Sacred King, who was as plump as jade, opened his mouth, and he was dressed in a white robe with long hair like a waterfall, standing in the void. The god's color opened with a faint warmth like jade. I agree. If it's divided equally, if you all don't get a good share of the place then, would still be resentful, but if they were to be handled by their respective chosen juniors, even if they felt at a disadvantage, one can only blame one's own offspring for not being good enough. The Fox Saint King opened her mouth, her face was exquisite to the extreme, and she had the smallest physique amongst the many Saint Kings, but it was a graceful figure, with a dense light emanating from her body, and around her, it seems to be full of grassland and flowers, full of the breath of life. The several Sage Kings, it was not the first time they had met. The years they have spent are long, and the hearts of all of you have long been refined. No unnecessary words, only the most heartfelt needs. Almost one person, in one sentence, has already concluded what is next for the future of the planet. As for the death of the planet, they won't care at all. In that case, do it all. The Star Saint King spoke once again, only to see a star, which instantly emitted a huge pressure of might, making the surrounding space constantly tremble. Immediately after, in the next moment, space was constantly in turmoil. A figure emerged. They all had powerful energy fluctuations emanating around them, though not as much as the 7 at the forefront. However, the auras they emitted were not weaker than the 2 saints from before, the demonic dragon saint and the firewolf, and they were naturally none other than the saints who had already arrived. They come from the 10,000 tribes. After getting to the upper 10 tribes, naturally, he had made plans to run to this place and come to seize the opportunity. Only, after seeing the 7 Saint Kings appear, they didn't dare to strike at will, so they hid in the shadows. Only, this little thought of theirs naturally could not be hidden from the 7 great kings. This field is special, even if it's a few of us Sage Kings, striking out together. It's also difficult to destroy it completely. The Beast Saint King naturally understood the Star Saint King's intentions. The field's main tool is defense as well as mirror attacks. but the power of the field, after all, is limited. The White Tiger Saint King was also opening his mouth. Only, it was to those saints that he opened his mouth to explain. We, the 7 Sage Kings, will try our best to draw out their mirror images and share his power. But that's not enough. You all need to strike. Invoke the mirror image and divide the power of the field completely, to the weakest. The Crocodile Saint King was also endorsing the Saint Kings. As kings, no one knew the strangeness of this domain better than they did. When the power of the field is divided to its weakest point, we will deal this field a fatal blow, make it completely shatter. The Mechanical Saint King opened his mouth, his voice filled with indifference. It was as if they were giving some kind of order to these saints who were arriving. The saints of the 10,000 races were instantly in a bit of a panic. The saintly king is unbeatable. To cooperate with them is not to seek skin with the tiger. They naturally have something to fear. At this point, the Fox Saint King's delicate voice, however, rang out. Chapter 177, The Son of God Descends. The Great Tribulation of the 10,000 Races. Rising, the Fox Saint King opened his mouth. The voice was soft. Please don't worry, gentlemen. We naturally won't let you all work for nothing. We will combine our efforts to send the latecomers to Earth together. Your juniors, too, will be among them. As long as you're strong enough to grab the territory then it is yours. Although the Fox Saint King was a sage king, she was also the most voluptuous woman among the 10,000 races. I don't know how many young talents among the 10,000 tribes have fallen under her pomegranate skirt. Even for saints, there were quite a few who were indulged by her. With her speaking, those saints of the 10,000 races present also stabilized. They, the 7 great sage kings, could crush these saints though, but they represent the 10,000 clans behind them. If they were forced to do something, this would only cause anger. Earth doesn't just have the opportunity to break through to Sage King. Even more so, there are chances to reach our level. All of you come with us. Sacred King, he set an example and actually began to take direct action against the Earth. Boom! Suddenly, the entire solar system went dark, and an incomparably terrifying wave was unleashed, spreading that, and then it rumbled and slammed like a shocking wave. A large hand transformed by the Divine King emerged, lustrous as jade, a special white light that, it flows between the palms and seems to be absorbing all the starbursts in the universe, like a black hole that swallows everything. The immense and boundless, to cover the sun, to have covered Pluto, Neptune, etc., all the way to explore to destroy the astral body here. At this moment, the souls of everyone on Earth were trembling, an unimaginable pressure. Saints alone already made them feel fear, but at this moment, the saint made a move, and all they had left was despair. Even outside of Earth, the saints from all races felt empty inside. He felt the star-breaking emptiness, and the pressure, and his flesh and soul felt the thrill. Is this the power of a sage king? The same as a saint. The king is yet far from unbeatable. The vastness of the stars, and I don't know how many saints are watching this place with their divine thoughts, gazing at this shocking scene that was enough to go down in the history books of the universe. Only, as expected, even the sage king, after entering the solar system, a blow of destruction was struck. This is the moment when not only the Earth shines, but the moon pours out its runes. It's Mars, Venus, Mercury, Jupiter, Uranus, etc., as well as the sun, all blossoming with terrifying symbols, forming an astounding field. Intertwined, the entire solar system pierced, shocking the mind, making the large hand that probed in. Constant encounters with destruction. However, the Sage King was no ordinary saint. He broke through the block. Just when it was about to hit the real core, mirror attack appears. A golden reflection like that of a divine king appeared, and he similarly probed his hand, coming towards the main body. The sacred king immediately collided with that golden reflection. Gentlemen, we have taken the lead. What are you still hesitating for? Next, the 6 sage kings, one after another, struck out to test the waters. Having made a decision, it's only natural that they won't go back on their word. They have a common interest, and that interest, for now, requires cooperation. The 7 great sage kings struck out at the same time. The moment, the universe seemed to be swaying. Infinite brilliance pierced through this universe. Countless stars are destroying, one black hole after another, floating around the solar system. The saints of the 10,000 races, after seeing this scene, finally someone made a decision. Make a decisive move. Together, they shared the power of the field for the Sage King. Of course, there were also some saints who were still watching. I'll be ugly. Those who did not make a move, but those who are still thinking of taking advantage of the situation after the Earth Stadium domain is breached. Don't blame me for striking. The Tiger Saint King opened his mouth, and his bloody mouth opened, directly biting a planet into smithereens with a single bite, signaling a threat. Tiger Saint King is right. Don't let me know when the time comes. I happen to miss the taste of saints. The crocodile Saint King opened his huge crocodile mouth and let out a voice that was cold to the extreme. Me too. Don't let me know. The remaining few sage kings spoke up, stating that they would not tolerate those who fish in troubled waters. At the opening of several great sage kings, those saints who were fighting these ideas were all heartbroken one by one. Honestly, there are no stupid people who can get to the level of a saint. There are only choices. If you don't make a choice, then others will naturally not let you have the benefit of the doubt. No way. These remaining saints struck out one after another. Following in the footsteps of the Sage King, he strikes out against Earth, triggering a mirror attack. Of course, there were also some saints of the 10,000 races who turned around and left, but this occupies only a minority. The 7 great Sage Kings struck. Uniting the 10,000 races, these hundreds of saints struck out at the same time. The field did appear to change. The runes were still blazing brightly though, emitting a glow that destroyed invading things. But the power clearly showed a hint of weakening. After all, the field of the Earth at this time mirrored the reflections of hundreds of saints throughout. This amount, it could be said that nearly half of the saints of the entire 10,000 races had appeared. As for those who didn't come, they were also mostly saints who had been severely injured or whose lifespans were running out. A small ground field domain, against the entire 10,000 clans. Nowadays it can behave like this. It was enough to make everyone remember how powerful he was. Some of the Wan clansmen watching this place couldn't help but stagger. Enough to induce hundreds of saints to strike at the same time. This kind of spectacle is simply rare. What in the world is Earth's origin? How could there be such a field? It seems we underestimated Earth. This is a planet that is good enough to go down in history. At this point, Earth was completely exposed in the 10,000 races. Basically most of the vanguards already know about a planet like Earth. Only, if fame is not matched by strength, it will only usher in destruction. I'll try. The Star Saint King took the initiative to open his mouth as the Earth Stadium domain weakened, and he wanted to try descending. He plucked one of the stars around him with one hand, and then hurled himself directly into the solar system. Near the blue star, the star had refined a part of his divine soul, and as soon as he was able to descend, then the essence can naturally descend as well. The star, at once transformed into a shooting star, passed through the solar system and, surprisingly, it's going to land directly on Earth. But just then, 9 planets, and even some huge meteorites, all aglow with color, being engraved with the most powerful symbols, forming a killing field. Strangle that star. But for a moment, the star then directly exploded. The Star Saint King's intention of being about to descend was also completely defeated. But he wasn't disappointed. The 7 great Sage Kings had long since seen that it was unlikely that they would descend easily. It's a constant battle with field consumption. Do not descend yet. But, the field power. There has been a weakness. Summon the late generations of the clans. Together we will open the passage for them. Descend to Earth. The 7 great Sage Kings immediately opened their mouths at the same time, preparing to execute their previous plan. Chapter 178, Lao Tzu's Mount. The Green Ox is on Earth? The solar system at this moment, illuminating the entire universe, was radiant to the extreme. Several Sage Kings struck out, a situation that was rare in the world. And, besides that, there were even hundreds of saints that the 10,000 races normally found it difficult to see gathered here. Who would have thought? A feeble solar system has induced so much consternation. With the 7 Saint Kings, hundreds of saints struck out. The Earth's field that was originally strong enough to resist everything finally had a weak link. And after, the King of Saints and the saints at strike, directly summoning the leaders of the younger generation of the clan, they kept summoning them, and then, forcibly combined their efforts to open up a passageway. This passageway is not meant to allow saints to descend. It also only cuts down on the strong suppression of a small number of fields. It takes time for the passageway to be constructed, and for now it's safest to descend only to the realm of contemplation. The stars around the Star Saint King transformed into a Milky Way, suppressing the mirror image that bounced off the field. Speak to everyone at the same time. All the saints immediately began to make preparations. The realm of contemplation is the third major realm on the path of cultivation. It is the most crucial realm. Observe all things, realize yourself, and come out of your own cultivation path. In fact, most young talents are also in this realm, because whether or not one becomes a saint in the future is also related to this. This realm is also the realm where most living beings reside for the longest time. The contemplation realm is sufficient. That group of natives on Earth. I'm afraid that even those who have reached this realm are few and far between. The Beast Saint King opened his mouth, and at this moment, his body seemed to have transformed into a male lion, emitting a thunderous sound. Even if they are lucky enough to step into the view, they have no fear. Without the guidance of their predecessors, they are trapped here again. unable to see the true universe of all things, or feel the workings of the rules of the, and you can only sit and watch the sky and become a mole. The Tiger Saint King snorted coldly, filled with disdain. The remaining few Saint Kings, too, flashed a hint of disdain under their eyes. Viewing the imagination is what this realm, in its most essential sense, is all about. The realm of contemplation relies on the contemplation of all things to find the Tao that best suits you. In other words, the more you see, the stronger you see, the stronger you get. This group of natives of Earth, compared to them, their descendants and children, there's already too much of a difference in innate. Everyone has ignored the threat of the Earth's natives with a mere thought. The focus of the saints' attention, on the other hand, was more on the offspring of others. In their view, the only really strong contenders are them. The construction of the channel, however, was not an overnight process. Earth's field is just too peculiar, even they need to go all out. And in the meantime, above Earth, the Sage King's conversation was not disguised in any way. Although the language was different, the words contained a spiritual fluctuation that was enough to understand what they meant. Everyone's minds were mixed at the moment. The field did block strong enemies for them, but these powerful enemies, they did not leave. They are still swarming beyond the solar system, and still cracking the field together. It's like a sword hanging over everyone's head that could fall at any moment. Beyond that, they are going to send the best geniuses of each race to Earth. How long has it been since the Earth's aura was revived? Can you compare it to these races that have been practicing since they were born? No one had a plan in mind. At this moment, they can't escape. Like birds and beasts trapped in a cage. Let the other side take it. Everyone's heart had to sink to the bottom. Kyushu base. Family area. Kitty, who hurt you? This injury? For the outside world, that Sage King was making a lot of noise. Xu Pingan, however, returned directly to his home after wiping out the Techno 1 clan. Looking over to the long white mountain tigress that her sister had been trying to show herself. Meow. The tigress let out a catcall, but quickly realized something was wrong. She was a head tiger. Immediately, he growled something low. Oh, a green cow? Xu Pingan naturally understood the other party's meaning. Ho ho ho. The tigress roared low in succession to express herself. He appeared in your Changbai mountain and you tried to drive away. You didn't expect the green ox to go crazy and injure you? Xu Pingan's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the wound dead on. This long white mountain tigress's injury was not an unusual wound. Surprisingly, it contained a Dao wound. That's right, the wound actually contained a Dao wound above the supreme principle of heaven and earth. It was a good thing that the wound, which was not intended to be fatal, was simply a hint of the Dao that permeated the area. At this time, the tigress, too, hurriedly explained. That green bull didn't try to hurt me. It just went crazy with a sudden crash and the aftermath hurt itself. When Xu Pingan heard this, he was even more curious. You know, to understand to the level of the Tao, at the very least, they all need to be saints to start. And this is extremely well controlled, yet not to the point of being fatal. At least it needs to be a great saint or above. Is there anyone of this caliber on Earth? Xu Pingan's divine thoughts did not perceive it. You know, a great saint-level powerhouse, with his divine mind and cultivation. It's impossible not to perceive it. Is there anyone else around that green ox? A flicker of conjecture flashed through Xu Pingan's mind. No. The Mother Tiger King of Changbai Mountain shook her head. Is it not him? The character Xu Pingan associated with was, naturally, the one Klaus had observed earlier. The old man who rode a green ox backwards. Only, Lao Tzu didn't. A green cow but one? And this green bull, is it really that green bull? Xu Pingan's divine thoughts filled the area around Changbai Mountain. Only, there were no signs of any green bulls at all. Well, my little white, is there any saving? Sula sensed the gravity on Xu Pingan's face and couldn't help but ask. You know, my brother has never been so stayed in any enemy he has encountered. Of course there's a save. Xu Pingan smiled and touched his sister's cheek. With that, he began to treat the female Tiger King. A Dao injury of this level, though not initially fatal, is not extracted. It can still be fatal in the long run, and just the other person met himself. Otherwise, as far as the era when it was difficult for the Earth to appear as a saint, this female Tiger King was basically dead. However, in a few moments, the Dao wound was easily pulled out by Xu Pingan. The originally dying female Tiger King was suddenly excited and kept bowing to Xu Pingan. This Dao injury almost killed you, but at the same time, it was also your creation. If you can comprehend it properly, it will help you grow in the future. After Xu Pingan had completely recovered the female Tiger King's injuries, he casually mentioned it. Dao injuries contain the other person's understanding of the Dao. In today's realm, to be able to come into contact with an attack at this level without dying was, for her, the There are only benefits. Just as Xu Pingan's side was busy. Brother Xu, I've finally found you. An old acquaintance who hadn't appeared for a long time. Xiao Yan appeared at the door. Chapter 179, Xu Pingan preaching the way. Replacing the heavenly Tao. New home in Kyushu. Xu Pingan prepared dinner for his sister. He's still very vocal about the whole eating thing. In the Tianyuan continent, he was a snacker, and before he had grown up. Because there are no sects or clans to provide their own supplies. Xu Pingan then had no choice but to kill his opponents and then make them into his own rations. Not in human form. Of course, it was a bit diabolical at first. Later on, as Xu Pingan's craft became more and more mature, as well as those beings that he had defeated, the flavor was just too fresh. Xu Pingan also became more and more unburdened by the piece of cooking enemies and food that it also became his hobby. Brother Xu, aren't you going to make a move? Outside the solar system, there are 7 great sage kings in the tiger's eye. The way of cultivation here. Unlike the world I live in, I can feel that their cultivation, even at the peak of it's also difficult to destroy them completely. Xiaoyan spoke with an anxious face. If the earth is in a situation today, who can defuse it? It was only the man in front of him. Only. Xu Pingan, however, was not slow to come out of the storage world and took out a beast meat. There was a fresh scent emanating from it, and even just smelling it was pleasant. Those two haven't shown up yet. Xu Pingan explained as he dissolved the meat in one slice. You mean the 2 people who appeared in the ancestral dragon's tomb? Xiao Yan naturally understood what Pingan Su was referring to. However, he still couldn't help but say, are you sure those 2 will definitely come? Not sure, but there is a definite possibility. Xu Pingan had already started preparing the roasted meat at this time. It's possible. You're just going to keep waiting. Xiao Yan was a bit puzzled. I can feel that those Sage King's methods are right. If they do that, they'll speed up the destruction of the field. If they destroy it, the home planet will be in danger. This time out, I forgot to tell you, Earth's field is our home planet. That group of old-timers in the immortal world set it up. It's not that simple for this group to crack. Xu Pingan opened his mouth. This time when he went to the outer domain, Xiao Yan did not follow him, so he did not know that everything Crest said. What? Immortals set this up? Or the immortals of our Kyushu? Then where did they go? Xiao Yan, who had learned this news, was just like Xu Pingan before him. The whole thing was unbelievable. Maybe dead or hiding somewhere. Pingan Su placed the meat on the grill. Speaking slowly, he said, Earth is hiding far more secrets than I thought. So what you're saying is, Xiao Yan sensed the meaning of Xu Pingan's words, but still wanted to pursue the matter. Those 2 are critical. I want to find clues from them. Xu Pingan wiped his hands and let the meat sizzle on the grill as he continued to explain. Earth, Kyushu, an extremely important place for this secret. Those 2 won't just let the planet go peacefully. Xiao Yan paused and finally nodded. So, you want to trick no strikes or exposure. Wait for those 2 to come up to the door. Xu Pingan nodded. As you know, if I were to make a move, no one would dare to come. Moreover, the 7 great Saint Kings have already alarmed the 10,000 clans, and it would not be good for me to make another secret move to settle them all together. Like the mechanical clan. Xiao Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes. This kind of Versailles speech, even in the world of fighting, known as the King of Push himself, it's also impossible to tell. But he was powerless to refute it. Xu Pingan's power simply exceeded his knowledge. But powerful is powerful. And this one is different. 7 great Saint Kings, and hundreds of saints. It would be impossible to exterminate these saints without God realizing it, even if it obscures the process of exterminating them. But it also certainly raises suspicion. But nevertheless, what about the descendants of those saints coming down? Xiao Yan continued. Although I don't want to admit it, the world of 10,000 races has a strong cultivation system. They've been exposed to cultivation since birth. They're not comparable to Earthlings. Can't compare. That's why it's even more important. Xu Pingan thought otherwise, saying, although the Earth Stadium domain is being held back by the Sage King, but he still exerts his effect, and there is not too great a disparity between those who can come to Earth and the realm in which it is presently situated. It was important to know that Xu Pingan had managed to get this far in the first place. It's not just same realm versus, even basically crossing the border. And the one who crossed over was still at the level of a saint's son. Right now everyone is in the same realm. Kyushu, if they still can't win, then the days to come will only get harder. The 9 states had now become a treasure in the eyes of all the races. The days to be faced in the future are more and more difficult. If the same realm cannot be defeated at the moment, then how can we defend ourselves when the 10,000 clans come to attack in the future? Xu Pingan could protect for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Not the same. Xiao Yan frowned. The realms that Earth can currently reach are all below the contemplation realm. Most geniuses, it's difficult to break through this realm. Without a proper object of contemplation, one simply cannot pass through this realm. But the foreign races are different. They have long ago been shown the way by their predecessors, and have been well versed in this realm for a long time. Xu Pingan didn't deny it this time too. Indeed. However, I was prepared. Ready? Xiaoyan couldn't help but say, "What have you prepared?" At this point, the roasted meat had just been cooked, and Xu Pingan removed it. Then after wiping it off, he cut up the meat, put it away, and then called Su Lu to come and eat afterward. Then he brought Xiaoyan outside. "What do you think of me?" Xu Pingan smiled and looked at Xiaoyan. "You? How about what?" Xiaoyan frowned in curiosity. "Observe," Xu Pingan said. Xiaoyan's eyes immediately froze. Then he said with a face full of incredulity, "You mean, let the people of Earth use you as a visualizer?" Xu Pingan nodded and said, "The path of visualization is about the initial knowledge of the Tao. It would be better for me to give the Earthlings, one by one, to find the observances, rather than to let them see the most direct origin of this world." Xiaoyan was directly dumbfounded at this moment. If an unusual person had spoken so loudly, surely he wouldn't have been able to resist spitting. Xu Pingan had a good point though the different paths are the same, but often the perception of starting out is key. That's why there are all kinds of visualizations to guide the practitioner to the understanding of the way. But I want to take an individual and show the laws of the functioning of heaven and earth, so that people can be enlightened. That's just anticlimactic. This kind of behavior is not for the average person, not even a great emperor. It was something that only the heavenly Tao, the nurturer of all things in heaven and earth, could do. But nowadays, in this universe of all worlds, the heavenly Tao is not manifest. Could Xu Pingan still replace the heavenly Tao? Chapter 180. How about a competition to see who has killed more Earthlings? Beyond the solar system. At this moment, the 7 great saints, hundreds of saint kings, continued to exert their power. The symbols of order transformed into rays of light that shone on the sea of stars. The passage has been constructed. You may all send in your respective late bloomers. The Star Saint King opened his mouth as he removed one of the stars around him, and then tossed it on top of the ground field. All of a sudden, only passages emitting a strong light appeared. Although the surrounding area was still surrounded by the runes of the field, there were many secret arts on this star that, as well as the divine power of the saints, they blocked the majority of the runes. All the sage kings, as well as saints, immediately sent their sons and daughters to this planet. At once, hundreds of people appeared above the stars of the field. These teenagers, with their heads and horns, their faces were filled with the pride of being invincible, the best of their clans. Even in the eyes of the old ancestors and saints, they were all extremely talented successors. They had far surpassed 99% of the geniuses among the 10,000 races just by standing here. At this moment, the gazes of all the saints were on them. They represent the hopes of their ancestors. At this moment, it can be said that all eyes are on them. Go ahead and break into your heart's content. Before we break the field, everything on Earth is up for grabs for you. The area you fight over also determines the division of our ownership of the Earth. Several sage kings opened their mouths to these juniors and made a final announcement. This was also telling them that they were carrying the mission of their respective old ancestors on their backs and could not afford to be sloppy. And after, all the saints began to power up. On this planet, a light emerged and began to resist the field suppression from the Earth. At the same time, the planet, like a shooting star, slowly crosses the solar system. Toward Earth. Above the planet, hundreds of teenagers, standing in the forefront, emanating all kinds of divine light, each richly endowed with a jade-like appearance. It's like the first sunrise, full of vigor. This is the Earth. Although the aura is thin, but it hides all kinds of precious light. A young man born with heavy red pupils, with a red light flashing in his eyes. With a faint color of excitement at the corners of his mouth, he pointed at an area of Earth and said, in order to avoid conflict, to inform everyone in advance that I, the Ghost Eye clan, have my eye on this area. If you guys are not convinced, then I am also waiting for you all to come and challenge me. The young man's eyes were red, as if he were a demonic god, emitting a terrifying aura that, speaking directly from the crowd in triumph. At that moment, it drew a murmur of voices. Red-Eyed Clan, Genius Blood Red, ranked 23 in the 10,000 clans. This clan was born with red eyes. Not only can they see through all kinds of treasures, the eyes also contain a powerful force, and anyone who goes up against their clan dies an extremely miserable death. And this Blood Red, it's even rumored to have gained heavy pupils. It's more powerful than the other clans. Rumor has it that those eyes have searched for an ancient tomb at the level of a quasi-emperor. Among the people who came, Apart from the prideful sons of the various clans, there were quite a few old men who had deliberately cut off their realms. They came to defend the path for their respective young masters. Earth is indeed a precious land. Since the sage has asked us to fight for it, I will not be polite. I'll take this area. Anyone who doesn't want it, just come and challenge me. But, fists and feet have no eyes. If you get killed, don't blame me for not greeting you in advance. A teenager with a head full of blasted, blonde hair, his finger pointing at the ever-approaching region of the earth, divided his territory directly. He exuded an invincible stance, like a god of war on earth. A powerful battle spirit emanated from his body. The genius of the eight-headed lion clan, Lion King Yu, ranked 19th among the 10,000 clans, possessing 8 lion heads in his essence. Each one possesses special magical powers, and rumor has it that this clan once produced a genius who gave birth to 9 heads, and almost led the clan, stabilizing the top 10. But unfortunately there was an accident. But even so, this clan is still in the top 20. Since he's set that area, try not to fight him for it. There are rumors that he is the new hope within the pack, born with 9 heads. The major Tao protectors spoke in whispers, uttering words to warn their young masters. Most of the geniuses couldn't help but frown. After all, no one would serve anyone who was a genius within the pack. However, since the clan's protector warned, he did not bother to argue with him. Only, there were also some geniuses who were simply fearless of it all. Rather a good deal of talk from one and all. Before they even descend, they've already painted themselves into position. The 7 Sage King Seniors have said that it's a matter of competing on merit. Besides, none of the descendants of the 7 Sage King Seniors have opened their mouths yet. You guys are even dividing it first. A young man with wings opened his mouth, only to see that between his words, a streak of thunder filled the top of his wings, emitting a burst of thunderous sounds. Thunder Wing Clan Genius, Lei Wuxuan. This clan is ranked 22nd among all clans. The innate wings not only possess the terrifying power of thunder. At the time of its great completion, even the mechanical race, the hardest of metals, can be directly torn apart. And this Lei Wuxuan, rumor has it that he once obtained a strand of true feathers from the divine beast Koan Pang. It also possesses the extreme speed of the world, and the entire Thunderwing clan has high hopes for it. These ones who dared to be the first to speak were extremely powerful existences even among the geniuses. They had enough strength capital to dare to speak strongly among the many geniuses. Lei Wuxuan, don't think that you have obtained a bit of Koan Peng's inheritance. You think I can't do anything to you? Believe it or not, I'll be the first to chop you up after I get down there. Lion King Yu opened his mouth, his eyes looking viciously at the other party. Legend has it that you have 9 heads, but it looks like a few more heads that doesn't make you any smarter. Lei Wuxuan laughed coldly, not fearing his opponent in the slightest. Seek death. Lion King Yu immediately threw a punch. Lei Wuxuan's wings behind his back danced, and a streak of thunder, as if transformed into a chain, rushed towards the other party. The attack of the two immediately induced space to quake and the field to boil. Enough! Just then, this planet under his feet suddenly rose up a light of flying immortals. Defused the attacks of the two. A young boy, stepping into the center of the two, only to see what seemed to be a cluster of stars shining around him. A sun, moon, and stars glowed and gulped between his nostrils. It's okay to fight, but go fight down there, not up here. The teenager spoke slowly, without anger. Star Saint King's offspring, Star Yu, a top genius of the Starry Sky clan, ranked 13th in the 10,000 clans. This person is rumored to be, along with the Star Saint King, a rare 10,000 Star Saint body within that clan. When he raises his hands and throws his feet, you can gulp form the power of the stars for your own use. There were quite a few protectors who recognized the teenager. This teenager, after all, was too special, the same physique as the Sage King, and it's still one's ancestor. If nothing goes wrong, this is a new future Saint King. Who could not pay attention to him? Gentlemen, instead of the two of you getting into an internal fight here, why don't you actually compete in a special match? Isn't this Earth a bunch of uncivilized natives? Why don't we have a contest to see who can? In one day, after the descent, how about the natives with the most kills? Chapter 181 Great Emperor Preaching. It was only seen as far as Xingyu, mediating the dispute between the two. One was dressed in red, but suddenly spoke. Only the young girl's pink ears poked playfully out of her hair. The 8 fluffy tails were like spirited brocade. The most noticeable thing is the young girl's face, which is simply exquisite to the extreme. Gorgeous. However, underneath this extreme look, the young girl carried a hint of jumpiness. The words that just came out of her mouth. The geniuses present couldn't help but be shocked by these words. It wasn't that the matter of killing the natives had shocked these leaders of the clan. After all, These geniuses, who didn't kill their way out on the road of blood and bones, they were even more curious that such a young girl, who seemed to be honoring the immortals, could say these words that, with her face, it didn't match at all. This is the Skyfox clan's genius girl, Bai Jiao, ranked 15th in the 10,000 clans. This clan is the bloodline inheritor of the true divine beast, the Nine-Tailed clan, although they didn't really inherit the bloodline of the Nine-Tails clan, but still powerful enough to squeeze into the top 15 of the 10,000 races. This woman's old ancestor is that Fox Saint King. The Heavenly Fox clan's heavenly beauty is determined by the number of tails. The more tails, the stronger the talent. The number of 9 tails, it will be comparable to the power of the legendary divine beast Nine-Tails bloodline. And this maiden, born with 8 tails, is only 1 tail short of 9. Also, don't have any illusions about this girl. This race is born with a natural charm. If you're not careful, then you will be in a place of no return. There's a rumor that one of the former 5 greats, a Taizai, had become his skirt, willing to give up the top 5. The protectors of the clans were not the least bit stingy with all the information they knew about this woman. No way. This woman doesn't talk about strength, just that temperament and charming bones, for all the major genius young masters, simply devastating levels of lethality. What teenager doesn't think about spring? And the power can be even more seductive than the strength. If we were to say which genius among the 10,000 races had suppressed the most people of his generation, it's not the top 10 of those supreme geniuses. It was the young girl in front of me. I don't know how many geniuses, who have bent their backs for it, just want to accompany her, but the White Eight has never fallen in love with a single person. But on the contrary, these male beings, playing around. It is said that the Heavenly Fox maidens are the most beautiful. I didn't believe it before. After all, beauty is something that, each tribe has its own flavor, so why talk about being the most beautiful? But once I saw Miss White Eight today, I realized that I was wrong. At the sight of White Eight coming out to open his mouth, Lei Wushhuang's eyes instantly jumped up. Previously, White Eight's face was shrouded in a red mist, making it impossible to detect. Now that he had opened his mouth and revealed his true face, he made people go crazy. Miss White Eight, what is said is good. Lei Wushhuang, that bird man, with a bit of the speed of the Kuan Pang clan, would only run away even if he couldn't beat them. There's nothing to compare. Why don't we follow what Miss White said and go compete to see who has killed the most natives? This is where it really counts. Miss White Eight, if I can kill the most natives, I wonder if I would be willing to work with this lion. Join us for dinner? I may have had some fine thunderwing meat here. Lion King Yao opened his mouth, but his eyes were looking at White Eight of the Skyfox clan in death. No matter how much the protector of the Tao beside him transmitted his voice, he was completely oblivious, in the presence of a woman, especially a female creature of such beauty and, being a polygamous lion, how could she not be moved? Miss White Eight, if you will dine with me, I'm also willing to take out my clan's collection of fine, top-quality lion's heads for braising and giving you wine. After hearing Lion King Yao's sarcastic words about the Thunderwing clan, Lei Wushhuang of the Thunderwing clan immediately opened his mouth in contention. You dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Believe it or not, I'll take both your wings and give them to Miss White Eight to drink. Rumor has it that you have 9 heads. I happen to want to eat the 9 turns of the lion's head. Seek death. It's you who seeks death. Seeing the people of these two clans, they were about to fight again. Stop it. 2 brothers. White Eight had naturally seen many of these scenes, and she smiled and said, brothers, they are all here for the chance of the earth. And this earth, I can feel that there are many folding spaces. According to my sister, its true likeness can't be smaller than the top 10 galaxies. There's plenty of room, enough for everyone to share. Instead of making a big deal out of it now and letting the natives look the other way, let's work together and, brothers, clear these natives first, then we'll compete. All of White Eight's words were considering the geniuses present at every turn, especially the left sentence brother. Right sentence brother, let these geniuses, simply like a spring breeze. One's heart was beating hard. The charm of the female creatures simply overwhelms these testosterone-emitting creatures. If whoever clears the most natives in one day, that White 89 begrudgingly, how about having dinner with this brother, together, and discussing the subsequent division of territory? White 8 opened her mouth again, her eyes filled with the color for Choo Choo, and gave his terms. This scene, all of a sudden, made this geniuses, one by one, the size of their brains all filled with blood. Miss White 8 is too good. It's all for our sake. So what reason is there not to support Miss White 8? Just do what Miss White 8 says. I decided that the first thing I'm going to do when I get off the ground is to kill 1 million natives. $1 million? That's nothing. This king will behead 10 million natives with one sword. A voice of the young talents of the 10,000 races continued to come out and shout. Lionel, you even let loose with a bold declaration. When it lands, it's the end of that group of natives on Earth. I'll eat them all, just to have dinner with Miss White 8. Together, Lei Wushwang of the Thunderwing clan said in a nonchalant manner. As long as Miss White 8 is happy, the district is just a native. Under my Koan Peng's extreme speed, there isn't a single native that can survive. The people of the Earth, at this moment, are still unaware of it. Before they even landed, they had already been sacrificed by these young talents, who had become victims of pleasing the goddess. Probably out of all the geniuses on the field, there were only a few females, and the geniuses of the mechanical race, who were unmoved. Green tea bitch and a bunch of cerebellum-controlled douchebags. The genius of the mechanical race couldn't help but spit even more. And in the meantime, above Earth, are you sure you really want to do this? Lei Wushwang of the Thunderwing clan said in a bad mood. As long as Miss White 8 is happy, the district natives are just. Under my Koan Peng's extreme speed, there isn't a single native that can survive. The people of the Earth, at this moment, are still unaware of it. Before they even landed, they had already been sacrificed by these young talents, who had become the victims of pleasing the goddess. Probably out of all the geniuses on the field, there were only a few females, and the geniuses of the mechanical race, who were unmoved. Green tea bitch and a bunch of cerebellum-controlled douchebags. The genius of the mechanical race couldn't help but spit even more. Chapter 182 Despair. Xu Pingan struck out. Earth, compared to the hustle and bustle of the solar system beyond, all the living beings of the entire Earth were in a cloud of sadness at the moment. No more mapping at the moment though, but the words they left behind earlier were still hovering in everyone's mind, especially seeing that one shooting star fall on the field. In everyone's mind, they were apprehensive. Those up there are the children of those horrible creatures from beyond the realm. Each one of them could destroy the sky and the earth when they raised their hands. How bad could their heirs be? Even if Earth's field could keep the horrible creatures out, but what about their heirs? How should I block it? It's over. We're really going to die. I'm afraid these are our last days. A great number of the people, all of them, uttered cries of despair. Many people, even, have begun to give up on themselves, and have begun to burn and loot and enjoy the last days. As far as they're concerned, they're dead anyway. Might as well enjoy it before you die. Kyushu, inside the Commander-in-Chief's cabinet, quickly send the army to suppress the riot. Never let the people all go haywire. Elder Yi stood at the forefront of all of them, his body unable to stop trembling as he unleashed the call. At this moment, all the powerful people of the 9 states had long since gathered together. Vulcan, take a team of people and go find those pricks. If anyone dares to post tumultuous statements, take it straight down. Yes, the Vulcan immediately took the order. So he ordered some people to be taken away and travel to suppress the turmoil. Only, among the crowd, there was someone who couldn't help but open his mouth. Immediately, we're going to die soon. Is there any point in us doing this? Actually, at this point in time, I'd like to go back and see my mom. Say a final goodbye to her. Some have opened their mouths as if their hearts were dead. These men, who were not from the military, all were recruited by Kyushu because of their strong talent. So naturally, the mind is not as strong. But even so, this actually represents what most people think. Who told you that we would die? Vulcan didn't have the good sense to speak, isn't it? That group of extraterrestrial creatures is so powerful. Everyone has seen it. With the lifting of their hands, they can destroy the heavens and the earth. They can choose to send to us here the sons of the. It's all their recognized offspring. How can we possibly win with this level of extraterrestrial creatures? At this moment, an expert couldn't help but ask a rhetorical question. Who says we have to die? The fire god jumped out and spoke. With the field and those saints, they may not be able to enter for the rest of their lives. Didn't see the techie? Didn't they say they were coming in the first place? In the end it was still destroyed? Immediately, another person in the crowd spoke up. This is an older man of 30, who, having awakened a special physical talent, recruited into the core team by Kyushu officials, usually very dedicated in dealing with various crisis assignments. It can even be said that on several occasions, it was he who risked his life to open up a chance of survival for all of us. He spoke. This time, it's really different. Even if those extraterrestrial saints can't get in. But what about their descendants' children? He pointed at the shooting star in the sky and said, the person up there has been cultivating since he was a child, and it was taught by the top powerhouses among the 10,000 races. We have no advantage to speak of. Compared to them, we are eggs and they are stubborn stones. Old Chen, that's just not right, the fire god said in a bad mood. What's wrong with us even if we cultivate late? Does it mean we are inferior? If we were bad, how could that group of extraterrestrial people think of invading us? I think it's precisely because they saw the potential that we had. That's why they want to get rid of us as soon as possible. It's not certain who will die by then. Old Chen frowned and said, what you said is good, but the problem potential is potential. Strength is the key now. Everyone heard what that extraterrestrial powerhouse said. This batch of science they've come with are all in the realm of contemplation. And you all know the importance of the realm of contemplation, don't you? But can any of us reach the realm of observation now? Old Chen's words were immediately like a stone, smashed into the lake. It made everyone's hearts ripple. Because the truth, indeed, is as he said. Right now the realm of visualization traps all the living beings on Earth. Observe, observe. There is a view, and then there is a thought. But the beings trapped on Earth, without the guidance of their forefathers and foremothers, it's hard to find the right thing to observe for you, even if there is. That's an unknown number of days. 2. This realm is not about the degree of spiritual power. It depends entirely on perception. But right now there is not much time left for the planet. So what if it's a mere contemplation realm? I'll break through this realm sooner or later. A shadow immediately rushed out from the fire god's body. It was a true phoenix that was as vivid as life. So much so that it seems to be coming to life. Sooner or later, and for how long? Old Chan spoke again. Moreover, even if you enter this realm, so what? They have been in this realm for many years already. And they're all geniuses of the clan again. No matter what aspect. He's better than us. At this point, Su Xin, however, suddenly spoke up. There is also a gap in the realm of visualization. Depending on the object of visualization, the more powerful then in this realm, too, the more powerful it becomes. Time is not everything. Old Chen instantly laughed. Sword Fairy, although I agree with you and I admire you, but we're not like you. You have a chance that's far stronger than us. I also believe in you in finding the right thing to view for yourself. But we're not the same. I've long since reached the peak of the transformation realm now. But there's not a single clue about that realm of visualization. Although I'm not afraid to die. But I don't want to die just like that either. With this little time left, I'd like to go and do my own thing. Even if it means dying. I always have to fulfill my last wish too. Don't I? Su Xin was dumbfounded. Old Chen's words naturally represented everyone's thoughts. The crisis that came at the moment was too desperate. So desperate that no thought of resistance could rise at all. The difference between the two is too great. Actually, even Su Xin didn't have a spectrum. Even she hadn't actually reached the contemplation realm. This realm was far more complicated than one could imagine. Reiki, pills, and treasures obtained from various resources, basically for the enhancement of the contemplation realm. The minuscule. Now, above that one descending meteor, all of them were geniuses of the 10,000 clans in the realm of observation. What are they going to fight with? Right now there's nothing but death. At that moment, everyone's hearts couldn't help but sink to the bottom. But just then, all of a sudden, everything around us has changed. Everyone seemed to have arrived in a strange space, and at the very top of this space, a silhouette that seemed to have collapsed the ages and stood in the midst of the ancient and modern world emerged in front of the crowd. Chapter 183. The power of one man to make the earth step into the tide of evolutionary observation. It's a strange space. It's not empty. Instead, it was full of birds and flowers. In this space, everything in the world seemed so beautiful. Everyone seemed to have forgotten everything in their minds and were immersed in the world. And in the meantime, a figure, but at some point, surfaced in the crowd's line of sight. The figure was so dreamlike, but his appearance attracted everyone's attention. Watch. Immediately following the next moment, that figure, however, suddenly opened his mouth. But it was only one word. All of a sudden, purple chi came from the east between heaven and earth. Taoist sounds boomed, and spiritual chi vaporized. Countless shadows of true dragons, soaring among the clouds, and fierce tigers leaping among the mountains and jagged peaks. The phoenix and the phoenix chirp in harmony in the sky, and the unicorn emits precious light to present auspiciousness. The whole world seems to be rejoicing. Chapter 184, Xu Pingan, what's wrong with giving your sister a small meal? When they entered that space earlier, everyone was in a state of godly wandering, only to soon have everyone come out of that space. But right now, everyone breaks out of the view, and the most promising of them all, Su Xin, had no voice. Naturally, it was quickly noticed. What the hell is going on here? Quickly comes someone, give Su Xin a checkup. Yi Lao was a bit worried and immediately wanted to arrange for Su Xin to be examined. Never. Just then, the Vulcan hastily stopped it. I can feel that piece of space is very peculiar. If I'm not feeling wrong, the reason why we were able to break through the observations is all thanks to the divine traveling into that space. What do you mean? That space is the key to breaking through the view? But why? She hasn't come out yet? Historical, period. Chapter 185, Enlightenment. Xu Pingan's heaven and earth backlash had come. The realm of observation. Contemplation realm. It's natural to view all things and find your own path. Xu Pingan muttered a few words to himself, but he also spoke up his own insights. In the dream world, I don't know if I didn't hate Pingan Su that much, or she didn't hate Xu Pingan by nature, so her words were lively. Indeed. And, Xu Pingan continued to pursue. The thing that is visualized also determines the direction of the future, and the stronger the visualized object, naturally, the stronger it is. Our Earth is trapped in this universe, this just one planet, and it's still not a fully grown planet. The view is confined here. We have a hard road ahead of us. When talking about this matter, Xu Pingan couldn't help but frown. It was because he thought of the fact that those saintly descendants from outside the domain were going to descend next. Nowadays, they, Earth, do not have their own view of the realm. If you're going to be with him next. Chapter 186, Great Emperor's Promise. Xu Pingan returned. Su Lu is also in the contemplation realm? Why are you leaving? Xu Pingan, however, was suddenly a bit disgruntled. Why can't you let me go? Xu Pingan was a bit surprised. Cut. I'm not being ungrateful. Xu Pingan hastily rolled her eyes before hastily explaining. This is my dreamland. I should be the one to decide whether you go or leave. I'm just upset with you. Make your own decisions. Apparently, even up until now, she still thought it was a dream. Even Xu Pingan was only a character constructed by himself in the dream world. Xu Pingan couldn't help but shake his head and smile. As much as I don't want to leave, but I do have to leave. But I'll be back soon. They felt that the feeling of heavenly punishment was getting stronger. This feeling was completely no less powerful than when he first became an emperor. Of course, for this kind of heavenly punishment, Xu Pingan did not think about it. But the earth is not the same. Chapter 187 Xu Pingan, what brother said in the dream was true. The realm of contemplation. Xu Pingan muttered. All she could remember was that in her dream she seemed to be enlightened. According to what Xu Pingan said in the dream, it is the extreme realm of the realm of contemplation that one touches. I don't even seem to have broken through the process myself. I don't seem to have broken through. Xu Pingan felt it with his heart and didn't find anything special about himself. The people who heard the words couldn't help but freeze a little one by one. No way? The fire god was a bit disbelieving. How could you not have made a breakthrough? Impossible. Then didn't the visualization succeed and get feedback? Zhao Lei also came over and carefully surveyed Xu Pingan's aura. Just after feeling it for half a day, eyes filled with incredulity. The breath is still stuck at the mortal transformation realm. It seems like there really isn't a breakthrough. Chapter 188, Xu Pingan's contemplation is the great emperor Xu Pingan. Xu Pingan shook his head. I haven't reached the realm of contemplation yet. Xu Pingan gave a reply in the affirmative. Not to the view. Then how did you? Yi Lao was a bit puzzled. So did everyone else? And it's hard to understand. Because I don't have my own visualizer. Xu Pingan frowned and contemplated for a moment before coming to a conclusion of his own. Without the object of contemplation, one has not attained the state of contemplation. But you, how can you have the ability to view other people? Vulcan touched his hair, which had now turned into flames, with a confused look on his face. Because, Xu Pingan actually couldn't say it herself. It's an amazing feeling. So marvelous that it's like. Just then, Xu Pingan couldn't help but recall that dream. Xu Pingan, who was in the dream world, explained to himself about he. Chapter 189 Bold Exiled Immortal. Su Li's Change. Earth. Kyushu. The Divine Hidden Group. Please don't worry, Mr. Su. I've already contacted the Heavenly God Clan. As soon as they descend, then we can defect to them. The exiled immortal spoke with a smile on his face. His expression filled with excitement. That's good. That's good. With the Celestial God Clan around, we, the Divine Hidden Group, no more official control from Kyushu. The boss of the Divine Hidden Group was also smiling happily at this moment. He admired his vision and invested in the banishment from the start. Let him wait until his own pack descends. Now is the time to take back the results. Mr. Su, your pattern is small. Exiled Immortal smiled smugly. The energy of my Heavenly God Clan is not just this. He pointed to the sky and continued. That sacred king, one of the 7 great sage kings, is the old ancestor of my Heavenly God Clan. That the old ancestor has learned of my existence. And I have been contacted to express my regard for me and have already preached to me. As long as I can return, in the Heavenly God Clan, my status will be like that of a holy son. As long as I'm around, official Kyushu, not to mention minding you, I'll see to it that you can also sit in the position of the number 1 person in the Kyushu. The old president of the Divine Hidden Group, who heard the words, was stunned, and then his face was filled with joy. Ha ha, good point. I'll have to thank you a lot then. The exiled immortal waved his hand and said, there is no need for thanks between us. Oh, the old president of the Divine Hidden Group naturally understood the meaning of these words. and as a man of the people, immediately said, Xu Pingan, you will soon become a dragon and phoenix among people. You Su uncle, I will soon rely on you. Tell me, and on the strength of what the eldest can still do now, the eldest will comply with you in whatever you want. Meng, the surname of the banished immortal. Now that he mentioned this surname again, he naturally wanted to bring the two closer together. Uncle Su, since you say so, then I do have an ungrateful request. Exiled Immortal was also intent on bringing the two of them closer at this moment. No longer hiding it, he directly showed his cards. In fact, I'm interested in Miss Su. Suli, there has been a love affair. I would like to ask my eldest uncle if he can fulfill us. That's right, Exile had actually been fond of Suli. Suli, whether it was her temperament or her looks, had surpassed all the women he had ever seen. Therefore, Exiled Immortal deservedly became one of Suli's admirers as well. Only, before the celestial gods came to Earth, he was nothing more than an orphan taken in by the divine hidden group. It was a far cry from Suli's identity, even if he had earned the title of Exiled Immortal. However, he also knew that Suli also had a powerful evolutionary talent that was not weaker than him at all. Therefore, the gap between the two still had a huge chasm, but not anymore. The ancestors of his bloodline, the celestial gods, are here, and it's the old man himself. After looking at the old Sage King realm ancestors' means of picking the stars and taking the moon, which was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, the bottom line comes naturally. That buried desire is not hidden at all. It's Xinyin Group's old general manager. Su Lianqing was a bit embarrassed, and then slowly said, Xu Pingan, in fact, I also hope that we, kiss up. But Suli's character, I can't talk him out of it. Exiled Immortal, however, shook his head and said, although Suli looks like she has a cool personality in the past, but on the inside it's very sensitive. So as long as uncle puts in a few good word for me, it's bound to work. It's no problem. Su Lianqing of the divine hidden group, now that he had seen the heavenly god clan ancestor, that powerful. I've been dying to get my hands on this tree for a long time. However, he was still a little worried. But Suli, she also carries a special bloodline in her, and now that clan, too, has contacted her. I'm afraid. The exiled immortal raised his chin proudly and said, no harm done. I will ask the old ancestor for the marriage contract at that time. With the Sage King ancestor stepping in, I don't think the forces behind Suli will say anything. That's good. Su Lianqing shouted in agreement. Good what? Just then, Suli's voice suddenly rang out. Su Lianqing, who had heard the words, hurriedly closed his mouth. Now this daughter of his, with the aura reviving, her body's aura became more and more terrifying. This father of his own, in front of Suli, was also less and less majestic as before. Suli, you came just in time, Exiled Immortal hurriedly said. Soon, the geniuses of my heavenly god clan will be descending to Earth. I've already said hello to them. I was thinking of taking you and going to get to know each other with them. They're all the best of the best among the 10,000 clans. It's a way for you and I to kind of make connections ahead of time when we leave Earth. What did you call me? Suli's eyes suddenly narrowed, and an invisible pressure filled out from within her body. Banished Immortal has the bloodline of the celestial god clan. Suli also possessed a special bloodline, even stronger than him. Only, Suli didn't like to fight on weekdays. Therefore, it has never shown its strength in front of the world. But when she actually moved, Exile knew that she would be no match for her at all. Miss, Exiled almost gritted his teeth. Now that you know I'm your lady, how dare you think ill of me? Suli's emotions towards Xu Pingan, that was absolutely special. At this moment, the icy coldness of her words was like the cold air in a 1,000-year-old ice cellar. Let there be despair. Miss, I am now a member of the heavenly god clan. Exiled Immortal knows that if he stops fighting at this moment, he will possess a lower Suli in the future. Immediately, almost gritting his teeth, he argued with reason. Moreover, that Sage King ancestor personally transmitted the Dharma for me. In the future, I will most likely be the heavenly god clan heir, so how am I not worthy of you? Boom! Only the moment his words fell, a powerful and unrivaled energy rushed out from within Suli's body. Exile didn't even have a chance to mobilize that mysterious energy within his body. Before the force, he was directly shaken off, and a mouthful of old blood was directly spat out. The moment, Suli's eyes seemed to have changed, and her soulful eyes, but with a relentlessness that has survived the ages. Don't think that just because you have a Sage King ancestor, you think you can be so arrogant as to be lawless. Remembering that you are a dog raised by my Su family, I'll spare your life this time. If you dare to have a next time, not only will you die, even the heavenly god clan behind you will die. Although these words came out of Suli's mouth, but those present seemed to be able to feel the resoluteness embedded in these words, and at that moment, it was as if the Sage King in the sky was not as terrifying as the Su Li in front of him. But the gaze came and disappeared as quickly as it came. Su Li's face suddenly turned a little pale. However, the blood color soon returned. She looked at Su Liancheng. I don't want something like this to happen a second time. Su Liancheng nodded his head repeatedly. Next, I'm going to be in seclusion, and I'll set up a field to shelter the divine hidden group. So long as I don't go out, there won't be any of that. And don't send anyone to bother me again. Su Li didn't look like she was commanding, but rather a direct order. It didn't even give Su Liancheng a chance to react. Su Li then turned around and left the place. Chapter 190, The Great War of the 10,000 Races. Rise. After Su Li left completely, Su Liancheng hurriedly arrived in front of Exiled Immortal. Are you okay? Exiled wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and stood up, terror in his eyes again. Again. Reluctantly, it's okay. Lear, she's too ignorant. I hope you don't take it personally with her. Su Liancheng apologized to Exiled Immortal instead. It wasn't that she was worried that the Celestial God Clan would punish. After all, the strength and bottom line that his own daughter had just displayed. It looked like it wouldn't be afraid of the Heavenly God Clan in the slightest. What he was afraid of was that his dream of unifying the 9 states would fall through. Su Li was also strong though, but the nature is simply uncontested. And there were already years of discord with himself. So, at best, you'll save yourself from death. It's unlikely that he'll help himself to his ambitions. So instead, the banishment is a way to help yourself. Naturally, I won't bother with Miss, but there's something wrong with the lady just now. A flicker of doubt flickered in Exile's eyes. Just as Su Li uttered those words, she felt that Su Li, it was as if she had changed into a different person. A person who seems to just have the appearance of Suri. At that moment, he felt, in the other party, a deep fear that, it was as if it was even more terrifying than on his own old ancestor Saint King. Sure, Exile quickly shook his head. Think you just had that as an illusion. Su Li was strong though, but there was absolutely no way it could be stronger than his own Heavenly God Clan's old ancestor, the Sage King, right? And Su Li does have power behind her, but it's top 10 at best. They, the Celestial God Clan, were not in the top 10, but they were far from the top 10. But it's only by a few places. Su Li wasn't as unattainable as she was before. Nothing. Exiled Immortal wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, Miss merely hasn't understood the change in me yet. Wait until I join the Heavenly God Clan. Miss will know. Su Liancheng hurriedly nodded. Right. Su Li might not have transformed for a moment now. I feel sure she'll accept you later. Exile nodded. With that, a hint of grimness appeared on his face as he said, but before that, there was one person who had to be removed. Su Liancheng was a bit puzzled. Who? Exiled Immortal, however, shook his head. A person who was about to die. Uncle need not know. Only, after he had said this, in the back of his mind, however, was the figure of a man, and this person was none other than Xu Pingan. In the meantime, the meteorite star that was blocked by the field, but still fell slowly, finally arrived outside the Earth's atmosphere. The large flames forming the tail proved that the other side was breaking through the atmosphere. It is no longer more than a stone's throw from Earth. At this moment, the official Kyushu launched the strongest alert ever. Countless warplanes and transports gathered. The people of the 9 states, all of them, are retreating in an organized manner under the arrangements of the state. All of the powerful men, too, received an order. That's blocking the extraterrestrial powers on the meteorite. This battle, it's a fight to the death. It's more of a battle of defense of the 9 states against the 10,000 races. All of them have the intention of certain death. Kyushu has never been a country to be subjugated. This land, even if it has lost its aura, has never grown up in the midst of war. Foreign enemies or not. Foreigners too. As long as he dares to come, Kyushu will dare to kill. Gentlemen, this battle determines the fate of our Kyushu. More than that, it determines the lives of our fellow citizens behind us. The history of that year's invasion is being repeated. The object of aggression was also changed from those who were foreign enemies to foreign races. But what if the enemy changes again? The important thing is that we won last time. This time, there's still a win to be had. 2. Yi Lao's roar rippled out in the sky. At this point, above the meteorite, finally, the sons of the saints, each with excitement in their eyes, were looking to all corners of the earth. There was a flurry of searching for their prey. Just as the meteorite completely breaks through Earth's field, come inside the outer atmosphere, the suppression of the field, after it completely disappeared. At that instant, the countless sage sons and heirs then directly began to start moving. They leapt out directly from above the meteorite, like a meteor falling from the sky, smashing into the ground. Naturally, they hadn't forgotten their old ancestors' instructions to seize the area and prepare for the descent of the old ancestor. Miss White 9, do you have an area in mind? The genius of the red-eyed clan, his pupils flickering with red light, opened his mouth. If not, I can suggest a few areas for you. Though, the pupils of the red-eyed tribe possess a special power, not only against the enemy, more than that, it explores many treasures that others don't know about. And this genius among them, who was a heavy pupil, possessed an even stronger ability to probe. His recommendation directly drew the attention of other geniuses. Everyone knows that the earth is a treasure, but everything is shrouded in mist. Even they can only grab some areas by guessing in luck. Only, by Geo, this genius girl of the Skyfox clan. At this moment, her eyes were filled with tenderness as she refused. Thank you, brother Red Eyes. But people already have a choice. She pointed to an area of the planet. This place is in the west of the earth, and there is a race here that. There are rumors that there was even a connection with our 10,000 clans back then. Only, it seems that we've completely lost the news now. At this time, the Thunder Wing clan, Lei Wuxuan, opened his mouth. Miss Bai Jiao, if you go to this place, could I be required to provide you with a bit of my clan's ancient books? Bai Jiao ruffled the hair around her ears, revealing the delicate earlobes, and smiled. No need. What good is a message? Miss White 9, how about this lion accompanying you on a trip? Lion King Yu of the 8-headed lion clan spoke up. Although the earthlings are in no danger of, but the chances hidden above these treasures may be dangerous. So how about one more companion for one more safeguard? This statement was made. It immediately caused the other geniuses to be displeased. Lion King Yu, this little mind of yours, you'd better put it away. That's right, and 8 lions, 8 heads of you. Have you forgotten that your old man told you to come down and going to fight for the treasure land? You're good to pick up a girl directly, not afraid of your old ancestor to whip your tendons and skin you? Bai Jiao, don't listen to him. This guy is a guy whose lower body controls his upper body. There are several lionesses in the house. Many talented youngsters who adored Bai Jiao opened their mouths. The Lion King Yu, who was revealed to have that little mind, roared in anger and, behind it, a head even emerged. All right, there. In the end, it was Bai Jiao who spoke up. Thanks for your kindness. It's fine for me to go alone. Don't forget, gentlemen, the will of each of the old ancestors. Next, we can be friends, but also enemies. When the crowd heard this, they hurriedly said, we won't be enemies with Miss White 9. The genius of the mechanical group sneered. Organic beings? What a bunch of Thai things. Bai Jiao smiled lightly, revealing 2 dimples, and said, that would naturally be best. Many geniuses, at once, were mesmerized. Lion King Yao, on the other hand, said unwillingly, do the words from before still count? If you kill enough earthlings, Ms. White 9, you'll be willing to have dinner with me? At that instant, the other geniuses, too, nodded their heads in agreement. Of course it counts. After Bai Jiao finished speaking, he directly leaped off the meteorite and fell towards the west of Earth. But the last river voice came through. I look forward to seeing you all again, brother. With this last voice came, at that instant, peace. A large number of talented divine children went crazy as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. No one should compete with me. I'm going to kill all the natives of this earth. Chapter 191, First Battle. Kneel down and recognize me as your lord, and your life will be spared. Shoo, shoo, shoo. A trail of fire that rubbed against the atmosphere flashed continuously like a meteor shower. Hoo-hoo. Under the violent gusts of wind that cut through the circumference of the red-eyed clan genius. Blood abyss. Until finally it was like a meteorite smashed directly into the ground. When the dust clears, this place is mine. Blood abyss eyes were red, emitting a red light, and a terrifying might immediately swept out toward a majestic mountain in front of him, only to see that in front of him, a stone monument directly exploded. What LW? From now on, this will be the dojo of my Red-Eye clan. The stone tablet was engraved with the cultivator's divine thoughts on top of it, and Blood Abyss naturally recognized the content of the stone tablet. Only that right now this place had been chosen by him, so naturally it was impossible to use this name again. He saw his eyes explode with divine light, only to see that on top of the mountain of Longhu Mountain, carved the mark of their red-eyed clan's conquest. And then the next moment, Blood Abyss's divine thoughts spread like a lake towards the entire divine mountain. But a few breaths. I told you, how can there be no natives here? Since I'm here, you guys can't run away. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Blood Abyss's mouth, and then his body disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, it had already arrived above a town of several 100,000 people surrounding the Dragon Tiger Mountain. This is the residents of the town. are being evacuated by the staff in an organized manner. Only, nay, the population is too large. Even if there is a desire to evacuate, it's not something that can be accomplished in a short period of time. Originally I was not much interested in you natives, but nay, Miss White Nine's invitation to share a meal is too gracious to refuse. That kind of stunning beauty, you won't be able to find a few in the entire 10,000 races, so it's just a matter of letting you all die early to fulfill me. A scowl appeared at the corner of Blood Abyss's mouth, then the red light in her eyes blossomed, and a huge sphere of energy coalesced in front of her eyes. A monstrous might emanated from it, like a small nuclear weapon of terrifying energy. The people at the bottom naturally felt the terror of this ball of energy. Many of the official soldiers of the Kyushu state immediately and spontaneously stopped in front of the people, defending their evacuation. At this moment, they naturally recognized who the visitor was, but they had not the slightest intention of retreating. The eyes were unwavering as they looked towards the Blood Abyss. You're a mole yourself, and you presume to protect others. I didn't realize that the natives of Earth were such a stupid bunch of beings. Next moment, the energy in front of Blood Abyss galvanized violently and fell towards the town. Just then, you guys back off. This attack is not something you guys can block. Only to see a flame in the sky, cutting through space and time, rushing to the soldier. After these soldiers saw the visitor, all of a sudden, their eyes were filled with surprise. Vulcan! It's Vulcan coming. We are saved. That's right. The person who came was none other than the Vulcan who had sped over. At this moment, in the face of the incoming attack, he fiercely spat out a huge flame in one mouthful. Like magma rolling and sweeping across the sky. Boom! The energy attack of the two. All of a sudden, the power swept across the sky and dome. The aftershocks all crumbled the houses of the surrounding towns, and the mountains surrounding Longhu Mountain were broken off. The destructive power was exceptionally astonishing. Oh, how dare you block my attack! As the light dissipated, Blood Abyss's crimson pupils revealed a hint of doubt. I'll take it from here. You guys hurry up and cover for the others to leave. Vulcan waved his hand, signaling them to hurry up and leave. Several soldiers, reacting instantly, hurriedly led the residents away. Interesting. This barbaric land of Earth can have a larger mole cricket appear. Blood Abyss didn't strike again, but instead looked curiously at the fire god. That's what emboldened him. Earth was the home planet of the top 10 before the ancient times, and if we are here in a barbaric place, and what is your home planet? Then, the Vulcan unfurled a feathered wing made of flames behind his back and flew into the air, standing remotely from his opponent. Native, the power of words will not save you. Besides, the splendor of ancient times. It doesn't mean that nowadays, when you've fallen, that you're just a barbaric place. Blood Abyss spoke with a cold smile. However, my pupils tell me that there's something in you worth exploring. Just in time. I'm short of a native to be a guide on this planet. I can give you a chance. Kneel down and recognize me as Lord. I'll spare your life. The Vulcan who heard this asked rhetorically. What if I don't? Kill you, and then find what I want in you. Blood Abyss's slightly raised chin and condescension was all over his face. Natives, I'm warning you. Don't think that just because you blocked that blow of mine, you think you have a fighting chance with me. I might as well tell you, that blow just now, probably didn't even use 1% of my power. The fire god who heard the words also laughed. This is the so-called genius of the 10,000 races? That attack just now was only 1%. Can I tell you that I didn't even use 1,000th of my power to extinguish your attack? You're the only one who wants to kill me? Go back to your planet and practice for another 2.5 years. Arrogant. Blood Abyss's patience was completely gone, only to see red light all over his body all of a sudden entwined. The next moment, a punch is thrown, terrifying energy, destroying the sky and destroying the earth, like a star of destruction smashing down. The fire god was also fearless, and his body suddenly erupted with endless flames that, the divine phoenix battle armor was even attached to the body. Again, a punch was thrown. Between the two, they suddenly exchanged blows once again. Blood Abyss and fire god flew out backwards. What? Only, this result was not accepted by Blood Abyss. How could you possibly have this kind of power? This is not the power of the mortal realm. You've also reached the contemplation? He pointed at the Vulcan, his eyes filled with incredulity. What? Are you afraid because you know that your so-called natives have reached the realm of you? Or is it just a sign of weakness that the natives are afraid of us? The Vulcan's poisonous mouth wasn't a day or two old, and with the sneering expression on his face, the other party was directly exasperated. Would I be afraid of you? Blood Abyss's red pupils suddenly turned madly. Even if you, this group of natives, are. So what if we get to the point of visualization? What can a barren and unseen native like you visualize? A mole cricket is a mole cricket after all, even if you observe it. The treasury of blood. Blood Abyss eyes erupted with red light, and at once red light shot out densely, while at the same time, these red lights, surprisingly, transformed into all kinds of weapons, knives, guns, swords, halberds, spears, and cannons, kept surfacing. These weapons, emitting a terrifying treasure light, seemed like a true spirit that wanted to drown the fire god. And in the meantime, outside the solar system, the crowd of saints, most of the saints, at this point, were watching every move on Earth, especially when their children, after entering the land of, more than anything else, it's all the time. Just as Blood Abyss sent out this attack, a saint opened his mouth with some surprise. Your Blood Ice clan is hiding so deeply. Surprisingly, you have descendants. Even that weapon that. Did all the visualizations work? Chapter 192 Great Sage and Paragon. The opening of this saint. It immediately triggered the attention of other saints. I didn't realize that this son of your Red Ice clan's object of contemplation would be it. This is the weapon of that great saint back then. The Saint King's treasure chest. The Sacred King's treasure trove. Surprisingly, it is? Many saints, at once, fell into long ago memories. That was a genius that had risen amongst the 10,000 races. The final achievement was even at the peak of a great emperor. Moreover, what made him most famous was that battle back then, against the quasi-emperor. He wanted to drive the clan into the top 10 of the 10,000 clans with the power of one man. Unfortunately, their clan was too weak. He's the only one. When he challenged the top 10, he encountered another quasi-imperial strike. In that battle, he lost though, but it also showed everyone how powerful he was, especially his great sacred soldier, the Holy King's treasure chest. That great sacred soldier, although it was a single weapon, there were countless weapons inside. Every weapon, at the very least, was of the saint level. It was rumored that among them, there were even remnants of quasi-emperor level soldiers. Even the top 10 paragon emperors had suffered a great loss under that great sacred soldier of his, if it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't been promoted to quasi-emperor yet. Otherwise, that paragon emperor, categorically, would not be his opponent. It's just that that great sage senior, after that battle, completely disappeared. A great saint opened his mouth. What the Red Eye clan is best at is searching for heaven and earth treasures. I'm afraid that the boy from the Red Eye clan, because of the special eyes, you found the relics of that senior. Right. Another great saint spoke up. At this time, the saint of the Red-Eyed clan, seeing that everyone had guessed it as well, no longer hid it and said, "Not bad, my clan's Blood Abyss. What is being viewed is indeed that senior's great sacred weapon. Since everyone has guessed it, I won't hide it. It's all rumored that what my clan, Blood Abyss, has found is the ancient tomb of a quasi-emperor. Actually, no, what was found was nothing more than the grave of that one senior." The saints who heard the words, all of a sudden, their eyes were filled with fire. That great sage could be said to be the first person under a paragon emperor. If we can find his grave, wouldn't it be possible to obtain his legacy? At this moment, the Red Eyes clan saint coldly opened his mouth. And don't think too much, gentlemen. That senior died of his wounds after that great battle. Even his weapon has been crippled. Therefore, it can only be viewed. If not, would I be in your company? Having said that, the Red-Eyed clan saint glanced at the 7 saint kings. They were separated from the saints by a river of stars, and the king of saints was a region of saints, and saints are an area. Although the saints were sorry, they couldn't help but praise them. Although we did not obtain that senior's weapon in its entirety, but this son of your clan, since I was able to successfully observe his weapon, in the future, it is possible to inherit his mantle and become the next great saint. If your clan has a great saint sitting in the town, sooner or later, there will be a seat for your clan in the top 10. The Red-Eyed clan saint who heard the words, smiled faintly and said, "This son was only lucky enough to obtain a heavy pupil. It's just another fluke to find that senior's ancient tomb." Of course say it was a fluke. The sages, however, saw in his mouth the face that was full of complacency. "Since your Red Eyes clan will be in the top 10 in the future, you'll have to take care of my clan." "Not bad. My clan is full of uncontested offspring. I hope your Blood Abyss will take care of it. If you agree, I'll have my clan's indisputable offspring. Just hang out with you, Blood Abyss. That great-granddaughter of my clan is not bad. If your Blood Abyss doesn't mind, I'm willing to let her marry Blood Abyss." Some saints know that their own offspring cannot. Worried that the opportunities of the planet could not be grasped this time, he immediately wanted to pull together an alliance. In the 10,000 races, the weak were the strongest and the strongest were honored. And ganging up was perfectly normal. This is true even for saints, profitable at the moment. Moreover, there were again the sons and daughters of the 7 great sage kings who were also on Earth. They were worried about these their own heirs, not being able to get the chance, so naturally they only had this choice. Good talk. Good talk. Wait for my clan's blood abyss, and behead that earth aborigine. I'll just send down my divine thoughts and speak with him about it. Although the Blood Eyes race ranked high amongst the 10,000 races, it couldn't reach the point of being in the limelight. More often than not, they are notorious. Now that he was being star-studded, this Blood Eyes race saint, at once, felt vanity added to his body. Instantly, he agreed, only to wait for the end of this fight. The crowd sniffed, and had even been for the sake of an alliance. At the time of the battle, thinking about how to prepare a great gift and reach an alliance. Of course, no one thought about it. This is a fight that will go any worse. After all, it was just dealing with a native of Earth. Even if the other party had reached the realm of contemplation, so what? It could be said that the gap between viewpoints was the most enormous among the major realms. The impact of strength from different objects of contemplation is simply heavenly. As for the realm gap at the back, those with weak viewpoints would have been eliminated long ago. For those who could reach the latter realm, who hadn't shown their head when they were in the contemplation realm, just as many saints were pondering. Suddenly, a saint opened his mouth in surprise. Incorrect. That kid from the Red Eye Clan's object of contemplation Sacred King's treasure trove is actually blocked? With these words spoken, those saints who originally wanted to make an alliance, all of a sudden, one by one, stopped thinking about it. In a hurry, he turned his gaze to the battlefield on that part of Earth. And in the meantime, Vulcan was facing the incoming attack. The eyes suddenly turned into flames, and then, with a fierce shout, he was like a phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens, spreading his wings and striking out, striking horizontally across the firmament of the sky. At that moment, a shadow that looked like a real phoenix emerged, and it even directly took those weapons that came in the form of all of them blasted down. What? Blood Abyss's eyes were suddenly huge, as if he didn't believe what was happening in front of him. Mind you, the man in front of him was his first fight, so he knew that the old ancestor in the sky was definitely watching this. So just out of the blue, directly from his own power of observation, trying to take down the other side in a swift and beautiful manner, but I didn't expect that the other party would be able to block it. Soon, however, he calmed down. He knew that not only was he going to win this battle, and win very beautifully, absolutely no dragging. Native, as much as I'd like to take my time and have a little fun with you, take the secrets that you carry and dig it out slowly. But unfortunately, you will have to die now. At this moment, Blood Abyss had a double pupil that was running wild. The blood-colored red light was like a sea that rushed out from his eyes, and then, above his head, it transformed into a bronze portal huge enough to top the sky and the earth. A terrifying energy that ran around it. The Sacred King's treasure trove, King of the world. As the words fell, Blood Abyss directly executed his strongest strike after reaching the contemplation realm. Just a few moments, the huge portal opened. At once, countless weapons, all pouring out, like a rushing river, drowning the Vulcan directly. The moment, the saints who were watching this scene from outside the domain couldn't help but TSK. They knew that this kind of attack, that was rare even among the contemplation realm. They were saints, and in those days, when they were also in the realm of contemplation, nor does it necessarily have this level of observational power. Just when they thought that the native would surely die, suddenly, between the heavens and the earth, a loud and clear phoenix chirping sound shot up into the clouds. Chapter 193, Situation Reversal. The saints collectively broke their defenses. The object that Blood Abyss was visualizing was the holy weapon of a great saint, a realm like the Great Sage. In terms of the 10,000 races, it was all a realm that hadn't been seen by anyone for a long time. Saints were already the most powerful vassals of the 10,000 races. King of saints, then it is the king of the feudal lords and vassals. Whichever clan gave birth to a king would ensure that the clan would prosper and step into the top 20 of the 10,000 clans. And the Great Sage, it hadn't been seen in I don't know how many years. What was certain now was that only among the top 10 races were there such strong people. Nowadays, Blood Abyss possessed the potential to become a great saint. Naturally, it drew everyone's attention, and his outburst was something that these saints, too, couldn't help but praise. An attack of this level, even the ones from back then were not necessarily able to match it. But just when the crowd thought that this battle was enough to kill that native completely, altered regeneration, it was only seen in the place where the Blood Abyss attack flooded. A flame rushed out straight into the sky. Those weapons from the Great Sage Soldier Martial treasure chest had all turned into iron under this flame. What's going on? What is that flame? Impossible. That power of visualization was visualizing a saint-level weapon. How could it be melted by the flames? Unless it's between heaven and earth. Those several kinds of strange fire. That flame just now. I did feel a hint of something unusual. A bit like, just as several saints commented. Fresh. A loud and clear cry rang out. only to see that above the battlefield, a true phoenix made of flames leapt out of the flames and soared in the sky. It transformed a sea of true phoenix fire as if it was an evening sunset. As this figure appeared, the saints were collectively shaken. True phoenix. It's the true phoenix. Could it be that the thing he is visualizing is actually a true phoenix? Impossible. Impossible. How could a mere Earth aborigine possibly visualize a true phoenix? The true phoenix is a legendary creature that disappeared long ago, 10,000 years ago. Now even if there were to be one, it's only in the immortal realm that creatures of this level exist. A creature of the level of a true phoenix is an immortal spirit. How could it be successfully visualized? These saints who were originally unperturbed by everything were also shocked by the fire god's object of contemplation at this moment. One could imagine how stunning this true phoenix was as a visualization object. The object of observation is not empty. That requires personal contact, or having something relevant, and a certain amount of knowledge about it. It is only when you can observe the success. A legendary creature like the true phoenix had long disappeared for an unknown number of thousands of years. Being viewed and thought of is just not possible in their minds. I don't think that's really a true phoenix. The visualization is just a bastard. The Red Eye clan's oldest saint, who had been lifted up by the crowd only a second before, was now being robbed of the limelight. Naturally, I don't want to be whisked away. Immediately, he secretly transmitted his voice. Blood Abyss, don't play with him anymore. Kill him quickly. Saints couldn't set foot on Earth though. It would be blocked by the field. But a meta-voice transmission is not one of them. Elder Ancestor. Understood. Receiving the voice transmission, Blood Abyss immediately responded in a hurry. Only, inwardly, he couldn't help but grunt. One must know that that strike just now was almost his full strength. But surprisingly, they didn't take the other side. So it seems clear that one has met a hard case. I didn't expect that as soon as I descended. I met the strongest person on Earth. Blood Abyss held back his inner shock and spoke calmly. And didn't forget to give himself a little face. The strongest? You mean me? Are you children of the great clan so shallow? The fire god was like a true phoenix, hovering in the sky as he opened his mouth with a cold smile. He wouldn't dare to admit that he was the strongest, not to mention the few godheads that came out of the Western world. Even Xu Pingan wasn't something he could defeat on his own. There's no need to explain. A barbaric place like your Earth can give birth to someone like you. That's as far as I know. Blood Abyss spoke again, remembering that it's not easy for you to cultivate. I've changed my mind. I can refrain from taking you as a slave. As long as you join my Red Eye clan, I'll ensure that your lineage doesn't die. Vulcan was about to strike immediately. Blood Abyss immediately said, don't be in a hurry to refuse. As you can see, with the number of saints coming from all the races outside the domain, your Earth, this time, is bound to be in trouble. And it's only us, the Blood Eyes clan. Only then can you be protected. If you refuse, you will die without a burial place. Before that would have to take you with it. The Vulcan didn't even hesitate and directly struck out. Blood Abyss immediately frowned. Since the path of persuasion is not possible, then, naturally, there is only death to fight. Between the two, they were suddenly fighting again. Only, the result was not toward what the saints thought it would be. What the Earth natives viewed was just a mixed-blooded true phoenix. The result was just the opposite. Vulcan got more and more brave as the battle went on. Blood Abyss's little base of advantage brought about by practicing from a young age. It is not worth mentioning in front of Vulcan's view. That's right. Right now the situation is actually reversed. Originally, what they thought of as Earth natives could only be mole crickets without sufficiently powerful observables. But now, on the contrary, this native of the Earth possessed an object of contemplation that none of them had ever possessed. Boom! It was accompanied by a monstrous explosion of fire. Blood Abyss lost. All of his body was burned like charcoal by the flames. The moment, the saints present were, for a moment, silent. It was as if I had seen something incredible. The Red Eye clan's heavenly pride would actually lose to a long-decayed planetary aborigine? Moreover, this heavenly pride, it was still the object that all the saints had praised. Shame on you. Why don't you hurry up and go? The Red Eyes clan sage, however, was too late to be shocked, but he transmitted his voice extremely quickly, allowing Blood Abyss to withdraw in a hurry. Earth is now full of their 10,000 races pride. A native was only powerful, and as long as they found other heavenly pride, that native would ultimately be powerless to return to the heavens. And even if he himself sold a face, he had to save Blood Abyss first. The Blood Abyss who heard the words. At this moment, he no longer had the composure he had before, only wanting to frantically want to escape this place and go to the other 10,000 clans' heavenly pride. At the moment, he was depressed inside. I didn't expect to meet the strongest person on Earth just as soon as I landed on Earth. That's right. At this moment, he still thought that he was just unlucky. Probably met the strongest of this group of natives. as long as he was avoided, this group of natives was still in existence that he could decimate at will. Soon, he then received a transmission from his old ancestor, telling him to head to the next battlefield, where there is the pride of his race. As long as they found other heavenly pride to combine their efforts, they would naturally be able to kill them. Just when he hadn't even gotten to that area yet. Don't go anywhere. Change the area. The old ancestor's voice transmission carried a hint of anxiety. What's the matter, old ancestor? Blood Abyss sensed that something was wrong with the old ancestor's situation. The heavenly pride of that battlefield was killed by the Earth natives. At this moment, the Blood Red clan's old ancestor was still in a state of shock. What? There are other powerful natives? The Blood Abyss who heard the words exclaimed out in shock, his eyes full of unbelief. Chapter 194, Earth's Counterattack. Extraterrestrial Pride? Kill. Beyond the solar system, a divine light blossomed, as if it were a cluster of star-like saints. These saints who, on a normal day, had little to say and could decide the life and death of a clan by casually opening their mouths. Each and every one of them stared in disbelief at the battlefield on Earth. Just now, a heavenly pride died in battle, and it came from the Hidden Blade clan, which ranked 20th among the 10,000 clans. Although this clan was ranked high, it was very low-key among the 10,000 clans, for no other reason than it was a clan of assassins born to assassinate. But, despite their low-key behavior, their fame is anything but low-key. Some races have even been able to stop their toddlers from crying when they hear their names. For no other reason, this clan had assassinated an unknown number of powerful beings among the 10,000 races, nearly all living beings. Upon hearing their names, there was not a single one that would not have a chill down their backs, because no one can imagine if they will that day hide in the dark and put you to death. Boom! Boundless energy fluctuations erupted where the Zhang Blade clan saint was. A cluster of stars in the surrounding area was constantly blown apart by the energy it emitted. It's a pity that Hidden Blade clan's heavenly pride is a natural shadow body, able to merge into the darkness and, noiseless, stabbing everything. Indeed, that kind of physique, only their primordial sage king slayer, the body quality that only possesses. He fell in the hands of the natives of an ancient star in the manhwa wilderness in such a humiliating manner. What clan could suffer from this? Actually, I don't think it's unfair. Who told that indigenous object of visualization to be a Xuanwu? With these words, the shock in the eyes of all the saints surfaced once again. That's right. The person from Earth who killed that top 20 ranked Hidden Blade race was none other than Zhao Lei. At the time of the descent of the Zangblade clan's heavenly pride, the Kyushu officials then captured them. As a contemplation realm, Zhao Lei was naturally arranged to go and snipe these powerhouses from outside the domain. Unlike the battle between Vulcan and Blood Abyss, the battle between Zhao Lei and that Zhang Blade clan's heavenly pride was simply a one-sided crushing. The Zhang Blade clan's celestial pride was good at stealthy sneak attacks and launching fatal strikes, and the ability that Zhao Lei gained after observing the Xuanwu was supreme defense. The Zhang Blade clan's fatal strike had directly become a joke in Zhao Lei's case. He couldn't break Zhao Lei's defense. The main body, however, is also unusually fragile. Zhao Lei seized an opportunity to seriously injure the Zhang Blade clan's heavenly pride. It was then decapitated without mercy. Of course, the saints, rather than being shocked, were not shocked at how accurate Zhao Lei's chances of striking were. Rather, it is the object of his observation. Zhenbu, that's a basilisk, the true spirit of the four directions, on a par with the true dragon, and true dragons and true phoenixes were again on the same level of existence. That is to say, among the natives of Earth, apart from someone awakening the true phoenix, there was also someone awakening the Xuanwu. These were immortal spirit-level creatures, a being that has disappeared for untold millions of years. If true phoenix is just a coincidence, what about Xianwu? Could it be that there are true phoenixes and Xuanwu above the Earth? A sage couldn't help but venture a guess. No way. The reason the true phoenix and the Xuanwu disappeared is that the world we're in now, long gone is their survival. What they left behind can only be an impure race with its bloodline. Immediately a saint objected to this statement. Does that mean that they also found the bones of these mythical creatures and visualized them on their own? Another saint spoke up. Is it possible? A being of this mythical level, even with perseverance and determination, to go and view them out, how many years would it take to feel them all in their entirety? A saint spoke up and told what he had to go through when he was observing. That's right. If you want to visualize a thing, then you must know the thing thoroughly. And mythical beings like True Phoenix and Xuanwu completely transcends the level of life of everyone present. How many Earth natives can visualize? Not to mention the natives. Even if the pride of the 10,000 clans wanted to observe and come out, it wouldn't take much time and years. And why are they? The saint who had opened his mouth earlier obviously had trouble figuring it out as well. I don't know. But what is certain is that Earth must have a great secret. Some saints, however, became more and more excited instead, because it didn't happen to their children. So naturally, I fantasize about getting benefits above the earth. Only, this idea of theirs, too, was soon to fall by the wayside. Old ancestor, there's someone else there? At this moment, Blood Abyss was constantly sending out transmissions to his old ancestor. Behind him, the true phoenix that the fire god had transformed into was chasing after him like a shadow. If he couldn't find any other 10,000 races kindred spirits to hold off the rear for him, he's really going to fall here. And at this moment, the old ancestor of the extraterrestrial Red Eye clan was naturally doing his best to help him find helpers. Just, at this moment in time, this part of his area. Of course, one could say that all 9 states are out of place. The Hidden Blade clan's pride being killed in reverse was surprisingly not an exception. Another powerful 10,000 races heavenly pride had died, and the opponent's racial ranking wasn't low. This heavenly pride, moreover, possessed a talent that was not inferior to that of a saint, but it's still dead. The person who killed him was again an Earth native in their eyes. Again, it triggered a collective shock among the saints, because pairs are objects of contemplation. Surprisingly, the true dragon. That's right, it was that true dragon that was recognized as the most powerful talent among all living beings, and what the other party was visualizing was even a 5-clawed golden dragon. Even among the dragons, it was an extremely talented dragon bloodline. Of course, it's not the end. The saints' shock didn't stop there either, because one after another, the 10,000 clans' heavenly pride had died. They had thought that they were at an advantage in the realm of observation. The moment is directly reversed. The natives of Earth, in turn, became dominant above the realm of the view. Their objects of visualization. Even these saints, back in those days, did not have the luxury of successful visualization. But now, one after another, it has appeared in these natives of the Earth. The moment, the saints also went from shock to wonder. Old ancestor. At this moment, Blood Abyss was still frantically transmitting. Only, at this time, the old ancestor had long since run out of time to answer him. Not that I don't want to answer. Rather, he realized that the 10,000 races celestial pride within the region of the Kyushu. Surprisingly, almost all of them encountered sniping. Even if they hadn't been killed in battle, they had fallen below. There was no turning back from wherever Blood Abyss was going, unless one leaves Kyushu. But, as far as the distance between Blood Abyss and Vulcan was concerned, it was already impossible. You can't run away. The voice of the fire god rang out behind Blood Abyss, and then a flame came at him. Shoot it right down. At this moment, Blood Abyss was lying on the ground and kept retreating. You can't kill me. Ha, now you know you're afraid? How come you didn't know to be afraid when you wanted to kill me? I see. You should already know that, right? Those of your kind, all have been sniped by us but it's too late now. Send you on your way. The Vulcan immediately stopped talking nonsense and directly blasted out a fist. Blood Abyss, who was gifted with the talent of a generation of Sage Kings, directly exploded in his body. Same time, outside the solar system, the roar of the saints also resounded through the sky. Chapter 195, Xu Pingan's Thunder Tribulation. Outside the solar system, many saints, at this moment, let out roaring sounds. It's not that they were injured by the Earth's field backfiring on them. It's their heir that's dead, and it was the strongest scion among their tribe, and the hope for the future of their tribe. Of course, what annoyed them the most was that the descendants of their most favored sons and daughters, the death at the hands of the natives of Earth they despised. It was simply too much for them to take in. I quit. The Red-Eyed clan ancestor ultimately could not accept this result and chose not to continue with the other saints. Crack the field together. It wasn't that he didn't want to obtain the Earth chance. Rather, at the moment, his own son is dead. Even if he cracked the field, he wouldn't be able to get a share of the benefits of going to Earth when the time came. Immediately, several other saints, too, expressed their choice to leave. It would be a waste of time for them to stay here. And the most important saints refaced that. The air was broken here. So naturally he lost face. Fellow Taoist, wait. The gazes of the 7 great sage kings gazed at this place, and the 7 communicated with their divine thoughts. The sacred king's voice was like thunder, and a streak of immortal light shuttled and arrived in front of them, turned into a splitter and opened his mouth to stay. Elder, my clan's offspring are dead, so we can't share half of the benefits if we stay here. I can't be allowed to risk my life here for nothing, can I? In a world where the strongest are honored, even a saint, upon meeting the King of Saints, naturally, he also had to do all the courtesies, and the Red Eyes race sage didn't dare to be arrogant, and only had to suppress his inner fury and calmly return. We are aware of the situation of your clans. The sacred king opened his mouth, a hint of an unrefusable expression on his face. Right now the Earth Stadium domain has been cracked to a critical moment. and your departure will undoubtedly cause the rest of you to waste your efforts. The Celestials in trouble were all there because they landed in Kyushu. But there's more to Earth than just Kyushu. The prideful people from the rest of the regions had made good gains in various parts of the Earth. They naturally didn't want that the chance to crack the Earth Stadium domain was lost just like this. But the Red Eye Clan sage had wanted to force the issue again. The Holy King then spoke. We will make it up to you. Next you can arrange for your clan heirs to come again. We will work together to help your heirs log onto Earth again. In addition to that, we have decided to send our sons and daughters along to Kyushu. After taking them down completely, grant an area to you. The Red Eyes race saint who heard the words was silent. Though the dead can't come back, the other side has given enough to be sincere. Naturally, it was not good enough to refuse himself. But that group of natives in Kyushu, the Red Eye Clan sage was a little worried. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of the Holy King's mouth. This group of natives of Earth. It must be because of some kind of chance of obtaining the Earth's ancient past, and it was just a fluke to obtain a powerful object of contemplation. But the contemplation realm requires more than just powerful contemplation objects. Rather, you need to observe the great Tao and incorporate the Tao. Without the guidance of their forefathers and foremothers, they want to continue in this realm. To go on. I don't know how much time it will take. It's even possible that there will never be any refinement. Next, I will have our sons lead the others forward to Kyushu. Together, we will take Kyushu first. The worry in the eyes of the Red Eyes race saints who heard the words slowly dispersed. Indeed, these saints are coming through. All understand the realm of kanji, although they can rely on powerful kanji objects to be even more powerful, but want to keep going for the long haul. It is the understanding of the word that is vital. Only with an initial understanding of the Tao could one perfect this realm and step into the next great realm. And they, the sons of the great clans, who have a little bit of talent, the family saints would all preach on time, carve the marks of the Tao, and help the sons and daughters of the family. There is refinement in this realm. Otherwise, relying on these sons and daughters, and relying on their own cultivation alone, I don't know how many hours would have to be spent. Rest assured, our descendants and children have long since attained perfection in this realm, powerful objects of visualization that, we have sons and daughters, but we have also traveled farther in this realm. Those natives of Earth can't make any waves. The sacred king spoke. Besides, aren't you all curious about those Earth natives that, how is it that all of a sudden, you have such a powerful object of observation? Besides, it would be a waste for these chances to fall into the hands of those natives. Don't you guys want to take it away? As long as you continue to disintegrate this domain together. At that time, when the Earth natives obtain those opportunities, they will all be ours. The words came down. The Red-Eyed Clan sage immediately made a decision. Good. Let's follow what Senior said. The dozens of saints who had lost their offspring no longer chose to leave. Instead, they continued to join in the disintegration of the Earth Stadium domain. Of course, those saintly sons and daughters of the heavenly pride had all received new instructions from their respective family ancestors. Everyone let go of their preconceptions for a moment and take Kyushu, especially the sons and daughters of those 7 sage kings. After receiving the authorization of the sage king elder, he even took the lead in crossing the Earth's oceans toward Kyushu. And in the meantime, far away in the middle of a barren, dark realm, suddenly a blazing crack in space appeared. Next moment, along with a fist seal rushed out. The crack completely turned into a giant hole. Only a figure was seen, slowly walking out of the cave, accompanied by the figure, only to see this barren heaven and earth. A terrifying great tribulation thundercloud condensed all of a sudden. The thunderclouds did not look like heaven and earth were synthesized, but instead looked like they were projected from the immortal realm that was above heaven and earth. This kind of cataclysm has never been seen before, and there is no telling how vast the heavens have been reduced to starry ruins. The sea of thunder is vast, and the gods rule the sky. Boom! The edge of this world, with its countless dead stars, all of which have become dust by this time. There is nothing that is not pierced under that annihilating thunderbolt. Chaos surged, and the sight of the opening of the heavens and the earth was being presented. Not only that, in the sea of thunder, a large number of ferocious beasts appeared. Koan Pang, Legend, Tongue Snake and so on. Terrifyingly shocking. They exuded immortal Tao Law's chi and exerted great divine might. Beyond that, in the midst of the thunderbolt, even more bizarre faces emerged, both male and female, exuding terrifying laws. It was simply impossible for people to resist. Oh, this great calamity. It seems to be a little different again? The figure looked at the great calamity forming in the sky without the slightest hint of fear on his face. Instead, he surveyed the scene with great curiosity. And this figure was no other than Xu Pingan, who had come here to cross the threshold, in order that the great catastrophe does not interfere with the dangling of the 2 mysterious beings themselves. Xu Pingan broke through the world barrier and arrived at another world. A barren world. This world was something Xu Pingan happened to pass by when he was traveling to Earth from the Tianyuan continent. It was a barren world where no life had existed for a long time. Just right for him to cross over. If not, just his great calamity would be enough to shake a world. It was under his great calamity that the Tianyuan continent was nearly destroyed in the beginning. Of course, although Xu Pingan was in the midst of a human journey, but a portion of the divine mind was keeping an eye on the earth at all times. Chapter 196 Immortals in the midst of the Thunderbolt. The Thunderbolt was for Xu Pingan. It's been a regular visitor to his practice all the way through. One might even say that, from the very beginning, begging for a sliver of life under the Thunderbolt of the. Then later on, they directly refined their bodies with lightning tribulation, so much so that in the end, they were all directly immune to it. With each appearance of the Thunder Tribulation, Xu Pingan would only be curious about what would appear in the next Thunder Tribulation. After he became an emperor and impacted the immortal path, the Lightning Tribulation had long since turned into a dusty affair. The vision that appeared this time around was somewhat surprising to Xu Pingan, but it was only a bit of a surprise, because he still didn't feel threatened under the Thunderbolt. So, his mind, instead, focused on the Earth. It seems that the ancient rumor of the 10,000 races that Earth's 9 states are prone to producing strong people is true. Xu Pingan's eyes seemed to penetrate the void, looking directly at the battlefield of Earth's 9 states. Saw a scene that happened there. You still have the nerve to say that. You've even transformed the Tao with your body and displayed the origin of the great Tao for them to see. Even a pig would have to be visualized as a dragon. Right at this moment, in Xu Pingan's pocket, a ring emerged. A light blossomed on it all of a sudden, only to see a shadow floating on top of the ring. This person was none other than Xiao Yan. After he heard that Xu Pingan had angered the heavenly Tao by transforming the Tao with his body and was about to send down a thunderbolt to punish him, he took the initiative to want to follow over and observe Xu Pingan's thunder tribulation. For the weak, thunderbolts are horribly deadly, but for the powerful, observing a thunderbolt that they have never even experienced. On the contrary, it is beneficial to your own practice. It's not as dramatic as you make it sound. Xu Pingan smiled in disbelief. It's not that dramatic, but it's definitely not bad, okay? Xiao Yan couldn't help but spit it out. The reason why those saints of all races were shocked, the main reason why the Earthlings could visualize those powerful beings successfully was because of Xu Pingan. The saints among the 10,000 races are, at most, no more than latecomers, demonstrating how the Tao is derived. Or carved dowsing marks. But what did Pingan Su do? That is the purest and most essential source of the Tao in heaven and earth. It was shown to these newcomers in Kyushu who had only just touched the edge to watch. This kind of chance, like an earth handicap, is tantamount to giving these Kyushu people a direct gift of a 99 first charge cultivation package. This will benefit them for the rest of their lives. Don't talk about them. Even saints would have their cultivation refined if they could see this great Tao origin. If the talent was stronger, a breakthrough to reach the Sage King realm would not be impossible. You can imagine what a horrible opportunity this is for the people of Kyushu. That's why these haven't even seen the true dragon, the Xuanwu, or the true phoenix. Beings that have only been seen in paintings or wherever, can be viewed for their reasons. Under the avenue, everything will be simplified. The realm of visualization, however, isn't enough just to look at the objects of visualization. The bottom of Kyushu is still too bad, and the 10,000 clans are coming too soon. Among the people they came from, the sons and daughters of those same kings have already reached the peak of the contemplation realm. Just one more step and it's the next great realm. These people have only just entered the realm of contemplation, and have yet to integrate the contemplation into their bodies. It's impossible to be their opponent when you can't exert your maximum strength. Xiao Yan, at least as a Dodi, possessed the soul of a top-tier powerhouse. Naturally the ills of the earth were seen at once. Don't worry, Xu Pingan, however, was unimpressed. What's there to be relieved about? You've come to this world to cross the threshold, and earth is now without your protection. If there's no one to check and balance the heirs of those same kings, I'm afraid the earth will be in danger. Xiao Yan, however, was not as good-hearted as Xu Pingan. He had limited cultivation and wasn't able to help much, but Xu Pingan, who could help, was coming here to cross the threshold. Naturally, he was anxious in his heart, fearing a change in his home planet. With Xu Xian around, nothing is a problem. Xu Pingan's gaze looked towards the thunderbolt. Before he slowly spoke, Xu Xian, your sister? Xiao Yan was a bit curious, then said with a face full of openness, that's right, you've given him a small cooking stove. However, even if you gave him a small opening, he'd be nothing more than at the early stage of the contemplation realm, late stage at most, and even if you fed him the great Tao origin in his mouth, It's also impossible for her to become a big fat person in one bite. Could it be that you expect her to deal with those heavenly prides at the peak of the contemplation realm? Xu Pingan smiled without saying anything. Xiao Yan couldn't help but continue. By the way, what does she observe? The sniffing Xu Pingan pointed at himself. Xiao Yan was a bit curious. What does this mean? But, not waiting for Xu Pingan to answer, suddenly, the divine principle flickered and the lightning stormed. The edge of the universe instantly became a starry ruin, transforming into a destructive hijacking land that completely collapsed. In the heavens and earth, there were billions of thunderbolts, too terrifying. It slashed directly towards Xu Pingan. Among them, the indestructible thunder, the chaotic thunder, the yin-yang secondary thunder, the yuan spirit thunder, and so the strongest thunder in heaven and earth, all gathered at this moment, want to provoke the might of the heavenly Tao in front of the man, directly killed in this. Xiao Yan, who saw this scene, could not help but tremble in his divine soul. It's simply too scary. He subconsciously ducked into the ring, only leaving a divine thought around Xu Pingan's body that, observe this, and as Xu Pingan who was locked by the thunderbolt, but instead, he looked as usual, without the slightest change. He still threw a punch. All the paths were blasted to pieces. Those thousands of thunders directly dimmed. Xiao Yan, who was in the ring, directly froze when he saw this scene. See, crossing the thunderbolt with ease. I've never seen it so easy. With just one punch, you've done away with the thunderbolt? This thought of his, however, just appeared. Next moment, the thunderclouds coalesced once again. Only, this time it was even more terrifying than before. The cataclysms continued, and the shadows kept surfacing, and this time it wasn't a human face that appeared. Instead, one person after another came, a dusty woman, a magnificent man, all as if they were immortals. This thunderbolt of yours is too weird. Who are those people? How is it that each one of them exudes an aura that is about to extinguish the world? Xiao Yan was hiding in the ring, and with the blessing of Xu Pingan, he could naturally see everything outside clearly. I don't know. Maybe it's the immortals. Or maybe it's one of those ancient people who became immortal. Their aura and strength were recorded when they were having their thunder tribulation. Now evolving, they wish to suppress me. Xu Pingan's face was colorless as he allowed those shadows to attack and collide directly with them. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, had a very odd expression on his face. Sometimes he was really confused. Just how strong was this Xu Pingan? So much so that heaven and earth will so come to destroy him. Only, at this thought of his, just out under, boom! At that moment, the immortal light exploded and the 10,000 paths collapsed. Those immortal figures that emitted a terrifying aura all turned into fragments of shadows. And in the middle of the field, there was still only Xu Pingan, like a lofty godly mountain standing between heaven and earth. Hilly, Chapter 197, Siege of Kyushu. Danger, danger, danger. Xu Pingan's thunderbolt. Naturally, it can't be just that simple. The power of the thunderbolt comes from heaven and earth. Even if it is destroyed once, it will constantly coalesce to strike again. Although it couldn't do any harm to Xu Pingan, but he lasts a long time. Therefore, Xu Pingan could only temporarily transmigrate in this world. As for Earth, it wasn't time for him to make a move anyway. So naturally he would wait and see for now. And it's a perfect opportunity for the planet to practice. Wanting to truly be among the 10,000 races, he stood firm. It was meaningless to rely solely on Xu Pingan's shelter alone. Earth, Kyushu, the extraterrestrial enemy has been purged. The enemies of Sanqing Mountain have also been purged. The Yellow Mountain enemy, too, has been purged. Inside the base, Ye Old Man received news from all over the world. The excitement in his eyes naturally spoke for itself. The original Kyushu in despair. Not only did he usher in a group of experts to become the contemplation realm, but he also defeated the extraterrestrial visitors. How can you not be excited? Notify everyone. Arrange for some of them to guard the borders, and the rest of you get some rest first. Elder Yi immediately ordered and commanded. Although the threat within Kyushu is lifted, but the real danger is not lifted. Earth is now experiencing extraterrestrial invasions everywhere. A mass extinction event erupted in every country in the world, and after those extraterrestrial prides landed, then they began to kill on a large scale. Although the experts from each country, too, were doing their best to block it. However, they didn't seem to have given birth to a large number of strong contemplation realm masters like those in the 9 states. The extraterrestrial powerhouses that came to face them were directly routed. However, Kyushu had only just finished the Great War now, so it was naturally impossible to help them. Right now there is only one way to keep your acreage. After Yi Lao gave his orders, he was also ready to go and rest. After all the ups and downs of this period of time, it had caused him to go days without a good night's sleep, and he struggled, as everyone else did, to be on the front lines. But just then, Not good. We've had an invasion in the southern sea. An anxious voice suddenly came out of the communicator. What? Yi Lao, who was originally all yawning, immediately came to his senses. Anxiously, he came to the communicator. What's going on? What happened? Who invaded? A soldier's anxious voice came from the other end of the communicator. It's beings from outside the domain. They're traveling across the sea, toward the interior of Kyushu. Where's the captain of the Southern Sea Guard Squad? To be able to become the position of the captain of a town guard squad, the minimum realm required nowadays was the Contemplation realm. The captain was captured alive by the other side. He told our men to go and submit to him or he would kill the captain. The soldier on the other end of the communicator had a sobbing tone in his voice. Don't panic yet. They didn't go on a killing spree of the people, did they? Yi Lao forcibly suppressed the shock within his heart and spoke again. Not yet. They're moving inland now, by the sound of them. Is there to rendezvous with the others? Yi Lao immediately frowned. Converge? Converge what? Wait, does that mean? Next moment, another urgent report came in. Not good. The Eastern Sea has suffered an invasion. An extraterrestrial powerhouse attacked. The captain has been captured. Yi Lao, who was holding the communicator, immediately frowned and his voice hoarsely said, Captain, what happened to him? Tackled by the other side. The soldier on the comm spoke with difficulty, not waiting for Ye old man to take a breath. It's not good. The western border has been invaded by extraterrestrial powers. It's bad. The northern border has also been invaded by extraterrestrial powerhouses. With a message of invasion ringing out, Yi Lao instantly felt bad. So many people have suddenly come. Could it be that the other party is planning to finish off our Kyushu first? Yi Lao's body trembled as he came to this conclusion. However, what was most difficult for him to accept, the captain-level figure had lost. Also, if it was a viewer realm captain being tackled, the main was coincidental. And what if it's 2? How about 3? Then it must not be a coincidence. That is to say, this time, the heavenly pride that came from outside the domain was not just the strength displayed on the side of the 9 states. Only, those powerful people, not the first time, landed in Kyushu. And nowadays, they should have gotten some kind of order to point the finger at Kyushu. The real danger is just beginning. Yi Lao, who thought of all this, suddenly had a head like a bucket. I didn't realize that the difficulty he thought he could easily get through this one time that. It's just the luck of the draw for them in Kyushu. Tune in to their route of advance. Have the Vulcan and a group of other people go out and head to block it. Elder Yi hurriedly opened his mouth. Since a squad leader level observational realm couldn't stop it, then it would only be possible for the strongest of these captains to go and block it. And in the meantime, old ancestor said that something is not right in Kyushu and asked me to come to Kyushu. What? It's not as strong as I thought? Lion King Yao was pinching a Kyushu captain in his hand, and his eyes were filled with contempt as he said, Hey, who is the strongest person in your Kyushu? Hurry up and call them over, or I'll have to eat you up. You won't be able to be arrogant for long. Our men are coming. You're dead. This captain of Kyushu was currently covered in blood. Although he was at the same contemplation realm, he had lost to the extra-dimensional being in front of him. This was not at all on the same level as the extra-dimensional beings he had encountered before. Ha! Still dare to threaten me? Forget it then. Since your people haven't found them yet, it's useless to keep you. Why don't you fill my stomach first? Lion King Yao immediately manifested a huge lion head and was about to swallow it into his stomach. Just then, Xuan Wu Kai, in the sky, a huge shadow emerged, suppressing down towards it. Lion King Yu frowned. Immediately, within his body, a gigantic Lion King shadow rushed out, directly heading towards that Xuan Wu in a hard shake. Boom! A huge roar erupted between the two. Oh, interesting. Your visualization is actually a Xuan Wu? Are you the strongest person in Kyushu? Lion King Yao opened his mouth, and in his eyes, a color full of excitement was immediately revealed. You're the lion that made a scene at the Vatican? It's nothing more than that. Zhao Lei opened his mouth, before coming to the Kyushu base naturally during this time. Investigated the other party's information as well as his strike record and sent it to him. Ha! I hope your mouth will still be this tough when I break your bastard armor. This one. Lion King Yao manifested his own body, the old ancestor outside the domain, and naturally informed Zhao Lei of the situation. Therefore, he did not intend to hold back at all and directly struck out with all his strength. All of a sudden, the surrounding mountains crumbled, the river broke, and everything collapsed. But that's when it happened. Above the battlefield of the two, another extraterrestrial being surfaced. His eyes were cold and icy as he looked at the battlefield below. It looks like I've gone off the deep end. I didn't realize that in the entire Earth, Kyushu is the greatest place of opportunity. Chapter 198 Vulcan Ecstasy. The true phoenix breathing method given by Brother Xu Xin was real? Those who watched this battlefield, it wasn't anyone else. It was none other than the Thunderwing clan's heavenly pride, Lei Wuxuan. Someone who has only just stepped into the realm of contemplation. Just because the contemplation is a Xuanwu. Surprisingly, the Lion King Yu in the late stage of the conceptualization realm can tangle with him. Lei Wuxuan incited his Thunderwing and was about to join the Lion King Wing's battle right away. What are you doing here? The Lion King's wing gazed at the visitor and immediately opened his mouth without any good humor. It seems that you aren't as strong as you bragged. You can't even take down someone at the early stage of the contemplation realm. Lei Wuxuan opened his mouth while directly striking out towards Zhao Lei to take down the other party. It's just that the other guy's turtle shell is harder. Wait for me to break his turtle shell. It is only natural to swallow it in one gulp. Lion King Wing was very upset that Lei Wuxuan had joined him in the fight. Ha! You think I want to help you? It's all just the old ancestors' will. And there must be a heavenly chance in this Kyushu, if not, it's impossible for these people to visualize such a powerful being. Soon the heirs of those saint kings will be here. They're all already at the peak of the contemplation realm, one step away from entering the next major realm. If we want to take some benefits from their hands here in Kyushu, we can only cooperate. Lei Wuxuan's sudden voice transmission caused Lion King Yao to fall silent. They are indeed strong. Even among the 10,000 races heavenly pride, they were the strongest group. But there is another group of people that are better than them. It is the sons of those 7 saintly kings. They were born into the royal family of saints, and for the resources they received, it was far from something that could be compared to these saintly families of theirs. Moreover, these several sons and daughters were all heirs personally trained by the Sage King. Not only that, but talent-wise it wouldn't be worse than them. Under the teachings of the Sage King, it would only be stronger than them. There must be great opportunities in the 9 states. If we don't join forces, the opportunities will only be divided up among those 7 sons and daughters. Lei Wui once again transmitted his voice. You the lion finally agrees. First, we'll capture this old bastard alive together. Ask where the chance really came from. In a moment, a head really did arise again above his 8-headed lion's head. But instead, it was a shadow, but it allowed his cultivation to rise once again. And then he directly blasted towards Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei's Xuanwu armor, under this attack, directly ruptured. Not really, Xuanwu was not as good as the 9-headed lion. Rather, the realm gap between the two was too great. This Lion King Yu was different from the previous few extraterrestrial celestial pride. They have all been stationed in the realm of contemplation for many years. Moreover, the object of observation itself was not too weak. It was only a matter of time before they fell. Without the turtle armor, you're a piece of. At this moment, Lei Wuxuan struck out, directly intending to capture Zhao Lei. But just then, a loud and clear cry rang out from heaven and earth. In the next moment, only a fire phoenix was seen, descending from the sky, with huge wings of fire, chopping towards Lei Wuxuan. Seek death. Lei Wuxuan immediately incited his thunder wings and directly collided with that fire wing. Boom! In an instant, the thunder and the flames clashed together. In the air, it erupted into a brilliant scene of lightning and fire mingling. True Phoenix, just in time to come. The old ancestor happened to have explained that the two of you would be of great use. Are you going to be caught with your own hands tied? Or are you going to be beaten half to death by us, and then like a dog being bolted up for interrogation by us? Lei Wuxuan opened his mouth with a cold smile. The person who came was no other than the Vulcan who had come at extreme speed to save the day. I just happened to have killed an extra-dimensional being who wasn't enjoying himself, and I didn't expect you guys to take the initiative to come to my door. But, no matter, good things come in pairs. I'll send you on your way together. The flames on his body continued to rise up, transforming into a lifelike true phoenix. Ha, kid, don't compare those people you killed to us. They are merely in the early middle stage of the contemplation realm. We've already reached the late stage long ago. The 9-headed lion that Lion King Yao had transformed into let out a roar of disdain. What mid-late stage? I'll kill them all. Without saying a word, the Vulcan immediately protected Zhao Lei behind him before directly striking out again. Of course, the fire god's realm. While it was true that he was not as good as the duo, he himself both had a true phoenix bloodline that, as well as the success in visualizing the true phoenix, so the combat power, far from being comparable to Zhao Lei. Boom! The Vulcan did not fall into a disadvantage even if he was alone against 2 people. Kuan-Pang extreme speed. At this moment, Lei Wuxuan no longer had any reservations. He had obtained a true feather from the Kuan-Pang, having gained a small amount of Kuan-Pang's extreme speed on it. At once, thunder accompanied by extreme speed, violently exploded into existence, like the posture of the god of thunder. It smashed towards the Vulcan's head. Fiery fire. However, It was also at this moment, the fire god fiercely took a huge mouthful of spit. In an instant, his body erupted with endless flames this flame transformed into a head of a true phoenix. The breath shook the heavens, and the temperature of the flame, it was even increased several times, and even the space was about to be melted and collapsed. And at that moment, the saints watching from far outside the domain froze. Isn't this the breathing method of the true Phoenix clan? A sage told a secret story. I have seen in ancient books that this power and strokes it's the true Phoenix clan breathing method that only has the power. With these words came the word. The saints' breathing couldn't help but quicken. The true Phoenix breathing method. This is a supreme treasure for cultivation. Although it may not necessarily reach the heights of the true Phoenix clan, but if they were to draw on each other's evidence, it would be enough to raise their cultivation by a large margin. And you can also gain the power of the true Phoenix clan's treasure art. Even a saint couldn't possibly refuse such a treasure of opportunity. Boom! Lei Wuxuang's attack was directly shaken away by the fire god's attack. After all, what he had obtained was only a wisp of the Kuan Peng's true feather, and the techniques he cultivated were all crippled. But Vulcan is different. What he had obtained was the complete true Phoenix breathing method that Xu Pingan had given him. The two are simply not on the same level. Ha! I didn't realize that the true Phoenix breathing method that brother Xu Xian gave me was real. It's not worth the 3 days and nights I spent on the toilet sucking in and exhaling big gulps of air. The Vulcan who had used this move for the first time at this point was surprised. He had been worrying about the contemplation realm before, and had in turn thrown the spitting method to the back of his mind. Now that the realm of contemplation has been broken, so naturally, the thought of this contemplation comes to mind again. I just didn't expect the effect to be surprisingly strong. You really do have a great secret in you. However, it's mine now. Just then, the 9-headed Lion King attacked, and with its 9 huge heads, it suddenly opened its huge, blood-potted mouth and, a terrifying energy, coalescing in his mouth, unexpectedly produced a huge devouring force the surrounding mountains and rocks were all shattered under this force and sucked into his belly. Get out! And at that moment, Zhao Lei finally took a breath of relief, and he forced himself to fight through his injuries to strike out. Once again, he manifested the huge Xuanwu armor and blocked the blow for the fire god. Seeing this, the Vulcan naturally wouldn't waste this opportunity. Directly illuminating a true phoenix directly probed out with a claw. The 9-headed Lion King's head, all of a sudden, directly exploded. He let out a growl of pain. Vulcan rides the wave. At this time, Lei Wuxuang attacked, only for Zhao Lei to strike again, blocking Wuxuang's attack. The fire god's visualization of a true phoenix, together with the breathing method of the true Phoenix clan. At this moment, it was as if a true phoenix was present in person, directly tearing a piece of Lei Wuxuang's thunder wing with his hand, splattering a large amount of blood. Bent in time, the situation was reversed, and even the saints were dumbfounded. Lei Wuxuang and the 9-headed Lion King immediately turned around and fled. Vulcan wanted to give direct pursuit, but that's when it happened. It's really hit and miss. Looks like it's still our turn to make a move. Between heaven and earth, a Milky Way seemed to be dropping down from the 9 heavens above. Infinite stars surfaced on it, each one blossoming with the power of infinite starlight. The fire god's flames, all of a sudden, were directly doused by this Milky Way. The starburst power on it was even directly shattering the defenses of the fire god in Zhao Lei. The two were shocked by this force to the point that they directly spat blood from their mouths and flew out backwards. Above the Star River, a silhouette was also manifested at this time. Looking at all this with a cold smile, it's the Star Saint King's heir. With the appearance of this silhouette, Lion King Yao and Lei Wuxuang instantly revealed the identity of the other party. Chapter 199, Saving the Day. Xu Xian, it's not even close to what brother said. In the midst of that radiant river of stars, only a silhouette floated out. He was surrounded by a starry river shadow, receiving cosmic stars and starlight into his body. A blazing light emanated from his body, and he was none other than the Star Saint King's favorite great-grandson, Star Yu. It was even rumored to be the 10,000-star holy body. Shock filled the eyes of Lei Wuxuang and Lion King Yao. Just now, the moment the other party struck out, he shocked and injured both the fire god and Zhao Lei. Peak observation realm. How can it be so strong? This kind of tactic simply made the two men somewhat incredulous. What's strong is not the peak of the contemplation realm, but the extreme realm of this realm. Starlight flickered around Xingyu as he opened his mouth calmly and conceitedly, and did not multiply his attacks on the fire god. The pole realm? Lei Wuxuang and the Lion King's Yu god were slightly stunned. However, it soon became clear. The pole realm. Extreme realm. A realm within a realm that goes to the extreme. Isn't this a legend? The wonders of cultivation are endless, and the realms are divided into. It just distinguishes the existence of strength at that level, but often there are geniuses that can be at a level that is stronger than others. And these people would often cultivate the extreme realm within this realm. Those who step with this realm are the kings of the same realm. And when they are promoted, it can also lay the most solid foundation. Both of them were the sons of saints. And their insights would not be too bad. Only, they thought it was just a legend. But they never thought that it would be true. For you it may be legend. But for the Starry Sky clan, with an old ancestor like the Sage King, legends can become reality. Xingyu faintly opened his mouth with a cold smile. Don't think that you can surpass our top-ranked clans if you work hard. Are we just going to stop? The two of them, Lei Wuxuang and Lion King Yao, couldn't help but have their faces reddened. On weekdays, they hadn't been bragged about by the great powers in the group. In the future, they will be able to replace the ranking of his clan when they grow. Over time, he himself has often uttered such words under his breath. Only now, it seems like a joke. What pole realm? Not pole realm. I'll suppress them all. The fire god wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and directly struck again. Monstrous flames, transforming into a fire phoenix that, directly towards the stars. I've said it before, no matter how strong your visualizer is, it's just a fake. Without the power to turn it into your own, you are ultimately a floater. Seeing the incoming attack, Xingyu directly launched out with a palm. A river of stars rushed out from within his body, and countless stars fell great power in the sky. The incoming flames were directly annihilated once again, and then a tremendous force directly sent the fire god flying. Even his true phoenix battle armor was directly shattered. The moment, Lei Wuxuang and Lion King Yao, who were watching this scene, were thoroughly convinced. It's simply too strong. Even the opponent who had mastered the true phoenix breathing technique and visualization of the true phoenix didn't even have the strength to fight back. Empty of treasure, but unable to utilize the power. Xingyu commented disdainfully, and then directly probed out a large hand and grabbed towards the fire god. Instead of wasting it, why don't you leave it to me to help you make him shine? Don't even think about touching him. At this time, Zhao Lei got up. At this moment, he was covered in blood, but he also once again forced himself to endure the pain and, once again, he visualized the Xuanwu armor and protected it in front of the fire god. Zhenbu, you're the same. There's no need to rush. The treasure's on you too. It's all mine. The great hand of the starry universe transformed into a clap by grasping, and then slammed down, wrapped in infinite starlight. Directly, Zhao Lei's Xuanwu armor, slapped into pieces, and then his hands turned into grasps and directly tackled towards the two of them. This horrifying scene caused the eyes of the people of Kyushu to explode in astonishment. The battle between several people, with its wide range of ripples, had naturally long been monitored by Kyushu, transmitted to the war room. The crowd in the war room. It was hard to believe that even Vulcan, who was strong to the point of no return, was, surprisingly, he would be defeated so easily by his opponent. Of course, the most important thing was that the calamity that befell the Kyushu at this moment was not just that. Extraterrestrials continue to pop up all over the country. Moreover, the strength of the extraterrestrial people this time was clearly different from the previous batch. They are more powerful. The casualties kept coming. At this moment, despair enveloped everyone's heart. Clank. However, just when all of this felt that the future was dark, but there was a sword light that cut through the dark world. Dang! The twin claws that were originally grasping at the fire god in Zhao Lei were instantly struck by the sword light and directly chopped off. Xingyu's hands, moreover, directly appeared a trace of being chopped by a sword. Moreover, the wound had chopped almost to the bone of the hand, and half of it was hanging down. Xingyu immediately let out a miserable scream. Even he did not react to this sudden attack. He hurriedly kept bursting back, and pills kept flying out of his body and falling into his mouth. It was only then that the injury was stopped. I thought that you had really reached that so-called extreme realm, but it turns out to be nothing more than lip service. The sword light stopped, only to see a beautiful figure, with its feet stepping on the sword light, standing in the sky above the dome. Who are you? Stara glanced at the recovered wound in his hand and then his eyes were dead set on the other side. Kill your Kyushuans. The young girl opened her mouth, her eyes bright and moving, dressed in the most ordinary sweatshirt that, wearing a duck-tongued hat, but exuding a horrible murderous aura. It's Su Xin. He's finally made a move. It's worthy of Su Xin. Surprisingly, he decapitated that guy. I said before that Su Xin couldn't possibly be bumbling around in the contemplation realm. He's still the strongest. The people in the Kyushu combat room, on the other hand, were thoroughly excited when they saw the scene. In the midst of this adversity, sure enough, it's still up to Su Xin to hurt me once by sneak attack, and you dare to speak out of turn. Star Yu's eyes revealed ruthlessness, and the star silhouettes around his body were constantly rotating all of a sudden. 3,000 stars as a guide, the worlds of the heavens as a foundation. the 10,000 directions to the star prison. A magnificent picture was sketched out above him, and the countless stars of the divine light blossomed in the sky before transforming into a cage that suppressed Xu Pingan from the heavens. This is his visualization? Using the 3,000 stars as a blueprint, he has outlined his invincible path. At this moment, Lei Wuxuang, who was on the side, looked at the scene in the air, his eyes filled with shock. The image, it's so magnificent. In the end your so-called extreme realm is nothing more than that. Xu Pingan, who saw this scene, was unafraid, and it was the same as in her dream. Hearing the extreme realm that my brother had recounted for himself was a world of difference. Open. The moment, Xu Pingan raised her hand in a vain gesture, and directly a sword light appeared in her hand, slashing towards the cage. In an instant, a true phoenix made of flames unexpectedly manifested from the sword. The look was the same as the Vulcan's view. What? Seeing this scene, Xingyu was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 200 The Seven Great Sage King Celestial Pride All Out. The extraterrestrial heavenly pride who saw the scene was completely dumbfounded. I had thought that having a native of Kyushu who had visualized a true phoenix would be terrifying enough, but it didn't occur to me that there were people who could visualize a true phoenix? Fresh. One could only see the true phoenix that Xu Pingan had transformed into, suddenly soaring through the heavens and directly breaking through the starry river. Put. The visualization vision was destroyed, and Xingyu directly spat out a large mouthful of blood. At this moment, the saints who were observing this scene from far outside the domain all looked surprised one by one, the same as viewing the fire phoenix. Clearly, this woman was much more powerful than the man before her. But, it is not in this that is most surprising. Rather, the starry universe, which is the body of the 3,000 stars, is supposed to mirror the object of contemplation with each other. It made him reach the peak of this realm, or what he called the extreme realm, but now it's being repelled? Could it be that the other party was still the reincarnation of a true phoenix? No way. Staryu wiped the corners of his mouth, but his eyes were filled with unbelief. Your breath. It simply hasn't reached the peak of the contemplation realm. The power of this realm is not as strong as mine, and it's impossible to break through my vision. So, you don't understand the extreme realm of the contemplation realm at all, and you dare to speak out of turn. Xu Pingan's eyes showed a hint of disdain. In the dream Xu Pingan was shown. Xu Pingan was in the realm of contemplation at the moment, which was the true extreme realm, seeing through the evolution of the Tao. You can see the origin of the view. It's time for you to die. Xu Pingan didn't talk too much. The sword in his hand, once again chopped out. A terrifying true phoenix silhouette was manifested, and combined with the sword light, it wanted to directly cut down Xingyu. Just then, space trembles, only to see a beastly claw entwined with monstrous black mist attack. Dang! Blocked the fatal blow for Xingyu. With that, only a rough man was seen falling from the sky. He was glowing all over, and although he was in human form, he had all sorts of beastly features that, for example, the rock wings, the mangy bull horns, the unicorn armor. All these combinations look weird together. It's Beast Saint King's heir, Beast Qian. Lion King Yao instantly revealed the identity of the other party, and at the same time, a deep scorn was revealed in his eyes. He's the one who went to your 9-headed lion clan in the first place, wanting to borrow your ancestor's lion's head, to refine your own body? Lei Wuxuang opened his mouth. Lion King Yu nodded. What about the results? Lei Wuxuang continued to ask. I don't know. The clan elders didn't ask me to fight him, but those strong men of my clan that, all defeated. The Lion King's Yu God opened his mouth in a grave manner. Hearing this, Lei Wuxuang instantly understood. It is rumored that one of the beast clans, although in human form, however, he prefers to refine beast artifacts to strengthen his body. It seems that your old ancestor was right to avoid engaging him. It seems that this guy, in this realm of the contemplation realm, it's also an existence comparable to that of a starry universe. However, it was possible to become the inheritor of the Sage King. Are any of them weak? Xingyu, I didn't expect that you would lose. Beast Qian looked at the injured Xingyu, and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Don't gloat here. This Kyushu native is very odd, clearly not at the peak of his realm. And yet, he was able to defeat me. It's likely that he has also entered the extreme realm. It's just that for some reason, my power would be inferior to his. Xingyu's eyes stared viciously at his opponent. Since old ancestor called me to assist you, then strike together. Beast Qian didn't dare to be too big, and surprisingly, he directly chose to cooperate. This would have been absolutely impossible in the past. However, Beast Qian had been transplanted with a number of beast organs, resulting in the possession of powerful sensory abilities. He could sense that the woman in front of him was, well, extraordinary, so it directly chose to join forces and fight against it. Not too much bull *******. Beast Qian then struck out directly. The roars of countless ferocious beasts emanated from his body all of a sudden. Among them, there was even an 8-headed lion clan silhouette emerging, and obviously, that one corpse of the 8-headed lion clan had also become a part of his body. When he struck, it was the strongest attack. The two conversed for but a moment. Of course, Su Xian saw the other party strike directly at him after. Then no more nonsense. A huge Xuanwu shadow directly manifested within his body, floating between heaven and earth. It clashed with that Beast Qian's strongest strike. Dang! The huge impact caused the energy to rage. Beast Qian unexpectedly flew directly backwards under this impact. The moment, the extraterrestrials present were completely dumbfounded. Xian Wu. It's Xian Wu. How did you still visualize the Xuanwu vision? Seeing this scene, Xing Yu and Lei Wushuang, Lion King Yao and the others were dumbfounded. He had just executed the true Phoenix vision. Now he had cast the Xuanwu vision. This, in a person, two observables appear? This is simply not going to happen. I thought the people from outside the domain, how knowledgeable they are. It turns out that they are also bumpkins. After Vulcan saw that scene of their shock, as he himself had done before, he couldn't help but sneer. But he soon sucked in a breath of cold air and tore his wound. It was good that Su Xian was there, so he didn't have to make a move. What the hell is wrong with you? At this moment, Beast Qian stopped his stance and opened his mouth with a somewhat frightened expression. Their beast race, but also with the help of all kinds of ferocious beast organs, only to have a variety of beast race posture. But trying to do that with two observables is simply impossible. I'll tell you when you're dead. Su Xian wasn't in the habit of talking too much and directly struck out again, but that's when it happened. Space trembled again. This time, 5 figures in a row, coming with extreme speed, rushed over the battlefield. Successor of the Tiger Saint King, the Prince of the Mechanicals, Crocodile Saint King's heir, Holy King Holy Son, Holy Queen of the Fox Saints, the Sage King's clan's heavenly pride. They're all here. Lei Wushuang and Lion King Yao couldn't help but exclaim. Only these 5 figures, like Xing Yu and Beast Qian from before, were. A horrible aura emanated from his body. It was as if a future Sage King was looking out of the corner of his eye. Star Qian rode the star and arrived in front of the 5, and was about to open his mouth. Bai Jiao of the Sky Fox clan, with a seductive voice, said, Brother Xing Qian doesn't need to say much. The elders of the clan, we have been informed that there is no simplicity in this woman, so let's take her down together. Xing Qian nodded. An unprecedented gravity appeared on his face at this moment. This woman's power was simply beyond their expectations. Even they had to join forces for the time being. If not, alone, he would never be his match. Do you guys still want some come face to face? Thanks to your self-proclaimed noble race, why are you still attacking in groups? The Vulcan who saw this directly couldn't help but break into a curse. Aboriginal, you just talk more. When we settle this woman, let's see if I don't rip your mouth off. Stara's face was filled with anger. You think just because there are more people, you can take me? Su Xian, who had heard the words, laughed instead. A bunch of losers. Even if they come more, they're still losers. It's useless to talk more. Send you on your way. At this moment, the 7 great Sage King clan celestials, all of them struck out and came toward Su Xian to suppress him. And in the meantime, it's starting. Your sister is going to fight some of their strongest. Xiaoyan excitedly called out to Xu Pingan, who was in the middle of his tribulation, and said, Chapter 201, Demonic Acts, shocking the 10,000 clans. Boom! A blazing crash rang out between heaven and earth, only to see that the thunder, which was enough to destroy the world, was once again blasted into countless clouds of smoke and dissipated. Xiaoyan's voice also sounded at the right time, only to see him come to the other side. In front of him at that moment, a scroll of the earth, spread out, showed the contents of. It was Su Xian versus the 7 great Sage King heirs. Xu Pingan merely glanced at it. Then he turned his head with a smile and proceeded to look at the thunderbolt. What? Aren't you worried about your sister? Xiaoyan looked at the calm Xu Pingan and became a bit anxious instead. I won't make a move if those extraterrestrial juniors don't make a move. This is her fight. Xu Pingan spoke indifferently. Junior? Xiaoyan froze and, afterward, he couldn't help but reveal an odd smile and said, You didn't just become an emperor in 1,000 years. Those Sage Kings have become juniors in your eyes? I see quite a few of them are much older than you. What? In your fighting world, aren't the strongest honored? And are you still dividing the eldest and youngest according to age? Xu Pingan poured out a jab. Xiaoyan choked on his words. Okay, you are right. Your fist is hard. The thunderbolt is not as hard as your fist. You're right about everything. And the next moment, Xu Pingan's thunderbolt struck again. The latter, too, had long since rushed into the Sea of Calamity once again. In the meantime, Earth, Kyushu, The 7 great sage king suns, standing in the 7 directions, vaguely constructed a great formation, surrounding the woman in the midst of. For the sake of this woman, I am not willing to travel 10,000 miles from the north of the earth and delay my chance. Capture this woman later. We, the mechanical clan, need her heart's blood, the mechanical race's heavenly pride, surrounded like a future Mecca, its eyes erupting with red rays of light. Scanning over Xu Xian's body continuously. Then I, the heavenly god clan, want her heart. The holy son of the heavenly god clan, who was also the sacred king's heir, spoke with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Around his body, a streak of immortal light flickered, shaking the Qianquan. Then I want her bones. The crocodile Saint King's heir spoke, only to see that he had a crocodile head on his person, and his body was filled with blood aura. As if it was a heaven-devouring demon king, he stared at Xu Xian with a deadly stare. Her head, then, is mine. The tiger Saint King's heir also opened his mouth, and he transformed into his true form, a white fierce tiger with auspicious clouds on his feet. Like an immortal beast, he looked down on everything. I see that this woman has been born with a good skin. Then I want her skin. The holy maiden of the Sky Fox clan, a face that charmed the world, but her mouth was filled with the aura of killing. It's like two contrasts to its image, Star Yu and Beast Qian. However, knew Xu Xian's power and did not open their mouths assertively, just urging all of you, take down this woman. It's not too late for us to divide her chance. Ha! Xu Xian, who had heard the words, but smiled, not a trace of fear emanating from her body. Instead, his eyes suddenly blazed as he said, want to share my blood and bones? You guys aren't qualified. Today, I'm going to let the old ancestors of your domain watch how I'm going to cut all of you down here. Only to see that around him, a powerful energy fluctuation immediately filled the air, and these energies, around her, continued to diffuse the major vapors. True Phoenix, Xuanwu, True Dragon, White Tiger, Karen, Bai Zhe, not a small mouth. I'll chop you up. Only the Tiger Saint King's heir, who took the lead, could be seen violently emitting an infinite fury around him. This is the tiger's fury. If you touch it, you'll be haunted by it for eternity, and you'll never be able to get out of it. It was spread out, overwhelmingly sharp and intimidating. Roar! Xu Xian chopped out with a sword, only to see a true dragon's shadow roar out under the swordlight. A huge dragon body that, a mouthful of dragon breath was directly spat out. Dragon Tiger Scramble. In a matter of moments, the dragon's spitting breath dissolved the tiger fury, and then the remaining power swept towards the other party. The dragons viewed the vision, a pair of eyes of the Tiger Saint King's heir, ice cold and terrifying. Above his body, a giant black tiger emerged, its breath swallowing the sun and moon, its palm shaking the stars and rivers, and it directly sipped an angry cry, dissolving the incoming attack. When a tiger gives birth to 3 sons, there will be a Piao, and this Tiger Saint King's object of contemplation is actually a Piao. It is their clan, the most terrifying existence. The tiger clan is powerful, but their fertility is extremely low. There were very few that could give birth to 3 sons, let alone Piao. Rumor has it that it was because of Biao that their clan was born. Only then did he step into the top 20. Lion King Yao, who was watching the battle from the side, couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. So what if Piao is even more terrifying? That woman even has a third visualizer. Lei Wushuang spoke quietly, his eyes simply unbelievable. This sage king heir was thought to be terrifying to the extreme, but it had not occurred to me that such an aboriginal as Earth could give birth to still more terrifying existences. Sure enough, you are extraordinary. However, all of this will soon be ours. The heir of the crocodile Saint King suddenly struck out at this time, only to see that in his body, at once there rushed out a shadow large enough to cover the sky, a gigantic divine crocodile whose head could not be seen to the end of a single eye, and whose one tooth that, towering like a mountain peak, with a mouth as deep and unfathomable as a black hole, his double teeth closed, and he immediately came towards Xu Xian with a deadly bite. I'm right here. Let's see if you've got what it takes to get it. Xu Xian, who saw this, but coldly laughed, and with his other hand, he directly slapped out. In an instant, a shadow that was completely unmatched by this divine crocodile emerged. From a distance, it looked like a huge black fish, but in the next moment, this black fish turned into a giant rock, and the water struck 3,000 miles. Tuan rocked up 90,000 li and knocked that divine crocodile right over. It's a kunai. He can visualize other visions? Lei Wushuang and Lion King Yao exclaimed in shock at the same time. At this moment, even the saints outside the domain felt that it was too unbelievable to see this scene. The hundreds of saints of the 10,000 races were each talking at once. The sight was simply astonishing to the 10,000 tribes. knowing that no saint who knows everything has ever seen this scene before. How stunning this woman is. A person can't possibly observe so many at once. At this moment, the Sage Kings couldn't sit still, and the Star Saint King frowned and spoke. Good. It's not something she visualized. The Beast Saint King also affirmed the former statement. I can feel it. These moves are similar to the Tao. The Tiger Saint King opened his mouth. Could it be that she's enlightened at this realm? The huge body of the Crocodile Saint King was suddenly in the nebula, emitting a burst of thunderous sounds. Impossible. This realm is only the threshold of touching the Tao through visualizations. How can one realize the Tao? Even if we explain the great Tao to our clan's heirs year after year, they will not be able to realize the Tao. The Sacred King opened his mouth, his eyes filled with incredulity. It's as outrageous as a 1 or 2-year-old toddler suddenly being able to hold a sword and demonstrate a set of swordsmanship. It's actually possible. Just then, the Fox Saint King spoke. I wonder if you guys ever knew that the real pole realm of the contemplation realm. What I'm talking about, of course, isn't the extreme realm where our current heir is. Those who are truly in the extreme realm have actually entered the Tao at the realm of contemplation, and will observe other people's paths. Enlighten its Tao form. The gusts of mechanical sounds emanating from the mechanical Saint King were all filled with incredulity. You're saying that that native, who has reached this realm and can see, as we do, the nature of the Tao, to realize the trajectory of the other party's Tao and imitate it. But she's a mere native of Earth who can reach this realm? Chapter 202 Observing a Vision, Xu Pingan. Great Emperor. The Sage Kings who heard the words, one by one, frowned forbiddingly. The extreme realm. It's a very scary term. It was rumored that in every great realm, there would be extreme realms. That is, the state of being at the top of the mountain. But that's all ancient lore. Even they did not dare to say that they had reached the extreme realm at a certain realm. But, as long as one can reach the extreme realm, not only will one be invincible in the same realm, but one's future accomplishments. It's also absolutely immeasurable. The ability Xu Xin displayed right now, that is, it has obviously reached that legendary extreme realm. She must not be allowed to grow. The Star Saint King immediately spoke decisively. Sure enough, this planet is too extraordinary. Even the uncivilized natives, all of them can reach this point. The Beast Saint King shook his head. However, it's not too late. As long as this domain is destroyed, all this chance of, it's all yours. And by that time, breaking through to the Sage King and becoming a great sage will be just around the corner. Right now we must first take down that native and force out the origin of his chance. Several Sage Kings unanimously came to this conclusion. Immediately, they gave the order once again for their heirs to strike without leaving any room for error. Kyushu, above the battlefield. All of you must have received the old ancestors' transmission. Don't hold back any longer. The mechanical body of the mechanical clan's heavenly pride immediately emitted a sound of mechanical rotation. And all of a sudden, a divine mountain emerged, with a large amount of ores glittering with divine light buried on it. A terrifying Tao pattern that made up for the universe. The mechanical ones are beings born from machinery. It's not a technological race. Therefore, the path of cultivation remains the same. Heavens, the thing he was observing was actually their mechanical clan's divine mountain. The Taichou ancient mine. Rumor has it that the mechanical race was born out of this divine mountain. Lei Wuxuang opened his mouth in surprise. I didn't expect this mechanical race's heavenly pride to have such vigor and strength. Surprisingly, I viewed my own mother mountain. This was the place where their lives originated, and it was also among the 10,000 races, a famously ferocious place. Rumor has it that there was an emperor-level powerhouse where there was bloodshed. Boom! Just then, the Sacred King's heir, too, struck out. Only a pool of white river, flowing from nowhere, and in the midst of the river, a corpse floated, and an infinite immortal light unexpectedly emanated from it, creating an out-of-this-world paradise out of everything around it. Is this the origin corpse of the Heavenly God clan? Geez, this can be viewed successfully? At this moment, Lion King Yao and Lei Wuxuang truly felt their insignificance. Rumor has it that the Heavenly God clan developed from the corpse of another heavenly immortal. Therefore, they also pretended to be extraordinary and took the name of the Heavenly God clan. Before, they all thought it was just a legend. But now that I have seen this visualization, the legend can already become a reality. If there was no entity, how could he have succeeded in his visualization? Buzz. And that's when it happened. White Nine of the Sky Fox clan also directly displayed a vision. Only in the middle of heaven and earth, suddenly a sacred mountain stood out. Only to see that on top of the sacred mountain, a White Fox clan, standing on a hilltop, the gusty wind grinning, only to see the tail feathers behind that fox clan scattering away. Surprisingly, there were 9 tails, and each tail was entwined with various elemental storms that were the strongest in heaven and earth. Like a kingly beast, stationed in its territory. Green Hill. White Fox. It's 9 tails. It's 9 tails. Miss Baijiu's vision is actually a 9-tailed one, not weaker than a true phoenix and a true dragon. Lion King Yu's jaw was literally about to drop to the ground. At the same time there was shame on his face. He himself had thought of showing off his own power in front of this beauty in the first place. But now, it seems that the one he is visualizing is an immortal beast, and his future achievements are unlimited. He himself is nothing more than a clown. 3 visualizations appeared at the same time, and then the 3 of them, even more so, struck out at the same time in unison. At once, the entire space collapsed. The surrounding mountains directly broke off inch by inch. The earth continued to chafe, a spider web of cracks spanning an unknown number of thousands of miles. The moment, Su Xian's brows forbiddingly frowned as he felt the pressure brought by these 3 people. Immediately, the light of the sword in his hand flashed continuously. True Phoenix, True Dragon, and Xuanwu even emerged at the same time, like 3 immortal beasts reviving. Fighting for the world. What are you all waiting for? Don't be quick to strike together. The Divine King's heir spoke loudly. At this moment, he could sense that even if all 3 of them were to strike at the same time, it would be difficult to suppress Su Xian. This woman has so many tricks up her sleeve. It's overwhelming. Brothers, come and help. Baijiu also uttered a petulant voice that made people feel pity. The remaining few heirs, seeing this, naturally weren't watching. Previously, they had all struck out separately, wanting to try out each other's depths. But now, it seemed that one by one, fighting with them was just making a fool of themselves. Only by joining forces and suppressing it together would it be possible to subdue it. Bent in time, Shengyu's hands danced, pulling countless star power down. It transformed into a galaxy of starlight that suppressed towards Su Xian. Beast Qian was also directly manifesting countless Beast King shadows again, wrapped in endless killing opportunities, killing towards Su Xian. The Tiger Saint King's heir once again visualized and produced a black puma with the sun and moon in its mouth, pouncing towards Su Xian. The Crocodile Saint King's heir was the most domineering, directly opening his monstrous bloody mouth and, directly to swallow it in one gulp. The 7 great saints and kings of the sons and daughters strike at the same time, and they are all the strongest killing moves. The moment, even the saints outside the domain could not help but be shocked. This kind of scene of 7 heavenly prides facing off against one person was something that even they had never seen before. Moreover, these 7 heavenly prides, single out any one of them, all of them were the puppet treasures of a clan, synonymous with peerlessness, the kings of the younger generation. But now, it was surprising that 7 kings were dealing with one person at the same time. This battle could simply go down in the history of the 10,000 races. At this moment, Su Xian's hair was flying, directly transforming into a god of war. The long sword in his hand was like a partial butterfly, constantly dancing. Countless visions came out, resisting the siege of these 7 experts. Heaven and earth are falling apart. This was still only a battle at the contemplation realm. The power that erupted was simply appalling. Only, over time, I admit that you are strong, but you're only in the middle stage of the contemplation realm. It's time for your power to dry up. The sacred king's heir spoke, and the immortal corpse above his head erupted with infinite immortal light, slapping towards Su Xian. As he said, Su Xian's potential and battle power, that even if the 7 great kings surrounded him, he would not be weakened in the slightest. It's just that his realm is too low. There's not enough aura in her body to keep her fighting. The 7 of them, however, were all in the peak realm. As long as they can't be cut down quickly, it would then be able to source and consume Su Xian. It's time for a showdown. Woman, you are indeed strong, but have been using other people's observables. What? Your own visualizer, and you're not taking it out? I'm afraid if you don't make a move, you'll never get another chance. Baijiu also smiled and opened his mouth with a hint of sarcasm on his face. Su Xian, who had heard the words, couldn't help but clench her teeth. Su Xian naturally didn't want to use his kanji. After all, that visualization was of his dream brother. That too was a fortuitous whim of his own. In his consciousness, it was enough for him to fight on his own just to hallucinate someone else's visualization vision. Never expected to use my own vision of the viewer, but now as the power continues to be consumed, one can no longer sustain the illusion of another's vision, and that's when she herself viewed the vision and surfaced without realizing it. Su Hsin wanted to take it back, but the moment the vision appeared, everything around them seemed to stand still. Only Su Xian's silhouette, which had been conjured up by the vision, slowly stepped out and, it was as if the Lord of Heaven and Earth of this world had appeared. Chapter 203. What kind of visualizer is this? After the figure appeared, that horrible scene appeared and disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Like seawater at low tide, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. Only the shocked plenums were left behind, somewhat puzzled. What just happened? Why do I feel like heaven and earth have lost their colors? Could it be an illusion? This aborigine is indeed full of eccentricities. The 7 great sage king heirs couldn't help but open their mouths in surprise. Even the saints outside the domain felt in a trance for a moment. The 7 sage kings, too, saw panic in each other's eyes. The stronger one was, the more one could feel the great terror that had just appeared. There's no need to hesitate any longer. Take this woman as soon as possible. Several sage kings transmitted their voices separately, fearing a major change. Same time, the 7 great sage king scions, once again, struck out at the same time. Although they alone were no match for Xu Pingan. But these 7 were all too powerful. Not as powerful as, but extremely powerful in both realm and visualization. Combined as one, it exerts an unbelievable amount of power. So this is your visualization. Surprisingly, it's also an earth native? Baizhou summoned the 9-tailed vision, and then 9 tails, wrapped in 9 elemental storms. It slammed towards Xu Pingan. I see. So it's because your own visualization of the vision is too weak, and it's dragging you down. It's what caused your realm to rise slowly. So as a last resort, you have been allowed to master the visions of the others, used to make up for the flaws in your own visions, thus causing you to reach this realm? The sacred king's heir opened his mouth, and at the same time, he mobilized his visions, causing that immortal corpse to erupt with infinite immortal light. An immortal hall was constructed to suppress towards Xu Pingan. Without your spiritual power, this self-conceived vision of yours is simply unbeatable. I can send you on your way. An emotionless electronic sound emanated from within the body of the mechanical race's heavenly pride, and then the vision it personified. The Taichu ancient mining god mountain bloomed with divine aura wanting to directly refine Xu Pingan. The remaining few celestial pride also took advantage of such a moment to use their strongest killing moves once again. The attacks of the 7 great sage king's children descended at this moment like the light of extinction. The terrifying might made all the people in the 9 states feel an incomparably oppressive terror. Xu Pingan, Vulcan and Zhao Lei were even more defiantly about to go forward to help. Inside the base of the 9 states, Yi Lao was even about to move towards those 7 great sage king heirs. Despite the discouragement, launched the strongest nuclear attack. Even if the people of Kyushu were to die, then they would have to taste it. The sharpness of Kyushu who would rather die than submit. But that's when it happened. Even Xu Pingan had no illusions about that vision of his. Instead, the figure moved on its own. The figure was very blurry, but someone as close as Xu Pingan could see it at a glance that this was his own brother. Xu Pingan. He was seen slowly raising his own fist, and then it was a pure to the extreme punch that blasted out. But it was when this simple punch was thrown. Everything has changed. That 7 great Saint Prince heirs combined into one attack, transformed into an annihilating divine light that, under this punch, it was directly shattered, turning into infinite energy fragments, like mottled raindrops that, it spilled over the entire continent of Kyushu, but it couldn't create any substantial damage. What? No way. The 7 great sage king heirs, all of them had their hearts and minds shaken at once, as if they had seen a ghost. Look at the vapors on that field. The combined attack of the 7 of them. Surprisingly, he was stopped by one person who was observing the vision. Even if Xu Pingan had imitated others before, the transformed True Phoenix, Xuanwu, and True Dragon couldn't even make it this far. What the hell is this? Sure, it's not just them. Even Xu Pingan was dumbfounded. She even wondered if what she was observing was her own brother. Xu Pingan, after all, when did he get so good? Only he himself knew how powerful the combined power of these 7 people was. The previous self had also used all his strength to fight against it and them all. And, most importantly, after Xu Pingan's visualization vision appeared, it seemed as if her spiritual power was no longer needed to support her. Surprisingly, it would absorb the aura of heaven and earth on its own to maintain immortality. This was an ability that even the previous immortal beast visions did not have. Sure, the most exaggerated thing was that the moment this vision appeared, it was out of one's control. It was as if it had its own soul, heading directly towards those 7 great sage king heirs. Hell no! Stop him! The visionary Xu Pingan directly selected Starry Sky Clan heirloom Star Yue as his primary target of attack. Seeing this, the other party began to frantically call out to the rest of the transmitters to stop this terrifying figure. At the same time, he was constantly mobilizing the power of the starry sky, evolving 3,000 infinite stars, shooting towards the other party together. It's just that the visionary Xu Pingan was too fast, so fast that before the attacks of the others had even arrived, Xu Pingan slapped out his palm. At once, the 3,000 stars evolved by the starry universe. Under this palm, directly as an egg hit a stone, all burst, smashed into countless pieces of splash. and then went to the momentum of it directly smashed half of Xing Yu's body. Well, at that moment, the attacks of the remaining few heavenly prides arrived in front of the visionary Xu Pingan. Roar! The first to bear the brunt of the attack was Beast Qian's attack, his huge shadow synthesized by many beast kings, an attack that manifested countless beast kings. After that, there was the crocodile Saint King's heir, once again manifesting a heaven-swallowing giant crocodile, directly tearing towards him. But the next moment, Vision Xu Pingan transformed his palm into a sword and directly forcefully chopped down the Beast Qian's Beast King's shadow. It directly turned into two halves along with the chopped space. The silhouette of the heaven-swallowing giant crocodile also took advantage of this gap and transformed into its normal size. Bite in and bites in the legs of the visionary Xu Pingan, and then even directly death tumbled. Only, the next moment, it wasn't Pingan Xu's thighs that tumbled. Instead, its body, along with its vertebrae, directly turned into a twist and was chopped to pieces by Xu Pingan's foot. The two of them were even backfired by this terrifying force, directly spitting out blood continuously. The vision Xu Pingan immediately as the dragon-walking tiger, is going to strike again, to end the two people. Buzz! The 9 tails that Bai Zhou had transformed into immediately turned its 9 tails into a storm of energy that came towards him. Around him, on the other hand, were the visions of the immortal corpses of the heavenly god clan, transformed into infinite immortal light, and wherever they were, the space shattered at all costs, wanting to directly crush Xu Pingan's vision. The mechanical clan's Taichu ancient mind had also arrived above Xu Pingan at an unknown time. Infinite divine light blossomed out, and only in the middle of that divine mountain, a figure floated, and together with the divine light, it came to suppress. Vision Xu Pingan did not have any change in expression when he saw this scene, just a violent exhale. In an instant, the energy storm transformed by the 9 tails was directly annihilated under the breath of along with the 9-tailed shadow, it directly shattered. And then Xu Pingan's body blossomed with an infinite golden light of blood chi, directly materializing and, the incoming immortal light, all pierced through. Under this blood gas and golden light, that immortal corpse's body are starting to decay continuously. It was as if it could not bear the ocean of blood. Immediately afterward, Xu Pingan blasted his fist towards the Taichu ancient mind that was suppressing in the air. Boom! Only to see that the divine mountain was directly collapsing under this iron fist, and the mineral veins were breaking. Just like the heavens tumbling down. Chapter 204 A Sage's Downfall? Su Li's Danger. As the 3 visions were blasted apart, the 3 great sage king heirs were all shaken to the point where they all vomited blood at once. To this point, just the moment of striking out, the 7 great sage king scions were instantly disintegrated like dirt. The moment, the hundreds of saints outside the solar system had been frozen in place. The 7 great sage kings were even more gloomy to the extreme. In addition to the solar system, the surrounding universe are breaking up, countless stars are collapsing. The overwhelming pressure of saints caused all the living beings in the entire 10,000 races universe to tremble. Who the hell is this person? The Star Saint King opened his mouth, and the surrounding stars, one by one, blossomed with a broken aura. I don't know who it is, but what is certain is that this person is definitely not simple. Could it be a projection of Earth's past powerhouses? The Beast Saint King's face kept changing, and the true body of the king's fierce beast kept emerging around him. There were too many parts of ferocious beasts in his body. It can only be so. If not, it's impossible for such a powerful figure to exist on Earth. The crocodile Saint King erupted into a roaring sound in the middle of the nebula. This woman absolutely cannot be retained any longer. It is possible that she is, in fact, the child of the great world that the Earth has birthed. The Tiger Saint King's eyes narrowed as if he was making some sort of decision. Son of the great seas? Several sage kings instantly understood what was being referred to. Every mother star of life gives birth to a son of the great world. It represents the will of the home planet. On the home planet, it will get all the resources tilted in its favor. You also get all kinds of chances. Eventually, he will fight instead of his home planet and become the strongest on this planet. But it's a good thing we found it early. There's still a chance that, if we don't let him grow like this, our future achievements will be unimaginable. A projection screen appeared in front of the mechanical Saint King's eyes, and data constantly surfaced. Now that the field has declined again, if nothing happens, we descend a divine thought that, help these latecomers and kill them. The Fox Saint King suddenly opened his mouth. At this moment, all 7 heirs were defeated. Something had to be done, otherwise all 7 might not be able to keep it. The 7 great sage kings nodded their heads at the same time with little hesitation. Just then, the sacred king spoke. A senior of my clan back then had a relationship with an earthwoman, having left a bloodline on Earth. Now that Raid bloodline has returned and made contact with me. Just now, he told me that the aboriginal woman was extremely affectionate. She has a sister and brother. With these words, a cruel smile appeared at the corners of the 6 great Sage Kings' mouths. Seize her sister. Force that son of Earth's great world to commit a crime. Several Sage Kings, at once, spoke at the same time. They've all been there before. The ones who were able to become Saint Kings, who were in the process of growing up, and no such despicable tactics were used. It's psychologically unburdened for them. Sacred King, this matter is in your hands. We'll open the passageway here. Descend the divine. Help them stall that son of the great world. The Star Saint King spoke again, while plucking a star around him and hurling it directly towards Earth. The remaining few Sage Kings each descended a wisp of divine thought, attaching themselves to the planet and toward Earth. The divine idea didn't carry a powerful force, just basic energy, and the consciousness of the Sage King, so it didn't suffer from the field's frantic resistance. Therefore, with great speed, it landed toward the Earth. 7 Sage King heirs. At this moment, it was also close to being crushed to the brink by the visionary Xu Pingan. If it wasn't for the fact that there were all sorts of divine medicines on his body to restore his state, I'm afraid I'd have died here a long time ago. Of course, it was also more than fortunate that Xu Pingan was also in a weakened state at the moment. If not, they will never survive. Kill them. Just then, Xu Pingan forcefully squeezed out a trace of aura, wanting to strike again, and the visionary Xu Pingan was subjected to her will, and decisively and directly struck again. And this time, the power was even stronger than before. It was clearly empowered by Xu Pingan's aura. Just as the 7 great Sage Kings were about to perish, how dare the Harridan? Just then, carrying the 7 great Sage King divine ideas meteors landed. One could only see among them 6 radiant colors that fell into the bodies of each of the 6 heirs. Next moment, aside from the Sacred King's heir, the injuries of the remaining 6 were all recovered at once. At the same time, their bodies were emanating a will that did not belong to them. This was the will of the Sage King, though it did not carry the might of the Sage King, but saturated with all sorts of combat awareness, as well as the realm's combat techniques. It could be said that they borrowed the bodies of the transmitters and came to Earth to fight them. Woman, you deserve to die. The 6 Saint Kings spoke at the same time, without a trace of emotion in their expressions, before striking out. In an instant, a power even more terrifying than that original 7 great transmitters appeared. Even Xu Pingan felt an overwhelming killing intent. But that's when it happened. Vision Xu Pingan protected Xu Pingan behind him, facing the onslaught of attacks. Not too much bull *******. Just a single step. In an instant, even if the Sage King himself arrived, they all collapsed. The moment, Pingan Xu's vision completely illustrated a meaning. In the face of absolute strength, all the fancy tricks are futile. However, the 6 Saint King divine thoughts came wrapped in energy. In an instant, consuming divine thoughts, he restored the heir's injuries. Once again, as good as new. So what if it's stronger? It still passed away. This planet, we're hogging it. I'll see how much longer you can hold out strong. The 6 great Saint Kings concluded that this shadow was a projection left behind by the ancient people of Earth at one point in time. From there, Xu Pingan's visualization succeeded, so he determined that as long as he delayed, this shadow would definitely dissipate sometime. At once, the 6 of them struck again. And in the meantime, greetings, old ancestor. Outside the base of the 9th state, the banished immortal knelt down directly toward a silhouette that came from the sky. Directly performed the ritual of kneeling, and the vapors were no one else. It was the divine mind of the Holy King. Are you sure that the sister of the Son of the Great World is here? The divine king's divine thoughts spoke. I've looked into it. I won't hide it from the old ancestor. I have a certain grudge against that Xu Pingan's brother. And this time, even if the old ancestor doesn't come, and I will end them myself. Exile spoke seriously. He had come to eradicate Xu Pingan on purpose for Su Li's sake. This man who had been dominating Suri's heart. We don't need you to kill it now. We just need you to capture it. We have great use for it. The divine king's divine thoughts spoke. What he had come over was just divine thoughts, not his main body, so it didn't have any power. And the exiled immortal's bloodline doesn't exactly belong to the celestial god clan now, so it can't be attached to him directly either. Only for him to go forward and execute it. Understood. Exile nodded instantly. Go on. Immediately the banished immortal's eyes flashed to me. Chapter 205, Sage Downfall. Taking a shot at Sulo? Kyushu base. The Su family. Like a ghost, Exile arrived in the courtyard. Xu Pingan, don't you guys blame me. Blame it on you 2 siblings for offending our heavenly god clan. He crossed the courtyard to the door of the room. The lock on the door snapped with a sound under his great strength, and then he paced within the room. However, the moment the door to the room opened, a cat with snowy white fur. However, suddenly raised its head to look at him. Exile was not amused. With that, he radiated his senses, and after determining that Xu Xin was in the room, he immediately took a big step forward, straight towards the target. Meow. But right at that moment, with a catcall, followed by an overriding killing chance came, the exiled immortal's face immediately changed drastically. An immortal light flowed around his body, blocking the incoming attack. However, his body was also slammed by this huge force and he kept falling back, until it knocked a big hole in the room. Who the hell are you? Exile stabilized his stance and looked at the cat with a grim expression on his face. I should be the one to ask you this. Who the hell are you? Why are you here? Only the cat with the snow-white fur slowly rose to its feet, and its otherwise harmless eyes, but it was suddenly sharp. The more you ask, the faster you die. If you leave now, I can still spare your life. Exiled immortal no longer stayed his hand. The immortal light around his body flourished. This was the talent in his bloodline that a powerful aura filled everything around them. Ha! I think you're the one who'll die first. The white-haired cat violently let out a roar, only to see its body blossom with infinite golden light in the next moment. Only a tiger form with a large body rushed out and attacked banished immortal directly. It's you! That tiger king from Changbai Mountain. As a person of great power, exiled immortal naturally knew about the powerful beast kings at the beginning of the evolution. Immediately, he didn't dare to be careless, and his fists danced, wrapped in immortal light that it collided with this tiger king. Boom! Exiled immortal was once again bombarded and kept falling back. You've also reached the realm of contemplation? He opened his mouth in surprise. This power did not belong to the metamorphosis realm. Only, the tiger king didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, and directly attacked again. The golden light continuously floated up and down around his body. Ever since she had been tainted with Xu Pingan's blood, her already bloodline had been elevated to a terrifying level. Plus once more, after Xu Pingan plucked out her Dao injuries and hid the previous Dao within her, strength had long since stepped into the realm of contemplation. Only, since she had followed Xu Pingan, she no longer enjoyed going out to fight, either. After all, hugging the big leg to evolve is always more comfortable and stable than fighting to death outside for a little chance. Do you think you're the only one in the realm of observation? The exiled immortal roared, and his body emerged as a figment of his vision, a shadow of. It wasn't hard to tell that it was a certain powerhouse from their heavenly god clan. All of a sudden, immortal light raged, blocking the incoming Tiger King. Only, and that's just blocking. Each of the opponent's attacks caused the exiled immortal to exclaim that his body was going to be shaken apart. You don't want to be a good Changbai Mountain Tiger King. You've come here to be a pet cat. Where is your dignity as a beast king? The exiled immortal was shocked and his blood rushed about, and he couldn't help but speak out in mockery. Can the dignity of a beast king be food? The Tiger King of Changbai Mountain who heard the words not only didn't get angry, but instead became complacent. But here I am, and yet you can eat every day. Speaking of which, Nagarjuna couldn't help but leave his mouth watering. Here, every day, when he followed Su Lu, he was able to eat all kinds of food that Xu Pingan personally cooked and made. Of course, the most important thing was all that food. All of it was all kinds of precious beast king bodies. The energy contained therein is nothing short of a tonic. That's why he's getting away from it. You, the banished immortal was exasperated and choked on his words. Under the sky. How could there be an unthinking tiger like you? The scum of the tiger. Having said that, he directly unleashed a supreme attack, as if the visions had struck out together. However, the Tiger King's attack also became more violent. Exiled immortal, if it were not for this period of time, the gongfu and various potions handed down by the old ancestor, I'm afraid that in front of this Tiger King, he would have fallen long ago. However, even so, he couldn't take the blocker in front of him. But just then, what's wrong? Sulu rubbed his eyes as if he had just woken up and walked out of the room. Exiled immortal's eyes lit up when he saw the scene. Stupid tiger, go play with yourself. At that moment, without saying a word, he burst out his entire immortal light at once and it directly smashed into the Tiger King of Changbai Mountain. And then he directly took advantage of his opponent's stance to swipe towards Su Lu, who probed out with one hand and he was about to grab Su Li's neck, wanting to tackle him directly, just when he was about to complete his mission with excitement showing in the bottom of all his eyes. Next moment, exiled immortal's body then directly flew out upside down, smashed into the soil, covered with blood marks all over his body. He struggled to get up, and then his eyes looked at Su Lu, who was only 6 or 7 years old, as if he had seen a ghost. Very incredulously, he opened his mouth. You've also reached the contemplation realm? Just that moment just now, it was Su Lu who made the move. With just a single punch, it shook him and sent him flying backwards. After reaching the contemplation realm, It was simply impossible for an ordinary mortal transformation realm to beat it into this state. This Mr. Bad Guy, you were the one who initiated the punch. I was in shock before I threw a punch that. Not that I meant to hit you. Sula looked at his fist, then hastily retracted it, like a child who has done something wrong. At his age, his teachers hadn't taught about fighting. He just struck out and was really scared. However, the exiled immortal who heard this was even more furious to the point of vomiting blood. He really couldn't accept that a child of such an age had this kind of strength. But just then, the Tiger King of Changbai Mountain, however, didn't give him time to think, and directly killed towards banished immortal in his eagerness to protect his master. Wants to shoot it straight. Old ancestor save me. At this moment, exiled immortal knew that if he didn't ask for help, he would really have to wait for death. At that moment, he no longer cared about face, and directly broke into a shout. And that's when it happened. The divine thoughts of that heavenly god clan's old ancestor surfaced in front of him. Waste. I didn't realize that I couldn't even do this little thing right. The old ancestor who saw the scene was somewhat annoyed. Not that, he didn't want to infuse divine thoughts into his body like the other sage kings. Rather, it was their heavenly god clan's heir who was still in that battlefield in Su Xin. He had originally thought of going forward to help after dealing with this side of things. However, he didn't expect that he would have to infuse his divine thoughts into the exiled immortal's body here now. After all, with the field in place, the divine thoughts that landed on Earth would not have had much energy in the first place. It's also only enough for one person. However, there was nothing more to be done at the moment. The divine king's divine thoughts immediately rushed into exiled immortal's body. Next moment, a powerful immortal light violently erupted out and out. A mere reptile, and a hairy little girl who doesn't even have a visualizer. How dare you? The exiled immortal's body recovered as before, though a voice as strange as it could be came out of his mouth. Chapter 206, Xu Pingan, this is my sister. The exiled immortal exuded an intimidating pressure that did not belong to him at all. This was the pressure of the Saint King's divine thoughts. Although the Earth Stadium domain blocked his power, it couldn't block the saintly pressure that belonged to him. Under this pressure, both the Tiger King of Changbai Mountain and Sula clearly felt a powerful force that it was obstructing the flow of one's blood as well as the aura of one's orifices. Master, stand back. I'll deal with him. The Tiger King of Changbai Mountain sensed the change in the banished immortal in front of him, and a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. Immediately, he shielded him in front of his body. Just a reptile. You can't protect anyone. The banished immortal possessed by the Divine King immediately let out a cold snort, only to see it moving in and out of the golden aura from its pores, exchanging energy with the void. Letting the physical body and spirit resemble immortality, transforming into a deity. The immortal light around his body constantly flowed. This is the means of the saints. Even if it was only the contemplation realm, it was able to utilize mysterious might that far exceeded this realm. The Tiger King of Changbai Mountain roared and attacked. The collision between the two was like the sky collapsing into the earth. And at once, houses exploded and earth and rocks tumbled. And, like a tsunami that destroys the ground, big waves roll up hundreds of meters into the air one after another. Even in the distance, some of the mountains cracked, with horrible black seams that eventually collapsed. Only, the Tiger King of Changbai Mountain eventually flew out backwards. Same body. In the hands of the Sacred King, it was utilized with extreme power. The Tiger King of Changbai Mountain. Not as Su Xian thought out Xu Pingan this pervert out of the suppress everything with absolute power. Otherwise, a strong technique can, indeed, bridge the power gap. White. Just then, Sula saw his pet being sent flying, and immediately became enraged. My sister warned me not to fight, but you're the one who hit my white first. Having said that, it was surprising to see a direct puff of air and a wave of small fists, with tiny steps, as if shrinking the ground, and it came directly in front of the Holy King, and then a direct punch slammed out. At that instant, terrifying blood chi surged out like an ocean. What? The Sacred King felt this terrifying power and immediately rushed to block it. However, it had underestimated Su Li's power. The heavens and the earth seemed to be struck by drumsticks, emitting a loud roar and resonating with the heavens and the earth. Boo! The Sacred King was immediately a leather ball being smashed out, his body continuously bursting back. The legs dragged through the mud for thousands of meters before stopping their retreat. Born with divine power, how can your bloodline aura be so terrifying? The Holy King was amazed. One must know that he was a sage king who could surprise him. One could only imagine how terrifying Sulu was. And that's just one kid. If he grows up, his future achievements will be unlimited. If you don't leave, don't blame me for hitting you again. After Sulu saw the power of his punch, there was some smugness in his eyes, but there was still some fear. After all, this was only the first time he had ever fought a stranger. I've changed my mind. Your flesh and blood is a great tonic for my clan. You'll be honored that you won't die first, but that I'll take you away and cut your flesh and draw your blood as a petri dish. A hint of excitement appeared in the eyes of the sacred king. A body of this level of simply the best blood medicine. How bold. When the master's brother returns, you'll be dead. The Tiger King of Changbai Mountain attacked again, trying to buy time. This family of theirs, with each bloodline so special. I'm already somewhat looking forward to that. His brother came back with some special bloodline again. But don't worry, this family is special, and I won't let you die easily. The sacred king's body once again erupted with terrifying immortal light at this moment, shaking the Changbai Mountain Tiger King away, and then they directly killed towards Su Lu. It was only Su Li's power that was too powerful. Even the Holy King felt a trace of pressure then. Of course, the Tiger King on the side could not help but sigh darkly. Can it not be powerful? What kind of ferocious beast meat was this Su Lu being fed by Xu Pingan every day? You yourself are just eating the leftover trimmings, and they all bring about a huge change in your physique. And Su Lu ate the essence every time. And there's a side dish that Pingan Su himself paired to aid in his digestion. Make the essence and the flesh and blood flow into the flesh and blood and limbs. Even a pig would have to be turned into a godly pig with flying bricks of strength. Looks like this body can't be had. But with this gain, it doesn't matter if you want this body or not. The sacred king immediately made his intentions, and then a terrifying power unexpectedly began to erupt from the blood aura around his body. This guy is burning his potential and forcing up his power. The Tiger King of Changbai Mountain immediately saw the other party's intentions. He called out to you, old ancestor, isn't he your heir? If you do this, aren't you afraid that this body will never be able to be refined by half again in the future? I've lived for thousands of years, and I've had hundreds of heirs if not 1,000. A mere heir to the district. I have plenty of them, but she is not common. A hint of cruelty appeared at the corner of the Holy King's mouth. Immediately, he took one step and crossed 1,000 meters, killing directly in front of Su Lu. Boom! Su Lu threw another punch, and the two collided at once. Only this time, the Divine King blocked this supreme strike. With potential to burn, his power was rising in a straight line. If you have a visualization object, you might still have a fighting chance, but alas, you haven't. The sacred king smiled evilly, immediately dragging Su Lu down with one fist and striking again, the other decisively transforming into a grab. It was directly about to grab towards Su Li's head. Stop! Seeing this, the Tiger King of Changbai Mountain hurriedly turned back to protect his master. Get out! Only, the power of the Holy King who forcefully burned his potential was so terrifying that he didn't even need to make a move. It just shook it right off. However, it was also at this critical moment. Space shook, and then a divine thought also fell. A punk who's lived for thousands of years, dealing with a little girl and having to burn his potential. I think you're living to be a dog, too. Only an inexplicable sound was heard from heaven and earth. With that, the next moment, Su Li's eyes violently erupted with divine light, enveloping 1,000 miles in every direction, cut off all sight of probing, and then his body even erupted with a terrifying blood chi, directly shocking the sacred king into flying. You, who are you? The sacred king looked at the little girl in disbelief. He didn't perceive what had just happened though, but as a sage king, he still sensed from the clues that the other person is no longer the little girl she was before. That's my sister. Su Lu opened his mouth, but his voice carried a hint of flatness that didn't belong to a young child. You're his brother? The sacred king's face was a bit odd, but then the frown eased and there was no sense of the terrifying aura emanating from the person in front of him. He opened his mouth with a sardonic smile. The three of you siblings are indeed each very different. Very good. Very good. That would save me from having to go looking for them one by one. I'll help reunite you siblings together now. Chapter 207 Divine King. What? You've actually reached the realm of legends. What happened? My divine thoughts are actually isolated? Outside the solar system. The sacred king's eyes showed a hint of doubt. Just now, his divine thoughts that descended to earth had unexpectedly lost contact with his own body. With his own body. Let him unleash whatever secret techniques he wants. Neither made any contact. Could it be Earth's field? The Holy King guessed and came to this conclusion. However, the divine mind is connected to one's own essence, and with one honor, one loss, there is no feedback at the moment, so there should be no problem. It just doesn't deliver the message. Moreover, the Holy King had a sense of pride in his heart. His own hallowed Saint King was a top-tier powerhouse in the entire great universe. A single wisp of divine soul is enough to exterminate a clan. How could anyone on Earth be able to extinguish his divine soul? One just needs to wait quietly for the results. His gaze, therefore, turned to reside on top of Su Xian's battlefield. Only at the same time, you too, brother and sister, come to me and be reunited together. The Holy King, who was only a wisp of a divine soul, had not yet realized in the slightest, that he himself lost contact with his own body, but instead, his face was excited and his hands danced, only to see that above the clouds, a pillar of immortal light instantly descended, sticking dead center around Sulu. In an instant, it was like a cage, trapping it. Not only that, the dense gas, an inexplicable force, constantly erupted from the cage. It can corrode the body and the soul, making people unable to move. Is this what you call trying to take us down? Sulu opened his mouth, and his words were tinged with faint indifference. Ha! The sacred king laughed. You can be ignorant, but you cannot be ignorant. The gas within this immortal cage, however, the immortal corpse breath, even a great sage-level powerhouse, when tainted with this breath, would have to have their souls damaged and their bodies corrupted. After saying that, he shook his head again. That's just it. I can't understand even if I explain it to you guys. Just two juniors of the contemplation realm. If it wasn't for the fact that only my divine soul came, otherwise I could have crushed you all with a single finger. Strike that. The immortal light in his hand flourished, and he was about to receive the immortal cage into his palm. But the next moment, boom! The cage constructed by immortal light unexpectedly exploded directly. How is this possible? The eyes of the banished immortal under the control of the sacred king were suddenly huge, as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. Impossible. Tainted with the immortal corpse chi. There's no way you can still move. The immortal corpse breath you speak of? It's something that even great saints wouldn't dare to dabble in easily. Isn't it? But what if I'm not a great saint? Sula spoke faintly, his expression simply similar to Xu Pingan to the extreme. Not a great saint? The sacred king pointed at Sulu, his heart greatly feeling ill at ease. Impossible. This world's great saints were already at the top of the heap. The realm of legends has long since dissipated, along with history. Even the top 10 existences of the 10,000 races don't necessarily exist in that realm now. Yes? Sulu opened his mouth, but in the next moment, a mighty pressure that belonged to the extremes of this world erupted. Under this power, everything in the heavens and earth seemed to tremble, as if they had seen a true king, and their breath was completely suppressed. That pressure of the sage king that the sacred king had released earlier, under this sudden pressure of, instantly, like seawater on an ebbing tide, it was all pressed back into his body in an instant. Against this immense force, the sacred king directly spat out a mouthful of old blood, and his body was even trembling continuously. No, impossible. How could you possibly have this kind of pressure? Where did you, a native of Kyushu, get this kind of pressure? He forced himself to hold back his trembling body, and then his eyes were filled with madness as he said, "There's no harm in you not telling me that. I'll know everything when I capture you." The sacred king was obviously still undyingly convinced that this did not belong to the power of the person in front of him. Surprisingly, he forced a force to be generated, raising his hand and grabbing towards Sulu. Obsessed, Sula faintly raised his hand and slapped it down. The banished palm controlled by that sacred king was directly broken into pieces at once, and blood mist was filling the air. Ah, how is it possible? How is it possible that you could injure my divine soul? The sacred king suddenly roared in pain, as he said. Suli's palm just now not only slapped off exiled immortal's arm, what's more, it directly slapped and cracked the divine soul of the divine king who was controlling exiled immortal. Normally, the divine souls of their saintly kings, the bodies they controlled, even if the bodies were destroyed, it was also impossible to injure their divine souls. After all, a divine soul that could reach the level of a sage king was out of the level of the divine souls of ordinary creatures. A weak man cannot hurt him, assuming, of course, that it's weak. Xu Pingan, on the other hand, was not one of them. If Suli's body wasn't still an adult, Xu Pingan wouldn't have dared to exert himself too hard, or else with just one blow, it would be able to slap this holy king straight to death. Impossible, impossible. Could it be that you've really reached that realm of legends? But how could a mere native of Earth reach this realm? As soon as the sacred king thought of this, boundless fear rose in his heart. It was then that he realized that he was all disconnected from his being. From the beginning, you've been godless and isolated from it all. The holy king sensed something was wrong, and at the same time, while his brain was running, he realized the great horror that, you have this strength, yet you hide on Earth. What exactly do you want to do? What? You just figured it out now? Sula smiled. This sacred king didn't expect to finally realize something was wrong at the end. I can leave. All of this was put out by the upper 10 clans, and it was they who made the announcement that Earth is now in the world. There is a great opportunity. That's why we came. Elder, please spare my life. I promise I won't say anything. The sacred king's demeanor changed drastically at once, and the more he knew, the more terrifying he became. Earth was surprisingly hiding a top powerhouse of such a realm. Must be plotting something heavenly. This kind of strong reckoning of the realm of legends would not be something that he, the Sage King, could intervene in. Before there was anything left to salvage the situation, he simply chose to concede. Late. Sulu opened his mouth in an old-fashioned manner. The Sacred King's face immediately changed, and then his divine soul rushed out from within the banished immortal's body, and then fled madly towards the sky. It wasn't that this wisp of his divine soul was afraid of death. Rather, he wanted to get the message back to the main body. Otherwise, even the principal body would have to suffer a calamity. It's just a shame. Even a Sage King was just an ant in front of a great emperor. Of course, it's a stronger mole. Xu Pingan's divine thoughts manifested. A slap toward its divine soul. The divine soul of the divine king directly exploded. Just like a dead mole cricket. There was no struggle. And in the meantime, the Sacred King, who was far away outside the solar system, violently coughed up blood in a big mouth. His expression surprised to the extreme. My divine soul is gone? Who was it? Who destroyed my divine soul? Chapter 208 Exterminate them all. Su Li made a move? The divine king and his own divine mind were originally one. Now the divine mind is destroyed. The main body naturally suffered a backlash as well. Only the backlash is small. The destruction of the soul is true. Who the hell is it? It's amazing that you can destroy your own divine soul on top of the earth. And it was surprising that he couldn't even perceive all this himself. The abnormality on the Sacred King's side was something that the remaining 6 Sacred Kings didn't have the heart to pay attention to at the moment. Because in another part of the battlefield on Earth, the battle of the 6 great Sage Kings casting down their divine thoughts was also finally coming to a close. Earth, Kyushu, let's see how much longer your divine souls can make you. Your heirs, hold out. Su Xian had gotten a respite after the appearance of the visionary Xu Pingan, and now that her aura had recovered, merging with the visionary Xu Pingan, his battle power was once again raised by a level. The divine souls descending from the 6 Saint Kings could not withstand his attack. Kill. Su Xian and the visionary moved in unison, only to see a palm slash out. The Star Saint King's heir's body directly exploded. Blood mist filled the air, and he couldn't even send out a scream. With that, Su Xian's gaze locked onto the Beast Saint King's heir, and with a single step, he arrived in front of the other party, tearing that monstrous beast-shaped body directly into 2 halves, that laced with all kinds of Beast King's organs fell all over the place. At this moment, these heirs were afraid. Even though he was controlled by the Sage King ancestor, he couldn't stop his body from just wanting to escape. It was the instinct of their biology to choose to escape in the face of certain death. Only, the instant their thoughts rose, Su Xian killed them. The first to bear the brunt was the Tiger Saint King heir. Su Xian directly grabbed his tiger tail, which was like divine gold, with one hand, and then swung it violently. It smashed into the Crocodile Saint King's heir. The two collided with a loud sound, and even space collapsed under the blow. The Crocodile Saint King's heir was even directly smashed into the ground by this huge force. It caused thousands of miles of earth to buckle. However, Su Xian didn't want to let him go, and surprisingly, she directly drilled into the ground and grabbed his crocodile tail, and then, the tiger's tail in one hand and the crocodile's tail in the other, directly wheeled around, and then the two kept crashing into each other. At that moment, a vibrating sound resounded through the sky, but for a moment, 2 beasts of the level of great cosmic horrors, directly suffocated, under the mighty bodies of their respective, collided into a puddle of flesh in. Next, Baijiu and the mechanical Saint King's heir were scared out of their souls. Even the Sage King ancestors couldn't control their escaping actions. Surprisingly, he was about to leave the planet and flee the place straight away. Want to run? Will it be too late? Su Xian's eyes flinched, and with a cha-cha of his hand technique, he summoned the Immortal Sword, and then he directly killed towards the heir of the mechanical clan. The Immortal Sword's speed was extremely fast, and it caught up with the other party in an instant. Dang! The powerful force, all of a sudden, directly penetrated the shell of the mechanical clan's heir, which was comparable to immortal iron, and then it directly pierced through, along with the heart of the mechanical race. The mechanical race also has a heart, and without it, they are like scrap metal, crashed straight into the ground, and just in between. Su Xian also rode his sword and directly caught up with Baijiu. Don't kill me, I am the most beautiful fox of the Sky Fox clan. Leave me, my countless admirers. They can offer all kinds of heavenly treasures in order to save me. Leave me behind and you can gain countless riches. Baijiu finally panicked after seeing the deaths of the rest of them. Panic was written all over the delicate face at the moment. Ha! You were the one who said that you wanted to kill all of us natives in the first place, right? How come you know you're scared now that you're being killed by natives? Do you think it's still useful to beg for forgiveness when the butcher knife goes to your neck? Su Xian directly probed out with one hand and directly choked Baijiu's neck, causing him to reveal his original form. only to see her 8 tails, all of a sudden, constantly struggling to whip towards Xu Xin. Xu Xian's other hand, however, was fearless, directly grabbing her tail and, one after another, and kept plucking them off brutally, spilling blood all over the sky. The miserable screams that were mournful yet with absolutely beautiful tones made the heart swirl and at the same time felt a chill at the back. Damn natives, don't stop! The heavenly fox Saint King outside the domain couldn't help but roar angrily. A huge sound that directly penetrated the solar system came to Earth. Stop? Xu Xian's mouth smiled. I prefer not to. Having said that, only to see the palm of the hand that was choking Baijiu fiercely exerting force. Click. The spine at Baijiu's neck was directly pinched hard, and then, like throwing away garbage, Xu Xian threw Baijiu's snow-white fox body. It directly smashed from the air towards the heavenly god clan heir who was already starting to escape. Of the 7, he was the only one who hadn't been possessed by the old ancestor's divine soul. Therefore, it has also been hiding in the back. Nowadays, when they see the situation, they start running away long ago. Only, without his divine soul attached to him, he had not recovered from his already serious injuries. Now it was directly hit by Xu Xian smashing down the body of the White Fox clan. Attached to it is the great divine power of Xu Xin, the mighty power that, it smashed the heavenly god clan heir directly into a puddle of flesh, along with the earth. To this point, 7 great Saint King heirs, all of them were decimated. The moment, the people of Kyushu who were watching this couldn't help but gasp in shock. But that's when it happened. Do you really think that's going to kill us? You underestimate the Sage Kings. You will pay for your behavior. Only to see a divine soul suddenly emerge above the bodies of those dead heirs. That was the divine souls of the 6 Saint Kings of the extraterrestrial realm. Our divine souls are not something you can kill. The divine soul of the mechanical Saint King spoke, his eyes filled with anger. Xu Xian couldn't help but frown. Obviously, she had also sensed the specialness of the other party's divine soul, though not carrying the power of terror. But the divine soul level was far higher than them. With her current means, she simply couldn't exterminate it. Inside her body, there was no Pingan Su's divine soul. She was also just visualizing a vision of Xu Pingan, not a real person. So what if you can't be destroyed? Your divine souls, in order to help those few losers, it has run out of power. I don't think it will take long to dissipate itself, though they could not be killed. These divine souls paid the price when they arrived on Earth. So it couldn't have been there all along against common sense. Indeed, we'll soon be able to dissipate. But that won't stop us from killing you natives before it dissipates. Good. Though it won't kill you, but killing your kind, killing your children, make you extinct, we can still do that. You brought this all on yourself. Even with the little power we have left, there's still no problem killing a few million natives. The divine souls of the 6 Saint Kings were at this moment representing the will of those Saint Kings outside the domain at this moment. Their heir was killed, and they were simply annoyed to the extreme, wanted to vent in other ways. Naturally, it can't just be left alone. You guys. Xu Xian instantly appeared flustered. Indeed, if these divine souls counterattacked before dying, even she could not stop them all. And these divine souls didn't even give Xu Xian a chance to think about countermeasures. Surprisingly, they spread out in 6 directions, ready to strike at the Kyushuans. But just then, she can't kill you. I can. Only a light of 7 colored haze suddenly arrived above the battlefield. The haze of light dispersed, and only a woman, slowly raising her hand, detaining all 6 of those divine souls in his palm. And then the next moment, 7 colored light raged. Those 6 divine souls actually directly melted like ice and snow under this light. Xu Xian, who saw this scene, was instantly startled. It wasn't so much that he was surprised at the other's tactics. Rather, it's who the other person is. Surprisingly, it's an old schoolmate of my brother's. Sorry. Chapter 209, The Top 10 Desired Visitors. Su Li, who wanted to find Xu Pingan, a wisp of the divine souls of the 6 great Saint Kings. In Su Li's hands, there wasn't even a hint of struggle, just like cracked snow encountering an oven. It instantly melted away. At this moment, the 6 Saint Kings far outside the solar system were coughing up blood. The brightly colored blood of the Sage Kings spilled over the universe, blossoming into an infinite amount of divine light. At this moment, the hundreds of saints from that 10,000 races, each of their eyes were huge. It's really hard for them to imagine that on such a small indigenous planet, surprisingly, it would cause so many Sage Kings to shed their blood here. At the moment, they were as quiet as chills. This was because they knew that the ensuing wrath of the Sage King was not something they could withstand. Woman, you are not an Earth being, united by special means with the natives of Earth? The Sage King's means were heavenly, and with just a glance, he could roughly see Su Li's condition. But you crossed the line. Even if you could come to Earth through special means, But your strength, too, must be damaged. Do you want to make enemies of us in order to curry favor with Earth? The Starry Sky Sage King questioned angrily. Only his voice, which penetrated right through the solar system to the Earth, rolled like thunder and, towards Suli, enemies of you? Are you worthy? A seven-colored light flashed across Suli's forehead, and her complexion was sometimes in a trance, sometimes hidden. And again, as pompous as it is now. Good. How dare you? You have a big mouth. Even the top 10 powerhouses treat us with respect when they see us. If you are lucky enough to blend into the Earth, do you really think you can get the chance to be above us? The Beast Saint King opened his mouth angrily, and if it wasn't for the presence of the field domain, I'm afraid he would have already struck out. Don't let me know what clan you're from. Otherwise, I'll exterminate a clan and be immortal with you. The Tiger Saint King also roared and let out a roar. If it was unusual to have one's divine soul destroyed, it would be a battle at best. But now, the other party was actually slapping his own face in front of many saints. It's not about fighting anymore. It's about defending your dignity. At their realm, face could be valued more than anything else. Bunch of incompetent raving. Go back where you came from. Otherwise, you'll only make me laugh with this dog's eagerness to jump over the wall. Suli laughed coldly, not taking their threats seriously at all. Do you really think we can't do anything to you if you enter Earth? I'm telling you, this domain can't possibly last much longer. Immediately the top 10 will have strong men descend and join us in destroying this domain. You wait for me. I will definitely settle this account with you at that time. The Sacred King opened his mouth, his body filled with a murderous aura as the immortal light around him flourished. Obviously, he attributed the death of his divine soul to Suli as well. Ha! Suli just laughed coldly, then her face changed color and she stopped speaking. As for the 7 great saints from outside the domain, after seeing that the other party was no longer even interested in speaking with them, all of them were angry and red in the face. It's like having a fight with someone, being taken advantage of, and who knows, the other person suddenly ignores you. And, most irritatingly, one can't do anything about the other person. This feeling simply caused these 7 Saint Kings to become furious once again. Can't wait to kill the planet now. It was just that the field was terrifying, and they had seen it before. Don't dare to break in at all. This matter requires contacting the top 10 races as soon as possible. A few Sage Kings could only open their mouths in the end to decide on the follow-up matters. Now the heir sons and daughters have all folded on Earth. They're even less likely to give up on this place. Otherwise, it would be a real loss. Already in contact, they're on their way here, and they've brought along secret treasures that can help us speed up the cracking of this realm. So very good. A few Sage Kings, who had immediately conspired to make a good decision, did not intend to leave and waited here. And in the meantime, above Earth, you're Suli? Su Xian looked at the woman in front of her somewhat incredulously. In her memory, there was indeed something special about this woman that, it had a realm and power that did not belong to it. However, it was definitely not strong enough to directly annihilate that Saint King's divine soul is in front of him. If not me, who else? Suli rubbed her eyebrows, while her expression returned to its original state and she asked rhetorically. Actually, I'm also curious as to how you were able to defeat the heirs of those saints outside the domain. Su Xian was curious about Suli, and naturally, so did Suli. That powerful strength of the Sage King's heir was truly a superlative battle power for Earth. As far as Earth's current rate of evolution is concerned, it is simply impossible to make an enemy of it. It is mainly the mysterious dreams which have suddenly appeared on Earth this time, which have brought about special changes in me. Aren't you? Su Xian asked rhetorically. The matter of the mysterious dream. In her mind, it was a creation that all Earthlings possessed. So should Suri. It's just a shame. Suli shook her head, somewhat curious. Mysterious dream? What does it mean? This time, it was Su Xian's turn to be curious. Have you not been pulled into the mysterious dream world? No. Suli's eyes were a little puzzled. What? Isn't everyone supposed to be pulled into this mysterious dream? Su Xian recalled everything in the dream and had some difficulty understanding it. So much for dreams. Suli's color changed, and finally with a little hesitation. Still, he spoke. I've come to you for a matter. It's not going to be the banishment, is it? Su Xian grunted coldly, and finally loosened his tongue. It's fine if you want me to not kill that guy. Break your own arm and leg, and kneel before me to apologize. I can spare his life for the sake of your strike this time. Of course, just what she didn't know was that the banished immortal had died long ago. Not him. Suli shook her head and glanced behind her, at the Vulcan in Jiaolei, who had arrived, as well as the various experts of the Kyushu. Then, with their feet stepping on the haze of light, they directly arrived above the firmament like a fairy ascending into the sky. Seeing this, Xu Xian stepped on his immortal sword, imperial sword, and came to her side. The two women looked at each other. Do you know where Pingan Su went? After coming to an unoccupied place? Su Li opened her mouth. Xu Xian was a bit surprised. Unexpectedly, Su Li found a place where no one was, and asked for his own brother. Could it be that these two are really having an affair? Xu Xian gave the other party a suspicious look. The latter, on the other hand, blushed slightly before explaining. I just had a thing that. Be clear with him. To explain is to cover up. Xu Xian clearly sensed that something was wrong with this Su Li. But right now, the other side, since the other side asked, she couldn't afford not to answer. And of course, the answer is simple. I don't know. That's right. Xu Xian also didn't really know where Xu Pingan had gone. After she advanced to become the Contemplation realm, she went to her home in Kyushu to consolidate her realm. Incidentally, he wanted to see if Xu Pingan had broken through the observations, but she hadn't found any sign of the other side. And she sent for it. It's just a shame that there's no news about it even now. You don't know either? Su Li, who got the answer, was a bit puzzled and muttered. Nowadays, my divine thoughts that it's been able to cover the globe, yet not a single trace of her can be found. Chapter 210, Breaking the Realm. Xu Pingan's other path. Kyushu, high above. What are you talking about? Xu Xian opened his mouth with some curiosity after hearing the other party's broken words. The other party's words contained some special means, and even with her hearing nowadays, it is also difficult to hear what is being said if the other person is not initiating the conversation. Nothing. Su Li's thoughts returned, and then her expression returned as before. If there is news of him, I can be contacted. Wait. Xu Xian suddenly called out to Su Li. I'm afraid that the strength you possess today is not below me? Su Li didn't affirm or deny. In fact, she didn't have an exact concept of her own strength. Big changes in her body. Unlike Su Li, this change was something she herself could not control. Nowadays those extraterrestrial saints are eyeing Earth. And you also offended those saints in order to protect Earth. By the tone of their voices, they're definitely not taking kindly to you. Why don't you join our team? If we encounter danger in the future, we can also have a care. Xu Xian sent out an invitation. The other side is willing to go to bat for Kyushu. Obviously then it is no longer an enemy. And now they all have a common enemy. That deserves unity. Su Li, however, shook her head. My matters, I will solve them myself, and you guys can't solve them either. Of course, when Kyushu really gets to that point, I'll still strike as I did today. After the words fell, the colorful haze under Su Li's feet cut through the long sky, carrying her to disappear in the same place. Strange woman. Xu Xian glanced at the other parties departing back and couldn't help but spit out a sentence. And that's when Vulcan and Zhao Lei also came to her side and curiously inquired about the woman. Xu Xian himself hadn't figured out what was going on with the other party, so naturally he couldn't explain it. However, right now they have a mission. Now there are no more heirs of those few Saint Kings. Those remaining saintly descendants of that earth would also have to be exterminated one by one. The group had no time to rest at once. Straight away, they ran to the major battlefields again. In the meantime, inside the great world that met its destruction, the moment the thunderbolt was overridden again, the strand of divine soul that Xu Pingan had separated into Su Li's body returned to his body. After disappearing the divine soul of the Holy King, Xu Pingan had intended that his divine soul, go and exterminate all the remaining 6 Saint King divine souls as well. But who knows? It backfired. It seemed strange on that Su Li. Xiao Yan looked at the scene of the earth that Xu Pingan had conjured up, and immediately aimed to look at this woman. But a mere contemplation realm is able to extinguish the divine soul of a sage king. There seems to be some sort of power within her that doesn't belong to her. Xu Pingan also spoke up during this gap in the thunderbolt. When I first evolved the great Tao, anyone of Earth's bloodline can observe it. But she is not one of them. You mean to tell me that she has the bloodline of her race within her, and that now the owner of that bloodline power that, coming to the door? After arriving at this conclusion, Xiao Yan was still a bit puzzled. But even so, then how did the owner of her bloodline power get through the Earth field domain? By the way, did you find someone sneaking through the field domain? Xu Pingan shook his head. Did not perceive it. Xiao Yan, who was hiding under Xu Pingan's shelter, scratched his head and said, even you didn't perceive it. That would be even stranger. But, yes, you're crossing the thunderbolt now, and that thing is so loud. Maybe it's affecting your perception. But it's a good thing she showed up of her own accord. Isn't she an old flame of yours? Anyway, your thunderbolt, it's almost over. When you get back to Earth, she'll definitely come over to you, and we'll find out then. Xu Pingan glanced at the thunderbolt in the sky before his eyes narrowed and said, but before that, here's another place to go. Here? Xiao Yan glanced at the barren great world and was somewhat puzzled. What is there to see here? Xu Pingan did not reply. Rather, the thunderbolt in the sky, once again, coalesced. And this time, the power of the thunderbolt was surprisingly restored as before. Previously, the thunderbolts were all one and the same, weakening and getting weaker and weaker. But this is suddenly powerful, and it's clearly coming to an end. One could only see the thunder in the sky, filling the entire world. Within the thunder, countless silhouettes emerged. They all gazed at Xu Pingan's body. Although they were thunder illusionary bodies, each of them exuded an aura of distinction. Some people are like the blazing sun in the sky, burning everything. Some people are entangled in yin and yang, evolving the world. Others are as tall as mountains and open up the world. The moment, all of their figures had one goal in mind, and that was to desecrate the person who desecrated the great Tao of heaven and earth in front of them. Give total destruction. Roar! The thunderbolt erupted. These thunder and lightning transformed into silhouettes that were like the protectors of the great Tao of heaven and earth, killing towards Xu Pingan. Their bodies, each one of them stunning the ages, left their figures in the midst of the thunderbolt. It's a powerful symbol. No matter in which era, it is a stunning and overwhelming person. But now, it was coming towards Xu Pingan at the same time. Such a great calamity. Even he was seeing it for the first time. It was even more terrifying than the great emperor's revelation and stepping into immortality revelation. The tribulations seemed to be a test. Instead, this thunderbolt in front of him was a complete destruction. Open! Xu Pingan, who responded to this thunderbolt, still blasted out with a single punch without too much skill, only pure power. No one was able to withstand the thunderjack void under this power. All of it is crumbling and destroying. Unfortunately, they weren't the original body either. They were all shadows that the thunderbolt mimicked to transform into. It can't be resurrected even if it's annihilated. The energy of the thunderbolt also completely dissipated with this final strike. Countless power of thunder filled the earth and sky. Xu Pingan fiercely inhaled these thunders in one breath. At once, the information that those powerful people left behind in the midst of the thunderbolt it also all fell into Xu Pingan's divine thoughts. Thunderjack. Thunderbolt. Even if it's an extinction thunderbolt, it's a hijacking after all. Once you get through the hijacking, you will be rewarded. And the information that these powerful people left behind in the midst of the thunderbolt was what Pingan Xu had gained. At that instant, Xu Pingan's divine thoughts seemed to have traveled freely through the ages. The information left behind in those shadows continued to flow in his mind, with his word, in constant counterpoint, though one's own path, domineering and flawless, but after corroborating each other, it became more and more perfect. In this moment, Xu Pingan felt as if he had sensed an eternal existence that transcended above immortal matter. Immortal substances make people immortal though, but that's ultimately relying on external objects. Not to mention, the gates of the immortal world are not open today. This method has long since failed to go through, and the alternative to break through the realm, step on the eternal life. At this time Xu Pingan real meaning to pursue the road. All this time, he's been thinking about trying. Now it is under this, and it is true that he has been allowed to step into this path. However, this realm was still unfamiliar to Xu Pingan to him. He just took the step, not the path. Did you break through? Why do I feel that you are now, as if you are even more terrifying than before? Xiao Yan, who was currently being sheltered by Xu Pingan, felt the changes in Xu Pingan's body the most. He seemed to have thought of something and instantly couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Wait, haven't you already reached the extreme realm of the human realm? But the door to the immortal realm hasn't been opened yet. How did you manage to break through?